In the vast expanse of the solar system, within the Kuiper asteroid belt, lies a distance of 30 astronomical units from Earth. Amidst the countless drifting fragments of planetary debris, a fleet of antiquated vessels emerges from the twisting void. If not for their sudden appearance at the fringes of this solar system, one would scarcely discern their capacity for traversing the cosmos, given their dilapidated exteriors. Some of these ships bear visible signs of patchwork repairs, resembling tattered quilts that render their already worn forms even more pitiable. The Moon Dual-class battleship stands prominently. Elder Shao, the sixth jump has concluded, and this time the fleet has sustained less than a 20% loss. But a servant clad in a long robe of deep azure addresses an elderly man with white brows seated upon a throne. But what? Has there been a failure in the jump of any inner disciples' vessels? The elder strokes his long beard, his expression darkening slightly. Not exactly. This time, the excessive curvature during the jump led to a temporary collapse of the curvature array, which will require a considerable duration to restore, however. The ships themselves have not suffered any other malfunctions. The servant hastily elucidates. Then what precisely has transpired? Was there an unforeseen incident? The elder's countenance softens upon hearing of no casualties among inner disciples, prompting him to inquire further to my knowledge. It appears that the ethereal energy in this star system is exceedingly sparse, causing an overload on the array. Given the current density of spiritual energy here, it will take at least 3 years to prepare for the next jump, the servant responds with a wry smile. Alas, this truly is a vexing predicament. The elder sighs. Very well. Prepare to commence reconnaissance immediately. Understood, Elder Shao. The servant retreats, extinguishing the ever-burning lantern within the chamber. During the protracted voyage through the cosmos, such lanterns consume precious air, and even a Yuan-ing level adept would prefer not to squander resources on trivialities. As the lantern's light fades, the elder gazes into the distance, his expression grave. I hope the coordinates are accurate this time. Rest assured, they will not be wrong. A gravelly voice emerges from the shadows, followed by the appearance of a man cloaked in obsidian garb, his arms and legs bound by chains as dark as ink. At this moment, the man's face remains obscured beneath the cloak, save for his eyes, which gleam with a crimson light, resembling a famished beast fixated on the elder, exuding a terrifying aura. Sensing this oppressive presence, the elder tenses, his body rigid, as if facing a formidable adversary, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you recall the promise you made to me back then? The cloaked figure rasps, his voice akin to the grating of metal. Deliver me to the location nearest to the blue star, and I shall relinquish this body to you. I remember well. In those days, we forged a pact. I exiled you to this planet, and in return, you would grant me your vessel to transcend the Yuan-ing threshold. The elder nods in acknowledgement that I can hardly wait. Transfer me over immediately. I cannot endure this foul-smelling, wretched vessel any longer. The man in black growled, his tone laced with urgency. Rest assured, the objective is nearly within reach. As you just heard, the spiritual energy in this star system is sparse, and the curvature array requires some time to restore. The elder with white eyebrows reassured him. Very well. The man in black took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Hurry, and do not attempt any tricks otherwise. The consequences will be far more terrifying than you can imagine. Having uttered these words, it seemed as though he had expended all his strength, and his form swiftly vanished once more into the inky darkness of the hall. I shall proceed with haste, the elder nodded, then turned his gaze outward to the vast expanse of the starry sky. This star system, like countless civilized ones he had previously visited, featured several planets revolving around a massive sun. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the spiritual energy here was so exceedingly thin that even he, having attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, found it challenging to sense even a trace of spiritual energy from the surroundings. This signified that even if he were to inherit the physical legacy of that man in black, achieving a breakthrough in this barren realm would be arduous. His only option was to expedite the transfer and swiftly depart from this energy-depleted locale. The vast world is replete with wonders. It is astonishing that such a desolate fringe world could give rise to civilization, the elder mused, gazing at a distant blue planet. Regrettably, Without spiritual energy, even if civilization were to emerge, it would remain forever shackled to its home planet, eternally imprisoned. As the commander of this expedition fleet, Xiao Chun had two crucial tasks: to exile the notorious god transformation stage expert to the fringe star system, and to locate the remnants of the Yi clan's bloodline scattered across the cosmos. Although the Yi clan had perished in the last war of the celestial realm, the vast family was bound to have a few survivors who managed to escape. Xiao Chun had detected a faint trace of bloodline fluctuation in this direction decades ago, suspected to be remnants of the Yi clan. As for the god transformation stage expert, he had faced severe punishment from his clan after failing during an operation to eliminate the Yi clan. According to the traditions of the Yunxian Empire, punishment does not extend to those of the god transformation level. For individuals of such caliber, conventional celestial techniques are often insufficient to ensure complete annihilation. It is said that those at the god transformation stage have partially aligned their essence with the cosmic principles. Eliminating them carelessly could lead to entanglements of causality. The consequences could range from tainting one's Tao heart and stalling one's cultivation to the possibility of outright demise. Thus, the most prudent course of action for those above the god transformation stage is exile. Choosing to banish them to the remote corners of the universe serves two purposes. It minimizes causal connections and ensures that no matter how formidable the expert may be, their cultivation will inevitably regress in a realm bereft of spiritual energy. For once mighty beings, this fate is often more torturous than death itself. Moreover, the fringe worlds are predominantly desolate, and fading into obscurity at the edge of the cosmos is the nightmare of every powerful cultivator. However, Xiao Chun understood that the reason for merely exiling high-ranking cultivators instead of executing them was primarily to leave a possible escape route for the higher-ups. The high-ranking decision-makers, many of whom are esteemed practitioners, are primarily concerned about the prospect of committing grave offenses themselves, leaving them with no avenue of escape. This apprehension is also the reason behind the dealings between the Cloaked Man and Xiao Chun. Aware that Xiao Chun would never allow him to depart freely, he settled for a compromise, relocating his exile to this place. Although the spiritual energy here is scant, the presence of civilization ensures he will not be utterly isolated. However, even in the absence of spiritual energy, acquiring some supplies should pose no significant challenge, for the resources and populace of this blue planet are invariably abundant. Xiao Chun licked his lips, though the populace lacking spiritual power may not fetch a high price. Sheer numbers could yield substantial profits. Yet, considering it would take 3 long years to reach this seemingly nearby planet, he could not help but mutter a few curses under his breath. These inept formation masters, despite the passing years, have shown no advancement in their skills. Having vented his frustrations, Xiao Chun closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. For a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, whose lifespan extends nearly a millennium, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. All that remains is to await patiently. Chapter 2. Visitors from beyond. 3 years later, in the Huaxian Nation, Ninghai Province, Hanjing City, at the Lanjin Mountain Observatory, several employees were engrossed in their work, utterly oblivious to the fact that darkness had already enveloped the outside world. Hey Yufeng, as a doctoral student from a prestigious university, why on earth would you choose to toil away in this godforsaken place with us? Do you have some sort of affliction? A young man with bleached hair complained. The individual referred to as Yi Feng was indeed his roommate and colleague, recognized as one of the most academically accomplished employees at the observatory. During the interview, even the chief engineer had personally vetted him, and it was said that the leaders were highly impressed by his capabilities. Upon hearing the remark, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yi Feng's handsome face. Yet he quickly regained his composure and replied calmly, I must admit, your words are rather unpleasant, my friend. You know well that I have aspired to work here since childhood. But look at me now, it's been ages since graduation, and I haven't made anything of myself. If I don't seize this opportunity to achieve something worthwhile, how will I ever face my adoptive parents? The young man scoffed. Yifeng, spare me your pretentiousness. If you truly wish to accomplish something before returning, you wouldn't be languishing in this desolate spot. I've heard you received a plethora of offers from major companies upon graduation. Who knows why you chose this path? Let us not delve into that. I'm merely paying my dues for my dreams, Yifeng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Truth be told, he too had begun to question the validity of his earlier resolve. Ever since the incident that transpired the year he graduated, he had unflinchingly abandoned a promising future to come here. Surely, you don't genuinely believe in extraterrestrial beings? The young man mocked with a sneer. Disbelief etched across his face. Yifeng shook his head. Forget it. If you choose not to believe, that's your prerogative. I must get back to work now. Feel free to do as you wish. Huh. Playing the mysterious card, as if anyone cares, the young man muttered disdainfully. Yifeng chose to ignore him. Turning instead towards the center of the observatory room and activating the computer screen projection. The display revealed a colossal, three-dimensional image, capable of depicting signals emanating from the depths of the universe. Yifeng's fingers flew over the keyboard as he swiftly adjusted all parameters, a task he had performed countless times before. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, this image seems off. Why is there so much noise?" Yifeng was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Are you sure? You must be mistaken. The parameters I input should be accurate." "I'm not mistaken. Just take a look for yourself." The young man pointed at the computer screen. As Yifeng's gaze fell upon the image, he noticed that the once tranquil green background was now exhibiting waves of disturbance, with tiny ripples forming and multiplying, growing increasingly pronounced. Witnessing this, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart raced uncontrollably. What on earth is going on? Upon witnessing the scene, Huang Mao could not help but gasp in astonishment. This pattern, could it be? Yifeng swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Utterly unprepared to relive the nightmare from 3 years prior, Huang Mao quickly checked for any external signal interference, he instructed, taking a few deep breaths to suppress his inner turmoil. "All right," Huang Mao replied promptly, hastening to retrieve the detection equipment, powering it on, and commencing the analysis as per Yifeng's directive. After a brief moment, he looked up and reported, "There is none. This signal originates solely from space. There are no other interference sources within a 200-kilometer radius of the observatory." Yifeng nodded slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he was engulfed by an overwhelming inability to regain control. If an outsider were to witness this moment, they would undoubtedly find it absurd that a postdoctoral researcher in radio astronomy could tremble in fear over an unstable signal. Yet, this was precisely Yifeng's predicament. He understood that this day had ultimately arrived. The source of the signal on the image could only be interpreted in one way: that unnatural entity was approaching Earth at an alarming speed in the current observational direction. Yifeng clenched his teeth, striving to remain calm, forcing himself to continue observing. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely, "Huang Mao, assist me in resetting the parameters. It must be precise." "Understood. I'll take care of it." Huang Mao swiftly began to tap away at the keyboard, and soon, the refreshed image reappeared before them. Yifeng cast a glance, his pupils constricting as his face turned pale. The signal source remained visible, and what had just transpired was not a mere figment of his imagination. No, I need to collect myself. Huang Mao, please step outside for a moment. I need to be alone." Yifeng waved his hand wearily, his tone laden with exhaustion, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Huang Mao, taken aback by this sudden display of vulnerability from Yifeng, who had always been composed and unflappable, nodded and left the observatory without further inquiry. Once Huang Mao departed, Yifeng slumped into his chair, utterly drained, his complexion ashen. At that moment, his sole impulse was to flee, to escape this cursed observatory. Yet, he recognized that with his current capabilities, even if he were to run, where could he possibly go? Although Earth was vast, there was nowhere left for him to hide. Gradually, Yifeng's thoughts began to crystallize, his mind shifting towards strategizing. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to confront the situation courageously. Rather than waiting passively for doom, it would be better to fight with all his might. Having made up his mind, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, picked up the phone, and dialed the number that had lingered in his contacts for years. It had never been connected. Chapter 3: Earth in Peril. After a considerable pause, the telephone finally connected, yet no sound emerged from the other end. Only the heavy breaths of Yifeng filled the receiver. At last, a voice, both familiar and distant, broke the silence, a quavering tone belonging to an elderly man, imbued with profound sorrow. "You have finally made the call, Yifeng." Yifeng closed his eyes, battling the tempest within, and with a hoarse voice, he gently replied, "Mentor, they have come." The voice on the other end suddenly fell silent for a moment, seemingly struggling to absorb the gravity of the news. However, it soon regained composure, continuing, "Have you verified the source of the signal?" Yifeng solemnly affirmed, "Yes. The patterns match those of the signals captured in the laboratory 3 years ago, and the direction of the signal source is identical." A brief silence enveloped the conversation, followed by a sigh from the mentor, who then said, "I understand. Do not panic. Come to my home tonight, and we shall discuss this in detail." After hanging up, Yifeng felt a slight calm wash over him. This time, the signals matched those he had observed 3 years prior. Back then, he had assumed they were merely fragments of comets. Yet upon simulating the data with a supercomputer, he was astounded to discover that these readings did not correlate with any known comet data. Instead, the various signal sources resembled extraterrestrial civilizations that had suddenly manifested within the solar system. Suspiciously, these spacecraft had lingered in the Kuiper belt, ceasing any detectable fluctuations, as if they had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, it could be concluded that these vessels had never departed, for the spatial disturbances they emitted upon entering the solar system were exceedingly peculiar, indicative of a propulsion engine far beyond human comprehension. Today, as this extraordinary engine activated once more, Yifeng was quick to capture the familiar signals, almost certain that these vessels were heading towards Earth. Daring not to delve further into such thoughts, he changed out of his work attire and hurried to his mentor's residence, knowing that the answers he sought awaited him there. By the time Yifeng arrived at his mentor's home, it was already late at night. Most people would have long since succumbed to slumber. Yet the living room remained illuminated, indicating that the mentor had not yet retired, still grappling with some pressing quandary. Upon noticing Yifeng enter, the mentor lifted his eyelids, smiling as he scrutinized him, then said, "Take a seat, Yifeng." Yifeng nodded and settled onto the sofa across from his mentor, inquiring, "Professor Luo, you seem unfazed. Do you already possess some knowledge of this?" The mentor smiled and shook his head, replying, "First, have some tea. We will discuss this gradually." Hesitating for a moment, Yifeng eventually grasped the teacup on the table, taking a tentative sip before swallowing. Setting the cup down, the mentor slowly began, "Over these past few years, did you think you were the only one monitoring that signal?" Upon hearing these words, a sense of ominous foreboding inexplicably welled up within Yifeng, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "Could it be that other organizations are aware of this matter? If so, why has no one mentioned it over the years?" The mentor nodded, his tone calm as he replied, "If I were to tell you that several major nations have invested countless resources into this endeavor over the past 3 years, what would your thoughts be?" Upon hearing his mentor's words, Yifeng's complexion instantly turned ashen, his fist clenched tightly, oblivious to the pain as his nails pierced the flesh of his palms. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly asked, "Why have we been kept in the dark? Shouldn't such matters be shared with everyone?" The mentor smiled faintly and responded, "Child, you underestimate human nature as well as the cosmos. What you believe to be mere chance in discovering these signals is, in fact, far from it." At this juncture, the mentor paused momentarily, casting a complex gaze upon Yifeng before continuing, "The fluctuations of these signals are peculiar. Our current theories struggle to elucidate their underlying principles. However, one thing is certain. Their utilization of energy far surpasses our own." As he spoke, he rose from his seat, approached the wall, and pressed his thumb against a specific indentation. Suddenly, a silvery white light curtain materialized before them, revealing a three-dimensional image. What appeared on the screen was a colossal spacecraft, surrounded by an innumerable swarm of tiny black dots, resembling a chaotic dance of bees, creating a striking visual impact. "This is the signal captured 3 years ago," he explained. "Those black dots represent the spacecraft, and the beams of light are the signals they emit." Yifeng gazed at the contours of the spacecraft on the screen, his eyes shimmering with disbelief, his lips quivering slightly, betraying his excitement. With a trembling voice, he asked, What does this mean?" "These are the fleets of extraterrestrial beings," the mentor asserted with unwavering conviction. "For the past 3 years, various governmental agencies have been striving to communicate with these vessels, but regrettably, no form of information has elicited a response." At this point, the mentor turned to face Yifeng and continued, "Do you recall the second piece of information we collected 3 years ago? A powerful energy skin swept across the entire Earth." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed in shock, "Is this reconnaissance conducted by extraterrestrials?" The mentor nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Although we have only gathered a few signals, I firmly believe their destination is Earth. Of course, it remains unclear why they have yet to proceed further. Nevertheless, one thing is absolutely certain: they will come to Earth." At this revelation, Yifeng fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Minter, do you mean to say that they are already on their way? Yes, came the resolute reply. The Minter pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Based on the wavelengths, frequencies, velocities, and patterns of those signals, it is evident that the engines of the extraterrestrial spacecraft, upon activation, will distort the surrounding space. Given the trajectory of their movements, it is likely they will soon arrive in close proximity to Earth. What shall we do then? Are we to sit idly by and await our fate? Yifeng inquired anxiously. Why the rush? The Minter replied with a smile. As I have already revealed the truth to you, it implies that I possess a solution. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a slight sense of relief. However, he soon expressed his concerns. But those spacecraft are armed. Can we fend them off? The Minter chuckled softly and said, the Chinese nation has never shied away from battle throughout history. Moreover, we are not fighting alone. With that, he patted Yifeng on the shoulder and reassured him, do not worry. Join me tomorrow for the strategy meeting, and you will understand everything then. Chapter 4, Leap. Leap. In the solar system, on the moon of Uranus, Titania, situated 19 astronomical units from Earth, the first ultra-close-range leap was successfully completed. A span of 10 days remained until the next leap could be charged. A celestial attendant respectfully delivered the report before retreating to the far end of the bridge. Understood. Inform those in the control room to maintain stability. In these final moments, I do not wish for any unforeseen occurrences. Xiao Chun surveyed the assembled crowd below, cleared his throat, and began the mobilization for battle. Esteemed colleagues, we have endured countless hardships to arrive in this desolate starfield, and our purpose is none other than to expand the territories of our celestial cloud sect. Xiao Chun paused momentarily before continuing. I recognize that many of you may feel disheartened, for this barren and lifeless star system offers little in the way of merit. However, one must understand that even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion exerts its full strength. This blue planet may hold treasures yet to be discovered. I promise you, when we conquer this blue planet, I shall grant you 10 days to unleash your wrath upon its cities. At these words, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. For these practitioners who had drifted through the cosmos for decades, the prospect of a 10-day rampage was undeniably exhilarating. I shall grant you a month to recuperate. During this time, all must prepare to achieve peak condition and ensure that all various artifacts are sufficiently equipped. When the time comes, we shall embark on our conquest of this azure sphere. The moment Xiao Chen's words fell, a wave of fervent discussion swept through the audience. They had previously been mere peripheral practitioners of the sect, adrift in dilapidated warships, and though this realm was devoid of spiritual energy and resources, it provided a modicum of shelter and survival. Now, having been bestowed the power to commit acts of extreme violence against the inhabitants of a planet, their excitement was palpable. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us proceed. You are to organize your respective teams. Should you encounter adversaries that are difficult to resolve or beyond your capacity, contact me at any time, and I shall personally come to your aid. Furthermore, I will be entering seclusion shortly. Do not disturb me until we reach the blue planet. Xiao Chun maintained his meditative posture, though his heart raced with exhilaration. They were merely a step away from fulfilling their mission. Despite his urge to command a full-speed advance directly to the vicinity of the blue planet, in-system leaps differed vastly from long-distance jumps between star systems. Long-distance leaps, due to their vastness, could tolerate minor coordinate deviations without affecting the final destination, with the worst-case scenario landing on the periphery of the system. However, in-system leaps demanded a meticulous approach. The existing precision was regrettably inadequate. A miscalculation could lead to an unintentional leap into the core of a star, where even a grandmaster would find themselves instantaneously vaporized. Such incidents were not uncommon among sects, often the result of impulsive young captains. Having spent the majority of his life traversing the stars, Xiao Chun was well aware of the gravity of such mistakes. With no more than 5 additional leaps, we shall reach the vicinity of the blue planet. Xiao Chun licked his lips, his eyes alight with fervent anticipation. For the past 3 years, Xiao Chun has spent the majority of his time in meditation. Although he has attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and no longer requires sustenance, the monotonous surroundings have rendered him exceedingly weary. Moreover, the air aboard the ship has become unbearably polluted, and he yearns to breathe the fresh air of the surface. Within the main cabin of the ship, several celestial attendants gathered around the observation platform, meticulously calibrating the data on the astrolabe. Suddenly, one of them pointed to a metallic object outside the cabin, asking, "What is that?" "It seems to be something other than a natural meteorite," Another celestial attendant replied. Impossible. I do not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy, one remarked. The group quickly huddled closer, and upon discerning the nature of the artificial satellite, they collectively gasped in astonishment. This is undoubtedly not a natural meteorite. It must be a creation from that blue planet. How could the indigenous people, lacking mastery over spiritual energy, have sent something to this location? The celestial attendants exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock. As one of the most advanced celestial vessels of the Cloud Immortal sect, the ship possesses formidable detection capabilities, even capable of scanning entire planets, and boasts acute reconnaissance feedback mechanisms. Should we report this matter to Elder Shao? One celestial attendant inquired. The others fell silent for a moment. Elder Shao has failed to break through to the out-of-body stage. At over 800 years of age, his lifespan is nearing its end, and he is currently preparing for seclusion. If he were to find out, he would likely be infuriated, another responded. The remaining attendants nodded in agreement. What then? Shall we simply ignore it? Questioned the one who had initially proposed the idea. It would be prudent not to disturb Elder Shao. I suggest we wait until he emerges from seclusion to make a decision, another celestial attendant proposed. After deliberating for a while, they unanimously concluded that the information should be kept under wraps to avoid provoking Shao Chen's wrath. Let us proceed according to your plan. We shall continue to monitor the situation and notify Elder Shao should any anomalies arise. One celestial attendant commanded. The attendants returned to the observation platform to resume their surveillance. In the vast expanse of the universe, these long-dormant starships set forth once more. Shao Chun maneuvered the ship, the sharp blade, as it gradually entered the transition trajectory, heading towards the distant Azure planet. At the moment the transition commenced, Shao Chun felt the rapid depletion of spiritual energy surrounding him, as if it had been instantly siphoned away. Fortunately, his refined spirit remained largely unaffected, and he was not short of spirit stones. Raising his right hand slightly, several fist-sized black crystal cores emerged from his storage ring, faintly glowing with a soft green light, brimming with boundless vitality and energy. Shao Chun opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal cores in one swift motion, and an invigorating surge of medicinal power coursed through his entire being. The magnitude of this force was overwhelming. Even with Shao Chun's formidable physical constitution, he struggled to contain it, his skin flushing red and muscles quivering. Indeed, as expected of a medicinal concoction from a sect, it exhibited such extraordinary efficacy. Shao Chen's face contorted, yet a smile emerged as he pondered inwardly. This was a concoction he had meticulously reserved for himself. Although he recognized the improbability of encountering cultivators on Earth, his instincts urged caution, advising him to prepare thoroughly for any eventuality. This shall be the place where I, Shao Chun, make my triumphant return. Once I achieve the Yuaning breakthrough, I wonder how the sect leader will regard me. A most peculiar smile graced Shao Chen's lips, his eyes brimming with triumph. Chapter 5. Operational Deployment in Huaxia, Hanjiang City. 1,000 meters underground, within the 76324 nuclear defense facility, a tall man with dark skin and a bushy beard stood before the nuclear elevator, gazing at the colossal screen ahead. The screen was filled with a dense array of data. General Zhang. At the sound of a call, two weary yet spirited men emerged from the corridor. The newcomers were Yi Feng and his mentor, Professor Luo. The bearded man turned to them, inquiring, "What are the reconnaissance results?" Professor Luo shook his head, his expression grave. The bearded man furrowed his brow slightly. Still no definitive news? With a sigh, Professor Luo replied, "It is difficult to say. For now, we can only analyze based on satellite images and the information we previously obtained. It appears the adversary comprises a vast fleet of thousands of spacecraft. Moreover, their technology is beyond imagination." General Zhang asked, "What shall we do then?" After a moment's contemplation, Professor Luo suggested, "Let us initiate tentative communication. I have instructed the radio observatory to transmit signals of various wavelengths. I believe we shall receive results soon." Indeed, General Zhang nodded, his gaze returning to the screen, fixated on the myriad images flickering before him, his mind unsettled. "By the way, this is my student, Yi Feng, the young man I mentioned to you earlier. 3 years ago, he was the first to detect the alien fleet's presence within the solar system." Professor Luo placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, continuing with the introduction. "Yi Feng, this is General Zhang Jin, the commander of the Asian theater." General Zhang regarded Yi Feng with a meaningful look for a moment before extending his hand to shake Yi Feng's. "Hello, Dr. Yi. I am grateful for your relentless efforts over the past years." Before Yi Feng could fully comprehend the implications of his words, General Zhang continued, as a soldier. I have always opposed involving civilians in warfare. However, the threat we face this time is unprecedented in history. Given your willingness to take risks, you must have anticipated the dangers involved. While I do not wholly agree, I still respect your courage and actions. Therefore, we at the Asian Theater Command hope you can fully cooperate to accomplish this mission and assist us in overcoming this crisis. With that, General Zhang turned and entered the nuclear facility, pressing a red button on the wall. Instantly, the facility illuminated, revealing countless metallic components rising, unveiling a grand and majestic steel fortress that emanated an eerie chill. Yifeng followed Professor Luo into the facility, instantly awed by the magnificent and spectacular sight within. This was indeed a colossal underground structure, 100 times the size of a standard football field, elongated in form, with 4 or 5 spacious areas on each level. Yifeng looked up at the defensive installations, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Professor, is this really real? Professor Luo smiled and replied, Of course it is real. It is an expansion of a past third-line construction. Yifeng took a deep breath, astonished. The third-line construction? This seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? Professor Luo nodded in affirmation. The purpose of the third-line construction back in the day was to withstand the impending apocalypse. It is unexpected that, after so many years, it has become relevant once more. Yifeng chuckled wryly. Such a colossal underground structure must have consumed resources beyond measure. What can we do? Professor Luo shrugged. We have no choice. You heard General Zhang's words earlier. The enemy we face this time is far more formidable than we had anticipated. If we fail in this battle, our nation, and perhaps all of human civilization, will be utterly devastated, and our people will suffer unspeakable atrocities. Yifeng nodded in understanding. Enough of that for now. Let me take you to today's meeting. They may have solutions to our pressing dilemma. With that, Professor Luo led Yifeng onward. They passed through several security doors, eventually arriving at a heavy, closed metal door. Professor Luo underwent a retinal scan, and the door emitted a crisp sound before swinging open, revealing a vast conference room. At that moment, the room was filled with military personnel in uniform, including General Zhang, who, notably, was not seated at the head of the table. Just as Yifeng was about to inquire, Professor Luo guided him to a seat beside the head of the table, while he himself took the chair of authority. As the attendees settled, the room gradually fell silent, and a large screen at the front illuminated with images. In the visual display, another expansive conference room appeared, populated by military officers clad in uniforms, all holding significant ranks. The North American Joint Operations Command is now connected. The European Theater Command is joined. The Russian Federation Theater Command is online. As a series of announcements echoed, 6 large images materialized on the screen, each featuring a commander wearing a headset, all of whom were esteemed leaders of their respective allied forces. Professor Luo surveyed the assembly around the table and proclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, this meeting bears great importance. I implore everyone to maintain absolute silence within this room. No whispering or side conversations are permitted. Instantly, all chatter ceased, and the room returned to an expectant hush. Noting that everyone was prepared, Professor Luo commenced. This assembly has convened to deliberate on how to confront the extraterrestrial fleet. According to our intelligence, the enemy fleet numbers around 4,000. They represent a force equipped with extraordinarily advanced technology. They are the most terrifying adversaries we have encountered to date. We must not only contend with these formidable alien fleets, but also confront the cosmic intelligent civilization that stands behind them. Should we falter, we will have no chance for retaliation and will be forced to witness the annihilation of our own civilization. Therefore, while our odds may seem bleak, we must exhaust all efforts to thwart them. Based on the intelligence currently at our disposal, this formidable fleet comprises dozens of combat-ready battleships, along with hundreds of auxiliary units such as cruisers, destroyers, and supply vessels. Observations over the past few months reveal that this fleet, which has remained dormant for 3 years, has now reactivated and is advancing toward Earth via short-range jumps, expected to reach our planet within 10 days. Thus far, all our attempts at benevolent communication have gone unanswered, compelling us to prepare for the worst-case scenario. For the preservation of humanity and to prevent our civilization from falling into subjugation, I, on behalf of the Huaxia-based government, hereby declare the mobilization of all military forces to confront this impending threat within 1 week. Chapter 6. The Final Battle Now. Allow me to announce the military orders from the Earth Combat Command. With Professor Luo's speech, Yifeng swiftly retrieved this command. The orders encompass two distinct plans. The first plan entails deploying all long-range firepower to delay the alien fleet's landing as much as possible. The second plan requires ground forces to prepare for combat at a primary level, constructing fortifications at potential landing sites to eliminate the enemy forces as effectively as possible. Though these two military directives appear to be fundamentally different, they are, in fact, interconnected. Executing either plan will yield a compounded increase in efficiency. These strategies are tailored to address different forms of warfare. We can categorize the conflict into two phases, the first phase being the contact battle in outer space. Initially, we must utilize ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons to inflict maximum damage on the enemy fleet during our first encounter. In this regard, we find ourselves at an absolute disadvantage. Humanity has never engaged in warfare in outer space. However, given our current delivery capabilities, I am confident that we can still inflict considerable harm upon the alien fleet. The second phase involves combat on our home soil, during which we will distribute weapons to all survivors. The strategy for this phase is straightforward. We shall have the survivors take refuge in the rugged mountains and canyons, leveraging the treacherous terrain and geographical advantages to mount a resistance. Additionally, upon my suggestion, over 8,000 hydrogen bombs, 30,000 nuclear weapons, and approximately 300,000 electromagnetic bombs have been manufactured in recent years. These formidable weapons possess the power to withstand the onslaught for a considerable duration. After Professor Luo concluded his remarks, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, as if the orders he had issued were merely routine drills rather than directives concerning the survival of all humanity. Yifeng secretly admired Professor Luo's calmness and decisiveness. Yet he also sensed that the scale of this war would likely exceed his wildest imaginings. According to Professor Luo, the adversary's strategy involves assembling a massive fleet to invade Earth. Therefore, it is certain that they will employ specialized tactics, such as airstrikes and bombardments, as the enemy undoubtedly understands the principles of air and ground warfare. Otherwise, they would struggle to coordinate their naval operations. Moreover, since the enemy dares to directly assault humanity, they have likely developed strategic defensive weapons that humans cannot counter. This battle is destined to be exceptionally arduous. Once Professor Luo finished speaking, someone from the other side of the screen immediately rose to ask, "Professor Luo, why are you so convinced that the alien fleet intends to attack Earth? Could it not be that they come in friendship and peace?" The speaker was General Bess, a black woman and commander of the European theater. General Bess, I admire your optimism, but regrettably, I cannot concur with your perspective. The clash between different civilizations has always been accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. There is no place for friendship or peace, only a struggle for survival. This is a pattern we have witnessed throughout our own human history. We do not desire war and yearn for peace, yet the alien fleet has traversed countless star systems. Surely, their intent is not one of camaraderie? Professor Luo spoke gravely. My plan is straightforward: to utilize remote ballistic missiles to intercept and harass the extraterrestrial fleet in outer space, thereby delaying their advance and, to the greatest extent possible, undermining their war potential. Naturally, if we are unable to deter the alien fleet, we must prepare for the worst. Although such actions could potentially lead to the complete obliteration of Earth's civilization, for the sake of humanity, we must take this risk. Overall, we will adopt a defensive strategy. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of taking the initiative. Here, we require the leaders of all nations to express their stance, to convey to our soldiers that in the face of crisis, we shall not retreat. As Professor Luo's words resonated, all present fell into contemplation, none daring to speak hastily. For it was evident that this matter was of great significance, potentially affecting the rise and fall of the entire globe. Yifeng also pondered what to do next. Once a reclusive individual with little interest beyond stargazing and gaming, he now found himself at the forefront of humanity's survival. He still could not comprehend why Professor Luo had brought him here. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Professor Luo cast him a meaningful glance and said, "Yifeng, I understand your bewilderment regarding my choice of you. In truth, it was they who selected you." Professor Luo gestured toward the alien fleet displayed on the screen. "Do you recall the sensation you experienced 3 years ago when you first observed the fleet?" Yifeng was suddenly transported back to that moment, a memory he would never forget. At the time, he had merely detected a few anomalous signals, initially attributing them to instrument error. Yet, he distinctly felt himself ensnared by a formidable force akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Following that, a series of bizarre images flooded his mind. A colossal, awe-inspiring spaceship hovered in the cosmos, far larger than any aircraft carrier he had ever encountered, emanating an aura both mysterious and sinister. Surrounding this behemoth were concentric rings of silvery light. With each revolution of these rings, streams of information were released, inundating Yifeng's consciousness with a sense of extreme peril. Suddenly, that enormous entity trembled, and a powerful force engulfed Yifeng. He felt a ringing in his head, his ears went deaf, and then darkness claimed him. Upon awakening, he discovered gaps in his memory but vaguely recalled spending a prolonged period in a pitch-black void before regaining his sight and returning to Earth. Your experience indicates that your discovery of the alien fleet was no mere coincidence. It is highly probable that the fleet is targeting you. Yifeng sank into contemplation. Aware of his unusual origins, it was said that he was an orphan, abandoned without parents, and only adopted at the age of 6 by his current guardians. Strangely, from a young age, Yifeng harbored a profound fascination with the starry sky above him. An inexplicable connection seemed to bind him to that celestial expanse, igniting within him a keen interest in the cosmos. Perhaps due to his unique background, Yifeng matured early, exhibiting a remarkable aptitude for learning that surpassed that of his peers. He possessed the extraordinary ability to grasp any knowledge with merely a glance. It was this exceptional talent that propelled him to attain a doctorate in astronomy from the nation's most prestigious institution. Even as he grew older, his enthusiasm for the universe remained undiminished. Rather, it deepened alongside his expanding understanding, leading to an ever-growing obsession with its mysteries. It was not until 3 years ago that Yifeng stumbled upon the astonishing revelation of an extraterrestrial fleet appearing on Earth. Although this marked his inaugural encounter with an alien civilization, an intuitive sense told him that this experience felt eerily familiar, as if that was the very place he was destined to be. Chapter 7. Engagement in combat in the solar system, on the far side of the moon, approximately 380,000 kilometers from Earth. A fleet of vessels, each with an ancient design, emerged from the void. Constructed entirely from a peculiar type of wood, each ship bore an identical insignia, signifying that they belonged to the Yunxian Sect's expeditionary fleet. Elder Shao, we have reached the vicinity of Earth. Shall we commence the landing operation? A soldier clad in battle armor inquired cautiously. There's no rush. Utilize the detection artifacts to conduct a thorough scan once more. Confirm whether there are cultivators present on this planet, Xiao Chun instructed while stroking his chin thoughtfully. Standing beside him, another cultivator promptly produced several disc-shaped devices and placed them in the void. The discs emitted a faint red glow, which soon transformed into a soft blue radiance as they began to move slowly. After a brief moment, the discs halted their rotation, and the officer retrieved them, reporting, Elder Xiao, there are no traces of any cultivators on this planet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun nodded with satisfaction. Very well. It seems this planet poses no anomalies. In that case, let us proceed with our actions. Understood. The cultivator replied loudly. He then spoke into the communicator before witnessing it illuminate with a white glow. Upon pressing the communication button, a clear voice resonated. All ships, heed the command. Commence landing operations immediately. Target, the Earth continent. With the issuance of this order, all the flying vessels illuminated with white light, gradually ascending before vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, within the Earth base, a group of scientists convened in an office, which included the Minister of the Ministry of Defense of Huaxia and several high-ranking military officials. Among them sat an elderly man clad in black, Professor Luo. He was intently observing the real-time images transmitted by satellites, where a multitude of ships advanced rapidly towards Earth. We can no longer delay. Execute the first phase of the combat plan immediately, Professor Luo commanded with an authoritative tone. However, neither North America nor Europe has taken any action. If we initiate hostilities first, these extraterrestrial civilizations may very well designate Huaxia as their primary target. A staff officer cautioned. We do not have the luxury of time for such deliberations. A prompt counterattack affords us greater opportunity. As for the Western nations, we shall settle accounts with them once this conflict concludes. Professor Luo replied resolutely. Understood. The chief of staff glanced at the minister, and after receiving an affirmative nod, he dialed the front lines. All units, take heed. We are now commencing the first phase of the combat plan. With the command issued, numerous land-based missile launch facilities erupted in thick plumes of smoke, signifying the successful ignition of countless missiles equipped with high-explosive warheads. Whoosh, zoom, zoom. Accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing through the air, countless robust red beams shot skyward, radiating with destructive power as they spread outward. In an instant, The entire planet erupted in chaos as people horrifiedly discovered countless explosive sparks illuminating the sky, with clouds stained a deep crimson. The flames unleashed by the explosions obscured the sun, plunging the world into darkness. Many sought refuge in the shadows of their homes, trembling in fear and praying for a miracle. Regardless of the circumstances, the source of this calamity stemmed from extraterrestrial forces, and thus, the fortunate survivors directed their ire towards the invaders, vowing to drive them from Earth. In a flash, the global network was inundated with vehement denunciations of the intruders. The first to breach the Earth's atmosphere were the vanguard of the Cultivator fleet. These reconnaissance vessels, numerous yet diminutive, merely the size of conventional ships, were each led by a golden core cultivator, accompanied by dozens of Foundation establishment practitioners and hundreds of chi refinement cultivators. In interstellar warfare, only those who had reached the Foundation establishment stage could briefly endure the rigors of space. The chi refinement cultivators, only marginally stronger than ordinary humans, were ill-equipped to face the myriad crises of the cosmos. Thus, they were typically employed as cannon fodder to scout ahead. Yet, these cultivators exhibited no trepidation regarding the impending dangers, for in their eyes, Earth was merely a planet devoid of cultivators, and its indigenous inhabitants posed no threat. Based on past experiences, even a standard chi refinement cultivator could easily vanquish dozens of adult natives. A golden core cultivator, on the other hand, could effortlessly annihilate an entire army. Consequently, upon entering the atmosphere, they made a beeline for the central continent, eager to seize the city. Simultaneously, another wave of vanguard troops descended into the Earth's atmosphere, their ships larger and more advanced, each member adorned with an array of spiritual stones, elixirs, and other cultivation resources. Moreover, their weaponry was exceedingly comprehensive, with many cultivators even accompanied by spirit beasts, simplifying ground combat considerably. Boom! A ship suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion, sending countless fragments plummeting to the Earth, creating numerous craters. What on earth is happening? A mid-golden core cultivator inquired, his expression grim. Report. It appears an unidentified object has struck that vessel. Another cultivator at the helm quickly clarified. How could this be? The destructive force is akin to that of a formidable being at the Yuan infant stage. The mid-golden core cultivator furrowed his brow deeply. Our intelligence cannot be mistaken. This planet possesses no spiritual energy, let alone any cultivators, he asserted with conviction. At that moment, another ship unexpectedly erupted in a violent explosion, flames soaring into the sky. Impossible. What is that? My heavens, is that a meteorite? A series of bizarre occurrences left these cultivators utterly astonished. As they gazed upward at the multitude of missiles rapidly approaching their vessels, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They could not comprehend why a single meteorite could possess such formidable power. The consequences of a collision with their vessel would be unimaginable. Those wretched natives have concealed such a powerful artifact. We must land at once. A cultivator exclaimed anxiously. The others readily concurred, and in that moment, the speed of the warships surged dramatically as they hurtled toward the surface. Chapter 8. Landing on the surface, there were numerous landing vessels en route to Earth, among which some fortunate ones encountered no resistance and arrived at a quaint town without mishap. After all, the landing site was in an underdeveloped nation in Africa, devoid of significant strategic targets, and humanity had not deemed it a vital stronghold. The cultivators who successfully reached the ground were elated, in their perception. The indigenous inhabitants of a world devoid of spiritual energy were akin to mere poultry, easily vanquished, based on their past experiences conquering countless native planets. Most indigenous people would kneel in reverence at the sight of a colossal spaceship descending, treating them as deities. Occasionally, they might encounter some resistance, but these forces were feeble, often relying on primitive weaponry, utterly incapable of thwarting them. Even the weakest of chi refinement cultivators, upon manifesting their true energy, could effortlessly render themselves impervious to blades and bullets. Typically, a mere dozen chi refinement practitioners could easily overwhelm hundreds or thousands of indigenous soldiers. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators, each wielding a sword could swiftly dispatch enemy leaders amidst throngs of foes. Should a golden core expert deign to intervene, they could annihilate an entire village in the blink of an eye. Such power appeared to the natives as nothing short of divine. However, this time, the self-assured cultivators were destined for disillusionment. Upon their arrival on solid ground, they were met with an unrelenting barrage of bullets. The onslaught was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, these wooden vessels were riddled with countless large-caliber rounds, instantly splintering into a dazzling array of fireballs. Amidst the cacophony of screams, The ships were reduced to mere fragments, scattering like dust upon the earth. The fortunate few who managed to escape did not flee far. Halting in their tracks as they encountered the Earth's resistance, a ragtag group of ragged African militia. To the cultivators, these dark-skinned natives, clad in tattered clothing, bore no distinguishing features. They sensed no trace of spiritual energy, confirming that these soldiers were not practitioners of any mystical arts. Notably, however, they wielded an assortment of metal clubs of varying lengths. Yet these rudimentary weapons emanated no hint of spiritual power. Eliminate these natives. The cultivators channeled their energy and charged toward the militia's position. Yet, they soon tragically discovered they had encountered an impenetrable barrier. The deafening explosions reverberated in the ears of each cultivator. 7.62mm projectiles, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, hurtled towards these fearless practitioners. The foremost chi refinement cultivators hardly had time to discern the trajectory of the bullets before they were pierced through multiple gaping wounds. Each bullet effortlessly penetrated their thin veil of true energy, burrowing into their bodies and extracting a gruesome harvest of flesh and blood. While such injuries might not be fatal, they sapped the cultivators of their will and courage to continue the fight, and soon, many began to scatter in a desperate retreat. The remaining cultivators in the late stage of chi refinement, upon witnessing the chaos, hurriedly intervened in an attempt to regain control of the situation. However, the sheer power of the firearms proved too formidable for them to withstand. They dared not confront it head-on, lest they suffered devastating losses. Even with their utmost effort to channel their vital energy to deflect the bullets, they paid an exceedingly heavy price, their bodies drenched in blood, reduced to a pitiful state, and unable to reclaim their former glory. Fear and confusion gripped the hearts of these cultivators as they could not comprehend how such low-tier natives possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, at this juncture, there was no time for contemplation. The reality of this world had far surpassed their understanding. Under the relentless assault, numerous cultivators fell, bloodied and lifeless. As more and more succumbed to the deadly projectiles. Help! Save me! A nascent chi cultivator stood atop a building, gazing down at the torrential hail of bullets. Paralyzed by terror, though he had witnessed many battles among cultivators in the past, nothing compared to the dire situation unfolding before him. With a chilling crack, a bullet pierced through his abdomen, spraying a fountain of blood. Before he was sent tumbling from the rooftop, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, some foundation-building cultivators, trained and composed, managed to shield themselves with their outer vital energy, deflecting the incoming bullets. Though the force of the projectiles was indeed overwhelming, it did not penetrate their defenses entirely. These natives possess some skill, but they are not invincible. A mid-stage foundation-building cultivator soared into the air on his sword, aiming directly for the opposing forces. The artifact he wielded was a sword, approximately 2 feet in length and 3 inches in width, a treasured weapon for a foundation-building cultivator, boasting immense power, rivaling that of innate treasures. Should this sword penetrate the skull of a native soldier, it would undoubtedly sever his neck with ease, claiming his life. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by the surrounding native soldiers. In the next instant, they all raised their firearms, aiming at the airborne foundation-building cultivator. The air filled with the cacophony of gunfire, a storm of bullets descending upon him. RPG. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Boom. A brilliant explosion illuminated the sky. The mid-stage foundation-building cultivator trembled, his expression shifting dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his vitality waning, and his sword shattered into countless fragments, littering the ground. This sword had been his means of navigating the realm of cultivation, yet it had been obliterated by a single rocket-propelled grenade. How could these ordinary natives possess such devastating weaponry? In sheer power, that strike was undoubtedly on par with late-stage foundation-building prowess. In his hazy vision, he vaguely discerned several natives loading something into a large black tube, followed by another deafening explosion. Alas, the cultivator's centuries of cultivation dissipated in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The cultivators at the rear, witnessing such a scene, could not help but tremble in fear, as their preconceived notions were utterly shattered. Initially, they regarded these seemingly unremarkable indigenous individuals, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy, as unworthy adversaries. Yet, reality struck them like a resounding slap to the face, illuminating the true essence of strength. Not good. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. The remaining cultivators shouted in terror, fleeing in a frenzy. However, it was evident that their escape came too late. Boom, crack. Several rockets detonated along their path, instantly consuming a significant portion of the cultivators. As the smoke gradually cleared, the few remaining cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, their bodies drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Not far away, two military jeeps sped towards them, halting approximately 3 meters from the fallen cultivators. A group of soldiers, armed with AK-47s and machine guns, leapt from the vehicles. A cruel smile adorned their faces, as if they had long anticipated the opportunity to ensnare their prey. They swiftly encircled the incapacitated cultivators. Among them, a burly man with a rugged beard let out a disdainful grunt, declaring, "Extraterrestrial friends, you have already lost. Surrender willingly." Beside him, a heavily tattooed giant clad in gray camouflage burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I expected these aliens to possess some formidable prowess, yet they are nothing more than a pitiful lot, lacking even decent weaponry. To think they would try to engage in battle with mere swords and knives. Do they believe this is a galactic war? Ha ha." The onlooking soldiers erupted in gleeful laughter, relishing the spectacle. Chapter 9 On the Other Side of the Earth. An elite landing fleet swiftly advanced towards a city on the east coast of the United States. This fleet, composed of inner disciples, aimed to capture a significant human metropolis with remarkable speed. "This is the place, isn't it?" confirmed a mid-stage golden core cultivator. "Indeed. I can see it clearly from outside the atmosphere. This city is exceptionally bright, unmistakably a core population center," replied another late-stage golden core expert. "I truly do not understand why such menial tasks are assigned to us when they could be handled by the outer disciples. It's utterly perplexing," grumbled the mid-stage golden core cultivator. "Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. As you know, our primary objective is not only to seize the city, but also to locate the remnants of the Yi clan," came the retort. All right, I understand. I was merely expressing my thoughts," the mid-stage cultivator said, falling silent as he concentrated on piloting the ship closer to the ground. At that moment, at an Air Force base on the east coast of the United States, alarms blared. "Vulture! Vulture! This is Eagle Eye Radar Station. We have detected multiple unidentified flying objects approaching the air defense zone. Immediate interception is required." Received. Received. Vulture Squadron has acknowledged the command. On the military runway, 2 F-35s gradually ascended, heading towards the direction indicated by the radar. Vulture Squadron has identified unidentified flying objects approaching the defense perimeter. Vulture Squadron has confirmed the presence of unidentified flying objects. Adjusting course for an attack, the 2 F-35s altered the direction of their fire control radars mid-flight, locking onto the sluggishly flying vessels above. Whoosh. Thud. The sound of piercing air reached their ears as 2 fiery red meteors descended from the sky. Boom. Boom. 2 colossal ships erupted into a spectacle of flames in midair. The speed of the air-to-air missiles far surpassed the speed of sound, arriving with such swiftness that even Golden Core cultivators could not trace their trajectory. By the time they realized it, the missiles had already detonated nearby. "Damn it." "High-grade spiritual weapons," roared the mid-stage Golden Core cultivator in fury, simultaneously seizing his communicator and shouting frantically, "Abandoned ship! Abandoned ship!" He felt a chilling sensation wash over him as more red dots appeared in his line of sight, each representing another formidable spiritual weapon akin to the previous ones. Boom. Explosions erupted, and plumes of smoke ascended, illuminating the sky with towering fire columns. Where on earth did these natives acquire such terrifying contraptions? At that moment, the remaining high-ranking cultivators in the landing fleet were struck dumb with fear, even forgetting to retaliate. It was imperative to note that the destructive power of these missiles far exceeded that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator's techniques. Neither their speed nor their might could be compared. Boom. Another wave of saturated attacks ensued, engulfing the entire fleet in a sea of flames, leaving countless low-stage cultivators who could not flee reduced to mere dust. The few who managed to escape were primarily those capable of flight, mostly late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, with a handful being Golden Core experts. In the past, such a formidable lineup could have easily overrun an indigenous planet. Yet today, before even touching down, they were on the brink of annihilation. Soon after, a dozen missiles, trailing long tails of fire, surged towards them. Retreat. Scatter. The cultivators, having witnessed the might of the missiles, immediately activated their flying swords and dispersed in all directions. However, despair soon engulfed them as they realized escape was futile. The missiles approached with astonishing speed, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. A cacophony of explosions erupted among the advanced cultivators at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages. Blood and flesh flew, limbs scattered across the sky. The majority of Foundation establishment cultivators could barely manage to fly their swords. Against the swiftly approaching missiles, they were akin to stationary targets, obliterated by the explosive warheads before they could react. Golden Core cultivators, however, invoked their secret techniques, managing to teleport several kilometers away, narrowly evading this round of missile onslaught. Just as they believed they could catch their breath, they discovered that these mysterious spiritual devices had not lost their targets, but rather redirected towards them with relentless precision. What are these things? The Golden Core cultivators were filled with rage. They had only heard whispers of such powerful, self-seeking instruments. It was known that automatic tracking devices were typically the ultimate means to combat nascent soul masters. Yet these natives had effortlessly unleashed dozens of them upon the Golden Core cultivators. This time, luck was not on their side. The missiles, upon nearing their targets, detonated their airburst fuses, reducing the once mighty cultivators to mere splinters, leaving no time to send out warnings. Mere minutes later, the entire landing fleet had vanished, the vast starships leaving behind a cloud of debris. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in the outskirts of Washington, a report was being delivered to the president. Your Excellency, the airstrike that just occurred in New York was carried out by an alien landing fleet, estimated to comprise around 20 vessels, all of which have been shot down, the Secretary General reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, the president's face was a mask of shock. All 20 alien landing ships downed? Could it be that the extraterrestrials are merely paper tigers? How is this possible? Where did they come from? The president murmured. According to satellite imagery, they likely utilized a small wormhole jump device to traverse from outer space into the atmosphere, the Secretary General explained while opening his laptop. It is truly unimaginable that a civilization possessing such advanced technology is so woefully behind in warfare. The president shook his head with a wry smile as he viewed footage of the alien fleet being effortlessly taken down by 2 F-35s. Indeed. But this is good news for us. Otherwise, our situation could become increasingly dire, the Secretary General added. Yes. Instruct the military to swiftly collect the wreckage of the ships and dedicate all efforts to deciphering the interstellar navigation technology of the alien fleet, the president commanded. Furthermore, notify the major oceanic carrier fleets to lift their communication silence and engage as actively as possible in the battle against the alien armada. He now possesses a general understanding of the war's outcome. The immediate task is to seize the advantageous position before other nations have the opportunity to respond. Chapter 10. Heavy Armored Brigade in the Huaxian Nation. Within the autonomous region of Yijiang lies the Holt Desert. A landing ship is anchored steadily amidst the sea of sand. The first to emerge from the ship's cabin is a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, followed closely by 6 others dressed similarly. The aura emanating from these cultivators, concentrated and palpable, seems to still the very winds around them. Are you certain we have reached our destination? The middle-aged man inquired of his companions. The general direction appears correct. The target lies within 1,000 miles, responded a solemn elder with a black beard, who stood at the forefront. At that moment, the previously clear skies darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning interlacing in a most unusual manner. This is the manifestation of a nascent soul-level cultivator, whose inner energy can manipulate the very elements, invoking celestial phenomena. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, raising his hands slightly and reciting incantations before forcefully thrusting them forward. Instantaneously, a tremendous roar erupted from the once dreary horizon, followed by countless bolts of lightning striking down from all directions. The thunderous claps echoed, boom, rumble. As the lightning swept through, a towering sand dune was obliterated, sending forth a tempest of sand that enveloped the landscape. The group of cultivators had noticed several iron-winged birds tracking them during their journey, thus intentionally conjuring this celestial spectacle to obscure their presence. Now, let us commence. Split up and proceed. At this command, the multitude of cultivators leapt from the landing vessel, soaring swiftly into the distance. This operation involved not only these nascent soul practitioners but also over 100 adept inner disciples, each at least at the Golden Core level. Their singular mission was to locate the remnants of the Yi clan with utmost haste. Whoosh, 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 dozens of streaks of escape light tore across the sky, vanishing into the horizon, a testament to the speed of the nascent soul cultivators. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of energy erupted within the desert sands. Boom, boom, An array of earth-shattering explosions echoed throughout the sandy expanse as the shock waves overturned countless grains of sand. A violent tremor shook the ground, revealing a depression several kilometers in diameter at the heart of the desert. Endless yellow sand swirled into the sky, obscuring the sun. After a prolonged period, the sudden sandstorm gradually subsided. Within that massive pit, not a trace of the earlier landing ship remained. Report. The reconnaissance aircraft has just indicated that the target was last seen in the Pulp Desert, a communications officer announced. The satellite has detected several powerful energy fluctuations within the desert. Analysis of the trail indicates that the target has dispersed. Another staff member added, gesturing toward the satellite imagery. Observing the crimson signals on the satellite map, Professor Luo's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized the perilous implications of such signals. Order the nearby heavy armored brigade to establish a defensive position and intercept the extraterrestrial forces approaching our direction, General Zhang commanded with a grave expression. Beside a crescent-shaped lake, a narrow defensive line stretched across the terrain. This is an essential pathway leading to the heart of the mainland, and the sole escape route for cultivators from the desert. A low hum reverberates through the air as a fully armed helicopter approaches. Meanwhile, two dark figures swiftly dart towards the lake. Among them are two of the 6 infant transformation cultivators. In the next moment, a rocket propelled by a long-tail flame bursts forth from the cannon, tracing a white trajectory towards a shadow ahead. The shadow before them shows no inclination to evade or defend. It merely hovers in the air, patiently awaiting the inevitable. As the rocket collides with the shadow, it suddenly extends its right arm and deftly grasps the projectile. Then, with a powerful squeeze, the rocket disintegrates in a violent explosion, enveloping the figure in a cloud of smoke and sparks. Yet it remains unscathed, not even singeing its garments. In a blink, another rocket hurtles in from the distance, accurately striking the adversary before it. With a resounding impact, the rocket penetrates the cultivator's dark robe, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that erupts from the enemy's form. The rocket instantaneously shatters into countless fragments, dissipating into the atmosphere. The mysterious shadow exhales softly, clearly unfazed by such an attack. These primitive beings still resort to throwing stones, do they? Ornate stones are still merely stones, remarked the other shadow with a sneer. These 2 infant transformation cultivators had long since mastered the art of external energy cultivation to the point where formless was superior to form, ensuring their safety even against conventional weaponry. Since these fellows are so unrefined, let us advance and eliminate them, one shadow declared, leaping forth towards the lake's surface. He treaded upon the water as if it were solid ground, moving at a speed surpassing that of running. Soon, he soared over the lake, racing ahead with fervor. Report to the commander, the concussion grenades seem ineffective against these extraterrestrials, requesting authorization for lethal weaponry. Very well, but it is unfortunate we cannot capture them alive, sighed the commander, peering through binoculars. A round of armor-piercing explosive ammunition sliced through the air, hurtling towards the Shadow's waist at incredible speed. The shadow reacted with remarkable agility, propelling his left leg against the lake's surface, sending ripples outward as he narrowly evaded the attack by sliding to the side. However, he could not regain his footing. In the next instant, a 125mm tungsten armor-piercing round slammed into his chest, sending him crashing into the water. The shadow cultivator felt as if he had been struck by an ancient behemoth, nearly shattering his being. Struggling to rise, a bolt of blue lightning erupted from his palm, crashing down upon his assailant. With a crackle and a sizzle, arcs of electricity flickered as a Type 99 main battle tank emitted plumes of smoke. Yet, the magical attack failed to breach its frontal armor, merely damaging its electronic systems. Just as the shadow intended to deliver a follow-up strike, he suddenly felt a chill along his spine, prompting him to whirl around and deflect an incoming rocket. Boom, boom, boom. Almost in the next instant, several rockets shot forth. Whoosh. The shadowy expert was caught off guard, struck by a barrage of incendiary projectiles that instantly coated him in thermite, from which thick smoke began to billow. This concoction, a precise mixture of aluminum powder and iron, 3 oxide, ignited by an initiator, would react violently to produce aluminum oxide and elemental iron, releasing an immense amount of heat, with temperatures soaring to 2,500 C sufficient to melt steel. The assailed shadow emitted anguished cries, rolling on the sandy ground in pain, utterly devoid of the formidable presence he once commanded. Cough, cough. These detestable natives dare to employ such despicable tactics against me. The shadowy expert bellowed in fury, directly igniting his vital essence and transforming into a streak of light as he fled northward. Whoosh! The shadowy figure flashed past, his escape speed far exceeding that of moments prior. Meanwhile, the remaining nascent soul cultivator, witnessing this scene, immediately summoned his vital energy and ascended into the sky. Chapter 11. Sniper rifle. Observing the two figures fleeing at high speed, the brigade commander let out a cold snort. Pursue them. I refuse to believe they can outpace my mechanized forces. In an instant, the desert was shrouded in a swirling cloud of dust as armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters surged forward like a torrent of steel, racing towards the direction of the fleeing shadows. The two nascent soul cultivators exhibited remarkable speed, their desperate flight approaching the velocity of sound. However, such pace could not be sustained for long. Soon, with their vital energy depleting rapidly and unable to replenish from the earthly environment, their speed began to wane. The relentless tide of steel behind them drew ever closer. The uninjured cultivator glanced at his severely burned companion, who was barely managing to keep running. Gathering a surge of vital energy in his palm, he exclaimed, "Brother, look! It seems the natives have stopped." The injured figure instinctively turned back, only to be blinded by a barrage of lights that made his vision swirl. Before he could regain his senses, he felt a powerful and familiar surge of vital energy strike the back of his head. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "I'm sorry, brother. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. I will avenge you." The cultivator who had dealt the blow silently vowed as he hastened his escape from the scene. "Report to the brigade commander. One of the aliens has been captured. He is currently unconscious, yet his vital signs are stable." Several soldiers hoisted the unconscious nascent soul cultivator and brought him to the command center. "Is this really an alien? He looks quite similar to us." The brigade commander marveled as he examined the cultivator closely. "Indeed, if I hadn't witnessed him withstand several artillery shells, I would suspect he was merely a local," a soldier jested. "Enough. Bind him and place him in a special container. The rest of you continue the pursuit." The brigade commander ordered a company of soldiers to escort the alien captive to the rear. Meanwhile, less than 100 miles away on the Gobi Desert, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy surged wildly, wreaking havoc in the area. Several shadows darted across the wilderness, each flicker leaving a long afterimage in its wake. Swish, swish, swish. Illuminating flares streaked through the air towards these shadows, yet they deftly evaded every attack. Father, is this the speed of the natives' weapons? Pathetically slow." A golden core cultivator laughed maniacally. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. Our army treats captives well." Another voice echoed, emanating from a drone high in the sky. They have spirit beasts as well." The golden core cultivator's tone shifted slightly upon seeing the peculiar drone. "Silence. Shoot down that spirit beast," commanded another Taoist in purple robes. With that, the golden core cultivator soared into the sky. Whoosh, whistle, whoosh, multiple projectiles, shrieking through the night air, hurtled towards the airborne drone. Boom, bang, crack. A sudden and thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, igniting the drone and reducing it to a mere array of shattered fragments. "Ha. Truly the natives. Even their spirit beasts are so feeble," jeered the golden core cultivator once more. Bang. Out of nowhere, a chilling gunshot pierced the night sky. In the next instant, a silver bullet sliced through the air, aimed directly at the throat of the aforementioned golden core cultivator. In a moment of peril, the jade pendant hanging from his waist emitted a soft white light, deflecting the lethal projectile. "Who dares to ambush me?" the golden core cultivator bellowed, bewildered, as he discerned a soldier perched atop a distant hill, brandishing a Type 10 sniper rifle. The very pendant that had just saved him was his personal spirit artifact. Squandered without his awareness, such passively triggered artifacts are exceedingly rare and valuable. Bang! In response, another gunshot rang out, the cold resonance of the Type 10 sniper rifle echoing in the vicinity. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver retracted, revealing an ancient bronze sword suspended in the air. Barely managing to intercept the deadly bullet, the sword hummed ominously, reverberating through the air. A faint crimson aura lingered along the blade's edge, exuding a chilling aura of bloodlust that sent shivers down the spine. What terrifying force! The golden core cultivator felt a weight drop in his heart. Acutely aware that without the aid of his nascent soul father, he would have been utterly powerless against that hidden weapon. Swoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, He swiftly drew several daggers from his side and hurled them fiercely towards the direction of the bullet's origin. However, the sniper was situated 1,000 meters away, and without any spiritual energy to lock onto, the daggers merely spiraled aimlessly before returning to Earth. Damn it! This humiliation shall be repaid 1,000-fold. With that declaration, he propelled himself into the air, soaring several dozen meters high, swiftly adjusting his energy to locate the concealed sniper. Ah, so that's where you are. Prepare to meet your end. The Golden Core Cultivator utilized a secret technique to pinpoint the sniper's position and immediately set off to exact his revenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more bullets whistled through the air. Yet, the Golden Core Cultivator seemed to have anticipated this. He stepped into the void, executing a deft maneuver to narrowly evade the incoming rounds. Nonetheless, 3 deep gashes appeared on his back, blood streaming down his garments. Longer, do not go. The Taoist in purple sensed an overwhelming danger and attempted to call back his son. However, Longer, the Golden Core Cultivator, pressed on, exerting the last vestiges of his strength towards the sniper's position, knowing that only by closing the distance could he hope to confront such an enemy. Suddenly, a fierce gust sliced through the air. The Golden Core Cultivator's body stiffened momentarily as a flurry of vibrant blood blossoms erupted across him. The bullet fired from the 12.7mm heavy machine gun effortlessly penetrated the protective aura of a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, tearing his body asunder. With a series of explosive sounds, the bullets detonated within him, scattering his remains in disarray. The shattered fragments of his corpse lay strewn across the desolate expanse, rendering it unrecognizable as that of a once-living cultivator. In the distance, atop a hillside, a burly warrior with a muscular build and a rugged visage gasped for breath from within a concealed trench. At this moment, wisps of smoke emanated from the heavy machine gun in his grasp, the steam from its water-cooled barrel rising into the air. Squad leader, please don't blame me. I couldn't help but open fire when I saw him heading our way. The giant chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Damn you. You could have restrained yourself a bit. The higher-ups instructed us to capture him alive. Now, with the noise you made, we can only gather the remains with a shovel. The elder in purple robes had yet to comprehend the situation when he was met with a gruesome scene of dismemberment. Longer. The aura of the ancient Yuan in Cultivator surged dramatically, summoning a tempest that swept through the area. Chapter 12, The Gauss Weapon Humph. What a charade. Atop the distant hill, the sniper snorted derisively. After expending the bullets in his firearm, he swiftly grasped another sniper rifle that was already loaded and resumed firing. Moments later, 3 bullets sliced through the air with increased velocity, aimed at the vital points of the nascent soul elder, the center of his brow, his heart, and his neck. These 3 projectiles approached from 3 distinct directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for the nascent soul practitioner. Such petty tricks dare to flaunt themselves before me. The nascent soul elder roared, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that coalesced into a massive sphere of true essence, enveloping his form. The bullet struck the surface of the true essence sphere with a series of sharp sounds, scattering sparks in all directions. Then, like mosquitoes colliding with a solid wall, they plummeted to the ground, unable to penetrate even a fraction further. Not without merit for an extraterrestrial. Yet is this truly all you can muster? The sniper atop the hill scoffed, then seized the nearby electromagnetic sniper cannon, taking aim at the nascent soul elder. This was the latest Gauss kinetic weapon developed by the nation of Huaxia, utilizing electromagnetic propulsion technology to accelerate depleted uranium alloy projectiles to a staggering velocity of 5,000 meters per second, nearly 5 times that of a Barrett rifle. Furthermore, as the initial velocity doubled, the bullet's lethality increased exponentially. Capable of effortlessly penetrating 100 millimeters of armor within a distance of 2 kilometers. 98, 99, 100. The Gauss weapon indicated that it was fully charged. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A flash of silver streaked through the air, followed by a resounding boom. The true essence barrier surrounding the nascent soul elder shattered like a broken mirror, dispersing into countless motes of light. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the elder sensed the impending danger, the Gauss bullet had already impacted his chest. Crack, crack. The elder's chest caved in, a fine fissure spreading across his torso, and he was immediately sent flying backward. Thud. The nascent soul elder flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing into a tree trunk as thick as a man, toppling into the sandy earth. Cough, cough, cough. Gush, gush. A series of blood-spitting sounds erupted as the purple-robed Taoist expelled a copious amount of blood, his chest blackened and mangled. With a massive bullet imprint evident at his heart and lung region, he spewed forth torrents of blood, his eyes bulging, clearly suffering from a grievous injury. The power of that bullet was sufficient to rival the full-force strike of a peak nascent soul expert. However, to vanquish a formidable figure like the purple-robed Taoist in the later stages of the nascent soul realm, a single bullet was evidently insufficient. While the physical strength between nascent soul and golden core practitioners may not differ significantly, the density of true chi and the comprehension of their techniques are far from a simple equation of 1 plus 1. The cultivator in the nascent soul stage has already mastered the power of the domain, capable of manipulating true energy to alter the surrounding environment. The recent true essence sphere exemplified this, compressing the nearby air into a formidable barrier in an instant. Unfortunately, while such a barrier may suffice against ordinary firearms, it crumbles effortlessly against the modified kinetic weapons. With a soft gasp, the purple-robed Taoist spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, his head drooping, face as pale as parchment, as if he might expire at any moment. Longer, the old Taoist struggled to lift his gaze, staring at the scattered remnants of his lone sprout. A tempest of grief and fury intertwining within him, tears streaming forth in profound sorrow. Very well. I shall flay and dismember this tribe, and for you, I will reconstruct your physical form. He had discerned that the techniques employed by these natives, while undeniably potent, lacked any spiritual energy. This signified that even if the physical body were shattered, the primordial spirit could remain intact, given time, as long as he could find a vessel to possess. Restoration was inevitable. Rise. The old Taoist formed a seal and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a thunderous cacophony reverberated across the expanse, stones and dust flying. Walls of yellow sand erupted from the ground, a testament to the might of the nascent soul elder, who, utilizing his internal spiritual energy, effortlessly manipulated the surrounding matter to conjure a defensive technique akin to earth magic. Bang, bang, bang. The Gauss weapons relentlessly bombarded the earthen walls, shattering one only for another to rise in its place. However, as the swirling yellow sand thickened, the sniper's vision began to blur, rendering him incapable of accurately pinpointing the Elder's location. Report, visual lost, requesting fire coverage. An observer activated the walkie-talkie to inform command. Received. Fire support team notified for saturation fire. Please provide detailed coordinates. The command post issued orders without hesitation. The artillery positions erupted with exhilaration. Their initial belief of being sidelined was quickly dispelled, and they readied their cannons for bombardment. Coordinates 0241. Range 4. Proximity fuse, high explosive rounds. 3 shells calibrated, fire. With the artilleryman's shout, the shells soared with fiery trails. In no time, the shells accurately struck the ground, the resulting shockwave sweeping outward and demolishing numerous yellow sand walls. Target due west, distance 5,000 meters, coordinates 0259, artillery ready, fire. Dozens of shells, trailing flames and piercing shrieks, descended upon the Elder's previous location. Boom. The aftermath of the explosion swept through the air, stirring a cloud of dust. Damn it, I will kill you. Avenging my son. The nascent soul elder roared, rising with a visage twisted in rage, glaring towards the distant artillery. Seizing the moment amidst the cannon fire, he ingested several high-grade elixirs, swiftly replenishing his internal spiritual energy. These elixirs were exceedingly precious, only distributed upon achieving significant merit for the sect. Were it not for the bizarre nature of this planet and the absence of any spiritual energy to aid his recovery, he would have never dared to consume such valuable potions. Moreover, due to the absence of external spiritual resonance, even though he possessed the power of the nascent soul realm, his strength was significantly diminished, barely reaching 2 or 3/10 of his usual prowess. On an ordinary indigenous planet, such power would suffice to contend with the entire armed forces. Yet today, this planet was fraught with anomalies. Not only could these fearsome spiritual artifacts be wielded by mere mortals, but even more egregious was the fact that these ostensibly invaluable high-tier spiritual instruments were squandered as if they bore no cost. Where there is abnormality, there must be malevolence. With this thought, the nascent soul elder realized that remaining here would likely result in dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to flee, deeming even a painful sacrifice worthwhile if it meant preserving his life. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly mobilized the scant true essence remaining within him, emanating a tremendous sense of oppression that enveloped the surroundings. Soon, A gray mist began to rise from beneath the purple-robed Taoist's feet, expanding in a circular formation until it enveloped him entirely. With a swift motion, the purple-robed elder bent his legs slightly and propelled himself into the void, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he hastily retreated into the distance. This old fellow actually managed to escape. Regardless, this time, we have surely inflicted injury upon the alien. He cannot evade our pursuit this time, came the excited voices from the command center. Report, Commander. The enemy is fleeing. We request permission to pursue. A communications officer's voice rang out amidst the command center. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team for investigation and inform the airborne brigade to prepare. The commander instructed after a moment's contemplation. Understood, responded the communications officer. Soon, several army helicopters ascended from the command center, hastening towards the fleeing nascent soul elder. Although the elder was injured, he remained composed, being a seasoned master of the nascent soul level with a millennium of experience. With his current reserve of true essence, returning to the flagship posed no significant problem. Once there, he would simply notify the main forces to prepare, ensuring the annihilation of these indigenous beings. Chapter 13. The Cloud Immortal Star System in the Outer Atmosphere. 3,000 kilometers from Earth, hundreds of spacecraft lay in ambush within the orbit. These vessels are the mainstay of the Cultivation civilization, each spanning several kilometers and capable of carrying thousands of souls. Although equipped with anti-gravity arrays, past experiences of descent reveal that the sheer size of these warships renders them slow-moving targets in the atmosphere, making them easy prey. Therefore, the main fleet will only land once the Vanguard has secured the surface and established a stable forward base. It has been a day already. Why has there been no news from the front lines? A tall nascent soul cultivator inquired with evident concern. Do not fret, they should arrive shortly, replied Xiaoyi. Clad in a pale blue robe, his smile exuding warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom and coldness. He ranked 6th among the outer sect elders of the Cloud Immortal sect and was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, surpassed only by Xiao Chun in terms of cultivation. This time, he led 3 fellow cultivators of the nascent soul stage, dozens of golden core disciples, and over 200 foundation establishment disciples, a truly impressive force. Xiao Shixiang, I suspect those reconnaissance scouts have stealthily seized resources. The inner sect disciples have always consumed the meat first, leaving us with but a sip of soup. Another male cultivator at the early nascent soul stage retorted indignantly. Do not speak carelessly. Caution is the mother of safety. I sense something amiss. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before instructing. Continue monitoring the situation and inform me immediately if anything unusual arises. Understood, the group responded in unison. Report, Shixiao. A golden core female disciple hurried into the command room, eager to relay information. Hush. Xiao Yi raised a finger to silence her, then exchanged a knowing glance with the others, who discreetly exited the room. What news? Is there any word from the front? Once they were alone, Xiao Yi whispered. The golden core female disciple shook her head. None. Strange. According to the plan, they should have arrived by now. Xiao Yi's brow furrowed in worry. Could something have gone awry? That seems implausible. The female disciple's eyes widened in shock. This time, we have sent Yin Daozhong and his son to secretly capture the remnants of the Yi clan. With his strength at the nascent soul stage, failure should be impossible. Regardless, we must hastily dispatch a support force. If Xiao Chun catches wind of this, we may lose our advantage. Xiao Yi stated gravely. Very well. I will contact the outer sect disciples immediately to expedite reinforcements. The golden core female disciple nodded eagerly. Do not raise an alarm. We are still in the planning phase. Xiao Yi reassured her. I have already reached out to several nascent soul cultivators from the outer sect. They will arrive shortly. With the addition of the outer sect disciples, we will have a total of 10 nascent soul experts, which should suffice. Indeed, let us hope so. The golden core female disciple nodded before turning to prepare for the task. After her departure, Xiao Yi shattered a jade talisman, sending a surge of information into the void. In a distant realm, situated 100 light-years from the solar system, 2 resplendent orange stars float amidst the void, radiating an astonishing brilliance that rivals the sun itself, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon them. These are the 2 principal stars of the Yunxian Sect's core star system, the sun and the moon. The sun, composed of countless hydrogen and helium atoms, possesses an immensely powerful magnetic field that directs surrounding cosmic rays into its depths, generating a prodigious amount of energy. In contrast, the moon, while relatively smaller, shines with a more dazzling light and harbors its own unique magnetic field, adept at absorbing energy. The moon can transmute the energy emitted by the sun into vast reserves of spiritual energy, available for cultivation. Together, these two stars illuminate the magnificent Yunxian star system. Within this celestial domain, there exist 5 planets, each exceptionally suited for human habitation, with each planet boasting 1 or 2 satellites, transformed by cultivators into sanctuaries for spiritual practice. This unique stellar configuration is the reason the suns in the cultivation world exhibit distinctive properties. Their unique structures facilitate the conversion of sunlight, heat, and radiation into spiritual energy. The sun and the moon influence each other's trajectories, ultimately aligning to produce even greater energy, thereby accelerating the speed of cultivation. Such a stable binary star system is a rarity in the cosmos. Compared to ordinary single-star systems, the spiritual energy contained within a binary system is significantly more abundant, leading to swifter cultivation progress. In contrast to the instability of trinary systems, the binary star configuration is far more stable, devoid of the tumultuous cycles of chaotic and orderly epochs, thus allowing for a smoother advancement of civilization. The Yunxian star system is indeed blessed with favorable conditions. It is this opportune environment that enabled the Yunxian sect to expand rapidly during the 40 millennia since the dawn of civilization. The Yunxian civilization, arising from this star system, managed to master spiritual energy and cosmic navigation technologies even in its primitive era. With an early grasp of curvature formations, interstellar travel allowed the Yunxian sect to conquer thousands of habitable star systems, acquiring vast resources and a population numbering in the hundreds of billions. Within the galaxy, it stands as a formidable force, rivaling even the most renowned superpowers. This superpower is firmly rooted in the foundation of the sun and the moon, which are the largest celestial bodies in the Yunxian star system and the regions where spiritual energy is most concentrated. It is this environment, shaped by the 2 stars, that has fostered an abundance of powerful figures and prodigies within the Yunxian sect. The Yunxian Imperial Palace, the capital of the Yunxian Empire, is a grand city and the most prosperous area within the entire star system. At this moment, within the inner hall of the palace, a man clad in black stands upon the steps, surveying the gathered ministers below. My esteemed ministers, I have summoned you here to announce a matter of great urgency. The man, exuding an air of authority, possesses an elegant demeanor, courteous in his conduct, dressed in a white robe, radiating the majesty of sovereign power. He is none other than Huang Fuyun, the ruler of the Yunxian Empire. Your Majesty, we eagerly await your directives. The ministers respond in unison, their voices filled with anticipation. Indeed, Your Majesty, what is your command? In the grand hall, the ministers echoed in agreement. Very well. I have summoned all of you today because it pertains to a matter of utmost significance regarding the survival of our dynasty, and thus I seek your esteemed opinions, declared Huang Fuyun with a grave expression. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the ministers in the hall turned solemn. Chapter 14. The Yi Clan recently. Reports from the Jinui have suggested the potential discovery of remnants of the Yi clan in a remote indigenous star system. Huang Fuyun paused momentarily, his tone growing increasingly stern. Upon uttering this statement, the previously murmuring courtiers fell silent, the palace becoming so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the ancient empire, the Yi clan is a topic that cannot be broached. Since the last celestial battle, they have been condemned to extermination for their alleged treasonous schemes. The collateral damage has been catastrophic, with dozens of planets associated with them facing annihilation. After a prolonged silence, a robust middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I believe this to be mere rumor, or perhaps a smokescreen released by a rival nation to distract us from our military readiness. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion, King of Jinan? Huang Fuyun inquired with genuine interest. The middle-aged man, bowing respectfully, replied, If Your Majesty would permit, I have spent time stationed at the borders, and I am acutely aware of the scarcity of spiritual energy and the barren resources in those remote areas. It is unlikely that the remnants of the Yi clan would seek their demise in such a desolate place. I concur with Prince Zhao's assessment. Came the chorus of agreement from the assembled ministers. Observing the reactions of his courtiers, Huang Fuyun chuckled softly and remarked, Am I not also aware? However, we must remain vigilant concerning the Yi clan. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty, the courtiers praised once more. In my view, since the Jinui has already been dispatched to eliminate them, Even if there are indeed remnants of the Yi clan, their eradication is only a matter of time. There is no need for excessive concern. The king of Xinnan seemed to perceive the emperor's thoughts and continued, "If your majesty remains uneasy, I shall personally lead an army to thoroughly obliterate that remote star system." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyun's brows relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of admiration as he said, "Very well, King of Xinnan, you shall undertake this task. Rest assured, your majesty, I shall comply with your command." The king of Xinnan responded with a bow. "Ah, there is one more matter," Huang Fuyun declared, tossing a tiger talisman that landed steadily before the king of Xinnan. "This is the tiger talisman of the Imperial Guard. You may issue commands at will. I am aware that the situation at the front is tense, so there is no need for your personal troops to return for the time being. Your servant expresses profound gratitude for your majesty's grace." The king of Xinnan's heart swelled with joy. This talisman not only elevated his authority but also signified access to vast royal resources. With such resources at his disposal, he stood a better chance at breaking through his cultivation bottlenecks in the future. In a belt of asteroids at the periphery of the galaxy, a colossal cluster of meteors lay concealed. At the center of this cluster, upon a larger asteroid, stood an ancient and grand altar. Atop the altar rested two bronze coffins, one male and one female. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the occupants of the coffins exhibited no signs of breath, appearing as though they had lain in eternal slumber for countless years. Before them sat an elderly man in a gray robe, a mysterious figure and a formidable master at the pinnacle level of the Tai Xianxian. The aged man's palm rested upon the two stone coffins adjacent to the bronze sarcophagus, his profound celestial energy coursing into the coffins. In an instant, the two corpses within radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing two torrents of formidable celestial aura that surged skyward, stirring the very fabric of the cosmos. As these terrifying celestial energies ascended to the heavens, the elder promptly dispelled his own seal, revealing his true form. "Greetings, master." Upon awakening, the two young figures positioned themselves on either side of the elder, bowing deeply. "Elder Yi, do we have news of our child?" inquired the young woman with urgency. The man, his eyes reddened, remained silent. Sighing, the elder slowly shook his head, his voice aged and hoarse. "I have just received word. The wretched Huang Fuyun has intensified his efforts to eliminate us, even deploying his own imperial guards to hunt down our Yi clan. It is best that we do not linger here any longer, which is why I have awakened you. As for your child, there is still no news." At this revelation, the man could no longer contain his emotions and embraced the woman tightly, his voice choking with sorrow. "It is all my fault. If I had not undergone tribulation 30 years ago, we would not have attracted pursuers, and our Fonger would not be missing." The elder in gray robes sighed. "Nay, it is not so. Fate has its own design. Your bond with your child is not yet severed, and there will surely be an opportunity for reunion in the future. Furthermore, your child, having been born amidst tribulation, possesses innate talents that far exceed the average. Given time, he shall attain great fortunes." Upon hearing the elder's words, the couple's expressions transformed from despair to hope, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at him. Noticing their change in demeanor, a faint smile graced the elder's lips. "Do not forget, your child bears another identity. You are renowned celestial beings of the illustrious Yi clan. How could your child be ordinary? Thus, Yi Feng is destined to become a formidable leader, reviving the Yi clan. This, too, was my intention in sheltering you." Upon hearing this, the Yi couple finally smiled through their tears, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Indeed, you have suffered these years. Allow me to send you away now, lest we draw suspicion." As the elder spoke, he waved his hand lightly. The void trembled, and the figures of the Yi couple gradually faded, transforming into streaks of light as they entered the interstellar passage. "Well then, I have done all that I could for you. The remainder depends on your own effort and fortune," the elder murmured softly, before his form transformed into a streak of light, hurtling into the interstellar passage. As the passage closed, tranquility returned to the surroundings, leaving only an echoing silence in its wake. Chapter 15. The Interrogation Room in the depths of Huaxia, Hanjiang City, 3,000 meters underground. The command center was abuzz with activity. Personnel clad in uniforms and military attire traversed the expansive hall, their urgency palpable as a myriad of intelligence reports and documents were dispatched to various chambers. At this moment, within a highly classified interrogation room on the lowest level, the imposing figure of Professor Luo scrutinized the barely conscious captive of the cultivation realm before him, a victim of treachery from his own kin, a Yuaning expert. Upon his capture, he had been promptly transported to the highest echelons of Huaxia's decision-making body. The captive was firmly secured to a titanium alloy framework, encircled by a thick barrier of blast-resistant glass. Numerous tubes and wires were affixed to his body, designed to monitor his vital signs. Beside Professor Luo stood Yifeng, clad in a white tracksuit, accompanied by two high-ranking government officials and several staff members. Even General Zhang Jin lacked the clearance to enter this chamber. This marked humanity's inaugural direct encounter with extraterrestrial civilization, an event of undeniable significance. Huaxia had not only concealed this information from other nations but had also kept the number of those privy to the existence of the alien captive within its own ranks to an absolute minimum, underscoring the interrogation's utmost importance. Yifeng glanced at his wristwatch, his brow furrowed. The interrogation had already persisted for nearly an hour. Yet the cultivator showed no inclination to speak. "Professor, how is it progressing?" Yifeng inquired softly, his voice tinged with concern. "From what we can observe, the linguistic system of this civilization bears a striking resemblance to our ancient dialects," Professor Luo replied, casting another assessing glance at the extraterrestrial captive. In his possession were several silk scrolls discovered on the captive, indicating that this civilization had yet to devise papermaking or printing techniques. Their script was inscribed by hand on silk. Yifeng cast sideways glances at the contents on the silk, noting the intricate and curvilinear characters that resembled a form of pictographic writing, evoking an inexplicable familiarity as though he should be able to comprehend these symbols. "Yifeng, do you find it reminiscent?" Professor Luo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, these are variations of oracle bone script, were it not for their origin. I might suspect he was an ancient being who traversed time," Yifeng responded. "Well, given the cultural similarities, the next steps should be straightforward. Wake him up." Professor Luo instructed the nearby personnel, signaling that they could proceed. With a sharp crackle, a jarring electrical sound filled the room as the unconscious captive jolted awake, immediately beginning to thrash violently. "Stay still. Move again, and I shall make you wish for death." Professor Luo barked, then commanded, "Administer a tranquilizer to calm him down." "Understood," replied one of the staff, expertly grasping a syringe and advancing toward the individual. Yet, Yifeng abruptly interposed his hand, halting their actions. "No, the tranquilizer is ineffective. I suggest we employ anesthetic agents instead." Yifeng intervened, his instincts urging him that any method employed against this individual would be justifiable. He had heard that the alien could recover even after being struck directly by thermite, so there was no need to worry about the possibility of drug overdose. However, should the sedatives prove ineffective and instead provoke a violent reaction, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Professor Luo contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. "For safety's sake, administer a 5-fold dosage of the anesthetic." After receiving the injection, the alien cultivator indeed became noticeably more subdued, its struggles growing sluggish. Yet it did not completely lose its faculties. This astonished the staff nearby. The dosage administered should have incapacitated even an elephant. The fact that this individual could still endure was utterly astonishing. The ancient being, having paused for a moment, ultimately ceased its thrashing. The effort to heal its wounds had depleted nearly all of its vital energy, and in this place, there was no external source to replenish it. The only reason it remained conscious was due to its formidable physique characteristic of the nascent soul stage. Slowly, it raised its head and cast a sweeping glance over the gathered individuals. When its gaze fell upon Yifeng, its breathing suddenly quickened. The fluctuations in the life-monitoring device became alarmingly erratic, as if it encountered something of profound terror. Yifeng, too, exhibited a look of confusion, suddenly gripped by a sense of eerie familiarity that he could not quite articulate. Yi clan, croaked the cultivator across from him. Its voice, though aged, still emanated a palpable aura of intimidation that compelled those present to take a step back. To outsiders, the cultivator's speech resembled ancient Chinese pronunciation, akin to a regional dialect. Yet none could decipher its meaning, except for Yifeng, who comprehended the alien's words with clarity. "Yi clan, how does this being know my surname?" Yifeng, an orphan since childhood, had been discovered by his adoptive parents with only a maple leaf-shaped token on him, which led to his name, Yifeng. For years, he had worn this token close to his heart in hopes of finding his biological parents. How could this alien discern his surname at a glance? More crucially, how was he able to understand its language? As an astronomy student, Yifeng's knowledge of languages was limited to Chinese and English. with little to no exposure to ancient literature or linguistics. Yet, when those archaic words reached his ears, his mind instinctively translated them. Even more astonishingly, the utterance of these two characters seemed to unlock a hidden switch within his brain, flooding his thoughts with a torrent of information. He felt an inexplicable ability to articulate this ancient tongue. Tentatively, Yifeng parted his lips and incredulously inquired, "Who are you?" At this utterance, not only did the bound cultivator react, but even Professor Luo regarded Yifeng with an expression of disbelief, which was swiftly replaced by comprehension, as if it were entirely natural for Yifeng to articulate extraterrestrial language. Ahem, the student of mine has been fascinated by extraterrestrial fleets for 3 years. During this time, he has acquired a certain proficiency in alien languages through his specialized knowledge. This is precisely why I insisted on bringing him along, Professor Luo elucidated. Xiaoyi, please continue assisting me with the translations. Chapter 16, Cultivators and Spiritual Energy. Yifeng took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. He scrutinized the cultivator before him, noting the peculiar shade of his eyes, which were a faint purple, contrasting sharply with the slightly darkened irises of ordinary humans. "What is your name?" Yifeng inquired. Xiaoyi, the other party responded, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he readily divulged his name. Haha, I never imagined that a descendant of the Yi clan truly exists on this planet. Xiaoyi laughed, albeit with a hint of resignation woven into his mirth. Unfortunately, my current cultivation is restricted. Otherwise, do you think mere ants like you could possibly impede me? If I manage to capture you, a remnant of the Yi clan, it would be a monumental achievement, enough to elevate me to the rank of intersect elder. Perhaps even the position of sect leader could be within my grasp. Oh, so I hold such significance? Yifeng asked with keen interest, realizing from Xiao Ye's reaction that he was likely a high-value target. Possibly one of the primary objectives of this extraterrestrial fleet. Significance is an understatement. You don't truly believe that fleeing here would allow you to evade the pursuit of the Yunxian Empire, do you? Comply with me, and I may spare you some suffering. Xiao Ye's tone grew increasingly arrogant. Haha, so you imply that the forces of the Yunxian Empire have already tracked me down? Yifeng continued to inquire, while internally remaining vigilant, acutely aware that Xiao Yi's words indicated he possessed greater knowledge of this world. Indeed, you are quite astute, Xiao Yi declared with delight. Our fleet has long since arrived near Earth, and an assault on this planet is imminent, with more reinforcements to follow. I am merely a vanguard, having inadvertently fallen into your trap due to a moment of carelessness. Carelessness, you say? Your strength should be commendable, yet here you are, defeated by us. What does it matter how many of you there are? Yifeng retorted with a mocking tone. Feel free to test your mettle. While your spiritual artifacts are formidable, they will be utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of numerous high-level cultivators. Even I find myself powerless against them, let alone you mortals devoid of any spiritual roots. Xiao Yi countered. Are you not concerned that I might perish outside? In such a case, you would gain nothing, Yifeng challenged. Humph, you underestimate us. As long as we desire your survival, we possess ample means to revive you, even if you were to turn to ashes, Xiao Yi replied. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. What is your true objective? What manner of entity is the Yunxian Empire, and why are you targeting me? You ask too many questions. I scarcely know where to begin. But rest assured, once I capture you and deliver you to the sect, all will be revealed. Xiao Yi spoke coldly, clearly unwilling to share further information with Yifeng. Seeing that Xiao Yi had lapsed into silence, Yifeng decided against pressing for more answers. At that moment, a language analysis expert had already decrypted the intelligence contained within the Silk Scroll based on their conversation and intercepted information. The message inscribed on the Silk Scroll was remarkably straightforward. It documented a secret mission, locating the remaining descendants of the Yi clan. Originally, these individuals had come in search of me, Yifeng muttered to himself, subsequently revealing a look of enlightenment. Suddenly, he recalled the enigmatic dream that had plagued him for decades. In that dream, his family was besieged by a group of people, and he was transported to Earth through a peculiar formation created by his parents. Upon waking, he sensed a transformation within his body, yet he never anticipated the convoluted nature of the circumstances surrounding it. With the revelation of the truth, Yifeng felt a considerable sense of calm wash over him. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him, potentially unraveling the mystery of his origins. How did they ascertain the existence of descendants of the Yi clan on Earth? I have reviewed the information regarding Yifeng. He is an orphan who has never left the planet. Professor Luo expressed his confusion, insisting that he needed to clarify certain matters. The specific details remain unknown, but this individual should indeed be on Earth. We will expedite our efforts to locate this descendant of the Yi clan. A staff member responded. By the way, the genetic testing results of the extraterrestrials have also been released. Their bodily structures and organ systems are indeed different from those of humans. Another staff member hastily approached, presenting a substantial analysis report. Yifeng skimmed through several pages, discovering a wealth of recorded parameters regarding the physical attributes of the aliens, including blood, bones, muscles, and organs. Are you certain that these individuals possess the same genetic makeup as us? Yifeng furrowed his brow. His understanding of science was limited to literature. Yet he was acutely aware that the physical strength of these extraterrestrials far exceeded that of ordinary humans. I can assure you, their genetic structure is entirely identical to ours. This similarity is strikingly apparent, akin to two machines from the same production batch, sharing the exact characteristics, the staff member elucidated. Then why are their movements so swift? And their combat prowess so formidable? They can withstand firearms with sheer physicality. Such bodily strength could rival that of high-strength alloys. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then raised his head to inquire of the staff member. As for this, it is still under investigation. However, one thing is certain, their cells seem to harbor a peculiar form of energy that we have never encountered before, the staff member continued to explain. This special energy is referred to as spiritual energy in their language. Current test results indicate that spiritual energy is a rather advanced energy pattern that can effortlessly convert into various forms of energy, such as light, heat, and electricity. Interestingly, this spiritual energy can even temporarily enhance the physical body, accelerating the healing of wounds. In summary, they possess an extraordinary recovery capability, vastly superior to that of ordinary humans. Additionally, spiritual energy exerts a potent stimulating effect on biological cells, increasing the activity of human cells, thereby accelerating metabolism and generating additional nutrients, the staff member added. It can also enhance cellular vitality? Yifeng exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Indeed, and it requires neither drugs nor external conditions. Merely the conversion of some spiritual energy can rapidly rejuvenate the body, the staff member replied. This is utterly astonishing, Yifeng murmured to himself, reflecting on the vague speculations he had previously entertained regarding the technological advancements of these extraterrestrial civilizations. He was taken aback by the astonishing efficacy of such psychic energy. It is worth noting that on Earth, humanity relies solely on pharmaceuticals, medications, and instruments. When injured, individuals are left to depend on their own self-healing abilities. Should the enigma of psychic energy be unraveled, countless patients could liberate themselves from the clutches of illness, and perhaps the human lifespan could be significantly extended. Chapter 17. The array patterns. Professor Luo seemed to have anticipated Yifeng's thoughts and presented one of the documents, stating, the research on spiritual energy is still in its nascent stages. With the current materials we have acquired, it remains challenging to ascertain the true essence of spiritual energy. However, I do possess some intriguing hypotheses regarding this extraterrestrial civilization. Oh, Professor Luo, what insights do you have? Inquired a senior government official with keen interest. Professor Luo continued, firstly, this civilization shares a striking resemblance to our Earth's environment, as evidenced by the genetic analysis report. While the reasons behind the similarities in language and culture remain unclear, it at least indicates that they are humanoid beings. Secondly, their societal structure appears to be in a rather primitive phase. Their civilization seems to categorize individuals based on their mastery of spiritual energy, suggesting they are still entrenched in a feudal system. Furthermore, their industrial capabilities seem predominantly artisanal. The clothing, adornments, and weaponry all exhibit clear signs of manual craftsmanship, utilizing unrefined natural materials. This strongly implies that they are far from achieving industrialization. At this point, Yifeng could not restrain himself from interjecting, yet these extraterrestrials possess highly advanced interstellar navigation technology. It seems implausible that they could develop aerospace technology without having completed industrialization. In response, Professor Luo did not immediately counter his assertion. Instead, he retrieved a bronze sword, a personal weapon commonly used by cultivators. We have already tested this weapon. It is a simple alloy of silver, tin, and copper, with very primitive metallurgical techniques and numerous impurities. Under typical circumstances, such materials would hardly withstand a severe impact. After stating this, Professor Luo gestured for everyone to step back, then raised the bronze sword and struck down forcefully onto the titanium alloy conference table. A resounding crash echoed as the sturdy titanium table remarkably shattered in two. Gasps filled the room as all eyes fixated on the splintered table. The resilience of the alloy was beyond dispute, capable of withstanding even heavy sniper fire. Yet, under the assault of Professor Luo wielding a rusted bronze sword, it crumbled as effortlessly as tofu. Slowly sheathing his sword, Professor Luo smiled and explained, "These extraterrestrial weapons may appear rudimentary, yet under the influence of spiritual energy, the properties and strength of materials undergo profound transformations." Listening to Professor Luo, Yifeng fell into contemplation. It seemed that spiritual energy could not only affect the human body but also exert influence on inorganic substances. Thus, the existence of spacecraft from this alien civilization became plausible. They likely harness certain unique properties of spiritual energy to imbue ordinary materials with extraordinary characteristics. However, the origins of this spiritual energy and the mechanisms by which it operates are the crux of the matter. Without this knowledge, the mere awareness of spiritual energy would be of little utility. Observing the contemplative expression on Yifeng's face, Professor Luo placed the bronze sword beneath the optical microscope, revealing intricate details on the screen. Yifeng noticed that the sword's glimmer was gradually fading, exposing the original hue of its blade. This sword, forged from silver and bronze, emanated a chilling metallic luster from every inch of its surface. The edge of the bronze sword was extraordinarily sharp, glinting ominously, while the blade's patterns were peculiar, resembling ancient symbols with subtle variations. The handle of the bronze sword was adorned with a layer of pale gray engravings, imparting an eerie and sinister aura, as if the sword possessed a palpable malevolence. Yifeng approached the hilt to scrutinize the designs, increasingly unsettled by what he beheld. The handle bore the terrifying visage of a ghastly face, with lifelike features, its bulging eyes and menacing fangs, arms outstretched as if it were bellowing in rage. Atop this ghastly countenance lay a blood-red gemstone, radiating an enchanting yet fearsome glow that inspired trepidation. The moment Yifeng beheld this image, a chill ran down his spine. Akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, every hair on his body standing on end. The patterns on this sword are rather peculiar," Yifeng stammered. Before Professor Luo could respond, Xiao Yi interjected, speaking for himself. You mere mortals possess some discernment. This bronze sword was meticulously crafted for me by a transcendent swordsman. The intricate formations can only be inscribed by masters of the out-of-body realm. It requires the activation of true energy to unleash the sword's true potency. You ordinary folk cannot fathom its profound intricacies." Professor Luo paid him no mind, instead adjusting the magnification further. Under the optical microscope at 1,000 times magnification, the sword's surface patterns remained vividly discernible, with a precision of approximately 40 micrometers, merely half the thickness of a human hair. From a craftsmanship perspective, such artistry could certainly be deemed miraculous, Professor Luo remarked. "Indeed, I must tell you, this is not even the pinnacle of that master-esque skill. My other personal flying sword possesses patterns even more refined than 1/10 of a hair's width," Xiao Yi replied, brimming with pride. "How astonishing it is to conceive that a civilization harnessing such energy could only achieve this level." Professor Luo chuckled, shaking his head without elaborating further. Yifeng understood why Professor Luo held such opinions. Indeed, with humanity's current photolithography technology, it was effortless to produce patterns with nanometer precision, far surpassing the complexity of the bronze sword before them, potentially 1,000-fold more precise. If spiritual energy operates through such formations, humanity could soon replicate this technology, perhaps even exceed it with ease. Our current intelligence is still quite limited. I believe that as we capture more prisoners and acquire additional spoils, deciphering spiritual energy will merely be a matter of time, Professor Luo stated. Yifeng nodded in agreement, yet his mind wandered to another thought. The group of individuals seemed to be approaching with intent. Could it be that I have some connection to the so-called descendants of the Yi clan they speak of? Yifeng inquired. Professor Luo shook his head, responding, "All we know is that the so-called descendants of the Yi clan bear the surname Yi. As to whether you are one of them, we cannot ascertain." He continued, "In the days to come, exercise caution and try to avoid acting alone." Yifeng nodded in agreement, though uncertain of their intentions towards him. He sensed that their motives were far from benevolent. However, given that he was currently situated 3,000 meters underground, surrounded by fully armed soldiers, it would not be an easy task for these extraterrestrial beings to breach the formidable defenses and abduct him. Chapter 18. Hidden agendas. In the vast expanse of 3,000 kilometers above the surface, Beyond the outer atmosphere, aboard a Mundo-class battleship, an oppressive silence enveloped the command chamber. A group of outer sect cultivators gazed intently at the elderly figure in a purple robe who knelt before them, his demeanor grave and despondent. This individual was none other than Elder Yin, a formidable Yuan-ing practitioner who had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, he bore no trace of the imposing presence one would expect from a Yuan-ing master. His disheveled appearance, marred by injuries, rendered his once resplendent purple robe unrecognizable, while the protective armor beneath was in tatters, as if he had been struck by countless bolts of tribulation lightning. What is the situation? A steady and authoritative voice resonated from the depths of the command center. The assembly turned to behold a strikingly handsome young man clad in silver-white battle armor. Seated with unwavering focus, his gaze fixed upon the gathered crowd. Behind him stood several outer sect disciples, each wearing expressions of solemnity. This young man was Xiao Yi, the second-ranked prodigy among the outer sect disciples, and the principal commander of this clandestine operational meeting, overseeing all tactical arrangements personally. He held an additional identity as a member of the Huangfu family, embedded within the Yi family as an elite enforcer, tasked specifically with eliminating the descendants of the Yi clan to prevent future threats. Beside him stood two elders from the outer sect's law enforcement hall, their cultivation levels inscrutable. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. This is dire. Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? Aside from myself, all have perished in battle. The situation is critical. I could only retrieve a fragment of my son's soul, Elder Yin stammered, his lips trembling as tears streamed down his face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's pupils constricted violently, his tone icy. What? Your son has fallen as well? Is there truly a transformation stage expert on this native planet? The specifics remained unclear, yet it was evident that this indigenous planet was far more complex than it appeared. Although the natives displayed no cultivation prowess, the spirit weapons they wielded possessed immense power and destructive capability. As he spoke, Elder Yin dislodged several depleted uranium warheads and fragments of alloy from his tattered armor. His journey escaping from Earth had been fraught with peril. He had endured relentless barrages from anti-aircraft artillery, evaded stealth fighters, and survived several air-to-air missiles that left him disoriented. Had it not been for the multitude of life-preserving artifacts he bore, he likely would have met his end numerous times over. Esteemed colleagues, observe these spirit weapons. I find them rather peculiar. They exhibit no trace of spiritual energy, yet are remarkably resilient. Their hardness comparable to our finest spirit artifacts. Xiao Yi gestured, and a warhead floated to his fingertips. Focusing his true energy, he applied pressure, only managing to slightly deform the depleted uranium projectile. Indeed, this is quite strange. Please, continue. Xiao Yi urged, flicking the warhead with a delicate motion, sending it hurtling towards a nearby shield with such force that it completely penetrated the protective barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they all understood that the shield, designed to withstand naval artillery, had been effortlessly breached. This could only signify that the missile was of extraordinary caliber. The elder in purple robes took a breath and continued, originally, according to our plan, the elite forces we dispatched were sufficient to obliterate the entire indigenous world. However, the natives of this planet proved to be exceedingly enigmatic. Not only did our entire squad suffer annihilation, but several of my prized defensive artifacts were rendered useless as well. Thus, I surmise that we may have underestimated the strength of the indigenous world. Those rascals are far more formidable than we had anticipated, which has led to the current predicament. Upon hearing these words, the command chamber fell into a brief silence, and expressions of shock adorned the faces of all outer disciples. Despite their rigorous training, unwavering resolve, and exceptional resilience to adversity, they were nonetheless profoundly shaken by the elders' depiction of the battle's outcome. They had initially perceived this as an unremarkable native planet that would be effortlessly subdued, only to discover that their adversaries were far more tenacious than expected. Very well. Elder Yin, you should remain here to recuperate. I shall provide the materials necessary for the reconstruction of your child's corporeal form. As for the information you have gathered, it is best not to disclose it to outsiders just yet. Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment before speaking. The elder in purple robe shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. There is no need for such trouble. Since our foes are stronger than we had imagined, I shall rest briefly and then descend once more to avenge my comrades. That is unwise, Xiao Yi interjected firmly, gesturing dismissively. You must focus on your recovery. I will inform that old fellow Shaochen of the location of the descendants of the Yi clan on this planet, allowing his inner disciples to proceed first. However, If that is the case, fulfilling the task assigned from above will become exceedingly difficult. That esteemed individual specifically instructed that the lives of the Yi clan descendants should not fall into the hands of the Shao clan's inner disciples, the elder explained. Xiaowei let out a cold chuckle, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I believe this tough nut to crack will not be easily defeated. Aren't the inner disciples always acting superior? Let them tackle this challenge. After hearing his words, the elder in purple robes opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Rest assured, I will report this matter to that esteemed individual and ensure that the completion of our mission is not delayed, Xiaowei stated nonchalantly. The elder sighed upon hearing this and ultimately refrained from further persuasion. After listening to the report from the outer disciples, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression tinged with skepticism. He could confirm the information regarding the Yi clan's bloodline on the planet. However, the fact that these outer disciples voluntarily disclosed the location of the Yi clan descendants struck him as rather unexpected. After all, these outer disciples had always been duplicitous. Even towards him, they often feigned compliance while disregarding authority. Furthermore, they were disciples sent for training from various sects. And even if they were aware of the Yi clan's whereabouts, it was unlikely they would show such goodwill in informing him. Well then, since that is the case, I shall seize this opportunity to test my enhanced battleship. After all, this is merely an indigenous planet, unlikely to stir any significant waves. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaochen reached a decision. Very well, you outer disciples shall remain here on standby. Once we have secured the surface, I will send word for your arrival. With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen signaled for those below to withdraw. Chapter 19. The fleet advances. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiaochen retrieved a tiger talisman from his storage ring, a crucial key for commanding the fleet. The Yunxian Empire's fleets are typically categorized into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. The A-ranked fleet is tasked with conquering the Star Sea and engaging in expansionist wars against alien races, equipped with superior armaments and well-trained personnel, often under the command of formidable beings in the tribulation stage. The B-ranked fleet serves as colonial vessels, designated for seizing star systems exhibiting certain spiritual energy fluctuations. During tense frontline scenarios, they may also function as reserve forces to bolster the line, typically commanded by beings of the transformation stage. The C-ranked fleet generally consists of commercial escort teams formed by ordinary sects, occasionally participating in the conquest of indigenous star systems. Their battleships are often outdated models retired from frontline service, frequently in disrepair, thus their combat efficacy is questionable. The fleet led by Xiaochen is a standard C-ranked fleet, usually comprising several to dozens of Yuan-Ing experts. As for the D-ranked fleet, they are stationed planetary defense troops responsible for safeguarding cities on planets, generally possessing weak combat capabilities and lacking interstellar travel abilities, rendering their martial strength laughable. The Tiger Talisman grants authority over this C-ranked fleet. Xiaochen tossed the talisman forward gently, and it hovered midair, radiating a brilliant light while an arcane wave emanated, enveloping the entire command room. With a thunderous rumble, a dark passage slowly opened in the void, and the entire fleet began to converge towards the flagship, the Breaking Edge. Each colossal battleship, spanning thousands of meters in length and hundreds in width, was densely populated by cultivators donned in various attires, all gazing ahead, exuding a palpable aura of iron-blooded ferocity. With a flick of his finger, Xiaochen unleashed a flash of silvery sword light that swept through the air, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of soldiers knelt in unison, respectfully addressing subordinates pay their respects to the elder. Xiaochen inclined his head slightly, though silence enveloped the vacuum. Excitement and fervor illuminated his countenance as his gaze swept over this formidable army. Not only was their number vast and their equipment splendid, but what instilled in him greater confidence was the fact that the target they were about to land upon was merely an indigenous planet devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations. Once the heavenly soldiers arrived, this insignificant blue star would soon bow before him. Advance! Crush the enemy before us! Xiaochen proclaimed with vigor, and surrounding him, a veil of mist rose, rendering him akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. Understood, Elder, came the resounding reply, as thousands of battleships roared to life, aligning in meticulous formations, then proceeding along the preordained route towards the spiritually barren planet. Xiaochen piloted the Breaking Edge, heading straight for the location of the Yi clan's bloodline. He understood that once he captured the descendants of the Yi clan, his command would extend far beyond this C-ranked fleet. Unbeknownst to him, the artificial satellites orbiting Earth had already commenced broadcasting this grand advance. The broadcast displayed a clear image on the screens of the operations command room, where everyone was captivated by the ancient-looking ships slowly making their way into the atmosphere. I must state unequivocally that, unless absolutely necessary and without prior permission, the use of weapons of mass destruction is strictly prohibited. If any of you mishandle these precious warships, I shall hold you accountable. Professor Luo threatened in a serious tone. Understood, Professor, we are not foolish. We cherish these magnificent vessels, remarked General Zhang with a chuckle, his gaze gleaming with delight, as if he were beholding his beloved daughter. No sooner had General Zhang finished speaking than a group of young technicians began to chatter excitedly. Wow, these wooden ships are truly outrageous. They can actually operate in the environment of outer space, exclaimed a young man in a white lab coat, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The other engineers chimed in agreement. Indeed, it is hard to fathom what kind of propulsion drives them. As there is not a hint of thermal radiation detectable, the thermal efficiency is astonishing. I believe interstellar travel technology is even more impressive. The key factor must be the so-called psychic energy, added another technician, adjusting his glasses. Haha. Hearing someone mention psychic energy, the others burst into laughter. With the declassification of certain critical information, most were already aware of the capabilities of these extraterrestrial beings. They possess extraordinary superhuman abilities, exhibiting astounding speed, strength, and defensive capabilities, even able to momentarily escape the gravitational pull of Earth and soar through the air, although none could comprehend the underlying principles. These individuals indeed wield godlike powers reminiscent of mythological figures, displaying various astonishing feats. To illustrate simply, after thorough investigation, scientists discovered that these beings could manipulate matter at the molecular level, conjuring natural phenomena such as flames, lightning, and mist out of thin air. However, due to the profound and intricate nature of this ability, existing scientific theories fail to elucidate its mechanics. Consequently, these powers are classified as a form of special psychic energy, endowing them with formidable combat prowess. Moreover, it appears that these beings possess an exceptionally robust regenerative ability. It is said that some of them can slowly recover even after sustaining severe injuries, such as losing half their skull, provided they do not die on the spot. However, this regenerative capacity varies among individuals. Only a select few powerful extraterrestrials can achieve this, while the vast majority will succumb after enduring a few bullet wounds. In stark contrast to their formidable individual abilities, the scientific and technological advancements of these extraterrestrial civilizations seem remarkably primitive. They lack even the most fundamental elements of technology, such as nuclear fusion, superconductors, or electromagnetic cannons, let alone basic advancements like electrical transmission or chemical explosives. It is hardly surprising that there was no response from the alien fleet during previous communications. After all, this group of extraterrestrials has not even developed the most rudimentary wireless technology. Their level of technological advancement is lamentably primitive, roughly comparable to that of Earth in the 12th century. In essence, this alien civilization remains in the nascent stages of agricultural development, rendering them incapable of achieving interstellar travel technology. Based on these assessments, sociological experts have arrived at a preposterous conclusion. The reason this alien civilization can wield such advanced technology is entirely reliant on the so-called psychic abilities. These abilities serve as a universal elixir, rendering the most anomalous phenomena comprehensible. Therefore, what humanity must endeavor to do next is to seize as much equipment related to these psychic abilities as possible, with a sufficient number of samples. Unraveling the mysteries of these powers will merely be a matter of time. Chapter 20. The seal is lifted. Gazing at the imposing fleet in the vastness of deep space, Xiaochen was thoroughly immersed in the euphoria of victory, unable to extricate himself from it. Beside him, the fabric of space began to distort gradually, and a disheveled man stepped forth from the void, kneeling at his side. Xiao Mingshan. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaochen's mind. The newcomer was indeed one of the vanguards he had dispatched, yet at that moment, Xiao Mingshan appeared utterly disheveled. His body was smeared with blood, his complexion ashen, and he seemed to have just clawed his way back from the brink of death. Elder Xiao, we must retreat at once. These natives are peculiar. Xiao Mingshan's voice was chillingly cold, hoarse and unpleasant. Of the 6 yuanying with me, I am the only one who escaped. Upon hearing his tone, an ominous premonition surged within Xiaochen. Is that truly the case? Just as he was about to press him for more details, Xiao Mingshan's consciousness faded, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Looking at the horrifying injuries that marred Xiao Mingshan's body, Xiaochen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder there had been no news from the vanguard. It turned out they had been completely annihilated. To silently eliminate so many Yuanying. Even he would have no certainty of success in such a feat. Could it be that the natives of this planet were concealing their cultivation levels? It seemed improbable. Even if one could mask their presence, how could they do so in a star system devoid of spiritual energy? Could it be that the Yi clan had discovered his whereabouts and begun to retaliate? The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down Xiao Chen's back. The Yi clan, once one of the 7 prominent families of the Yunxian Empire, was particularly renowned for its prodigious talents. Their bloodline was exceptionally suited for cultivation, highly attuned to spiritual energy, making their training remarkably efficient. Consequently, the sect that emerged from the Yi clan, the Wanya sect, boasted the highest number of top-tier powerhouses in the entire Yunxian Empire. However, following their treasonous ambitions, they were ultimately eradicated by the combined efforts of several families. The surviving cultivators of the Yi clan gained a notorious reputation for being exceedingly difficult to deal with, resulting in significant casualties during the Empire's organized extermination campaigns. Xiao Chan gazed at the collapsed Yuanying cultivator before him, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Ha. Who would have thought that Elder Xiao could also exhibit hesitation? A chilling voice echoed from his side. With his cultivation base, Xiao Chun had barely sensed the presence of this individual. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a figure clad in a black cloak, their entire face obscured, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. This person was none other than the notorious culprit of grave offenses, the transformation stage expert, Xiao Xingdong. Before Xiao Chen could utter a word, Xiao Xingdong leisurely continued. How about we make a deal? You release my seal now, and I shall cleanse this planet for you, while also capturing the remnants of the Yi bloodline. What do you say? Huh, how naive you are, Xiao Chen scoffed coldly, utterly disbelieving his words. If I were to help you lift the seal, I would surely be the first to perish. Ha. Even at this juncture, you still harbor doubts about me? Think carefully. Are the Yi people truly so easy to capture? Xiao Xingdong remarked, with your mere C-class fleet, you are hardly a match for the Yi clan. Rather than allowing it to perish at your hands, why not we collaborate and reap mutual benefits? Wouldn't that be delightful? Humph, such a proposition is utterly unacceptable. Xiao Chen retorted resolutely. His concern for the strength of the Yi clan's descendants was overshadowed by the cunning nature of the individual before him. He dared not take risks unless absolutely necessary. In that case, let us await the outcome, Xiao Xingdong scoffed, his form gradually twisting, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Stop, Xiao Chen called out to him immediately. Though he understood that even if there were Yi clan members on this devoid of spiritual energy planet, their strength would likely be minimal. He could not gamble with the fleet he had painstakingly built over centuries. Currently, he found himself on the brink of a breakthrough, desperately in need of abundant resources. The potential loss of his fleet would yield catastrophic consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and halted the other. Have you considered it thoroughly? Xiao Xingdong's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. I can release your seal, but you must first relinquish your physical form. Xiao Chen stated, his voice grave. You should recall our agreement. I brought you here, and your corporeal vessel is now mine to utilize. To this, Xiao Xingdong responded with a laugh rather than anger. Haha, of course. One day you will realize that the body is merely a prison. As he spoke, his consciousness erupted into a dazzling light, swiftly dispersing and then coalescing beside his physical form, creating the illusion of 2 Xiao Xingdongs standing there. Seeing him acquiesce, Xiao Chen exhaled in relief. For cultivators of any realm, the vast majority of techniques rely on the physical body to channel spiritual energy. Once detached from the corporeal vessel, even a master at the transformation realm posed no threat to Xiao Chen. Very well, I shall now release your seal. During this process, you may experience a sensation of burning in your soul. Remember not to resist excessively. Xiao Chen expelled a small contraption from his mouth. The very key to unlock the chains. Yes, proceed. I am prepared, Xiao Xingdong replied, his expression stoic, yet his tone betrayed a profound excitement. For centuries, his cultivation had been suppressed at the golden core stage, a fate more unbearable than death for a being of the transformation realm. The imminent release of his seal and restoration of power was exhilarating beyond measure. Once Xiao Xingdong was ready, Xiao Chen first stored his physical form into his storage ring. He then proceeded to unbind the seal, forming hand signs as a plume of purple fire gradually ascended from the mechanism. As the violet flames danced, the chains binding Xiao Xingdong's soul were slowly drawn forth. The anguished howl of Xiao Xingdong reverberated through the air, chilling to the bone. This represented the most excruciating moment for a cultivator prior to the unsealing, akin to having their soul submerged in boiling oil, provoking involuntary tremors throughout their being. Xiaoxingdong. Hold on. Xiaoqin loudly reminded them that if the seal were to be broken unsuccessfully, both he and Xiaoxingdong would suffer a backlash. I am aware. Xiaoxingdong growled through clenched teeth. I am a dignified transformation realm cultivator. How could mere soul-rending pain compel me to submit? Xiaoqin nodded in agreement, his movements becoming increasingly swift, soon enveloping Xiaoxingdong's spirit with purple flames. Guided by Xiaoqin's incantations, the final chain gradually detached from the spirit, drifting towards him. Wait. Xiaoxingdong suddenly interjected, urging Xiaoqin to halt the output of the purple flames. What is it? Xiaoqin inquired, frowning. The concentration of spiritual energy here is far too low. I cannot regain my strength. Xiaoxingdong chuckled darkly. If I had a physical body, I might be able to assist you in dealing with the descendants of the Yi clan. He gestured towards the unconscious Xiao Mengshan lying on the ground. What? Xiaoqin exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this scoundrel would set his sights on Xiao Mengshan. Xiaoxingdong continued, Elder Xiao, this is quite a bargain. Is it not? A mere yuan-ing cultivator's vessel could exchange for the assistance of a transformation realm expert. Chapter 21. The mystery of the jade pendant. Xiaoqin's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Very well. I hope you will honor your word. A malicious grin spread across Xiaoxingdong's face. I will ensure that Xiao Mengshan's corporeal form serves its utmost purpose. Moreover, I can promise you something. Xiaoqin pondered. You should be aware of the unique lineage of the Yi clan. If you assist me in locating him, I can bestow upon you his spiritual vein. Thus, you would not only restore your cultivation but also be reborn through the spiritual vein. Are you certain this is genuine? Xiaoxingdong's face lit up momentarily, but he swiftly composed himself. Do not deceive me, or else. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I am not acquainted with those remnants of the Yi clan, Xiaoqin scoffed. Furthermore, although the Yi clan's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, the conditions required for awakening it are exceedingly stringent. It is not as simple as you might think. Xiaoxingdong took a deep breath, calming himself, and said, Very well. It is settled then. Xiaoqin nodded and casually extended a finger. A beam of white light flashed through Xiao Mengshan's temple, instantly obliterating his consciousness. Observing this, Xiaoxingdong no longer held back, directly employing a secret method to seize control of the body before him. A surge of potent spiritual energy rippled through the air, and Xiaoxingdong's soul began to contort, gradually transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that drifted towards the lifeless form on the ground. Moments later, Xiaoxingdong's soul fused with the body. Xiao Mengshan, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them, emitting two beams of eerie green light from the depths of his pupils. Ah! Xiao Mengshan uttered a strange sound, and then abruptly stood up, his facial muscles twisting until he gradually assumed the appearance of Xiaoxingdong. Haha, I have finally returned to the light. Xiaoxingdong held in exhilaration, his aura surging dramatically. His body expanded instantaneously, muscles rippling, transforming him into a figure resembling a colossal beast. With a resounding bang, Xiaoxingdong's fist struck the bridge, causing the massive wall constructed of spiritual rock to crumble. I have truly come back to life. He roared with uncontainable joy. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your promise. Assist me in quelling the resistance on this planet. Xiaoqin's icy voice interjected, instantly calming Xiaoxingdong's fervent spirit. Humph. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. However, before that, I must first capture the descendant of the Yi clan. His spiritual vein holds immense significance for me, Xiaoxingdong replied indifferently. Do as you wish, as long as you are willing to take action. Xiaoqin's tone conveyed a hint of resignation. As for the Yi clan's descendant, you may utilize him as you see fit. But I only hope you will uphold your agreement and leave his corpse to me. Of course, Xiaoxingdong replied with a sinister grin. Once I obtain the spiritual vein, I will naturally present him to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxingdong transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the captain's chamber. Watching him leave, a strange smile crept onto Xiaoqin's lips. He effortlessly settled back into his chair, picked up the divination device beside the table, and connected to a consciousness. Hello, Elder. What commands do you have? A respectful male voice emanated from the other end of the line. The entire army is mobilizing to seize Blue Star. Xiaoqin inquired. At your command. At that moment, countless ships traversed the stratosphere, racing towards Earth at high speed, encased in energy shields. These colossal vessels could withstand the intense heat generated by air friction. To an observer on the ground, however, these advancing ships appeared as numerous blazing meteors hurtling towards Earth. Report, General. Enemy vessels are rapidly approaching, now just 30 kilometers from the surface. The intelligence officer swiftly analyzed the data before him. Remain calm. Inform the 2nd Artillery Corps that unless given orders, no unit is permitted to fire. General Zhang instructed calmly. He believed that these extraterrestrial fleets, having journeyed countless miles to reach Earth, would not engage in a suicidal attack. They would undoubtedly halt their advance. At that moment, it would be the opportune time to strike. Have we identified potential landing sites? Professor Luo inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen. According to the simulation, there are 3 possible landing locations, 2 of which are in Western Europe and North America, but their main fleet is heading directly towards us. A major officer reported. Excellent. Immediately implement the plan. All fighter jets are to be on standby. General Zhang commanded decisively. Understood. Additionally, prepare the Eastern Sea Fleet, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Launch ballistic missiles and deploy carrier-based fighters immediately. General Zhang continued issuing orders. Affirmative. Arrangements are underway, the major officer replied solemnly. General Zhang nodded slightly. Turning to his aide, contact headquarters and request immediate reinforcements. Yes. Furthermore, enhance security patrols. We must ensure the protection of Dr. Yi Feng, General Zhang added. Understood. With General Zhang's series of directives, a joint force of 800,000 personnel, organized by the Republic of Huaxia, commenced operations. Everything progressed in an orderly manner, with General Zhang personally overseeing the command center of the joint forces, monitoring the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, deep within an underground air raid shelter, Yi Feng occupied a secluded chamber, idly toying with a personal token. His location was entirely isolated from the outside world. Apart from a ventilation shaft, not even a mosquito could intrude. Ever since Professor Luo suspected him of being a descendant of the Yi clan, Yi Feng had been confined here. Were it not for the lavishness of the chamber, he might have succumbed to despair. This chamber was constructed 4 kilometers underground, surrounded by thick alloy barriers, with sensors embedded in the walls to monitor environmental changes. If Yi Feng chose not to leave the chamber, even if the outside world were to be turned upside down, the defenses here would remain unbreached. Indeed, it was a nuclear-proof facility intended for high-ranking officials, capable of such protective measures. Yi Feng sighed, then shook his head, redirecting his focus to the jade pendant in his hand. This pendant was uniquely shaped like a maple leaf, intricately engraved with a complex and arcane symbol that, at first glance, resembled the character for leaf. This symbol represented the surname of the Yi family. Yi Feng meticulously examined the jade pendant, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him that this piece bore an intricate connection to his own origins. Yet, the precise nature of that connection eluded him. Suddenly, his gaze lingered upon the back of the pendant, where a complex pattern was intricately engraved. Why did this design seem so familiar? A furrow formed on Yi Feng's brow as an ominous premonition surged within him. This pattern, along with the symbols on the front, bore a striking resemblance to the motifs adorning that bronze sword. Could it be that this jade pendant also hailed from an extraterrestrial civilization? Such a thought seemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 22. D-Day. Yi Feng shook his head, casting aside the bizarre thoughts that flitted through his mind. Regardless of the impending alien threat, as long as he remained in this place, his life should be momentarily secured. Beep, beep, beep. The command center was meticulously monitoring the approaching fleet with various equipment. Hundreds of battleships, each several kilometers in length, streamed through the stratosphere and into the troposphere. Here, the oxygen concentration had slightly increased. According to the fleet's landing operation regulations, at this altitude, they could commence the deployment of landing ships and spirit beasts. After drifting in the cosmos for centuries, the cultivators were eager to burst forth from the battleships and savor the fresh air. Before the command could be issued, small landing craft, measuring several meters in length and width, began to detach from the mothership in succession. These landing vessels were specifically designed for chi refinement stage practitioners, who typically had yet to master the art of sword flight and relied on such vessels for long-distance maneuvering. The landing boats featured large, membranous wings on either side, utilizing the updrafts generated beneath them to glide over great distances. The sheer number of chi refinement practitioners was staggering. The landing boats swarmed the skies like countless bees escaping their hive, creating a formidable sight that obscured the sun. In contrast to those cramped within the landing craft, Foundation establishment stage practitioners enjoyed a much more favorable situation. Although they too had not fully mastered sword flight, They often possessed personal spirit beasts for travel. Those Foundation establishment cultivators who could afford flying spirit beasts were now gracefully alighting on cranes or eagles, soaring towards the surface. As for the Golden Core stage practitioners, they no longer relied on any flying spirit beasts but instead rode their swords directly. This delineates why Golden Core cultivators represent a significant threshold within the realm of cultivation. Only they possess the abundant vital energy necessary to perform sword flight in the void for brief periods. It is only upon reaching the Golden Core stage that one earns the title of a true cultivator. Of course, those at the nascent soul stage and above require no assistance from sword flight. They can glide through the void using only their internal vital energy, embodying the true essence of an immortal. The disparity between nascent soul and out-of-body stage cultivators is also considerable. Firstly, out-of-body stage practitioners possess remarkably robust physiques, capable of withstanding the ravages of cosmic radiation. Even during interstellar travel, they can linger in outer space for extended periods, utilizing spells for long-distance flight. Conversely, nascent soul cultivators lack this capability. They can only survive in the harsh environment of outer space with the aid of magical artifacts or specific formations. In this comparison, out-of-body stage practitioners appear exceptionally formidable, with both formidable physical strength and enhanced spell potency. This is precisely why the high-ranking commanders of the Yunstan Empire's fleets must be of the out-of-body stage or higher. Only those with bodies capable of enduring the rigors of outer space are deemed worthy to command second-tier or even first-tier fleets. Xiao Qin's emphasis on this breakthrough stems from this very reason. He is unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime confined within this inferior fleet, merely serving as an anonymous captain. In terms of qualifications and experience, he believes he is on par with any fleet commander within the Empire. The only limitation he faces is his current cultivation level, stuck in the nascent soul stage. Once he breaks through to the out-of-body stage, a promising future will undoubtedly await him. At this moment, Xiao Chun is aboard the flagship in outer space, quietly refining the body left to him by Xiao Xingdong, entirely unaware of the fate that awaits his fleet. 3,000 meters underground, in the operations command room, the communication officer loudly reports the current situation. The enemy's vanguard has already entered our air defense identification zone. Please advise. General Zhang glances at the radar screen and issues commands to all Air Force units to enter a state of heightened readiness. Connect me to the real-time communication channel of the early warning aircraft. I will take command from here. At a coastal Air Force base, 6 of the latest 5th-generation fighter jets swiftly take to the skies, dividing into 3 formations as they roar toward the cultivator fleet. Each formation closely followed by 4 unmanned drones. This represents the most advanced and formidable Air Force capability of the Huaxiao Nation. And just this single flying squadron is sufficient to obliterate 90 of the air forces of countries around the world. Flying Dragon 02 calling Taishan. Our team has infiltrated Airspace 15 and is on standby, searching for enemy targets. The J-20 fighter connects to the channel, with Taishan being the code name for the early warning aircraft. Flying Dragon 02, signal received. The target is 120 kilometers directly west of your position. Execute Plan 1. General Zhang calmly directs. 01. Maintain position. 03 and 04. Maneuver to the rear to block the airspace. Remember, ensure that enemy ships do not penetrate densely populated areas. 03. 04 understood. Moving toward the target airspace. The 2 J-20 squadrons separate from the formation and head toward the rear from different directions. The rear unmanned drones detach and change course, tailing the enemy fleet. The first formation has just taken off when more fighter jets ascend one after another. On the airfield, hundreds of various aircraft remain on standby, ready for action. The chief of staff at the command center is discussing the situation with General Zhang. Our satellites have detected the general direction of the enemy fleet. They seem to be advancing toward our command center. Judging by the images transmitted from the satellites, this fleet is substantial, likely exceeding 100,000 personnel. An officer reports from the side. Really? Such a large scale? General Zhang is momentarily taken aback. The main enemy warships are stationed in the stratosphere, with most of the vessels entering the airspace being small ships and individual combat units. An air raid of this magnitude has never occurred in human history. Nor have we ever conducted similar drills, and Aide nervously remarks. Do not worry, numbers are not an issue. Since we have confirmed the enemy's position, there is no time for hesitation. Let the ground air defense forces commence their attack. General Zhang decisively commands. Understood. Buzzing, buzzing, whoosh, 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 the air defense position resonated with a sharp, piercing roar as thousands of surface-to-air missiles, ablaze with intense flames, trailed white smoke plumes as they hurtled toward the enemy's landing fleet. Whoosh, boom. Countless missiles exploded like fireworks in the inky darkness of night, a dazzling spectacle. Yet, amidst this beautiful and resplendent display of pyrotechnics lay hidden peril and lethal intent, as thousands of missiles tore through the obsidian sky, tracing forlorn arcs before descending upon the enemy's armada. Chapter 23. The air was suddenly filled with the cacophony of explosions, as a series of violent detonations engulfed the sky. Countless landing craft, frigates, and destroyers were reduced to fiery orbs, rolling and wailing amidst the clouds. This was merely an appetizer, under the cover of missiles. Hundreds of thousands of anti-aircraft shells, rockets, and various other weapons rained down upon the enemy fleet with relentless ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of the explosions nearly shattered the very heavens as shockwaves surged skyward, staining the clouds a deep crimson. Brilliant spheres of light burst forth like dazzling fireworks. In the aftermath of this barrage, the vanguard of the fleet was nearly obliterated. The cultivators, still within the landing pods, had no chance to glimpse the scenery of Earth before they were reduced to mere remnants, dissipating into the air. The Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators fared somewhat better, as their smaller and more dispersed targets sustained less damage from the onslaught. Aside from a few unfortunate souls directly struck, the losses were minimal. However, upon witnessing the might of the high-explosive missiles, none dared to continue their assault against the formidable fire net below. To them, each missile bore the immense power of a nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, they could hardly attend to their mission. Tens of thousands of cultivators hastily mounted their celestial cranes and swords, scattering in a desperate flight from the hellish battlefield. Meanwhile, the second wave of aerial strike forces had arrived near the combat zone, consisting of several J-20 and J-16 attack aircraft. With a low hum, the J-20S rapidly descended, circling at an altitude of several thousand meters, surveying the debris and ruins below. 03 calling Taishan. Radar has detected enemy infantry units, preparing to engage. 1 J-20 spotted several Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly retreating from the battlefield. Taishan acknowledges, executing strike. 04, provide full support. 03 received, locking onto all enemies within a 30-kilometer radius. Missiles away. 04 understood, proceeding to target. The 2 J-20S swiftly adjusted their flight paths, pursuing the fleeing cultivators, releasing a barrage of air-to-air missiles with utmost speed. The sound echoing like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom. An enormous explosion erupted, sending a cloud of smoke and fire billowing into the sky. Despite their frantic attempts to evade, the Foundation establishment cultivators were nonetheless injured by the shockwaves, spitting blood. They rode the swiftest celestial cranes of the celestial cloud empire, their velocity nearly reaching 3 times the speed of sound. What in the world is this? Where is this attack coming from? We must flee. This level of assault is utterly unstoppable. In a state of panic, the Foundation establishment cultivators hastily retreated, unaware that the 2 J-20S were relentlessly pursuing them, launching 2 more missiles in the process. Bang, bang. One missile struck a Foundation establishment cultivator, who had no time to scream, as he was engulfed in a blaze of fire, meeting his demise in an instant. Another missile detonated beside a foundational cultivator, engulfing him in flames and reducing him to ashes. What can be done? Their speed is far too swift. Escape is impossible. The remaining 2 foundational cultivators exchanged hurried words, their faces pale with fear. Their celestial cranes were nearing their limits, their speed rapidly declining. Forget it, let us fight. We cannot escape anyway. Even if our bodies are destroyed, it is better than being captured. Besides, even if our physical forms are lost, we can still reconstruct our bodies. There remains a glimmer of hope. You are right. Even if we perish, our consciousness can return to the Nether Palace. That is certainly preferable to capture. This statement seemingly fortified their resolve, and they immediately began to form seals with their hands, chanting incantations. Their bodies gradually turned transparent, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping them as they began to float upward slowly. Hey, why aren't they fleeing? The pursuing J-20 fighter jets were taken aback by the sight. This is bad. Return immediately. We detected intense energy fluctuations. They intend to self-destruct. The officer piloting the aircraft quickly reacted. The J-20 executed an emergency maneuver, altering its course and circling in the air, tracing an arc to bypass the two figures. Boom, boom, whoosh. Two muffled explosions resonated below. As the foundational cultivators could no longer withstand the expanding pressure of spiritual energy and self-destructed, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke that floated in the air. During this process, their physical forms were also torn apart by the spiritual energy, completely vanishing. A similar scene unfolded continuously in this aerial expanse. As fighter jets pursued cultivators riding swords or commanding beasts weaving through the skies. Once a cultivator was locked onto by a fighter jet, their fate was virtually sealed. However, the number of fighter jets was evidently insufficient to eradicate the fleeing cultivators, especially as their air-to-air missiles had been quickly expended, leaving them no choice but to rely on machine guns for attacks within visual range. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns on the fighter jets unleashed a barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the effectiveness of the machine gun fire was severely limited, only managing to graze a few fleeing cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult to strike the elusive practitioners. Even when a shot found its mark, it rarely caused fatal damage. The external vital energy of these cultivators offered some resistance against ordinary bullets. The commanders aboard the stratospheric warships also took note of the intense battlefield below. They could clearly see that this was hardly a war. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Nevertheless, the seasoned nascent soul elders remained unperturbed. Having witnessed countless interstellar wars, they had grown accustomed to such scenes. For cultivators, as long as their souls endure, they do not face true death. Not to mention, the first wave dispatched consisted merely of low-tier cultivators, cannon fodder, meant to exhaust the enemy's spiritual artifacts and ammunition, paving the way for the higher-tier cultivators who would follow to secure victory more smoothly. Interstellar warfare has always been determined by the might of the powerful. Particularly on this indigenous planet, it appears that they lack formidable cultivators, relying entirely on magical artifacts for their assaults. According to their experience, such nascent soul-level magical artifacts are exceedingly rare, with their quantities being extremely limited in any realm. Exchanging low-tier cultivators for these artifacts is undoubtedly a shrewd bargain. However, it seems that the indigenous people possess an abundance of these artifacts. An entire hour has elapsed, yet the barrage below shows no signs of waning. Chapter 24. The main force lands. It appears that our adversaries were well prepared. A true monarch of the nascent soul remarked. Indeed, not only have they established defensive formations, but they have also arranged several offensive arrays that continuously provide fire support. It is likely that our forces will struggle to overcome them in the short term. Another nascent soul powerhouse shook his head and added, moreover, I have heard that the scout teams we previously dispatched have not reported back. It seems this indigenous planet is not as simple as it appears on the surface. I suggest we await reinforcements. Absolutely not. We must not concede defeat. Another nascent soul cultivator countered. That old fellow, Xiao Chun, will not let us off easily. I believe we should press on and complete our mission. Indeed, delaying further would yield no benefits. Let us deploy the main forces. After a thorough discussion amongst several nascent soul commanders, a decision was swiftly reached. All troops, advance. Moments later, a multitude of assault warships detached from the mothership. Unlike ordinary landing vessels, these assault ships were piloted by Golden Core cultivators, each equipped with the Empire's latest spiritual energy shielding formations, capable, through their combined strength, of withstanding attacks from nascent soul elder foes. Furthermore, they were armed with various spiritual artifacts, including the formidable Gathering Spirit cannons, specifically designed to target ground fortifications and easily obliterate fortress walls. Charge! The assault ships erupted with a thunderous roar as they swiftly dove downward. The number of these vessels was staggering, exceeding 50,000. These elite forces, meticulously trained at great expense by Xiaoqian, boasted high-tier spiritual artifacts and flying swords, along with numerous auxiliary weapons. Among these tens of thousands of cultivators were also several dozen nascent soul practitioners, whom Xiaoqian had recruited at substantial cost, specifically to serve as a formidable backbone. Annihilate them. A group of nascent soul elders led their respective elite troops towards the fiery chaos below. In their eyes, these lower-tier natives were easily detectable with a mere sweep of their consciousness. Dispatching some forces would suffice to eradicate them entirely. No matter how powerful the spiritual weaponry, it remains an external tool. Only one's true essence is paramount. Having cultivated to their level, their internal energies had transformed into a tangible form, immensely rich, capable of sustaining days of battle. This encapsulates the distinction between the immortal and the mortal. The lower-tier cultivators are not permitted to flee the battlefield. charged towards the enemy formations. A nascent soul elder transmitted his voice over a vast distance, striving to rally the scattered lower-tier cultivators back to the fray. Should any show cowardice, do not blame me for binding your souls and reducing you to ash. The nascent soul elder ominously threatened. Upon hearing these words, the effect was immediate. Although the cultivators were loath to abandon their physical forms, the prospect of their souls dissipating rendered their material bodies trivial. Instantly, all returning to the battlefield unleashed their spells and treasures, bombarding the enemy positions below with fervent intensity. In an instant, a torrential rain of fire poured down from the sky, transforming the heavens into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Simultaneously, those cultivators who were on the verge of fleeing the battlefield turned back, acutely aware that no tricks could be played under the watchful gaze of the nascent soul experts. Countless flesh and blood bodies collided with a torrent of metal, their anguished cries echoing through the air. These low-ranking cultivators were utterly incapable of withstanding such dense anti-air firepower. A single offensive wave left them with heavy casualties. Yet the remaining cultivators, undeterred, pressed on recklessly against the barrage. The squadrons of fighter jets circling nearby were alerted by the unfolding chaos, swiftly seeking concealed positions to observe the events. Haha, these despicable ants have finally chosen to retreat. Continue the assault, commanded the nascent soul expert. In an instant, countless cultivators activated their spiritual weapons, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks. Each attack, diverse in form, shared a singular target, the anti-air positions on the ground. Boom. Countless flashes of spiritual light erupted, sending waves of formidable energy sweeping forth, leaving behind trails in the sky. Although the majority of the energy attacks were intercepted by the defensive fire, some spells managed to breach the defenses, inflicting a measure of destruction. The previously impregnable defensive lines began to show grotesque fissures under the relentless onslaught of these fearless assaults. And this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, assault ships piloted by cultivators emerged from the clouds, launching a fierce bombardment on the ground fortifications. Bang! Boom! 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 The cacophony of explosive sounds was relentless. The entire position faced an unprecedented and severe trial. Even with concrete fortifications for protection, they found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. These inferior natives dare to resist our cloud immortal empire? They know not the peril they invite. Quickly eliminate these pests to prevent further complications, the nascent soul experts sneered, paying little heed to the war raging below, confident in their assured victory over these mere natives. Even a typical cultivation planet would succumb easily to such high-intensity attacks, let alone these low-tier aboriginals. They simply needed to await the main force's conquest of the defensive positions, then proceed to slaughter these natives and seize their resources and populace. Report: the enemy has begun a suicidal charge. Our position is at risk of being breached at any moment, a distressed major reported. The enemy's numbers vastly exceeded his expectations, and under such concentrated assault, the firepower net began to appear somewhat flimsy. No matter, relay the orders to prepare for the execution of the second phase of the operational plan. General Zhang calmly sipped his strong tea as he issued the command. What a clever trap. Once these oblivious cultivators descend, annihilation will be effortlessly achieved. Professor Luo appeared at his side unexpectedly. Cultivators? Haha, that term is rather fitting. How has your rest been, Professor Luo? General Zhang smiled and invited him to take a seat. Have you any idea where Yifeng might be? Professor Luo inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. You mean Dr. Yi? Rest assured, we have arranged for round-the-clock supervision. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Is there something specific you wish to discuss with him? General Zhang replied, sidestepping the professor's question. It is nothing serious. I merely worry for him, having grown up without parents. It cannot have been easy, and I fear he may feel lonely, Professor Luo expressed with a faint smile. There's no need for such concern. The lad has truly made this place his home and seems to be enjoying himself immensely. General Zhang then activated the surveillance feed, revealing Yifeng engrossed in a game at the computer. Professor Luo scrutinized the footage intently, and after a prolonged pause, he remarked, "That is reassuring. Very well. If all is well, I shall take my leave for a while." With that, he seamlessly blended back into the crowd. Chapter 25. The ground battle. The conflict on the surface rages on. Upon receiving the retreat order, the air defense units ceased fire and methodically retreated to underground fortifications. Having completed their operational tasks for this phase, all medium and large targets have been neutralized, leaving only smaller units to be dealt with by the ground forces shortly. Not far away, hundreds of Type 99 main battle tanks have fully occupied their designated positions. Behind these formidable tanks, a multitude of infantry fighting vehicles, armored transport vehicles, and artillery haulers follow closely. This massive armored contingent has converged upon a relatively small plain, appearing from above like countless marching ants. A rumble resonates through the sky as the sound of helicopter rotors fills the air. Hundreds of colossal armed transport aircraft descend upon the periphery of the plain. The cargo doors of the aircraft swing open, and thousands of elite special forces soldiers, clad in heavy military attire, pour out in an orderly fashion. Under the command of the ground forces, these trained soldiers rapidly assemble to construct temporary fortifications. A few hundred meters from the trenches, within a makeshift barracks, the brigade commander stands before a laptop, manipulating it with focused intent. The radar display on the screen reveals the location of enemy forces. The commander places his hand on the mouse and clicks gently. Instantly, a three-dimensional real-time map materializes on the screen, detailing the precise coordinates of both our troops and the enemy. At this moment, the map indicates a massive fleet slowly advancing directly above the position. This is the main force of the Cultivation civilization, comprising over 10,000 assault ships, an armada even larger than that of the initial wave of landing vessels. Unlike landing ships, each assault vessel is typically manned by 5 golden core cultivators, 1 pilot, 1 observer, 2 gunners, and 1 commander. This standard operational unit of the Yunxian Empire boasts well-coordinated, highly trained golden core cultivators capable of wielding combat prowess akin to that of nascent soul experts. Under the command of an exceptional leader, such a fleet can decisively influence the outcome of a war. Even advanced experts in the out-of-body stage would find themselves retreating in the face of such a formidable legion. At this very moment, the sky is filled with assault ships, their relentless formation resembling a vast, ominous cloud poised to engulf the land beneath. However, these assault vessels were originally designed for combat in the vacuum of space, propelled by psychic energy engines, with no consideration given to aerodynamics. Consequently, their flight within the atmosphere appears rather clumsy, akin to large stones, and their speed is not particularly swift. The commander of the cultivation fleet has no intention of engaging the humans in aerial combat. Instead, his strategy is to swiftly land these golden core cultivators on the ground, where they will engage the despicable natives in close-quarters combat. Upon discerning the enemy's composition, the brigade commander's expression turned grave. He promptly picked up the telephone and dialed a series of numbers. "Hello, General Jean. Our forces have arrived at the designated positions. Please advise." "Excellent. Ensure the defensive line is held. Reinforcements will arrive shortly," the voice on the other end of the line instructed. "Understood. We shall steadfastly defend our position," the brigade commander replied, promptly disconnecting the call. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the gravity of the day's mission, understanding that such a noble task demanded a readiness for sacrifice. Raising his gaze once more to the sky, where the enemy swarmed like a dark cloud, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. "Comrades, today we may meet our end here, but behind us lies our people. We must defend our ground, and we shall spill our last drop of blood upon it." With every ounce of strength, the commander bellowed, "Do you hear me? Attack! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers roared in unison, brandishing their weapons as they unleashed a tempest of gunfire upon the invading fleet that had already landed, igniting a bloody storm on the battlefield. Meanwhile, artillery from various positions erupted, unleashing devastating fire upon the enemy assault ships, obliterating several ill-fated vessels. Yet, undeterred, more assault ships advanced, with many golden core cultivators leaping from their vessels even while still several meters above the ground. In this close-quarters combat, the advantages of the golden core cultivators were fully realized. With their extraordinary agility and formidable physiques, they could virtually ignore small-caliber bullets. These cultivators darted across the battlefield, casting spells, executing sword techniques, or simply engaging in hand-to-hand combat with their foes. The dual heavy machine guns at the position spat fire, their bullets forming a continuous line as they pursued the moving cultivators. Bang! 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 In an instant, the sky was filled with the sounds of countless explosions, shockwaves radiating outward and sending debris flying across the ground. The clash of battle was exceedingly fierce. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator clad in blue armor leaped from an assault ship, landing within the trenches. Nonchalantly drawing his sword, he executed a sweeping strike aimed at a nearby armored vehicle. With a sharp sound, the armored vehicle's resilient exterior was cleaved, creating a deep gash. and smoke billowed into the air. From the haze emerged a humanoid figure, a human soldier. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled coldly and raised his sword once more toward the armored vehicle. Just then, an armor-piercing round hurtled toward him with fierce velocity and an almost impossible angle, leaving him no room to evade. Clang! A spark erupted as he barely deflected the round. As the smoke cleared, he noticed a tank nearby, its cold barrel trained on him. Coward! He muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing, before he skillfully dodged the next shell. Extending a finger across his chest, he summoned an ancient red talisman into the palm of his hand. He then tossed the talisman into the air, where it unfurled in the wind, transforming into a massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter. The middle-aged cultivator gestured with his hands, chanting incantations, as a faint yellow halo began to shimmer around the talisman's surface. A colossal fireball erupted, separating a searing meteor that hurtled towards a distant tank. With a soft hiss, the tank's top was pierced by the intense heat, releasing wisps of smoke. Damn it! The driver inside the tank cursed, hastily starting the engine and attempting to change direction to evade the fiery onslaught. Alas, it was too late. As the tank turned, an explosion resonated outside, sending the vehicle tumbling. Though the external armor remained intact, it was rendered incapable of further combat. Before the tank could even reposition itself, another blazing meteor descended. With a thunderous crash, the tank's tracks were shattered, the force of the blast reverberating throughout the area, thick smoke enveloping the sky. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the turret of the tank steadfastly pivoted towards the middle-aged cultivator, seemingly unscathed. Curse be! The cultivator glared at the tank, teeth clenched in fury. This was his most potent attack, yet it remained insufficient to completely annihilate such a formidable war machine. Reluctantly, he turned to flee, seeking another tank to harass. Chapter 26. A Sea of Blood. Meanwhile, several other cultivators at the Golden Core stage encountered a similar predicament. They all endeavored to utterly destroy a main battle tank. Yet their efforts invariably culminated in failure. These Golden Core cultivators possessed a limited reservoir of spiritual energy and could only rely on ordinary spiritual artifacts for offensive strikes. Such feeble assaults were utterly insignificant against the formidable alloy armor, amounting to nothing more than a futile expenditure of true chi. Under the overwhelming firepower of the human military, many Golden Core cultivators sustained severe injuries. Being grazed by small-caliber firearms was fortunate. However, a direct hit from heavy artillery could result in severed limbs or, in more catastrophic cases, the obliteration of their corporeal forms. In a moment of desperation, numerous cultivators began to cluster together, attempting to form formations to withstand the relentless bombardment. Several Golden Core practitioners collaborating could momentarily endure a full-force strike from an infant soul cultivator. Even a direct impact from a 155mm howitzer would not immediately disperse their true chi shields. Yet, this semblance of safety was only temporary. Once targeted by ground artillery, the clustered cultivators were easily annihilated. After all, if one shell failed to suffice, 2 would surely follow, and even if they were to miraculously survive, a barrage of artillery awaited them. Before long, the battlefield was strewn with corpses, resembling small hills, as blood stained the ground, and dismembered limbs littered the area. The earth was soaked in a deep crimson hue, exuding a suffocating stench of blood. Suddenly, a Foundation establishment cultivator was struck by an armor-piercing shell. The shell's fuse failed to detonate, passing cleanly through his body. The cultivator's form erupted like an overripe watermelon, bursting forth a shower of sanguine fireworks. Almost immediately, the protective shield of a nearby Golden Core cultivator was breached, several steel core bullets slicing through his shoulder and tearing away a considerable swath of flesh. In agony, the Golden Core cultivator cried out, his true chi nearly exhausted, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter as he rolled helplessly within a shell crater. Boom! Another shell detonated nearby, reducing his garments to ash while his once smooth skin became riddled with burns and charred patches. An increasing number of cultivators began to deplete their true chi, forced to huddle within the craters, clinging to life while trembling in fear. Observing from above, an infant soul cultivator's expression darkened. Humph, mere ants remain mere ants. Even with their Golden Core cultivation, they are destined to serve as cannon fodder. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly descended towards the battlefield. With a swift motion, a slender sword materialized in his hand, gleaming with a brilliance akin to silver moonlight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this blade was forged from cold iron, adorned with intricate and esoteric engravings. Grasping the sword with one hand, its tip angled towards the sky. He swiftly ascended into the air, his gaze fixed intently upon a tank below. In the next instant, the cold iron sword was unsheathed and thrust directly at the tank's turret. Clang! A series of metallic clashes resounded as the cold iron blade penetrated the tank's interior. And with a deft flick, he wrenched the tank's top open. In an effort to prevent the tank from escaping, the cultivator swiftly drew his sword once more, targeting the underside of the tank with a flurry of lethal strikes. The tank's tracks were utterly shredded, causing it to lose control and spin wildly on the ground in a desperate struggle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The cultivator, at the nascent soul stage, flicked his other hand, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that surged toward the tank, culminating in a resounding explosion. A massive shockwave radiated outward, propelling the tank far away until it collided with a nearby fortification, finally coming to a halt. The top of the tank had already been penetrated, revealing the inferno of its cannon within, reducing the machine to a mere hulk of scrap metal, rendered completely inoperable. The nascent soul cultivator smiled with satisfaction, remarking, just a bunch of lowly mortals. In the face of absolute power, no amount of struggle will bring about any change. He then raised his gaze toward the distance, his eyes reflecting boundless malice. I am eager to see what tricks you, indigenous folk, still possess. Suddenly, a streak of silver light appeared behind the nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, he was caught off guard as a silver bullet pierced through his chest, the neurotoxin contained within it swiftly ravaging his life force. In disbelief, he clutched his heart, his eyes widening in shock. How could this be? He could hardly fathom that he had been stealthily slain by a mere bullet, a notion that was utterly unacceptable to him. The cultivator slowly lowered his head, gazing at the silver bullet lodged in his heart, his pupils dilating until he fell lifelessly to the ground. Well done, it is indeed effective, cheered the commander in the distance, excitedly raising his fist. The projectile that had just been fired was a Gauss kinetic rifle, specifically designed for this purpose. Upon acquiring samples of the alien's biological tissue, Chinese biologists promptly began developing a neurotoxin tailored to counter this physiology. With national resources devoted to the effort, this toxin was successfully engineered within days and deployed to the front lines. Thus far, it has proven remarkably effective against the extraterrestrials, though its only drawback is limited production, necessitating prioritization against high-value targets, such as the nascent soul cultivator. Consequently, this advanced rifle could only serve as a deterrent weapon, unsuitable for widespread deployment in actual combat. Nevertheless, the ease with which the nascent soul cultivator was slain attests to the terror of this toxin. As time elapsed, the cultivators found themselves increasingly encircled by overwhelming firepower. An ever-growing number of them began to abandon their futile resistance. Under such intense fire, it was impossible to withstand for long. Moreover, their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, rendering even the simplest external barriers unsustainable, let alone the use of spells to retaliate. In the recent battle, they had despondently realized that their most potent strikes barely inflicted any significant harm upon those iron behemoths. The relentless onslaught from the adversary seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of waning. The cultivators found themselves at a loss, unsure of where to seek refuge, as the surrounding structures had long since been reduced to rubble, leaving only countless shallow and deep craters to conceal them. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a colossal battleship gradually emerged on the horizon. It was the vessel of a nascent soul powerhouse. The cultivators gazed in astonishment at this magnificent warship. Chapter 27. The Neutron Bullet. The Neutron Bullet is the flagship of the Outer Sect Elders, and astonishingly, they have come to our rescue. A wave of excitement surged among the cultivators, for they were utterly exhausted. Continuing the battle would surely result in devastating losses. The arrival of reinforcements was akin to a glimmer of hope. This colossal battleship serves as the absolute backbone of the Yunsan Empire's interstellar conquests. Each warship necessitates an immense investment of resources constructed from the trunks of millennia-old pines, the spines of seahorse beasts, and the scales of dragon serpents, meticulously refined over countless days and nights. Its defensive capabilities surpass even those of a peak Yuanian cultivator's physique, unless faced with an opponent at the out-of-body stage or above. It is virtually impervious to harm. The bridge of the battleship was filled with soldiers clad in golden helmets, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. Though they numbered merely in the hundreds, they resembled an invincible legion, instilling awe in all who beheld them. These soldiers were at least peak Jindan cultivators, equipped with superior spiritual weapons, their might comparable to that of early Yuanian practitioners. With a thunderous roar, the battleship descended from the void, its immense presence causing every cultivator to tremble involuntarily. At the forefront of the vessel sat a Yuaniing cultivator clad in resplendent silver armor, Xiaoyi, a peak Yuaniing elder of the outer sect. Upon witnessing the main fleet engage in battle, he surmised that the conflict would soon conclude. Believing that the indigenous inhabitants of Earth, no matter how formidable, could not possibly contend with an organized military force. Therefore, he recklessly activated the curvature engine, propelling his battleship to the surface of the Earth, intending to seize this opportunity to secure the Yi clan's bloodline. This maneuver was inherently perilous. Such a short-range jump could easily result in miscalculation, leading to a catastrophic collision with the ground. The impact of such a crash would be insufferable even for a battleship. Moreover, the vessel lacked conventional propulsion, relying solely on an anti-gravity array for levitation. Should there be any retaliatory force from the ground, the massive battleship would become an ideal target. However, when the battleship indeed materialized above the battlefield, both sides' fire ceased instantaneously. Human soldiers, upon witnessing the colossal warship stretching for several kilometers, found their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. Report to headquarters. The enemy mothership has appeared, awaiting instructions. The brigade commander, momentarily taken aback by the sheer scale of the battleship, struggled to maintain focus. Understood. Cease conventional fire, authorize the use of neutron weapons, and ensure the preservation of the battleship. General Zhang, upon seeing the arrival of the battleship, swiftly made his decision. The strategic and scientific value of such a large interstellar vessel was incalculable. Its integrity must be assured, and no accidents allowed. The destruction of its structure would represent an immeasurable loss for the scientific community of the Huaxia Nation. Order all units to take heed, full retreat, and move back 50 kilometers. At the brigade commander's directive, the troops began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Armored vehicles capable of movement proceeded one after another to the rear, while those unable to move were abandoned on the spot. Meanwhile, the unmanned reconnaissance drones that had been hovering in the air began to turn and fly towards the periphery, witnessing the human soldiers retreating like a receding tide. The encircled cultivators erupted in ecstatic roars. These indigenous people finally know fear. Ha! We are saved at last. We nearly thought we were doomed. Let us annihilate these natives and avenge our fallen brethren. The air was filled with incessant shouts, each individual reveling in the joy of survival against the odds. Yet, Xiaoyi sensed an unsettling anomaly. Something was amiss. These natives still possessed considerable fighting strength, so why were they fleeing the battlefield? Years of battle instinct warned him that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Do not descend. Engage maximum power to the shields. Xiaoyi swiftly issued the command, having detected a profound sense of impending danger. At that very moment, a neutron bomb in the distance was aimed at the battleship suspended in midair. The neutron bomb, a powerful radiological tactical nuclear weapon, primarily employs high-energy neutron radiation as its lethal factor. In essence, it is a miniature hydrogen bomb detonated by a microatomic bomb, utilizing plutonium-239 as its nuclear material, which releases more neutrons than uranium. Thus, its more formal designation is a strong radiation weapon. Unlike atomic or hydrogen bombs, the neutron bomb's explosive wave effect is relatively weak, causing minimal destruction. However, the increased neutron count results in potent radiative power. This allows it to incapacitate enemy personnel while inflicting little damage to structures and facilities, thereby avoiding long-term radioactive contamination. Consequently, deploying a neutron bomb against the battleship effectively neutralizes personnel while preserving the vessel's integrity. Whoosh! Propelled by its rocket boosters, the neutron bomb hurtled towards the battleship at an astonishing speed. As it neared the battleship, the bomb detonated. Yet, the explosion's aftermath was not particularly intense. The battleship's energy shield merely exhibited a slight fluctuation before returning to stillness. Observing this scene, both the cultivators below and those aboard the battleship exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Is that it? It seems I was overly concerned, Xiaoyi chuckled, shaking his head. He had initially feared the neutron bomb would inflict some grievous injury upon the battleship, only to find that not even a ripple had been stirred. However, in the next moment, the smile on Xiaoyi's face froze. He felt a warm rush in his nose, and upon wiping it with his right hand, he discovered it smeared with blood. Since his ascension to the nascent soul stage, he had never fallen ill, let alone bled so profusely from his nose. Just as he pondered this perplexity, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoed from outside the cabin. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find that all the golden-armored guards had collapsed, their faces contorted in agony. This sight plunged the battleship into chaos, with numerous nascent soul cultivators screaming in inexplicable terror. What is happening? What is going on here? I do not want to die. Help me. The air was thick with desperate cries and wails of anguish throughout the vessel. Immediately following this, in a state of astonishment, Xiaoyi felt his own consciousness begin to blur. What kind of dark sorcery is this? This was the final thought that crossed his mind before his demise. After Xiaoyi's death, the practitioners aboard the battleship were utterly shattered, scattering in all directions in a frantic escape. However, after enduring the intense radiation at such close proximity, the last practitioner also collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 28, Breakthrough, Out-of-Body Stage. The practitioners on the ground fared little better, as the intense radiation from the neutron weapon instantaneously annihilated the vast majority of active cells within their bodies. This cellular-level assault was insurmountable, even for those at the nascent soul stage. In an instant, the expansive battlefield was devoid of surviving cultivators. Simultaneously, in Earth's orbital space aboard the flagship Breaking Dawn, Xiao Chun sat resolutely within the cultivation chamber. Before him lay a suspended corpse. This body belonged to none other than the formidable transformation stage expert, Xiao Xingdong. Xiao Chun had long awaited this day, enduring an interminable 1,000 years trapped at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He could scarcely recall the last time he had achieved a breakthrough. Xiao Chun was acutely aware of his mediocre aptitude. Attaining the later stages of the nascent soul in this lifetime was already a monumental fortune. To aspire for further advancement, without a fortuitous encounter of extraordinary proportions, was but a fanciful delusion. He had spent centuries conquering dozens of worlds to barely touch the threshold of the out-of-body stage. Yet the true journey into that realm remained an arduous path ahead. In the Yunxian Empire, while nascent soul practitioners were not particularly numerous, they were by no means scarce. To true masters, however, nascent soul cultivators were merely advanced cannon fodder. Only those who had genuinely entered the out-of-body stage were regarded as having attained the realm of the powerful, earning the right to ascend to the upper echelons of society. In comparison to nascent soul practitioners, those at the out-of-body stage experienced a significant enhancement in both spirit and consciousness, enabling them to command fleet operations through a virtual consciousness, akin to a supercomputer. Under such circumstances, even without external assistance, an out-of-body cultivator could effortlessly direct an entire fleet using their own strength. This formidable prowess transcended the nascent soul stage, reaching an even more profound and inscrutable domain. This is precisely why the high-ranking fleet commanders within the Empire are invariably required to be experts at the out-of-body stage. Moreover, the true energy of an out-of-body cultivator could envelop cells, allowing every part of their body to withstand the immense radiation of outer space. It could be said that the body of an out-of-body cultivator had transcended mortal limitations, transforming into a supreme magical artifact. The intricate network of acupoints and dantians could accommodate vast amounts of true energy, elevating their offensive capabilities to an entirely new echelon. Such cultivators, relying solely on their physical form, possessed an indestructible body, impervious to harm unless subjected to the bombardment of a battleship's main cannon. This is the terrifying nature of out-of-body experts, the realm he yearned for most fervently. Xiao Chun had previously believed that he would struggle throughout his life to enter the out-of-body stage. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. During a mission, he discovered a forbidden technique, the soul-devouring magic scripture. This secret method, derived from a nefarious sect, emphasized refining the bodies of advanced practitioners to elevate one's own cultivation. Should one successfully refine the body of a high-ranking cultivator, the practitioner would gain a power deemed terrifying, capable not only of enhancing their cultivation, but also of forcefully breaking through their current limits. However, this arcane art possesses a significant flaw. It fails to clarify the source of the formidable practitioner's remains. Upon reaching the out-of-body stage, cultivators can nearly achieve immortality. Even in the event of their demise, the powerful sects behind them would meticulously preserve their bodies. To acquire the remains of high-ranking cultivators, one must either annihilate them or kill them first, then seize their corpses. Yet, this is an insurmountable conundrum. If one possesses the strength to slay a cultivator of the out-of-body stage, why exert effort to refine their remains? This very reason led Xiao Chun to abandon this technique. It was not until he received the task of escorting Xiao Xingdong that he suddenly realized the opportunity to alter his fate lay before him. Thus, his subsequent transaction with the ancient being of the transformation stage unfolded naturally and seamlessly. Now, the body of this transformation stage cultivator lay before him. Once the refinement was complete, he would not only have a chance to reach the out-of-body stage, but even the transformation stage. To this end, he had even sealed the entire ship, determined to focus entirely on the refinement without the slightest disturbance. Xiaochen activated the technique, silently commencing the refinement of the transformation stage body. As the technique circulated, a torrent of potent essence surged towards his limbs and bones, merging into his bloodlines, gradually permeating throughout his entire being. This essence contained boundless energy. Veins resembling writhing worms appeared on his skin, pulsating with an almost lifelike ferocity. An overwhelming influx of essence coursed through his meridians, flooding into his dantian, where his already formed nascent soul began to stir, as if sensing something. Xiaochen understood that his nascent soul was on the verge of advancement. The advancement of the nascent soul is critical, demanding an immense amount of pure energy to condense the spirit of the out-of-body stage. However, this process is excruciating, as it necessitates the complete destruction of the previously solidified nascent soul, allowing a new spirit to be reconstructed. This ordeal is akin to shattering every rigid bone in one's body and tearing apart and reshaping all weak muscles and tendons. The agony is unbearable, even for practitioners of the nascent soul stage. Yet, Xiaochen gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain and channeling all his focus into his cultivation. His eyes were tightly shut, his body trembled slightly, and his complexion turned pale, clearly bearing tremendous pressure. This suffering persisted for more than 2 hours, finally reaching its zenith. At this moment, Xiaochen's brow furrowed, his veins bulging, his face drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from a sauna. His lips cracked, and a faint red glow suffused his skin, with dark vapor subtly emanating from his pores. His entire being appeared to transform into a mass of steam, causing the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes, a fierce light gleaming within. He had succeeded. Simultaneously, a dense mist erupted from his entire body, enveloping him completely. After a while, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Xiaochun's figure. He had grown approximately 2 inches taller, and his facial features had become more defined, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. Xiaochun moved his body slightly, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of joy. He had not anticipated that refining this body would prove so effortless. Initially, he had expected it to consume a considerable amount of time. After all, this vessel belonged to a cultivator of the god transformation stage, undoubtedly a paragon of excellence. To refine it was akin to the arduous task of refining a spiritual mountain. Yet, merely 2 or 3 short hours had passed, and this body had been completely assimilated. Although he endured some hardships along the way, it was ultimately worthwhile. Ha. Xiaochen laughed heartily, his voice resonating with boundless exhilaration. His cultivation had finally progressed from the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to the early stages of the out-of-body realm. However, the spiritual energy in the current star system was exceedingly sparse, resulting in his internal spiritual power nearing depletion while his consciousness remained far from fully formed. Only his physical form had undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 29. The psychic or the breakthrough in his realm did not cause Xiaochen to lose his sanity. Rather, it instilled within him a profound sense of melancholy. He recalled another significant mission of this expedition, if he could capture a descendant of the Yi clan. With his current level of cultivation, he might have an opportunity to ascend to the upper echelons of his family, becoming a true core member. Why haven't these fellows sent any messages? Xiaochen glanced at the spirit communication device, but no news came through. However, he soon found solace in the thought that they were likely engaged in pillaging, having restrained themselves for so long, finally given the chance to unleash their pent-up energy. Shaking his head, he resolved to descend personally. With his current initial stage of emergence, he was more than capable of sweeping across the entire blue star. Xiaochen slightly coiled his legs, adjusted his direction, and in an instant, unleashed an unparalleled surge of power. His figure flickered and vanished from the bridge, shooting toward the direction of the Yi clan's bloodline fluctuations. The aftermath of the battlefield was being meticulously managed. Countless corpses of cultivators were neatly packed into frozen compartments, destined for various laboratories awaiting dissection. Some strong bodies, even in death, exhibited residual tissue striving to regenerate. A breakthrough in this technology could herald a revolutionary advancement for humanity's medical field. In contrast, the scattered landing ships and assault vessels held significantly less value. These dilapidated crafts were merely constructed from wooden planks, devoid of any technical sophistication. The only semblance of structure within was a few relatively uncomplicated array patterns. Based on previous experiences, it was presumed that a spiritual energy-driven array powered these vessels. Amidst the pile of corpses, a few fortunate souls survived, buried too deeply to be affected by the neutron weapon's radiation. Some injured individuals even attempted to resist. However, upon witnessing the hellish scene surrounding them, they quickly relinquished any thoughts of defiance and surrendered. The surviving cultivators, clad in thick restraining garments, were escorted under heavy guard to a prisoner of war camp. These individuals had once been the elite of the Yunxian Empire. Now reduced to this state, one could only speculate on their inner turmoil. Nevertheless, regardless of their feelings of submission, they would ultimately become captives, condemned to never rise again. Meanwhile, General Zhang and a cadre of researchers had donned radiation-proof suits and boarded the colossal battleship hovering high above, commencing their investigation of this behemoth. Has Professor Luo still not arrived? General Zhang inquired casually, well aware that Professor Luo had devoted the past few years to the study of alien fleets. Now that they had captured a primary battleship, Luo's unexplained absence was indeed surprising. He went to find his students. We did not intervene, replied an aide standing nearby. General, look. The surface of this battleship seems to be inscribed with some form of barrier, capable of repelling external attacks, a researcher pointed out, indicating a specific area. General Zhang followed the direction of the pointer, and indeed noticed two immense golden orbs embedded at the bow of the ship, radiating a brilliant light. These radiant beams are not merely the result of ordinary sunlight refracting. Rather, they harbor a formidable energy, possessing an extraordinary defensive capability. What, then, are these luminous manifestations? Could they be a form of psychic apparatus? General Zhang furrowed his brow in inquiry. At that moment, a vice president of the Academy of Sciences approached, observing attentively for a moment before responding with certainty. Indeed, General, this is an energy shield capable of isolating over 90% of the matter in the cosmos. Unless you can shatter it, do not even think of approaching it. From the surface patterns, it appears similar to other psychic devices, relying on a particular formation for its operation. A realization dawned upon General Zhang. Throughout this journey, he had encountered numerous formations, and it seemed that all weaponry of this civilization depended on such formations to harness psychic energy. According to the detector's findings, the armor of this battleship appears to be composed of some extraordinary natural material, resembling the bones and scales of a gigantic organism. The primary structure remains wooden, yet this wood possesses an extraordinary density and strength, comparable to steel, one scientist holding a detector remarked in astonishment. The resilience of this material is simply unfathomable, even surpassing the hardness of many alloys. Where could it have originated? Another expert exclaimed in wonder. Perhaps it is related to the formations aboard this warship. These formations seem to constitute a colossal psychic array, capable not only of generating defensive power but also of absorbing external psychic energy. An elderly scholar adjusted his spectacles and suggested. Listening to their discourse, General Zhang's expression grew increasingly grave. He addressed the surrounding scientists. This battleship possesses interstellar navigation capabilities. Let us investigate the power chamber, for this is the most crucial technology. Upon hearing this, the group of scientists ceased their delay and followed General Zhang to the power chamber. Their curiosity piqued about how such a primitive civilization had mastered interstellar travel. Upon entering the power chamber, General Zhang was astounded by the sight before him. Within the chamber, endless streams of psychic energy surged, converging in a recess to form a vortex-like black hole approximately 10 meters in diameter. The flow of this psychic energy was rapid, yet under the vortex's influence. It gradually coalesced at the bottom of the recess, where an immense array pattern was intricately engraved. The lines of this formation were delicate, imbued with an aura of ancient profundity, and its scale was immense, occupying 2/3 of the entire power chamber. Amidst the intricate and complex patterns, one could discern various symbols and designs, seemingly infused with an enigmatic power that attracted surrounding spiritual energy, channeling it into the array's lines. General Zhang stood transfixed, gazing intently at this colossal formation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. This grand array must be the source of power for interstellar travel. A wave of astonishment swept through the group of researchers. Although this hypothesis had been confirmed, the revelation from General Zhang still left everyone in a state of profound shock. This formation requires an immense amount of energy to sustain its operation, and given the intensity of this formation, it is unlikely to endure for much longer. We are still able to discover some spiritual energy ores aboard this spacecraft. These must be the source of its energy, remarked a seasoned scientist as he picked up a dimming spiritual stone from the ground. General Zhang observed the gradually fading stone and pondered. The energy within this spiritual or seems to be diminishing. If we could discern the process of generating spiritual energy, it would equate to possessing infinite energy. Regrettably, we currently lack any leads and are unable to regenerate spiritual energy. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the strategic significance these spiritual energy ores held, given their expertise in the field. Chapter 30. Unmanned aerial vehicles. At that moment, a guard rushed over, exclaiming, "General, a powerful signal has breached our blockade and is rapidly approaching. We must relocate to the underground facility at once." "What? Are there still enemies?" Upon hearing the guard's report, General Zhang was taken aback. In his recollection, the hundreds of fleets in the stratosphere had all been obliterated by neutron bombs. Currently, only one flagship remained in near space orbit, and satellites had long since determined it was operating in an unmanned state, posing no conceivable threat. To his astonishment, it seemed there were still cultivators arriving here to meet their demise. General Zhang promptly ordered, "Deploy a squadron of fighter jets immediately. We must do everything in our power to repel it and ensure it is driven away from the fleet's airspace to avoid collateral damage to the battleships." "Understood," a staff officer replied. "Also, integrate the latest unmanned drones into the first combat formation and ensure their safety." "Yes, General," with a piercing wail of alarms. More than a dozen of the latest unmanned combat drones ascended from the command center's launch pad, soaring into the skies. Simultaneously, Xiaochen plummeted from an altitude exceeding 30,000 kilometers, creating a massive fireball from the intense heat generated by his rapid descent. He closed his eyes slightly, calming his mind, and attuned himself to the temperature fluctuations within his body. Reaching the out-of-body realm, his physical form had indeed become extraordinarily formidable. In the past, he would never have dared to descend through the atmosphere without protection. Otherwise, the searing temperatures alone, reaching thousands of degrees, would have been sufficient to peel away his skin. Yet, now, this temperature merely felt mildly warm. Wait, why can't I sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of others? I should be able to see them from this distance. Xiaochen furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something and abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, a streak of red light was rapidly approaching him. "What is this?" A look of confusion crossed Xiaochen's face as he carefully scrutinized the sudden appearance of the red light. Soon, he realized that this crimson streak was swiftly charging towards him. Boom! A violent tremor reverberated from all directions. Xiaochen quickly reacted, shielding his head with his hands. Yet he still felt as if he had been struck by a meteor, his chest churning violently. He let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful attack! Could this being also be a master of the out-of-body stage? How could it possess such terrifying strength? He was alarmed with his formidable physique. He had not been able to withstand this blow. Cough, cough, cough. After expelling several more mouthfuls of blood, Xiaochen struggled to regain his footing and looked up again at the source of the crimson light. It originated from several flying objects in the distance, resembling iron birds. Could this be a spiritual beast from the indigenous world? Unbeknownst to him, this was, in fact, the latest sixth-generation unmanned combat drone from the Huaxia Nation. With the complete elimination of life support systems, the performance of the unmanned drones had been significantly enhanced, now equipped with the latest laser energy weapons. The drone's engine roared to life, altering its course as it hurtled towards Xiaochen. Whoosh! A piercing shriek echoed through the air. Xiaochen lifted his gaze as a dazzling beam of laser light pierced through the clouds, striking him with tremendous force. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through his body. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and continued his descent toward the ground. No matter what, he needed to leave this place. His internal energy had been completely depleted, rendering him unable to execute any techniques or conjure a protective shield. The lasers traveled at an astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. He could only rely on his physical form to withstand this ferocious assault. "Damn it, you leave me no choice." Xiaochen cursed vehemently as he retrieved a premium spirit pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. This exquisite energy-restoring pill had cost him 500,000 spirit stones and was specifically designed to replenish true energy during combat. Originally, he intended to wait until his cultivation was more profound before consuming it, allowing for better absorption of its spiritual essence. After all, such a treasure was exceedingly rare, and possessing spirit stones did not guarantee its procurement. However, under the current circumstances, he could not afford to be so cautious. With a rush, the dense essence of heaven and earth surged into his meridians, causing the spiritual energy within Xiaochun to surge wildly and begin to recover rapidly. Within moments, his energy was fully restored, and a faint azure energy armor enveloped his body, with some true energy even escaping into the air. He slowly extended his palm, effortlessly gathering the dispersed true energy. With a crunch, he exerted a slight pressure to crush it, and pure energy flowed into him. A sigh of contentment escaped his lips. The energy core contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, nearly overwhelming him. Had he been in the nascent soul stage, he would never have dared to consume it in such a manner. Yet now, having advanced to the out-of-body stage, both his meridians and energy sea were far more robust than before. Although the energy from the pill was not as pure as that refined from the natural essence of the world, it was more than sufficient to meet his immediate needs. As his spiritual energy replenished, his injuries began to heal rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of the wounds he had previously sustained. Meanwhile, the unmanned aircraft relentlessly pursued him, launching wave after wave of attacks. However, Xiaochun was no longer the same as before. The red lasers struck his energy armor, but failed to penetrate. With a cold smirk, he stomped his right foot in midair. Boom! A ripple spread outward, and an invisible wall of air created a large indentation. Utilizing the rebound force, Xiaochun leaped into the air, evading the laser beams. The unmanned aircraft executed a sharp turn and pursued him, its tail emitting a trail of blue arcs as it reached its maximum speed. This machine was quite formidable. Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, and with a thought, a pair of colossal wings manifested behind him. In an instant, his form expanded, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. As he underwent this metamorphosis, his muscles swelled, emanating an unmatched aura of overwhelming pressure. The remote pilot of the unmanned aerial vehicle was taken aback, hastily ascending to avoid a collision with the monstrous figure. However, Xiaochun's speed did not wane. Instead, he accelerated in pursuit. In the next moment, he forcefully flapped his wings, propelling his body with sudden swiftness, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful kick to the unmanned craft. With a resounding thud, the drone was obliterated by Xiaochun's strike, spinning away towards the horizon and colliding with another drone, sending a plume of dust into the air. Xiaochun paid no heed, soaring past the wreckage of the unmanned vehicle with unwavering resolve. Chapter 31. Vital Energy Bomb. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If he were to nearly suffer a setback, the fate of his subordinate C-class fleet seemed dire indeed. With this thought, Xiaochun hastened his pace, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy, radiating an astonishing aura as he surged toward the battlefield like a dragon in flight. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters beneath the surface, in the command center, hundreds of armed soldiers stood vigilant, patrolling the entrance. Suddenly, a display screen flickered to life, revealing an urgent message. Warning. Enemy has entered radar detection range. Interception requested. Report to the general. We have a situation. An unidentified signal source has been detected, located in the southwest, moving at a speed exceeding Mach 5 and rapidly approaching. Understood. Request all area air defense systems to engage. Affirmative. Soon, a fortress turret, valued at over 100 billion, equipped with various heavy artillery, began to activate, rising from the ground. This all-area air defense interception system was specifically designed to combat alien flagship threats. Constructed with immense resources and manpower, incorporating the most advanced air defense technology from the nation. The primary armament of the fortress turret consisted of 12 406mm heavy artillery pieces, each shell possessing destructive power equivalent to that of a small tactical nuclear weapon. Even more fearsome, surrounding the turret were the latest energy plasma cannons and Gauss kinetic cannons, capable of consuming a small city's worth of electricity with just a single discharge. At this moment, the heavy artillery of these turrets unleashed a barrage of fire, sending brilliant white beams streaking into the distance. The thunderous explosions reverberated, shaking the entire underground space. Xiaochun's expression darkened. The cacophony of the recent assault filled him with dread, for if it were to strike him, the consequences would be dire. He abruptly halted, crossing his arms as a colossal shield of spiritual energy materialized before him, absorbing the relentless onslaught. With a resounding crash, a massive shell collided with Xiaochun's energy shield, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that momentarily engulfed his figure in a fiery ball. A mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating the entire area with a blinding red glow. Xiaochun grunted. His form violently propelled backward, crashing into the adjacent clouds, which scattered and dissipated into the horizon. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated his shield would shatter so easily, an advanced barrier only achievable by a practitioner in the out-of-body stage. Caring little for his injuries, he swiftly evaded further impacts from the shells, gathering pure spiritual energy at his fingertips and directing it toward the remaining projectiles. The energy pierced through the void with lethal precision. With a thunderous clash, 2 of the shells were instantly obliterated into ashes, while several others erupted mid-air, unleashing an unparalleled wave of explosive force. A fierce gale swept through, enveloping the air in a haze of dust and smoke, obscuring the figure of Shao Chun. As the mist gradually dissipated, there was no trace left of him at his previous location. Where could he be? Why is he missing? Has he fled? If he has escaped, so be it. Our mission is to repel this accursed invader. Yet, I distinctly witnessed him being struck by a nuclear artillery shell and emerging unscathed. Nonsense. Aliens are still beings of flesh. Did we not witness countless of them perish outside? This proves they are indeed corporeal. How could he possibly be unharmed? Look at his condition just moments ago. He must have sustained at least significant injuries, as his energy shield was shattered. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, a young soldier shouted, "Wait! Pay attention to the radar. He is still nearby, and his energy levels are rising." Indeed, a remarkably potent reflection source was detected, comparable to a nuclear power plant. The group turned their gazes toward the direction of the recent explosion. There, Shao Chun raised his arms high, and between his hands, a colossal sphere of true energy gradually took shape, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure that was almost suffocating, a powerful sense of oppression spreading around him. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to use a true energy blast? The thought surged through everyone's minds. Whoosh, the true energy sphere broke free from Shao Chun's grasp, slicing through the air as it hurtled toward the fortress. "Fire! Intercept that true energy sphere!" commanded the fortress commander with a sharp voice. A deafening roar erupted as numerous thick cannon barrels simultaneously exhaled searing flames, launching massive projectiles toward the sphere's trajectory. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated through the heavens, with brilliant bursts of fire illuminating the vicinity of the energy sphere. Then, an immense shockwave generated by the explosions halted mysteriously a mere few dozen centimeters from the true energy sphere, as if obstructed by some unseen force. Meanwhile, the sphere, brimming with terrifying energy, continued to fly straight ahead. How is this possible? What has he done? The power of that true energy sphere is tremendous. It could not only obliterate the turrets but also endanger us all. Stay calm. This is likely some form of energy attack. We can counter it with energy weapons. The commander analyzed coolly. Order all energy weapons to fire. A colossal energy cannon slowly elevated, aiming at the airborne true energy sphere, its amplifiers illuminating one by one, indicating that the energy weapon was charging. Concurrently, most of the electrical devices within the fortress ceased to function. Even the corridor lights began to flicker out. The energy required for the weapon's charging was immense, and even the entire massive fortress could not fully meet its power demands. With a faint groan from the amplifiers, the gigantic energy cannon emitted a piercing shriek, the cannon body shuddering violently, followed by a tremendous beam of blue light bursting forth from its barrel, hurtling straight toward the true energy sphere. A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens as countless azure luminescences blossomed in the sky, akin to a blooming lotus, exquisite and resplendent. 2 colossal forces collided, the shockwaves from the blast causing the surrounding earth to tremble and crack in every direction, swiftly expanding into the distance. The blue rays of the massive energy cannon did not entirely negate the power of the energy sphere. However, they managed to shatter it, dispersing the vital essence like a multitude of lasers, igniting a series of violent explosions in the vicinity. Chapter 32. The Transaction. All of this transpired within the span of mere seconds. The soldiers stood in a state of shock, their minds muddled, gazing blankly at the scene before them. How could this be possible? How could his strength be so formidable? Have we encountered a super scion? Quickly, assemble our forces and deploy all energy weapons. We must eliminate this foe at once. Alas, the communication systems here have completely collapsed. With a sharp tearing sound, the walls of steel and concrete began to crumble, showering the ground with debris. At that moment, a vague silhouette materialized in the distant sky. With a whoosh, this figure descended from the heavens like a specter, racing toward the fortress. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 500 meters from the stronghold. Boom. The figure abruptly halted and unleashed a powerful right fist upon the solid rock floor. Instantly, the ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck, causing rocks to fly and the earth to sink, scattering countless fragments and fine dust in all directions. Crack. The ground collapsed dramatically, sending a myriad of stones soaring into the air, where they transformed into spears made of shattered rock. 6 such spears hurtled toward the fortress's iron exterior with astonishing speed. Boom! The colossal stronghold was suddenly assaulted, pierced by the 6 spears, each leaving behind gaping holes several meters in diameter. The edges of these bowl-shaped craters were lined with a web of cracks, a testament to the sheer power of the impact. Xiao Chun seized this opportunity to reach the ground. The full-force strike he had just executed was astonishingly thwarted by these natives, leaving him astounded. This planet possesses such capabilities. No wonder his fleet had been annihilated. The value of this world far exceeded his expectations. Lacking psychic energy yet wielding power akin to that of the out-of-body stage. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in the Empire's 4,000-year history. He could scarcely fathom how these natives achieved such feats, and thus, he must uncover the truth behind it all. Should he decipher even a fraction of their secrets, the value would likely surpass that of capturing the bloodline of the Yi clan. To those within, I propose a transaction. Xiao Chun stated calmly. His voice, though not overly loud, resonated through the air, amplified by psychic energy. He spoke in the language of the Cloud Immortal Empire. Yet his words reached their consciousness directly, enabling them to grasp his intent even if they did not comprehend the language. Report to headquarters. A powerful extraterrestrial being has landed and wishes to negotiate with us, the fortress commander communicated as he dialed General Zhang's number. Understood. I will ascend. Do not open fire just yet, General Zhang finally concluded after a lengthy deliberation. The exchange with extraterrestrial civilizations is ultimately inevitable, rather than launching a reckless attack. It is wiser to first ascertain their true capabilities. In a secret chamber 3,000 meters underground, Yifeng was idly engaged in a single-player game. The screen displaying Civilization 6, famously known as a time killer. It was mealtime once again, yet the food had yet to arrive. Yifeng had been confined here for 3 days, relying on a simple communicator to gather a vague sense of the external situation. For his safety, the chamber had been placed under complete lockdown, with food delivered daily by designated personnel. Ding! The doorbell rang. It was a few minutes late today. I nearly went hungry. Yifeng entered the access code and opened the heavy alloy door. The food courier not only brought meals each day but also conducted basic health checks on Yifeng to ensure no unforeseen incidents occurred. However, upon the door fully opening, it was not the beautiful doctor from days prior who stood there. Professor Luo, what brings you here? Yifeng exclaimed, surprised to see his Minor. Haha. It's been a few days. You seem a bit haggard, young man. One must learn moderation, Professor Luo said as he entered the room, the door sealing shut behind him. Those reckless cultivators have been completely annihilated. The battle is over, and the cleanup is underway outside. Professor Luo settled into a chair with a smile. You haven't encountered any issues these past few days, have you? Rest assured, I am well. But you must be quite exhausted. You appear increasingly spirited, Yifeng replied. Professor Luo chuckled. Those of us in research have long grown accustomed to such fatigue. By the way, are you curious about your origins? My origins? Yifeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had been orphaned since childhood, raised by a pair of nominal foster parents. Even as an adult, despite various inquiries, he had never uncovered any clues regarding his biological parents. Do you have news? Professor Luo? Yifeng asked, his voice trembling. We have been diligently searching for information about your parents during this time. Although results have been scarce, we have begun to piece together some leads. Really? Yifeng inquired eagerly, his expression tense. Professor Luo nodded. Based on the clues we have gathered, I suspect you may not be of earthly origin. What? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was utterly astonished. How could he not be from Earth? He had lived here his entire life. Stay calm. Let me explain, Professor Luo urged. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng composed himself and softly replied, Please continue. Professor Luo nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before articulating. You hail from the same distant galaxy as those cultivators outside, a realm known as the Cloud Immortal Empire. Your family, due to grave transgressions, was annihilated, leaving only a few members of the Yi clan to struggle for survival. For some unknown reason, you fled to Earth and became the Yifeng we see today. After an extensive investigation, we have finally uncovered a glimmer of insight. You possess a unique spiritual energy lineage, which originates from the Yi clan of the Cloud Immortal Empire. Yifeng murmured softly, having never heard anyone mention the Cloud Immortal Empire before, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Yifeng lifted his gaze to the familiar visage of Professor Luo before him, as if a realization dawned upon him. Who are you truly? Chapter 33, Invasion of the Sea of Consciousness. Ha ha ha. It is indeed impressive that the descendant of the Yi clan can see through my disguise. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Professor Luo's visage contorted grotesquely, gradually reverting to that of a cultivator. The individual was none other than the ancient being of the transformation stage, Xiao Xingdong. He had previously employed a secret technique to alter his appearance, physique, and even demeanor, masquerading as Professor Luo. Furthermore, he had sought information regarding Yi Feng through various channels, ultimately leading him here. How did you uncover my identity? Xiao Xingdong inquired with astonishment. His disguise was impeccable, and he had specifically sought out Professor Luo's soul. How could this young man have seen through it? From the moment you appeared at the entrance, something felt amiss. If you were truly Professor Luo, you should be aboard the spacecraft outside, not here. Yi Feng responded calmly. Young descendant of the Yi clan, are you aware that many within the Yunxian Empire desire your life? If you are willing to surrender your spiritual root, I shall ensure you do not suffer any hardships. Yi Feng coldly fixed his gaze upon him and replied, even if I indeed hail from another world, I have no ties to your Yunxian Empire and do not comprehend what you mean by spiritual root. Xiao Xingdong was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his plan had been so bluntly rejected. He scoffed, I advise you to think carefully before responding, lest you miscalculate. Tell me, what have you done to Professor Luo? Yi Feng demanded in a low voice, his eyes emanating an icy, piercing chill. Ha ha. Why are you so concerned about that old man? Rest assured, he is quite safe. Xiao Xingdong laughed maniacally. Safe? Yi Feng furrowed his brow. You are deceiving me. Do you believe I would have any reason to mislead you regarding such matters? That old man is under my control, his soul restrained, patiently awaiting my commands in his own chamber. Xiao Xingdong spoke nonchalantly, as if controlling a mere ant, exhibiting his ruthless nature devoid of compassion towards both foes and allies. Release Professor Luo. I will acquiesce to your demands. Yi Feng growled softly, his power woefully insufficient to rescue Professor Luo, leaving him seething with anger as he witnessed the professor fall into another's grasp. What makes you think you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? Xiao Xingdong mocked, unafraid to reveal that he had attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The strength of your planet is hardly sufficient to intimidate me. The might of nuclear weapons is indeed formidable, but they must first be able to reach me. I suggest you hand over your spiritual root obediently, lest innocents be harmed. What precisely is the spiritual root you speak of? Yi Feng's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm, utterly astonished that the adversary had conducted such thorough investigations, even uncovering the military's trump cards. Hiki, you shall soon discover the truth of the spiritual root. Xiao Xingdong sneered, waving his hand to seal off the surrounding space. He coldly declared, young whelp of the Yi clan, today you shall find no escape. Surrender willingly. As Xiao Xingdong's voice faded, a colossal phantom emerged from the depths of his being, a manifestation of the unparalleled spiritual prowess of a transformation god. This ability allowed him to materialize souls, effortlessly seizing the essence of others or their spiritual roots. The spiritual root constitutes the very foundation of a cultivator. The purer the root, the swifter the cultivation, and the higher the grades of spiritual power possessed. It often delineates a cultivator's ultimate potential. A root of exceptional quality can not only enhance one's cultivation physique, but also alter one's fortune. Most cultivators from the Yi clan possess extraordinarily fine spiritual roots, causing many from the Yunxian Empire to yearn for them. Overtly and covertly, there have been numerous mysterious disappearances of Yi clan cultivators, which partially contributed to the earlier rebellion of the Yi clan. With a swift motion, Xiao Xingdong aimed to seize Yi Feng's spiritual platform, intending to strip him of his spiritual root, rendering him powerless. Yet, before he could even reach the spiritual platform, a barrier suddenly materialized before Yi Feng, repelling the phantom several meters back. Xiao Xingdong was taken aback, astonished that his assault had been thwarted. Although it was merely a preliminary probe, the fact that Yi Feng, a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, had withstood the attack of a transformation god was utterly astonishing. Yi Feng staggered backward, his chest heaving, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the earlier attack, which had evoked a visceral confrontation with death. However, he noticed that the jade pendant hanging before him had emitted a faint glow, shielding him from the lethal blow. This pendant had been with him since the dawn of his memories, presumably a memento from his parents. In the past, it had been lost several times, only to mysteriously return to him, evoking a sense of familial warmth. Now, as it had unexpectedly activated to protect him, he pondered whether there was some profound connection between the pendant and himself. Regardless, he had narrowly escaped calamity. The token of the Yi clan. Xiao Xingdong's gaze fixated on the pendant, and he laughed heartily. To think this treasure lies in your possession. Today indeed brings double fortune. In the past, several experts of the ascendant stage had perished in the struggle for this treasure. For nearly a millennium, the Empire had dispatched countless fleets in search of this artifact throughout the star domain. Little did he expect that after such arduous efforts, the treasure would present itself effortlessly. With this precious item in hand, not only could he restore his identity, but he also had the opportunity to ascend to greatness. Xiao Xingdong laughed to himself, his face radiating triumph. In his eyes, both the spiritual root and the pendant had already become his. Cease your futile resistance before the might of a transformation god. Even with the Yi clan's treasure, you stand no chance. Yi Feng's expression grew grave. Xiao Xingdong's words rang true. He currently possessed no cultivation and relied solely on the protective jade pendant to fend off attacks, without any defensive measures of his own. Should his opponent choose to continue the assault, he feared he would face dire consequences. Seeing that Yi Feng remained inactive, Xiao Xingdong lost his patience. The phantom behind him surged forward once more, aiming directly at Yi Feng's soul. This strike was exceedingly malevolent, as it sought to invade the opponent's sea of consciousness with formidable spiritual force, potentially causing significant harm to the soul or even resulting in immediate death. Yi Feng cried out in agony, clutching his head. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave surged through his mind, seemingly beckoning something. In that moment, a radiant beam of white light erupted from the jade pendant, swiftly penetrating Yi Feng's body. Chapter 34. The Battle of Souls Within the Sea of Consciousness. Xiao Xingdong's soul stood in stark contrast to Yi Feng's, the former radiating a formidable and solid presence, whereas the latter resembled a wisp of smoke, indistinct and nearly imperceptible. Humph, a mere insect. Today you shall perish under the might of the transformation of divinity, a fitting end for your journey to the underworld. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Xingdong prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Yi Feng's body. A resplendent golden sword ascended from his dantian, adorned with intricate runes, emanating an overwhelming and majestic sword aura. The sword energy surged forth, sharp and unyielding. Grasping the golden sword, Yi Feng unleashed a fierce downward slash. 100-foot-long golden sword wave erupted from the blade, tearing through the air and hurtling towards Xiao Xingdong. Even before the sword energy arrived, its fierce momentum caused the sea of consciousness to reverberate with explosive sounds. Xiao Xingdong's expression twisted in rage as he extended his right palm to meet the golden sword energy. The collision produced a deafening explosion, and shockwaves radiated outward, causing the surrounding terrain to collapse. As they clashed, Xiao Xingdong's complexion paled slightly, his arm trembling. He had not anticipated that the treasure of the Yi clan could penetrate the sea of consciousness and launch an attack. Xiao Xingdong's face darkened. His adversary indeed possessed peculiarities, living up to the reputation of the Yi clan's bloodline. Intriguing. How did you come to know of the jade pendant's use? He inquired, his tone frigid. Yi Feng, wielding the sword, was bewildered. He had no understanding of how he arrived in this place or why a sword had manifested in his grasp. Yet, the sensation felt eerily familiar, as though it were his rightful state. Enough with your words. If it is battle you seek, let us engage. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming surge of combat spirit within him, as though boundless power yearned for release. Xiao Xingdong's countenance darkened further. He recognized the Yi clan's treasure possessed the ability to safeguard one's soul. However, he was astounded that an utterly unrefined mortal could activate the jade pendant. Attempting to break free from the sea of consciousness, he discovered that it was ensnared by restrictions, rendering even a master of the transformation of divinity unable to escape. At this juncture, he could only attempt to slay Yi Feng, hoping to lift the seal of the jade pendant. Very well, since you seek death so ardently, I shall grant your wish. Xiao Xingdong sneered, channeling his spiritual energy while forming a hand seal, intoning 9 nether demonic fire. Incinerate the heavens. A purple-black fire dragon coiled in the void, radiating an aura of terrifying heat and pressure. As Xiao Xingdong's incantation concluded, the purple-black flames surged towards Yi Feng with a deafening roar. Where the fire dragon passed, the air warped and darkened, an aura of annihilation spreading forth. Boom. Yi Feng was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of heat, leaving him utterly defenseless. The terrifying force consumed him entirely, turning his garments and hair to ash. With a spurt of blood, Yi Feng gasped, his wounds worsening, his skin shattered, flesh torn, a gruesome sight to behold. The might of the transformation of divinity was indeed fearsome. Yifeng gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Xiao Xingdong, his clenched fists cracking with tension. Yet his body could no longer rise. "Child, cease your struggles and await your demise," Xiao Xingdong taunted. "The nine nether demon fire, once it taints the soul, will not extinguish until it has thoroughly consumed its prey." The violet-black flames incessantly scorched his body, although it did not lead to immediate death. Yifeng soon found himself unable to endure, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Observing Yifeng's complete disappearance, Xiao Xingdong finally exhaled in relief. Now, all he needed to do was vacate this body to seize the treasure and spiritual root. However, as he attempted to break free, he discovered that the restrictions within his sea of consciousness had not vanished. How could this be? According to his past experiences, once the original soul perished, all magical artifacts and techniques would render ineffective, yet today was peculiarly anomalous. Could it be? A shock surged within Xiao Xingdong as he turned abruptly. Indeed, deep within the sea of consciousness, a vast golden light was slowly taking form, and before long, it coalesced into a humanoid shape. It was none other than Yifeng. Was I not burned to ashes? Yifeng examined his body, which had remarkably returned to its former state, still grasping the longsword. He vaguely recalled being reduced to ashes, only for his consciousness to reassemble. Evidently, the spiritual energy from the jade pendant had aided in restoring his soul. How is this possible? Xiao Xingdong's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? Can it truly reshape the soul? Yifeng glared across at Xiao Xingdong, his heart ablaze with rage, and declared, "Old scoundrel, I shall not let you escape." "Humph, even at death's door, you dare to utter such bravado," Xiao Xingdong scoffed. "Do you think a mere jade pendant can save you? It is nothing but a fool's dream. Come to your end." With a thunderous roar, Xiao Xingdong stepped forward, his spiritual power surging as a colossal claw imprint lunged towards Yifeng. The claw bore a terrifying strength, immense as a mountain. "Roar!" Yifeng bellowed, his body suddenly swelling, muscles bulging as a golden dragon vein spiraled around his long sword, exuding an aura of dreadful pressure. He forcefully pushed off the ground, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble, and in the next instant, his figure had darted before Xiao Xingdong, raising his longsword for a fierce downward strike. Clang! Xiao Xingdong would not relent, swinging his arms to counter Yifeng's assault. The clash of sword and fist resonated like the sound of metal on metal. And in an instant, Yifeng felt his body sustain a grievous injury, nearly fracturing his left arm. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Yifeng's long sword relentlessly slashed at Xiao Xingdong's chest, yet each strike met with futility, unable to inflict any harm. The soul at the transformation stage had already solidified into a physical form, its strength comparable to that of a corporeal body. A mere long sword could not possibly pose any threat to him. Xiao Xingdong ceased to conceal his prowess, launching a full-force attack aimed directly at Yifeng's vital points, piercing through Yifeng's chest with his initial strike. Yet, Yifeng remained undeterred, wielding his long sword and striking fiercely at Xiao Xingdong. Xiao Xingdong's figure flickered, deftly evading Yifeng's assault, and delivered a powerful kick to Yifeng's abdomen, sending him hurtling 10 meters away. With a spurt of blood, Yifeng glanced down to discover a gaping wound the size of a bowl where his heart had been pierced. Xiao Xingdong snorted disdainfully, swiftly moving to Yifeng's side, raising his fist to deliver a fierce strike to Yifeng's head with astonishing speed. Yifeng's pupils constricted as he hastily leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the brutal blow. The ground where he had previously lain cracked with a resounding thud, dirt flying in all directions. Xiao Xingdong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such rapid reflexes, seemingly stronger than before. However, even with a long sword as his weapon, Yifeng would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict any meaningful damage upon him. With a cold smirk, Xiao Xingdong intensified his onslaught, each strike imbued with overwhelming energy that Yifeng could scarcely withstand, his body repeatedly forced back. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage, Yifeng's spirit was once again shattered, transforming into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. Now, he should finally be gone for good, Xiao Xingdong murmured, his gaze fixed coldly upon the scattered starlight. Chapter 35, Negotiation Failure. Yet Yifeng remained oblivious, brandishing his longsword and striking towards Xiao Xingdong. The latter's figure flickered, evading Yifeng's attack, and with a swift kick to Yifeng's abdomen, sent him hurtling 10 meters away. Coughing up blood, Yifeng looked down to find a gaping wound where his heart once was, a gory hole the size of a bowl. Xiao Xingdong let out a cold snort, his form shifting closer to Yi Feng, raising his fist to deliver a rapid, forceful blow to Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng's pupils constricted, and he quickly sidestepped, narrowly escaping the brutal strike. The ground where he had previously lain cracked violently, soil flying in all directions. Xiao Xingdong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this youth's remarkable reflexes, seemingly stronger than before. Nevertheless, despite wielding a longsword, Yi Feng found it exceedingly difficult to inflict any meaningful damage upon him. With a mocking laugh, Xiao Xingdong intensified his assault, each strike imbued with formidable energy that Yi Feng could hardly withstand, repeatedly being forced back. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught, Yi Feng's spirit was once again shattered, dispersing into countless starlit fragments that vanished into the void. Surely, this time, he must be gone for good, Xiao Xingdong murmured, coldly observing the celestial remnants. Yet, in the next moment, a burst of golden light re-emerged, and Yi Feng slowly stepped forth from the radiance, showing no signs of the severe injuries he had just sustained. I shall see just how many lives you possess for me to extinguish. Xiao Xingdong roared as he lunged forward once more. On the ground, General Zhang, accompanied by numerous soldiers, approached Xiao Chun. Countless dark muzzles were aimed at the out-of-body realm cultivator, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. You sought us for negotiation. Please speak plainly. General Zhang stated calmly as he took a seat, gesturing for an officer to bring a chair and a pot of tea for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun accepted the invitation without hesitation, sitting down and beckoning, causing the teacup to fly into his hand, drinking it without reservation. Ah, delightful tea. It rivals the Tianshan spirit tea of my sect, Xiao Chun remarked contentedly, wiping his mouth as if savoring the unique flavor. He had just scanned the nearby soldiers with his spiritual sense and had grasped the basics of the Huaxiao language, allowing for normal conversation. Examining the porcelain cup in his hand, he expressed mild astonishment. TSK, such craftsmanship. Even the royal kills could scarcely produce this. At his words, General Zhang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness appearing. Who are you? Where do you come from? And what do you intend to do? Do not be alarmed. General Zhang, in your language, I am called Xiao Chun, hailing from a distant star system. I have come to seek collaboration with you, Xiao Chun replied, slowly rising to meet General Zhang's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, General Zhang inquired, what sort of collaboration? You must be aware that your civilization's fleet has been entirely annihilated by us. Xiao Chun calmly remarked, as the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. A mere fleet, in comparison to our collaboration, is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, General Zhang felt a surge of trepidation. It seemed that this individual was indeed the leader of the fleet. Yet he appeared indifferent to the fate of hundreds of thousands of compatriots. Such a disposition was certainly not that of an ordinary person. Shaking his head, General Zhang replied, Xiao brother, what insights do you have? How shall we explain today's events? Xiao Chun snorted dismissively. Your lack of spiritual energy is commendable, allowing you to reach such a level, but that is all it is. Should you wish for civilization to transcend this planet, you must rely on spiritual energy. If you are willing to join my Yunxian Empire and relinquish all your spiritual artifact crafting techniques, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation and the conversion of spiritual energy. As a seasoned commander of a colonial fleet, Xiao Chun had conquered numerous indigenous planets and transformed countless worlds devoid of spiritual energy. He was confident that such an enticing proposition would compel this indigenous planet to willingly surrender everything. Are you suggesting that your method of converting spiritual energy resembles this? General Zhang gestured for his subordinates to bring forth a device. What appeared was a simple apparatus, with battery wires connected to a freshly disassembled energy-gathering array. Upon activating the switch, currents flowed into the array, and soon, wisps of spiritual energy began to emanate from it. The energy was exceptionally pure, radiating a white luminescence and exuding a hint of chill, a characteristic only high-quality spiritual energy possesses. Seeing this array, Xiao Chen's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated that these natives possessed knowledge of energy-gathering arrays, and the quality of this one seemed superior to those previously utilized by the Empire. Although the array held limited power, it could convert other forms of energy into spiritual energy, making it an essential tool for transforming indigenous planets. This energy-gathering array is indeed pivotal for energy conversion, Xiao Chen continued, but without a method of cultivation. Neither you nor anyone here can convert spiritual energy into cultivation prowess. Otherwise, you would surely meet a tragic end. Oh? You propose to exchange your cultivation techniques for our entire planet? General Zhang's lips curved into a slight smile. I can bestow upon you a cultivation technique. After practicing it, you too may possess powers akin to mine. Immortality, Xiao Chun replied with a grin. He indeed possessed a cultivation method, yet after its practice, one's advancement would cap at the golden core stage, and their soul would be subject to control by the Shao clan, ultimately reducing them to mere puppets. What qualifications do you have to impart such techniques to us? General Zhang's countenance darkened, his voice sharp. Xiao Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Simply put, I can aid you in enhancing your strength. General Zhang scoffed. Our Huaxia nation boasts a history of thousands of years, enduring both external threats and internal strife, nearly facing annihilation. Yet, we remain steadfast today, reliant upon ourselves. Do you truly fantasize that a mere cultivation technique could exchange for our entire Earth? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly grim as he coldly declared, since General Zhang refuses to accept goodwill, we shall resort to a more destructive path. I advise you to contemplate carefully. Should I take action, it is likely that not a single ordinary citizen of the Huaxia nation would survive. General Zhang's eyes glimmered with a mixture of anger and gravity, for he understood that this statement was not mere hyperbole. The power exhibited by Xiao Chun was undeniably formidable. Even the latest energy weapons could not guarantee a decisive victory against him. General Zhang considered testing his resolve. The two locked gazes, the atmosphere thickening, signaling that an intense confrontation was imminent. Xiao Chun, I urge you to know your limits. Do not forget that your fleet has been entirely annihilated. Now, you stand alone. And I fear your clan will not show you mercy either. At that moment, a man clad in military attire emitted a cold snort, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun turned to cast a glance at him, scoffing, there is no need for concern. You are merely a swarm of ants. Whenever I wish, I could easily summon 10 more fleets like that. Mr. Xiao, your reckless behavior may not be wise. You must understand that you are in Huaxia. If you force us, we will resort to mutual destruction. General Zhang spoke with a grave countenance, each word laced with intensity. Huh? Is General Zhang angry out of shame? Do you truly believe you possess any means to detain me? Xiao Chun replied with a chilling smile, dismissing General Zhang's words entirely. General Zhang produced a remote control, pointing it towards a heavy truck nearby. Mr. Xiao, observe this method. Is it sufficient to compel your stay? As the truck's cargo area opened, dozens of high-yield hydrogen bomb warheads were revealed. Xiao Chen's consciousness swept across the scene, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the warheads sent a chill down his spine. His years of combat intuition warned him that should he be affected by such devices, even his astral form would be annihilated. The sensation was akin to confronting a superlative master at the pinnacle of cultivation rather than merely a few dark objects. Such primitive beings wield such power. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Chun took to the skies, his sole thought being to distance himself from these threats. As he departed, he did not forget to send forth a message, resonating across the miles. Humph, you shall wait. Within a century, I will undoubtedly return to Earth. And when that time comes, the heavenly army will arrive, leaving not even a trace. Chapter 36. Coma and Awakening. In the intensive care unit of the Military District General Hospital, Professor Luo, recently awakened, was assisted by others as he approached the bedside. Lying there was Yi Feng, still in a deep coma. Has this child not yet regained consciousness? Professor Luo inquired with concern. Since his admission to the hospital a week ago, Yi Feng had remained in a profound state of unconsciousness. The doctors exchanged glances and shook their heads. However, apart from that, his vital signs are stable, and there is no immediate danger to his life. Are his symptoms similar to those I experienced? Professor Luo recalled that not long ago, he too had succumbed to unconsciousness but had swiftly regained his faculties. Indeed, the characteristics of his brainwaves are of the same type. He appears to be in a deep slumber, with the frontal lobe region notably active. As if he is perpetually dreaming, the doctor added. That's reassuring. By the way, what of the alien cultivator's condition? The situation is very similar to Dr. Ye's. He too remains in a coma, unresponsive to various attempts at awakening him. Observing Yi Feng's tranquil visage, Professor Luo sighed. Do not fret, Doctor. Yi is destined for greatness and will surely pull through. We simply need to wait patiently, a doctor comforted him. Indeed, this child has faced considerable adversity since childhood. I hope he can endure this trial, Professor Luo concluded, opting not to intrude further and leaving the ward accompanied by others. Yi Feng had lost count of how many times he had been obliterated and subsequently resurrected. Perhaps it was the 100th time, or maybe the 1000th. Nevertheless, such details had become inconsequential. He only knew that in this realm, No matter how he was vanquished by Xiao Xingdong, he would invariably reappear unscathed. It resembled a video game with infinite save points, yet this boss was exceedingly formidable, and his own progression seemed perpetually outpaced by the adversary's strength. Here we go again. Xiao Xingdong's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed a finger, unleashing a bolt of electricity that pierced through Yi Feng's abdomen. You've already used that move 5 times. Can't you come up with something a bit more original? Yi Feng spat blood, but remained undeterred in his sarcasm. Silence. Xiao Xingdong roared in fury, raising his right palm to strike fiercely at Yi Feng's chest. Bang! Yi Feng was sent flying once more, crashing onto the hard ground. Why so quiet now? Yi Feng wiped the blood from his lips and struggled to rise. You are indeed difficult to kill, but do not celebrate too soon. I have my methods of tormenting you. Oh, what methods? Enlighten me. I am eager to learn. Yi Feng provocatively retorted, unafraid of Xiao Xingdong's potential tricks. For in this world, he was the sole arbiter of control. Xiao Xingdong sneered, you will soon find out. With that, his eyes turned a sinister crimson. A wave of intense murderous intent erupted from him, casting the entire space into a dark and terrifying gloom, as a colossal ghostly visage materialized behind him, instilling dread. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of Xiao Xingdong's intentions. In the next moment, Yi Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He was astonished to witness Xiao Xingdong twisting his own neck, then seizing his own head and drawing it towards the grotesque, massive visage behind him. A sharp pain surged through Yi Feng's entire being, followed by an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. This was an exceedingly arcane technique, possessing the power to alter one's memories and consciousness. Those ensnared by it would lose their sanity, transforming into mindless beasts driven solely by the urge to kill. Let us see if you can resurrect after losing your awareness. Yi Feng felt his memories blurring, his rationality and consciousness gradually severing, with half belonging to him and the other half to the individual named Xiao Xingdong. Moreover, a conflict arose between these memories, intertwining chaotically. With a heart-wrenching scream, Yi Feng cried out to the heavens, as if his soul were being torn asunder, enduring excruciating torment. His body trembled violently, a faint blue luminescence radiating from his skin. His muscles swelled and expanded until reaching a critical point, then swiftly contracted. A tremendous surge of vital energy erupted from his dantian, flooding his limbs and bones, while simultaneously, a dazzling white light burst forth from his brow, illuminating the surrounding space. With a resounding explosion, Yi Feng's entire being, along with his memories and consciousness, disintegrated into a myriad of starlight. Who? Perhaps this time he would be utterly annihilated. Xiao Xingdong fixated intently on the spot where Yi Feng had vanished. Panting heavily, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, just as he believed his victory was assured, the familiar golden light reappeared. Xiao Xingdong frantically assaulted the golden light, attempting to disperse it. Yet, regardless of how potent his spells were, they proved utterly ineffective against this golden aura, as if it were merely a 3D projection. Yi Feng reemerged before him, unscathed and unchanged. That last move was quite intriguing. I even glimpsed your past. So, you are an elder of the Xiao clan. Yet why were you exiled here? Care to share? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Rather than responding with anger, Xiao Xingdong chuckled. Very well, receive this move. And I shall tell you. He formed a hand seal, addressing Yi Feng with a commanding voice. Shadow curse. Before his words could fully resonate, Yi Feng felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. Turning around, he beheld a fleeting shadow, a sharp blade poised against his throat. Having engaged in numerous skirmishes, Yi Feng had acquired the ability to evade certain techniques. Thus, with a slight shift, he narrowly escaped this perilous strike. Not bad, let us see another. Yi Feng remarked fearlessly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Xiao Xingdong. Under the tutelage of this formidable expert in the transformation stage, he distinctly sensed an increase in his own prowess. The surrounding environment continuously replenished with spiritual energy, and with each revival, he felt himself growing stronger. At this rate, he would inevitably surpass this ancient being one day. Very well, prepare to experience an even mightier technique. With a swift motion, another shadow flashed past, this time with Xiao Xingdong closing in on Yi Feng. The shadow blade technique slashed through the void. With a low growl, Xiao Xingdong's figure surged, transforming into a towering figure clad in black, standing approximately 10 meters tall. He spread his arms wide, wielding 2 ebony longswords. The sword in his left hand traced a peculiar arc before plunging directly towards Yi Feng's heart. Excellent, Yi Feng exclaimed softly, bending his knees slightly and clenching his fists tightly. rushing forward with a sound that pierced the air. Crack, crack, as Yifeng's fists collided with Xiao Xingdong's swords. Ripples of energy radiated outward, followed by the sound of shattering. Xiao Xingdong's sword was cleaved in two, yet Yifeng remained utterly unmoved, successfully thwarting the attack. What is happening? Xiao Xingdong stood in stunned silence. His previous strike, despite utilizing only a fraction of his strength, should not have been so effortlessly countered. Aha! This technique is known as transformation and release. How do you find it? Yifeng assumed a Tai Chi starting posture, laughing heartily. Now, it is your turn to share your tale. If you wish to hear a story, come closer and listen attentively. Xiao Xingdong, employing the same tactic once more, reached out to pull Yifeng towards him, and another wave of memories surged into Yifeng's mind. Chapter 37. After hibernation year 2199, Huaxiao Federation, Ninghai Province, Hanjing City. In the Second People's Hospital, within the microcirculation life freezing chamber, a remarkably handsome young man lies peacefully in the nutrient solution of the glass pod, as if ensnared in a dream from which he shall never awaken, just as it has been for the past 176 years. The individual within is Yifeng. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the control panel beside the freezing chamber emits a series of urgent alarm sounds. Such an occurrence only transpires when a patient awakens or succumbs. An intelligent medical robot swiftly approaches the freezing chamber, employing its precise mechanical arm to press several buttons on the screen in rapid succession. Patient BZ23-0786542 has regained consciousness. Attending physician, please proceed to assist. The serene yet cold voice reverberates through the hospital corridor, and after a considerable pause, two young doctors hurriedly arrive. In this era where the populace seeks transcendence through cultivation, hospitals are nearly on the brink of closure. After all, illness has become an obsolete concern. Even injuries heal autonomously before one reaches the hospital. As for terminal afflictions such as cancer, AIDS, and uremia, they have long been relegated to the annals of history. Akin to the plague and smallpox, hospitals serve merely as temporary repositories for bodies awaiting their return to the ethereal realm. Similar to many other professions, the role of the physician has gradually faded, supplanted by advanced artificial intelligence nursing robots. Humanity has long since pursued loftier aspirations and vocations. However, the patient who has awakened today is exceptionally unique. Strictly speaking, he is merely an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. What makes him even more extraordinary is that he has slumbered in the freezing chamber for a staggering 176 years, accruing astronomical rental fees. Were it not for a substantial annual medical funding from a government account, this unclaimed youth would likely have been relegated to the depths of the freezing facility long ago. Hello, can you hear us clearly? In a haze, Yifeng perceives a voice near his ear, seemingly from a woman. Welcome to the new era. There is no need to force your eyes open. You will acclimate to the natural light in a few days, the female doctor kindly advises. Yifeng's thoughts remain sluggish, and before him lies a soft white glow, within which two figures faintly sway. Name: Yifeng. Age: 206. Ethnicity: Han. Cultivation: Could you check his spiritual power level? A mature voice inquires. The spirit power meter shows no response. Could it be malfunctioning? The doctor vigorously shakes the testing device and retests, but it still registers a value of 0. It appears there are truly no fluctuations in spiritual energy. We shall categorize him as ordinary. However, there is no option for ordinary on the form. The lowest we can select is Qi Refinement. The young female doctor glances at her tablet and sighs in resignation. Very well, let us mark it as Qi Refinement Stage 1 for now, and we can amend it later during the upload. The mature female doctor assists Yifeng as he emerges from the freezing chamber, rather than merely supporting him. The female doctor effortlessly lifted Yifeng's 160-pound frame with a single hand. At a height of 182 meters, Yifeng was as light as a leaf, easily transferred to the wheelchair. During this period, the care robot number 9854 will attend to you, so feel free to communicate any needs directly with it. After the two doctors had given their instructions, they hurriedly departed the cold storage chamber, leaving behind Yifeng, who sat slumped in the wheelchair, alongside a robot resembling a round trash bin. I am delighted to serve you, exclaimed robot number 9854, as it gently pushed the wheelchair forward while patiently explaining. Welcome to the new era. A rehabilitation plan has been arranged for you, with a scheduled discharge in 3 days. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, confronted by an entirely unfamiliar environment. The hospital walls were no longer rough concrete, but a seamless screen that adjusted its content according to his gaze, always keeping information at the center of his vision. The screen displayed the day's news. Our nation's 49th five-year plan has been successfully completed, marking a stable transition into the next developmental phase. The manned mission to land on Pluto has concluded successfully, with astronauts completing their extravehicular activities. Our naval fleet will soon conduct joint military exercises with the United States Fifth Fleet in the Kuiper Belt, during which tourism channels will be closed. Our track and field athletes have shattered the world record in the 100 meters, achieving a time of 0:48 seconds. The national men's football team suffered a disappointing defeat of 0-3 against Europa Royal Athletic. Tilting his head, Yifeng briefly questioned whether he was still dreaming, until the final news report confirmed that he had indeed awakened from that surreal slumber. In that distant dream, he had engaged in countless battles with a man, often being overpowered. Yet, during the final stretch of their encounters, the man would occasionally pause to recount tales of his past, tales of monks, the Yi clan, the Yunxian Empire, ascension, and jade pendants, all of which felt as if they had transpired within his own existence. "Ha ha, you finally awaken," a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Yifeng jolted in surprise. It was the voice of that man. "What do you mean by that man?" "Let me remind you once more, my name is Xiao Xingdong. You have slept for approximately 7 years longer than I had estimated. You certainly have a knack for slumber." The tone of Xiao Xingdong's voice carried a hint of reproach. "It seems your status is rather elevated. Those 2 women in white coats earlier possessed Yuan in cultivation." "What white-coated women?" Yifeng quickly realized he referred to the female doctor. "Have you lost your mind?" "They are merely doctors, not cultivators," he corrected. "Lost my mind? Are you suggesting I am mistaken? I can discern Yuan in fluctuations quite well. For instance, this puppet behind us possesses late-stage exit spirit strength," Xiao Xingdong retorted coldly. "To think such an exquisite war puppet is merely here to serve you, it is indeed more extravagant than the Huangfu family of the Yunxian Empire." Yifeng turned his head with great difficulty, finding no war puppets behind him, only a bright-eyed intelligent robot adorned with expressive emojis. "Hello. How may I assist you?" "It is time for your medication. Which flavor would you prefer?" Robot number 9854 displayed a cheerful smile and presented a tray of pills from its compartment. As it had indicated, the pills came in various flavors, including orange, grape, and watermelon. I suppose I'll take the watermelon flavor." A pill levitated effortlessly and floated into Yifeng's mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed the crimson pill, and an overwhelming surge of vital energy coursed through his body, bringing an exquisite sense of relief to his limbs and meridians. This is actually a supreme 9-turn elixir," Xiao Xingdong exclaimed in sudden terror. "You are truly squandering such a precious elixir by consuming it so casually." Chapter 38. A century-old letter otherwise? Yifeng questioned, perplexed. He had merely perceived the taste of the pill he had just ingested to be akin to that of watermelon lozenges. The substance you just swallowed could be exchanged for the latest model of battleship in the Yunxian star system. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a twinge of anxiety. He was currently destitute, and should any payment be required, he would find himself in dire straits. 9854, how much was that medicine? Retrieving data. Watermelon-flavored post-operative recovery tablets, classified as essential medication. Each bottle costs 2.7 renminbi, already reimbursed through your medical insurance. Would you like an electronic invoice? No need. Thank you. After this exchange, both entities within Yifeng fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he broke the stillness, inquiring, "Predecessor, since you awakened before me, why haven't you left my body? It feels rather awkward having you here." Do you think I wish to linger within your frail form? My spirit is entangled with yours, and for the time being, we cannot separate. Moreover, my own body is long lost. Even if I desired to leave, I would have nowhere to go, Xiao Xingdong retorted with irritation. "Very well, under such circumstances, I can only impose upon you a little longer. Rest assured. Once I am discharged, I shall help you find your body," Yifeng reassured him. "Find what? After nearly 200 years. Even a nascent soul vessel must surely have decayed. Even if it has, it is not entirely unusable. Wait, how many years did you just mention?" Yifeng suddenly seized upon a number. 176 years. We have been in slumber for a total of 176 years. Don't believe me? Just look at the time on the wall. Xiao Xingdong scoffed, remaining silent thereafter. Gazing at the electronic calendar displayed on the wall, Yifeng noted, July 16th, 2199. For 27, 46 p.m., clear weather. A flicker of recollection ignited within him, a cascade of thoughts racing through his mind. After an indeterminate span of time, Yifeng finally grasped the gravity of his situation. He had slept for 176 years, over a century, and had missed an entire era. This is how mortals are. A mere century leaves you in such contemplation. When I sought to transcend to the nascent soul stage, I secluded myself for a full 700 years. You have scarcely begun to understand, Xiao Xingdong remarked disdainfully. At last, Yifeng comprehended the reason for his solitude upon awakening. It was clear that after 176 years, he had been entirely forgotten, with no lingering attachments. 9854, do you have any emails regarding me? Yifeng inquired calmly. Retrieving data. 487 emails found. 486 ads have been automatically filtered, leaving one valid email from Professor Luo. Open the email. Assuming automatic email format conversion, please review. 9854 announced as the message was projected directly onto Yifeng's retina. Yifeng read, "Greetings, I am delighted that you are able to read this email, for it signifies your awakening. Regrettably, I cannot wait for you until that time. However, I harbor no regrets. After triumphing over the fleet of the Insin Empire, we successfully mastered the technology of spiritual energy conversion, as well as personal cultivation techniques. More importantly, we have begun to unravel the secrets of interstellar navigation, and I believe the next great age of exploration is imminent. Spiritual energy technology has evolved into an entirely new discipline, with humanity's research in this realm only just commencing. Yet, I am confident that if we continue to advance, we will undoubtedly grasp the mysteries of spiritual energy in their entirety. Preliminary research has already confirmed that humanity possesses the potential for cultivation, and that spiritual energy can indeed affect tangible matter. Soon, the myths and legends of yore shall become reality. Regrettably, I am too advanced in age to engage in cultivation myself, despite the significant progress in spiritual energy technology. We have yet to reach a stage where ordinary individuals can attain immortality. Therefore, I hope that you, in the future, will strive diligently and sail smoothly along the path of cultivation." Luo E., July 2086. After reading Professor Luo's email, Yifeng conducted a brief inquiry and discovered that Professor Luo had passed away in 2087 at the age of 139. "I need to rest for a while. Do not disturb me," Yifeng remarked coolly as he entered the hospital room alone. 3 days later, with the assistance of 9,854, Yifeng completed his discharge procedures and finally arrived in this familiar yet unfamiliar city. Upon reaching the surface, he was astonished to find that the hospital was constructed several kilometers underground. The surface revealed an expansive expanse of grassland, devoid of any man-made structures. Even more astonishingly, people floated gracefully through the air and automobiles hovered above the ground. In the higher skies, a colossal floating island loomed. As he absorbed the immense changes surrounding him, the blaring of a police siren jolted him back to reality. A hovering police motorcycle came to a steady halt before him, and a tall officer saluted. "Greetings. Are you Comrade Yifeng? I am the local registration officer, and it is my pleasure to assist you. Having received notification from the hospital that you have completed your discharge procedures, I will now assist you in obtaining your resident identification card." With that, the officer produced a camera and, with a few clicks, captured his photograph. He then handed Yifeng a device resembling a bank card. "This is your identification credential. Please keep it safe. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call 110. For someone like you, just awakening, I recommend transitioning to the retention area for a while." The officer saluted once more and departed on his motorcycle. Yifeng examined the identification card and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was not merely a card but an ultra-thin smartphone that had automatically connected to a 10G network. "Yifeng, do you recognize that senior from earlier?" A timid voice echoed in his mind. "What senior?" "That was a police officer. What's wrong with you? Can you speak properly?" Yifeng asked impatiently, his train of thought interrupted. "A police officer? That esteemed individual was from the Great Ascension stage, such a rare surname." Xiao Xingdong murmured to himself. "Great Ascension? Is that impressive?" Yifeng vaguely recalled that Xiao Xingdong had mentioned the ancestral elders of several clans in the Cloud Immortal Empire were likely at the Mahayana stage. This was no longer a matter of mere prowess. To put it plainly, had that esteemed figure manifested in the Cloud Immortal Empire, even the elder of the Huangfu family would have had to bow in reverence. "Are you certain?" Yifeng remarked, for he had not perceived anything particularly remarkable about that policeman. He found himself perplexed, and chose to disregard the quaking Xiao Xingdong hidden within his consciousness. Skillfully, Yifeng opened a map application and searched for the term preserve. Instantly, several destinations appeared before him. Veterans Preserve Barbecue, Red Warmth Preserve Sauna, Preserve Homestay. After a moment of contemplation, he selected the most reliable location and summoned a ride. It seemed that, in this era, one could still manage to keep pace with the times. Chapter 39. The Obligation of Cultivating Immortality in 90 Years Before Long. A call came in from a number named Ding Ding Taxi. Hello, I have arrived at the pickup point, but I do not see you. May I ask if your location is accurate? A middle-aged man's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of the local accent from Hanjiang City, which struck a familiar and comforting chord in Yifeng's heart. Hello, master. I have been standing here and have not seen any cars nearby, Yifeng replied, glancing around. Apart from the lush vegetation and some wild animals, there was no sign of any vehicle. Oh, I see you now. The one standing on the ground in white clothes. Is that you? Yifeng looked around again, but still failed to spot anything resembling a ride-hailing car. Yes, that's me, but I still can't see you. Look up. I am right above you. Please come up quickly. The voice on the other end sounded slightly impatient. Following the voice, Yifeng raised his gaze and indeed, a stylish vehicle was hovering above him, its license plate matching the one displayed on his phone. Master, how do I get up there? Yifeng asked in confusion. Dear guest, you can either fly up or jump. Both options are available, the driver responded helplessly. But I can't fly yet, Yifeng expressed his own helplessness. After a brief silence, the driver finally spoke again. Just wait a moment, I will come down to get you. We have a fixed price order. So if you wish to use the pickup service next time, please request a premium car. In no time, a middle-aged man lazily floated down from the vehicle. When he got closer and saw Yifeng's hospital gown, he regained his composure and hurriedly apologized. Oh, I see you've just awakened. My apologies. I forgot that you cannot fly yet. With that, he extended his right hand as if to grasp something. And Yifeng felt a pair of strong hands lift him gently, slowly elevating him into the air. I thought it was unusual for someone to be heading to the preservation zone at this late hour. Turns out it's a guest who has just awakened. The driver chuckled amiably. The latest traffic regulations state that private cars cannot stop on the ground here. Otherwise, they incur points and fines. Thus, I must impose on you a little, haha. No worries at all. I am still not accustomed to many things. Thank you for your trouble, Yifeng responded courteously. Once Yifeng secured his seatbelt, the driver started the vehicle and gradually accelerated, engaging in friendly conversation. Young man, which year did you enter the hospital? I can't recall the exact date, but it should be around 2022, Yifeng estimated. 2023? Are you mistaken? The technology for cryogenic chambers has been commercially available for nearly a century now, young man. I believe you are still groggy from your slumber, the driver laughed. Hee. Perhaps I am mistaken. Master, does this mean cars no longer run on fuel? Yifeng changed the subject. Fuel? Are you referring to gasoline? That hasn't been used since the last century. Electric cars have been obsolete for decades. Now we drive vehicles powered by new energy sources. New energy? Are you referring to spiritual energy? Yifeng inquired further. Indeed, this device is remarkably efficient. A single charge can last for half a year. With my latest model, it is sufficient for a round trip to the moon, the driver proudly proclaimed. I see. But why is it referred to as a new energy vehicle? Those that run on fuel are called fuel vehicles, and those powered by electricity are termed electric vehicles. So why not call this one a spirit vehicle? Yifeng continued to inquire. However, the driver merely gazed ahead, his expression darkening, without responding. I understand now. It indeed cannot be called a spirit vehicle. Yifeng awkwardly began to fidget with his toes. This middle-aged man is actually at the out-of-body stage. The voice of Xiao Xingdong echoed softly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng hastily sought to change the subject. Master, the software indicates that you are an expert in the out-of-body stage. You must be quite formidable. Formidable? Nowadays, even those at the harmonization stage struggle to find employment. For those of us at the out-of-body stage, if we can't make progress in cultivation, we can only resort to driving ride-sharing vehicles. Haha, the driver replied, his face reddening with embarrassment. Master, I'm not very familiar with this. What level of cultivation would the out-of-body stage correspond to, perhaps in the last century? Yifeng asked cautiously. Well, since the nation implemented mandatory cultivation 90 years ago, various sects have been expanding their recruitment significantly. The current levels of cultivation are rather diluted and aren't as valuable as they once were, The driver explained eloquently. Master, could you provide a comparison? What level of cultivation would a doctoral degree from the early 21st century be equivalent to? Yifeng pondered for a moment before rephrasing his question. Hey, this topic was quite popular online a few years back. While I'm not well versed in doctoral degrees, I can certainly share insights on the others, the driver said, his interest piqued. Take the nascent soul stage, for instance, it would roughly correspond to a middle school level. Decades ago, it held significant value, but now it falls under the mandatory education system. The out-of-body stage, like me, is akin to a high school level, only capable of performing manual labor. Those who qualify to approach various sects, albeit with lower scores, are at the out-of-body stage, comparable to a vocational degree. To enter prestigious sects such as 985 or 211, one must at least be at the harmonization stage, equivalent to an undergraduate degree, enabling them to secure positions in major enterprises post-graduation. As for today's Mahayana stage cultivators, they are essentially the elite, akin to master's degree holders. Though their numbers have increased significantly in the past 2 years, many civil servants fall into this category. As for the doctoral level you mentioned, I would speculate it corresponds to the tribulation stage. Such individuals are ones I've only encountered in the news. I, for one, have never had the opportunity to interact with them. Upon hearing these words, both Yifeng and Xiao Xingdong fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 40. The Lunar Expressway. According to the driver, Earth has preliminarily achieved mass production of cultivators, and with remarkable quality at that. The phrase integration is as common as dogs, and great ascensions are everywhere aptly describes the current state of human civilization on Earth. On the streets, one could randomly toss a brick and likely strike a group of ancient beings in the transformation stage. Noticing that Yifeng had fallen silent, the driver kindly reminded him, "We are about to enter the Lunar Expressway. The toll will be your responsibility, just to let you know in advance." The Lunar Expressway? Yifeng inquired, perplexed by the term. "Young man, the national roads are heavily congested at this time. Taking the expressway will be faster. With my local license plate, we enjoy a 50% discount on the toll, so it won't cost much," the driver patiently explained, assuming Yifeng was concerned about the fare. "Master, where exactly does this Lunar Expressway lead?" Yifeng pressed on, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Where else could it lead? To the moon, of course. "Isn't your destination the Red Warmth Reserve sauna?" The driver replied, pointing to the navigation system in the vehicle. "I'm following the GPS. You needn't worry. I want to take advantage of you." "Are we really heading to the moon?" Yifeng observed as the vehicle accelerated and descended, the scenery of the Earth receding into the distance. "Absolutely. The reserves have all been built on the moon. Earth has long since relocated these low-end service industries," the driver noted. "We're about to exit the atmosphere, so please close the window," the driver added. Yifeng glanced at the distant Earth, his mind overwhelmed with shock. Rendered speechless, the increasing speed pressed him into his seat, making him feel as if he were being crushed. He had speculated about the changes in the world countless times. Yet he never imagined that landing on the moon could be as simple as taking a taxi. Observing Yifeng's astonishment, the driver chose not to elaborate further and instead activated the vehicle's system. "Hello, Xiaodi. I'm here. How may I assist you?" "Engage the gravity simulation system and set it to comfort mode." "Understood." The Earth gravity simulator is now activated with a gravity coefficient of 0.95. Yifeng immediately felt much more at ease. The earlier overload had caused his blood circulation to falter. "My apologies. I almost forgot you are an ordinary person." Generally, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, this system becomes unnecessary, the driver said with a hint of regret. "To be honest, there are very few ordinary individuals like you nowadays, especially among the younger generation, whose cultivation levels are increasingly elevated." "Excuse me. Do you mean there are still people who refuse to cultivate?" Yifeng inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. When spiritual energy was first harnessed, many opposed and resisted cultivation, claiming that spiritual energy emitted radiation harmful to the body," the driver replied. "And what happened subsequently? Why did cultivation continue to be promoted?" "Quite simply, those who refrained from cultivation either aged and died or succumbed to illness. Once they had all perished, naturally, there were no longer any dissenters," the driver explained. "All right, but when you mentioned there are still ordinary people like me, what exactly did you mean?" Yifeng continued to question. Those individuals seem to be inherently flawed, lacking a spiritual root within them. Even if they undergo a transplant of such roots, they would inevitably experience a strong rejection, rendering them incapable of cultivating immortality. Presently, these people belong to a marginalized group, akin to participants in the Paralympics. Surprisingly, the nation's policies towards them are rather benevolent, allowing them to lead a peaceful life without significant issues. As the vehicle ascended the expressway ramp to the lunar route, Yifeng noticed through the window that the traffic density on the highway was exceedingly high. The lanes were no longer merely delineated on a single plane. Instead, they were stratified into multiple layers. The uppermost layer served as a pedestrian walkway, the middle as a passenger vehicle lane, and the lowest as a freight corridor. Each lane measured nearly 100 meters in width and 50 meters in height. As the vehicles floated in midair, there was no actual paved surface. Instead, a virtual roadway was projected by the streetlights flanking either side, creating a sensation of traversing a high-speed thoroughfare. The car sped along, and the roadside warning signs indicated a speed limit of 120,000 kilometers per hour, with the Chang'e toll station on the moon still 380,000 kilometers away. Young man, this journey will take over 3 hours. If you wish to eat or use the restroom, just let me know, and we can stop at a service area. The driver advised. Service areas? Although Yifeng was unfamiliar with the concept, he was greatly astonished. Of course, there must be 7 or 8 service areas along this route. Though there are significantly fewer now. I remember when the Lunar Highway was first opened, it was developed as a tourist route, with a service area every few thousand kilometers. Look, that one over there was a previous service area, which has now been transformed into a logistics transfer station, the driver remarked, pointing towards a toll station nearby. Following the direction of his finger, a colossal structure came into Yifeng's view. This erstwhile toll station had transformed into an immense warship stretching for several dozen kilometers. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a space station. A vast bridge connected the expressway to the space station, though it appeared to have been in use for quite some time. The exterior of the space station bore the words Shunfeng Express in enormous characters. Numerous slender corridors linked the space station to Earth, presumably functioning as space elevators. The vehicle sped swiftly, and within seconds, the space station vanished from sight, left far behind. Along the route, Yifeng also observed several enormous warships stationed in low Earth orbit, their familiar livery indicating they were military vessels. Master, is the global situation tense at present? I see quite a number of warships outside. Yifeng initiated a topic favored by drivers. It has been many years since any conflict. Ever since the conclusion of the Third World War a century ago, there has been little warfare. Those warships are meant to counter the Ancient Empire. It's rather peculiar how those extraterrestrials have yet to make an appearance, the driver replied, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to Yifeng. Care for a cigarette? Gazing at the packaging, which was reminiscent of a century ago, Yifeng chuckled softly and declined. Thank you, master, but I do not have that habit. Aha, what are you young people afraid of? Even if one were to contract lung cancer, a single injection would suffice. Noticing that Yifeng did not smoke, the driver refrained from further insistence. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and with a snap of his fingers, a plume of blue flame danced at the tip of his right hand. Igniting the cigarette. Hello, Xiao Di, activate the ventilation. Certainly, the ventilation system has been activated for you. Hello, Xiao Di, continue playing music. Understood. Now playing Above the Moon from the Legend of the Phoenix Winds. These old songs truly resonate. What on earth is happening in today's music scene? The driver jested. As he listened to the familiar melody and gazed out at the vast starry sky, Yifeng finally felt a flicker of life within him. Chapter 41. The Red Warmth Sauna. Young man, we've arrived. Would you prefer to scan the QR code or pay in cash? In a haze, Yifeng was roused by the voice of the driver. Have we arrived so soon? I thought it would take 3 hours. Glancing at the time, he realized they had covered the distance in merely 2.5 hours. Heh, there are stretches without surveillance, so I sped a bit. The driver replied with a chuckle. Oh, I see. How much do I owe you in total? With the tolls included, it's 128.7 yuan. You can just give me 128, the driver responded readily. All right, you can scan me. Yifeng took out his phone, preparing to open the payment code, only to suddenly realize that he had not registered for any payment apps of this era. Could you hold on for a moment? Where do I find this payment code? Yifeng asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tap here. Nowadays, accounts are directly linked with the Sol system. You can log in without needing a password. Under the driver's patient guidance, Yifeng soon accessed the account interface, where the balance displayed 000. The driver fell silent once more. Young man, You haven't linked a bank card yet, have you? Perhaps you should bind one. New cards come with perks. Yi Feng racked his memory, recalling that he had a payroll card from the last century, containing his savings of 200,000 from years of work. But I can't remember the card number. This is simple. You can search for historical accounts on your phone. Look, this Huaxiao Bank card belongs to you, right? The driver adeptly navigated the phone, successfully locating Yi Feng's old bank card. The current psychic technology was remarkably advanced. Anything with a record online could be retrieved. Yi Feng entered his password, which was indeed his birthday. The login was successful. Current savings, 3021. For yuan, fixed deposit, 180, for 187, for 156. 21 yuan. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes and refreshed the page once more to ensure the figures were accurate. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. A staggering 180 million yuan. Yi Feng had no clear concept of this sum. He merely knew that in his time, 180 million would last a lifetime. Young man, did you have a fixed deposit before your hibernation? The driver inquired, his voice trembling. Indeed, I do have some money, but certainly not this much. The driver swallowed hard. Brother, banks accrue interest. Just how long have you been asleep? Haha. To be honest, I can't recall how long I've been asleep. It feels like an eternity. Yi Feng chuckled, handing the driver the fare and generously tipping an additional 1,000 yuan. Brother, feel free to contact me whenever you need a ride. And do help me leave a good review. The driver expressed his gratitude profusely before driving away. As Yi Feng watched the driver depart, he turned to face his destination, the Red Warmth Preservation Area Sauna. The area known as the Reserve derives its name from its preservation of architectural styles from the last century. Initially, its purpose was to provide a transitional space for those emerging from hibernation. However, over time, the reserve gradually fell out of regulation, transforming into a lawless gray zone where numerous underground industries thrive. Yi Feng arrived here, relying solely on the experiences of the past century, recalling that sauna and massage parlors, as well as internet cafes, were the most economical places to spend the night. There was no need for identity registration. For a mere 20 yuan, one could find a place to rest for the night, and with a stroke of luck, even indulge in a buffet. Originally, his plan was crafted around a narrative of financial hardship. Yet now, having transformed into a billionaire, he found such places unnecessary. Nevertheless, with nightfall upon him, he had no choice but to make do for the evening. The female technician at the sauna noticed the solitary figure of Yi Feng and immediately sauntered over, her hips swaying enticingly. At this hour, the intentions of the single male patrons were quite straightforward. Aside from their target clientele, there would be no others. Hey there, handsome. It's rather chilly outside. Why don't you come in and have some fun? The flamboyantly dressed technician wrapped her arm around Yi Feng's, guiding him toward the establishment. Yi Feng felt his cheeks flush. He understood the nature of such establishments. Just as he prepared to extricate himself, he realized that his arm felt ensnared as if caught in a steel vise, making escape impossible. Miss, that's not what I meant. Is your establishment legitimate? Yi Feng inquired, seeking conversation to alleviate his discomfort. Why, of course. Our establishment is entirely above board, offering a plethora of services, icy and fiery delights, desert storms. You name it. I assure you, all our staff are fresh graduates, quite delicate indeed, the technician replied, concluding that Yi Feng was merely feigning disinterest while his body betrayed him, leading her to pull him directly inside. One male guest stepped forward to receive service. Yi Feng rubbed his reddened arm, still processing the situation when an unexpected force pushed him down onto a sofa. As he settled, the overwhelming scent of perfume nearly brought him to tears. It was then he noticed a provocatively dressed woman seated beside him, with her heavy makeup and curvaceous figure. Her ample bosom nearly spilled from her neckline. Her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, paired with a snug, form-fitting dress that heightened her allure. Well, look at this. Today's guest is quite the handsome fellow. The woman in black stockings gazed at Yi Feng with sultry eyes, reaching toward his chest. Hey, miss. I'm just here to rest. Yi Feng hastily dodged her advance. Oh, why be shy? I'm not going to bite. Just relax. My skills surpass those of the flashy temptresses outside, she said playfully, adopting a beguiling demeanor. Apologies, miss, but I genuinely came here to sleep. Could you please bring someone else? Yi Feng stood up, ready to leave. Wait. Although our establishment may be small, we offer excellent services that will surely satisfy you. The lady in black stockings hastily grasped Yi Feng's arm, preventing him from leaving. "Madam, please release me, or I shall summon the authorities," Yifeng remarked, exasperation evident in his gaze as he nearly felt his hand crushed. "Humph." Upon hearing the mention of the police, the lady instantly loosened her grip. "What? You dare to call the police here?" She placed her hands on her hips, adopting a pose reminiscent of a shrew scolding in the street. "That is not my intention." Yifeng replied with a wry smile. "I merely wish to rest for a moment." Upon hearing this, the lady paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, clutching her stomach. Her expression resembled that of a mad woman, devoid of any semblance of the coyness one might expect from a demure woman. "Is this your first time in the reserved area?" The lady ceased her laughter, scrutinizing Yifeng with newfound seriousness. Yifeng nodded, appearing very much like a weary office worker who had just finished a long shift. Observing his nod, the lady softened her demeanor and explained, "In this place, the police do not intervene. It is governed by community autonomy, understand?" Chapter 42. The underground spirit root trade. Unless there is a significant criminal incident, the police would seldom venture into such a dilapidated establishment. The alluring woman clad in black stockings ignited a cigarette, enveloping the small shop in a haze of smoke. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden wail of sirens pierced the silence outside, followed by a swarm of officers bursting through the door. Everyone instinctively crouched down, hands on their heads, as identification cards were tossed to the floor. "Check upstairs, cuff everyone, and take them away." Upon seeing the police, the enchanting woman instantly turned pale with fright. She hurriedly bent down, cradling her head in her arms. "Hey, did you not hear? Crouch down quickly. What are you still standing there for?" An officer barked at Yifeng, brandishing his firearm. Yifeng observed the scene before him, bemused. The timing of the police's arrival was uncanny. He had barely begun anything before being caught in the act. "Officer, we haven't done anything," the woman said timidly, exuding an air of vulnerability that invoked sympathy. Several officers regarded her delicate demeanor with indifference. "Ahong, this doesn't concern you. Just comply." "Why are you still standing? Crouch down," the woman whispered to Yifeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yifeng chose to comply and crouched down. "Did you not say there wouldn't be any police here?" The woman, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. "I mentioned that under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be. Does this seem like a normal situation to you? Something significant must have occurred in the neighborhood." Yifeng raised an eyebrow. What kind of significant event could transpire in this reserved area? What else could it be? "It's undoubtedly related to the underground spirit root trade. I've heard that the casino next door has been involved in this recently. It's no surprise that trouble has arisen." "Spirit root?" Yifeng suddenly found the term familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The spirit root is a special organ that emerges when cultivators begin their practice, typically located near the dantian. The strength of the spirit root determines the upper limit of future cultivation, Xiao Xingdong elucidated. "I previously heard that spirit roots are artificially cultivated. Why is their trade illegal?" Yifeng inquired softly. "The artificial spirit roots you refer to are of little value. Those who use them usually can only reach the transformation stage, and only by sheer luck might they ascend to the integration stage," the woman in black stockings clarified. "What they are doing next door involves extracting high-quality spirit roots and transplanting them to wealthy individuals. Such dealings are bound to attract law enforcement." Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was akin to the organ trafficking that had plagued regions like northern Myanmar. It was no wonder such activities faced severe crackdowns. "Gather the troops. Take everyone back." After a thorough search, everyone was ushered into police vehicles, transported to the nearest precinct. As night fell, Yifeng and the others found themselves temporarily detained, awaiting tomorrow's interrogation. Upon entering the holding cell, Yifeng noticed that it already housed 5 or 6 individuals, ranging in age, with several bald men adorned with extensive tattoos. "Behave yourselves. No disturbances tonight." After the police removed the handcuffs from Yifeng, they securely locked the door. Before Yifeng could take a seat, a small, shifty-eyed fellow approached him. "Bro, how did you end up here?" Yifeng glanced at him, showing no inclination to engage. "Hey, buddy, you must have been caught while getting a foot massage, right? I can smell the perfume on you. Today must be Little Hong's shift, haha." The small man sniffed exaggeratedly, his expression rather lewd. Yifeng turned away, indicating his disinterest in conversing. Yet, the small man persisted. "I say, brother, now that we're here, why pretend? Today's incident is quite significant. It'll be at least 3 to 5 days before we're even questioned. Why not make a friend first?" Finally turning to face him, Yifeng asked, What do you mean it'll take 3 to 5 days to interrogate us? Ah, this must be your first time in a precinct, huh? I could tell you looked unfamiliar. They've practically rounded up a whole street of people today. How long do you think the questioning will take? Yifeng recalled the police cars he had seen on his way in, realizing they had indeed apprehended numerous individuals. What am I supposed to do then? I'm innocent. I have things to attend to. The thought of spending several days in detention suddenly filled Yifeng with unease. Look, everyone here claims to be innocent. Take that chubby guy over there. He was just caught for having a few sips of beer before driving. It's been a week. And they haven't even questioned him yet. Yifeng observed the portly young man across from him, whose stubbly face bore an expression of despair as he stared out at the door. Now, take me for example. I was merely watching them play Texas Hold'em. And yet here I am. The small man lamented, though his demeanor seemed more comforting than sorrowful. Don't worry, as long as you weren't involved in that trade. You'll be out in a few days. That trade you mentioned, are you referring to the sale of spiritual roots? Yifeng inquired. At this, the room fell silent, everyone halting their activities to listen. Even the small man seemed taken aback, gesturing for silence and lowering his voice. Brother, you can indulge in alchemical pills. But don't speak carelessly. The crackdown is severe lately. Don't get entangled in this matter. Yifeng lowered his voice cautiously and asked, could you enlighten me on how serious this situation is to warrant such a response? Don't call me brother. On the streets, they call me Rat. This issue is quite convoluted, but you seem decent, so I'll explain it well. First off, while spiritual roots are treasures, they come in different grades: inferior, medium, superior, and top tier, each further divided into 3 levels: first, second, and third. Inferior spiritual roots are generally unwanted, considered a bad omen. Medium spiritual roots are the standard for ordinary individuals. The artificially cultivated spiritual roots today are mostly of this variety. With diligent practice, one could achieve a transformation within a century. Indeed, the value of superior spiritual roots far surpasses that of medium ones. It is said that individuals born with superior spiritual roots possess extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, and for them, obstacles are virtually non-existent until the stage of integration. With diligent effort, even the attainment of the great ascension is not beyond reach. Moreover, superior spiritual roots are elusive and cannot be sought after. Even with substantial wealth, acquiring one is not guaranteed. Do you understand why the trade of spiritual roots persists despite prohibitions? It is due to the immense market demand for superior spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Yifeng could not help but express his astonishment. So, it turns out that exceptional spiritual roots are indeed remarkable. Thus, the price of a superior spiritual root must be exorbitant. There is no fixed price, as it primarily depends on market demand. But I have heard that even the least expensive superior spiritual roots command a price in the 8-digit range. 8 digits, does that not equate to hundreds of millions? Yifeng pondered aloud. This is precisely why some individuals are willing to take such risks, continued the informant. Many wealthy individuals find themselves with more money than they can spend and wish to extend their lifespans by several thousand years. By transplanting a superior spiritual root and utilizing an abundance of elixirs and treasures, prolonging life by millennia becomes a simple endeavor. Furthermore, it is said that after the transplantation of a spiritual root, one's fortune and luck also improve, attracting a multitude of seekers. Transplanting spiritual roots is not inherently problematic. There are official hospitals that specialize in such procedures. However, superior spiritual roots can only be extracted from living beings. Those from whom the roots are removed may find themselves unable to cultivate, reduced to a state of helplessness, or, in more severe cases, suffer damage to their souls, becoming utterly incapacitated. Previously, numerous talented cultivators mysteriously vanished after being abducted, leading to the implementation of various policies aimed at combating illegal spiritual root transplantation. The informant elucidated. Yifeng listened attentively, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. As the hour grew late, he suggested resting. The informant, feeling fatigued, yawned and turned away to sleep. Yifeng, having experienced so much that day, succumbed to the weight of sleep and gradually drifted off. Chapter 43, The Return in the Yunxian Star System. On the capital planet, within the resplendent halls of the Yunxian Imperial Palace, the atmosphere was chillingly tense. The man kneeling in the Grand Hall was none other than Elder Shao Chun of the Shao clan. Your humble servant deserves death 1,000 times over. I implore your majesty to mete out punishment, he exclaimed, bowing his head and repeatedly striking his own face. Seated upon the dragon throne, Huang Fuyun's expression was as dark as thunder, his gaze fixed on the bloodied lips of Xiao Chun, his heart seething with rage. However, he restrained his anger and spoke in a low voice. "You may rise." "Thank you. For your Majesty's mercy." Xiao Chun stood, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, and retreated to his original position. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, all present holding their breath, fearful of inciting further wrath. After a lengthy pause, Huang Fuyun inquired, "I am eager to understand why your fleet was utterly annihilated in a primitive star system." Xiao Chun trembled at the words, hastily explaining that indigenous planet is exceedingly peculiar, with formidable powers. "I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth." "Humph. Do you truly believe I am so ensconced in the palace that I am ignorant of state affairs?" Huang Fuyun's voice resonated with authority. "A mere peripheral world, devoid of spiritual energy, could lead to your complete destruction. The mere fact that you allowed the remnants of the Yi clan to escape warrants 1,000 deaths." As he spoke, a potent surge of spiritual energy enveloped the hall, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among those present. Xiao Chen's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just when he believed his fate was sealed, Huang Fuyun suddenly reined in his energy, granting Xiao Chen a moment to breathe. "Very well, considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Do you accept?" Huang Fuyun inquired indifferently. "I shall devote my life to atone." Xiao Chen exhaled in relief, feeling utterly drained, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "Go and deliver the information you gathered from the indigenous planet to the Imperial Study. I shall review it personally." Huang Fuyun commanded. "Your humble servant obeys," Xiao Chen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he respectfully exited the hall. Once Xiao Chen departed, the atmosphere within the hall softened. "Your Majesty, this scion of the Xiao family is more of a liability than an asset. If we do not execute him as a warning, he will inevitably jeopardize your grand ambitions." A robust middle-aged man spoke from the side of the throne, expressing his concern. This man was Zhao Zhongtian, the king of southern defense. Zhao Zhongtian's words held merit, yet he still possessed some utility. For now, his life would be spared. Huang Fuyun nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering with thought as he continued. "The Yi clan should not be underestimated. Would you be willing to undertake this task on my behalf? It is my duty to alleviate your Majesty's burdens. On this expedition, I shall eradicate the Yi clan's hideouts and present their remnants' heads to your Majesty." Zhao Zhongtian knelt on one knee, resolutely declaring. Huang Fuyun nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Zhongtian was a mid-stage practitioner of the Great Ascension realm, a formidable figure within the entire Yunxian Empire. Aside from a few reclusive ancestors undergoing tribulations, Zhao Zhongtian had few rivals. Moreover, he commanded the most formidable border forces of the empire, the Yunxian fleet, which comprised 10 elite fleets and the most skilled Imperial Guard. Their combat prowess was sufficient to sweep across entire star regions. "Well, with the Prince of the Southern Territory personally taking action, I shall await favorable news here," Huan Gfyn remarked with a reassuring smile. However, the Prince of the Southern Territory did not rise, but spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty, I have another request." "What is it?" "Speak freely, my esteemed minister," Huan Gfyn's smile abruptly faltered. "We have just suffered defeat against the Westchat Empire in the decisive battle at the Yishui star system, and the Star Sea Fortress has now become the last bastion in our southern star region. I fear that those yellow-haired, blue-eyed barbarians may take advantage of my absence and launch a sudden assault. I implore your Majesty to dispatch reinforcements swiftly." The Prince of the Southern Territory said with a grave expression. Huan Gfyn furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding gravely. "Your concerns are not unfounded. Since you are uneasy, I shall send the Right Chancellor to lead 20 B-class fleets to support the Star Sea Fortress. Do not fret about the front lines. We must first secure our internal stability. As long as the Yi clan persists, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance." "Understood." The Prince of the Southern Territory silently withdrew, though his countenance was exceedingly grim. He was acutely aware that, given the current situation at the Star Sea Fortress, merely sending 20 B-class fleets was akin to offering a drop of water in a vast desert. Even more critically, there were no experts of the Ascendant rank station throughout the entire Southern Star region, and it was unlikely they could withstand the invincible fleets of the Westchat Empire. He could never fathom why, in the eyes of the current emperor, the nearly extinct Yi clan posed a greater threat than the immediate presence of the Westchat Empire. The mind of an emperor is indeed unfathomable. At the Star Sea Fortress, on the periphery of the star system, The Starsea Fortress is situated within the Starsea star system of the Southern Star region, which boasts the most stable teleportation routes in the entire star domain. Historically, whether entering the prosperous Southern Star region or heading towards the expansive Ishue star system, this location has always been a vital juncture. As the portal of the entire Yunxian Empire, the Starsea star system has been transformed into a defensive stronghold after millennia of continuous construction. The 9 planets within this star system have been converted into colossal fortresses designed for warfare, each housing dozens of fleets and millions of cultivators. At this moment, the main planet of the Starsea Fortress was surrounded by hundreds of massive spacecraft, each larger than the last, exuding an overwhelming aura. Among them, the largest was a cosmic battleship measuring 50 kilometers in length and over 10 kilometers in width, shimmering in a silvery gray hue with faint azure patterns flowing across its surface, presenting an extraordinarily imposing presence. This cosmic battleship was the newly commissioned Tian-class battleship, belonging to one of the most powerful fleets of the Yunxian Empire, the Tian Fleet. Chapter 44. The Tian Fleet. The vessels of the Tian Fleet are equipped with the latest energy cannons and energy shields, along with various assault ships and landing craft, making them the foremost instruments of warfare in the Empire. Beside them lie 2 equally magnificent battleships, and with 3 battleships firing a total of 36 main cannons, they could obliterate a satellite's surface in an instant. Behind the battleships, there are hundreds of cruisers and thousands of smaller destroyers accompanying them. The scale of the Tian Fleet is unparalleled, even among the numerous fleets of the Yunxian Empire. Master Lu, are you certain? At such a moment, we are to withdraw the Tian Fleet. A formidable elder blocked the messenger, disbelief etched on his face. General Nangong, this is an order personally issued by His Majesty. Did you not comprehend any part of what I just conveyed? The head eunuch, clad in purple robes, questioned with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, General Nangong's expression darkened. The fleet of the Zicade Empire is merely 5 jumps away. What difference does it make to withdraw the Tian Fleet now? Please relay to His Majesty that when one is deployed in the field, the Emperor's command may not necessarily be obeyed. He retorted vehemently. The head eunuch's face contorted with derision as he scoffed. Nangong Linkong, you are but a subordinate general. Do you dare to defy the Emperor's decree? Are you and your family planning to emulate the Yi clan? Enough of this nonsense. Hand over the military token and cease being an eyesore here. Infuriated by such humiliating words, Nangong Linkong drew his sword with great fervor, slashing towards the head eunuch. Boom! A brilliant blue light erupted, piercing through the air and tearing the fabric of space, reaching the eunuch in the blink of an eye. Humph! Overestimating yourself, the head eunuch coldly huffed, nonchalantly extending a finger. A layer of dark golden energy enveloped his finger like armor. Bang! The blue sword light struck the energy barrier but failed to inflict any damage. Instead, it rebounded, sending Nangong Linkong flying backward. Puff! He spat a mouthful of blood. Nangong Linkong, in terms of killing prowess, you are still far from adequate. The head eunuch stepped forward, delivering a swift kick. Bang! Caught off guard, Nangong Linkong was struck in the abdomen, flying several meters away. General Nangong, considering your steadfast service over nearly a century, I shall spare your life today. Should you make any further moves, I will ensure your soul is obliterated, never to reincarnate. The head eunuch cast a cold glance at Nangong Linkong, reaching into his body to extract a military token. Strangely, his hand appeared to penetrate the void without a trace of blood, effortlessly retrieving the token. As he watched the figure of his adversary gradually fade from view, Nangong Linkong held upward, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Tian Fleet is the absolute mainstay of the entire Starsea Fortress. It must not be relinquished so easily. Moreover, his family's years of dedication have been invested in this fleet. How could he abandon it? Contemplating this, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resolutely retrieved a communicator. Jinnan Wang, there is a situation. Before he could finish his sentence, a sigh resonated from the other end of the communicator. Ling Kong, relinquish the fleet. Once I conclude my matters, I will return swiftly to provide you with reinforcements. Until then, you must safeguard the Starsea Fortress. Upon hearing Jinnan Wang's voice, Nangong Linkong was engulfed in despair. He had just lost his last card capable of contending with the invincible fleet, leaving the entire perimeter of the Starsea Fortress exposed to enemy fire. The chief eunuch led a throng of palace servants into the ship's interior. Your Majesty has decreed that all Tian fleets must immediately return to base. Preparations commenced to initiate the jump sequence, returning to the imperial homeland to rendezvous with Jinnan Wang. As the chief eunuch's words fell, several operators sprang into action. Although the Titan fleet was among the most advanced in the Empire, it could not traverse the vastness of star realms. It was limited to mid-range jumps. According to the plan, 10 jumps would suffice to reunite with Zhunnan Wang, followed by 30 more to reach the distant native star system. To ensure absolute success, Huang Fuyin not only called back the Titan fleet from the front lines, but also appointed his trusted confidant, Chief Steward Liu, to lead this fleet, intent on thoroughly annihilating the remnants of the Yi clan. At the periphery of the Starsea system, in regions untouched by the brilliance of stars, countless erratically floating vessels drifted silently in the vacuum. The metallic surfaces of each ship mirrored the twinkling lights of the galaxy, creating a mesmerizing and splendid spectacle, akin to a dream. Suddenly, dazzling beams of light erupted, dense as a meteor shower. One warship after another emerged from the void, exuding immense pressure that shattered nearby asteroid clusters into dust. The insignias of these warships were unmistakable: the griffin emblem of the royal family of the Zikate Empire, the stag emblem of Duke Malio, and the war spear emblem of Prince Fengjian. A total of 24 Fearless-class battleships materialized, 10 of which were exclusively royal, with the other 2 noble families each commanding 7. After their appearance, these warships arranged themselves into a precise formation, hovering in the cosmos, casting a shadow over the heavens and exuding an aura of terror. In the darkness of space, where sunlight dared not reach, these 24 colossal ships resembled formidable steel beasts, radiating a chilling aura, while thousands of similarly fearsome spacecraft surrounded them. This was the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire. Within the command chamber of these 24 ships, the lighting was dim, with only a few windows allowing beams of light to filter through, creating a luminous barrier. On the flagship, adorned with the royal emblem, Prince Fengjian held a cup of dark, rich tea, sipping it leisurely. The flavor of this tea was unique, aromatic and sweet, imbued with a vibrant vitality. The sole origin of this tea lies within a single location in the entire star domain, namely the Ishue star system, which has recently been conquered by the Invincible Fleet. Chapter 45. Old Friend's Uncle. Do you believe we will emerge victorious in the forthcoming war? Inquired the handsome young man seated beside him. None other than Prince Carlos Chart von Jin, the second heir to the Western Chart Empire. Prince von Jin set down his teacup and slowly shook his head. I have heard that the Southern Guardian, Zhao Zhongtian, stationed at the Starsea Fortress, possesses formidable strength. I even suspect he wields power comparable to that of a transcendent being. Upon hearing this, Carlos's pupils constricted, and he fell into a prolonged silence. Such strength surpassed his imagination. Even his uncle had only recently grazed the threshold of the Great Ascension stage and was far from being a match. Although their fleet's strength and scale vastly exceeded that of the Cloud Immortal Empire, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Carlos spoke. Father, given the might of this force, perhaps we should reach out to the Imperial Council for assistance. After all, we have just endured a great battle and are in need of supplies. Prince von Jin furrowed his brow and pondered Carlos's suggestion for quite some time. Eventually, he lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. That is unwise. We have already penetrated deep into the heart of the Cloud Immortal Empire and are essentially a solitary force. If we cannot capitalize on our momentum, the arrival of reinforcements may render victory even more elusive. As he spoke, a jade tablet on the war table emitted a faint glow, indicating that news from their scouts had returned. After perusing the message on the tablet, Prince von Jin's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and in his excitement, he nearly spilled his tea. Wonderful. Truly, the Divine Emperor favors the Western Chart Empire. Observing his uncle's elation, Carlos curiously inquired, Uncle, what news could be so joyous? Prince von Jin let out a hearty laugh, his tone brimming with exhilaration. According to our intelligence, the elite fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire, specifically the troublesome Titan fleet, has departed the Starsea Fortress early this morning. Even more intriguing, Zhao Zhongtian is absent from the fortress, engaged in some clandestine mission. Carlos was momentarily taken aback, but then his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Just look at this, replied Prince von Jin, handing Carlos a jade tablet from the war table. This is a fleet deployment map of the Starsea Fortress? Carlos exclaimed, taking the tablet and studying it intently. Indeed, Prince von Jin confirmed with a nod. As Carlos examined the tablet in his hand, he felt a surge of emotions. The Cloud Immortal Empire had chosen to withdraw its main forces at such a critical juncture, significantly diminishing the challenges posed in seizing the Star Sea Fortress. Moreover, without a master like Zhao Zhongtian stationed there, the dilapidated vessels left behind would be utterly incapable of deterring the Empire's invincible fleet. Given the current disparity in military strength, capturing the Star Sea Fortress was merely a matter of time. However, Uncle, could this not be yet another stratagem of the Cloud Immortal Empire? I recall their military texts mentioning tactics such as feigning an attack to draw the enemy away, Carlos queried hesitantly. Regardless, this is undoubtedly an opportunity. As long as we can secure the Star Sea Fortress, the entire Southern Star region will fall beneath our dominion. At that time, Prince Fingon's gaze intensified with fervor. Although the Western Shade Empire has dominated the entire right arm over the past several millennia, its vast territories demand military expenditures in the trillions annually. Furthermore, the colonies frequently rebel, leaving the imperial treasury rather strained. Coupled with the rampant presence of foreign races within the empire, the imperial fleet is constantly overextended, with forces often in a state of tension. Were it not for the significant technological breakthroughs achieved over the past century, the empire would have succumbed to the Eastern Shade Empire centuries ago. This assault on the Cloud Fairy Empire represents an opportunity for the Western Shade Empire to expand its territories while simultaneously marking a chance for the empire's resurgence. Once the Southern Star region is captured, the entire upper arm will fall into the empire's grasp, resulting in a qualitative leap in its power. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Should it be missed, Prince Fengjin believes he would forever regret it. With this thought, he abruptly rose and commanded the chief guard outside, relay the orders, assemble the entire army in 3 days, prepare for a full-scale assault. Additionally, convey to the Cloud Fairy Empire that they must surrender immediately, or we shall obliterate the entire star system. In the solar system, Moon District, Reserved Area Police Station, everyone. Wake up, wake up. Is Mr. Yifeng here? Please come with me. An officer unlocked the door and called out, already roused by the cold. Yifeng trembled as he rose from the concrete bed, raising his hand and responding, reporting. I am Yifeng. The rat, huddled in the corner, enviously remarked, lucky you. Getting called in so soon after just one night. Do you have acquaintances in the station? Yifeng ignored him and quickly donned his uniform, hastening to follow the officer's lead. Sir, I told you, I am innocent. I truly did nothing yesterday. Mr. Yifeng, we sincerely apologize. We were unaware of your exceptional status and wish to extend our apologies. The officer saluted and led Yifeng into the office, where the warm air enveloped him, providing immediate comfort. Please take a seat. Shortly, an important person wishes to meet with you. The officer brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table before Yifeng. Cradling the warm tea, Yifeng drank it eagerly, feeling significantly more at ease, and began to mutter, this wretched place is so cold. Mr. Yi, we hope you can understand. After all, this is the moon. The officer explained. Moreover, we have thoroughly investigated your situation, and it is indeed unrelated to you. Yesterday was a misunderstanding. However, Yifeng nodded, prompting the officer to continue. However, early this morning, an important figure personally came to our station, specifically requesting to see you. Unfortunately, you were already asleep, so he chose not to wake you, and instead waited for you to awaken. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng's expression suddenly became peculiar, and he quietly inquired, are you implying that this person seems familiar to me? Well, replied Ah Sir, I believe he is a friend you know, though I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Please wait a moment. He should arrive shortly. After finishing his words, Ah Sir saluted once more and exited. Yifeng nodded, leisurely sipping his hot tea. He truly could not recall having encountered any significant figure during the days he had regained consciousness. Long time no see. Ye brother, exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed young man, donning sunglasses and sporting dyed yellow hair, as he burst through the door and plopped down beside Yifeng. You, of all people, woke up and the first thing you did was not to contact me, but rather to come to this reserve to indulge yourself. You certainly have a knack for choosing your spots. The young man chuckled heartily, throwing an arm around Yifeng's shoulder. Yifeng evaded the young man's embrace and retorted with irritation, don't get the wrong idea. I merely came here to rest. By the way, who might you be? The young man's smile faltered, and after a moment of silence, he lamented, after all this time apart, you really cannot recognize who I am? Friend, I believe this is our first encounter, Yifeng replied earnestly. The young man forced a smile, removed his sunglasses, and said, well, take a closer look. Do you have any recollection? Recollection? You must be aware that I hibernated for 176 years. I have not seen you in my dreams, Yifeng attempted to recall. The young man nodded slightly, and then stated, "All right, it seems you truly have been in a deep slumber. The Blue Gold Mountain Observatory. Employee number 14,084? Does that ring a bell? Blue Gold Mountain Observatory? Employee number?" Faint memories began to stir within Yi Feng's mind, and he finally noticed the young man's familiar tuft of yellow curls. "Yellow hair. You are still alive." Chapter 46. The Battle of Doom. With a laugh, Huang Mao remarked, "That line should have been mine. You, my friend, have slumbered for nearly 2 centuries, causing me unnecessary worry for so long." Yi Feng, feeling distressed, rubbed his forehead and confessed, "I had no idea I had slept for 176 years. Huang Mo nodded, saying, "Indeed. When I visited you in the hospital, the doctor insisted I whisper your name and tell you stories. I wonder if you heard any of it back then." Yi Feng scratched his head, seemingly struggling to recall those distant memories. Observing this, Huang Mao chuckled and continued, "When I saw you remained unresponsive and your bodily functions deteriorated severely, I had no choice but to place you in a hibernation chamber to prevent muscle atrophy." Yi Feng pondered this and curiously inquired, "By the way, how have you managed to survive all this time? Shouldn't everyone from our era have perished by now? How dare you bring that up?" Huang Mao retorted angrily, "I was supposed to live a carefree life, but instead, I ended up cleaning up your mess. General Zhang insisted I was intimately familiar with you and ordered me to wake you up later, so he locked me in the hibernation chamber as well. Am I truly that significant? I didn't intend for any of this," Yi Feng replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Nevertheless, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I only slept for a century and was awakened just in time. By then, the cultivation of spiritual energy had already progressed, and I was fortunate to awaken an exceptional spiritual root, swiftly advancing to the integration stage. Living for another 10 to 20,000 years should pose no challenge." "Oh, I see," Yi Feng responded, "but you still haven't explained why the nation places such great importance on me. That I am not entirely certain about. However, Professor Luo specifically designated you as a crucial figure in the Battle of Doom, which led everyone to regard you as their sole beacon of hope." "The Battle of Doom?" Yi Feng echoed, momentarily taken aback by the term. Huang Mao gestured towards the warship outside the window, stating, "Do you see that? For this mission, you must cooperate with me, otherwise neither of us will have an easy time." "Why is that? What does the Battle of Doom have to do with me?" Yi Feng asked, his face a portrait of confusion. "That's a long story, my child. For now, let's step outside. General Zhang will provide you with the details shortly," Huang Mao said, rising to his feet and signaling for Yi Feng to follow him. Upon exiting the police station, they observed a standard military landing ship already anchored in the preservation zone above, while several fully armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity. With a gentle wave of his hand, Huang Mao guided Yi Feng to float slowly into the landing craft. "Huang Mao, I have a question. I sensed something was amiss yesterday," Yi Feng said, eyeing the soldiers' rifles with puzzlement. "In this era of spiritual energy, why are they still using guns? Do these weapons hold any utility for cultivators like us in the integration stage? That is a misconception. These are not ordinary rifles, nor are the bullets mere relics of the past," Huang Mao patiently elucidated. "The rifles of today are powered by spiritual energy, boasting rapid firing rates. And their projectiles are no longer metal, but rather binding spirit stones." "Binding spirit stones?" Yi Feng echoed, attempting to grasp the concept. "One may interpret this as a psychic insulator. Being struck by such an object is akin to having one's soul pierced, causing excruciating pain. More ominously, enduring multiple impacts would lead to a rapid dissipation of one's spiritual energy, leaving even the most formidable cultivator helplessly subdued." The blonde-haired man bore an expression of dread, reminiscent of someone who had faced a barrage of bullets. Thus it became evident. Indeed, every entity has its match. Yi Feng realized with a sudden clarity. In truth, it was somewhat trivial. While this device could serve in maintaining order, in the vast expanse of outer space, it would ultimately require colossal ships and mighty cannons now. That is the true romance of man. The blonde-haired man appeared entranced by this thought. Upon boarding the landing craft, Yi Feng was left speechless by the interior scene before him. This was no mere landing craft. It resembled a small base. The surroundings predominantly featured a special transparent material, allowing for a clear view of the azure globe outside. The floor was a dark gray, evidently treated with a special finish. The walls were adorned with runic patterns that shimmered with a soft glow. In the center of the room stood an impressively spacious table, behind which sat a female officer clad in military attire. As soon as she noticed the entrance of the blonde-haired man and Yi Feng, she approached with utmost respect, saluting. Greetings, Chief. I shall notify General Zhang right away. Please hold for a moment. Thank you for your efforts, the blonde-haired man replied with a slight nod. He turned to Yifeng and said, Please follow me. General Zhang will arrive shortly. As Yifeng followed the blonde-haired man down a corridor leading toward the ship's stern, soldiers saluted them along the way, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Before long, they reached the rear of the ship, only to find it completely deserted. Where's General Zhang? Yifeng could not restrain himself from inquiring. Dr. Yi, it's good to see you well, came a commanding voice, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps from the stern. Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a military uniform appeared before them. Greetings, Dr. Yi. It has been quite some time. I wonder if you still remember me? The middle-aged man extended his right hand, slightly bowing as he gestured for a handshake. Yifeng also inclined his body slightly in respect, extending both hands in response, and smiled warmly. Of course, I remember you, General Zhang. General Zhang chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Since you recall me, I shall not beat around the bush. The purpose of today's meeting is to assess you, to ascertain whether you are indeed the rumored descendant of the Yi clan. The blonde-haired man interjected, the descendant of the Yi clan? My brother Yifeng grew up sharing the same clothes as me. How could he possibly be an alien? Colonel Huang, are you questioning my authority? Do you even understand the purpose of your visit? General Zhang retorted with a cold snort. Startled, the blonde-haired man recoiled slightly, hastily clarifying, General Zhang. That was not my intention. I merely ha-ha. No need for concern. To be honest, I share your curiosity regarding what connection I might have with that so-called descendant of the Yi clan. Yifeng interjected cheerfully, coming to the blonde-haired man's aid. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the fleet of the Yunxian Empire has journeyed across great distances to reach Earth, with one of their primary objectives being the capture of the descendant of the Yi clan, General Zhang elucidated. Concurrently, we firmly believe that the Yunxian Empire holds this descendant in high regard and would never relinquish their pursuit due to a single failure. They are certain to dispatch subsequent fleets to return to Earth. The conflict between Earth's civilization and the Yunxian Empire is destined to be rekindled, and when it occurs, the adversaries will undoubtedly be 100 times more formidable. General Zhang's tone grew grave. This is the apocalyptic battle for which we have prepared for a century. For this monumental confrontation, I, like you, became part of the hibernation program, awakening merely 50 years ago. As he spoke, General Zhang sat down, shaking his head with a wry smile. Upon my awakening, I realized that the so-called apocalyptic battle was nothing but an utter farce. During my slumber, humanity had yet to fully comprehend the principles of psychic energy. By the time I emerged, our fleet had already attained the capability to navigate throughout the entire solar system. Chapter 47. Descendants of the Yi clan. General Zhang's emotions became somewhat agitated as he activated the three-dimensional holographic model of the solar system before him. He pointed to a luminous speck near Jupiter, stating, Our Republic of Huaxia currently boasts 12 deep space fleets within the solar system. This is one of them, the Wuma fleet, stationed near Europa. As the image magnified, Yifeng could distinctly observe this vast deep space fleet quietly orbiting Europa, with the largest warships measuring several hundred kilometers in length. Nearby the port, countless comparable vessels moved in and out, instilling a sense of awe. The combination of psionic curvature engines and nuclear fusion engines with no propellant grants our warships formidable maneuverability, both at long and short ranges. The advancement of psionic technology has sparked a third industrial revolution, propelling materials science to unprecedented heights. Our metallurgical technology now allows for atomic-level precision control. Take the outer armor of this warship, for instance. Although its actual thickness is merely a few nanometers, its density closely approaches that of materials found on white dwarfs. As for its strength, even cultivators in the tribulation phase would find it insurmountable. General Zhang lifted his gaze towards Earth outside the window and continued, Of course, we must mention the weapon systems. Currently, we are developing two main types of psionic weapons. Psionic energy weapons, primarily for physical strikes, and embedded soul virus attacks, aimed at mental assaults. At present, the overall cultivation level of the Yunxian Empire lags far behind ours. Even those at the transformation stage are considered top-tier experts there. It's quite laughable. Moreover, from the captives of the Yunxian Empire, we learned that their fleet has seen no significant upgrades in thousands of years. Their space warships, in our eyes, resemble the primitive canoes of early humans. With a self-deprecating chuckle, General Zhang mused, Who would have thought that abandoning everything to embrace the future and face the apocalypse would render me a true laughingstock. Yifeng could empathize with this sentiment, akin to sacrificing countless resources for revenge, achieving unparalleled martial prowess, only to discover that the sworn enemy on the day of reckoning is merely an unarmed invalid. Such poignant disillusionment is likely a feeling only someone like General Zhang, a true powerhouse, could comprehend. General Zhang, there is something I do not understand. I kindly seek your guidance. Yifeng broke the silence. I still fail to grasp the connection to my identity as a descendant of the Yi clan. Hearing this, General Zhang burst into hearty laughter. Ah, I nearly forgot the crux of the matter. The descendants of the Yi clan serve as our bait. The fish we aim to catch is the fleet of the Yunxian Empire. Yifeng felt increasingly perplexed. General Zhang, my mind is a bit muddled. Could you please elucidate further? Let me put it this way. Have you ever wondered where the fleet of the Yunxian Empire originates? From the Yunxian Empire? Dr. Yi, how humorous you are. May I inquire if you know the location of the Cloud Immortal Empire? Unfortunately, I am not well informed on that matter. Indeed, we remain uncertain regarding the precise whereabouts of the Cloud Immortal Empire, and the captives have offered no clarity on the exact coordinates. However, the location of the Cloud Immortal Empire is of utmost significance to us, as it represents a pivotal step for humanity in venturing beyond the solar system. How so? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. Do we not already possess the technology for a curvature engine? Why not simply propel ourselves out of the solar system? General Zhang shook his head thoughtfully. In navigating the cosmos, particularly in interstellar travel, it is not only essential to have the means of navigation, but also imperative to possess a clear understanding of the destination's coordinates. Without direction, even the swiftest of warships will never reach their intended goal. In the early days of acquiring the curvature engine technology, we naively believed that humanity could break free from the solar system and embark on an era of cosmic exploration. Yet, one starship after another departed the solar system, only to return empty-handed, with some never to return at all. The vastness of the universe far exceeds our imagination. Speed alone cannot suffice for exploration. The vessels that ventured forth either jumped into the empty void of space or reached lifeless, desolate star systems. To date, we have yet to discover any signs of civilization in the cosmos, let alone the Cloud Immortal Empire. Thus, the coordinates or star maps possessed by the Cloud Immortal Empire are of extraordinary importance. According to the accounts of high-ranking captives, the leaders of the Cloud Immortal Empire hold a comprehensive star map of the third arm of the Milky Way, detailing the coordinates of various civilized worlds and safe navigational routes. This knowledge has been amassed through 4 millennia of cosmic navigation and is of immense significance to us. Therefore, this impending battle for survival becomes particularly crucial. Not only must we annihilate the enemy, but we must also secure the star map, or at the very least, obtain the precise coordinates of the Cloud Immortal Empire. Dr. Yi, if you truly are a descendant of the Yi clan as they claim, your value is substantial. They must possess some unique method to ascertain your location. With that, General Zhang retrieved a specimen card from his pocket. It is quite simple to determine whether you are indeed a descendant of the Yi clan. Although our DNA is nearly identical to that of the Cloud Immortal Empire, there are still subtle distinctions. We merely need a small genetic sample from you for a straightforward comparison. General Zhang plucked a hair from Yifeng's head, formed it into a small clump, and placed it onto the specimen card. Soon, the card projected an image of 2 spiraling chromosomes. As the rotation accelerated, the progress bar turned green, ultimately displaying a number, 100. Ah, it seems I am indeed human. Yifeng sighed with relief. Meanwhile, General Zhang and Huang Mao stared at the image in a daze, rendered speechless for a while. After a considerable period, Huang Mao finally managed to speak with great difficulty, saying, Yifeng, the comparison is with the samples of the people from the Yunxian Empire. Chapter 48 The Might of the Mahayana in the Fringes of the Yunxian Star System. Within the Zhao clan's fleet, Zhao Zhongtian stood over Xiao Chun, his foot pressing down on the latter's face, demanding an explanation. Xiao Chun, what nonsense have you written in your report to His Majesty that prompted him to recall the Tian fleet? Your Highness, spare me. I am wronged. I merely spoke the truth. I did not lie. Xiao Chun, racked with pain and unable to resist, wept profusely, tears and snot streaming down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably, devoid of the dignity one would expect from a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. Speak the truth. Do you still dare to quibble? If not for your remaining value, I would have torn you to shreds already, Zhao Zhongtian retorted coldly. A mere native star system has managed to alarm the Tian fleet. Should the Qinghai fortress fall, your entire lineage would not suffice as atonement. Your Highness. That native star system is indeed quite peculiar. Although its inhabitants lack spiritual power, their spiritual artifacts possess power comparable to that of the transformation stage. Xiao Chun, huddled on the ground, felt the oppressive sensation of his spiritual energy being suppressed. The transformation stage? Even if they had 100 of them, they would not warrant my personal intervention. Speak plainly, what other secrets do they harbor? Zhao Zhongtian kicked Xiao Chun aside disdainfully. Your Highness, to speak candidly, they possess a type of circular pillar-like spiritual artifact, approximately 30 feet long and 10 feet wide, with terrifying power. It feels no less than a full-force strike from a Mahayana master. After receiving a kick, Xiao Chun felt half his bones fracture. Yet he could not afford to lament the pain, instead becoming lost in the terrifying memories of the past. Humph! Mere ants dare to speak of the Mahayana. Zhao Zhongtian seized Xiao Chun and, with a flicker, transported them to a nearby uninhabited asteroid. Today, I shall grant you a glimpse. Behold what a full-force strike from a Mahayana master truly entails. With a powerful tremor of his arms, the surrounding space solidified instantaneously, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth, expanding in all directions. Boom! Spiritual energy erupted as true chi surged. The surface of the asteroid shattered in an instant, scattering countless fragments into the void, as if the asteroid had been stripped of its outer layer. Simultaneously, a gigantic dragon of black and red flames roared forth from Zhao Zhongtian's body, emitting a deafening roar as it clawed towards the planet. This planet, with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers, could not withstand even a moment against the fiery dragon unleashed by Zhao Zhongtian's full might, and was swiftly consumed by flames. As the fire subsided, only countless charred and shattered meteorite fragments remained at the site, with no trace of the planet to be found. Zhao Zhongtian dusted off his sleeves, exuding an air of nonchalance, merely a trifling matter. Your Highness's might is unparalleled. I am profoundly impressed. Xiao Chun managed to stammer a few words of admiration before coughing up blood, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. Having endured such overwhelming spiritual pressure at close range, Xiao Chun, already grievously injured, could bear it no longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. How pitiful! With such limited abilities, it is no wonder you were defeated by the indigenous planet. Zhao Zhongtian cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chun, but his peripheral vision caught sight of another formidable figure already waiting nearby. The king of the southern town had significantly improved his prowess. He must be nearing the late stage of the Great Ascension, truly a cause for celebration. Today, we are fortunate to witness the Zhao family's ultimate technique, the sky-burning and sea-steaming formula. Indeed, this journey has not been in vain. This powerful figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, infusing a thread of pure spiritual energy into Xiao Chun's body, ensuring he would not succumb to the frigid environment's absolute zero. Zhao Zhongtian regarded this individual with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, his tone slightly restrained. In the entire Yunxian Empire, the person he least wished to provoke, aside from the current sovereign, was this very individual. Chief Steward Liu, you flatter me. In your presence, I am but a novice, a mere fool. Zhao Zhongtian humbly clasped his hands in greeting, although inwardly he scoffed, maintaining a facade of respect. There are many speculations regarding Chief Steward Liu's cultivation level, but one thing is certain, he has long since transcended the tribulation threshold. Otherwise, he could not suppress the numerous offenders within the empire. As for the specifics of his cultivation, perhaps only the one ensconced in the depths of the palace truly knows. For those who have witnessed this steward's capabilities have long since perished. When he annihilated the Yi clan, his hands were indeed stained with blood. Your Highness Zhao is jesting. You are a pillar of the empire, and the sovereign knows well who is strong and who is weak. Chief Steward Liu replied with a smile, as if his words were particularly well received. Your kind words are unwarranted. I am curious as to why you have come. Chief Steward Liu? Zhao Zhongtian inquired after exchanging pleasantries. Your Highness Zhao, it has been many years since we last convened. Now, the sovereign has dispatched me to lead the Tian fleet alongside you. I hope you do not take offense. Chief Steward Liu squinted, revealing a sly smile. Zhao Zhongtian pondered for a moment before responding. Since it is the sovereign's decree, I certainly have no objections. May I inquire if you have brought the star charts? I wish for this battle to be swift and decisive, without delay. Your eagerness for achievement is commendable. Rest assured, I shall not lag behind. According to the star charts, with a maximum of 20 jumps, we shall arrive, and with the return journey included, it will take no more than 6 months. Chief Steward Liu assured. Zhao Zhongtian furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before stating, if we do not carry supply and logistics fleets, the time can be shortened further. Speed is of the essence. We should proceed with the main fleet. In his strategy, he believed that his individual strength alone was sufficient to subdue the entire indigenous star system. Taking the main fleet was merely to preserve the sovereign's dignity. Haha. With such boldness, you truly deserve the title of the foremost expert in the military. Chief Steward Liu praised with a nod. No, with you accompanying me. I find little to worry about, Zhao Zhongtian replied. Haha, splendid. I shall not impose further, Chief Steward Liu said, satisfied with the response, as he returned to the fleet. Taking the unconscious Xiao Chen with him. 3 months. Time is indeed too tight. I hope that Nangong Lingkong can endure. Zhao Zhongtian gazed into the distant expanse adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, shook his head, and ultimately returned to the fleet. Chapter 49. Psychic Technology. Yifeng spent a full hour coming to terms with the fact that he was not a native of Earth. Prior to this revelation, he had exhausted all the comparison cards available in the room. As he beheld the screen displaying a perfect 100, Huang Mao broke the silence. Yifeng, no matter where you hail from, in my heart, you will always be my buddy. Indeed. It seems that the citizens of the Yunxian Empire have nearly integrated into our society. The first batch of released prisoners from the war has likely already produced a new generation, General Zhang added reassuringly. In truth, our Huaxia nation shares numerous similarities with the Yunxian Empire, be it in physical appearance or cultural traditions. In many respects, we are essentially of the same origin. Therefore, you need not feel burdened by your identity. Yifeng gazed at his reflection in the metallic wall, scrutinizing his image in the mirror. He noticed that apart from his relatively handsome features and somewhat thinner lips, he could hardly distinguish himself from the Huaxia populace. Even the color of his pupils bore little difference from that of an average person. However, Yifeng understood that this was not mere coincidence. General Zhang seemed to have discerned Yifeng's thoughts and stepped forward. In reality, we too harbor the same doubts as you do. The Yunxian Empire originates from hundreds of light years away, and their homeworld's ecology, as well as the structure of their stellar system, is entirely different from our solar system. Conventional reasoning would suggest that the Yunxian people should exhibit a life form vastly different from ours. Yet, astonishingly, we are not only remarkably similar at the genetic level, but our cultural legacies are also strikingly alike. Moreover, this phenomenon is not an anomaly. According to the records of the Yunxian people, throughout their 4,000 years of history of conquest, countless civilized planets have been governed by human-like beings. It is akin to an enormous deception, thus. The topic of human origins teeters on the edge of denial for evolutionary theory, as creationism regains its dominant position. Most alarmingly, within the legends of the Yunxian people, there exist tales akin to our own, such as the Panga creation myth, the archer Hui shooting down the suns, and Niwa mending the sky. General Zhang lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. There are even rumors that beyond the tribulation, there lies a higher realm, a domain that our most advanced sciences have yet to explore. Upon hearing this, Yifeng could not help but inquire, then, General Zhang, since we are all humans, why have we on Earth not developed a cultivation system? An excellent question, General Zhang replied. The crux of cultivation lies in psychic energy. In the Yunxian Empire, as well as in the vast majority of star systems, psychic energy permeates the universe much like solar energy. Most civilizations, even in their primitive eras, have been able to harness the methods of utilizing psychic energy. Consequently, this convenient and efficient energy source has allowed these cultivation civilizations to effortlessly attain abilities such as flight and immortality without necessitating significant advancements in technology. General Zhang paused for a moment, gazing at Yifeng as he continued, however. It is precisely because spiritual energy is so readily accessible that their technological and societal advancements have remained at a remarkably primitive stage. Their entire civilization has devoted all its efforts to the study and cultivation of spiritual energy, resulting in stagnation in the exploration of the fundamental nature of the world. They have not even grasped Newton's laws. As for their curvature engine, it is merely an evolution based on a certain teleportation array, which operates on principles so simple that even primitive beings, with a mere scrawl on the ground, could potentially devise it, provided, of course, that they have spiritual energy to activate it. The more General Zhang spoke, the more animated he became, showing no signs of stopping. Do you recall the patterns on their weapons? Those are the keys to triggering spiritual energy. Through the guidance of the array, spiritual energy can be activated in various forms to achieve control over it. Yet, their arrays are exceedingly rudimentary, derived from countless instances of experiential learning. The method of drawing them is simply manual, lacking in both principle and precision. Upon understanding this, humanity only required a few decades to develop an entirely new discipline of spiritual energy, conducting in-depth research into its mechanisms and principles. Now, we have mastered the technology of photolithographic array patterns. Complex spiritual patterns can now be crafted in a space no larger than a fingernail, yielding billions of combinations with a precision of less than 0.5 nanometers. The spiritual energy computers produced from this advancement have greatly enhanced computational power, far surpassing silicon-based chips. And on this foundation, strong artificial intelligence and nanorobots have flourished. Initially, we struggled with the lack of spiritual energy in the solar system for cultivation. However, after mastering the technology of energy reversal, we have been able to convert other energy sources into spiritual energy for human cultivation. As he spoke, General Zhang gestured towards the sun's position. 50 years ago, the Dyson Sphere project commenced. Our engineering teams have already landed on Mercury, preparing to dismantle it to construct the Dyson Sphere. Once completed, we will be able to directly convert solar energy into spiritual energy, transforming the solar system into a paradise brimming with spiritual energy. Indeed, thanks to spiritual energy, other disciplines have rapidly advanced, with nuclear fusion reactions, reactionless engines, and materials capable of strong interactions being successively mastered. Humanity has now entered a new era. General Zhang was entirely immersed in the brilliance of human development, unable to extricate himself. Listening to all this, Yifeng felt a swell of emotions, yet a question arose within him. But, General Zhang, if spiritual roots are the key to the birth of civilization, why then could human civilization emerge on Earth? Why do humans seem to be, well, like discarded pieces? Our scientists in the Huaxiao region have pondered this question as well, but alas, we have not found an answer. Perhaps the truth will only reveal itself once we venture beyond the solar system. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Yifeng nodded in understanding and continued the conversation, saying, General Zhang, now that you have engaged in conflict with the Yunxian Empire, what course of action should we take next? Upon hearing this, General Zhang promptly began to elaborate on the current operation. It turned out that the military had long since deployed numerous reconnaissance satellites around the periphery of the solar system, utilizing a Starlink network for the transmission of information. Although the current number of satellites still fell short of covering the entirety of the solar system, they were sufficient to detect the approximate location of any spatial fluctuations. After all, centuries ago, Yifeng had accomplished the same feat using merely a radio telescope. The fleet of the Yunxian Empire was exceedingly outdated. Each jump they made generated significant spatial disturbances, thereby loudly announcing their presence to the enemy in the theater of interstellar warfare. In contrast, humanity's current interstellar fleet could execute a coordinated jump in absolute silence, rendering them completely invisible to radar. During the previous arms race, the Huaxiao nation had even established a total of 12 super fleets, each named after the zodiac signs. Chapter 50, Continuous Leap. The establishment of these 12 super fleets required an investment of 2 of the GDP of the People's Republic of China for each fleet, with subsequent maintenance costs reaching astronomical figures. From the inception of the first rat fleet to the final pig fleet, the endeavor spanned an entire century, surpassing any super project in history. It is precisely due to the diligent efforts of several generations that these fleets provided formidable military support for the exploration of the solar system by Chinese civilization. Initially, the government's intention was to defend against the potentially looming fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire. However, as the fervor for solar system development surged, the covert and overt conflicts among various nations in outer space intensified, notably the United States of Maligian and the Europa Alliance, which also acquired psychic energy technology from the Cloud Immortal Empire, planned to reignite the age of exploration and seize cosmic hegemony. In this context, the role of the super fleets transitioned from defense to offense. In the confrontations against the Cloud Immortal Empire, the People's Republic of China faced the largest contingent of enemy forces, thus acquiring a wealth of samples, allowing them to advance further in psychic energy research than other nations. The technology aboard the super fleets became increasingly formidable, enabling China to be the first to master wide-area psychic energy shields and ultra-short-range curvature leaps. leveraging the latest advancements to achieve the inaugural large-scale human moon landing, successfully establishing military occupation and territorial claims over the moon. The moon now legally belongs to the People's Republic of China as an autonomous region, with a space naval port established there, providing a forward base for the super fleets to conquer the solar system. In the subsequent 20 years, China occupied Mars, Venus, and Mercury, delineating airspace boundaries and declaring that all areas above 10,000 kilometers from sea level on these planets are sovereign airspace. However, China's actions incited dissatisfaction among the other two major powers, ultimately culminating in the outbreak of the Third World War. The intensity of this conflict far exceeded any previous war in history, with the density of firepower deployed surpassing the total of all past human conflicts. Nevertheless, bolstered by the formidable defense of psychic energy shields, the homelands of the major powers escaped large-scale devastation. Instead, numerous smaller factions, as vassal states, faced near obliteration under the catastrophic strikes of curvature nuclear weapons and soul weapons. Particularly, the Neon Nation, situated between the two major powers, suffered the most severe repercussions. Consequently, after the war, the term Neon Nation ceased to exist geographically, with the vast majority of its territory forever submerged in the Mariana Trench. The Third World War persisted for nearly half a century, and with the near annihilation of the Third World's population, the factions eventually returned to the negotiating table, signing the Treaty on the Joint Development of the Solar System and the Mars Declaration atop Olympus Mons on Mars. This marked the official establishment of the first unified regime in human history, the Human Federation, although a competitive relationship persists in terms of technology and economy. The use of force to resolve disputes has become a relic of the past. As the victorious party, the Huaxiao Nation rightfully possesses the priority for the development of various planets. However, in a gesture of concession, it also permits other factions to participate in development through technological collaboration or investment. With the proliferation of cultivation practices, the issue of an aging population has been thoroughly addressed. Although the birth rate remains relatively low, the population continues to grow steadily. Presently, the solar system is home to over 8 billion individuals, with the Huaxiao Nation accounting for 60 billion, while the other two major powers each house approximately 1 billion. The current configuration of the solar system has evolved into a tripartite structure characterized by one dominant power and two strong contenders, with the Huaxiao Nation vastly surpassing the others in both population and technological reserves. Upon absorbing this information, Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. Though such outcomes were entirely predictable, throughout the vast expanse of human history, the Huaxiao Nation has predominantly stood at the pinnacle of civilization. It is merely reclaiming its former glory. Your Highness, we cannot continue to leap any further. We have already performed 18 consecutive jumps, and the curvature array is operating beyond its capacity. If we persist, the ship risks disintegration at any moment, pleaded several captains at the God transformation stage within the command room. The instigator of this reckless endeavor was none other than Prince Zhao Zhangtian. In pursuit of the swiftest route to the solar system, he abandoned all logistical vessels and brought only thousands of the latest main battleships, making no stops along the way and executing a continuous series of 18 jumps. This approach blatantly violated interstellar combat guidelines and exceeded the operational capabilities of the current curvature array, resulting in more than 10% of the ships becoming eternally trapped within the jump corridor. The remaining curvature array was to be replaced, and non-functional ships were to be dismantled, reallocating supplies to those still operational. Zhao Zhongtian remained unfazed, his expression cold and detached. As a seasoned veteran, he was acutely aware of the repercussions that continuous jumps could inflict on the fleet, yet at this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with such consequences. If he failed to neutralize the indigenous planet in the shortest time possible, a safe return to the Starsea Fortress would be jeopardized. Under his command, this fleet had compressed a journey that typically required 3 months into a mere 40 days. Every additional minute of delay increased the risk of losing the Starsea Fortress. Zhao Zhongtian glanced at the star map in his hand. Only 2 jumps remained until reaching the solar system. At the current pace, they would arrive in just 5 days. Merge the remaining 2 jumps into one. Inform all ships to alter their course. We will rendezvous in the solar system in 2 days. Zhao Zhongtian issued his command with an undeniable authority. Your Highness, haste makes waste. Let us deliberate this matter more thoroughly, interjected Lu Gonggong. He had refrained from voicing his concerns during the previous jumps, for even in the event of a jump failure or ship disintegration, His cultivation level would allow him to escape unscathed. However, this time, Zhao Zhongtian's audacity in attempting an ultra-long distance jump left him feeling both alarmed and apprehensive. Each leap in interstellar navigation targets a specific anchor star. An anchor star is a unique celestial body characterized by specific fluctuations, providing direction and guidance for ships traversing curvature space. Should a cosmic warship stray from the navigation of an anchor star during its jump, it risks being randomly teleported to any location, and with a moment's carelessness, it could become irrevocably lost in the vastness of the universe. Even with Lu Gongong's formidable abilities, a deviation from the course would leave him to gradually transform into a mere pile of bones amidst the cosmic expanse. Fear not, for this is the latest tying fleet, equipped with a sextant seized from the Zicade Empire. Even in the absence of an anchor star, precise positioning is assured, Zhao Zhongtian elucidated, gesturing toward a colossal device at the ship's bow. This was the very source of his confidence in executing consecutive jumps with this apparatus. There was no need to worry about becoming lost in the cosmos. Alas, very well, but let this not become a habit. I shall make my own way back on the return journey, Lu Gongong sighed, shaking his head, and refrained from further admonitions. Chapter 51, Water Droplet Curvature Engine, Activate. A vast surge of spiritual energy surged into the curvature formation, causing the entire vessel to emit a deep, resonant hum. The origins of the curvature formation remain elusive, however. It is widely believed among the Cloud Immortals that it initially stemmed from the rudimentary technique of spatial contraction. Early cultivators discovered that this simple method of movement could achieve the effect of relocation by manipulating the surrounding space without moving their bodies. Nevertheless, this technique was energy-intensive and required a prolonged preparation time, rendering it impractical in combat. It was only later, when the Cloud Immortals inscribed this technique into a formation, that its true potential was unveiled: efficient traversal through complex terrains. With continuous refinements and enhancements, the curvature formation was finally developed, enabling the Cloud Immortals to transport vast quantities of supplies to distant locations. Subsequently, the formation was integrated into warships, heralding the dawn of the interstellar era for the Cloud civilization. As the scenery around them distorted, all vessels entered curvature travel. Everyone understood that once they emerged from the void, they would arrive at their destination. Yet, no one felt anxious. They were the elite warriors of the Cloud Empire, many having spent more time navigating the cosmos than on solid ground. As members of the Tying Fleet, their previous encounters in warfare had been against either the cunning Zicade Empire, the brutal extraterrestrial races, or at the very least, the domineering space pirates. This time, however, their adversaries were mere indigenous systems devoid of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, suppressing such natives was the task designated for C or D-class fleets. There was no need for their elite force, named after one of the stars in the Cloud system, a superclass fleet. Thus, most crew members regarded this mission as a mere vacation. Their true battlefield lay within the blood-soaked and death-laden confines of the Star Sea Fortress. During curvature travel, one's perception of time becomes nebulous, and it is unclear how long has passed when a familiar vibration signals the onset of their emergence from the jump. At the edge of the solar system, near the orbit of Uranus, colossal spacecraft gradually materialized from the depths of space. The azure shell of the Tyene-class battleships gleamed under the starlight, exuding a strikingly beautiful hue. A total of 2,000 main battleships arranged themselves in a grand formation of 40 by 50, under the iron-fisted governance of the Southern King. The entire fleet maintained a remarkable level of discipline, even though they had yet to fully acclimatize to the after-effects of curvature travel. The fleet could still complete the formation in a remarkably short time. Discipline is a manifestation of combat effectiveness. This ironclad truth has been validated on countless interstellar battlefields. Embodying Zhao Zhongtian's military philosophy, he prioritized obedience to commands and execution capabilities over the cultivation levels of the practitioners. 100 skillfully coordinated nascent soul cultivators would wield far greater influence on the battlefield than a disobedient god transformation expert. Observing the impeccably arranged fleet, Zhao Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction, yet he felt a tinge of discontent. Such a formidable armada had been summoned merely to address a single indigenous planet. It was indeed a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He had already resolved to unleash his power shortly, intending to vaporize the entire ocean of the planet, ensuring it remained perpetually enveloped in a boiling steam cloud, a ceaseless cauldron. In truth, he had executed similar actions countless times before, reducing numerous primitive civilizations to mere charred remnants, forever deprived of resurgence. My lord, we have detected an artificial object 30,000 kilometers away, suspected to be an artifact from the indigenous planet. An observer reported. Oh, these natives are capable of crafting spatial vessels. It seems Xiaoqin did not deceive me after all, mused the southern king, his curiosity piqued. In his recollections, natives devoid of spiritual energy typically existed in a rather primitive state, with some even lacking any semblance of civilization. The notion of them fortuitously creating a spiritual artifact was unheard of. How intriguing. Retrieve that object for me. I wish to see what it is. Just as Zhao Zhangtian prepared to issue the command, he noticed an individual entering the command room. Southern King, have you discovered something of interest? Perhaps we should take a look together. I find this period dreadfully monotonous, suggested Eunuch Lu, stretching and yawning. Very well. Eunuch Lu is well versed in various matters and would surely comprehend the intricacies of this object, Zhao Zhangtian replied after a moment of contemplation. It seemed unnecessary to disturb the leisure of this powerful cultivator over such a trivial matter. Having concluded their discussion, they boarded an assault ship and swiftly navigated toward the direction of the artificial artifact. With their formidable cultivation abilities, they soon arrived near the spiritual object. The artifact, measuring approximately 10 meters in length and around 1 meter in diameter, was entirely translucent, exhibiting a flawless, streamlined shape reminiscent of a delicate droplet of water. At that moment, this reconnaissance satellite floated serenely in the cosmos, appearing almost motionless. In reality, it was merely a civilian multifunctional reconnaissance satellite, designed to search for valuable meteorite belts in the outer regions of the solar system. Aside from its propulsion system, it was equipped with only the most basic scanning capabilities to analyze elemental compositions and an impact feature to shatter meteorites and explore their internal structures. Earlier, Xiao Chun had mentioned the exquisite porcelain crafted by the natives of this planet. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that even within the palace, such craftsmanship was a rare sight. Eunuch Lu gazed at the creation before him, unable to suppress his admiration. Mere clever tricks. Without spiritual energy. These are but flowers in a mirror and moons reflected in water, Zhao Zhangtian retorted, his expression one of disdain. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of seriousness. Wait. There seems to be a fluctuation of spiritual energy within. He could distinctly sense a pure and stable flow of spiritual power coursing through the artifact. Indeed, the quality of this spiritual energy was remarkably high, likely on par with his own. Elder Lu placed his hand upon the droplet of water, silently attuning himself to its essence. It was indeed peculiar. This artifact of spiritual significance seemed unlikely to originate from this galaxy. Should I not open it to discern the nature of its inner workings? Zhao Zhangtian, maintaining a facade of composure, took a step back. Years of battlefield instinct warned him that this delicate and fragile artifact harbored an inexhaustible power within. Alas, it was a pity to see such a treasure in jeopardy. Elder Lu sighed, feigning great regret, and then gently tapped the droplet with his fingertip. After a moment, nothing transpired. Could it be that Elder Lu was reluctant? Noting the droplet's unyielding stillness, Zhao Zhangtian inquired with bewilderment. No, Elder Lu replied, laboriously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I cannot unlock this artifact. Chapter 52. Advancing forward, the laughter of Lu Gonggong echoed with humor, even amidst the tension of the moment. Zhao Zhongtian was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter himself. Lu's mastery was unparalleled, especially considering that his shattered star finger originated from an esoteric royal technique, one of the highest caliber. It would indeed be a farce if he could not break a mere glazed spirit artifact. Haha, since Lu Gonggong is unwilling to intervene, allow me to take on the task. Zhao Zhongtian, oblivious to Lu Gonggong's ashen complexion, began to caress the surface of the spirit artifact with his palm. To prevent excessive force from causing the artifact to shatter into pieces, he deliberately restrained his power to the foundational level, sufficient to damage most mundane objects. Shatter for me. Zhao Zhongtian carefully controlled his spiritual energy, tapping the surface of the artifact at an imperceptible speed. The artifact remained unresponsive, leaving not even a mark. Quite interesting. He mused, regarding the artifact with a hint of intrigue, appreciating its craftsmanship. Typically, the more exquisite an object, the more fragile it is. Yet this one, with a surface so smooth that not even a fly could alight upon it, maintained an extraordinary strength. Among the rare treasures in his collection, it was indeed an anomaly. He silently elevated his power to the nascent soul stage, knowing that apart from defensive artifacts, most spirit artifacts could not withstand such strength. Still, the artifact remained indifferent, refusing to budge. Zhao Zhongtian set aside his playful demeanor and raised his power to the out-of-body stage. Yet, it was still ineffective. One must understand that one of the materials used in the hull of a Tian-class battleship, blue jade wood, could at most endure the strikes of an out-of-body cultivator. This strategic resource took millennia to grow and could only be found in a few locations throughout the entire Yunxian Empire. Yet, the object before him surpassed even that strength. He escalated his power to the transformation stage and struck down with a palm. The result was no different. Zhao Zhongtian glanced at his hand and directed a full-force swing toward a nearby meteorite. Boom! The meteorite, several thousand meters in size, shattered into countless ashes. Without pausing, he struck the surface of the spirit artifact again. There was no reaction whatsoever. Not even a crack appeared, and upon lifting his hand, the surface bore no trace of his contact. The mirror-like surface reflected only his image, as if mocking him. Cold sweat began to bead on Zhao Zhongtian's forehead. His previous strike had equaled the full force of a harmonization stage cultivator. Even a mountain should have crumbled beneath such power. He resolved to unleash his full strength. Retrieving his life-bound artifact, the Emperor's hammer, from his storage ring, crafted from Su Nti and cold iron. This weapon weighed a staggering 100,000 kilograms and had accompanied him through countless life and death battles over the millennia. The battleships that had fallen to its might were innumerable. Zhao Zhongtian would not resort to using it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Taking a step back, he summoned all his spiritual power, channeling it into the Emperor's hammer, the intensity of which caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Break for me! With a thunderous roar, Zhao Zhongtian brought the Emperor's hammer crashing down. This strike pierced through the stars. The immense rebounding force left his hands tingling, and his entire arm felt as though it had lost all sensation. While the Emperor's hammer had become grotesquely deformed, yet, as his gaze returned to the spiritual artifact, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged from the depths of his soul. The artifact remained unscathed, floating serenely in the air, as if nothing had transpired. Its flawless surface even reflected the distant fleet. In that moment, he finally comprehended that Steward Liu had not been jesting. Meanwhile, Steward Liu stared at the artifact, murmuring, "Foolish child, run away." 30,000 kilometers away, within the Tian fleet, Xiaochen paced anxiously aboard a ship, marking his second visit to the solar system. However, this return to familiar grounds enveloped him in an indescribable sense of oppression, particularly as he was acutely aware that the two commanders had ventured out and had yet to return. This lingering unease magnified within him a sensation akin to impending doom, even more terrifying than when Zhao Zhongtian had trampled upon his face. He pressed down on his racing heart, reassuring himself, it's nothing more than a group of natives. However flamboyant, they are still merely natives. Yet, this self-reassurance proved futile. One singular thought consumed him: to escape this cursed star system as swiftly and as far as possible. The instinct for survival propelled him toward the control room, where several on-duty cultivators were managing the ship. All were members of the Tian fleet, each a cultivator of at least the nascent soul stage. "Elder Xiao, what brings you here?" A nascent soul cultivator inquired politely. For Xiaochen was a cultivator of the out-of-body stage, and in the Yunxian Empire, strength equated to status. Even one with a tarnished reputation deserved due respect. "I ask you, can this ship still re-enter curvature navigation?" Xiaochen stepped forward, grasping the cultivator's collar, his urgency palpable. The control room's occupants were startled by Xiaochen's sudden action, prompting one to intervene and separate them. "Elder Xiao, please mind your conduct. This is the Tian fleet, not your personal vessel." Xiaochen raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. "My apologies, I simply feel extremely uneasy. Can we activate the curvature engine to return? I'm afraid we are powerless to fulfill your request." The Tian fleet only follows the orders of Prince Zhenan and Steward Liu. The nascent soul cultivator outright rejected Xiaochen's plea. Moreover, the fleet had just completed its jump, and the spiritual energy recharge would require time. Given the desolation of this star system, it was impossible to reactivate the curvature array. Another cultivator coldly elucidated. Despair washed over Xiaochen. Yet, soon he recalled something. "No, I remember there is an emergency backup power source in the power chamber, sufficient for us to leave this place. Elder Xiao, have you lost your senses after the recent jump? It would be best for you to rest a while." The monks nearby gazed at Xiao Chun with expressions of incredulity. The backup energy he spoke of was intended for use during great battles. Ordinarily, one would never resort to such a life-saving resource during routine transitions. Heh, you would do well to heed my words. Suddenly, the energy within Xiao Chun surged violently, and a sphere of pitch-black flame materialized in his palm. This was the advanced technique known as the Fury Incineration Technique, a skill only masters of the out-of-body stage could wield. By condensing spiritual energy into a small orb, it possessed immense explosive power. Should it detonate within the confines of the ship, the entire Tyene vessel would be engulfed in flames. Calm down. What are you planning to do? The monks, sensing the impending danger, hastily rose, eager to distance themselves from this madman. What am I planning to do? Surrender the command authority of the ship, or else we shall all perish. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, exuding an aura of imminent loss of control. Xiao Chen, I warn you, do not even think about escaping. Even if you leave now, the Empire will find you. One of the monks urged. Humph, spare me your nonsense and hand over the command rights. The black flames in Xiao Chen's hand pulsated more violently, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Seeing this, the others ceased their resistance and placed the command token before him. Very well, everyone, get out. In an instant, Xiao Chen connected with the command token through his spiritual sense, seizing control of the entire vessel. Activate the backup energy. Engage the curvature engine. Tyene-class battleship, advance at full speed. Amidst the vast armada, a ship of moderate size suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Chapter 53. Impact Mode. The system has detected multiple impacts. Awakening from sleep mode. Engaging active detection mode. Active detection mode is now online. The active detection mode has been activated and automatic target search is underway. After enduring numerous strikes from Zhao Zhangtian, the mineral detection satellite has finally triggered its artificial intelligence response protocol. This satellite was initially designed to shatter erratically drifting asteroids or meteoroids in the cosmos through impacts, thereby discovering and collecting precious metals or rare elements within. To minimize costs, the mining company opted for a rudimentary passive AI program, which would only activate upon sustaining a collision with a meteoroid or asteroid, at which point it would commence operations. Once activated, the satellite can utilize gravitational wave radar to proactively seek out nearby massive celestial bodies and execute impact missions. The construction and materials of this civilian satellite are far from superior. Internally, it houses a first-generation psionic power system, barely capable of accelerating to 10 times the third cosmic speed, approximately 170 kilometers per second. Its exterior shell is merely a monolithic press-formed material designed to withstand strong interactions, and it lacks even the most basic visual sensors. The simplicity of this design allows for a significantly reduced cost, making it particularly suitable for large-scale industrial production. During the early fervor of solar system exploration, such mineral detection satellites were mass-produced, with no fewer than 1 billion units fabricated in Huaxia alone, relying on sheer numbers. They scoured the cosmos, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse, in search of valuable mineral resources. Now, this dormant satellite, having slumbered for decades, has been reactivated and promptly set to work. At a distance of 31,256 kilometers, it detected a suspicious asteroid belt. It is estimated to reach the designated location in 187 seconds. After a brief assessment, the AI system accelerated to its maximum speed within just 3 seconds, heading directly towards the Tyene fleet. As for the two biological entities in proximity, their insignificant mass rendered them inconsequential and thus entirely disregarded. 3 minutes later, the Tyene fleet encountered the detection satellite. Within the main programming of the AI, a protocol exists to actively avoid colliding with any massive objects equipped with psionic computers. This precautionary measure was specifically designed by humans to prevent the satellite from recklessly impacting civilian vessels. Consequently, in the satellite's assessment, the 2000 Tyene-class battleships before it were not recognized as artificial constructs. Rather, they were merely perceived as a collection of large, low-density minerals adrift in space. Furthermore, the satellite's preset data system yielded no comparable references. This implies that an impact would be necessary to ascertain their precise structure. The mission commenced. The detection satellite, traveling at 10 times the third cosmic speed, swiftly traversed the foremost right column of the Xuaniango battleship. In comparison to the colossal size of the battleship, which measures thousands of meters, the satellite's dimensions were almost negligible. However, the detection satellites, in the throes of impact, can instantaneously calculate the weakest points and resonant frequencies of the target celestial body based on its mass distribution. At the moment of collision, they harness their own vibrations to induce a violent resonance throughout the entire structure, effectively achieving complete annihilation. The detection satellite swiftly traversed through the Schwantian-class battleship, leaving behind a smooth, circular aperture approximately 3 meters in diameter. Yet, almost immediately, numerous fissures began to radiate from the edges of the circular hole, gradually spreading outward. Following a slight tremor, the keel of the Schwantian-class battleship suffered catastrophic fragmentation, with vast internal compartments collapsing in an instant. The exterior, crafted from azure hardwood, disintegrated like a breached dam, rapidly shattering into splinters of varying sizes. Simultaneously, the curvature array within the power chamber also succumbed to destruction, resulting in a violent explosion as remnants of spirit stones intermingled. To an onlooker, it appeared as though a spiritual energy main cannon had struck the Schwantian-class battleship head-on, causing its structural integrity to disintegrate instantaneously. The detection satellite, akin to a bullet slicing through smoke, maintained its velocity, darting towards the next Longman-class warship without hesitation. Concurrently, the internal analyzer was swiftly examining the surrounding material structures through spectroscopy. A significant presence of organic compounds detected. System categorizes as low value. A substantial quantity of protein structures detected. System categorizes as low value. A considerable amount of structural hydroxyapatite detected. System categorizes as medium to low value. A vast array of spirit stone components detected. System categorizes as high value. The Longman-class battleship was slightly smaller, measuring around 1,000 meters, designed specifically for near-Earth orbital troop landings. The detection satellite did not decelerate. Instead, it penetrated directly from a peculiar angle at its frontal lower position. At that moment, the inner chamber was crowded with resting cultivators from the Cloud Immortal Empire. Whether by design or mere calculation remains uncertain. The detection satellite surged from the first compartment to the final aft chamber. In the interim, thousands of cultivators, caught unawares, were reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood by the satellite's collision. The entire event transpired in less than 0.006 seconds. As the satellite emerged, its surface bore traces of blood, but in an instant, these stains vanished into the inky void of space due to inertia. The Longman-class battleship subsequently disintegrated from a distance. It appeared to have met its demise simultaneously with the Schwantian-class battleship, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction. The detection satellite continued its relentless pace, seamlessly weaving through the renowned battleships Xianyao, Luohan, Jiuzhou, Tianguang, and Yuechen. In a mere 10 seconds, all 40 of the Tian-class battleships on the far right were obliterated. As the last of the Moon Chaser vessels began to disintegrate, the first of the Xiantian ships had only just succumbed to its own demise. The scattered fragments spread like a slowly expanding mist, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield. In the vacuum of space, where sound finds no medium to traverse, the flames from the explosion of the Spirit Stone chamber were not particularly fierce. The detonations of 40 colossal battleships stirred little commotion. On the opposite side of the fleet, the unfolding chaos remained unseen. It was only at this juncture that the nearest vessels recognized the anomaly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chapter 54. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The fleet commander exclaimed loudly, simultaneously sounding the highest alarm aboard the ship. The piercing sirens instantly roused the crew members still entwined in slumber. How could this be? We are still tens of millions of kilometers away from the indigenous planet. How could the enemy's battleships possibly reach us? No, this is incorrect. There are no enemy vessels in sight outside. The practitioners on the bridge frantically scanned the surrounding star domain with their spiritual senses, attempting to locate the source of the attack. However, within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, there was no sign of any other fleet apart from their own. Within the range of their spiritual perception, apart from the debris of shattered ships illuminated by sporadic bursts of flames, only the remnants of blue jade would drifted through the void. As for that diminutive reconnaissance satellite, it was regarded as merely an oddly shaped piece of junk, failing to raise any alarm. The ability to annihilate 10 Tian-class battleships in an instant without detection was beyond the comprehension of the practitioners of the Yunxian Empire. In their previous interstellar wars, even against invincible fleets, it would take days of stalemate and countless exchanges of fire to leave a single battleship intact. What was unfolding now defied belief. Even an ancestor in the tribulation stage could not wield such terrifying might. Otherwise, the Yunxian Empire would have long since concluded its foreign wars and unified the galaxy. A cold sweat enveloped the heads of everyone in the fleet. Although they were the elite core of the Tian fleet, the finest warriors of the Yunxian Empire, accustomed to controlling the situation. They now felt an unsettling fear, as if they were being toyed with by a mysterious force. At that moment, the reconnaissance satellite had completed its turn at the rear of the fleet. The recent material analysis perplexed its artificial intelligence. The composition of this meteorite cluster was exceedingly complex, containing not only various spiritual stones and tree trunks but also numerous protein-rich meats. The presence of such seemingly ordinary substances in the cosmos was quite extraordinary. However, the reconnaissance satellite was equipped with very rudimentary artificial intelligence, incapable of making accurate judgments at present. It could only upload data while intensifying its sample collection efforts. The satellite adjusted its angle, focusing on the Shura battleship at the end of the second column. The Shura was one of the main flagship vessels of the Titan fleet. This battleship boasted armor that was not only more robust but also heavier, crafted from the exceptionally high-quality blue jade wood, derived from an ancient tree aged over 100,000 years. Surrounding it was a composite armor made from the shell of the North Ming Xian turtle, which sheds its shell only once every 10,000 years. This precious material is exclusively utilized for creating top-tier spiritual artifacts. In the Yunxian Empire, hoarding or trafficking the shells of the North Ming Xian turtle is considered a grave act of treason, reserved solely for official use. This outer shell armor was not only remarkably hard, capable of withstanding the assaults of formidable beings in the integration stage, but it also possessed the unique ability to absorb spiritual energy. Even when subjected to the direct bombardment of a battleship's main cannon, one can absorb and dissipate nearly 80 to 90% of the spiritual energy. During the campaign in the Ishui Star Domain, this flagship single-handedly intercepted the firepower of hundreds of invincible vessels from the Zikade Empire, thus securing ample time for its allies to retreat. Subsequently, it managed to exit the encirclement unscathed, infuriating the enemy. Even the commander of the invincible fleet, Prince Fongjin, could not help but exclaim, "Shaking the stars is easy, but shaking the Titan fleet is a formidable challenge." The Ashura battleship stands as the sole vessel within the Titan fleet devoid of a strategic main cannon, with even its secondary armaments merely serving a symbolic purpose, having only two mounted. This design choice was made to allocate ample space and power for additional armor. After all, within the entire fleet, the flagship's primary function is that of a command vessel. Its paramount concern is survival rather than firepower. However, against the impact of the reconnaissance satellite, the Ashura battleship's hull proved ineffectual, for in the face of strong interaction materials, all natural substances are rendered almost indistinguishable from the vacuum of space. The reconnaissance satellite zipped past, leaving merely a small penetrating wound on the hull. In less than a second, the battleship's defensive armor began to shatter continuously, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of debris amid a cacophony of piercing sounds, slowly dispersing into the cosmos. Nearby crew members aboard other vessels fled in panic to the deck, helplessly witnessing the transformation of their legendary flagship into mere dust. They had never imagined that this principal warship would be so easily vanquished. This flagship was their cornerstone. The assault continued unabated. A golden meteor streaked across the night sky, carrying with it a terrifying shockwave and pressure, violently crashing into the bridge of the Nashon battleship. The immense tremor sent shivers down everyone's spine, blinding their vision and nearly causing them to lose consciousness. In the face of such a horrific impact, the external armor fitted on the Nanshan battleship proved utterly ineffective, collapsing completely. With a crisp sound of shattering, every weapon on the bridge, as well as the bulkheads, developed fine cracks, culminating in a violent explosion that shattered everything. The entire warship was instantly transformed into a vast ruin. The anguished wails, cries, and screams of countless crew members resonated over the debris, akin to the howls of tormented spirits. The Shinzuan, Zwanger, and Jingang, the 40 ships in the second column, detonated like a series of firecrackers ignited simultaneously, exploding one after another. Within mere seconds, these vessels were reduced to clouds of dust, with none suffering more than the Hongyan battleship. This vessel also served as a supply ship, housing a mountain of spiritual stones within its hold, making it one of the fleet's critical reserves. After being struck by the reconnaissance satellite, it erupted like a small volcano, first releasing a few roars of fury before exploding violently in midair. A colossal wave of flames surged forth in all directions, engulfing several nearby battleships and subsequently unleashing a cataclysmic torrent across the cosmos, submerging all vessels that had already met their demise or were destined to do so. Amidst this infernal conflagration, a young maiden swayed precariously, reminiscent of petals scattered by the tempest. She was the captain of the Red Rock, one of the few female cultivators of the Cloud Immortal Empire, yet undeniably a formidable being at the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. It was solely through her formidable strength and decisive leadership that she had ascended to her current position. Moments ago, she had been piloting a patrol ship, surveying the surrounding vessels to ensure that the successive jumps had not resulted in any breaches. It was her meticulous caution that ultimately spared her life, preventing her from being consumed by the inferno at the first instance. With the robust physique of a harmonization practitioner, she was capable of surviving in the vastness of space. In the wake of the staggering explosion, she had noticed a diminutive crystal darting swiftly through the clouds of debris, its velocity far exceeding that of normal shrapnel escape. An instinctive intuition whispered to her that this might very well be the root cause of the recent assault. Chapter 55, The Eternal Empire. By the time the explosions from the second line of warships subsided, the entire fleet had already received alerts of enemy assaults. The well-trained commanders promptly activated their maximum power psychic shields to fend off the attacks from an unknown direction. Meanwhile, debris from the two rightmost lines of warships began to affect the nearby vessels. Confused crew members mistook these fragments from their allies as enemy fire and immediately initiated a counterattack with their psychic weapons. Countless battleships unleashed a barrage upon the remnants of the fleet, which had already been reduced to ruins. Some cultivators, who had narrowly escaped earlier, found themselves once again facing the onslaught from their comrades. Amidst the chaos, these cultivators believed they were under attack from the enemy fleet, driven by the instinct to survive. The cultivators amidst the wreckage summoned their spiritual artifacts and began a reckless counterattack. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in utter disarray. Yet, destruction continued unabated. The reconnaissance satellite had detected a wealth of spiritual stone resources, thereby confirming its assessment. This must be a high-value spiritual stone mine. Consequently, the satellite's artificial intelligence made a bold decision to call upon its companions. In this orbit, there were tens of thousands of reconnaissance satellites like it. As soon as a signal was dispatched, the nearby satellites would converge, working together to excavate this mineral wealth. While sending the message, the reconnaissance satellite did not pause. Time equated to wealth. Time equated to life. Moreover, its preset programming contained no directive for rest. The onslaught persisted. The reconnaissance satellite darted through the ranks of this super fleet like a needle in the hands of death, weaving through chaos. However, what it strung together was not a tapestry of splendid garments, but rather an unending cycle of death and destruction. The formation of the Tyene-class warships had descended into complete disarray, without the flagship's command and with the disappearance of the Southern King. Even this elite fleet was incapable of mounting an effective counteroffensive. Each ship fired fiercely into the void of space or the rain of debris above. Only through relentless fire could they alleviate their inner turmoil and fear. From a distance, the fleet appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle with a ghostly fleet emerging from the void. Countless powerful psychic cannons occasionally struck the reconnaissance satellites. Yet such assaults were utterly ineffective against them. On their impeccably smooth surfaces, all energy attacks were completely reflected. Every attempt at retaliation was in vain. After witnessing the disappearance of the reconnaissance satellite, Zhao Zhongtian and Eunuch Lu took a moment to realize that the direction in which the artifact had departed was precisely towards their fleet. Upon this realization, the two top-tier experts ignited their spirits and activated their techniques, hastening back to the location of their fleet with utmost speed. Before they could approach the battlefield, they discovered that a significant portion of the Tyene fleet had already been engulfed in flames, while the remaining vessels were fleeing in all directions. It appeared as though they had just endured a concentrated assault from tenfold forces. The presence of the two commanders was quickly sensed by the remaining soldiers, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. The imperial war god, Zhao Zhongtian, had led them from the brink of despair on numerous occasions, even turning the tide of battle in their favor. Surely, this time he could work miracles once more. The surviving female cultivator hastened to the side of the Prince of Southern Town. "Your Highness, we have been attacked by unidentified flying objects. Their size is diminutive, yet their speed is astonishing." Without further ado, she utilized her divine consciousness to reconstruct the reconnaissance satellite she had just witnessed. Upon seeing the crystalline satellite, the prince did not exhibit much surprise. As the supreme commander, he had no time for astonishment. He needed to remain composed. "Tell me, is our assault effective against it?" "Your Highness, at present, all spells, spiritual energy cannons, and even armor are ineffective against this entity. I witnessed it escape the explosion of countless spirit stones. An explosion comparable to that of a tribulation." Her tone began to quaver, revealing her dread. As one of the few survivors who had faced the might of the reconnaissance satellite, she could scarcely fathom a means to thwart such a demonic artifact. Do not panic. Every weapon has its weaknesses. Zhao Zhongtian, true to his title as the war god of the empire, pondered briefly before devising a brilliant strategy. As long as it is a tangible object, it can be managed. Notify the 6th and 7th fleets to activate their curvature engines at maximum power. The female cultivator momentarily stood in shock before realizing Zhao Zhongtian's intent. He aimed to use the spatial displacement created by the activation of the curvature engines to intercept the cursed artifact. However, this plan also entailed the sacrifice of 2 entire fleets. The activation of the curvature engines would displace the space surrounding the ships, facilitating their movement. Yet, if the ships did not move post-activation, the space would undergo repeated oscillations and compressions at the same location until it became solidified. The advantage of such an action was that the materialized space would form an impenetrable barrier, sufficient to thwart the seemingly indestructible artifact. The dilemma, however, was that stationary ships would be crushed into fragments by the compressing space, leaving no survivors. Neither flesh nor soul would escape into the subspace. This was a tactic that even a madman would shun. At that moment, Zhao Zhongtian's expression remained inscrutable as he issued his command through his spiritual essence. Understood. Executing orders immediately, the commanders of the 2 battleship fleets received the command simultaneously. Without hesitation, they commenced the execution of the tactic. As soldiers, obedience was their foremost principle. Moreover, they recognized that this method was the only potentially effective option available. Only in this manner could they salvage the remnants of the Tian fleet, preserving the last spark for the Empire's elite. The fleet, still in flight from the battlefield, suddenly halted and began to converge towards the area most ablaze with fire. Precisely where the reconnaissance satellites were most active, the warships dropped anchor and established spatial stabilizers. Backup energy, engage. Curvature engines, activate. Apart from the 7th and 8th fleets, numerous vessels in close proximity also ceased their retreat, initiating their curvature engines. The greater the number of warships left behind, the larger the area of spatial turbulence, thus increasing the chances of retaining that precious artifact. The cultivators aboard these ships resolved to bestow the hope of survival upon their comrades, reserving the glory of death for themselves. As the curvature engines operated at full power, the surrounding space twisted unnaturally. Yet, rather than ceasing as one would expect, the distortion accelerated, its magnitude intensifying. Some warships could no longer withstand the violent oscillations of space, their hulls beginning to disintegrate. For the Empire. Long live the Cloud Immortal Empire. May the Empire endure forever. The surviving cultivators gathered on the bridge, raising their hands in salute towards the direction of the Cloud Immortal Galaxy. To perish amidst the stars is the honor and destiny of every soldier of the Tian fleet. At last, the surrounding space could no longer bear the full output of the curvature engines, resulting in a violent collapse that swiftly compressed into intangible entities. Hundreds of battleships found themselves compressed into an atomic-thin canvas within this collapsing spatial entity, forever enshrined in subspace. The solidified spatial formations of the starships constructed an indomitable wall, finally containing the rampaging reconnaissance satellites within. No matter how they accelerated, they could not escape this invisible prison. Chapter 56, Victory? Despair. Upon the realization that further advancement was unattainable, the probe satellite's artificial intelligence commenced a frantic computation. Within its calculations, it determined that the present predicament was inconceivable. The path ahead was devoid of obstructions, and the propulsion system functioned optimally. Yet, inexplicably, it remained unable to progress. After contemplating numerous scenarios, the artificial intelligence ultimately recognized that a bug might reside within the computational system. Since the issue did not stem from the hardware, it was undoubtedly a software malfunction. The resolution was straightforward. The probe satellite transmitted a fault code to customer support and then re-entered hibernation, awaiting the arrival of the repair robot for retrieval. In the distance, Zhao Zhongtian observed the celestial artifact had finally ceased its movements, the luminous sheen upon its smooth surface gradually dimming. At this sight, he exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, within the nearby fleet that had narrowly escaped destruction, jubilant cheers erupted as all rejoiced in their fortunate evasion of Death's shadow. Some young cultivators even knelt upon the ground, weeping tears of joy. In this fierce battle, the Tian fleet had suffered the loss of 2/3 of its battleships, with a significant portion of casualties occurring during the final spatial compression. The remaining third, too, bore severe damage, rendering them incapable of long-range jumps. Yet, within Zhao Zhongten's gaze. There was no trace of sorrow, rather, it blazed with unquenchable ambition. He exchanged glances with Steward Liu, discovering that they shared the same thoughts. As long as they could bring the celestial artifact back, even the loss of 10 Titan fleets would be deemed worthwhile. Indeed, if the Empire could unravel the mysteries of this celestial artifact, our Yuxian Empire would face no rivals. Haha. Congratulations to Prince Jinnan for achieving such a remarkable feat. Upon my return to the palace, I shall personally commend you to His Majesty. Steward Liu's demeanor softened. No longer as aggressive as before. It is merely my duty, do not overpraise me, Lu Gonggong. Prince Jinnan maintained a calm tone, seemingly indifferent to the monumental accolades. I hope that upon our return, we can arrange for the families of the fallen warriors. They are truly commendable. Naturally, Lord Zhao need not worry. I shall personally oversee this matter. Steward Liu's tone grew somber, etching this request into his memory. The two formidable figures were preparing to move closer to observe the devastating celestial artifact when they heard a trembling voice from a nearby female cultivator. My Lord Gonggong, look over there. The female cultivator quaked uncontrollably, her finger trembling as it pointed into the distance. Following her gesture, they beheld several luminous objects rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, trailing behind these objects were countless additional points of light. These flying entities appeared indistinguishable from the celestial artifact they had encountered moments prior. My lord. Quickly, think of a way. The female cultivator collapsed to the ground, clutching Prince Jinnan's leg as if grasping the last lifeline. Prince Jinnan stood frozen in place. His thoughts abruptly halted. 40 minutes later, the information regarding the encounter between the reconnaissance satellite and the fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire was transmitted back to Earth. General Zhang, who was still stationed in the Lunar Reserve, received the message promptly. The transmission took 35 minutes to reach Earth at the speed of light, followed by an additional 5 minutes for confirmation. They have arrived. General Zhang, upon reading the message, excitedly struck the table, startling the drowsy Yi Feng. He had not slept well the previous night and was feeling quite fatigued. Who has arrived? Who else could it be but our old friends? General Zhang rose with enthusiasm. The fleet of the Cloud Immortals had already reached the vicinity of Jupiter. We must hurry there. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was fully awake. What? The fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire has arrived? Yes. However, this time they did not leap to the Kuiper Belt. It is a pity we had prepared several grand gifts while stationed there. Such a waste of sentiment. General Zhang grumbled a few complaints and swiftly picked up the communicator to issue orders. He instructed the Rabbit Fleet conducting maneuvers in the Kuiper Belt, as well as the Horse Fleet stationed on Europa, to mobilize immediately and secure the battlefield upon arrival. Furthermore, should any other faction's fleets approach, they were to open fire without waiting for orders. The consequences would be on him. At this moment, Huang Mao had already donned his crisp military uniform and entered the command room, saluting General Zhang. Behind him stood precisely 50 fully armed soldiers. Reporting to you, sir. The Lanya Special Operations Team has assembled completely. Please give your instructions. Their numbers were few, yet they instilled in Yi Feng an overwhelming pressure, akin to towering mountains before him. Aside from the first, all were transcending tribulation. A faint and nearly inaudible voice echoed within the depths of Yi Feng's soul. Ever since he became aware of the myriad of superlative experts in the outside world, it had remained hidden deep within his soul, too fearful to stir. Very well, activate the phase curvature engine and set off immediately. With the issuance of the command, the entire landing vessel swayed slightly before entering the realm of curvature navigation. Here, Yi Feng, take this. Huang Mao handed him a pill. What is this? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled, as he accepted the blue pill. It is motion sickness medication. I fear you may not acclimate well to curvature travel. I see, thank you. Yi Feng did not ponder further and swallowed it at once. Huang Mao nodded and began to explain the development of curvature travel to Yi Feng. Currently, this short-range curvature navigation technology has matured significantly, with the assistance of quantum computers for computational control. The landing precision over a distance of 10 million kilometers can be reduced to within 5 meters. During curvature travel, the intensity of spatial fluctuations is considered an indicator of a vessel's advancement. The more advanced the ship, the less disturbance it causes during leaps, making it less detectable by enemy radar. The landing vessel Yi Feng was aboard was the latest model from the Huaxia nation. The phase curvature engine installed above is an enhancement of the traditional curvature engine, equipped with a spatial stabilization device. Its purpose is to ensure that spatial vibrations are as uniform and gentle as possible during spatial displacement. This approach not only effectively reduces spatial fluctuations, but also significantly enhances the precision of transitions. It is crucial to understand that during the transition process, the greater the instability of space, the larger the margin of error in the landing point. The saying "a slight deviation leads to a great distance" aptly applies to curvature navigation. Severe deviations may even result in transition failures, leaving the vessel trapped in subspace indefinitely. Of course, beyond these military applications, curvature technology is also utilized in various civilian spacecraft. A more stable curvature engine can provide passengers with a more comfortable and considerate travel experience. Nowadays, spatial stabilizers are essential components in many high-end models. Within just a few minutes, the landing craft transitioned to its target location. Upon arrival, Yifeng, take this medicine as well, one pill at a time. The blonde-haired individual produced a vial of red pills, as if performing a magic trick. What is this for? Yifeng inquired, bringing the pill to his nostrils. Detecting a faint floral fragrance. This is for temporarily enhancing your cultivation. Currently, you lack spiritual energy and cannot operate in the outer cosmos. After consuming it, you will gain an hour of divine transformation power, the blonde-haired individual patiently explained. Chapter 57. Power Mecha Yifeng consumed the transformation elixir, and an intense warmth surged from his lower abdomen, filling his entire being with an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians. This energy traversed every part of his body, and the flow of qi within him ascended progressively, enveloping each cell in a rich aura, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring. Yifeng was quite familiar with this sensation during the century-long battle of wits and prowess with Xiao Xingdong. That jade pendant had continuously supplied spiritual energy to his soul, maintaining his spiritual prowess at the level of transformation. However, at that time, he was in a purely spiritual state, lacking the visceral experience that he now possessed. Wow, Yifeng, you adapt to the transformation elixir's potency so effortlessly. I was concerned there might be side effects. Could it be that you are a rare talent in cultivation? The yellow-haired individual was utterly astonished to witness Yifeng digesting the elixir without any strain. With a long exhale, Yifeng felt his vision sharpen, and the world around him appeared more transparent. Remarkable! This elixir is truly extraordinary, enabling a mere mortal like me to effortlessly wield the power of transformation, simply inconceivable. Yifeng mused inwardly. He recalled Xiao Xingdong had informed him that in the Yunxian Empire, elixirs capable of temporarily enhancing one's cultivation were exceedingly precious. Each crafted by the most skilled alchemists, typically accessible only to royalty or significant factions. Furthermore, these elixirs often had substantial side effects, and their enhancement effects were considerably limited. Yet even so, they remained in high demand. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the yellow-haired individual chuckled. "Huh, what is that to me? I have plenty of integration and ascension elixirs at my disposal. If you desire, I even possess tribulation elixirs. My primary concern was whether your body could withstand the potency. Hence I refrained from giving you the more formidable ones." As he spoke, he produced a purple capsule from his pocket. "Behold, this is a tribulation elixir. Despite my current integration stage, consuming this will elevate me to the tribulation stage." He swallowed the purple capsule whole, and, predictably, his internal energy expanded at a visible rate, causing him to swell noticeably. Burp. The yellow-haired individual belched loudly, much to Yifeng's dismay, prompting him to step back. "Higi, I had some snail noodles last night. You know how I relish it," he said with an awkward grin, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yifeng sighed in exasperation and approached the hatch, asking rather irritably, "All right, Colonel Huang, can we proceed to exit the cabin now?" The yellow-haired individual stepped forward, halting Yifeng's hand from opening the door. "Hold on, Brother Feng. At the very least, you should take the gear with you before we go out." "Gear? Are you suggesting that even at the tribulation stage, we must bring firearms and artillery?" Yifeng was momentarily perplexed by Huang's intentions. In his understanding, a tribulation stage cultivator was the ultimate weapon, requiring no external aids, as their very physical form was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. "Ah, you really need to update your antiquated thinking," Huang waved dismissively. "Do you know what distinguishes humans from animals?" The golden-haired individual feigned mystery before posing a rhetorical question to himself. "That means humans can wield tools." He then beckoned, "Come. Let me show you something fascinating." Leaf Peak, utterly perplexed, followed him into a compartment, the entrance of which bore a sign inscribed with 3 characters, "Combat Readiness Room." Upon stepping inside, Leaf Peak was profoundly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. This modestly sized chamber was lined along its corridors with an array of power armor, meticulously arranged. The humanoid exoskeletons radiated a chilling metallic sheen, glimmering with a dazzling brilliance under the lights, imparting an icy sensation akin to being ensconced in a frost-laden vault. At first glance, they resembled oversized suits of Iron Man armor, though these exoskeletons stood approximately 3 meters tall. A transparent glass capsule was situated at the chest area, presumably designated for the pilot's occupancy. The heads of the mechs were equipped with 2 ocular-like devices, likely radar detectors, while the rear of the machines housed a substantial energy battery pack, with ample space reserved for the subsequent installation of various weapon attachments. Similarly, the mechanical arms were designed with abundant adaptability, permitting the interchange of an array of weaponry based on situational demands. Leaf Peak observed that some soldiers within the chamber had already donned their power armor. Among their armaments were weapons reminiscent of Gatling guns and a 3-meter-long ship-slicing blade, with one soldier even shouldering a 6-tube missile launcher. Noticing Leaf Peak's astonished expression, the golden-haired youth gleefully expounded, "So, what do you think? This is our military's specialized exoskeleton for individual combat. Imposing, isn't it?" At that moment, he ascended into a power suit, and with a series of clicks, it activated successfully, advancing step by step until it stood before Leaf Peak. In modern warfare, we don these suits. We are not like those antiquated relics of the Cloud Fairy Empire, rushing forth with mere blades like ruffians. Clad in the exoskeleton, the golden-haired youth emanated a distinctly different aura. If moments ago he had merely resembled a vessel of spiritual energy after consuming a tribulation pill, he now appeared as a true humanoid war machine, exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of death from the netherworld. This was a superweapon far surpassing that of a tribulation period cultivator. Leaf Peak cautiously touched the exoskeleton's exterior, which resembled metal but possessed a ceramic-like texture. When pressed, it even exhibited a slight deformation. What material is this crafted from? Why is it so smooth? Could it be the fabled strong interaction material? Leaf Peak inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. It can be said to be so, yet it is not entirely accurate. Pure strong interaction materials cannot be fashioned into such forms, the golden-haired youth replied with a smug expression. Strictly speaking, this is a mimetic armor formed by countless nanobots self-assembling. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers within the chamber. Suddenly, the hand of the exoskeleton, which initially bore 5 fingers, merged into a singular, razor-sharp blade, only to swiftly unfurl back into a hand. I assert this because the outer shell of each individual nanorobot is indeed crafted from materials that exhibit strong interactivity. However, within each nanorobot resides an advanced artificial intelligence chip, intricately connected to the pilot's consciousness through a neural network. Countless nanobots can, under my command, amalgamate and transform into objects of any conceivable shape, be it a blade or a firearm. Furthermore, this design harbors an additional advantage should the armor sustain damage. As long as it is not entirely obliterated, the remaining nanobots can promptly reassemble into a new shell. On the battlefield, I can seamlessly execute repairs and resupply by augmenting the number of nanobots, significantly alleviating the logistical burden. Although Huang Mao speaks of it casually, for Yifeng, it strikes like a thunderclap, nearly overwhelming his senses. The notion that such a simple armored shell could possess such formidable capabilities is astounding. This intricate powered armor must surely consume a plethora of resources, he thought, his face twitching in disbelief. The sophistication of this powered armor far exceeds the limits of his imagination. Rest assured, Brother Feng, these powered armors are standard issue, and besides, the nanobots have evolved into a well-established industry. If you were to purchase them on PDD, they are sold by the ton, with discounts available for larger quantities. Huang Mao explained, patting his chest confidently. By the ton? Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the production capacity of nanobots has long been a critical metric for assessing a nation's industrial prowess. Our country accounts for over 97% of the world's nanobot output. Not including any unreported figures, Huang Mao remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 58. Survivors. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words, astonished that this tradition of the Huaxia nation had endured. In terms of industrial prowess, it was undeniably the foremost on Blue Star. Once the principles of production were understood, anything could be rendered at a remarkably low cost. Yifeng, you should use that mech over there. Mine is the latest prototype of the bipedal exoskeleton mech, but its performance is not very stable and may not suit you. Huang Mao indicated a slightly smaller mech beside him. That mech is our standard equipment. a third-generation all-terrain heavy-duty exoskeleton mech, affectionately dubbed the Terracotta Warrior. With your current strength at the transformation stage, piloting it will pose no challenge. As Yifeng gazed at the mech referred to as the Terracotta Warrior, he instantly comprehended the moniker. Although its level of sci-fi appeal was not as pronounced as Huang Mao's, its overall appearance was more streamlined, showcasing a simplicity that exuded an understated elegance. Yifeng approached the mech slowly, placing his hand on the hatch. A stream of consciousness information surged into his mind. Detecting personnel proximity. Authorization in progress. Personnel authorized. Yifeng felt as if his spirit had connected via Bluetooth, establishing a bond with the mech. This familiar sensation made it seem as though the mech was an extension of his own body. He opened the hatch and settled into the cockpit. The entire cockpit was devoid of physical buttons, indicating that all operations were conducted through direct mental commands. Before him loomed a vast glass display, showcasing numerous parameters and information. Suddenly, Yifeng heard Huang Mao's voice echo in his mind. "Hey, not bad. I was worried you wouldn't be able to connect to the spirit communication system. But it seems you're quite adept. We're now on the same communication channel, allowing us to converse directly through our consciousness, unaffected by electromagnetic interference, very convenient. However, your spirit is currently too weak to support anything beyond basic voice transmission. Otherwise, we could share real-time visuals." Huang Mao expressed a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, I have a plethora of emoticons you want to be able to see. You should make the most of your time to enroll in a training class later. By the way, your mech operates on automatic, so handling it should be quite simple. Just follow my lead once we head out." As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, the entire readiness room was illuminated by red warning lights, signaling the imminent opening of the hatch. 50 special soldiers in the tribulation stage had donned their mechs and awaited orders. Beep, beep, beep. As the chamber's pressure dropped to the threshold, the hatch finally swung open. One by one, soldiers streamed out into the vastness of outer space. In that moment, Yifeng was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse for complete self-liberation. As if the starry sky was welcoming his arrival. This sensation was unprecedented, as if he had spent his entire life preparing for this very moment. "Yifeng, does it feel wonderful? When I first arrived in the outer cosmos, I felt the same way. The universe is vast and beautiful. While Earth appears as a mere cradle, warm and comforting, yet unable to contain us any longer." Huang Mao sighed, seemingly resonating with Yifeng's emotions at that moment. "Let us proceed. The battlefield is still a considerable distance away. I will utilize the ultra-short distance curvature engine to get there first. You can teleport directly to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao and his group of warriors gradually vanished into the void of space. Before long, a message echoed through the channel. "Yifeng, hurry over. There is something spectacular happening here." A request to teleport flashed in Yifeng's mind, and without hesitation, he accepted. Instantly, the surrounding space rushed backward, and the starlit sky stretched into lines. In mere moments, Yifeng found himself beside Huang Mao. However, Huang Mao paid him no mind, instead gazing into the distance. Yifeng turned to see a nightmarish scene unfold before him. Countless warships blazed in the cosmos, not with ordinary flames, but with a violent surge of spiritual energy wreaking havoc among the ruins. Amidst the wreckage of warship debris, thousands of tiny meteors darted about, shattering larger fragments anew. How could there be so many civilian satellites? "Lu Hu, clear them out for me." Huang Mao issued his first command through the channel. "Acknowledged." Lu Hu, the soldier addressed, swiftly accessed the Sol system, obtaining control over the detection satellites to expel the rampaging celestial bodies from the battlefield. "How could this happen? Our main fleet hasn't even arrived yet. How did the Cloud Immortal Empire's fleet become so utterly fragmented?" Huang Mao felt utterly perplexed. As the commander of the Dragon Tooth Squadron, he was among the first human forces to reach the battlefield. It was inconceivable for anyone to have encountered the Cloud Immortal Empire before him, just as numerous possibilities flickered through his mind. Lu Hu coughed a few times in the public channel. "Ahem, Colonel Huang, I've just analyzed the records of those civilian satellites. Perhaps you should take a look." A video was transmitted through the channel, and Yifeng's perspective was converted into a real-time display on the glass chamber. This footage captured the first-person view of one civilian satellite, showing warships being directly rammed into their factory state. After colliding with the ships, it went on to smash larger debris, seemingly determined to reduce these fleets to mere dust. Huang Mao stared at the screen, a bewildered expression on his face. "Is this how it ends? This is not what was promised." Huang Mao shouted in anguish in his envisioned narrative. He was to be an elite soldier of the Special Operations Team, stealthily infiltrating the heart of the Cloud Immortal Fleet to execute a decapitation strike on the enemy command. After obtaining crucial intelligence, he would break through layers of encirclement and return safely to the military, ultimately achieving promotion, a salary increase, and marrying a wealthy beauty, thus reaching the pinnacle of life. He had even rehearsed the post-battle MVP settlement scene. However, now a diminutive civilian reconnaissance satellite has accomplished everything for him, leaving not even a trace behind. Investigate which mining company deployed this reconnaissance satellite. Such reckless excavation must be properly regulated. The furious yellow hair exclaimed vehemently, "Colonel, I have just checked, and these reconnaissance satellites are quite outdated, having long ceased production. The mining company associated with them has also gone bankrupt and been forced to delist." Lu Hu cautiously replied. A lamentation echoed through the channel, filled with yellow hair's bitterness. Just as Yifeng intended to intervene, he suddenly heard Lu Hu's voice resounding through the channel. "Boss, I have good news. There are survivors on the battlefield approaching us." Chapter 59. The Tribulation Period Cultivators. The survivor mentioned by Lu Hu was none other than Zhao Zhongtian, accompanied by Chief Steward Lu and a cadre of high-ranking cultivators. Upon witnessing the onslaught of countless spiritual devices, he comprehended the inevitable demise of the entire Tian fleet. All 1,999 Tian-class warships were utterly annihilated, and nearly 3 million elite warriors who had accompanied him were likewise reduced to naught. During this harrowing ordeal, he had attempted to struggle and resist, but his efforts proved futile. The materials and mechanisms of these spiritual devices transcended his comprehension. Yet, amidst this misfortune, a sliver of hope remained. A small contingent of high-ranking cultivators aboard the warship had successfully escaped, though they now numbered fewer than 20,000. The survivors gathered near the Prince of Southern Jun, having lost all courage and resolve to resist. The morale of the entire legion was dismally low, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Prince of Southern Jun surveyed the remnants of his forces and spoke, "Do not despair, my comrades. Victory and defeat are but the vicissitudes of warfare. As long as our structure endures and our battle flags still fly, we can reform a new Tian fleet at any moment." Moreover, up until now, aside from the inexplicably appearing spiritual devices, we have yet to encounter any natives of this star system. According to prior intelligence, these natives are merely peculiar in their spiritual devices. At their core, they are nothing more than ordinary mortals. If we can reach their planet, we shall surely turn the tide of battle. At that juncture, with this star system as our base, a resurgence is not beyond possibility. Furthermore, we possess the star charts. Once we reconstruct our vessels, we can return to our homeland and rally our forces. Zhao Zhongtian, a renowned general of his time, ignited a spark of hope among his soldiers with just a few words. In times such as these, hope is paramount. As long as hope prevails, all becomes possible. As if to validate his assertion, the previously erratic reconnaissance satellites ceased their tumultuous activity and withdrew from the battlefield, just as the atmosphere grew buoyant with renewed spirits. A cultivator exclaimed with fervor, "Your Highness, good news. Others have appeared on the battlefield." Zhao Zhongtian swiftly employed his spiritual sense to scan the area, and indeed, on the opposite side of the battlefield, he discerned the presence of dozens of formidable auras. It was as though a congregation of tribulation period ancestors had manifested. Yet Zhao Zhongtian quickly dismissed such a preposterous notion. The entire Yinxian Empire harbored but a handful of tribulation period experts. How could there be dozens of such superlative beings in this desolate star system? This must be a result of the chaotic spiritual energy on the battlefield interfering with his perception, leading to such an unreliable assessment. At the same moment, Chief Steward Lu detected the same information and likewise concluded that it was implausible for the auras to belong to tribulation period powerhouses. The reasoning was straightforward. As a tribulation period adept, he was intimately familiar with the essence of such auras. The newly emerged energies far surpassed his own, rendering it an impossibility. Intriguingly, these tribulation period auras were remarkably uniform, as if they had been cast from the same mold. It is essential to understand that every cultivator who has reached the tribulation stage possesses a unique and original technique, resulting in distinct auras that cannot possibly be identical. This uniformity in aura merely indicates that it has been artificially simulated to intimidate lower-tier cultivators. How cunning these natives are to resort to such tactics to drive us away. Unfortunately for them, they fail to realize that with a genuine tribulation stage cultivator like myself present, they cannot deceive me. Zhao Zhongtian wholeheartedly agreed with the thoughts of Eunuch Lu. The art of war emphasizes the interplay of illusion and reality, a principle he had mastered thoroughly. Eunuch Lu. It appears they have exhausted their options and are attempting to frighten us with such tactics. How about we charge right in? Zhao Zhongtian regained his confidence. The more the enemy resorts to intimidation, the more it reveals their fear. With over 10,000 experts at the God transformation stage under his command, not to mention himself as a great ascension cultivator and Eunuch Lu, a tribulation stage master, their mere aura was sufficient to crush this horde of ants completely. Excellent. Let these natives realize that even without battleships, we can easily reduce them to dust. Eunuch Lu's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and at this moment, he was already filled with murderous intent. Heaven does not completely close off paths for men. However, nobody should compete with me for this opportunity. I shall go first. And later, you may follow. Understood? The excited Huang Mao activated combat mode, instructing his subordinates. Lu Hu, you stay here and watch over Dr. Yi. If anything goes awry, do not blame me for being ruthless. Boss, can't you send someone else? I too wish to seize this rare chance to engage with extraterrestrial civilization. Lu Hu protested, unwilling to miss out on such an opportunity. Do not bargain with me. If I say stay, then stay. Individual obedience to the organization is paramount. Do you understand? Huang Mao showed no mercy to his comrade. He then adopted a calmer tone as he addressed Yifeng. Yifeng, I will take down a few celestial cloud beings. Remain here and do not move. Yifeng quietly watched him with a sense of unease, feeling that there was something amiss in Huang Mao's words. Upon completing his orders, Huang Mao activated his thrusters and charged alone into the enemy ranks. Switching his mech into combat mode, he activated recording mode and initiated automatic beautification. Huang Mao adjusted his hair and struck several poses for the interior camera, ensuring that the recording was flawless. He chuckled to himself, planning to post a video later titled Macho Man Battles Aliens, though he felt something was off about that title. Still contemplating how to ride the wave of trending topics, he noted that the Cloud Celestial Legion was merely hundreds of kilometers away, a distance well within striking range for high-tier cultivators. Eunuch Lu took the lead, determined to thoroughly torment these natives who fancied themselves as formidable. As Huang Mao's mech came into view, a subtle smile crept upon Eunuch Lu's lips, as he had anticipated. These natives relied on their disguises to simulate the aura of a tribulation stage cultivator. His consciousness penetrated through the glass chamber, detecting the unstable aura of tribulation emanating from the yellow-haired individual. It was evident that this state had been artificially enhanced through external means, further corroborating his assessment that this individual could not possibly be a cultivator at the tribulation stage. Though he remained unaware of how these indigenous people had achieved such a feat, he anticipated that clarity would come when he refined their souls later. To prevent himself from inadvertently shattering this native with a single blow, Lu Gonggong resolved against employing ranged spells, as it would be far too simplistic to eliminate the yellow-haired youth so easily. Instead, he decided to engage in close quarters, intending to extract him for interrogation at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth shared a similar sentiment. He too harbored concerns that these celestial cultivators might disregard martial ethics, launching a barrage of spells that would yield nothing substantial and severely compromise the quality of the recording. He yearned for a contest of close combat, where the clash of blades would embody the romanticism of masculinity. Only in such a scenario would there be sufficient spectacle, otherwise it would fail to capture the public's interest. The distance between the two swiftly diminished. 100 miles, for a tribulation stage cultivator, was but the blink of an eye. Chapter 60, Military Taijiquan. Two formidable ores collided with tremendous force. Lu Gonggong's expression shifted as he felt a colossal energy surge towards him, propelling him through the air and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Huang Mao's mech was knocked askew, nearly toppling to the ground. Astonishingly, the power of their attacks was evenly matched. Lu Gonggong was profoundly astonished. After all, he was a cultivator in the tribulation stage. Yet his opponent could contend with him on equal footing, truly remarkable. The impact had dented Huang Mao's mech, illustrating the sheer magnitude of the recoil. However, this dent was swiftly repaired by nanobots, erasing any trace of the previous damage. Haha. Huang Mao laughed exuberantly, aware that his adversary was also suffering. The visceral thrill of this hand-to-hand combat was exhilarating. He felt fortunate that he hadn't rushed to summon others to join the fray. Otherwise, the battle would have ended before it even began, which would have been dreadfully dull. Unbeknownst to Huang Mao, a pair of eyes was fixated on him from behind, those of Zhao Zhongtian, who gazed at Huang Mao's mech in horror. That recent collision undoubtedly emitted energy waves only a tribulation stage elder could produce. This indicated that the young man was not merely posturing, but possessed genuine tribulation power. Such a formidable individual must not be allowed to remain. Silently, Zhao Zhongtian concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm, slowly forming a pitch-black flame dragon. The exquisite spiritual artifact wrapped around his wrist transformed into a swimming dragon, intertwining with the flame dragon, moving swiftly. This was his ultimate trump card, the boundless heaven-burning technique. Not only did it require all his spiritual energy, but it also necessitated the integration of his family's prized artifact, combining the two forces to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful attack. He would never employ this technique lightly unless absolutely necessary, even with his current advanced cultivation. Using it would leave him utterly drained and exceedingly weak. However, the advantage of this technique lay in its unparalleled might. Even a tribulation stage elder would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The two dragons, one black and one white, gradually merged into a singular entity, transforming into a crimson-scaled dragon. Hey, look, there's a cultivator trying to ambush the boss from behind. Should we warn him? A warrior's voice echoed in the channel. It's fine. Doesn't he revel in showing off? Let him have his moment. I believe that energy level is sufficient to teach him a lesson, replied an older voice, belonging to General Zhang. Just moments ago, the two main fleets of the Huaxia nation had sealed off the surrounding airspace, and everyone present was quietly observing Huang Mao's display. Meanwhile, Huang Mao was lost in the joy of battle, exchanging blows with Lu Gonggong, relishing every punch and kick. He deliberately reduced the output power of his armor, careful not to overpower his opponent too swiftly, oblivious to the fact that he was currently being broadcasted live to a global audience. The inner turmoil of Lu Gonggong was beyond comprehension. What was supposed to be mere bluster had turned into an encounter with a genuine tribulation stage elder. Although the martial skills displayed were rather rudimentary, the force behind the strikes was undeniably substantial. Even with his arms braced against the opponent's blows, the pain remained excruciating. His own full-force strike, aimed at the adversary's armor, felt as though it had landed upon a mass of cotton, devoid of any impact. Alarmingly, the vast spiritual energy he unleashed was wholly absorbed by that peculiar armor, vanishing without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. In close combat, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Lu Gonggong had considered creating distance to engage in a battle of spells. However, upon observing the array of long guns and short cannons behind the armored figure, he understood that this opponent was likely more adept at ranged bombardment. To retreat recklessly could prove to be far more perilous. Thus, he was left to endure the relentless onslaught of the yellow-haired assailant, struggling with each exchange. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Lu Gonggong caught sight of Zhao Zhongtian behind him. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Lu Gonggong swiftly intensified his own attacks, drawing the yellow-haired fighter's attention entirely away from Zhao Zhongtian, exposing his back. Break for me. Zhao Zhongtian's Wuji Burning Heaven technique finally took shape, radiating immense power as it was unleashed, possessing the capability to devastate the very heavens and earth. The searing heat caused alarms to blare from the yellow-haired man's mech. With a look of disdain, he paid no heed, continuing to deliver a fist towards Lu Gonggong. After all, he was clad in the latest model of combat armor, renowned for its exceptional thermal insulation, capable of withstanding the harshest conditions, even those found on the surface of a star. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the advancements of spiritual technology. He believed that unless he voluntarily lowered his defenses, even a tribulation stage elder would struggle to breach his armor. Unfortunately, he was only partially correct. The might of the Wuji Burning Heaven technique was terrifying, beyond producing intense heat. It also carried a hint of spatial power. The yellow-haired warrior felt an overwhelming wave of scorching heat envelop him, with the extreme temperatures penetrating through the spatial fissures into the interior of his mech. His head reverberated as if it were about to explode. This was an exceptionally domineering flame, incinerating his close-fitting garments to ashes in an instant. He became a living torch, engulfed in flames. Fortunately, having previously consumed a tribulation elixir, the vast spiritual energy enveloped him in a protective cocoon, preventing the fire from charring him completely. Yet, the flames arrived so unexpectedly that half of his proud golden hair was singed, emitting a distinct burnt odor. Witnessing his flaming hairstyle through the surveillance camera, the yellow-haired warrior could no longer contain his frustration. A head may be lost, but my hairstyle must remain intact. This is intolerable. he ceased to conceal his true strength, immediately cranking up the power of his mech to its maximum and unleashing a flurry of military-style punches towards the retreating Lu Gonggong, forward lunging punches, piercing throat kicks, and wide stances with horizontal strikes. The martial arts sequence unfolded with precision, each move executed with lethal intent, as if each punch were a deadly strike. The fiery spirit of Huang Mao ignited as he unleashed his lifelong skills, vowing to avenge his hairstyle. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Lu Gonggong to retreat step by step, as Huang Mao's techniques, though seemingly unrefined, carried an essence that resonated with the fundamental principles of martial arts, subtly aligning with the greater path. In this moment, Lu Gonggong resembled a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 61, Annihilation. The golden-haired youth seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the elder Lu. "Old man, how dare you deceive me?" he roared. Blood trickled from Lu's lips as he sneered. "You rely on your armor to intimidate, but that is not true skill. Times have changed, my lord. This is called technological suppression. Do you understand?" With that, the golden-haired youth swung his hand, sending Lu flying through the air, landing heavily several thousand meters away before coming to a stop. Unwilling to relent, the youth swiftly moved to Lu's side, grasping the collar of his garment and hoisting him up, delivering blow after blow. However, Lu did not back down, retaliating with equally forceful punches that struck the youth's chest. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of fists, each impact producing immense explosions. Yet, the adaptive armor on the golden-haired youth remained unscathed, while Lu's spiritual defense grew increasingly feeble. Bang, 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 bang. Each of the youth's punches was fueled by sheer force, aiming to shatter his opponent's bones in a cathartic release of pent-up aggression, causing him to lose all semblance of rationality. At that moment, Lu was also on his last legs, his energy waning, gasping for breath. Zhao Zhangtian stood nearby, panting heavily, as several celestial cultivators desperately channeled true energy into him. The previous blow had completely drained his internal spiritual energy, leaving him too weak to even stand. "Quick, tell me, how's the tribulation period elder faring?" The surrounding cultivators exchanged peculiar glances, and after a moment, they finally shook their heads. "Your Highness, it seems he is even more formidable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhangtian turned his gaze to the battlefield, where the golden-haired youth piloted his mech, pressing Lu down and mercilessly assaulting him. The renowned master of the imperial court, Lu Fudong, was struggling to defend himself. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhao Zhangtian, and the imperial military deity fainted instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, General Zhang finally lost his patience. Dragon Tooth Squad, receive orders, annihilate the Yunxian Empire forces, leaving no one behind. The extermination of alien races was a time-honored convention within the Human Federation. These extraterrestrial cultivators had traveled vast distances to invade Earth, and they were undoubtedly prepared for slaughter. If they harbored intentions of murder, they must also be ready to face death. Between hunter and prey, there was never a place for mercy. Understood. A thunderous response echoed through the channel, and then 50 elite mech warriors in the tribulation period transformed into avatars of death, charging towards the enemy forces. The special forces held nothing back, maximizing their output power. Even from several dozen kilometers away, they began deploying their ranged weaponry to wear down the opposition. Dozens of spiritual pressure bombs detonated in the heart of the enemy ranks with blinding speed. These were super-destructive explosives fueled by surrounding spiritual energy, a weapon expressly prohibited among humans. However, when confronting the otherworldly foes, such protocols were swiftly cast aside. In but a fleeting moment, the toll of casualties soared to nearly 1,000. At this juncture, the cultivators of the Yunxian Legion sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of spiritual artifacts and arcane spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless superior spiritual weapons detonated upon the armored giants, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. At that moment, General Zhang's voice rang out once more. "Remember, aside from high-value targets above the ascendant level, leave no prisoners alive." A resounding affirmation erupted from the mech warriors, their roars echoing through the heavens and earth. General Zhang was acutely aware that only the fleet commander possessed the star maps and coordinates. Other cultivators were of little consequence. If they did not eradicate the threat entirely, these cultivators could easily infiltrate human society, posing significant dangers. The longest squadron arranged themselves in a linear formation, maintaining a distance of several kilometers between each member. Given their prowess and lethal range, such a sparse arrangement was sufficient to encircle the battlefield completely. The Yunxian cultivators, unwilling to remain passive, fervently activated their innate treasures and most potent celestial arts. Moreover, dozens of integrated powers conjured formations, summoning a tempest of flames at the forefront of their defenses. Yet, the mech warriors remained unperturbed. Within mere moments, they had breached the ranks of their adversaries. Akin to wolves among sheep, or rather, tigers among sheep. A thunderous crash resonated as the entire mech battalion surged into the Yunxian formation. A single wave of assault trampled the cultivators attempting to establish a defensive array. Subsequently, the mechs plunged into the throng, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. Thousands of Yunxian cultivators found themselves utterly outmatched. "If we are to perish, let us perish together," bellowed a cultivator at the integration stage. In an instant, his aura surged, indicating his intent to self-destruct. Boom, boom. A blinding radiance illuminated the battlefield as the entirety of the cultivator's power coalesced into a luminous sphere, engulfing several mech warriors and a multitude of fellow cultivators. After a considerable interval, the brilliance waned, yet the mech warriors remained unscathed. The only entities that vanished were he and the nearby Yunsten cultivators. The remaining Yunsten cultivators found themselves encircled in small clusters. Their numerical superiority rendered futile as they faced inevitable slaughter. Some cultivators, driven by desperation, charged en masse towards the mechs, seeking to exchange injuries for injuries, lives for lives. In their minds, even if they could not achieve victory, they would drag their foes down with them. Alas, the formidable nanorobots of strong mutual interaction afforded them no such opportunity. Their desperate strikes, wrought from the sacrifice of their lives and blood, left not a trace upon the mechs. Others sought to seize the chaos of the battlefield as an opportunity to escape. Yet, before the phased array radar, all trajectories became transparent. Should the mech warriors wish it, not even a fly could evade their grasp. The mech warriors need not even glance back. The missile silos on their backs automatically launched several tracking projectiles, reducing any fleeing cultivator to mere dust. The battle has reached its conclusion. With only a few dozen high-ranking cultivators surrounding the unconscious Zhao Zhongtian, the mech warriors, observing this, dare not act recklessly, fearing the accidental demise of their sole Mayana commander. "Halt!" General Zhang commanded, having recognized that the battlefield was entirely under control. He understood that there was crucial information to be gleaned from that commander. Chapter 62. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. Hand him the spiritual energy capsule. General Zhang cast a glance at the unconscious Zhao Zhongtian and instructed the nearby mech warrior. The warrior's armor ejected a small capsule, which fell among the crowd. Simultaneously, General Zhang activated the simultaneous translation mode within the mech, switching to the language of the Yunsten Empire. Consuming it will ensure survival. The Yunsten cultivators, filled with skepticism, gazed at the green capsule in their hands. Although they were unaware of its origins, they could sense the surging spiritual energy within, and the fragrant aroma it emitted enveloped them in a delightful sensation. This was an elixir superior to the supreme, grade 9 spiritual pills. Exchanging glances, the cultivators fed the capsule to Zhao Zhongtian. Since these formidable mech warriors could effortlessly slay them, there was no need to poison them further. As soon as the capsule entered Zhao Zhongtian's abdomen, he reacted. His previously exhausted dantian suddenly swelled as if inflated. At that moment, he felt a warm current rising from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to every limb. A pained expression crossed Zhao Zhongtian's face as the heat within him blazed like a roaring furnace. Yet, before long, this agony transformed into an exquisite pleasure. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He could distinctly sense the astonishing spiritual power accumulating within his dantian. "What on earth is this?" Zhao Zhongtian murmured, glancing at the remaining Yunsten cultivators and then at the mech warriors surrounding him. At that moment, he began to comprehend that he had been saved by his enemies. "I have lost. Quickly kill me, and you shall gain nothing." Zhao Zhongtian spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking coldly. "Your life is mine. How could I bear to let you die?" General Zhang scoffed. With that, he gently placed his hand on Zhao Zhongtian's shoulder. Instantly, Zhao Zhongtian's skin began to flush red, as if a knife had been plunged directly into his consciousness. "No, don't." Zhao Zhongtian struggled. He finally realized that this was a malevolent technique for searching the soul. As a transcendent cultivator, he had never encountered anyone brave enough to employ such a method against him, as this technique typically only affected cultivators of 2 or 3 lower realms. Yet, General Zhang's technique pierced Zhao Zhongtian's soul like a sharp dagger, forcibly extracting the star map hidden within his consciousness. This was a military-grade implanted soul virus. capable of invading the soul of an individual if they lacked a specialized antivirus system after hundreds of iterations through a spiritual particle computer. This virus could effortlessly infiltrate the soul of others, granting direct access to the highest permissions. The sight of this horrified the other cultivators of the Yunsin Empire. Quickly, stop him. We cannot allow him to succeed. The cultivators of the Yunsin Legion frantically rushed forward, attempting to thwart General Zhang. However, the virus had already spread to all nearby cultivators, causing them to experience excruciating headaches and a loss of self-control. Some, in their despair, severed their own meridians and collapsed lifelessly. Moments later, General Zhang had obtained the star chart of the Yunsin Empire. Although referred to as a star chart, it was, in reality, a jade pendant of less than exquisite quality, intricately engraved with complex patterns that were not typical formations. The precision of the engravings surpassed that of the finest spiritual artifacts of the Yunsin Empire by a staggering magnitude. At first glance, it appeared not to be a creation of the Yunsin people. Nevertheless, General Zhang did not dwell on such thoughts. Opportunities often arise unexpectedly. And this was a moment of exhilarating fortune, even for a seasoned figure like him after 3 centuries. In his grasp lay the future of humanity. This was the final key to unlocking the gates of the universe, the last piece in the puzzle for humanity's venture into the infinite starry seas. With the star chart, conquering the entire third arm would merely be a matter of time. For humanity, equipped with spiritual energy technology, time was the one resource they had in abundance. General Zhang, this is a communicator we just discovered. It should be exclusive to the Yunsin Empire, announced a mech warrior, producing an object resembling a jade rui, currently emanating a faint glow. Ah, intriguing. Is this a long-range communication device? General Zhang had recently delved into Zhao Zhongtian's spirit and gleaned some understanding of the device's function. In the Yunsin Empire, this communicator possessed the extraordinary capability of transmitting information across star domains, a technology that humanity had yet to fully master. As General Zhang examined the communicator, he quickly pieced together its workings, noticing that within the jade rui, a summer cicada was producing a sound. Hundreds of light years away, another summer cicada, born of the same egg, echoed the same call. These 2 cicadas, akin to the fundamental particles of quantum entanglement, responded simultaneously. In the Yunsin Empire, such cicadas were known as goose cicadas, a peculiar breed cultivated by insect cultivators specifically for communication. However, it seemed the Yunsin people did not comprehend the significance of this technology. For humanity, the combination of the star chart and long-range communication would hasten their conquest of the cosmos considerably. General Zhang held the jade rui to his ear, listening intently. He discerned a barely audible voice. "My lord, return swiftly. The Star Sea Fortress is in peril." Amidst this, he could hear the sounds of collapsing structures and exploding ships, as if a great battle was unfolding. "My lord, return swiftly. The Star Sea Fortress is in peril." "My lord, return swiftly. The Star Sea Fortress is in peril." The urgent pleas echoed from the rui. "You say?" "I listen," General Zhang finally replied. Suddenly, a joyous exclamation resonated from the other end of the rui. "The Lord has responded. We are saved." General Zhang continued to inquire. "Please disclose your location. I shall return promptly." He understood that as long as the opposing party provided him with precise coordinates, he could easily locate the star system using the star map. By reverse calculating the coordinates, he would be able to decipher the entire star chart. However, at that moment, Yurui fell silent, and after a brief pause, a voice of skepticism emerged. "Your Highness, is the star map not in your possession?" General Zhang squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment. "We encountered some difficulties while traveling through curvature. The star map is temporarily unusable. Please, inform me of your exact location." "Very well, our position is." Just as Yurui was about to reveal the specific coordinates, Zhao Zhongtian, who was presumed to be unconscious, unexpectedly regained consciousness. At that moment, he was but a step away from General Zhang. With his spirit aflame, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and shouted at Yurui, "Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond." Chapter 63. The stars in the sky are all enemies. General Zhang cast a complex glance at Zhao Zhongtian, gesturing to his own head and then connecting with his mind. "Think carefully. We are in the vacuum of outer space, devoid of any medium for sound transmission." Zhao Zhongtian's gaze became utterly vacant. The once great military deity had thus fallen. Meanwhile, Yurui had already conveyed the precise location of the Star Sea Fortress through the vibrations of the summer cicada. Although General Zhang could not hear the sounds within Yurui, he understood that they originated from vibrations. He had been assessing the information through detecting the frequency of these vibrations, using them as a means of communication. The battlefield at this moment could scarcely be described as chaotic. Apart from the smoldering graveyard of fleets, there lay millions of severed limbs and bodies adrift in the vacuum. These corpses must be cleared away. The 26 moons of Uranus are renowned as a 5-star tourist destination. If children on summer vacation were to behold such gruesome sights, complaints from visitors would surely ensue. Moreover, the most challenging issue was the spatial compression caused by the oscillation of the curvature engine. Although humanity had conducted numerous experiments in the past, completely eliminating the effects of spatial compression remained elusive. These interconnected spatial entities, if left undisturbed, could persist for billions of years. Such a factor proves highly detrimental to the future construction of a high-speed highway within the solar system. Nevertheless, humanity's current solution is rather rudimentary, employing opposing frequency spatial oscillations to gradually restore the elasticity of space, albeit the process may take decades. Ultimately, this approach will restore the natural state of the cosmos. A multitude of nanobots has been released into this celestial expanse by the fleet. These nanophage bots, among the simplest of nanorobots, possess a rudimentary program centered on consumption and replication. They are designed to devour predetermined target objects, such as solids, wood, and spiritual stones. By transforming these materials into part of their own composition, they can subsequently split and produce identical nanomachines. Through this exponential replication, an entire star region can be thoroughly cleansed in a remarkably short time. This very method had been employed by humanity to terraform Mars, resulting in a complete alteration of the Martian landscape in a brief period. They even replicated numerous earthly vistas, such as Mount Everest and Songshan. Furthermore, with the aid of other types of nanoplankton, they generated copious amounts of oxygen and moisture on Mars, creating oceans and modifying the atmospheric composition to render it breathable for humans. Subsequently, they utilized nanorobots to engrave gravitational patterns upon the surface, significantly enhancing Mars' gravity, allowing it to retain the generated atmosphere and preventing solar winds from sweeping it away. Today, Mars has nearly transformed into humanity's second home, appearing from outer space as a breathtaking blue orb, reminiscent of Earth, albeit slightly smaller. Simultaneously, Mars stands as the largest agricultural production hub within our solar system. Although food crops can be mass-produced in factories, in more refined settings, individuals still exhibit a preference for natural plants. Humanity has also endeavored to modify 2 other terrestrial planets, Mercury and Venus. Regrettably, the environments of these 2 planets are excessively harsh, yielding minimal benefits while imposing significant risks. Mercury has been repurposed as a mineral-rich planet, with nearly 1/10 of its mass extracted for the creation of Dyson spheres. Meanwhile, Venus has become a site for heavy industry, focusing on the production of heavily polluting chemical products. Presently, the majority of nanobot assembly occurs on Venus. Colonel Huang, gather the troops and inform the other units to come and clean the battlefield. I must return to Earth for a brief while, General Zhang commanded before departing the scene. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mao swiftly changed his attire and styled his hair before arriving belatedly. All right, General Zhang. Take care and don't let me hold you up. Huang Mao saluted the retreating figure of General Zhang. He then turned to Yifeng with a playful grin. Did you see how I just crushed that ancient foe in the tribulation phase? Wasn't he impressive? Yifeng merely responded with a thumbs-up gesture, his gaze fixed on the distant, radiant starry expanse. He had also noticed that the star chart evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Yet the memory eluded him. Nevertheless, it appeared to hold profound significance for him, as though it contained all the answers he sought. Observing Yifeng lost in contemplation of the cosmos, Huang Mao approached and stood beside him, sharing the same view of the universe. What is on your mind? Missing home? Don't fret, the star chart is in hand, and in just a few years, Interstellar high-speed rail will reach your hometown. At that time, you can return whenever you wish. If you happen to have childhood friends back home, perhaps you could introduce me to one. Huang Mao playfully adjusted his helmet, attempting to tame his newly sprouted locks. Noticing Yifeng's disdainful glance, he quickly clarified, "What's with that look? I'm still single. Even if I admit I'm getting on in years, your childhood friend is probably of our generation. So who has to say who would suffer in this matter?" Yifeng shook his head in resignation and inquired, "What do you feel when you gaze at the starry sky?" Huang Mao cleared his throat and, feigning seriousness, replied, "Planets like Earth cannot produce heavy elements. The iron in your body originates from brilliant supernova explosions. while the zinc in your blood comes from the cosmic dust expelled by colliding neutron stars. Even trace amounts of copper require witnessing the death of a white dwarf star. And the most insignificant cobalt is birthed from nebulae billions of light years away. In a certain sense, humanity's curiosity about the cosmos is entirely natural, a yearning to witness the limits of the galactic ocean, for we are indeed children of the stars. It is entirely natural for us, as human beings, to harbor curiosity and yearning for the starry sky. Would you not agree, Dr. Yi? Huang Mao is aware that Yifeng is once again succumbing to his literary inclinations. Those of elevated intellect often possess a melancholic disposition. Gazing upon the vast and boundless clusters of the Milky Way, Yifeng shook his head, his gaze toward the celestial sea growing increasingly sharp, as if something within the depths of his memory were incessantly expanding. No, the stars above are all adversaries. P.S. The first volume of this book, Earth's Past, concludes here. The second volume, Stars and the Sea, will commence updates tomorrow. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for your unwavering support along this journey. I kindly request that you take a moment of your precious time to bestow a favorable review upon this book. Thank you. The labor of writing is arduous, and I am grateful for your continued support. Chapter 0, Prologue. Starsea Fortress. The Starsea Fortress, the second planet of the Inner Circle, serves as the frontline command center of the Yunsan Empire. Report. General Nangong, the fifth outer planetary fortress has fallen. Report. General, the Chizhou fleet has been completely annihilated. Report. The fourth planet's orbital fortress is engaging the enemy, requesting support. Messages of distress flooded in from the front lines. This marked the second month since the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire had set foot in the Starsea Fortress. Within a mere fortnight, the outer positions of the star system had succumbed entirely. 5 planets had already been seized by those golden-haired barbarians, and the main fleet was reduced to a mere fraction of its strength. Even the elite Chizhou fleet had been utterly decimated. The entire Starsea Fortress now lay engulfed in flames, and its fall was merely a matter of time. On the side of the Yunsan Empire, only 22nd-tier fleets had been dispatched thus far. These second-rate fleets could scarcely defend a single satellite position. How many reserve fleets do we have left? General Nagong Lincoln inquired solemnly. As an imperial general, he understood better than anyone that if the delay continued and the enemy fully grasped control over the Starsea Fortress, the southern star domain would be left completely vulnerable, devoid of any defenses. In such dire circumstances, his only recourse was to salvage what he could and strive for a glimmer of hope. Reporting to the general, there are only 27 A-class fleets and 134 B-class fleets remaining. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Nangong Lincoln took a deep breath. Continue to fortify the defenses. We must not relinquish our positions until the very last moment. He was acutely aware that there was no retreat left for him. Therefore, the only option was to fight to the bitter end. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to safeguard the Starsea Fortress. Nangong Lincoln glanced up at the star calendar. It had been a full 10 days since he last communicated with King Zhenan. Given the swift military pace of Prince Zhao, he was confident that reinforcements from the Taiyan fleet would arrive within 10 days. It was this conviction that had allowed him to endure until now. To protect the Starsea Fortress, he had wagered his entire family army, all in a bid to buy a few more days. However, the Starsea Fortress now stood on the brink of collapse, with imminent risk of breach. Gazing at the twinkling lights in the distant starry sky, he knew that was where the interstellar war raged. At that moment, above the orbital fortress of the fourth planet, the fleet of the Yunsan Empire faced off against the invincible fleet. The orbital fortress was constructed on the sole satellite of the fourth planet, granting it a commanding view of the planet below. Should this position fall, the entire fourth planet would be laid bare, completely exposed to the fortress's artillery fire. Thus, this satellite fortress became the primary battleground for both sides. The distance between the two fleets exceeded 10,000 kilometers, while this range was insufficient for direct engagement. It allowed for clear visibility of the insignias on the opposing warships. The defensive fleet is one of the permanent A-class fleets stationed at the Starsea Fortress, the Wind and Fire Fleet, a renowned elite force, with swift advancements and formidable firepower. It specializes particularly in offensive maneuvers, earning the praise of the late emperor, who described it as swift as the wind and fiery in its onslaught. Hence, the fleet acquired its name. Since its inception, it has participated in numerous wars of external expansion, achieving remarkable feats. The fleet's commander is also a practitioner at the fusion stage, merely a step away from the ascendant level. In addition to the Wind and Fire Fleet, there are 2 other A-class fleets that have just retreated from the front lines. However, these two fleets have suffered significant losses and can barely be considered a single unit after reorganization. Furthermore, several B-class fleets have been dispatched as reinforcements from the rear, along with 10 C-class fleets dedicated to supply and logistics. In total, there are 20 fleets comprising over 42,000 warships. 1,000 kilometers away lies a contingent of the invincible fleet of the Zicate Empire. The emblem of the battle spear on the flagship's bow and its distinctive blood-red hull indicate that this is the direct fleet led by Prince Fongjin himself. The warships of the Zicate Empire, in terms of appearance, are somewhat more streamlined compared to the Yunxian fleet. It is more accurate to describe them as rectangular fortresses rather than mere vessels. The structure of these ships predominantly employs rock spirit stone as a supporting material, resembling colossal floating stone cabinets. This design was intended to widen the sides of the vessels, allowing for larger caliber spirit-gathering cannons to be installed, thereby enhancing their firepower. At the bridge, a Gothic-style watchtower rises, facilitating the provision of coordinates for rear artillery fire. In comparison, the number of this invincible fleet is not extensive, totaling just over 20,000 ships, barely half the size of their opponents. Nonetheless, the invincible fleet marches forward with unwavering determination, their 2,000 warships arrayed in disciplined formation, steadily advancing towards the fortress. At the forefront of the fleet are 8,000 cruisers, equipped with large-caliber energy cannons and storm torpedoes. Flanking them are 5,000 destroyers on each side. Though smaller and possessing lesser firepower, these destroyers excel in speed, easily able to pursue fleeing adversaries. Finally, anchoring the formation are 2,000 battleships, along with an Indomitable-class flagship, representing the mightiest firepower within the fleet. The Wind and Fire fleet stands ready, bolstered by the fortress, capable of both offense and defense, naturally benefiting from the advantageous terrain. Moreover, with their lesser numbers, they still maintain overwhelming superiority. The fleet commander is composed and confident. Though ordered to hold the line, he believes that should the opportunity arise to annihilate the enemy, it must not be relinquished. Aside from a slight edge in ship quality, the Zicate Empire's fleet possesses no other remarkable attributes. 8,000 kilometers. The distance between the two fleets is diminishing. This range is no longer considered distant in the realm of interstellar warfare, as the Yunxian Empire's fleet begins to load spirit stones, preparing to charge the spirit-gathering cannons. Meanwhile, the invincible fleet maintains its steady advance. Without a reference point, it appears as though this fleet is not moving at all. 6,000 kilometers. The battleships of the Yunxian Empire have commenced their charging process. At this pace, the enemy will soon fall within striking range, and when that moment arrives, the formidable energy cannons are certain to inflict significant damage upon those yellow-haired barbarians. The invincible fleet remains eerily silent, with the first row of warships maintaining an exceptionally precise formation that, when viewed from the side, resembles a flawless straight line. 5,000 kilometers. Fire. Fire. The battleships of the Yunxian Empire have begun to unleash their fire towards the invincible fleet. This distance marks the maximum attack range of the energy cannons. Although precision cannot be relied upon at such a range, the overwhelming power can compensate for it. Countless massive spirit energy shells streak across the starry sky, most veering off course, yet a few find their mark within the invincible fleet, erupting with tremendous spiritual pressure that engulfs the surrounding vessels. The invincible fleet begins to suffer casualties, yet this has no bearing on their formation or marching speed. The entire fleet continues to advance uniformly, with the gaps swiftly filled by the ships from behind, were it not for a few vessels emitting thick plumes of smoke. Most would believe this fleet was not engaged in battle, but rather partaking in a grand military parade. Chapter 1. Prince Fongjin 3,000 kilometers. At this distance, the majority of warships have entered the strike range. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted from the fleet of the Yunxian Empire, the resonant sounds of various spirit-gathering cannons reverberating in the air. The explosions echoed among the indomitable fleet, creating a void within their formation, leaving many gaps that even the ships in the rear could not fill in time. Nevertheless, this did not disrupt the battle formation of the indomitable fleet. They continued to advance with synchronized steps, silently pressing forward. Could it be that the barbarian spirit-gathering cannons have become ineffective? Who can say? Perhaps they are running low on ammunition. After all, they are a lone force, without reinforcements, much like ourselves. How unfortunate for their commander. What difference does their strategy make but to court death? 2,000 kilometers. The indomitable fleet showed no inclination to return fire. At this moment, The first row of warships had endured countless strikes from energy cannons. One by one, the ships suffered considerable damage, yet without receiving orders. None dared to halt or disrupt the formation. Even amidst the billowing smoke, they pressed on with unwavering speed. The neighboring vessels appeared oblivious, offering no assistance, as if the ships beside them were mere figments of imagination. In reality, the original first row had long been obliterated, now replaced by reinforcements from the rear. The indomitable fleet's reluctance to fire was not due to a shortage of munitions. In fact, each warship's ammunition hold brimmed with energy shells. However, until Prince Fongjin issued the command to fire, no one dared to act independently. In the hearts of the fleet's crew, that red-haired prince was far more fearsome than the enemy before them. During their training, their casualty rates were comparable to actual warfare. Prince Fongjin's discipline was unyieldingly strict. Orders were absolute and must be executed, or the consequences would be dire. Deserters faced the grim fate of having 1,000 men drawn from the ship's complement of 10,000 executed. Those who advanced, retreated, or fired without orders would see 2,000 of their number condemned to death. If a captain fell in battle, all surviving crew members faced execution. Such harsh and unforgiving military discipline allowed the indomitable fleet to carry out any command with unwavering resolve. Even in the face of imminent death, not a brow was furrowed. 1,000 kilometers. Perhaps unable to withstand the onslaught, the indomitable fleet finally began to decelerate slowly. At this distance, not only the main cannons of the warships but even some advanced practitioners' spirit tools could strike. The wind and fire fleet of the Yunxian Empire could no longer restrain themselves. They resolved to seize this opportunity for another main cannon volley, aiming to utterly crush this band of tactically ignorant barbarians. However, due to the earlier frenzied firing, their ammunition had been depleted too swiftly, and the shots now appeared increasingly sparse. 500 kilometers. The indomitable fleet came to a steady halt. The first row of warships gradually turning sideways to reveal a dense array of cannons, each ship boasting 10 layers on just one side, totaling 400 spirit energy cannons. The quantity far exceeds the firepower density of the Yunxian battleships. At this distance, employing the psychic cannon is akin to thrusting the barrel into the opponent's throat and firing directly. The command from Prince Fongjin has finally been issued. Charge. Aim. Fire. Boom. Following a deafening roar, countless psychic shells formed a luminous curtain that enveloped the opposing Yunxian fleet. This curtain, forged from concentrated psychic energy, resembled a transparent stream of water. Yet within it lay an immense reservoir of power. Boom. Boom. In an instant, 2,000 Yunxian vessels were obliterated by the curtain. The assault did not cease. The first line of the invincible fleet gradually descended, while the main cannons of the second line had completed their charging. The dark, ominous muzzles loomed like harbingers of death, fixated on the crumbling Yunxian fleet. Aim. Fire. The second wave of attacks surged forth. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Aim. Fire. This was a war devoid of suspense. In close quarters, the main cannons of the Yunxian battleships clashed against the psychic artillery of the invincible fleet. The disparity in both power and quantity was staggering, rendering the outcome inevitable. The firepower of the Yunxian fleet was so sparse that hitting a target became exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the barrages from the invincible fleet cascaded in relentless waves, as if they were boundless. No retreat permitted. Continue firing. The commander of the Yunxian Empire's fleet revealed a glimmer of terror in his eyes. In his mind, the invincible fleet should have been disoriented by their strikes, swiftly turning to retreat northwest, at which point he could pursue them triumphantly, relying on the high maneuverability of the wind and fire fleet. He believed that a divided encirclement would ensure certain victory. Alas, reality diverged drastically from his expectations. After the ninth wave of assault from the invincible fleet, the front lines of the Yunxian Empire's forces, namely the main wind and fire fleet, had been utterly reduced to ruins. And the commander himself met his demise in the final barrage. Observing the ominous turn of events, the rear fleet began to pivot their vessels, attempting to flee back to port. Due to the lack of a unified command structure, the retreat became chaotic, with several ships colliding in the fray, further congesting the battlefield. The invincible fleet, witnessing this, ceased fire. Under the command of the indomitable flagship, the destroyers surged forth from both flanks, swiftly maneuvering to encircle the fleeing Yunxian battleships within the heart of the conflict. At this juncture, the Yunxian Empire's vessels were like headless dragons, unable to retreat or advance. Driven by the instinct for survival, they were herded by the destroyers into a tight circle, rendering them immobile. battleships were permitted to fire. Prince Fongjin, having absorbed the intelligence report on the battle's status, issued his final command. Throughout the entire engagement, he had not cast a single glance at the battlefield, as if he had long foreseen the outcome of this grand confrontation. The main cannon of the battleship slowly ascended. It was the latest psychic cannon developed by the Zikate Empire, possessing formidable power and an extensive range. Its sole shortcoming was the prolonged charging time, necessitating fixed targets to fully unleash its potential. Thus, this class of warship was significantly more aggressive and colossal than conventional battleships. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of robust psychic energy erupted from the cannon's barrel, surging into the battlefield. The thunderous explosions resonated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. As vast zones of death, each spanning hundreds of kilometers in diameter, manifested at the heart of the conflict. Countless severed limbs and gory remnants littered the scene. As the remaining 20,000 vessels of the Yunshan Empire were nearly obliterated, reduced to ash without exception. Boom. The second volley of the psychic main cannon struck in another direction, targeting the beleaguered Fenghua fleet desperately attempting to break through. Unfortunately, they had little time left to escape the encirclement before them. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators aboard the Fenghua fleet were annihilated, their bodies shattered, including many formidable beings at the transformation and unity stages. Yet, within the merciless expanse of interstellar warfare, even the mightiest cultivators were reduced to mere cold statistics. Chapter 2. Above the Tribulation Solar System, Third Planet, Huaxia Nation. Earth Defense Center Building. Yifeng sat in a yellow electric vehicle, having just returned from the moon. The driver, a young man with yellow hair, circled the parking lot twice in search of a parking space, anxiously running his fingers through his unruly locks. Goodness, are there really this many cars today, due to the restrictions? If it weren't for the impending fines, I would have parked on the rooftop. Just as the young man was feeling despondent, he suddenly spotted several vacant spaces in a corner, albeit marked with a conspicuous wheelchair symbol. What are you thinking? Can't you see that's a disabled parking spot? Yifeng looked at him incredulously, once again astonished by his lack of judgment. Hey, here. You qualify as a first-class disabled person, so parking here is perfectly fine, he added with a mischievous grin. By the way, when we leave, you can drive. We won't even have to pay for parking. The young man tossed the car keys to Yifeng and swaggered out. With a resigned sigh, Yifeng followed him outside. After the recent battle, the young man had originally been granted a 2-week leave to enjoy a trip to Mars with Yifeng. However, unexpectedly, while still en route, he received a call from General Zhang, conveying urgent military news that required their immediate return to Earth. Fuming yet restrained, the young man could only grit his teeth and accompany Yifeng back to the center. Yifeng, it seems General Zhang has a significant surprise in store for you. I suspect you're in for a treat. His great-great-great-granddaughter is quite the beauty, and perhaps this time, she might be looking to introduce you. Sighing, he lamented. I had been shamelessly trying to get his contact information, but to no avail, and now you've beaten me to it. I really can't fathom what he sees in you. Yellow, enough with the chatter. If General Zhang hears you, you might find yourself in a world of trouble. Yifeng gently cautioned. Upon hearing this, the young man shrank his neck and fell silent. Indeed, when General Zhang struck, it was with formidable force. As the elevator doors opened, the staff inside greeted the young man with salutes. Yifeng, intrigued, asked, Yellow, what exactly is your position now? I noticed several officers saluting you. Are you really a mere colonel? With a mysterious smile, the young man replied, This is all thanks to you. When I first woke up, I wasn't even qualified for the psychic training. However, leveraging our friendship, they assumed that since I was constantly interacting with extraterrestrials, I must have acquired some cultivation techniques. So they allowed me to join the initial batch of humanity's psychic training program. By sheer luck and determination, I persevered through numerous trials and ultimately became the commander of humanity's first special psychic forces. How about that? In any other story, I would undoubtedly be the main character. As he recounted his glorious past, his face radiated pride. Well, I must admit, I never would have guessed you had such prowess. However, returning to the subject, how is it that you remain at the unified realm, while I see that each of your subordinates has already reached the tribulation phase? Yifeng remarked with precision. Alas, let us not dwell on it. If it were merely a matter of cultivation, that would indeed be simple. At present, in realms above the Great Ascension, one must not only meet the requisite cultivation standards, but it is of paramount importance to engage in various core and elective courses. such as advanced spiritual energy and dynamic cultivation, which leaves me quite overwhelmed. Upon reaching the tribulation phase, the situation becomes even more daunting. One is required to pass examinations, accrue sufficient credits, and undertake research on a topic to publish in a core Chinese journal. After some contemplation, I think I shall forego it altogether. Being deemed a layabout has its merits, especially since I have seniority and none would dare to speak against me. Yifeng observed the nonchalant demeanor of the yellow-haired youth. Feeling a sense of exasperation, the two swiftly arrived at their designated meeting place, where the door to the conference room stood ajar, allowing them to enter directly. Inside, two elderly gentlemen were already engaged in conversation, one of whom was General Zhang. When Yifeng recognized the other, the yellow-haired youth called out in advance, "Professor Luo." He, like Yifeng, had once been a student of Professor Luo. Yifeng stood there, momentarily dazed and disoriented. "Professor Luo, I thought you had haha." Yifeng, "You believed I was dead, did you not?" Professor Luo chuckled warmly, rising to clasp Yifeng's hand. "I apologize for having kept you in the dark for so long. I have been quite well, in fact." General Zhang continued the narrative. "The story is rather lengthy, and I shall explain it to you in due course." Only then did Yifeng begin to accept that the individual before him was indeed his esteemed mentor, Professor Luo. The ruse of Professor Luo's death was, in truth, a necessity of the circumstances at that time. Following the First Battle of Wasteland, our nation swiftly grasped the methods of spiritual energy transformation. This advantage positioned us ahead in the realm of spiritual energy technology. Yet it simultaneously attracted the covetous eyes of other nations. Humanity, alas, tends to behave in such a manner. In times of peril, we unite, yet once the crisis abates, we revert to competition. Consequently, Professor Luo found himself under scrutiny from various factions, placing him in a precarious situation. At that time, some Yunxian cultivators exploited their ability to possess ordinary individuals, infiltrating human society and causing considerable chaos. This even led to assassination attempts on high-ranking officials. To ensure Professor Luo's safety, we had no choice but to take such measures. After hearing this account, Yifeng could not help but concede that, given the circumstances, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Now that the crisis of the Yunxian Empire has been thoroughly resolved and we have deciphered the secrets of the star maps, Professor Luo no longer needs to remain in hiding. Moreover, he is likely the highest-ranking cultivator among humanity at present, General Zhang continued. Upon hearing this, both Yifeng and the yellow-haired youth were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that their mentor had ascended to such heights. Professor Luo humbly shook his head, asserting that one's cultivation merely reflects the level of comprehension of spiritual energy rules and does not signify much. However, one crucial point remains. An elevated level of cultivation indeed facilitates a deeper understanding of spiritual energy. In my current research, I have already confirmed one fact. The tribulation phase is not the ultimate destination of cultivation. As one of the first human practitioners, Huang Mao naturally comprehends the terrifying implications of this statement. Professor Luo, may I confirm that you are suggesting there are realms beyond the tribulation? Chapter 3. Levels of Cultivation. Professor Luo nodded slightly, took a sip of the Longjing tea before him, and spoke slowly. 50 years ago, when I achieved the great perfection of the transcendent stage, I once naively believed that this was the ultimate destination of cultivation. Reflecting upon it now, I realized that I was perhaps too young and underestimated the profundity of spiritual energy. Yifeng, you may not yet grasp the classification of cultivation levels. I shall take this opportunity to elucidate it for you, as it will aid your future endeavors in cultivation. After all, remaining in an ordinary human form as you are now can be quite inconvenient. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. Ever since experiencing the miraculous effects of the transformation pill, he understood that in this future world, it was exceedingly difficult to survive without spiritual energy. Professor Luo set down his teacup and continued. We categorize the levels of cultivation into 10 major tiers, which aligns with the views of Master Yun. Level 0 refers to what we call ordinary humans, who either lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate or resist the path of immortality and refuse to practice. Level 0 is akin to humanity in the early 21st century, bearing no particular distinction. Level 1 denotes ordinary individuals who have awakened their spiritual roots. The spiritual root is, in essence, a small area within our abdominal cavity, located where the appendix is found. We now refer to this area as the dantian. Even in the absence of spiritual power, this region exists within our bodies. and anatomical studies reveal that it holds no significance for ordinary people. However, upon encountering spiritual energy, this area becomes activated and transforms into a vital organ. Once the spiritual root awakens, one has crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation, a phase referred to as chi refinement. With the spiritual root, the body can naturally sense the presence of surrounding spiritual energy. It is imperative to remember that the spiritual root is a crucial determinant of an individual's innate potential. It influences the efficiency of spiritual energy transformation and the maximum capacity for storing spiritual energy. Through techniques and breathing exercises, one can gradually enhance the spiritual energy content within the body. At this point, subtle changes begin to manifest. The body grows stronger, lifespan is extended, and ordinary ailments dissipate naturally. Upon reaching the later stages of chi refinement, one can externalize true energy, enveloping the skin with spiritual energy, achieving feats such as catching a blade with bare hands, rendering one essentially immune to cold weapons. As the spiritual energy within the body intensifies to a certain concentration, it condenses into a liquid state, gathering at the dantian. This stage is what we refer to as level 2, foundation establishment. Compared to chi refinement, the richness of spiritual energy in foundation establishment escalates to a new magnitude, allowing for the agile externalization of spiritual energy to perform simple tasks, such as telekinesis. At this stage, a cultivator's lifespan extends to 120 years, and even afflictions like cancer can be self-healed. Small-caliber bullets struggle to inflict harm. As the liquid spiritual energy becomes increasingly concentrated, it gradually transforms into a viscous state and eventually solidifies. This phase is known as the golden core stage, or level 3. During the golden core stage, practitioners can store vast amounts of spiritual energy within their bodies, forming robust barriers that ordinary firearms struggle to penetrate. At this stage, the spiritual energy is sufficient to power various spiritual devices, such as contemporary spiritual cars, which can be operated using the practitioner's own energy once the internal spiritual battery is depleted, particularly in the operation of intricate instruments. Utilizing one's own spiritual energy allows for superior control. The so-called sword flight of the immortal cloud is emblematic of this phase. Professor Luo paused momentarily to sip his tea, while General Zhang interjected, stating that levels 0 to 2 correspond to the preschool education phase, and level 3 represents elementary school, both easily grasped. Nodding in agreement, Professor Luo continued, explaining that in the later stages of the golden core, a spark of consciousness begins to develop, transforming the golden core from a mere lifeless entity into one imbued with a certain degree of sentience. Once this consciousness fully manifests, the golden core evolves into a nascent soul, marking the dantian as a living organ. We refer to the nascent soul stage as level 4, marking the official entry into the realm of cultivation, wherein the crucial aspect of consciousness comes into play. This aspect is deemed critical as, in a certain sense, consciousness equates to a second life. Fundamental research in this area remains significantly underdeveloped. To date, we have yet to ascertain the conditions and causes for the emergence of consciousness. However, research into its applications is remarkably advanced, with contemporary communication largely reliant on consciousness. The current consciousness network is akin to the former internet, yet it surpasses it in both speed and stability. This superiority arises from the fact that each practitioner at the nascent soul level acts as a base station. Wherever there are individuals, there will invariably be a signal. In addition to the birth of consciousness, the physical body undergoes profound transformations during the nascent soul stage, with the organs no longer centered around the brain but rather around the dantian. Vital energy can also attach to the internal organs, rendering the practitioner resilient against heavy artillery fire. Nonetheless, the enhancement in physical strength remains limited. A direct hit from large-caliber artillery would still lead to obliteration. At the nascent soul level, mastery over spiritual energy reaches impressive heights, enabling practitioners to traverse great distances without reliance on external aids. Professor Luo paused again, noticing that his teacup was nearly empty. Huang Mao quickly approached to refill the cup, and General Zhang, rarely casting a glance in his direction, turned his attention to Yifeng, stating, "Allow me to elaborate further. Having spent many years in the military, I am well acquainted with high-tier practitioners." As General Zhang continued, he noted that once the consciousness within the nascent soul fully matures, practitioners will encounter the out-of-body stage, a significant milestone. However, with effective learning and training, breakthroughs are entirely feasible. Essentially, Consciousness remains a manifestation of spiritual energy, yet at level 5, out-of-body stage, it can exist independently and roam freely. At this juncture, the corporeal form has become relatively insignificant. Even if the physical body is annihilated, as long as the spirit endures, one can be resurrected through a cloned vessel. Moreover, during the out-of-body phase, one can communicate with and harness external spiritual energy, which in terms of both potency and intensity, surpasses that of the nascent soul stage. Crucially, at this point, spiritual energy can permeate at the cellular level, allowing humanity, in a strict sense, to exist unprotected in the vast expanse of outer space. The spirit during the out-of-body phase is merely at the nascent stage of consciousness. Should it evolve to possess rudimentary intelligence akin to artificial intelligence, it would ascend to the 6th level, the transformation stage. Chapter 4. Star Map. The stage of transformation into the divine spirit realm signifies a completely new phase, wherein both your physical body and spiritual essence undergo a profound metamorphosis. The expanse of your spiritual consciousness and the reservoir of energy within you surpass those of the previous stage. To draw an imperfect analogy, if the nascent soul is akin to a tank, formidable in both offense and defense, then the out-of-body state resembles a fighter jet, possessing tremendous firepower and agility. As for the divine spirit stage, it is akin to a battleship, equipped for both attack and defense, with firepower that transcends several magnitudes. The spiritual essence during the divine spirit phase remains in a growth stage. It must attain full maturity of thought before advancing to the next realm. This presents a formidable challenge for many cultivators. Though the spiritual essence is inherently a part of oneself, it must undergo various experiences to reach maturity. In the Yunxian Empire, this is referred to as the tempering of the mundane world, overcoming inner demons, and reshaping the true self. Here, we employ the aforementioned research into the digitization of spiritual essence. Our current spiritual upgrade system effectively addresses this issue. By uploading the spiritual essence of the divine spirit phase to a terminal, we can facilitate targeted information input, thereby expediting its maturation. This technology has reached a level of maturity, and we even possess implantable spiritual essence chips, enabling one to enhance their spiritual essence at will. The fusion phase refers to the return of the spiritual essence to the physical body. For the Yunxian beings, they often find it challenging to distinguish between the spiritual essence and the physical form. However, for us, this distinction is non-existent. The spiritual essence of the divine spirit phase is merely a sophisticated artificial intelligence system, provided that the root of one's spirit can accommodate a greater influx of energy. A breakthrough can occur directly. As for those at the Mahayana stage, they embody a sense of returning to simplicity. At this juncture, all condensed energy within the dantian must revert to its gaseous form, a process we term dissipation of energy. Once all tangible entities within the dantian have vanished, one enters the tribulation stage, which marks a return to the primal state, where only streams of spiritual energy remain within the dantian. Thus, fundamentally speaking, as long as one's spiritual root possesses sufficient innate talent, the barriers to breakthrough are trivial. Professor Luo gazed at Yifeng, enunciating each word with clarity. Half a century ago, I dispersed all the spiritual energy within me, yet this does not imply the absence of energy. On the contrary, I can manipulate all surrounding energy to my advantage. Even in its absence, I can transform other forms of energy into spiritual energy for further use. This resembles the laws of thermodynamics. I can convert energy freely, exercising boundless control. Pointing at a pot of green pothos, in mere seconds, the plant withered rapidly, its yellowing leaves falling one by one. Yet, in another brief moment, the pothos rejuvenated, sprouting fresh green shoots and regaining its lushness. Do you see that? This exemplifies the highest application of spiritual energy, effective even on simple life forms. Observing this scene, Yifeng fell into a deep silence, seemingly processing the information. Yifeng, I can now address your inquiries. Beyond the tribulations of ascension lies an even higher realm. Professor Luo produced a jade pendant, which unmistakably resembled the star map of the Yunxian Empire. This pendant is not a product of the Yunxian Empire. The technology it embodies is beyond our comprehension. As he spoke, Professor Luo infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, and an image was projected from the pendant. The image revealed a slowly rotating Milky Way, with numerous other galaxies visible in the background. As Professor Luo intensified the energy output, the image of the Milky Way rapidly magnified. Countless galaxies flashed by, the Milky Way, the Orion Arm, the Gould Belt, the Local Bubble, and the interstellar clouds. The image ultimately settled upon the familiar solar system. Professor Luo's energy output began to wane, prompting General Zhang to assist him, stabilizing the display. At that moment, Yifeng noticed two azure planets within the solar system. One was Earth, while the other was the terraformed Mars. This was not a static map, it was a real-time image. Huang Mao suddenly grasped the significance. Mars, for countless years, had been a red planet, its transformation to blue occurring merely within the past century. Indeed, this was not an unchanging image. Professor Luo then picked up a high-capacity energy cell and infused even more energy into the pendant. The image continued to magnify, swiftly transitioning to Earth and then hovering above the defense center. Yifeng observed a red convertible parked in a corner of the lot. The very car Huang Mao had driven today. General Zhang connected a pre-prepared energy cable to the pendant, directly drawing power from a nearby energy plant. The image zoomed in further, focusing on a blade of foxtail grass on the ground, allowing Yifeng to discern the dewdrops clinging to it. As the energy output increased, the details of the foxtail grass were magnified: cells, cell walls, chloroplasts, vacuoles, nuclei. The microscopic world materialized before them. The image continued to expand, revealing the long-chain structure of proteins, yet it also became increasingly unstable. The energy lamps in the conference room began to flicker, a consequence of the power overload. Soon, the image vanished, and a segment of the cable was scorched. Professor Luo calmly remarked, "Our current attempts have allowed us to observe atomic structures. However, we have reached our limit. Further observation would require exponentially increasing energy, which, even with humanity's current productivity, is utterly unattainable." All of this indicates that the star map's purpose is far more profound than it appears. It likely originates from a civilization of a higher order, one vastly superior to the Yunxian Empire and indeed to us. Yifeng, being a PhD in astronomy, comprehended the significance of the star map. To achieve comprehensive surveillance of the Milky Way from astronomical to microscopic scales is an extraordinary feat only attainable by immense power. He could scarcely conceive of a method to realize such technology. Moreover, I sensed on the star map a superior energy, far purer than spiritual energy. I surmised that spiritual energy was merely a rudimentary form of this essence. Previously, when I attained the pinnacle of transcendence, the wall I encountered now gradually became translucent. I could even perceive that behind this wall lay an infinitely vast expanse. Professor Luo's gaze grew resolute. Over the years, I had diligently studied ancient texts from humanity and the Cloud Immortal Empire. Many of the legendary myths may have indeed transpired. The tale of Ho-E shooting down the suns is recorded in the annals of the Cloud Immortal Empire, where it is said that someone extinguished 8 stars. The myth of manhwa mending the sky might refer to a black hole in a certain star domain being artificially eliminated. The pursuit of the sun by Kwa Fu could very well indicate that a civilization once chased after a particular star. These legends share a commonality. Their power far exceeds our current technological capability, reaching at least a stellar level, while we have only barely attained a planetary level. Humanity has not yet reached the ultimate truths of the universe. We must embark on a quest for the final verity. General Zhang cast a glance at Professor Luo and addressed Yifeng. Next, we must journey to the Cloud Immortal Empire to thoroughly uncover the secrets of the star map. And as a Cloud Immortal yourself, you are our best candidate. Chapter 5. The Jade Pendant. The Divine Soul. Me? Yifeng inquired, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He could scarcely fathom that only a few days after awakening, he was entrusted with such a momentous task. General Zhang and Professor Luo exchanged knowing glances and nodded with a smile. Yifeng, your identity is exceedingly unique. According to our investigations, the demise of the Yi clan is significantly intertwined with another jade pendant. Another one? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we suspect that this pendant is merely a fragment of a larger whole. General Zhang presented a star map, handing it to Yifeng. The outline of the pendant was unmistakably an irregular fan-shaped pattern, reminiscent of a plate shattered into several pieces, of which this was but one. The edges were so precisely smooth that it appeared to be an intact segment. Thus far, we have been unable to analyze the material of this pendant. Its density is not particularly great, yet under an electron microscope, we cannot discern the fundamental particles that comprise it. Even our most resilient strong interaction materials leave no trace upon it. Furthermore, alarmingly, we calculated the circumference based on its curvature and diameter. The precision we achieved is at the upper limit of our measurement capabilities. This implies that the pendant was originally a perfect circle. an object that should only exist in the realm of ideals. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Nearly 2 centuries of remarkable progress had instilled humanity with unparalleled confidence, leading even high-ranking officials like General Zhang to believe that with the star map, all corners of the universe could be navigated freely. Yet, this jade pendant served as a stark and primitive warning to humanity. It was not weakness or ignorance that posed a threat to survival, but rather arrogance. The chasm between humanity and the civilization that crafted this pendant was far greater than that which separated the Yunstian civilization from humanity. At that moment, the shock Yifeng experienced surpassed even that of Huang Mao. Upon grasping the pendant, a familiar sensation surged through him, instantly rekindling his memories. This pendant was identical in texture and material to the one residing within his consciousness. Curiously, the shape of his pendant seemed to align perfectly with the one before him. Ever since the pendant and the Shaoxing cave had entered his soul a century ago, it had remained quietly nestled within his sea of consciousness. No matter how he called out to it, there was no response, as if its energy had been entirely depleted. Professor Luo, General Zhang. The object you seek is within my possession. What? The other 3 present were rendered speechless by the revelation. My pendant, Professor Luo, you surely remember it. You once helped me organize it and urged me to safeguard it diligently. Professor Luo adjusted his glasses, fervently rummaging through his memories for any information regarding the pendant. Yifeng, Jade Pendant, 21st century, university professor. Gradually, clarity returned to his recollection. Indeed, absolutely. Professor Luo found fragments of the past within his soul. That jade pendant, inscribed with intricate patterns. Yifeng, may I see your pendant? Professor Luo asked, his voice trembling, tinged with a hint of pleading. Professor Luo, if I could retrieve it, I would certainly allow you to study it. However, the current circumstances are rather peculiar, Yifeng replied helplessly. He recounted the events of how he had entered the realm of the soul with Xiao Xingdong, how the pendant had protected him, and the subsequent slumber spanning over a century. In other words, you harbor the soul of a celestial cultivator within you? Huang Mao exclaimed. Why have you not mentioned this to me before? Well, I have only just awakened a few days ago. During this time, I was first apprehended and then thrust onto the battlefield, leaving me little time to explain. Yifeng responded with a sigh of resignation. General Zhang scrutinized Yifeng further, expressing his skepticism. It makes no sense. If it were merely a transformation at the God transformation stage, it could not have eluded our notice. I sense no fluctuations of the soul within you. I feel nothing either, Professor Luo remarked, his gaze sweeping over Yifeng, only to be astonished to discover that even with his perfected tribulation mastery, he could not penetrate Yifeng's soul, as though a barrier existed, obstructing all probing. It seems I can only perceive your fluctuations when you actively connect with your soul, Huang Mao pondered, recalling their communication within the mech. Thus, your soul exists in a read-only state, unable to be edited. Quite intriguing, General Zhang mused. You mentioned that the pendant can repeatedly reshape your soul? This method of soul restoration is unprecedented in our current understanding. The soul is akin to a second life, the most vital essence, while the body may be remade. If the soul dissipates, it cannot be salvaged, much like a shattered porcelain bowl. No matter how one attempts to piece it together, it can never return to its original form. What you describe as soul restoration bears a striking resemblance to resurrection. Yifeng carefully recalled the scene of his soul's rebirth enveloped in golden light, sensing nothing amiss. It all felt so natural, as if rebirth was simply meant to occur. Wait. The most pressing issue now is that my brother possesses the soul of a celestial being within him. How do we address this? Huang Mao interrupted their contemplation. At this moment, Xiao Xingdong felt a deep sense of dread at being noticed by 2 tribulation-stage cultivators. He regretted the bargain he had struck with Xiao Chun. Given the chance to choose anew, he would rather perish on a meteorite. Suddenly, the highest-ranking Professor Luo spoke calmly. Your name is Xiao Xingdong, correct? Celestial being. You should be able to hear my words. Shall we strike a deal? As long as you refrain from causing us trouble until we ascertain how to unlock Yifeng's soul. We thus pledge to provide you with a corporeal form of the Mahayana stage upon your emergence. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xingdong felt as if struck by lightning. He could hardly fathom the prospect of one day encountering the Mahayana stage. If he were able to leave now, he would have already knelt on the ground, fervently bowing before Professor Luo, concerned that Xiao Xingdong might harbor doubts. Professor Luo ordered someone to retrieve a clone body of the Mahayana stage from the cryogenic chamber and placed it directly before Yifeng. Although the cost of cloning a body at the Mahayana stage is exorbitant, It pales in comparison to the safety of Yifeng. What shall we say, Yifeng? General Zhang inquired, for in his heart, he deemed this a valuable bargaining chip. Yifeng relayed Xiao Xingdong's sentiments. And as he observed Xiao Xingdong prostrating himself as if needing mud in his consciousness, he found himself unable to mimic such an act. Professor Luo exchanged a knowing glance with his companion and chose to remain silent. Now, the pressing question is how to unlock this restriction, Huang Mao asked anxiously. Aware that this impasse was untenable, Professor Luo reassured him, I believe this jade pendant fundamentally protects Yifeng. It has merely entered a standby mode. Once Yifeng's cultivation reaches a certain level, I am confident it will reactivate. At that point, he will gain complete control over his spirit. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao exhaled in relief. Then it is simple. Cultivation it is. Haha, this is my forte. Suddenly, Huang Mao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he stood at attention and saluted General Zhang. Report. I request to become Yifeng's instructor to oversee his cultivation. General Zhang's expression became somewhat complex, but upon witnessing Professor Luo's tacit approval, he returned the salute. Lieutenant Huang, you are hereby appointed as the special training instructor for Comrade Yifeng. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Yifeng found himself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. Chapter 6. At the end of the road, Star Ocean Fortress, the second planet fortress. 9 days have elapsed since the distress signal was dispatched. Presently, the entire fortress finds itself ensnared in a dire predicament, utterly devoid of ammunition and provisions. All reserve forces had been expended 3 days prior. The existing fleet is fragmented, lacking any unit in its entirety. Most fleets have been dismantled, reorganized, and then dismantled once more, leading to a bewildering amalgamation where vessels from the elite fleet are equipped with weaponry from the secondary fleet, while crew members from the tertiary fleet man the helms of the elite vessels. Every available practitioner has been conscripted into the fleet, with even the ground support troops in the Qi refinement stage compelled to take up arms and engage in direct confrontations. Commander Nangong Lincoln's eyes are bloodshot, his visage etched with anxiety and fatigue. Despite being a cultivator at the integration stage, who requires no sleep and can rest at will, he has been in a state of high-intensity command for months, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for his agile maneuvering, Star Ocean Fortress would have succumbed to enemy forces a week ago. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might, even the sharpest intellect and strategies appear feeble and impotent. At this moment, aside from a single, intact elite fleet, he possesses no further trump cards. This fleet was intended to cooperate with the Taiyan fleet in a surprise assault against the Zikate Empire. In his initial calculations, he believed the forces at his disposal could sustain operations for a full 11 days. However, the obstinate commander of the Finghua fleet insisted on departing the fortress's fire support range to engage the invincible fleet in a space skirmish, resulting in the annihilation of 20 fleets. In his strategy, those 20 fleets were expected to delay the invincible fleet for at least 2 days. Yet they were vanquished within mere hours, inflicting minimal losses upon the enemy. The immediate consequence of this debacle was that the fourth planet fortress was bypassed by the enemy, rendered utterly ineffectual. In the realm of interstellar warfare, a fortress planet devoid of a mobile fleet is no different from a mere stone. The adversary need only bombard the surface and blockade supplies to suffocate the planet's entire living force. Fortunately, the commander of the third planet fortress is an experienced veteran, who has managed to draw the invincible fleet into the atmosphere for a protracted struggle. The atmospheric resistance significantly mitigates the invincible fleet's maneuverability and firepower advantages. And although the Yunxian Empire's fleet is also ill-suited for atmospheric combat, both sides are forcibly brought to a level playing field. The ensuing battle between the Yunxian fleet and the invincible fleet is extraordinarily fierce, with combat raging from the atmosphere to the surface and from the surface to the oceans. Each strategic location is determined only after a protracted series of back-and-forth engagements. Blood saturates this modest rocky planet, transforming the world into a crimson expanse. The roars of battle and cries of death reverberate across the entire planet, with explosions shaking the very earth beneath. The entire planet seems poised to shatter at any moment, whether it be the fortresses upon the planetary surface or the vessels within the atmosphere. All are incessantly depleting. Lives and warships alike become mere numbers in the ever-changing reports of battle. The crew of each ship is in a constant state of flux. Once the ranks are diminished, new personnel are swiftly recruited. As long as the vessels remain operational, they must relentlessly advance towards the battlefield. Upon a cruiser of the Cloud Dream Empire, a commander at the Divine Transformation stage struggles to maintain his footing. He has lost count of how many crews have cycled through this warship. The thought of what might transpire in the absence of reinforcements is too daunting to bear. Gazing into the vast sky, filled with an endless fleet of invincible ships, terror grips this commander's heart, yet his gaze remains steadfastly fixed. He has long since become numb to the violence and slaughter, merely wishing for this protracted ordeal to come to a swift conclusion. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light surges forth, and he recognizes it as the concentrated fire of the Invincible-class battleships. The entire vessel shudders under the force of the assault. In an instant, the commander's form is engulfed by the potent surge of spiritual energy, and with the loss of his soul's guidance, the cruiser spirals into chaos. A wave of dread spreads throughout the ship as it plummets towards the surface, stirring swathes of heated air in its descent. In that moment, the commander feels a fleeting sense of liberation, though joy eludes him, for his corporeal form has utterly vanished, and his spirit is on the brink of dissipating upon this nameless planet. The third planet held the enemy at bay for a full 7 days. But the price was steep. 30 million cultivators perished in the defense of their homeland. Is the Cloud Dream fleet prepared? Ing demanded with a fierce voice. Clad in battle armor, he readied himself for a final, desperate confrontation with the foe. General, you must not take such risks. The Cloud Dream fleet can still retreat to the first planet, where 600,000 cultivators remain to fight. His aide implored, desperation evident in his tone. I have no habit of dying on the ground. If I must perish, let it be aboard my warship. Ing rebuffed the aide, striding out of the command tent. At this moment, he could discern the shadows of the invincible fleet gathering in the outer orbit. The Cloud Dream fleet represents the pinnacle of the Ing family's military might. Though lacking an official designation within the imperial battle ranks, it has been meticulously forged over millennia through the investment of countless resources, a bastion of absolute elite forces. Most of the crew are direct descendants of the Ing family, supplemented by many retired elites recruited from the military. In terms of loyalty and strength, they stand shoulder to shoulder with the first-rate fleets. Now, the Cloud Dream fleet ascends slowly into the skies, carrying the last hope of the Starsea Fortress. They are poised to confront one of the formidable vessels of the Zikate Empire's invincible fleet, rumored to be directly led by the second prince of the empire. Unlike other commanders of the invincible fleet, Prince Carlos does not favor determining the outcome of battles through long-range artillery dominance. Instead, he seeks to utterly vanquish his enemies through close-quarters engagements. Thus, his fleet was not equipped with an abundance of colossal psionic cannons, and there were hardly any heavily armed battleships. Over 80% of the entire fleet was composed of highly maneuverable destroyers. Leveraging their mobility, they would swiftly penetrate the enemy formation and employ flanking tactics to utterly dismantle the adversaries will to fight. Such a fleet had once been the most terrifying nightmare of the Cloud Immortal Empire, to the extent that many Cloud Immortal fleets would retreat without a fight upon sighting the Griffin battle flag. However, now they found themselves with no avenue for retreat. The Dream fleet was acutely aware that if they fell back to the first planet, they would merely await their demise. Rather than perish under the scorching sun of the nearby planet, it was preferable to fight to the last breath, striving for a glimmer of hope. Chapter 7. The celestial aircraft carrier in the vastness of the solar system. At the lunar military port, the Inhu fleet's flagship, the Weyong celestial aircraft carrier, dominated the scene. Yifeng was not unfamiliar with the celestial aircraft carriers of the Deep Space Fleet. He had caught a distant glimpse of one during the Apocalyptic War. However, only by setting foot on this legendary behemoth could one truly grasp the terrifying prowess of humanity's most formidable weaponry. As the principal flagship of the Zodiac Fleet, the Weyong also belonged to the Apang-class celestial aircraft carriers. Compared to other vessels of the same class, the Weyong, having been constructed more recently, boasted numerous state-of-the-art enhancements. Stretching approximately 120 kilometers in length, 40 kilometers in width, and standing 30 kilometers tall, the carrier's structure was fortified with adaptive artificial intelligence-driven nanobots, serving as external reactive armor capable of withstanding 99 of potential cosmic assaults. In terms of energy defenses, it was equipped with a super wide-area psychic energy shield, which could even function on the sun's surface when activated. For propulsion, the vessel housed 4-phased curvature arrays as long-range interstellar jump engines, alongside 10 miniature curvature arrays for short-range transitions. Conventional energy was provided by 60 nuclear fusion power stations, while an additional 48 high-power psychic energy conversion stations supported its ethereal energy needs. The interior of the celestial aircraft carrier comprised 5 life support modules, capable of sustaining 150,000 individuals for over a millennium, even without resupply. Its weaponry was relatively straightforward. The carrier was armed with a psionic annihilation cannon at both the fore and aft. Typically, such a terminal weapon was mounted as a fortress cannon on planetary surfaces, and its rarity aboard mobile units stemmed from the vast crew requirement and immense energy consumption. One discharge could deplete an entire battleship's power reserves. Only a colossal vessel like the celestial aircraft carrier could sustain such prodigious consumption. Correspondingly, the annihilation cannon wielded tremendous destructive potential, capable of breaching a planet's core with a single shot. Simulations suggested that if Earth were struck by this weapon, it would result in the planet's orbit transforming into a belt of asteroids. Aside from the annihilation cannons, the carrier was not heavily armed, primarily featuring anti-aircraft emplacements designed to intercept nearby missiles or lasers. Ultimately, the paramount function of the celestial aircraft carrier lay in its capacity to deploy and transport troops. Its decks and internal compartments housed billions of Shinbird drones, which exhibited remarkable maneuverability and firepower in both space and atmospheric environments. Millions of Shinbirds could effortlessly obliterate all resistance on a planet. Crucially, these drones required no human pilots and were entirely expendable. Within the aircraft carrier, a dedicated production line for Shinbirds had even been established. With sufficient energy and resources, a continuous supply of these drones could be assured. Unlike other early A-Fang-class aerospace carriers, the Weiyang aerospace carrier boasts a significant innovation in its design, a modular hull. When operational demands shift, it can separate into several independent warships, each capable of executing its own mission. This enhances the operational flexibility of the deep-sea fleet, allowing it to adapt to increasingly complex battlefield environments. Yifeng stood at the bow, gazing at the fleet stretching over tens of thousands of kilometers. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. Such a scene was something he had never even envisioned in his dreams. "Yifeng, you truly are a marvel," murmured Huang Mao beside him. He was astonished, unable to fathom how his former friend had achieved such extraordinary heights in cultivation just 8 days prior. Yifeng was an ordinary individual. However, once it was discovered that he possessed an exceptional spiritual root, everything changed. In the spirit energy chamber, he broke through to the golden core stage in just an hour, advancing to the nascent soul stage. After self-studying the fundamentals of soul programming overnight, he reached the exit aperture stage. Mastering the simulation technique of digital souls, he ascended to the peak of transformation in merely 2 days. Now just a step away from integration. Although this rapid progress was aided by an array of spirit energy elixirs, such speed is rarely seen even within the broader human society. Currently, the world record holder for the tribulation stage is a 16-year-old youth, who achieved such a feat due to his remarkable genetic lineage and prenatal education. Yifeng, however, seemed as if he were inherently a tribulation stage cultivator, merely regaining his lost prowess. His spiritual root was exceptionally unique, converting spiritual energy at nearly 100, while the average person achieves only 30 to 40. These phenomena undeniably demonstrate that Yifeng's constitution is exceptionally suited for cultivation. Even in the Yunxian Empire, he could rise to a high-level cultivator. Presently, Yifeng is already a master at the Mahayana stage. The dispersal of his true energy requires time, but his ascension to the tribulation stage is merely a matter of time. Colonel Huang, your devilish training is hardly anything remarkable. I am still just a step away from reaching the tribulation stage. Yifeng estimated the residual spiritual energy within him. He reckoned it would take about half a month to reach Professor Luo's level. He understood clearly that his rapid advancement was not solely due to his superior spiritual root, but also because of Professor Luo's assertion, cultivation levels reflect one's comprehension of spiritual energy. Indeed, once one truly understands the principles and mechanisms of spiritual energy, they can fully harness the power of each cultivation level. Moreover, during the century of slumber, he had undergone countless transformations between soul and spiritual energy. For him, cultivation felt as natural as breathing. Go ahead and boast. I can't compete with you now. Whatever you say is correct, Huang Mao conceded, genuinely pleased for his brother's achievements. By the way, why has General Zhang arrived yet? Aren't we supposed to hold the mobilization meeting today? Yifeng opened his consciousness, scanning the surroundings, yet he could not detect the presence of General Zhang. This is likely your first time attending such a military mobilization meeting, explained Huang Mao. General Zhang and the others should still be on Earth. They will arrive when the parade ceremony commences. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Yi Feng's spiritual channel resonated with the exhilarating cadence of military music, heralding the commencement of the parade ceremony. Chapter 8. The time for departure has arrived. As the stirring martial music drew ever closer, 3 more space carriers emerged on the horizon, the Taiha from the Qinlong fleet, the Chang'e from the Wuma fleet, and the Jianzhong Palace from the Maodu fleet. Yi Feng and Huang Mao were taken aback to witness the gathering of 4 major fleets for this parade. A rare spectacle in the annals of the Human Federation. General Zhang stood at the bow of the Taiha, extending a distant salute towards Yi Feng, flanked by Professor Luo. With his back turned to the sole star of the solar system, the sun, he commenced a pre-battle mobilization directed at the vast assembly of ships. This mobilization would later be heralded in history as a landmark event marking humanity's venture into the Starry Sea. Comrades, he proclaimed, today I stand before you not only as the commander of the Human Federation's fleet, but also as a child, much like yourselves, filled with curiosity about the cosmos. From the moment our ancestors first gazed upward at the stars, humanity's mission was set in stone. Since time immemorial, the universe has been an inseparable part of our civilization. Today, we embark on a grand journey to explore the cosmos and conquer the galaxies. This is not merely a war. It is a monumental feat in human history. Our sights are set on the stars and the vast ocean of space, and our mission is to fight for the future of humanity. Within this boundless universe lie endless mysteries and boundless opportunities. We shall traverse the interstellar void, conquer galaxies. From the depths of the Pacific Ocean to the fringes of the Milky Way, from the arms of Orion to those of Perseus, from our galaxy cluster to the supercluster. We shall behold everything, reach everything, conquer everything. As the elite of the Human Federation, we bear the heavy responsibility of advancing human civilization. Our courage and wisdom will illuminate the stars of the universe. Perhaps the battles between the stars will be brutal and arduous, yet we shall not falter. We may confront unknown galaxies and unfamiliar races, but we shall not cower. We might face challenges and difficulties previously unencountered, but we shall not surrender. As citizens of the Human Federation, we possess unwavering resolve and fearless courage. On this battlefield, every soldier is a hero. Every warship is an indomitable blade. Humanity will advance into the depths of the universe wielding unity and cooperation as our weapons, with faith and determination as our shields. Comrades, our adversaries may lurk behind each star. They may be formidable, yet they cannot rival our conviction. They may be cunning, but they cannot thwart our bravery. We shall rally under the banners of justice and truth, dispelling darkness and illuminating every corner of the universe with the brilliance of human civilization. I am aware that the battles ahead will be grueling, but we shall not be alone. We shall fight alongside the glory of the Human Federation and the heroes of our history. We shall inherit their legacy and carve our own legend. Comrades, let us ignite our passion in the sea of stars, and let us forge brilliance with our courage. Our fleet obscures the heavens, regardless of how many suns shine above. It is time to unite, to conquer the cosmos, and usher in a new era for humanity. Let us raise the banner of the Human Federation and embark on our journey towards the stars. May history forever remember this day. We are the fleet of the Human Federation, the guardians of human civilization, and the brightest light among the celestial spheres. Comrades, let us set sail into the interstellar expanse, advancing towards the galaxies, to fight for the future of humanity. May glory and victory eternally accompany the Human Federation. Onward, onward, onward. General Zhang's impassioned oration reverberated through the souls of all present, shaking the very fabric of the starry sky. Waves of cheers erupted from the various fleets. In this moment, Yi Feng finally understood that today was not merely a parade, but a prelude to war. The Taiha, at this juncture, transcended its role as a mere mothership. It became the emblem of all human civilization. Yi Feng could even hear the fervent shouts emanating from within the Taiha. His fists clenched tightly, he felt the surge of fervor and excitement rising within him. At this moment, the future of human civilization was finally set in motion. He envisioned countless planets and beings in the cosmos, witnessing magnificent and vibrant scenes unfold before his eyes. General Zhang's words were laden with boundless anticipation. Comrades, I hereby declare the commencement of the military parade. With a single command, the Taiha surged forward, racing into the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Behind the Taiha, hundreds of thousands of ships followed in a silver torrent. From afar, it appeared as though the very sun was being eclipsed. The exuberant Huang Mao waved his arms, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Human Federation! Human Federation!" Behind him, countless figures echoed the chant, "Human Federation! Human Federation!" Numerous warships, as if welcoming a grand spectacle, shouted in unison the name of the Human Federation. In that moment, Yifeng felt a warmth in his eyes, as if he could see countless human warriors galloping through the starry rivers, cutting through obstacles in the universe, and soaring across the night sky. Although he was not born here, he had already embraced Earth as his sole home. Yifeng, we are living in a glorious era. The age of the grand universe is upon us. It is unfathomable compared to our former times. Huang Mao, gazing at the endless stream of warships, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Do you know? General Zhang has shared the star map information with all the vessels. Soon we shall jump directly to the Star Sea Fortress. Are we departing today? Yifeng felt a surge of surprise. That is the order I received, but we will jump in batches. As General Zhang said, since a battle is inevitable, we might as well engage sooner rather than later. Indeed, let me share a piece of insider information with you. According to intelligence deciphered by our agency, it appears that there is more than just the Yunxian Empire at the Star Sea Fortress. What does this imply? Could there be other extraterrestrial beings involved? Yifeng found himself momentarily perplexed. In his understanding, civilizations in the universe are exceedingly rare. They might not even be classified as aliens. For the reconnaissance results from the star charts indicate that the opposing forces are also composed of human civilizations whose technological advancements are on par with the Yunxian Empire, albeit with more sophisticated tactics. Furthermore, based on the historical interrogations of the Yunxian people, it seems this might pertain to a faction known as the Zikate Empire. Huang Mao leaned closer to Yifeng and whispered, "The Zikate Empire and the Yunxian Empire have maintained diplomatic relations for tens of thousands of years, enjoying a prolonged period of peace. However, the escalation of conflict has only arisen in the last few millennia. We believe that there must be some concealed circumstances behind this. Thus, the forthcoming expedition to the Star Sea Fortress holds immense significance. The organization has designated our Dragon Tooth Squadron as scouts to assess the situation first." "Is it just your squadron?" Yifeng sensed a hint of unease. "Do not underestimate our Dragon Tooth Squadron," Huang Mao replied confidently, adjusting his hairstyle. "Though we possess only a single landing ship, we have 50 cultivators who have undergone tribulation. If we bring them along, those primitive cultivators will surely be awestruck. Moreover, I have already recommended you to the organization to accompany us, so you should feel reassured now." "Very well, as long as I am equipped with the armored warrior mecha, there should be no issues." Yifeng initially contemplated the situation, but soon realized that as a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, coupled with the support of the terracotta warrior mecha, it would be somewhat unreasonable if he could not prevail. Let us proceed then, to deliver a minor technological shock to those primitive cultivators. Chapter 9. The Fleet Duel. In the orbit of the second planet surrounding the Star Sea Fortress, the formidable Invincible Fleet has completely encircled the entire planetary body, leaving no avenue of escape. Meanwhile, General Nangong Lingkong's Cloud Dream Fleet has ascended in full, standing defiantly against their adversaries. Both sides are acutely aware that this will be the final confrontation at the Star Sea Fortress, and the outcome is all but predetermined. For the Zikate Empire, the question merely revolves around the cost they are willing to bear. Originally, Prince Fingen's battle strategy dictated that they simply encircle the second planet and bombard its surface with psychic cannons from the global orbit, thereby claiming the world without bloodshed. However, the Empire's second prince, Carlos Chart, vehemently disagreed with this plan. On one hand, he believed that encircling the enemy with superior forces, while indeed a time-honored tactic from the Empire's military manuals, would prolong the war unnecessarily. Although it currently seems unlikely that reinforcements would arrive for the Cloud Fairy Empire, the longer the conflict drags on, the greater the chance of unforeseen complications. Thus, Prince Carlos insisted on a swift resolution. On the other hand, Carlos harbors a profound passion for fencing and venerates the art of one-on-one duels. As one of the few traditionalists within the Empire, he has little interest in ironclad ships or heavy artillery. To him, only through face-to-face combat can a knight's honor and courage be truly validated. Consequently, his fleet has always relied on close-quarters engagements to decisively shatter the enemy forces. In the expanse of space, a Jade Hall-class cruiser from the Cloud Fairy Empire, flying a white flag, slowly approached the Cloud Dream fleet from amidst the Invincible Fleet. This vessel appeared immaculate, not bearing the marks of recent conflict, and its psychic cannons had been entirely dismantled. It resembled a toothless tiger, devoid of any menace. The cruiser flickered its lights in the universal code of interstellar communication, signaling its role as a messenger and indicating no hostility. Let them come. I am curious to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. General Nangong Lincoln declined his subordinate's suggestion to open fire. At this juncture, the enemy had no need for subterfuge, merely resorting to words of capitulation. The Jade Hall-class cruiser came to a gentle halt amidst the Cloud Dream fleet, surrounded by an array of warships that advanced to encircle it. After scanning with his spiritual perception, General Nangong detected no presence of high-ranking practitioners aboard. "Let us go and see what they intend," he commanded, leading his trusted elite forces to the cruiser. Upon reaching the bridge, they found several envoys from the Zikate Empire awaiting their arrival. However, as soon as he boarded the vessel, General Nangong was assailed by a pungent odor of blood and decay. Despite his extensive battlefield experience, he had never encountered the sin of death so closely. "My apologies for the discomfort. These are incense pouches personally delivered by our prince," one of the envoy's ministers hastily approached, offering several sachets to alleviate the surrounding stench. "Enough with the pleasantries. What is your purpose in coming here? If you intend to persuade us to surrender, you may take your leave." A nearby deputy commander inquired with evident disdain. "Rest assured, I am certainly not here to persuade you to surrender," the envoy chuckled merrily. "On the contrary, I am here to implore you not to capitulate, but to fight to the bitter end." With a clap of his hands, several cultivators behind him opened the hatches on the deck. Peering through the opening, Nangong Lincoln finally comprehended the source of the ghastly odor. Beneath the entire deck lay a multitude of corpses belonging to the Yunxian soldiers, numbering nearly 1,000,000, to his dismay. However, without exception, the garments of these bodies remained intact. They had all met their demise by beheading. "Ah, General Nangong, these are the soldiers from your ranks who attempted to surrender. According to your laws, these cowards have been executed by us. I hope the general will not repeat their folly. We do not accept any form of prisoners of war." Simultaneously, Prince Carlos presented you with a proposition. "If your side is willing to engage in a duel, provided you can triumph in the battle, we shall allow the remaining individuals to depart from the Star Sea Fortress unharmed, and we shall not go back on our word." The envoy removed his velvet gloves and tossed them to the ground. Nangong Lincoln regarded the envoy, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "What manner of duel do you propose?" "Haha. Prince Carlos places great importance on fairness and honor. He suggests that both sides deploy 2,000 warships and charge at one another from a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Ultimately, the side whose ships survive till the end shall be declared the victor. Rest assured, the prince has promised that, should you accept the challenge, regardless of the outcome, the remaining personnel will be allowed to leave safely." Upon hearing this, the commanders of the Yunxian fleet were thrown into an uproar. They had not anticipated that the Zikate Empire would relinquish its advantageous forces to engage in such a ludicrous duel. This undoubtedly provided the remaining soldiers a chance for survival. Yet, among all present, only Nangong Lincoln understood the malevolence of this scheme. The resolve he had painstakingly cultivated to fight to the last was shattered by mere words. When one faces certain death, extraordinary potential may emerge. However, if there exists even a glimmer of hope for survival, that fighting spirit diminishes entirely. At this moment, if he were to decline the challenge, the morale of his soldiers would inevitably plummet, and betrayal could ensue. After much contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the gloves and coldly replied, "Very well, we shall duel here in 2 hours. Haha, let it be 3 hours then. So you may prepare adequately. We would not want to dampen the prince's spirits." Satisfied with the response, the envoy departed aboard an assault craft. The commanders of the Yunxian Empire collectively exhaled in relief. At this juncture, Nangong Lincoln's son, Nangong Ao, stepped forward and said, "Father, truly, there seems to be a silver lining. Those barbarians treat the battlefield as a game, thus granting us a path to survival. I propose that we gather the low-ranking cultivators on the ground and assemble 2,000 warships to send them to their doom. As long as that prince honors his word, we shall surely escape unscathed." Indeed, the general is correct. The Yuming fleet has been salvaged. Haha, those who survive great calamities are destined for blessings. The ancients do not deceive me. Nangong Lincoln cast a glance at the naive crowd before him, then surveyed the interior of the cruiser, littered with nearly 1,000,000 headless corpses. Shaking his head, he spoke slowly, "The Yuming fleet shall take to the battlefield under my command. Should anyone falter or show cowardice, they shall face immediate execution without mercy." The generals contemplated speaking further, but the thought that if the Yunming fleet did not engage, it might very well be their turn to face the consequences silenced them. Only Nangong Ao stood there, staring blankly at his father, feeling an ever-deepening sense of estrangement. Chapter 10. Interstellar Navigation Solar System, Mars Orbit. Betel-class assault landing ship. Are you certain we should depart immediately? Yifeng inquired as he attempted to manipulate the nanomech, simulating the appearance of a warhammer. Absolutely, the coordinates have been set. We can initiate the jump at any moment, Huang Mao replied, deftly maneuvering the mech's arms to operate the ship's control panel, optimizing the landing craft's status. While the majority of tasks could now be managed through spirit control, the military, for the sake of prudence, retained a plethora of physical buttons. Well, it just feels rather abrupt. How long do you think it will take us to reach the Shanghai star system? Yifeng observed the holographic screen, which was continuously shifting, feeling a wave of dizziness. Huang Mao, engrossed in piloting the landing craft, did not respond but instead signaled an okay gesture with the mech. 3 months? Yifeng ventured, only to be met with a negative gesture from Huang Mao. 30 days. He tried again, but the mech shook its head once more. It can't possibly be just 3 days. That's several hundred light years away. Yifeng expressed incredulity. While he anticipated that humanity would reach their destination more swiftly with the aid of the spirit computer, he had not expected such speed. Huang Mao finally turned to him. 3 days? We are not a postal service. It won't take that long. At most, we'll be hovering above the second planet of the Shanghai star system in 3 hours. This is the latest Betel-class assault landing ship. In terms of firepower, it may not rank highly, but when it comes to speed, I dare say no one can compete. The Betel-class assault landing ship was specifically designed for high-mobility special forces. Its structure was optimized for lightweight, utilizing armor composed of materials only a few nanometers thick, derived from strong interactions. Simultaneously, the weapon system was equipped with merely 2 triple-barreled energy cannons, intended for clearing battlefield debris or meteoroids in medium to close range, rather than for fire suppression. It could be asserted that, apart from the dozens of combat mechs housed within, this landing ship possessed virtually no combat capability. In a direct confrontation, any patrol vessel within the Human Federation could easily obliterate it. However, the design purpose of this landing craft was never for frontal combat. Its true value lay in its remarkable maneuverability. Other vessels required ample time for their curvature engines to fully engage, whether for long-distance or short-distance jumps. Conversely, the Betel-class assault landing ship, equipped with a micro-curvature chip array, could transition to curvature navigation in an exceedingly brief period. Often, it would vanish into the void just as it was detected by fire control radar. For the Longya Special Forces, this vessel was the optimal transport for executing decapitation missions characterized by minimal spatial fluctuations and agile responsiveness. It aligned perfectly with their mission and battlefield positioning, after all. No matter how powerful a mech warrior may be, they are ultimately mere light infantry. To truly determine the victor, it is the heavy firepower carried by formidable ships and cannons that will prevail. In the realm of curvature array activation, the transition coordinates have been confirmed, and the optimal course has been charted for you. In 3 seconds, we shall embark on the transition. 3, 2, 1. Beep as a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor coursed through the vessel. Yifeng beheld the stars outside transforming into luminous lines. The sun, the brightest of sources, swiftly vanished against the vast backdrop of the starry sea. The anticipated duration of the transition is 196.45 minutes, announced a mechanical synthesized voice. Indeed, it requires just a tad over 3 hours. For this inaugural long-distance journey, prudence prevails. I have calibrated the transition power to approximately 80%. Otherwise, we could surely achieve a swifter pace. The golden-haired companion exhibited a rare sense of caution. Well, it is preferable to proceed steadily. A few minutes earlier or later makes little difference. Gazing at the constantly shifting lights beyond the cabin, Yifeng was overwhelmed with emotion. This marked his first foray into interstellar travel. Everything felt dreamlike yet profoundly real, leading him to contemplate the authenticity of this experience. A resounding thud echoed through the vessel, followed by a sharp screech of friction. The golden-haired pilot swiftly adjusted the course to steer the landing craft away from an impending gravitational vortex. My apologies, navigating in subspace. The automated psychic navigation system is somewhat unreliable, he remarked apologetically. Yifeng, having been entranced by the mesmerizing scenery outside the viewport, had momentarily forgotten their journey through the transition. He had been oblivious to the myriad of perilous black spots existing within the splendid subspace. These were immense celestial bodies or small black holes generating substantial gravitational whirlpools in the macrocosm. Their immense gravitational pull distorted various objects in the universe, including subspace, resulting in a series of irreversible miniature vortices along their course. Any object ensnared by these small whirlpools would be utterly consumed. Fortunately, the golden-haired pilot noticed the imminent danger in time. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated upon impact. "What on earth is happening?" Yifeng exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the dense cluster of dark spots beyond the viewport. What he initially perceived as mere specks were, in fact, colossal stars. Now you comprehend. In the vast expanse of authentic cosmic space, stars are distributed with remarkable density. We rely on extensive data calculations to anticipate our trajectory, enabling us to traverse this rapid transit route. Had we been aboard the fleet of the Cloud Immortal, we would have been reduced to mere debris long ago. The so-called safe route they speak of actually involves navigating through the sparse edges of galactic systems, taking a circuitous path to reach the destination, the golden-haired pilot elucidated. However, rest assured, while the psychic energy in subspace may be unstable, conventional energy remains unaffected. Our landing craft is equipped with silicon-based chips, though their performance may be somewhat inferior. Their stability is commendable, providing sufficient guidance for our navigation. Yifeng approached the window once more. Guided by the silicon-based computer, he observed a significant reduction in the number of black dots within the navigation channel, indicating a successful optimization of the route. The jump time had increased from 196 minutes to 212 minutes. For the sake of safety, this additional time was undoubtedly worthwhile. In the past, during our training missions, we had undertaken long-distance jump assessments. The hyperspace realm remains a largely unfamiliar territory for us. Here, the reliability of psychic devices diminishes considerably, while biological and silicon-based systems exhibit greater dependability. This gave rise to the development of biological computers, wherein certain algae, submerged within a test tube, can astonishingly store binary information. I could take you to see it sometime. It's quite remarkable, although its computational power is still quite primitive, limited to running ancient games like Galactic stars. At present, it is evident that there is still much to improve upon. However, I noticed that the silicon-based computer is still operating on an outdated operating system. "Oh, you mean Windows?" he asked. Indeed, since the advent of the psychic computer, silicon-based technology has been largely rendered obsolete in civilian applications. Consequently, the operating system has not been updated, and it remains on Win 11. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, that means we can play games from our era?" The blonde-haired individual, understanding the implication, glanced at Yifeng and chuckled, naturally. "When I first acquired command of this landing craft, I secretly copied a plethora of enjoyable content onto it. During our leisure time, my comrades and I often indulge in these games." As he spoke, the blonde-haired individual transmitted a shared link to Yifeng's mech. "Those AR games popular among the youth today leave me feeling dizzy. I find the classics far more engaging. How about a round of CS? To warm up before the battle?" Chapter 11. Victory to the Brave in Narrow Encounters. In the orbit of the second planet near the Star Sea Fortress, 2,000 Qingling-class destroyers gradually detached from the formation of the Cloud Fairy Empire. This comprised the entirety of the destroyers in the Yunming fleet. Unlike battleships and cruisers, destroyers are swift, close combat vessels designed for operations within their own star system, emphasizing small targets and rapid assaults, enabling them to strike with overwhelming force and achieve tactical surprise. Typically, destroyers are tasked with auxiliary roles such as patrolling, guarding, reconnaissance, and blockading, rarely engaging in direct confrontations as main battle vessels. However, this mission was anything but ordinary. Nangong Linkong, having clashed with the invincible fleet for several days, was acutely aware that Carlos's subordinate fleet consisted solely of destroyers. This seemingly refined yet ruthlessly bloodthirsty prince was adept at seizing battlefield opportunities, often leading his fleet into enemy formations with agility and remarkable speed, launching ferocious assaults. Among the border forces of the Cloud Fairy Empire, he was referred to as the Star Sea Mad Shark, while others dubbed it the Wolf Pack Fleet. The most terrifying aspect of this distinctively styled fleet was its utter disregard for its own losses, fighting relentlessly until the very last moment. Through his telescope, Nangong Linkong could already discern the enemy fleet approaching from 10,000 kilometers away. As he had anticipated, the adversary had deployed 2,000 Tianlong-class destroyers, a rarity within the Zikate Empire, which also employed wooden structures for its vessels. Unlike other spirit rock-structured warships, the Tianlong-class destroyers featured entirely wooden hulls, neglecting any physical protection and removing all long-range spirit energy weapons. All spirit energy was redirected to power output, endowing these destroyers with exceptional assault speed. This modification proved highly effective, as the probability of being directly hit by inefficiently loaded spirit cannons was significantly lower for destroyers compared to the sluggish battleships. Unless subjected to concentrated fire from close range, it was challenging to inflict substantial damage upon the destroyer fleet. Moreover, unlike Prince Fengjin, Prince Carlos was indifferent to military discipline. The warships under his command were often granted substantial autonomy, rendering his fleet remarkably flexible. On the interstellar battlefield, they could frequently disband into smaller units and then regroup seamlessly. This adaptability, combined with their formidable speed, made Carlos's fleet resemble a band of pirates rather than a royal armada. Yet, this loosely disciplined fleet proved no less effective on the battlefield than any other invincible fleet. The Yunxian fleet would rather confront other main battleships than engage with this brutal and ferocious armada. At this realization, Nagong Lingkong silently rejoiced in his insistence that the Qingling-class destroyers be stripped of all spirit cannons. He was acutely aware that such antiquated front-mounted cannons were utterly incapable of striking a nimble destroyer. Rather than squander precious space, it would be far more prudent to accommodate additional high-tier cultivators and magical artifacts. The outcome of the battle would undoubtedly be determined at close quarters. Fortunately, the Yunxian Empire possessed a slightly superior average level of cultivation compared to the Zicade Empire. Moreover, his own perfected Union stage was sufficient to suppress the enemy's high-tier combat prowess. This battle could be regarded as a flawless evasion of his own weaknesses, while fully exploiting his limited strengths. Should victory still elude him under such circumstances, he would accept it with grace. Behind him stood a formidable force of 120,000 cultivators, their average cultivation level hovering around the Golden Core stage. Based on experience, the enemy's average cultivation level was anticipated to be at the late Foundation establishment stage. In close combat, the possibility of failure was virtually non-existent. Nagong Lingkong consoled himself internally. It was precisely these reasons that emboldened him to accept the challenge. There remained a sliver of hope in battle, while abstaining would undoubtedly lead to demise. Moreover, the cultivators under his command were all loyal vassals of his family, their fighting spirit undoubtedly matching that of the enemy fleet. Thus, the two fleets advanced silently toward one another, even at a distance of 5,000 kilometers. Neither side had yet opened fire, a rare occurrence on the interstellar battlefield. Both fleets had instinctively adopted the same strategy, akin to two ferocious wolves encountering each other on the plains, necessitating a resolution of life or death. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Finally, at a distance of 3,000 kilometers, both destroyers initiated acceleration, the engines igniting just in time to reach maximum speed. The two fleets surged forward like twin dark clouds in the starry sky, rapidly converging. The foremost cultivators had already ascended to the decks, bracing themselves for the impending clash. Boom, crash! The fleets collided head-on without the slightest reduction in speed. In an instant, hundreds of leading destroyers were shattered by the immense inertia, disintegrating into a shower of splintered wood. The cultivators aboard were propelled from their vessels in the moment before impact, engaging in fierce combat with the approaching enemy forces. The battle erupted instantaneously, as spiritual weapons and spells rained down upon the opposing cultivators like a torrential downpour. Flashes of light and flames illuminated the chaos, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars. Within the Yunxian fleet, two cultivators at the Union stage held command, while the Zicade Empire's fleet was led by but a single Union stage cultivator. As combat ensued, the formidable entities above the nascent Soul stage from the Yunxian Empire began to disperse into the fray. Amidst the turmoil, they discerned that the enemy vessels housed significantly fewer cultivators of that caliber. Leveraging their cultivation advantage, the Yunxian fleet subtly gained the upper hand in the initial skirmish. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing sounds resonated as a dark figure suddenly emerged beside Nagong Lingkong, wielding a longsword, and struck at him with deadly intent. Nagong Lingkong's consciousness had already detected this aura, a subtle smile emerging on his face. Is it a master in the fusion stage from the Zicade Empire? As he spoke, Nagong Lingkong's figure flickered and swiftly vanished from sight. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, the strength of the shadowy cultivator was revealed to be at the late stage of fusion. Chapter 12. The Fierce Battle. The sword technique he employed was indeed quite exquisite. What is this sword play? I have never encountered it before, thought Nagong Lingkong, astonished. Regardless of swordsmanship or spiritual energy intensity, this individual was not beneath him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of intense clashes between spiritual weapons echoed, as the shadowy figure of the cultivator was pushed back several meters. At this moment, Nangong Linkong realized that his opponent seemed not to be employing spells, but rather relying on his extraordinary swordsmanship to engage him directly. Truly, the second prince of the West Chat Empire possesses such remarkable skills. However, this swordplay, while suitable for display, falls short for lethality. Today, you shall accompany my fleet to the grave, and I shall refine your remains into a puppet, compelling you to serve the Yunxian Empire for eternity. The sword-wielding shadowy figure was none other than the second prince of the West Chat Empire, a prodigy of the younger generation. His cultivation had reached the late stage of integration, placing him among the elite of the West Chat Empire. Is that so? Are you certain you can kill me? Carlos's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes flashing with a chilling light as he responded in the stiff dialect of Yunxian. The longsword in his hand suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The sword light flashed like a venomous serpent, darting straight towards Nangong Linkong. Humph! Nangong Linkong scoffed, unfazed, and swung his longsword to meet the attack. Bang! With a muffled thud, their swords clashed, and Nangong Linkong felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, his palm splitting apart. Splurt! Blood mist erupted forth. His arm had been pierced by a sword. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the narrow wound on his arm. This scene was utterly shocking, beyond comprehension. He was, after all, a true master at the peak of integration. Even within the entire Yunxian Empire, he ranked among the top. Yet, under the assault of a late-stage integration cultivator, he had sustained an injury. What kind of swordplay is this? He roared, but Carlos showed no interest in responding. Ripples emerged in his eyes, as if they contained an abyss. His form shifted once more, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flowing forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his flower sword and enhancing his combat prowess to a new level. Carlos's flower sword suddenly accelerated, abandoning cleaving strikes in favor of strange thrusts that attacked from all directions toward Nangong Linkong, not daring to underestimate his opponent. Nangong Linkong had already sensed during their earlier clash that the prince's cultivation was not excessively high. However, his swordsmanship was at its pinnacle. Every strike concentrated with all his spiritual energy. He had forsaken all defense, focusing solely on offense, with each sword aimed to be a fatal blow. For a moment, Nangong Linkong found himself struggling to fend off the relentless assault. His ancestral secret technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon, was also a profound swordplay. The essence lies in the interplay of reality and illusion, a harmonious blend of the extraordinary and the conventional, akin to the art of warfare led by Prince Carlos. However, the prince's swordsmanship eschews conventional tactics. Each strike is a feint, capable of shifting direction in the most critical moments, leaving his opponent defenseless. This style resembles a cat playing with a mouse, and Nangong Linkong finds himself increasingly beleaguered. Fortunately, his spiritual energy far surpasses that of his foe, enabling him to break the impasse through sheer strength. For a time, both parties find themselves in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Although their attacks grow more frequent, a mutual caution restrains them from unleashing their full power. After approximately half an hour, Nangong Linkong's brow furrows slightly as he perceives that his fleet has begun to match the enemy's strength. What could be the cause? He ponders, perplexed. The cultivators under his command are elite, meticulously chosen for their prowess in close combat, decisively superior to the low-tier cultivators of the Zacate Empire. Furthermore, aside from himself, there is another cultivator at the integration stage supporting them, making it inconceivable that they would struggle in this battle. What Nangong Linkong fails to realize is that the seemingly invincible fleet he faces boasts a synergy in small-scale battlefield maneuvers that far exceeds the hastily assembled forces under his command, even though their overall cultivation is inferior. The cultivators of the Zacate Empire possess a superior understanding of how to leverage their environment and available resources during combat in the intricate confines of warships. Years of combat experience have fostered a remarkable camaraderie among them, allowing for exquisite coordination in the chaotic battleground. In contrast, while the cultivators of the Yunxian Empire may possess higher cultivation levels and superior techniques, they often fight individually, relying solely on personal valor to withstand the relentless assaults of small enemy squads. Their inability to form effective collaborations hampers their efforts. The remaining integration stage powerhouse of the Yunxian Empire is besieged by several experts at the transformation stage. Like Nangong Linkong, he may hold the upper hand temporarily, but is also unable to break away to assist his comrades. As the scales tip, the balance of victory gradually shifts towards the Zacate Empire. The cultivators of the Yunxian Empire find themselves isolated in small arenas of conflict, oblivious to the broader battlefield dynamics. Their command system has collapsed, leaving each individual to rely solely on instinct to combat adversaries emerging from all directions. They experience an unsettling illusion, as if enemies are inexhaustible. After barely repelling one foe, new adversaries emerge from the wreckage of the warships. More alarming still is the continuous fall of their own cultivators, with reinforcements nowhere in sight. At this moment, the casualty reports indicate that the Yunxian Empire still holds a slight advantage, however, as their elite forces fall one after another. This meager edge is rapidly eroding, understanding the dire consequences of defeat at the hands of these golden-haired barbarians. The cultivators of the Yunxian Empire resolve to channel their spiritual energy and fight to the bitter end against the forces of the Zicade Empire. Nangong Linkong's fury threatened to consume him. He could no longer afford to prolong this conflict. The longer the war persisted, the more grave the losses would become. He summoned all his spiritual energy, coalescing it around himself, intent on determining the outcome with a single decisive strike. In his estimation, although he would sustain injuries and trading blows with Carlos, the latter would undoubtedly perish. Care to compete? Carlos retorted with a chilling sneer. In an instant, he raised the flower sword in his hand, its blade pointing skyward, aimed directly at Nangong Linkong. A surge of white sword intent erupted from the sword. Ascending into the night sky like a falling meteor, imbued with a devastating aura, it plunged fiercely toward Nangong Linkong's chest. At that moment, terror gripped Nangong Linkong's heart. This was an extraordinary move, unparalleled in its might. Even a fully realized cultivator at the fusion stage would find it challenging to withstand. The sword's power had long surpassed the limits of any spiritual barrier. Should it strike him, his flesh would likely erupt, and his soul would suffer immense injury. With even his consciousness unable to escape, in the face of such imminent peril, the yin-yang energy within him surged to life, conjuring a colossal taiji symbol that spun slowly, exuding a formidable aura of duality. Simultaneously, the sword in his grasp radiated brilliant silver light, carving a magnificent arc through the void as it collided with Carlos's strike. A thunderous roar erupted as the two vast forces clashed, shattering nearby warships into fragments, causing the very battlefield to tremble with the impact. Chapter 13. Rush B. Nangong Linkong was violently propelled backward for several hundred meters before managing to regain his footing. Carlos, on the other hand, coughed up blood, his body flung away. His garments torn asunder, revealing the armor beneath. "Humph, I warned you. I shall not allow you to escape so easily." Carlos sneered, lunging once more at Nangong Linkong. A look of dread crossed Nangong's face as he finally comprehended the adversary's intent. It became clear that Carlos did not aim for a straightforward battle to the death. Rather, he sought to confine him here, leaving the main battlefield unattended. Cursed fiend. Nangong gritted his teeth, anxiety gnawing at his heart. If this predicament continued, the Yunxian fleet would face utter devastation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He cursed silently, casting aside hesitation. He swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning dozens of talismans into his grasp, artifacts passed down through generations of the Nangong family, each imbued with formidable powers. Even he, despite his prowess, would hesitate to confront any of them directly. Now, disregarding the potential for collateral damage, he hurled forth the talismans, transforming the air into a cascade of radiant lights, sweeping towards Carlos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mere trifles. Carlos's face twisted into an expression of disdain. Although these talismans possessed immense power, they paled in comparison to the swiftness of the sword in his hand. With a flourish, Carlos wielded his ornate sword, each strike echoing with the ferocity of thunder, shattering the talismans. Yet, those talismans were no ordinary objects. Their trajectories danced erratically like falling leaves. Despite Carlos's destruction of the majority, several talismans struck him. And even clad in royal armor, he felt as though he had been struck by a concentrated spirit cannon. His entire being was engulfed by a cataclysmic wave of light. Seeing this, Nangong Linkong breathed a slight sigh of relief. Even an expert at the ascension stage would not emerge unscathed from a direct hit. Just as he prepared to turn and assist another cultivator at the integration stage, a sudden chill coursed through his back. A potent aura of murder enveloped him. What is happening? Nangong's heart quivered, and before he could react, he found himself firmly ensnared by a flower sword, rendering him immobile. "You, how could you?" Nangong's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ha! I told you, as long as I am here, you shall not escape." Carlos bellowed with reckless laughter. his disheveled hair and bloodied form betraying the fierce battle he had endured. His armor was long gone, and grotesque injuries marred his chest and waist, exposing gory flesh and stark white bone. Yet, his aura remained undiminished, his murderous intent surging like a bloodthirsty fiend unleashed from the depths of hell. With the flower sword, Carlos unleashed a dazzling flurry of sword lights, enveloping Nangong Lingkong. Damn it, why is it so difficult to kill him? Nangong roared in frustration. However, as his voice fell, a colossal consciousness swept across the battlefield, its sheer power causing the hearts of all cultivators present to falter momentarily. A tribulation expert, Carlos and Nangong Ling were profoundly astonished. Could it be that reinforcements from the Yunsan Empire had arrived? Or perhaps the Zikate Empire had enlisted the aid of another formidable expert? Both parties, disregarding their injuries, swiftly distanced themselves from one another, exchanging glances filled with shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the enemy could dispatch a transcendent being to the battlefield. Nangong Ling even sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations of this transcendent being far surpassed that of the previous Lu Gonggong. Within the Zikate Empire, there was only one individual at the advanced stages of transcending tribulations, their emperor, Caesar Chait. A mere Starcy fortress seemed worthy of the emperor's personal intervention, a revelation that had completely escaped him until now. Carlos was equally shaken. His willingness to confront the Yunsan fleet stemmed from the knowledge that the Starcy fortress had become a forsaken pawn. Apart from the elusive Tyne fleet, no reinforcements were to be expected. The commander of the Tyne fleet was merely at the great ascension stage, vastly inferior to the intimidating presence of the current transcendent being. Could it be that Uncle Fingen's intelligence was flawed? The two commanders exchanged peculiar glances, and simultaneously, they retreated swiftly, issuing orders to their respective fleets to disengage from the battlefield at all costs. With the arrival of a transcendent being, all warships and strategies lost their significance. In the face of such overwhelming strength, they were but mere ants. Equally attuned to the tumultuous spiritual energies were the invincible fleet and the participating practitioners on the surface of the second planet. In that moment, both sides of the conflict were engulfed in profound despair. Prince Fongjin felt his legs weaken, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. The dark tea soaked into the thick carpet, leaving rings of water stains. Stunned for a moment, Prince Fongjin let out a bitter laugh and issued a retreat order. All the sacrifices and efforts of the past 6 months had evaporated into thin air at the instant the transcendent being appeared. The pressing question now was how many fleets could escape. The practitioners of the Yunsan Empire were similarly engulfed in despair. They had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, only to be plunged back into the shadow of death. Once the enemy's transcendent practitioners emerged, everyone would inevitably face annihilation. Each transcendent being was a superweapon, with their positions and numbers shrouded in the Empire's utmost secrecy. Such matters, critical to the nation's safety, would ensure that no one could escape alive. Perhaps they should finish this battle first? The blonde youth, just having packed his gear, wore an expression of lingering excitement. I just scanned the area, and it's filled with a bunch of weaklings, with only a few at the combined stage, not even a great ascension among them. Rush B. Heh, boss, you're done for. The channel was filled only with Lu Hu's voice as he sniped in response. Come on, let us get the Real work done first. Yifeng removed his headphones and boarded his standard-issue war machine. Although the blonde youth suggested he try a different model, he remained steadfast in using this particular equipment, as he had grown significantly more familiar with it after the last use. Well, we almost triumphed. The reluctant blonde, with a heavy heart, produced 2 transcendence capsules, bestowing one upon Yifeng, while he himself consumed the other. Instantly, a terrifying aura of transcendence permeated the entire arena. The remaining members of the Dragon Tooth squad swiftly boarded their mechs, activating their systems and entering combat mode. Lu Hu, what do you think you're doing up there? Get down. Your responsibility is to guard the landing pod and prevent anyone from fleeing. For every ship you let escape today, I expect a corresponding volume of written reflection, commanded the blonde over the channel. Boss, this feels like personal vendetta. Lu Hu suddenly regretted provoking the blonde so many times today, realizing he had become a target. Weren't you aiming quite accurately? I'm eager to witness just how precise you are. The blonde, undeterred, marched directly alongside his comrades towards the hatch. P.S. This is the 5th update of the day, reaching 10,000 words. As always, the bolder one is, the greater the rewards. Chapter 14. Autonomous hosting the overwhelming aura of transcendent beings manifested one after another on the battlefield, each presence sending shivers down the spines of Prince Fongjin, Nangong Lingkong, and other formidable warriors. Though they had encountered practitioners of the transcendence phase before, it was precisely because they had witnessed the unfathomable power of these beings that they understood how terrifying and rare each one truly was. 1, 2, 3, 27, 50, 51. A total of 51 transcendent beings appeared simultaneously in this star domain. Prince Carlos began to feel dizzy. According to the historical records of the Zikate Empire, even if one were to sum all the transcendent practitioners that had ever appeared throughout the history of the Eastern Zikate Empire, there would not be this many formidable beings. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that he had sustained a blow to the head during his earlier clash with Nangong Lingkong. Prince Carlos vigorously patted his head, attempting to regain clarity. However, within his consciousness, he heard Prince Fingen's urgent voice urging him on. Your Highness, disregard the others and retreat swiftly. Damn it. The soul detection device has confirmed there are indeed 51 transcendent beings. I possess a microarray sufficient for our escape. Hurry and rendezvous with me. Casting a final glance at the fleet that had accompanied him through countless battles, Prince Carlos comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a resolute glare, he channeled his spiritual energy and vanished amidst the armada. Lulei, Li Bo, you two handle the fleet at the 9th planet. Qin Song, the 8th planet is yours. Zhang Hai, take your people to eliminate the fleet at the 7th satellite. Yi Feng, how about we annihilate the fleet on that planet together? What do you think? Huang Mao proposed, gesturing towards the tens of thousands of vessels in orbit around the 2nd planet. Not a problem. I'm indifferent, Yi Feng nodded, perceiving the wooden and stone vessels as mere toys in his eyes. Then it's settled. The Yunxian Empire's fleet belongs to me, while the Tai Empire's fleet is yours. Agreed. Yi Feng was genuinely intrigued by the warships resembling the Flying Cathedral, contemplating dismantling a few to inspect their internal structures. Shall we wager on who finishes first? Huang Mao suggested impulsively. Hey, that's rather unfair. The Yunxian Empire's fleet is clearly fewer in number, Yi Feng remarked, sensing an imbalance. Ahem, you are now a master-level expert, surpassing me by an entire realm. Naturally, the capable should shoulder more responsibility, Huang Mao retorted with a grin, completely oblivious to any unfairness. All right, let us establish the stakes. If you lose, don't try to weasel out. Yi Feng chuckled, nodding at Huang Mao's shamelessness. As for the stakes, when we take our vacation to Mars, the loser will cover all expenses. The blonde-haired individual cast a meaningful glance at Yi Feng. Ever since he learned that his brother's bank card held nearly 200 million in cash, he had been contemplating how to seize the opportunity. Although he held the rank of colonel in the special forces, his extravagant lifestyle had accustomed him to living beyond his means, often relying on credit. With his brother's newfound wealth, he was determined to exploit the situation. Otherwise, should Yi Feng settle down in the future, this fortune would no longer be his concern. Yi Feng, however, gave it little thought as he extended his mechanical arm to grasp the armored hand of the blonde. It was a pact sealed. Witnessing Yi Feng's readiness, the blonde felt a surge of satisfaction within. Despite his ostensibly lower rank, he had undergone rigorous military training for many years, and in matters of combat, he was undoubtedly leagues ahead of Yi Feng, who had only recently begun to engage with mechas. Fearing that Yi Feng might have a change of heart, the blonde activated his mech at full power, instantly teleporting into the fleet of the Yunxian Empire, leaving Yi Feng standing in a daze. As anticipated, Yi Feng struggled with the controls of the mech, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated, even with simple actions like swinging a blade, let alone executing complex tactical maneuvers. However, drawing from years of gaming experience, he understood the principle of balance. The more intricate the system, the simpler the solution. Connecting with the Soul system, he opened the settings panel. Beep, auto-targeting activated. Full map radar activated. Optical stealth activated. Infrared vision activated. One-click combo activated. Absolute defense activated. System is initiating auto-management mode. Do you confirm authorization? Yes. Auto-management mode authorized. Radar has detected non-friendly units. Do you wish to lock on? Inside the glass cockpit, images of various units from the Zikate Empire and the Yunxian Empire appeared. The earlier scan had already compiled a database of all potential adversaries. Lock on to Class A units. Cancel Class B units. Yi Feng selected several clearly Western-styled warships, and the artificial intelligence swiftly comprehended his intent, utilizing image similarity algorithms. All warships of the Zikate Empire were marked in red on the screen. Detected 46,528 enemy units. To ensure endurance, switching to close combat mode. A cold mechanical voice echoed, and the mech's arms transformed into elongated blades, resembling a pair of mantis knives. The overall height of the mech increased to approximately 4.5 meters, its form becoming more agile and harmonious, akin to a master swordsman. The external armor also turned transparent, likely activating adaptive camouflage for optical invisibility. Observing the blonde wreaking havoc among the Yunsin fleet, Yifeng felt no urgency. Although the model of the mech he was piloting was superior in performance to his current Terracotta Warrior model, it was the latest version, and its system was not yet sufficiently stable to support auto-management. The battle system integrated into my Terracotta Warrior mech has reached a level of remarkable maturity and stability. Throughout years of usage and fine-tuning, it has accumulated a wealth of combat data. Through the application of big data analysis and artificial intelligence adjustments, it has optimized a state-of-the-art combat strategy. Even if I were to remain passive, the mech system is capable of analyzing real-time battlefield feedback, making adjustments, and determining the most advantageous combat decisions. Observing the flustered figure of the yellow-haired individual, I licked my lips and, with a cold smirk, pressed the attack button. Chapter 15. Intelligent Nanobots. In an instant, the Terracotta Warrior mech arrived at the battlefield's perimeter. The mech locked onto a battleship several kilometers in length, leveling its body and diving toward the target. Upon contact with the battleship, it extended its blade, effortlessly piercing the hull as if it were chopsticks penetrating tofu. The mech maintained a posture closely adhering to the battleship's surface, inscribing an imperceptible scratch upon its exterior. Yet, Yifeng understood well that, during the cutting, the blade vibrated at an extraordinarily high frequency, inducing infrasound resonance throughout the entire hull. Simultaneously, precisely calculated spiritual energy coursed into various critical components of the battleship. A mere 0.1 seconds later, a violent explosion erupted within the battleship. The immense flames and dense smoke obscured any view of the epicenter of the explosion. All that could be heard were the thunderous roars emanating from within the vessel, as if something was perpetually expanding and spreading. However, as the thick smoke and flames dissipated, the surrounding cultivators discovered that the battleship had been utterly annihilated, leaving only debris adrift in the void of space. This was precisely the outcome Yifeng sought. His aim was to resolve the conflict in the most discreet and silent manner, without allowing the adversary to realize they had been attacked. Within the ranks of the Zikate Empire fleet, numerous high-ranking cultivators possessed formidable perceptual abilities and employed certain detection artifacts to ascertain the presence of danger in their vicinity. Thus, when faced with peril, even if they could not resist, they could scatter purposefully to evade. If he were compelled to chase the fleeing battleships, it would undoubtedly diminish his operational efficiency. Yifeng's chosen strategy was straightforward: to leverage the Terracotta Warrior mech's exceptional mobility and unparalleled destructive power to eradicate these vessels through close-quarters combat. The battle raged on. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the immense noise generated by the explosion within one battleship did not attract much attention. The retreat order had been issued so hastily that mid-level officers had not received further directives, forcing them to command their forces in a disordered withdrawal. They had already noted the appearance of an unidentified flying object within the Yunsin Empire fleet. It bore resemblance to a war puppet, albeit small in size, yet remarkably potent in combat capability. With a single strike, whether it was a destroyer or a cruiser, it would result in catastrophic explosions. Some lower-ranking soldiers even believed this war puppet to be their side's secret weapon. However, upon realizing that this relentless killing machine showed no mercy even when confronting the Zikate Empire fleet, it became apparent that it demonstrated a marked selectivity in targeting the Yunsin fleet. Their final hopes extinguished, all fleets began to maneuver toward the periphery of the star system. In the absence of explicit orders from their superiors, no ship dared to initiate a jump autonomously. During curvature navigation, lacking the flagship's guidance was tantamount to self-destruction within the subspace corridor. The Terracotta Warrior mech piloted by Yifeng surged forward, reaching an astonishing 20 times the third cosmic velocity. The sudden acceleration induced a slight strain on his formidable body, yet upon entering cruise mode, he felt his physical state return to normalcy. At this moment, the Terracotta Warrior mech was not merely a high-speed killing machine. It resembled a cataclysmic force, rampaging through the battlefield. Any object that met the razor-sharp edge of its armor was instantly cleaved to pieces. From a distance, it appeared as if a grotesque scar composed of flames and explosions had emerged within the Zikate fleet, as though an extraordinarily sharp blade were slicing through the armada. leaving a blazing inferno in its wake. Some advanced cultivators vaguely sensed its presence, attempting to intercept this ghostly harbinger of death along its path. However, this was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The mech's wings and forearms unleashed torrents of blue laser beams, piercing through the oblivious cultivators of the Zikate Empire. In an instant, the ground was strewn with corpses, and lamentations filled the air. Yet Yifeng paid no heed to the fallen, continuing to weave through the heart of the fleet, harvesting lives with reckless abandon. A destroyer, striving to escape the hellish realm of stars, pushed its engines to the limit, hoping to capitalize on its speed advantage. Alas, it was soon locked onto by radar. And moments later, a laser beam struck, instantly engulfing the vessel in a conflagration of blue flames, which gradually faded into the vastness of the starry sea. Nevertheless, more ships continued their desperate retreat, seeking to evade this path of death. Unbeknownst to them, the artificial intelligence within the mech had calculated the optimal cruising route based on the distribution of surrounding warships in real time. After traversing the fleet's perimeter, it executed an improbable maneuver, re-entering the fray from an unexpected angle. Simultaneously, a portion of the highly intelligent nanomachines detached from the mech's exterior, activating their self-awareness to assist in combat. Unlike the ordinary armored nanomachines, these advanced entities possessed a superior internal chip-based intelligence system, granting them autonomous combat capabilities. Although minuscule on a macro scale, they had the ability to self-replicate. Provided suitable materials were available, they could consume and reassemble them into new nanomachines. While the newly formed nanomachines were inferior in strength and intelligence to their original counterparts, they were still adequate for temporary use. As the nanomachines incessantly consumed and replicated, entire fleets of warships appeared to be devoured by termites, transforming into a myriad of nanomachines. Due to limitations in their intelligence and communication systems, each nanomachine could replicate up to 1 trillion units, combining in groups of hundreds of billions with the original to form numerous smaller warships. The appearance of these diminutive vessels was typically dictated by the materials they had consumed, resulting in a fleet resembling an assemblage of rocky fragments, interspersed with some organic matter. As the monks of the Zikate Empire gazed upon the suddenly manifested eerie warships, a profound terror rendered them speechless. These vessels, intermingled with flesh and fragments of rock, resembled a spectral fleet risen from the depths of hell. They belonged solely to the realm of terrifying legends, rather than standing before them in reality. By the grace of the Divine Emperor, this is the fleet of demons, they exclaimed in dread. In the name of the Divine Emperor, fire at will. The fleet of the Zikate Empire unleashed a frenzied barrage against these nanite warships, striving to annihilate them completely. However, the technological prowess of the nanites far surpassed their understanding. Cultivated over countless centuries, the monks of the Zikate Empire could not comprehend that their attacks would bear no fruit. Shell after shell, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, struck the nanite vessels, seemingly obliterating them, yet in truth, merely scattering them. Meanwhile, the nanite warships, having completed their final charge with the spiritual energy cannon, sprouted an array of dense gun barrels from their hulls. They unleashed a torrent of high-velocity spiritual energy projectiles, retaliating with an unrelenting barrage against the fleet of the Zikate Empire. Chapter 16. The Awakening of the Stargate. A thunderous roar reverberated as the energy projectiles descended upon the fleet with astonishing velocity, causing the warships to erupt like a tempestuous lake, sending forth monstrous waves. However, these were no harmless splashes. They were the searing flames birthed from the cataclysmic explosions of potent energy. The crew aboard the nearby vessels could clearly discern that these energy projectiles were capable of breaching even the mightiest of energy shields. How could this be possible? What on earth were these entities? In that moment, the commanders of the Zikate Empire were engulfed in sheer terror. They even began to question whether they had encountered genuine demons. As the fleet quivered with anxiety, Yifeng maneuvered his mech, once again gliding past the side of the armada. Trailing behind him were hundreds of intelligent nano-warships. Look, from where did those ships emerge? What force do they represent? Do they not fear the retribution of our Zikate Empire? Our main fleet is right beside us. Quickly, contact the prince in the royal air. Summon reinforcements. Amidst the cacophony of calls and alarms echoing through the fleet, Yifeng remained oblivious. The mech weaved through the warships, relentlessly slicing them into oblivion with its blades. Yifeng's mech resembled a ferocious beast, rampaging through the fleet, while the terracotta warrior mech, under the control of the management system, was unstoppable. Soon, the warships began to suffer catastrophic losses, and signs of collapse were evident within the Zicade Empire's fleet. Yifeng's mech operated like an invincible meat grinder, relentlessly rending apart the Zicade armada. At that moment, Yifeng spotted a massive warship fleeing at breakneck speed. This vessel was none other than the Zicade Empire's Fearless-class battleship, one of their most formidable ships. Had the human vessels not arrived, it would have been nearly unrivaled in this star system. The speed of this Fearless-class battleship surpassed that of any other ship he had witnessed thus far. Yifeng piloted his mech in pursuit. Before long, he found himself alongside the Fearless-class battleship. At its rear, he observed the fabric of space beginning to distort. It was activating its curvature engine. Yifeng commanded his mech to crash violently into the rear of the Fearless-class battleship. Boom! The battleship shattered in a violent explosion, while Yifeng's mech surged forward, piercing through the wreckage and propelling itself ahead, soon arriving before the remnants of the Fearless-class battleship. Within the command chamber, Yifeng's gaze fell upon a panicked middle-aged man, a general of the Zicade Empire, his scarred visage striking and fearsome, instilling dread in those who beheld him. His garments indicated that he was of significant noble stature. As he gazed at the mechas passing by, a look of sheer horror gripped the man's eyes. His mouth moved, as if attempting to articulate something, yet he found himself utterly speechless. A moment later, the Dreadnought-class battleship was engulfed in a sea of flames, vanishing without a trace. Marquis Mario had fallen in battle. Meanwhile, aboard his smaller destroyer, Prince Fongjin was activating the miniature curvature array. Alongside him was Prince Carlos. Uncle, with Marquis Mario slain, how shall we report to the Imperial Council upon our return? Prince Carlos asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on the inferno that once was the Dreadnought-class battleship. Marquis Mario volunteered to cover our retreat. Sacrificing himself to the ancient calamity of the Cloud Immortal Empire, Prince Fongjin replied coldly, sending a chill down Carlos's spine. Carlos knew all too well that it was Prince Fongjin who had instructed Marquis Mario to delay, allowing him to initiate the curvature engine for their escape. However, his true intent was to have the flagship draw fire, thereby buying time for their own escape. At present, there was no better alternative. Without a large target to shield them, their own survival would be precarious. Uncle, are they truly warships of the Cloud Immortal Empire? Such a notion is preposterous, nevertheless. Regardless of the faction, the territorial landscape of this star system is irrevocably altered. In an instant, Prince Fongjin appeared to age a decade, his once ambitious demeanor now obscured. Above the second planet, the fleet was nearly obliterated. Yifeng reclined in the cockpit, munching on chips. The display beneath the glass indicated the number of destroyed warships, 46,517 out of 46,528. Just 11 more to conclude, and he need not lift a finger. The nanobot fleet would handle everything for him. Yifeng then turned his attention to the Cloud Immortal Empire's fleet. The outer space formations had all been annihilated. But the Cloud Immortals were cunning. The remaining ships were concealed upon the planet's surface, scattered in diverse locations. Some hid in valleys, others submerged in oceans, while a few had even burrowed into volcanic craters. Despite the formidable lethality of his yellow-haired mech, eradicating such numerous and disparate units would prove a formidable challenge. It appeared that this gamble was decidedly in his favor. However, soon enough, Yifeng noticed the numbers had ceased their rhythmic display. For 6527 out of 46,528. How could there still be one ship unscathed? This was inconceivable. Yifeng activated the radar, scanning the battlefield. The radar confirmed that no complete warships remained. Even the nanobots had disassembled, returning to the mech. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed two unread system messages in the pop-up window below. Curvature engine activation detected. Interruption may cause spatial turbulence. Should it be destroyed? Response time exceeded. Target lost. Continuing with default plan. Yifeng smote his thigh in realization. Engrossed in the external spectacle, he had overlooked this critical pop-up notification. Although the release of a warship might seem inconsequential, it rendered the wager with the blonde-haired individual unwinnable. Contemplating the state of his finances, Yifeng felt a pang of regret. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a breathless voice from the channel interrupted him. Brother Feng, I'm done. This group of Cloud Immortals is too cunning. At this rate, we won't finish until tomorrow. I have pressing matters to attend to. So consider this round a victory for you. The blonde-haired man sighed in resignation. It's all right. I also let one slip away. How about we call this round a draw and continue next time? Yifeng responded candidly. Haha, no problem at all. This round is definitely a draw. The blonde-haired man's tone instantly shifted to one of excitement. Letting one or two escape was inconsequential. It would allow them to return and spread the word. Wait, hold on. Does that mean you finished your battles? The blonde-haired man suddenly realized something. How could you possibly be done so quickly? I recall that the fleet from the Zicate Empire had over 40,000 ships. Even if they were 40,000 pigs, you would have captured them all within 2 hours. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, uncertain whether to disclose that he had activated automatic management. He hadn't anticipated being outperformed by the Cloud Immortals. Had he known, he would have chosen the Zicate Empire instead, a miscalculation indeed. The blonde-haired man, evidently oblivious to Yifeng's secret actions, assumed it was merely due to the enemy's weakness. Meanwhile, other team members began to relay their reports in the channel. Report. Captain, the 7th planet has been completely cleared. Colonel Huang, the fleet from the 8th planet has been annihilated. Boss, only 3 ships from the outer fleet managed to escape. I'll just write a title for the self-criticism after listening to the reports. The blonde-haired man nodded and continued with his orders. All right, Lu Hu will maintain vigilance. The rest of you, gather with me at the 2nd planet and prepare to activate the Stargate. Chapter 17. Stargate. The warriors of the Dragon-Tooth Squadron swiftly gathered at the designated location. Behind each soldier's mech, a colossal projection of the starry sky emerged, and these 50 celestial displays gradually coalesced into a magnificent Stargate. This astronomical map was of an intimidating scale, enveloping half a planet. If the survivors on the 2nd planet were to gaze up at the heavens at that moment, they would witness a cerulean sky transformed into an unprecedented celestial panorama. Observing Yifeng's perplexed and inquisitive expression, Huang Mao's tendency to boast resurfaced. Brother Yi, what do you think? This is a purely artificial Stargate. The only one of its kind in the entire solar system. An artificial Stargate? What does that signify? Haha, allow me to explain what a Stargate truly is. Huang Mao, now animated, gestured excitedly, his saliva splattering against the glass cabin. In truth, if one were to navigate solely within the solar system, a Stargate would be unnecessary. You see, the solar system is minuscule when compared to the vastness of the Milky Way, akin to a bathtub within the Pacific Ocean. Moreover, within the solar system, we possess a singular star as a reference point, allowing us to accurately ascertain our position at any moment, thus eliminating the possibility of getting lost. At this juncture, Yifeng nodded in understanding. He recalled having seen a child's genius watch, which included a navigation system for the solar system. This indicated that achieving positioning within the solar system was quite straightforward. Huang Mao pointed to one of the starry projections and continued, observe. Our solar system appears as merely a single pixel in that projection. Without magnification, even the sun would be invisible. This indicates that navigating through the cosmos presents challenges in utilizing a fixed coordinate system, making it all too easy to become disoriented. Based on the Cloud Immortal technology we previously deciphered, although their navigation methods are antiquated, they remain effective. They utilize their experience to delineate dozens of interconnected short-range jump corridors between 2 points, subsequently designating one or several pulsars or supernovae along each corridor as temporary reference frames. They then execute segmented jumps, switching reference frames with each segment, gradually approaching their target star system. While this method lacks efficiency, it is relatively safe. Yifeng nodded in comprehension. Thus, in interstellar navigation, the most crucial elements are the celestial coordinates along the route, serving as signposts on a highway. Am I correct? Huang Mao gave a thumbs up. Indeed, Dr. Yi, your intellect is truly remarkable, grasping the concept with ease. However, that was a method employed by ancient navigators. For us, such efficiency is still insufficient. The one-way distance limit for curvature travel hovers around 200 light-years, so it is optimal to reach the destination in one go. Therefore, the crux of the issue lies in how to establish coordinates that remain accurately observable within a scale of 200 light-years. The Stargate was developed against this backdrop. The technology for the Stargate was conceived as early as the last century. However, at that time, the complexities of interstellar travel were grossly underestimated. Without the star charts provided by the Cloud Immortal, locating the civilization star system was utterly impossible. Thus, for an extended period, this technology was relegated to obscurity. Fortunately, Professor Luo steadfastly pursued research on this project, prompting the military to continually invest in this field. The current mechanism of the Stargate is quite straightforward. It employs a curvature engine to create a region of subspace with a specific frequency within the target star system. The vibrational frequencies within this subspace can propagate in a straight line at superluminal speeds. General Zhang and his team merely need to detect the same vibrational frequency within the subspace of the solar system to effortlessly pinpoint the star-C-star system. With a snap of his fingers, Huang Mao initiated the process. Indeed, the miniature curvature chips mounted on the 50 mechas began to vibrate this space, transforming the once tranquil night sky into a surface reminiscent of a pond stirred by a gentle breeze, sending ripples cascading outward. Although the amplitude of the subspace waves was subtle, they were visibly propagating towards the far reaches of the cosmos. Next, let me elucidate what an artificial stargate is. Huang Mao explained with great pride. Generally, such subspace frequency waves necessitate a dedicated stargate ship for their realization. However, our Dragon-Tooth Special Forces, through rigorous training, are capable of creating an artificial stargate, which requires exceptional synergy and formidable mental support. Impressive, Yifeng exclaimed, applauding in admiration. Haha. I reckon the solar system has already received our message. We should arrive by tomorrow, Huang Mao said, beaming with joy. We have to wait until tomorrow? Can't we arrive in 2 or 3 hours? Yifeng queried, puzzled. Huang Mao chuckled and shook his head. Haha. Do you really think everyone is as audacious as our Dragon-Tooth team? Those formidable ships like the aerial motherships, battleships, and cruisers cannot afford to charge recklessly like us. Each jump of these massive warships consumes an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, and navigating through subspace is far more cumbersome for them. In essence, the paths we dare to traverse are not ones they can navigate. They can only take the safer, longer routes for their transitions. Are you suggesting that each ship's transition path is unique? Of course, in our operational protocols, large-scale group transitions are strictly prohibited due to the inherent dangers. If all vessels were as dilapidated as those of the Cloud Immortal, it would be inconsequential. Their entire fleet's spiritual energy combined pales in comparison to that of a single patrol boat. However, our warships possess a significantly high density of spiritual energy, and gathering in large numbers within subspace could easily precipitate a collapse. Moreover, it is said that peculiar entities within subspace exhibit a keen interest in high-energy signatures. Therefore, to ensure safety, our warships transition in batches. With the Stargate serving as our reference point, we are assured of not losing our way. Indeed, I had not anticipated the depth of knowledge contained within this matter. Noticing that Yifeng was about to inquire further, Huang Mao swiftly interjected. Do not pose questions regarding the subspace. My understanding is quite limited. If you seek clarity, it would be best to consult the literature or inquire with Professor Luo. But refrain from asking me. Yifeng offered a wry smile and chose not to press further. Instead, he gazed contemplatively at the undulating stargate. Chapter 18. The Grain Tax Officer in the Southern Star Domain of the Yunxian Empire, within the Jojo star system, on the planet Xia. You wretched slaves dare to hide the tax grain. A soldier of the Yunxian Empire, at the Qi refinement stage, raised a wet whip and struck the elderly man before him fiercely, instantly enveloping the air in a cloud of crimson mist. Beneath the old man lay half a bag of grain. Sir, this is the seed for planting in the spring. It cannot be taken. The old man spat blood, but resolutely clutched the grain bag, unwilling to let go. Without grain, one can still devise a means, but without seeds, this autumn will yield nothing. The soldier sneered, advancing to kick the old man aside, then picked up the grain bag, standing up with satisfaction. Grandfather! Grandfather! A gaunt little girl emerged from the crowd, rushing to support her fallen grandfather, her heart aching. Her large, watery eyes glistened with tears. You scoundrels, return our grain. The girl shouted at the soldiers. Her voice, though tender, resonated with fury. The Yunxian soldier, who had just turned to leave, paused upon hearing her. He slowly turned back, a cruel smile creeping across his face, tightening his grip on the whip. Who dared to insult me just now? The villagers lowered their heads, trembling, afraid to utter another word, lest they attract ire. To defy a celestial being is punishable by death. Out of consideration for your youth, I shall only strike you once today. The soldier, whip in hand, approached slowly, the malice in his smile growing. The villagers, having witnessed the earlier strike, dared not look up any longer. With the soldier's strength, a single lash would surely spell disaster for the girl, likely claiming her life on the spot. The whip was raised high, a faint aura already clinging to it. Should he strike with full force, even a millstone would shatter. It was I who spoke. Just as the crowd could bear no more, a lean youth rose from among them, his eyes ablaze with fury. Oh, I did not expect a young hero to emerge from this place. The Yunxian soldier gradually lowered his whip, stepping toward the youth. The elderly, women, and children parted to create a path, leaving only the youth and the soldier at the center of the scene. "Tell me your name," the soldier commanded, raising his whip to unleash a resounding crack in the air. "I have no name." The youth, undaunted, met the soldier's gaze defiantly. An orphan from Yojia village. He had lost his mother to childbirth and had not seen his father since he was 2, taken away for conscription. He had grown up eating the food of others, surviving until the age of 16. The villagers did not know his name. They simply called him Nyo. He recalled a time in his childhood when life had not been so harsh. Although tax collectors would occasionally come to the village to collect grain, they only did so once a year during the autumn harvest, and the quantity demanded was fixed. However, in recent years, not only was the autumn grain required to be paid on time, but additional spring grain and military taxes had also been imposed. All the able-bodied men in the village had been conscripted into military service, leaving the community severely diminished while the grain demands multiplied. The village was soon stripped bare, and failure to meet the quotas meant that the soldiers from the Yunxian Empire would come knocking on their doors for payment. Over the years, the villagers had found themselves in increasingly desperate circumstances, with Nyo among them. "Very well, since you are reluctant to speak, I shall ensure you receive the treatment you deserve." The soldier's face darkened as he brandished a whip and brought it down mercilessly upon Nyo. The whip, imbued with tremendous force, threatened to leave a gaping wound upon contact. "Stop. Please spare him. I beg you." Cries of alarm rippled through the crowd. Yet none dared to step forward to shield Nyo from the onslaught, though the villagers yearned to eliminate the oppressive Yunxian soldiers. They were but insignificant insects in the presence of such formidable cultivators. Crack! The whip landed heavily on Nyo, and in an instant, blood spurted forth, staining his coarse garment crimson. "Nyo!" The sight drove the villagers into a frenzy. "Do not move." The Yunxian soldier barked sharply, silencing the crowd. "Young man, allow me to impart a lesson on the consequences of offending me." With that, he swung the whip once more, this time with even greater force. A sharp crack echoed in the air as several of Nyo's ribs shattered. Yet, he bore the pain in silence, kneeling quietly. An elderly man had once saved him from starvation by offering him a simple egg pancake, allowing him to survive a harsh winter night. He later learned that the egg pancake was meant to be a birthday gift for a little girl. At this moment, Nyo felt numbness spread through his body, and a metallic sweetness flooded his mouth, reminiscent of that fateful evening's meal. "Huh, you, an insignificant creature, dare to play the hero." The Yunxian soldier scoffed with disdain as the whip came crashing down once more. Crack! Another resounding impact sent Nyo flying, leaving a ghastly mark across his chest. Nyo! A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the crowd, echoing their despair. "Haha, consider yourself fortunate to still be alive. Today, I shall see how many lashes you can endure." The soldier laughed maniacally. Just as he prepared to strike again, a silent Foundation establishment cultivator interjected. "Enough. Do not waste any more time. We must move on to the next village. Hang him up, so that all may witness the fate that befalls those who dare to resist the Yunxian Empire." The soldier of Yunxian immediately halted his actions, bowing respectfully to the foundational cultivator. "Yes, I shall faithfully adhere to the decree of the esteemed immortal." He then stowed away his whip and swiftly approached, binding Nyo's hands and feet securely before suspending him from the crooked tree at the village's edge. Once the Yunxian soldiers had departed, the villagers dared to advance. A few daring children attempted to climb the tree to lower Nyo. However, upon reaching the branches, they discovered that the knots had been enchanted by the foundational cultivator, rendering them impossible for an ordinary person to untie. Meanwhile, Nyo's lips had become parched, his breath waning steadily. "Nyo, have a sip of water." A little girl climbed the tree, offering him a gourd to drink from. "Aro, quickly. Go take care of your grandfather. Don't worry about me," Nyo whispered weakly to the girl. The little girl, known as Aro, could no longer contain her tears. Grandfather has already passed away." "What?" Upon hearing this, Nyo could no longer hold back. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. Chapter 19. The Soul Resonance Weapon. A day later, at the Starsea Fortress. The previously tranquil expanse of the cosmos was suddenly disrupted by violent tremors, akin to a mischievous child tossing a hefty stone into a pond, sending countless droplets soaring. As the intensity and frequency of the vibrations escalated, even the backdrop of the starry sky seemed on the verge of shattering. At last, from the fractured void emerged an immense warship. With a resounding boom, the ship's hull soon revealed its insignia. It was none other than the Taiha. Wherever the Taiha ventured, It stirred tumultuous waves, as if the very energy of the cosmos was summoned forth to converge upon it in a frenzy. Ultimately, this colossal vessel fully materialized from the depths of the starry abyss, coming to a gentle halt. Its silhouette was as grand as a city, its surface smooth and reflective, radiating the brilliant luminescence of the star sea. It exuded a sacred aura, reminiscent of a mythological paradise inhabited by deities. At this moment, the gigantic ship hovered above the second planet of the Starsea system, surrounded by countless tightly clustered warships. The Taiha stood like an insurmountable deity, gazing down upon the minuscule lives beneath it. Creak! A crisp sound echoed within the ship, akin to a mechanical gear in motion, as a heavy metallic door swung open, and two figures emerged. One was a tall and robust man, his face adorned with stubble, clad in camouflage, exuding an air of wildness and ferocity. General Zhang. The other was an elderly gentleman dressed in black, his presence subtle, concealing his true prowess. Professor Luo, we have finally arrived in this long-anticipated realm, General Zhang murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon the distant fortress planet, eyes aflame with fervor and longing. Is this the Starsea Fortress? Indeed magnificent. Professor Luo exclaimed in awe. General Zhang nodded slightly at his words. Professor Luo, many warships remain in subspace awaiting orders. We require a stronger Stargate signal. Could you possibly enhance it? Professor Luo inclined his head slightly. Certainly, please hold on. With that, he traced several circles in the air with his hands, and a white luminescent veil enveloped the entire Stargate. The vibration frequency of the gate quickened instantly. Taking a deep breath, Professor Luo emanated a gentle aura, and then, in a flash, his figure vanished from sight. Exhaling deeply as he watched Professor Luo depart, General Zhang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the surrounding mech warriors, a serious expression settling on his face. Major Huang, why do remnants of hostile forces persist on the planet? With the capabilities of your Dragon Tooth Squadron, it should have been thoroughly cleansed, he inquired. Major Huang, shedding his usual nonchalance, stood at attention and replied loudly, Report, sir. All enemy mobile fleets in the Starsea system have been completely annihilated. The residual forces on the planetary surface pose no threat. We suspect there may be high-value prisoners of war among them, which is why we refrained from total extermination. General Zhang slowly nodded, praising, You, my lad, have finally begun to employ your intellect. I was worried on my way here that you might have ravaged the entire star system. With a chuckle, he added, How could that be? Having mingled with General Zhang for so long, I certainly grasped this bit of wisdom. The blond youth immediately reverted to his mischievous demeanor. General Zhang waved his hand, and his aide promptly understood the cue, producing a device reminiscent of a gramophone. The aide cast a glance at General Zhang before retrieving a pair of earplugs and handing them to Yifeng. Here, put these on. You may experience slight discomfort shortly, but just try not to resist. Yifeng, puzzled, accepted the earplugs, which instantly melded into the mech, only to reappear in his hand a moment later. Allow me to explain this machine, General Zhang said. Its full name is the Wide Area Soul Subsonic Assault Broadcast Device. He gestured for Yifeng to don the earplugs. This weapon has been specifically developed based on the soul characteristics of the Cloud Immortals. It can emit subsonic waves of varying frequencies tailored to different soul traits. And when driven by psychic energy, it can encompass an entire planet. Upon hearing this sound, a Cloud Immortal's soul will be plunged into extreme agony, possibly leading them into certain illusions. The higher their cultivation, the more pronounced the effect. Previous simulations indicate that even those in the tribulation phase could suffer severe injuries if caught unaware. The advantage of this kind of weapon is that it allows us to deal with those elusive Cloud Immortals without the hassle of uprooting the crust. We can simply broadcast the soul subsonics, and they'll inevitably emerge if they cannot withstand it, the aide calmly explained, as if discussing a mere household appliance. Do these earplugs really work? Perhaps I should stand further away? Yifeng began to feel a chill, reflecting on the boundless ingenuity of humanity when it comes to weaponry. Fear not, Dr. Yi, we have reduced the power of the broadcast device. For a practitioner of your level, it will have negligible effects. Moreover, with those soul shielders, you may not experience anything out of the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt somewhat reassured. The aide twisted a knob, and wave after wave of subsonic frequencies surged towards the second planet. On the surface of the second planet, the surviving soldiers of the Cloud Immortal Empire lay sprawled in various positions, exhausted from months of relentless warfare. After witnessing the might of the slaughterer from yesterday, all the soldiers had lost their will to fight. They merely wished to rest, even if it meant dying, to die comfortably. The subsonic waves swiftly permeated the surface. The sleeping cloud immortals contorted in pain, as if trapped in a horrific nightmare. Those still awake abruptly halted their tasks, sensing an immensely powerful and malevolent force invading their minds, mercilessly tormenting them within their souls. Before long, the entire planet's cloud immortal soldiers were ensnared in an excruciatingly prolonged dream, one that was 1,000-fold more terrifying than anything they had ever encountered in their lives. This is the formidable power of infrasound weaponry, capable of coaxing the subconscious mind to resurrect fears long buried within the recesses of memory. At this moment, Yifeng too donned earplugs. The infrasound held little sway over him. Nevertheless, he experienced a slight discomfort, as if a cascade of sorrowful memories began to surface. Yet they remained so nebulous that clarity eluded him. Amidst these indistinct recollections, however, there existed an extraordinarily pure and boundless force. The sensation this power evoked was even more terrifying than that of the engine room aboard the Taya vessel, though in terms of magnitude it paled in comparison. When it comes to the purity and sophistication of energy, it undoubtedly surpassed even that of spiritual energy by a considerable degree. Chapter 20. The Mystery of the Yi Clan. Ultimately, memories are but remnants of the past. At this moment, Yifeng faintly sensed that it was this pure energy that had brought catastrophic ruin upon him and his family. The source of this calamity seemed to originate from a distant realm, warning him to refrain from wielding such forces. Yifeng noticed that the surface of his skin was covered in goosebumps, a manifestation of profound fear lurking in his subconscious. He squinted and shook his head, casting his gaze once more towards the towering and majestic Taya warship. Yet, even this formidable machine of war could not afford him any semblance of security. At last, the sonic weapon ceased its broadcast, and the discomfort began to dissipate from within Yifeng. Huang Mao, filled with concern, patted Yifeng on the shoulder. "It's all right, Yifeng. The cloud immortals on the planet are nearly all dead. We have emerged victorious in this battle. You may now seek out the high-ranking cultivators of the cloud immortals," General Zhang remarked with a smile. Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Are we truly going to seek out that powerful cloud immortal? Aren't we concerned he might act out of desperation?" General Zhang replied with a grin. "We have installed the latest radar systems aboard the Taiha. No matter where they hide, they cannot escape our detection. Shortly, I will synchronize the latest radar imagery into your consciousness, providing you with precise locations. With your strength, capturing a mere integration stage cultivator will be a trivial task." Yifeng nodded, realizing that General Zhang was quite confident in their combat capabilities. "All right, I understand." With that, he turned and prepared to accelerate towards the surface. "Dr. Yi." The aide suddenly called out to him. "Is there something else?" Yifeng inquired. The aide hesitated for a moment before responding. "Dr. Yi, it seems you were still affected. From what I observe, your cultivation level appears to have recently crossed the Great Ascension Tribulation. Your consciousness may not be entirely stable. If you experienced any illusions just now, I recommend you take a moment to rest and perhaps consult a mental health professional. After all, damage to one's spirit is not a matter to be taken lightly." Yifeng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your reminder. I will consider it. Then I shall not disturb you further, Dr. Yi." The aide saluted and stepped back. At this moment, Huang Mao was also prepared and gave Yifeng a thumbs up. "Brother Feng, let us set off. The radar indicates the target lies beneath the Arctic ice cap. We shall head directly there." Meanwhile, beneath the thick layers of Arctic ice, the commander of the Cloud Immortal Empire's fortress, Nangong Lingkong, cradled his lifeless son, his eyes vacant and lost. The recent sonic assault had obliterated everyone on the planet, save for him. Moreover, it was a death so complete that even the prospect of reconstructing his son's body had become a mere fantasy. The ability to silently annihilate all soldiers on a planet simultaneously was a power that surpassed his comprehension. At present, he harbored no doubts. The reason he had survived until now was not due to the mysterious forces and capacity, but rather their deliberate choice to leave him alive. Who could have anticipated that a distinguished cultivator in the late stage of integration would possess not even a shred of resistance? In the recent indiscriminate assault on his spirit, the most terrifying vision that emerged from his illusion was that of a golden-haired man clad in armor. Upon first sighting this golden mane, he almost believed him to be a formidable tribulation transcendent from the Zikade Empire. However, he soon noted that the bridge of this tribulation expert's nose and the hue of his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the esteemed Yun Xianren. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to the identity of this formidable being. Yet, for him now, none of that mattered. Whether it was the Zikade Empire or the Yunxian Empire, Before this force, they were akin to mere chickens and dogs, helplessly at the mercy of their whims. Nagong Linkong sighed, fully aware that his time was short. His spirit had been ruthlessly shattered by the prior assault. He was left devoid of any combat capability. The one thing he could not relinquish was his son, Nagong Yuxiao. He yearned to bury his son in their homeland. Yet he knew that such a desire was now unattainable. Booming sounds erupted suddenly, and the ice beneath began to tremble violently. What was happening? Nagong Linkong exclaimed in terror. Shortly thereafter, two colossal apertures appeared in the ice, and two mechas descended before him. Nagong Linkong's eyes widened. One of them was the golden-haired fiend who had massacred an entire fleet just the day prior. The other, resembling Yun Xianren, exuded an eerily familiar aura, Yi Clan. Finally, Nagong Linkong recognized that familiar sensation. Ha ha ha, it seems I have wronged the sovereign all along. The sovereign's trepidation towards your Yi Clan was not unfounded. Ha ha. Nagong Linkong appeared to have an epiphany, his face reflecting newfound clarity. Yifeng stepped forward slowly. In a deliberate tone, he queried, "Tell me, what truly transpired with the Yi Clan back then?" At this moment, Nagong Linkong's expression had shifted from fear to one of relief. Haha. We border troops did not personally partake in the eradication of the Yi Clan. However, I happen to know some insider information. But why would I divulge this to a remnant of the Yi Clan? The golden-haired man impatiently retorted to Yifeng. Yifeng, do not indulge him. I possess several types of soul viruses here. Soon enough, he would sell out his own father. Nagong Linkong, seemingly comprehending the golden-haired man's words, shook his head and laughed. Haha, I am well aware of the means at your disposal, you tribulation experts. However, should I wish to conceal certain information, it would not be a difficult task. If you desire to probe my soul, feel free to give it a try. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively at Huang Mao, unwilling to take such a perilous risk. He harbored an abundance of questions regarding his own lineage. Why had his family been abruptly annihilated? What purpose did the jade pendant within him serve? What precisely was the pure energy encountered in the illusion? Were his biological parents still alive? All of these inquiries seemed to conceal a monumental secret. Tell me what you know. I may have the hope of restoring your child's soul, Yifeng remarked, casting a glance at the corpse cradled in Nagong Linkong's arms, noting the subtle resemblance between the deceased and Nagong Linkong. Ha ha ha, what did you say? Restore the soul? Nagong Linkong erupted into laughter as if he had just heard an outrageous joke. Even if you possess the strength of the tribulation stage, the notion of restoring a soul is akin to a fool's dream. I am at least a cultivator at the integration stage. Do you truly believe I am but a child? Chapter 21. The Cycle of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Yifeng fell into a contemplative silence. Although he was still unable to extract the jade pendant from his body upon reaching the Great Ascension stage, he had managed to slightly harness some of the golden light within it. It was this very golden light that had enabled him to repeatedly reconstruct his soul in the past. Yifeng silently raised his arm, palm facing upwards, where a complex pattern materialized in his palm, radiating a gentle golden glow. Nagong Linkong, who had initially regarded him with a mocking gaze, gradually shifted to a serious expression, which then morphed into one of terror. What? The treasure of the Yi Clan truly resides within you. The Yi Clan's treasure was a legendary artifact known only to the upper echelons of the Yunsan Empire. Its significance surpassed that of the star charts, as it was rumored to not only reconstruct souls and grant resurrection, but also assist in cultivation and breaking through cultivation levels. It was said that even during the tribulation phase, this object remained effective. When the Yi Clan was annihilated, countless powerful beings sought to seize this supreme treasure. Unfortunately, with the demise of the Yi Clan, the artifact vanished without a trace. Now, witnessing it re-emerge in the hands of a descendant of the Yi Clan, how could Nagong Linkong not feel exhilarated? If there truly existed something in the universe that could revive his son, it had to be this very treasure. Though he had not seen the jade pendant, the patterns in Yifeng's palm already indicated that the Yi Clan's treasure was indeed within his grasp. The Yi Clan's treasure? I believe I have heard someone mention it before. What do you know about this artifact? Yifeng inquired nonchalantly, seeing hope for his son's revival. Nagong Linkong no longer concealed his thoughts. The tale is lengthy, and I shall recount it to you in detail. Long before the dawn of civilization, the Yunsan Empire unexpectedly acquired two jade pendants. One of them, imbued with the secrets of the universe, allows one to observe the world. Our ancestors referred to it as the Yunhai Star Chart. Currently, this artifact resides with the prince of the southern town, serving as a navigational guide for his expeditionary fleet to conquer the starry seas. The other pendant is the Yi Clan's Soul Jade Wall, which aids in soul restoration. capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Furthermore, it facilitates cultivation, allowing even the most ordinary individuals to effortlessly transcend to greatness. At the inception of the Yunxian Empire, it was with the aid of these two artifacts that they expanded their territories, achieving victory in countless battles. Nangong Lingkong gazed ahead, seemingly lost in the glorious memories of the empire's past. Yifeng pressed on. Then why was the Yi clan besieged? Could it be related to this artifact? Nangong Lingkong's reminiscence was interrupted, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. However, upon meeting the unfriendly gaze of Huang Mao, he quickly donned a conciliatory smile and said, "The affairs of the Yi clan are a closely guarded secret of the Yunxian Empire, and I only possess a fragment of knowledge. It is said that a catastrophic disaster struck the Tsueju star system, where the Yi clan resided, roughly 1,000 years ago. This event is known as the Tsueju star change." The Tsueju star change? Yifeng swiftly retrieved the relevant information regarding the Yunxian Empire. The records indicated that approximately 1,200 years ago, the star within the Tsueju star system underwent a dramatic expansion, known as a supernova explosion. This celestial event was so vivid that it could even be observed from Earth. However, calculations based on the data suggested that the star in the Tsueju star system was still in its prime, far from the end of its life cycle, making a supernova explosion implausible. This implies that the star's demise was likely not due to natural decay, but rather the influence of an external force. After reviewing the data, Yifeng was drenched in cold sweat, while Huang Mao's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had been monitoring Nangong Lingkong's soul fluctuations, and indeed, the latter had not lied. Everything he stated aligned perfectly with the observational data from Earth. The crux of the problem, however, lay in the nature of the force capable of obliterating a star in an instant. Not only the Yunxian Empire, but even the current human federation could not achieve such a feat. A star accounts for approximately 99.8% of the total mass of its star system. If the star were akin to a colossal mountain, then all other celestial bodies combined would resemble mere pebbles. Humanity's current capabilities extend only to scratching the surface of a small stone. Fear and astonishment instantly enveloped the two of them. This was an unfathomable power. Nangong Lingkong, observing their expressions, was quite pleased and continued, "It seems you have yet to reach that level." "What level?" Huang Mao inquired eagerly. "What I am about to share is information I have personally gathered, and I make no guarantees regarding its authenticity. It pertains to many matters concerning the current emperor." Nangong Lingkong's tone shifted to one of mystery, suggesting the importance of the forthcoming revelations. "Even my son remains unaware of these matters, for once he learns of them, even I may not survive." "You mean to say that beyond the tribulation, there exists another realm, correct?" Yifeng remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Lingkong was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yifeng with rapt attention, though he quickly regained his composure. "Ha ha ha. As a descendant of the Yi clan, I am not surprised you are aware of this. But just how much do you truly know?" "It is said that in ancient times, someone within the Yi clan forcibly attempted to transcend the tribulation, thereby summoning a heavenly calamity that resulted in the annihilation of the entire star system." Heavenly calamity? Huang Mao analyzed all the data but found no relevant information. "Indeed, it is the heavenly calamity. Only such a force possesses the might to utterly obliterate a world. Mere mortals dare to aspire to the realm of immortals. How could they not face destruction?" Realm of immortals? Huang Mao seized upon a new term, one he had never encountered before. Precisely, beyond the tribulation lies the realm of immortals. Anyone who has transcended the heavenly tribulation becomes an immortal. When one individual attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs may ascend to the heavens. If a member of a clan can break through to the realm of immortality, they can lead their entire lineage to ascend to the celestial realm, thus escaping the torment of reincarnation and destruction. What, then, is this suffering of reincarnation and annihilation? Huang Mao was on the verge of madness. He could hardly fathom that such a primitive civilization concealed so many secrets. "Ha ha. I cannot say for certain, but I fear that only a handful within the entire Yunxian Empire are privy to this knowledge. However, one thing is certain, the calamity of reincarnation and destruction is imminent. Why did the Zikate Empire suddenly declare war upon us? Is it not merely to plunder resources and ensure their divine emperor can transcend the heavenly tribulation?" Yifeng pondered seriously for a moment before remarking, "Are you suggesting that within a civilization, someone must break through to the realm of immortality to lead the entire clan in ascending to the celestial realm? Only then can they evade a cataclysm that engulfs the entire star domain." Nangong Lingkong gazed at Yifeng with keen interest, remarking, Truly worthy of being a scion of the Yi clan, you grasp the essence immediately. The calamity of reincarnation and destruction. Do you imply that such events have occurred repeatedly? Yi Feng continued to inquire. Indeed, I cannot ascertain if your civilization possesses similar records. However, based on our Yunxian Empire's experience in conquering thousands of civilized worlds, every planet that harbors life and civilization has endured multiple epochs of annihilation. In their chronicles, the Zikate Empire refers to it as the twilight of the gods. While some call it the great extinction of species, we term it the cycle of reincarnation and destruction. Approximately every 100 million years, a round of extinction occurs. Any race that has not ascended to the celestial realm will be utterly eradicated, leaving only a few embers of life until the next extinction. According to historical patterns, it seems the cycle of annihilation is poised to occur within the next few centuries. Chapter 22. The third spiral arm. Yi Feng inhaled a breath of cool air. Although he possessed no profound understanding of the history of civilization, he could comprehend the words spoken by Nangong Linkong. The yellow-haired individual interjected. Are you suggesting that if someone transcends the tribulation, it will provoke a stellar strike? Yet, if no one ascends to the immortal realm, civilization will face an apocalyptic catastrophe? Is it not a dead end either way? What difference does it make? Moreover, this calamity is to unfold within mere centuries. Given the current circumstances, it appears that no one will escape unscathed. Yi Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Such matters were likely beyond anything he had ever encountered, warranting careful reflection. Nangong Linkong smiled lightly. Henceforth, the matter I am about to discuss is of utmost significance. It is rumored that the immortal practitioner from the Yi clan who broke through in the bamboo star system successfully withstood the tribulation. However, for certain peculiar reasons, he has been compelled to evade something, leaving him no opportunity to assist us in our ascension. Furthermore, it is said that the rulers of the Western and Eastern Shade empires, the Divine Emperor, have also approached the immortal realm, with ascension merely a thought away. The royal family's desire to eradicate the Yi clan stems from this necessity. They must force the Yi clan immortal into the open to unravel the secrets of immortality. After all, an immortal outside the royal lineage could jeopardize the imperial throne of the Huangfu family. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, if he has already transcended to the immortal realm, why must he still remain in hiding? This is utterly incomprehensible. Nangong Linkong narrowed his eyes and speculated. In this regard, we can only theorize. Perhaps the reckless use of immortal power invites even more terrifying repercussions. The ancestor of the Yi family may wish to spare the lives of innocents. Yet it is conceivable that there are unspeakable complexities at play. However, with less than a millennium remaining before the impending doom, it is likely that this star domain will remain tumultuous during this period. Yi Feng cast a deep glance at the yellow-haired man. The intelligence acquired today was exceedingly vital and required prompt reporting. With a flick of his hand, a beam of golden light illuminated the corpse cradled in Nangong Linkong's arms. To their astonishment, the shattered soul began to reintegrate into the golden light, and amidst the serene golden glow, a humanoid form gradually took shape. After a brief moment, a soul strikingly resembling Nangong Linkong emerged from the golden light, slowly standing before the assembled crowd. Aoa! Nangong Linkong strode forward, seemingly intent on embracing the figure before him. Yet fearing that he might inadvertently shatter the soul, he could only stand aside, utterly at a loss. Father, I recall experiencing a dreadful nightmare just now, wherein I seemingly met my demise. Nangong Ao's face was etched with anguish, as if recalling something painful. The yellow-haired man coldly observed the two, then produced an object resembling a USB drive. In an instant, Nangong Ao's soul was confined within the device. Your son's soul is far too unstable. We shall place him here for the time being, until he stabilizes, he stated. Nangong Linkong stood in a daze, suddenly kneeling on the ground in gratitude, exclaiming, Esteemed masters, your immense grace is beyond words. Henceforth, I shall sever all ties with the Yunxian Empire. Should you ever find need of my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I possess the entire defense map of the Yunxian Empire. Seeing Nangong Linkong's perceptiveness, Huang Mao was highly satisfied and refrained from further discourse, leading Nangong Linkong back to the Taiha ship to report the matter to General Zhang and Professor Luo. Within the main operations command room of the Taiha ship, Yi Feng and Huang Mao had awaited Nangong Linkong for quite some time. After listening to their report, Professor Luo remained silent for a lengthy period, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, General Zhang engaged in lively conversation with Nangong Linkong, both sharing a camaraderie as fellow military leaders, almost as if they had known each other for ages. Particularly for Nangong Linkong. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless fleet of Earth, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of resistance. To him, if any civilization could avert the impending doom, it was undoubtedly the one before him, known as the Human Federation. At long last, after considerable contemplation, Professor Luo took a seat and began his deductions. If what we previously discussed regarding the cycle of world destruction and celestial tribulations is indeed real, we must arrive at a terrifying conclusion. The existence of all current civilizations is the result of human interference. Whether it be the Yunstin civilization, the Zicate Empire, or even human civilization itself. All are confined within the third spiral arm. As Professor Luo spoke, he activated the star chart. This star chart was now linked to the ship's command system. And only a colossal vessel like the Taiha could provide the immense spiritual energy required to drive such a star chart. As the map expanded, the third spiral arm of the Milky Way became visible, with each star system harboring civilization marked in different colors. The red region represented the Yunsan Empire. Occupying the lower section of the arm, the green area denoted the Zicate Empire, occupying the right section of the upper half, while the yellow zone symbolized the Dongchate Empire, occupying the left section of the upper half. Additionally, there were hundreds of other colors representing various scattered factions. The results of the Yunsan Empire's explorations over the past tens of thousands of years. Although not entirely accurate, it provided a rough overview of the situation. The number of civilizations was not insignificant. However, all known civilizations were situated within the third spiral arm. General Nangong, could you shed light on this matter? Nangong Lincoln's expression grew grave as he responded. Our Yunstin Empire has indeed contemplated the same question. What lies ahead if we continue towards the center of the galaxy? Yet the reality is that we cannot leave the third spiral arm. He gestured to enlarge the star chart, following the direction of his finger. One could see a completely black region at the juncture of the third spiral arm and the galactic core, as if someone had erased a portion of the star chart. As the star map continues to magnify, the visible expanse reveals no noteworthy celestial bodies. According to the reconnaissance conducted by our Celestial Empire's fleet, this entire region is devoid of any stars. It is well understood that without stars to guide us, curvature travel becomes an impossibility. Historically, we have organized numerous expeditions into the galaxy. However, the fleets that ventured forth have returned without a single echo. The resplendent Milky Way seems to lie beyond an insurmountable chasm. From the cosmic perspective, this pitch-black band spans thousands of light-years in width, indicating that even with humanity's current technological capabilities, traversing such vast distances in one leap is utterly unattainable. In truth, we remain oblivious to what exists beyond the Milky Way, for passage is beyond our reach. Consequently, all known civilizations reside within this spiral arm. Chapter 23. Combat Strategy. The third spiral arm resembles a goo, with myriad civilizations akin to the goo worms within it. If a goo king does not emerge to shatter this prison, all the worms shall inevitably perish within. However, the emergence of a goo king invites divine retribution and catastrophic consequences. Thus, to survive, one must satisfy two conditions. First, to transcend to the immortal realm. Second, to withstand the onslaught of celestial tribulations. The Empire of Chart must possess greater knowledge regarding these matters than we do. Numerous credible reports confirm that their emperor is on the cusp of breaking through to the immortal realm. Yet, they have yet to discover an effective means to evade the impending tribulations. The recent plight of the Yi clan stands as a testament. Even those of the immortal realm face numerous constraints in this world. Nangong Linkong laid bare all that he knew without reservation. Professor Luo's expression turned grave. From my observations, he stated, this dark region is far from simple. It acts as an insurmountable chasm, separating the third spiral arm from the galactic center. The legends suggest that those who ascend to immortality can traverse this realm, implying that immortal realm cultivators possess the ability to shatter the void and navigate this darkness. Should we fail to escape this world before the next cataclysm, extinction is our only fate. General Zhang nodded in agreement, continuing, indeed. Our foremost objective must be to uncover a method to break through to the immortal realm. Currently, two avenues present themselves. First, the immortals of the Yi clan are undoubtedly still alive, though they remain hidden due to the pressure from the Cloud Immortal Empire. If we can compel the royal family of the Cloud Immortal Empire to abdicate through force, the Yi clan may re-emerge, and we could then ascertain the path to immortality. General Zhang glanced at Nangong Linkong. The second direction involves a direct assault on the Chart Empire. Their divine emperor serves as the ideal experimental subject. Present intelligence indicates that, although the Chart Empire has fractured into Eastern and Western factions, both still revere the divine emperor, albeit with differing interpretations of doctrine. Upon hearing General Zhang's proposal, Negong Lingkong shook his head with a bitter smile. Both plans necessitate the overthrow of at least one empire. In times past, I would have deemed such notions the ravings of a madman. However, after witnessing the lethal efficiency of the Human Federation's war machine, I harbor no doubts. Then let it be decided. The Wuma fleet shall proceed to the Cloud Immortal star system to compel the royal family to pardon the Yi clan. The Chunlong fleet will head towards the Eastern Chart Empire to capture the Divine Emperor. Meanwhile, the Mautu fleet will engage the Western Chart Empire to gather intelligence on their inner workings. Professor Luo pondered briefly before proposing the plan. The group exchanged glances. And except for Negong Lingkong, all nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, General Zhang issued the command. Let us proceed as planned. I shall lead the Chunlong fleet, while Professor Luo commands the Mautu fleet. As for the Wuma fleet, it will be entrusted to Yi Feng and Huang Mao. Negong Lingkong let out a cold chuckle, intending to speak, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Nearly 3 fleets are poised to annihilate the 3 great empires of the third spiral arm. It was a notion he could never have fathomed in the past, but if this civilization, teeming with great ascension beings and countless tribulations, sought to undertake such a venture, it might not be entirely implausible. The colossal warship he currently inhabited far exceeded the limits of his imagination. The once proud A-class fleet he had cherished appeared laughably insignificant, akin to a mere leaf in the presence of this civilization. Just yesterday, a single combat vehicle had effortlessly obliterated the elite forces of 2 great empires. Contemplating this, Negong Lingkong merely sighed, choosing to remain silent. In the Yunsten star system, within the Imperial Palace, Xiao Chen, it has been several days since we last met. And you have evidently gained prowess? The sovereign remarked. I have heard that you commandeered a tying ship and returned in just over 10 days. With such speed, I believe you would be the most suitable captain for the Finghua fleet. Would you not agree? The man kneeling below was none other than Xiao Chen, who had hastily returned from the solar system. In his haste, he had nearly pushed the performance of the Tying-class battleship to its limits, managing to arrive back in the Yuxian star system within a fortnight. This sinner knows that no amount of life can suffice for atonement. Yet I implore your majesty to prepare thoroughly. The king of Jinnan may not return. Nonsense. As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, he was met with the furious retort of the Yunxian emperor. The king of Jinnan is our greatest military deity. How could he possibly not return? Can a mere native world possess an A-class fleet? Xiao Chun hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth and asserting, Your Majesty, what I say is not without foundation. The king of Jinnan may very well have met with defeat and death. What? The Yunxian emperor leaped to his feet, eyes gleaming with a fearsome coldness. He is a great ascension expert and furthermore, commands an entire Titan fleet. There is no reason for him to suffer defeat even against the Chait Empire. Your Majesty, please allow me to speak. Silence. The Yunxian emperor commanded sternly. Seeing this, Xiao Chen had no choice but to bow his head. He understood that even if he spoke now, the Yunxian emperor would likely remain unconvinced. He was well aware of the king of Jinnan's strength, a late-stage great ascension expert capable of looking down upon the entire Yunxian empire. Yet, when he had arrived in the solar system, he sensed that the power of this civilization far surpassed that of the great ascension. Even if an old monster of the tribulation stage ventured forth, they would likely gain nothing from the encounter. A small eunuch from the inner palace hurried to Huang Fu Yun's side and whispered in his ear, Your Majesty. There is still no word from the king of Jinnan or eunuch Lu. Huang Fu Yun remained silent, merely signaling for the eunuch to inquire further and report back. During this time, he too had harbored doubts regarding the progress of the situation there. Ever since Zhao Zhangtian returned to the indigenous star system, no matter how many messages he sent, there was never a reply. Both Zhao Zhangtian and eunuch Lu, his trusted confidants, remained unresponsive for an extended period, causing a slight unease to stir within him. Bring this man to the dungeons. Yes, the retinue of guards stepped forward, seizing Xiao Chun and dragging him away. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Chun felt no fear, in comparison to the profound terror rooted deep within his soul that emanated from the indigenous star system. Even the dungeons now seemed like a serene paradise to him. Chapter 24, Daoist Wang in the southern star domain of the Yuxian Empire, in the 9-continent star system. On the Shiha planet. Brother Ainyu, Daoist Wang has come to see you. A tattered little girl came rolling and crawling to the tree where Aniu was hanging. Behind her followed an old Taoist, whose ethereal demeanor was somewhat marred by his patched garments. This man was none other than Taoist Wang, the sole golden core cultivator within 100 miles of Nyo village. Upon glancing at Aniu, who was hanging lifelessly from the tree, Taoist Wang let out a deep sigh. Had it not been for this girl named Aru kneeling at the entrance of his temple for 3 whole days and nights, he would have never waded into such murky waters. Recently, the front lines had been perilous, and the rear had been under constant strain. The soldiers of the Yuxian Empire were particularly unruly. Had he not been a mid-level golden core cultivator, his temple would have likely been forcibly occupied long ago. My child, why are you still so stubborn? Is it so difficult to yield? Taoist Wang, with a pained heart, untied the magical bindings and took out a precious elixir, feeding it to Aniu. This boy had previously visited his temple, and Taoist Wang had immediately recognized his extraordinary potential. With proper guidance, Aniu could undoubtedly achieve remarkable cultivation in the future. However, the boy was born orphaned, with no one to support his training. After all, the growth of every cultivator requires substantial resources, and merely awakening one's spiritual root demands an astronomical sum. Taoist Wang had contemplated taking him as a disciple. But Aniu was obstinate, believing that one should not receive rewards without effort, and thus refused to become his student without compensation. Taoist Wang could only relent. In these chaotic times, mere survival was a feat. The path of cultivation had always been reserved for nobles and generals. This was not the first time Taoist Wang had encountered a child of supreme talent, yet lacking the means to cultivate. Aniu, now devoid of strength, merely accepted the water gourd handed to him by Aru, drinking deeply. The elixir he had just swallowed began to transform into wisps of spiritual energy, circulating throughout his body. The once near-death form of Aniu visibly began to recover. After finishing the gourd of water, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed into Taoist Wang's arms, falling into a deep slumber. Little girl, Aniu may not be able to stay here for long. I shall take him back to my temple for proper recuperation. If any soldiers from the Yuxian Empire dare to trouble you, simply claim he is my disciple, and they will not dare to harass you, Taoist Wang said, taking a ring from his sleeve and handing it to the little girl. In these tumultuous times, he sought no accolades, only a clear conscience. Taoist Wang had previously been approached by the military of the Yuxian Empire. With his cultivation, it would not have been difficult to secure a position as a captain. However, after witnessing the military's unscrupulous discipline, he felt it contradicted the path he had chosen, and thus politely declined their offer. From that moment on, he chose to live as a wandering Taoist. In his memories, the fleet of the Yuxian Empire arrived in this world several centuries ago. According to the classifications of the Yuxian people, this world is regarded as a low-level paradise, where, although the spiritual energy is not abundant, it barely suffices for cultivation needs. Before the arrival of the soldiers from the Yuxian Empire, this world was merely a tranquil planet, where the most formidable cultivator was only at the nascent soul stage, which was considered the pinnacle of cultivation in those times. However, when the fleet of Yuxian appeared above the imperial palace, dozens of nascent soul experts and a transcendent being demonstrated their overwhelming power, revealing to this world that there are realms beyond this one, and beings beyond mere mortals. From that moment, the Shiha planet became a supply port for the Yuxian Empire in the Southern Star Domain, and the inhabitants of the entire planet were compelled to become third-class citizens of the Empire. According to imperial law, the Yuxian people possessed supreme authority, allowing them to monopolize all land and resources. Furthermore, every individual was subjected to exorbitant taxes, and in times of war, all able-bodied men were unconditionally conscripted. Within a few centuries, the Shiha planet had been ravaged beyond recognition. Even the royal family of that time now barely survives in abject poverty. Recently, Wang Daochang has observed countless transport ships and war vessels entering and exiting the orbit of Shiha planet. Based on past experiences, it is clear that the frontline battles have reached a stalemate. Yet what is more alarming is that the current situation for the Yuxian Empire appears dire. Wounded soldiers are being transported back in shipload after shipload. Those who can still move are incorporated into new fleets, while those who cannot are unceremoniously discarded into the sea to feed the fish. For the Yuxian Empire, the population is a renewable resource. They can easily conscript millions of soldiers from any given planet, rendering the waste of precious elixirs on such expendables unnecessary. In recent times, even the ships transporting the wounded have significantly decreased, indicating that the pace of replenishing soldiers on the front line can no longer keep up with the rate of casualties. Defeat seems an undeniable reality. Wang Daochang is now concerned that, according to the principles guiding the Yunxian Empire, any planet beyond their control would undoubtedly be left in ruins, leaving no resources for the enemy to utilize. Scorched earth warfare is a crucial tactic inscribed in their operational regulations. Wang Daochang can vividly imagine how these frenzied Yunxian people would obliterate the Shiha planet. To them, it is merely an inconsequential transit world. At times, Wang Daochang even hopes that the enemies of the Yunxian Empire would swiftly advance, preferably before they can destroy the Shiha planet entirely, driving away these brutal overlords from another realm. After all, the outcome could scarcely be worse. At least the Shiha planet might hold some value for new rulers, who would not reduce it to barren wasteland. Alas, Wang Daochang is not a deity. He cannot foresee the future. After half a day, Daoist Wang finally arrived at an ancient and quaint courtyard, carrying a Nyo on his back. By this time, it was already dinner hour. In the courtyard, several children of similar ages were seated. One young boy was hunched over the table, incessantly drawing circles, while a middle-aged woman beside him affectionately kneaded the boy's head, eliciting bursts of cheerful laughter from the little one. "Master, you have returned." Upon seeing Daoist Wang enter with an unfamiliar figure, a slightly older child stood up. Clad in a yellow robe and wearing a conical hat, with a hint of dust on his face and a long sword slung across his back, he appeared quite valiant. A flicker of joy crossed the child's face upon recognizing Daoist Wang. Daoist Wang smiled at him and gestured towards Nyo, saying, "This is Nyo. He will be your swordsmanship instructor from now on." Upon hearing Daoist Wang's words, the child momentarily seemed taken aback. He raised his head to scrutinize Nyo closely, noticing a certain aura of a cultivator about him. However, judging by his attire, he did not appear to hail from a wealthy family. Ultimately, he shook his head and replied, "Master, perhaps it would be better for my senior brother to handle such coarse tasks. He is at the late stage of foundation establishment and is more than capable of guiding his junior disciple." Chapter 25, The Divine Emperor. In the Obey Star system, on the planet Dock, within the imperial capital of the Zichart Empire, the Imperial Assembly Hall, Prince Fongjin Gagner and Prince Carlos Chart. "Do you have anything to add regarding the accusations of cowardice that led to the annihilation of our invincible fleet?" A middle-aged man with a prominent beard, seated at the center of the assembly hall, inquired with an authoritative tone. This man was none other than the current Prime Minister of the Zichart Empire, Duke William. "Your Excellency, we issued a full retreat order for all ships, and Marquis Malio volunteered to stay behind to cover our withdrawal. Under those circumstances, self-preservation was our only option." Prince Fongjin replied, his expression darkening. "That is no justification." Duke William interjected sharply. "Do you realize that just yesterday, I received word that the Ishui star system, home to billions and numerous habitable planets, has been invaded by alien forces? Due to your folly, not a single defense troop stationed there managed to escape. The front lines that should have been defended by your invincible fleet now stand deserted. We are compelled to divert our mobile forces back to confront the Dongshard Empire, thereby exposing our rear to those despicable heretics." Prince Fingen's expression grew increasingly grim, while Prince Carlos wore a look of deep concern. In the militaristic Zichart Empire, warships and armies serve as the trump cards for every military noble. The complete loss of their fleets meant the forfeiture of all their power and support. They were now mere fallen nobles, despite their titles. Even Prince Carlos, having lost his mother's family fleet, had essentially forfeited any claim to the throne. Now, both of them were obliged to bear the consequences of their failure and face the wrath of the entire Imperial Assembly. In truth, they had lost the support of everyone. And if they could not redeem themselves this time, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain their standing in the future. As the two men anxiously awaited their ultimate judgment, a servant clad in a white uniform entered. "Report." "Speak," Duke William replied, his tone tinged with impatience. "Your Excellency, there are rumors circulating that the Dongshard Empire was also attacked by an unidentified fleet yesterday, suffering severe losses, with their main fleet in complete disarray." Prince Fingen's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Duke William's gaze sharpened instantly. "How could this happen so quickly? Has the identity of the attackers been confirmed?" "Your Excellency, according to the rumors, the attackers were not from the Yunxian Empire nor the pirates of Bonqing Bay. It appears to be a fleet known as the Human Federation, which suddenly bypassed the trade routes and emerged deep within the Dongshard Empire." As he spoke, the white uniformed servant conjured an emblem with his spiritual power, revealing the olive-green flag of the Human Federation. "The Human Federation?" Prince Carlos's expression instantly turned grave. He had recently encountered the Human Federation, and he was no stranger to that formidable and enigmatic power. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. For the insignia emblazoned upon that mighty mech was precisely this emblem. This emblem, set against a cerulean backdrop, comprised a map entwined with 2 olive branches. Impossible! Prince Fongjin exclaimed loudly. He was acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the Human Federation and their combat prowess. A force that even the Divine Emperor would not dare to underestimate. The fleet of the Human Federation? That cannot be. If it truly were their fleet, we should have received word by now. Prince Fongjin gazed at Duke William with a countenance full of astonishment in his view. This was more unbelievable than personally eliminating the Marshal of the Eastern Shade Empire. Prince Carlos furrowed his brow, finding it equally hard to accept. For he understood the war potential of the Human Federation, a presence that was utterly terrifying. In his estimation, even the combined fleets of the entire empire would stand no chance against them. Yet, how could this fleet have appeared so swiftly in the star domain of the Eastern Shade Empire, even accounting for his own marching speed? It would take at least half a year to traverse the entirety of the empire and reach the other side. These fleets of the Human Federation, however, had managed to annihilate the formidable main fleet stationed at the border within mere days. Duke William, however, seemed oblivious to the terrifying capabilities of the Human Federation. What a poor jest. Any fleet attempting to breach our empire is under our vigilant surveillance. Unless the fleets of the Human Federation can traverse 200 light-years in one leap. The white-clad attendant offered no opinion, merely continuing to read the report. Prime Minister, according to our intelligence, the fleet of the Human Federation is indeed stationed 50 light-years from the capital star system of the Eastern Shade Empire. They have not advanced further, but they have dispatched an advanced fleet into the Eastern Shade Empire, seemingly targeting the sacred star of His Divine Majesty. Upon hearing this, the previously bustling council chamber fell into an eerie silence, for this matter pertained to the safety of the Divine Emperor. Though the Western Shade Empire and the Eastern Shade Empire were divided, they publicly revered the Divine Emperor. In their world, the Divine Emperor was the sole deity and the only savior capable of delivering them from peril. Over the past millennia, the Shade Empire had once been a vast and unified realm, its might surpassing even that of the Yunshan Empire. Under the governance of the Divine Emperor, the Shade Empire thrived, its national strength developing rapidly. Yet, despite reaching the pinnacle of tribulation, the Divine Emperor had not yet breached that celestial chasm. After enduring for a millennium, the Divine Emperor's physical form finally perished, and his spirit teetered on the brink of dissolution. In the wake of the Emperor's demise, divergent voices emerged within the Empire. One faction, the Loyalists who refused to acknowledge the Emperor's passing, predominantly comprises ancient noble families. Under their insistence, an unparalleled formation was erected on the sacred star to prolong the Emperor's life, compelling all cultivators within the Empire to contribute 1/10 of their spiritual energy. This endeavor proved effective. Not only did the Emperor's spirit stabilize, but his physical form was preserved, and even his cultivation was impeccably maintained. However, the Emperor remained in a prolonged state of slumber, imparting divine edicts only on rare occasions. The siphoning of 1/10 of all cultivators' spiritual energy, alongside the Empire's vast reserves of spiritual stones, resulted in a decline in the overall cultivation level of the Empire, rendering it inferior to the Yunsan Empire. Consequently, for an extended period, the Eastern Charter Empire found itself suppressed by the Yunsan Empire. It was against this backdrop that a schism occurred within the Eastern Charter Empire. The nobles advocating for this division were primarily emerging military aristocrats, who, having lost their cultivation advantage, found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless fleets of the Yunsan Empire. In a bid to counter the aggressive Yunsan forces, they were compelled to declare the establishment of a new charter empire. Although they ostensibly ceased their fealty to the emperor, in reality, they resorted to capturing numerous cultivators from the Yunsan nation, selling them at meager prices to the Eastern Charter Empire to replenish the emperor's spiritual energy. In their perception, the emperor represented the sole hope for transcending the realm of mortals, possessing the unique ability to lead the entire empire to ascend to the celestial realm and avert the impending twilight of the gods. Chapter 26. The Imperial Parliament at present. The most pressing concern is the formidable Human Federation fleet, which has successfully navigated the numerous defenses of the West Chart Empire and is now en route to the Holy Star, where the Divine Emperor resides. Should any misfortune befall the Emperor, all the efforts and sacrifices of the Chart Empire over the millennia would be rendered futile. Prince Carlos and Prince Von Jen exchanged glances, each reflecting the deep concern mirrored in the other's eyes. Prince Von Jin, Duke William inquired. What do you estimate is the likelihood that the Human Federation fleet can reach the vicinity of the Holy Star within 2 weeks? Prince Von Jin pondered momentarily before shaking his head. That is difficult to ascertain. Duke William furrowed his brow, perplexed. This is indeed strange. Given your prior encounters with the Human Federation, you must be familiar with the basic capabilities of their warships, am I not correct? Truth be told, Prime Minister, the Human Federation we encountered was not their main fleet. The annihilation of the Invincible Fleet was caused solely by a modest landing craft and their overwhelming number of Tribulation Phase cultivators, Prince Von Jin replied. Duke William snorted disdainfully. Do not attempt to obfuscate. Do you genuinely believe your own words? 51 Tribulation Phase cultivators. Do you grasp the significance of that? Even if one were to consolidate all the cultivation resources of the Empire, it would be impossible to produce 50 Tribulation Phase cultivators. Furthermore, this Human Federation, likely an indigenous group from some obscure world, must have serendipitously acquired the technology for curvature travel. The Assembly of Nobles and the Parliament largely shared this sentiment. After years of exploration, the major powers within the Third Spiral Arm had been documented in the Empire's intelligence database. It was implausible for a hidden superpower capable of obliterating the Invincible Fleet to emerge from thin air, unless they had remained concealed in a barren fringe galaxy, never departing from their home system or interacting with the outside world. However, such planets typically hosted primitive civilizations, incapable of even mastering basic spiritual energy, let alone constructing interstellar warships to rival the Invincible Fleet. Prince Carlos contemplated urging further dialogue, yet he understood that no one would be swayed by their testimony. Indeed, had he not witnessed the events with his own eyes, he too would have found it inconceivable that a single star domain could host so many Tribulation Phase experts. Even more alarming was the realization that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Human Federation. Current intelligence indicated that their main fleet had officially arrived in the star domain. If a mere reconnaissance unit could annihilate an entire Invincible Fleet, then their main fleet could undoubtedly decimate all armed forces of both the Eastern and Western Chart empires, unless, of course, the Divine Emperor of the Holy Star were to awaken and take action. No one knows the extent of the Divine Emperor's power after being nurtured by spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years. However, one thing is certain, ordinary beings in the Tribulation Phase are utterly no match for the Divine Emperor. This is precisely why, despite the presence of several formidable Tribulation Phase experts in the Yunxian Empire, none dare to challenge the Divine Emperor. Rumors suggest that the Divine Emperor is on the verge of a breakthrough, yet for various reasons, he must continue to amass spiritual energy, awaiting an opportunity for ascension. At this juncture, the white-clad servant added, "A few days ago, we discovered that a portion of the Human Federation's fleet has begun to depart from the Ishue star system. It appears that over 300 warships are swiftly converging towards our West Jade Empire." The servant's revelation astonished everyone present. 300 warships. Even the most impoverished noble from the Empire's rural star systems could easily muster such a fleet. Just 300 warships? I thought it was 3 million. The assembly finally relaxed, realizing it was merely the scale of a pirate fleet. While it must be acknowledged that the pirates of the Imperial Star Domain have consistently caused them significant trouble, the threat they pose is primarily to merchant vessels. What the Empire needs to concern itself with now is not how to defeat these pirates, but rather how to capture these elusive fleets. Duke William grew increasingly convinced of his judgment. In his view, the failure at the Star Sea Fortress and the annihilation of the Invincible Fleet were entirely the result of Prince Fingen's folly. After seizing the Ishue star system, he disregarded the Council's orders to fortify his position and instead recklessly sought to conquer the Star Sea Fortress, leading to an ambush by the Yunxian Empire and possibly the assault of 1 or 2 Tribulation Phase old monsters, ultimately resulting in the campaign's failure. As for the so-called Human Federation, it was merely a fabrication by Prince Von Jin and Prince Carlos to mask their defeat. These two vanquished commanders were evidently rattled by the Yunxian Empire's fleet, even concocting such implausible lies. The numerous nobles present wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective, asserting that the simultaneous appearance of the Human Federation across various Imperial Star domains was merely a ruse frequently employed by pirates. These cunning marauders often utilized the same flags to create the illusion of rapid movement across different star domains. I swear by my family's crest, the Human Federation is far from the feeble entity you imagine. On the contrary, their strength far exceeds your expectations. Prince Carlos could no longer tolerate the skepticism directed at him and shouted at the assembly. The council chamber fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into waves of laughter shortly thereafter. One of the princes seated in the front row mocked, "Ha ha ha, Carlos. Now that you have lost your status as the second heir, you should refrain from swearing with the griffin emblem. You have utterly disgraced the honor of our family, Carlos." The prince felt a surge of anger. The speaker was a noble who had previously supported him, but upon learning of the destruction of his fleet, had immediately adopted a different demeanor. "Ha ha ha. Do not think that your royal blood will spare you from the military tribunal. In the annals of the empire, you are not the only prince to be deposed. From now on, you should find a desolate planet to spend your days in retirement." Prince Fengjin grasped Carlos, who was on the verge of retaliation, and shook his head. "Pay them no mind. Soon, the empire will comprehend the formidable adversary they are up against. For now, all we can do is pray that His Divine Majesty possesses the strength to withstand those demons from hell." Chapter 27. Iron Pagoda in the Southern Star Region. Within the Songlong Star System, aboard the Chang'e, an aerospace carrier of the Ma Fleet. Report, Commander. Armed forces of the Yunshan Empire have been detected in the target star system. Please provide instructions. On the Chang'e, a colonel with striking golden hair stood before a grand window, gazing down at the densely packed swarm of unmanned combat drones and the innumerable human Federation fleets, which appeared as countless as ants. With a cold demeanor, the colonel commanded, "Initiate sea-level operational orders. Annihilate the enemy vessels." "Understood." The staff officer promptly relayed the orders telepathically. No sooner had the words left his lips than a formidable mech emerged within their field of vision. This mech, with a terrifyingly fierce exterior, towered at a height of 8 meters, significantly larger than the standard models currently in service. Its entire body was enveloped in thick armor, with even the cockpit fully encased within. Astute technicians had discerned that these interlocking armor plates were constructed from the latest generation of strong interaction force nanobots, of which only a handful of samples existed in laboratories, with mass production still far from realization. These innovative nanobots surpassed existing materials in both strength and intelligence. It was rumored that this new material could withstand turbulence in subspace. At the mech's head, where a radar once was, an imposing steel helmet now stood, leaving only a space for a sensor device that integrated neutrino radar and optical recognition. 6 metallic tail fins glimmered with an eerie blue hue under the radiant light of the star. These fins not only allowed the mech to maneuver adeptly within the atmosphere, but also served as sensory antennas for stargates during subspace navigation, guiding other vessels forward. All senior officers aboard the Chang'e were acutely aware of the implications of this new mech. It was the latest prototype of individual combat armor, Iron Pagoda. Its sudden appearance rendered the atmosphere aboard the Chang'e palpably tense. Typically, military weaponry undergoes extensive testing and adjustments before being deployed on the battlefield, a process that can span several years. Thus, the emergence of a new combat armor directly on an interstellar battlefield was wholly inconsistent with existing regulations and operational protocols. However, no soldier or officer dared voice dissent, for their adversary was the Yunshan Empire, an ancient realm still relying on wooden warships as its primary force. Conventional weaponry was unnecessary against such foes. Previously, a single Qingyang-class destroyer had effortlessly obliterated 50,000 ships of the Yunshan Empire in the Mangliang star system. In the face of the Human Federation's fleets, the warships of the Yunshan Empire resembled Genghis Khan's cavalry confronting the U.S. cavalry of the early 21st century. Although both sides are referred to as cavalry, their combat prowess and tactics are separated by countless eras. Consequently, the entire afternoon cavalry fleet has resolved to abandon conventional firepower deployment. Such an exceptional opportunity must undoubtedly be reserved for testing various parameters of the new weaponry. The Iron Floating Pagoda individual combat mech was specifically chosen by Colonel Huang for this purpose. The pilot of the test mech was personally designated by Colonel Huang himself, ace pilot Yi Feng. Upon learning of Yi Feng's breakthrough during the tribulation, Huang has been contemplating ways to suppress Yi Feng's arrogance. This individual transitioned from novice to accomplished practitioner in less than half a month, a feat that could shatter Guinness World Records. Huang distinctly remembers that his own cultivation speed was once deemed extraordinary, yet compared to Yi Feng, his talents seem utterly insignificant. Even more infuriating is the fact that Yi Feng's doctorate in astronomy is still legally recognized, meaning he is entitled to receive credentials and degrees appropriate for practitioners in the tribulation phase. This will undoubtedly place him ahead of Huang in salary rankings and title evaluations, perhaps even by a head or two. Reflecting on his nearly 100 years of service, Huang feels increasingly resentful that he is eclipsed by a newly appointed employee. He recalls that Yifeng was far more suitable as a brother when he had yet to attain any cultivation. Nevertheless, while Huang expresses such sentiments outwardly, he is genuinely pleased internally. In this era, Yifeng stands as his sole companion from his generation. Aside from him, Huang has no other brothers. Should Yifeng excel in the future, Huang would have a strong ally to rely upon. This is precisely why Yifeng has been appointed as the test pilot for the mech. The most effective manner to solidify one's cultivation is to confront the life and death trials of the battlefield, which greatly aids in honing and enhancing one's abilities. Additionally, this experience will benefit Yifeng's mindset, especially since he has recently awakened and possesses little battlefield experience. Within the military, one must exhibit formidable strength to command respect. Booming. At that moment, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the spiritual channel, a sound wave emitted by the curvature engine vibrating the very fabric of space, capable of propagating even in a vacuum. Following this, a colossal fleet surged forth like a rolling tide of darkness. This fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire comprised over 30,000 vessels of various types, each battleship adorned with a flag emblazoned with a massive character for Emperor, accompanied by 4 resplendent red gemstones that shimmered brilliantly. Upon seeing that flag, Huang's countenance darkened. This was the Yuhai fleet of the Huangfu family. The Cloud Immortal Empire is a superpower, boasting more than 30 million registered warships in its official fleets alone, in addition to countless family private armies. In truth, this is not an unusual occurrence. Such familial fleets are innumerable throughout the entire Cloud Immortal Empire. The Huangfu family is exceptionally unique as the imperial royal lineage. They possess an almost boundless wealth and inexhaustible resources accumulated through years of plunder and exploitation. However, in order to curtail the expansion of other noble families, a considerable number of royal fleets, under the guise of interstellar pirates, launch assaults on the colonial planets of rival families each year. Among these private fleets is the esteemed Yunhai fleet. Although the Yunhai fleet is not particularly large, its formidable combat prowess and cultivation levels far exceeding the average allow it to dominate all factions within the territory of the Yunxian Empire. Moreover, its external engagements have been equally illustrious. The Yuhai fleet has launched attacks on several interstellar fortresses of the Zicade Empire, seizing numerous resource-rich star systems and establishing several permanent naval bases within bountiful mining areas, which are now predominantly under the control of the Yuhai fleet. Consequently, the Yunhai fleet holds a prestigious position among the royal family's private fleets. The commander of the Yunhai fleet is none other than the 9th-ranked prodigy of the Huangfu family, Huang Fulong. In terms of cultivation and temperament, he stands out among the younger generation of the royal family. Had he not been an illegitimate child, he would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the next imperial throne. This time, the Yunxian Empire has dispatched a substantial number of elite fleets to garrison the Songlong star system, including the Yuhai fleet. Chapter 27, The Assault Yifeng. You have been enhanced. Now proceed swiftly. This time, there is no automatic management system. You must master the art of issuing commands through your spirit. The distinctive voice of Huang echoed through the channel, eliciting a wry smile from Yifeng. He had anticipated that upon reaching the tribulation phase, he could finally cease the so-called devilish training. Yet, Huang, in his relentless enthusiasm, insisted on personally piloting the latest model of mecha to annihilate an entire fleet. Drawing from his prior experience, Yifeng understood that with his current prowess, obliterating tens of thousands of warships was merely a matter of time. However, without the automatic management system, he would have to rely solely on his own skills to methodically dismantle each decrepit wooden vessel. The workload was indeed considerable. Understood, Colonel Huang. I assure you that the mission will be accomplished. Yifeng responded within the channel. With that, he deftly activated the miniature curvature array of the mecha, and almost instantaneously, he arrived at the heart of the Yuhai fleet undetected. It was evident that his earlier visual approximation of the area had enabled him to teleport with precision, highlighting the remarkable sensitivity of the mecha's propulsion system, which seemed to synchronize seamlessly with his spirit. Yifeng engaged the optical cloaking and simultaneously masked his tribulation aura. Unless this fleet possessed gravitational wave radar or neutrino radar, they would remain utterly oblivious to his presence. At that moment, the formidable Yunhai fleet was gathering in the military harbor, seemingly unaware that a formidable weapon had infiltrated their ranks. Huang Fulong was even devising plans to efficiently eliminate the uninvited guests, oblivious to the rapid advance of the Human Federation. He had not received any intelligence regarding the loss of the Southern Star Domain, only knowing that the Star Sea Fortress was on the brink of falling. However, the distance from the Star Sea Fortress to his territory was considerable, and the fleet of the West Chat Empire posed no threat whatsoever. In his estimation, this fleet was likely a retaliatory force from a family he had previously pillaged, given his notorious reputation for raiding resources in other star systems. Over the years, numerous familial fleets had sought vengeance against him. The fleet before him was clearly disguised. Its ostentatious silver exteriors signified it belonged to some affluent scion, who had adorned it with superficial embellishments to showcase individuality. Countless battles had proven that the true strength of a fleet is determined by the command capabilities of its leader and the average cultivation level of its practitioners. Regardless of how much a warship is modified, it remains merely a vessel. Moreover, superficial gilding only serves to render it more conspicuous, providing no substantial protection. Full speed ahead. Incinerate this ostentatious fleet. Huang Fulong issued the command with unwavering confidence. In Yifeng's channel, this message was intercepted simultaneously. He had pinpointed Huang Fulong's location at the earliest opportunity. However, he only identified him as a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage and could not ascertain that he was indeed the fleet commander. From the direction of the orders being issued, it was evident that this individual was indeed the fleet commander. Yifeng maneuvered the Iron Floating Tower single-pilot combat mech, using the warship as a springboard to gradually approach the supply warship stationed at the rear of the fleet. Due to the highly sudden nature of this operation, Huang Fulong could only muster about one-third of his forces, while the majority of the fleet remained docked at the orbital military port, awaiting further instructions. Therefore, Yifeng devised a plan to first avoid the flagship and prioritize striking the logistical warships still at the military port, anticipating Huang Fulong's return with the remaining troops. Once in the gravitational range of the planet, a formal engagement would commence, ensuring that these warships would be unable to escape even if they attempted to activate their curvature engines. Forcing the curvature formation within the planet's gravitational field would result in the powerful gravitational forces tearing nearby subspace vessels to shreds. This was akin to suicide. Swish. The mech piloted by Yifeng streaked through the air like a shooting star, swiftly arriving at the military port, which had descended into chaos. Numerous warships were slowly ascending. Preparing for the impending battle, Yifeng approached a supply ship laden with spiritual stones, lightly tapping on the exterior armor. Bang! The cockpit was breached, and Yifeng leapt inside. Who? The captain of the merging stage, who had been resting with eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a profound sense of danger propelling him from his seat. Boom! The spiritual stone compartment of the supply ship erupted violently, sending a hail of spiritual stone fragments hurtling towards him. The captain unleashed his fists, shattering the incoming shards. At that moment, a black mech lunged at him. Startled, the captain hastily dodged. Crash! The mech collided with the adjacent wall, piercing through the heavy warship armor. Cough! Blood sprayed forth as the captain's complexion turned pale. The mech had merely brushed past him, yet the residual force had inflicted grave injuries. This was utterly terrifying. Even a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage would require considerable effort to deliver such severe harm. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a slight tremor shook the entire warship, and his body was reduced to ash amidst the flames. This was the exclusive domain weapon of the Iron Floating Tower mech, spatial oscillation. The six tail wings behind the Iron Floating Tower mech were, in fact, composed of several miniature curvature devices. When these devices were activated at low power, they created an unstable space approximately 10 meters in diameter around the mech. Any entity coming into contact with this unstable space would be torn apart into atomic-level fragments. This phenomenon was initially an incidental experimental result during the research of curvature engines. However, after discussions among scientists and researchers, this phenomenon was weaponized and plans were made to incorporate it into the armor of various battle suits. When this proposal was first introduced, it was shelved due to its inhumane implications. Now, with the enemy shifting from internal to external threats, the constraints on weapon research have diminished, and all performance metrics are evaluated solely based on destructive efficiency. Chapter 28. The Mirage and the Deceptive Thunder in an Instant. The entire naval port was engulfed in unprecedented chaos, with explosions and flashes of fire erupting in the surrounding void, marking merely the prelude to this surprise assault. Within mere minutes, countless warehouses filled with vast military supplies and supply ships vanished into the raging inferno. At the forefront of the naval port, a high-ranking cultivator peered through a telescope at the distant horizon. "Commander, our naval port has sustained losses exceeding one-third. The scale of casualties continues to escalate," reported the vice captain. "What? Such catastrophic losses?" Huang Fulong's expression darkened as he inquired through a long-distance communication. "Cousin, it appears the enemy launched a sudden attack. Moreover, their assault was executed with astonishing speed, seemingly wielding extraordinarily potent offensive artifacts. Our escort vessels were unable to react in time. 3/4 of our vital warehouses and supply ships have been obliterated in the first wave of attack." The vice captain's tone was laden with regret and sorrow. Huang Fulong remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "It seems those warships outside are merely a diversion to draw our attention. Their true objective is to ambush our rear. Immediately notify all warships to prepare for a defensive contraction and muster all forces to reinforce the naval port. We must capture that assailant." "Understood." Outside the bridge, at Huang Fuchang's command, thousands of warships swiftly retreated toward the rear of the naval port. However, at that moment, a mech surged towards them from a distance. Huang Fuchang's pupils constricted. He realized the foe was targeting him. With a swift motion, he attempted to retreat, yet the mech, akin to a shadow, rapidly closed the distance. A dull thud echoed as the vice captain's chest caved in, a significant portion of his body vanishing in an instant. This Captain Huang Fuchang was one of Huang Fulong's trusted aides, and although he had reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, he remained a fragile being before the iron floating tower's combat mech. Yifeng stepped on Huang Fuchang's neck, commanding, "Order your fleet to cease resistance." "What? It's your Yi clan's fleet." He laughed derisively. How unexpected that after hiding for so many years, your Yi clan could develop such a formidable fleet. "It seems our previous purges were far too merciful." Huang Fuchang's voice, though hoarse, betrayed a hint of malice. Yifeng let out a cold chuckle. He had encountered many such individuals. Throughout the Yunsan Empire, the Huangfu family harbored a particular animosity towards the Yi clan, wishing for their complete annihilation. These people spoke one way while acting another, publicly suppressing the Yi clan's rebellion while coveting their ascension methods. Such individuals deserve to perish at his hands. "Since you refuse to drink the wine of goodwill, I shall send you to your demise." With that, Yifeng seized Huang Fuchang with his right arm and forcefully shook his palm. A plume of crimson mist dispersed, leaving behind only a solitary head floating in the vastness of the cosmos. Huang Fuchang had fallen. At that very moment, on the opposite side of the naval port, massive flames erupted into the air. These were the mirage mines that Yifeng had previously placed nearby, triggered by the reinforcements arriving from the fleet. Although the concept of mines had long been obsolete in interstellar warfare, many designs and nomenclatures of interstellar weaponry still adhered to the conventions of antiquity. The Mirage Mine, in particular, was a continuation of the deceptive mine design, functioning as a specialized weapon for individual soldiers. True to its name, the Mirage Mine was merely an explosive device the size of an ordinary grenade, with each mech capable of carrying hundreds of them. This mine did not rely on explosions for destruction. Rather, its strength lay in its bewildering nature. Equipped with a soul illusion device, it emitted special frequency soul sound waves upon enemy intrusion within its activation range, causing foes to mistakenly perceive their surrounding allies as adversaries. The first wave of cultivators entering the affected area fell prey to this unique soul effect, becoming disoriented and subsequently launching fervent attacks against nearby warships. Originally intended to disrupt enemy fire control radars, Yifeng had not anticipated its utility on this day. This highly deceptive mine could not only confuse the enemy's senses, but also induce mental disarray. Once adversaries succumbed to its effects, widespread chaos and rout were easily provoked. However, the mine had its limitations, its duration was finite, and its influence was moderate. It proved exceptionally effective against foes beneath the transformation stage. Yet cultivators of slightly higher caliber would typically regain their composure within minutes. What are you doing?" The commander on the rear battleship suddenly noticed that the battleship before him had turned its cannon towards his own vessel. The pitch-black muzzle targeted his ship, and without warning, it opened fire. Caught off guard, the entire cruiser was blasted to smithereens. A series of violent tremors followed, as battleships and cruisers suffered devastating blows in their fratricidal conflict. The Yunhai fleet was engulfed in chaos. What is happening? The commanders at the rear, witnessing their own fleet suddenly engaging in mutual fire, were thrown into a state of panic. They had never encountered such a scene before. My goodness, what is going on? Why did the battleship betray us? Who is behind this? Quickly, call the flagship. We are under attack by rebels. Ear-piercing alarms reverberated through every warship. Yet another violent collision sounded as a battleship was shattered by a cruiser barreling headlong into it, and simultaneously, other vessels surrounding the battleship also faced calamity. Damn it! What is happening? My heavens! Surely, enemy vessels have infiltrated our ranks. What shall we do? We must retreat. Quickly, evacuate this area. All the warships began to panic. Their once orderly formation disintegrating into chaos. Whoosh, the ironclad vessel sped past the fleet. While buzz the bow of a battleship attempting to flee the battlefield erupted in an instant. Several high-ranking practitioners clad in black uniforms emerged from within, their eyes betraying a glimmer of terror. Chapter 29. Mecha testing. Yifeng let out a cold snort. Want to leave? Not a chance. With a swift motion, Yifeng appeared before one of the high-ranking cultivators and unleashed a powerful punch, instantly reducing the cultivator to a gruesome pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining 3 high-ranking cultivators were struck with terror, hastily summoning their magical artifacts. A thunderous roar filled the air as 3 dazzling beams of light surged forth. 2 artifacts targeted Yifeng's left shoulder, while the central beam hurtled toward the head of the mecha. Yifeng merely scoffed, displaying such disdain that he didn't even bother to cross his arms in front of his chest. Unintentionally, an immense pressure typical of a tribulation stage cultivator emanated from him, rendering the 3 high-ranking cultivators immobile, as if they were facing a towering mountain. The brilliant beams of light collided with Yifeng's form. With a soft hiss, the beam struck the mecha as if they were pebbles cast into the sea, creating no discernible effect. Yifeng shook his head and sighed. The Iron Floating Pagoda's single-person combat mecha was equipped with state-of-the-art adaptive spiritual energy array systems. These arrays, composed of billions of nanobots, could dynamically form various functional arrays based on the battlefield's real-time conditions. The array that had just been activated was specifically designed to absorb spiritual energy. The 2 high-ranking cultivators turned pale. Their combat prowess had surpassed the transformation stage, with the strongest among them even having reached the integration stage. Yet, before this mecha, they felt as insignificant as ants. Their full-force strike failed to even cause a tremor. It was an utter domination in terms of cultivation rank. Inside the mecha, Yifeng marveled at the miraculous effects of the nanomaterial armor. In his combat strategy, the goal was not merely to overpower his opponents but to engage in close-quarters combat to adapt to the Iron Floating Pagoda's operational methods. Through the recent exchanges, Yifeng had distinctly felt the difference between theoretical simulations and the reality of combat. This exhilarating sensation of life and death could only be profoundly appreciated on the front lines of conflict. Now, the Iron Floating Pagoda had successfully entered combat mode, and it was time to see how he would wield this mecha. Yifeng deactivated the spatial vibration mode, deciding to experiment with the mecha's basic functionalities. With a whoosh, Yifeng blinked and instantly appeared beside one of the cultivators, pivoting to deliver a kick. His combat skills were still unrefined, so he could only employ a few techniques based on his own understanding to observe the impact of his strikes. Yifeng deliberately set the mecha's power to a minimal level. Before the cultivator could comprehend the unfolding events, he was sent flying by a single kick, crashing violently onto a distant warship. Bang! Thud! The battleship's heavy exterior immediately caved in, causing the cultivator to spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pallid, clearly on the brink of death. However, the other 2 cultivators beheld a horrifying scene. Their leader had been brutally dispatched with a single kick from the adversary. Kill him! Kill him! The 3 cultivators roared in unison, charging forward with wild abandon. According to their military code, if their commander was slain before their eyes, they too would meet a dire fate. Boom! Yifeng's figure abruptly vanished, utilizing the precise control of the miniature curvature engine. The next moment, he appeared behind one of the cultivators, delivering a palm strike to the opponent's back. The force of the blow was unrestrained, and the cultivator's body was instantly shattered into fragments. Crack! Debris flew in all directions, half of a skull tumbling aside. The lifeless eyes seemingly unable to comprehend the ease with which he had been vanquished. Yifeng's expression darkened profoundly. He had already reduced the power settings of the mech to their minimum, yet the cultivators of the Yunxian Empire remained formidable foes. This method of combat, while capable of annihilating opponents effortlessly, yielded no effective feedback. Even if he were to eradicate all Yunxian cultivators within this star domain, he would still not achieve the desired testing objectives. Contemplating this, Yifeng resolved to completely shut down the mech, retaining only the most fundamental power systems, while also constraining his own cultivation to the transformation stage. Consequently, Yifeng felt the mech become considerably heavier. Relying solely on the spiritual energy within him to operate the mech felt somewhat strained. However, it was only under such conditions that he could truly hone his combat prowess. The remaining two Yunxian cultivators, perceiving the monstrous aura before them diminish, seized what they believed to be an opportunity. Activating their techniques and brandishing their swords from left and right, Yifeng assumed a defensive stance, conjuring a long spear with his right hand and thrusting it forward with ferocity. Clang! The spear clashed against the cultivator's sword, producing a sharp metallic sound. The cultivator felt a numbing sensation in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Yifeng, too, sensed the force transmitted through that sword, faintly detecting the infusion of icy elemental energy within the technique, momentarily freezing his movements. The other cultivator, witnessing this, was ignited by excitement. Evidently, their technique still held efficacy against this individual, suggesting that the monstrous entity was not invincible. With a flick of his wrist, a large blade materialized in his hand, crackling with electric energy, embodying the might of thunder as he aimed for the mech's throat. This seemingly simple strike concealed boundless profundities. Yifeng's heart sank. This opponent's cultivation was also considerable, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Boom! Yifeng transformed his arms into shields, barely managing to block the oncoming blade. Yet he could not withstand the overwhelming force, causing him to stagger back several steps. The monk's lips curled into a sinister smile as he brandished his enormous blade. Lunging once more at Yifeng, the crimson war knife swelled in the wind, flames dancing dazzlingly upon its edge. The celestial cloud cultivator channeled all his strength into the weapon, intent on engaging Yifeng in a direct confrontation. Huh! Yifeng bellowed, thrusting his shield forward once again. The clash resonated with a crisp sound, as the monk felt as though his mighty blade had struck solid rock, unable to penetrate an inch further. This creature possesses a spiritual treasure. The cultivator's expression shifted, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He swiftly swung his blade, aiming for Yifeng's neck with a speed so formidable that even Yifeng found it challenging to respond. This was his first time exchanging blows with a celestial cloud cultivator at such close quarters, and the intricacy of the technique surpassed those he had encountered atop the Shaoxing cave years ago. Yet, Yifeng remained undaunted. He clenched his fists tightly. One fist intercepted the trajectory of the descending blade while the other surged towards the monk's chest. The paths of these two strikes were cunningly unpredictable, leaving the cultivator vulnerable. In that instant, Yifeng's right fist connected with the monk's torso. Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Yifeng's fist pierced through the monk's protective essence, propelling the cultivator backward for over 200 meters. With a thunderous crash, the celestial cloud cultivator's body collided with a battleship behind him, sinking deep into its structure. Chapter 30. Weapon testing. Indeed, it becomes evident that one must engage in combat at a comparable level to truly comprehend the flow of qi. Yifeng flexed his wrist, and after a recent bout, he finally grasped the combat methods of a typical cultivator. Previously, he had pondered why the Human Federation possessed so few martial arts manuals. In stark contrast, within the Yunxian Empire, every sect boasts its unique internal cultivation techniques or family secrets. An abundance of martial arts manuals proliferates, leading one to initially believe that human research in this domain is rather scant. However, Yifeng has gradually unraveled the underlying reasons. In essence, these martial arts manuals merely represent the transformation of internal spiritual energy into various other forms of energy. The ice palm, for instance, converts spiritual energy into low-temperature airflow, extracting heat from the surface of objects, while the blazing fist merely transforms spiritual energy into high-temperature flames. From a theoretical standpoint, numerous martial arts manuals cannot escape the framework of the three laws of thermodynamics. Spiritual energy cannot be created from nothing nor annihilated into nothingness. It can only transition from one form to another or transfer from one object to another, with the total energy remaining constant throughout the process. Nonetheless, due to discrepancies in the conversion efficiency of different techniques, this results in varying degrees of power across martial arts. Extensive research and analysis reveal that the so-called superior techniques within the Yunxian Empire achieve a mere 60% efficiency in spiritual energy conversion, causing a significant waste of energy during the transformation process. As for lower-tier techniques, their conversion efficiency fluctuates between 30 and 40%. Such dismal conversion rates render the martial prowess of Yunxian cultivators relatively weak. Furthermore, some techniques, touted as sect-unique skills, incorporate many superfluous maneuvers, further straining the already limited spiritual energy, with only a minuscule portion actually proving effective. In this new era of human martial arts, the techniques no longer exhibit the eclectic and bizarre nature of the past. Instead, they adopt the most direct, simple, and effective methods for spiritual energy conversion. Since upgrading to the Soul System, Yifeng's application and control of internal spiritual power have reached an exceptionally high standard. The Soul System version 3.2.1 currently installed on him is a notably stable military variant. This version allows users to directly customize desired martial techniques through parameter adjustments on the Soul panel. For instance, at this moment, Yifeng wishes to unleash a fireball technique without the need to form seals or draw symbols as the Yunxian practitioners do. Instead, he can predefine the parameters such as size, power, and temperature of the fireball within the martial arts template of the Soul System. Once the model of the fireball is established, it can be uploaded to the technique library, and the Soul System will automatically generate the martial art. Remarkably, this casually generated technique boasts a conversion rate exceeding 90%, far surpassing the secret manuals of many prominent families within the Yunxian Empire. Yet, despite this, the cultivation techniques are seldom mentioned in modern times. With the assistance of mechs in combat, the effectiveness of individual skills, regardless of their potency, pales in comparison to these formidable war machines. According to the Interstellar combat regulations of the Human Federation, even the most powerful cultivators are relegated to the role of light infantry. The true determinants of victory lie in the collective operational capabilities of the capital ships. Yifeng continuously altered the form of his mech, charging through the fleet with abandon. Even as he suppressed his cultivation to the transformation stage, he found it nearly impossible to encounter a worthy adversary among the Yunhai fleet. However, after such intense maneuvering, the battle data of the Iron Floating Tower mech had been comprehensively gathered. Yifeng, you have performed admirably. The experimental data for the first phase of testing has been nearly completed. You may withdraw from the battlefield now as we prepare to test the planet-destroying cannon. Upon hearing the mention of the planet-destroying cannon, Yifeng's brow involuntarily twitched. This weapon, mounted on the capital ship, was the ultimate armament. Since its design, it had never undergone real combat testing. It is important to note that the solar system contains only 8 planets, making it impossible to use one for experimentation. Thus, all current data regarding the planet-destroying cannon has been derived from simulations and calculations, and its true combat capabilities remain to be assessed. Today presents a fortuitous opportunity. The fortress planet before him, comparable in size to Earth, reveals a surface predominantly of reddish-brown land, with only a small portion occupied by blue lakes and oceans. Initial reconnaissance indicates that this planet has been entirely fortified. Beneath its barren surface lies an array of countless structures and defensive positions. It is evident that this is a strategically vital military port planet for the Yunhai fleet. They have spent millennia transforming this desolate world into a colossal stronghold suitable for interstellar warfare. The population of this fortress planet consists entirely of cultivators from the Yunxian Empire. Due to the harsh surface conditions, even Qi refinement stage cultivators struggle to survive, let alone ordinary individuals without awakened spiritual roots. Consequently, there are no non-military units on this planet, rendering the use of the planet-destroying cannon entirely justifiable. Understood, I shall withdraw from the battlefield immediately. After Yifeng's succinct reply, he activated the engine and vanished silently amidst the brilliant fireworks. The Chang'e capital ship gradually altered its course, and the cannon at the bow adjusted slightly, aiming towards the reddish-brown planet below. In truth, it would be more apt to describe the cannon as a colossal antenna. Boundless spiritual energy was continuously transmitted through conduits to the tip of the antenna, where a dazzling blue orb of light began to take shape. This spherical mass of high-density energy contained a swirling mass of pale purple plasma, approximately 100 meters in diameter. If one were to observe closely, they would discern the rapid rotation of the inner purple energy core. As the transmission power escalated, everyone could perceive the gentle vibrations coursing through the hull of the Longelho aerospace carrier. This was the resonant frequency generated by the frenzied operation of 60 nuclear fusion engines. While dozens of psionic converters operated at full capacity, incessantly transforming raw nuclear energy into pristine psionic energy. As the energy concentration of the azure orb continued to rise, its hue gradually transitioned to a deep violet. Chapter 31. The planetary annihilator. 70% charged. 72% charged. Observing the ever-changing instruments in the command room, the blonde-haired officer exhibited no eagerness to fire. Generally, the planetary annihilator does not require full power to operate. Approximately 40% charge suffices to obliterate all carbon-based life forms on the planet's surface. Moreover, operating the annihilator at full capacity imposes a significant strain on the mothership itself, as the immense gathering of psychic energy at a single point poses a considerable challenge to the annihilator's materials and structure. Furthermore, the distinction between shattering a planet and reducing it to dust is minimal. Thus, in the eyes of many, expending vast amounts of energy on such a futile endeavor seems unnecessary. However, for the blonde officer, the primary objective of today's weapon test transcended mere acquisition of critical performance parameters. It was imperative to demonstrate to the Cloud Immortal Empire, a faction of cultivators, the chasm that lay between them and the Human Federation. This understanding would greatly assist in forthcoming military engagements. After all, the Cloud Immortal Empire is a colossal entity with a history spanning tens of thousands of years. Relying solely on force to conquer, it could potentially consume an inordinate amount of time across myriad star domains. Rather than engaging in protracted territorial disputes, it is far more effective to exhibit an overwhelming power that instills despair, compelling the Cloud Immortal Empire to relinquish its will to resist and agree to a dialogue with the Human Federation at the negotiation table. 81% charged. Colonel Huang. The energy levels of the planetary annihilator are now sufficient to obliterate this rocky planet. May we proceed to fire? A cautious aide inquired. In his view, utilizing such elevated power for a weapon test was excessive. Moreover, the main system had already identified the planet's geological weaknesses. A targeted strike could achieve fragmentation even at 60% charge. Proceed. Increase the power. Since we are here, let us conduct a thorough test, the blonde officer replied, his eyes gleaming with a boundless madness. He could already envision how the fortunate survivors from the Cloud Immortal Empire would relay this scene to others. To utterly shatter a planet was an unimaginable nightmare for the inhabitants of the Cloud Immortal Empire. 93% charged, nearing critical levels. At the very forefront of the annihilator, a massive energy sphere had transformed into a rich purple hue, tinged with an ominous black. Merely approaching this sphere sent shivers coursing through one's very soul. At this moment, Yifeng had returned near the mothership. Before he could draw closer, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him in. Had he not been prepared, he might have been ensnared by this formidable energy. Although Yifeng had refined his spirit to an extraordinary degree while in his mech, the intensity of the pull still inflicted pain upon him. Fortunately, his physical constitution was robust, and he quickly adapted. Gazing at the distant energy sphere radiating an aura of terror, Yifeng could not help but marvel inwardly. Even though he piloted the iron-floating pagoda mecha, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable strike. The mere residual waves emanating from it far surpassed the maximum output level of a practitioner in the tribulation phase. Warning! Warning! 99% of the charging process is complete, nearing the maximum critical value. The charging of the annihilation cannon was wholly finished, the inky black energy orb slowly rotating, its surface displaying a subtle distortion of space itself. Fire at will. As the timing reached its zenith, Huang Mao issued the final command. The entire Chang'e spacecraft hesitated momentarily, and then an extraordinarily domineering beam of energy surged towards the planet's surface. This beam, imbued with nearly infinite energy, violently pierced through the crust, then the mantle. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as if the core of the planet had been breached. A colossal shockwave instantaneously swept through everything around, reducing towering mountains to mere fragments. This energy fluctuation nearly enveloped the entire planet, drastically altering the topography of the surface in mere seconds, transforming the landscape as if ages had passed in an instant. Many cultivators of the Cloud Immortal Kingdom, still oblivious to the unfolding calamity, dissipated into nothingness amidst this catastrophe. Yet, the might of the annihilation cannon did not end there. The massive beam resembled a sharp, colossal sword, cleaving the planet in twain, leaving a deep chasm etched into the ground. Countless particles of dust were sent spiraling into the air, obscuring the sky. Yifeng could even perceive the tremors of the planet. Its geological structure was sturdier than that of Earth, yet it offered no resistance against this strike. Was this indeed the latest weapon developed by the Human Federation? Yifeng's gaze remained fixated on the energy sphere, pondering the sheer destructive power that even those at the immortal realm would likely find daunting to endure. Boom. Another explosion reverberated as the planet erupted once more. The primary structure of the planet had been utterly devastated, and countless land masses detached from its surface, cascading like plaster from a wall. This time, the residual waves from the explosion were even more ferocious, exposing the molten core directly to the vastness of outer space, resembling a dazzling orange orb. The mantle, which should have remained intact, was completely shattered, causing the planet to resemble an exploded egg, with myriad materials breaking free from the grip of gravity and scattering in all directions. Some larger rocky fragments collided with a distant satellite, irrevocably altering the trajectory of the world's moon. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng instinctively swallowed hard, his heart racing with trepidation. This was a planet, a celestial body capable of nurturing life akin to Earth, yet at this moment, it appeared as fragile as a child's delicate bubble. Yifeng dared not contemplate further, fervently hoping that such a formidable weapon would forever remain in the hands of civilization. The reverberations of the explosion persist, yet at this moment, no one is concerned about the fate of the Cloud Immortal on the planet. In the face of such an apocalyptic calamity, even the mightiest beings in the tribulation phase struggle to remain unscathed, let alone the millions of low-tier cultivators on the surface. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea fleet in the outer orbit, having witnessed the effortless annihilation of a fortress planet, hastily activated their curvature engines to flee this battlefield, previously brimming with confidence. Huang Fulong has now lost all desire to resist. To him, this fleet that calls itself the Human Federation appears as true demons. He recalls his father's words, asserting that no entity capable of obliterating stars exists in this universe. Yet, the sight of the planet, now reduced to cosmic debris, shatters his understanding of battleship main cannons. At this very moment, only one thought remains in Huang Fulong's mind: to escape, to flee swiftly. He did not even have time to issue the order for his battleship's retreat, instead piloting the flagship away at full speed. Cease fire across the fleet. Let these individuals return and inform the Cloud Immortal Empire that we have arrived. Chapter 32, The Joyous Waters. The Battle of the Songlong Galaxy has drawn to a close. Thus far, the Human Federation's Wuma fleet has sustained not a single injury while successfully capturing 15 forward stronghold star systems, including the Star Sea Fortress. In the face of weaponry that transcends the ages, the Yunxian Empire has found itself bereft of any possibility of resistance. According to the initial strategy laid out by Huang Mao, the first phase of deterrent operations has been declared concluded. With each star system he conquers, he deliberately releases a batch of cultivators, believing that it will not be long before the entire Yunxian Empire succumbs to abject terror. The forthcoming operations promise to be considerably more complex. Unlike the other star systems in the southern domain, all stronghold planets in the periphery have been constructed for warfare. They house no civilians, only soldiers and fleets of the Yunxian Empire. Consequently, the Human Federation is unencumbered by humanitarian concerns during combat. However, intelligence indicates that many star systems to the rear are inhabited by ordinary civilians. Within the Yunxian Empire's geographical framework, a star system is akin to a province, and a planet equates to a city. These various interstellar cities are home to substantial numbers of Yunxian civilians, many of whom are defenseless, untrained individuals. Moreover, numerous planets are populated by indigenous peoples who have been subjugated and oppressed by the Yunxian, merely colonized due to their low cultivation levels or insufficient strength. When confronted with these planets, the deployment of world-destroying weapons such as the Annihilation Cannon is clearly inadvisable. Even large-scale destructive weapons like the Soul Resonance must be utilized with utmost caution. Huang Mao is not a commander driven by compassion. Yet he understands that mere slaughter will not resolve the underlying issues. The objective of their current campaign is to dismantle the upper echelons of the Yunxian Empire's rule and to devise a means of locating the Yi clan. A relentless extermination strategy would only fortify the resolve of the Yunxian people to resist to the bitter end. While the armed forces of the Yunxian Empire may be outdated, they benefit from vast territories and a considerable population. Should they face a comprehensive counterattack, not even a single Wuma fleet, nor 12 Zodiac-class fleets, could hope to suppress the entirety of the resistance forces. What is even more alarming is that if the Yi clan were to become aware of the Human Federation's actions, they might perceive it as an enemy, thus ensuring their permanent concealment and rendering any discussions of acquiring the method to ascend to immortality futile. Before their separation, Professor Luo and General Zhang had already conveyed to Huang Mao that a combination of reward and coercion is the most effective means of winning hearts and minds. With the Human Federation's productive capabilities and logistical prowess, they could effortlessly offer treasures that the Yun Xian could scarcely imagine. At that point, whatever they desired to exchange would be easily attainable. Colonel Huang, the mission has been accomplished, but that fellow named Huang Fulong has escaped. Are you certain there are no issues? Yifeng had already removed his battle armor and trudged into the command room. The recent battle had been exhilarating, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Yet as the excitement faded, he was left with a profound sense of exhaustion. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Feng. You need not worry. It is solely due to his surname, Huangfu, and his royal lineage that I allowed him to escape. While the emperor may disregard the words of others, those of his own kin undoubtedly carry some weight. Yifeng lounged on the adjacent sofa, grasping a cup of red tea. With a subtle infusion of icy energy from his palm, he procured a bottle of chilled red tea. He drank it in one go, his expression reflecting sheer satisfaction. The lukewarm swill of commoners pales in comparison to the exquisite brew of the ancient cellar. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Meanwhile, Huang Mao lifted a can of Pepsi, gently shaking it in his hand. Having transcended calamities, why indulge in such trivialities? This vintage 1982 Pepsi truly boasts prestige. I wouldn't even drink X, he retorted. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao grew agitated, exclaiming, Do you have any idea how much I spent on this can? 2 whole years of year-end bonuses. It was only thanks to my rapid spirit network speed that I managed to snag this cellar-stored Pepsi. Yifeng, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence. He had only recently learned that after his long slumber, the world underwent significant transformations. With the widespread adoption of spiritual energy cultivation, numerous food and beverage industries began to decline. After all, mere spiritual energy sufficed to meet the body's metabolic needs. Humanity no longer required additional sustenance. During that period, people across nations fervently pursued spiritual cultivation, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. Thus, fasting and dietary abstinence became a prevailing trend on Earth in the early years of this practice. Numerous food processing companies succumbed to bankruptcy, and as the market faded, Coca-Cola, too, faced mismanagement and ultimately collapsed, leading to the loss of its proprietary formula. Subsequently, brands like Fanta and Pepsi followed suit, declaring bankruptcy in turn. Consequently, soda became a relic of a bygone era, forever mourned. However, as humanity achieved near immortality through cultivation, they suddenly recognized that even in eternal life, sensory stimulation and various forms of entertainment remained essential. While many forms of entertainment could be flawlessly replicated through spiritual technology, certain things, once lost, could never be regained. Coca-Cola undoubtedly stood out as one of the most lamentable losses. Many research institutions later endeavored to recreate Coca-Cola's secret formula, yet all attempts have thus far failed. Thus, the quest for Coca-Cola's formula and the fundamental principles of spiritual energy research have been humorously dubbed the 2 great enigmas of human federal history. Solving either would yield tremendous contributions to humanity. Fortunately, although the original Coca-Cola formula has vanished, numerous warehouses across the earth still harbor substantial quantities of original Coca-Cola and Pepsi. In this context, the older the year, the higher the price of well-preserved Coca-Cola, while the price of Pepsi hovers around a mere third of that of Coca-Cola. As for sugar-free variants, they hold no value whatsoever. After all, each original bottle of cola consumed diminishes the available stock. Many individuals, upon acquiring a bottle of cola, do not immediately indulge. Instead, they meticulously preserve it, biding their time until its value appreciates for resale. In this era of unprecedented technological advancement, most industrial products have lost their worth. Even gold, once deemed precious, has diminished in significance due to the expansive development of our solar system. Only Coca-Cola, regarded as a stable currency, retains its collectible value. As a strategic resource and a benchmark for currency, Coca-Cola seldom graces the tables of the average individual. It is Pepsi that represents the pinnacle of luxury accessible to the common person. Chapter 33. The Eden System. The can of Pepsi clutched in the hands of the yellow-haired youth was a prized possession he had fought hard to obtain. In his own words, it represented his future fortune. It was only after he was temporarily appointed as the acting commander of the fleet that he carried this treasure with him at all times, ready to showcase it. During his time in the Longya Squadron, he had regaled his subordinates, the fresh recruits, with tales of its significance. In our era, one could hardly imagine the value of a can of Pepsi. Even a large 7-liter bottle of Coca-Cola was something I would boast about. In moments of passion, the yellow-haired boy would produce this long-saved can of Pepsi for everyone to admire from a distance. The many new recruits below, though skeptical, understood that, long before their births, Cola did not seem so precious. Noticing that Yifeng remained silent for a prolonged period, the yellow-haired youth chuckled and turned to take a seat. Oh, I almost forgot that you and I belong to the same era. What grand spectacles have you not witnessed? He cautiously tucked the can of Pepsi away before settling comfortably beside Yifeng. You must be tired after all this time. How about we take a break? A break? Haven't we yet finished this battle? Are you already looking to abandon ship? Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just waiting for those fellows to bring back the intel, right? Given the information relay efficiency of the Yunsan Empire, it'll likely take another 10 days to half a month before they realize we've arrived. The yellow-haired youth then wore a cheeky expression and added, You should play coy with me, Yifeng. I remember the very first thing you did upon waking was rush to that little hair salon. I always thought you were uninterested in romance. Turns out you had a different inclination. Yifeng's expression darkened. He hadn't given it much thought. His lack of romantic pursuits in the past was solely due to more pressing matters at hand. Yellow-haired, one may indulge in elixirs, but one should not speak frivolously. My reputation cannot be tarnished by your words. Haha, I'm just teasing you. After witnessing you eliminate so many Yunxians, I genuinely worried for a moment that you might have turned dark. It was then that Yifeng recalled having obliterated an entire fleet merely moments ago, having witnessed a planet's demise unfold before his very eyes. Yet, it seemed none of this had struck a profound chord within him. The mangled remains felt utterly disconnected from his being. His heart echoed but a singular thought. Those who kill are forever hunted by death. Yifeng fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead. The yellow-haired youth, sensing Yifeng's troubled demeanor, asked with concern, Yifeng, are you all right? If necessary, we can seek psychological counseling. Our ship's medic is rather impressive. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. War is inherently like this. Moreover, those individuals bore enmity toward me. I bear no psychological burden in their demise. Haha, that is good to hear. Let us go. I'll treat you to a moment of relaxation. Do you mean we are returning to the solar system now? Although aware that traveling through curvature would not consume much time, Yifeng still felt a sense of unease. Ha ha ha. What are you thinking? If I dared to leave the Changlu right now, General Zhang would surely beat me to death upon finding out. So, where do you intend to relax? Peering through the porthole, Yifeng gazed into the surrounding starry expanse. Apart from the recently shattered planetary debris, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Of course, we can relax right here aboard the Changlu. Huang Mao pointed to the floor beneath them. Brother Feng, you may not know this, but when this spacecraft carrier was constructed, it was designed entirely according to the layout of a cruise ship. This is the very first instance in history for the Afan-class spacecraft carrier to feature such a human-centric design. In the past, such accommodations were non-existent, which is why I was eager to seize the Wuma fleet back then. Upon hearing Huang Mao's explanation, Yifeng immediately grasped the underlying rationale. The construction of the Wuma fleet marked the latter stages of the Zodiac project, particularly with the building of the spacecraft carriers, which had already amassed considerable experience. However, based on years of operational experience, it became evident that the soldiers primarily concerned themselves with various living facilities aboard the vessel. The spacecraft carriers of the space age are vastly different from the aircraft carriers of the Earth era. Their most significant distinction lies in the fact that aircraft carriers dock every few months, allowing the crew a chance to rest. In contrast, once a spacecraft carrier is completed, it will never return to the surface again, aside from maintenance. Typically, a single operational duration extends over 50 years, and if necessary, it can drift through the cosmos for a millennium. Therefore, addressing the living conditions of the crew aboard the vessel is a matter that requires serious contemplation. In the construction of the first Afan spacecraft carrier, this aspect was not adequately considered. Despite the vessel's ample space, it retained only the most basic living quarters, with scant entertainment facilities, as most areas were filled with various weaponry. The consequence of this was that the entire spacecraft carrier resembled a mobile prison, leading to psychological issues among the crew during their decades-long service. Consequently, in subsequent spacecraft carrier constructions, an increasing number of recreational facilities were incorporated, transforming the spacecraft carrier from merely a platform for military force projection into a warm and comfortable home for the entire fleet. Even if the fleet were to become lost in the cosmos, it could continue to exist as a part of human civilization. The Changlu was conceived under this very philosophy. Spanning a remarkable 120 kilometers, the vessel is divided into 3 distinct layers. The lower level houses the power room. The uppermost layer serves as the deck, while the middle layer comprises living quarters and equipment bays, with the living area occupying the majority of the space. The permanent population aboard the warship is approximately 1 million, with a transient population of around 200,000. And the maximum design capacity is set at 1.5 million individuals. Such a population scale is sufficient to be deemed a cosmic city. As it is referred to as a city, this battleship houses nearly everything one would find in any other urban environment: parks, schools, hospitals, squares, residential areas, factories, and even a vast artificial lake. Certain residential zones can even simulate the cycles of day and night, along with various weather conditions. For those who remain aboard this aerospace carrier, the sensation of existing in the cosmos is virtually imperceptible. Furthermore, the entire vessel is equipped with cutting-edge life support systems, allowing for prolonged sustenance solely through the diverse factories on board, independent of external supplies. Moreover, from its inception, each aerospace carrier has been outfitted with an Eden system, capable of fostering the complete development of human civilization on a suitable planet. Chapter 34. His Excellency the Bishop in the Kalido star system, on the planet Rot. Within the fortress of the 3rd Imperial Guard fleet stationed in the Sikhat Empire, an enraged roar reverberated through the vast spires of the castle. Cowards! A pack of cowards! How could the 4th Guard fleet retreat without a fight? Does that old fox, Jerry, not fear the judgment of the Imperial Council? General Theo, still simmering with anger, was reminded that now was the time for composure, for rage would not solve the threat posed by the devilish fleet. A young man, meticulous in his appearance with a monocle and well-groomed beard and hair, sat calmly nearby, cradling a hefty notebook adorned with sketches of the flagship Ark spacecraft. What a remarkable creation! Before witnessing this warship, I could scarcely imagine that anyone could so seamlessly intertwine power and aesthetics. It is truly a work of art. General Theo, still fuming, occupied his bearskin chair, yet displayed a measure of respect towards the young man before him. Bishop Fast, forgive my impertinence, but does the Church intend to remain a mere spectator in this matter? As I understand it, the Kalido star system constitutes the largest diocese in this region. Should it fall into the hands of those devils, it would certainly spell considerable loss for the Church. The young man known as Bishop Fast shook his head with a smile, then closed his notebook, gently placing it upon the pearwood coffee table before him. General Theo, as a veteran who has conquered hundreds of star systems, you must comprehend the disparity between us and the devilish fleet. He continued, our pride, the Guard fleet, is as fragile as a soap bubble in a bathtub when faced with their flagship warships. As I have repeatedly emphasized, in the face of absolute technological superiority, courage and determination are rendered meaningless. You have heard of how the First Fleet was obliterated, I presume? A profound silence enveloped the room. General Theo, upon recently witnessing the remnants of the First Fleet, had already grasped the gravity of the enemy he faced, far from the so-called interstellar pirates described by the Imperial Council. Those complacent, well-fed bureaucrats nestled in the central star systems remained blissfully unaware of the sheer terror that awaited them. According to the survivors who had fled, the close-range barrages of the First Guard fleet had inflicted no damage upon those vessels. They could advance at a leisurely pace, enduring concentrated psionic fire until they exhausted their ammunition. Should any brave warriors dare to engage in boarding actions, they would discover that nearly every crew member aboard those devilish warships was a practitioner of the highest order. As for the firepower of the flagship, some terrified warriors even claimed to have witnessed the complete destruction of at least 2 planets. There were numerous such rumors. In ordinary times, these sensational heresies would have been swiftly condemned and burned by the ecclesiastical courts. However, at present, the terror of death has spread like a plague throughout the Kalido star system. Many nobles, capable of affording interstellar vessels, have fled in panic, and even numerous priests within the Church have forsaken their oaths to protect the God Emperor. The only ones remaining are the 3rd Vanguard fleet and countless civilians who are unable to escape. But, Father Fast, General Theo lamented, pointing at the star chart depicted in the mural, we have no avenue of retreat. The regions surrounding the Kalido star system have been entirely cleared by the demonic fleet. We are the last bastion of armed resistance in this area. Even if we wish to flee, there is nowhere to go. General Theo slumped despondently into his chair, unable to fathom the astonishing efficiency of the demonic fleet's assaults. He had not even been afforded the opportunity to call for aid before being encircled. Yet, on Father Fast's countenance, there was no trace of concern, only a profound curiosity. Setting aside the current state of warfare, Had General Theo not contemplated the origins of this demonic fleet, a force commanding such a formidable armada had eluded the gaze of us all. This fact alone was exceedingly fascinating. General Theo's brows relaxed slightly. I have already analyzed this matter. This enigmatic fleet first appeared at the Starsea Fortress. That madman, Von Jin, was utterly paralyzed by fear there. According to him, his invincible fleet was annihilated by the demonic armada. Regrettably, at that time, I foolishly believed that Von Jin was merely attempting to save face by masking his defeat. Yet, who could have imagined that within this universe, there exists a force capable of utterly obliterating an expeditionary corps comprising 150,000 warships? Father Fast also turned to regard the celestial mural before them, a masterpiece titled Genesis, painted by the renowned artist Buonarroti during the Renaissance. This mural not only accurately delineates the coordinates of the Callido star system, but also vividly recounts the legend of the God Emperor's creation of this celestial domain, bestowing upon it both immense artistic and significant military value. It is indeed an intriguing tale, this suddenly emergent power, akin to deities from indigenous legends. Upon hearing this, General Theo chose not to respond, but instead gazed deeply at the young bishop. In the entirety of the Charter Empire, there could only ever be one deity, the God Emperor. Any acts of worship or veneration directed towards other divine figures would be deemed absolute heresy, with the ecclesiastical courts handling the most cases of such nature annually. Yet, this high-ranking member of the clergy spoke so lightly in admiration of other deities, leaving him utterly perplexed. Noticing his expression, Father Fast gently elucidated, Lord Theo, do not misunderstand. As the God Emperor has stated, deities are merely a deeper understanding of the rules. At present, we can be certain that the civilizations inhabiting these devilish fleets possess a comprehension of psychic energy that far surpasses our own, much like our understanding exceeds that of the Cloud Immortal Empire. General Theo once again fell into silence. Indeed, as Fauster asserted, the Shact Empire, following its division, first underwent a religious reformation, subsequently igniting an unprecedented cultural renaissance, which led to a surge in research concerning psychic energy and the laws of the universe. The Shact Empire's ability to maintain formidable combat prowess is entirely reliant on the hundreds of universities within its borders, which have nurtured a multitude of highly skilled individuals over the past millennium. Countless new warships and innovative weaponry are continuously being developed, while various tactics are being tested and refined incrementally. The profound exploration of psychic energy has enabled the Empire's fleet to enhance the power and range of their artillery, allowing them to maintain a steady upper hand even when confronted with superior enemy forces. Chapter 35. Surrender. Do you mean to suggest that this civilization has undergone a developmental journey akin to ours, including a renaissance? Bishop Fast smiled faintly. I fear that is indeed the case. However, the prowess displayed by this civilization must have arisen from countless iterations of Renaissance-like epics to reach such heights. General Theo's hands began to tremble involuntarily. As a scholar general trained in military academies, he understood all too well the implications of modern weaponry. The 3rd Imperial Guard fleet under his command was equipped with the latest models of warships from the Empire. Even the Invincible fleet would stand no chance before him. His confidence stemmed from the additional cannons mounted on each vessel. In interstellar warships, the mere addition of a single cannon requires countless engineers to toil day and night in experimentation and calculation. Any seemingly minor alteration could potentially alter the ship's overall performance. It is precisely these inconspicuous advancements that, when accumulated, can translate into overwhelming advantages on the battlefield. Yet now, faced with the infernal fleet, he found himself utterly unable to comprehend its performance or principles. And fear, indeed, arises from the unknown. General Theo, do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. With the Emperor's divine protection over the Charred Empire, I believe we need not worry excessively. Bishop, do you possess any strategies to counter our foes? Fast wore a mysterious smile as he replied, none. Ha. General Theo, in truth, apart from destruction, we have another option. He retrieved a white silk handkerchief from his chest and waved it gently. Are you suggesting surrender? General Theo gazed incredulously at the bishop. Had it not been for the latter's ecclesiastical status, he would have ordered his guards to seize him at once. Isn't it an obvious truth? Fast chuckled. Consider this. With the strength and speed of the infernal fleet, annihilating the Callido system's forces would be no more challenging for them than enjoying a leisurely lunch. Their reason for encircling us without striking is merely to compel us to surrender without a fight. Should we capitulate now, we might still hold some value. However, if the 4th Guard fleet, those opportunistic scoundrels, seizes the initiative, we may find ourselves devoid of any worth as captives. General Theo's expression grew increasingly complex. Is this the stance of the church? Why else? Bishop Fast replied with a knowing smile directed at General Theo. Do you wish for me to perish alongside those wretches? Forgive my candor, but should not the church be the most steadfast of warriors? I understand you are a general of the Charred Empire, the youngest marshal of the Calado system. To you, both life and blood pale in significance compared to your family's glory. Yet within the Emperor's doctrine, even demons can be bargained with. I believe that surrendering will resolve all issues. General Theo rose from his bearskin chair. No, I cannot concur with your excellency, the bishop. As a soldier, my unwavering position is to shed the last drop of blood for the Empire. General Theo asserted with conviction. The Calado star system is a civilization under the Empire's dominion, and the 3rd Vanguard Fleet, established at great cost, represents the Empire's most elite forces. We shall never betray the Empire, nor abandon our beliefs. You are mistaken, Bishop Fauster gently shook his head. Your error lies in your failure to comprehend how to serve the God Emperor. In the Empire, no glory can compare to fulfilling the desires of the God Emperor. Do you truly believe that expanding so-called territories and conquering uncivilized natives is the true intention of the God Emperor? Bishop Fauster's voice suddenly rose in fervor. Have you ever pondered the significance of the God Emperor's eternal existence? General Theo fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Before the twilight of the gods arrives, we must break through the realm of immortals to secure a glimmer of hope for the Empire. Fauster's expression grew fervent. Indeed, as long as it allows the God Emperor to transcend to immortality, even devils are not beyond collaboration. Have you heard? The psychic energy levels demonstrated by this devilish fleet far exceed our understanding. Even if all the spiritual energy of the Empire's practitioners were combined, it would not match the firepower of a single volley from their flagship. If the God Emperor could harness this vast psychic energy, the possibility of ascension would undoubtedly increase manifold. General Theo fell into contemplation, realizing that Fauster was not wrong. The current God Emperor resembles an insatiable black hole of spiritual energy. Even if all practitioners in the Empire were united, they could never satisfy the God Emperor's need for ascension. They themselves do not even know when they could completely fulfill the God Emperor's desires. But can we truly relinquish such a vast empire? Fauster sighed. Our strength is insufficient to absorb this resource. Moreover, even if we offer it to the God Emperor, it may not guarantee his ascension. After all, if the God Emperor cannot ascend, everything we currently possess will be rendered meaningless when the twilight of the gods descends. Therefore, our only recourse is to offer the Empire to the devilish civilization in exchange for a chance at collaboration. General Theo once again fell into thought. Fauster's argument held merit. They could not possibly defeat the devilish fleet, and feudal resistance would simply be an act of senseless self-destruction. However, such a method of surrender lacks honor. Thus, he looked up at Bishop Fauster. Is the church prepared to handle this matter? Bishop Fast smiled faintly, expressing a simple yet profound thought. I could personally embark on a mission to confront this demonic fleet, seeking to exchange our surrender for a position of equality. Moreover, under such circumstances, I am convinced that the devilish civilization would find themselves in need of our assistance. Rather than relegating ourselves to mere space debris, it is far more prudent to seize the opportunity for cooperation. Even if contemporary society cannot comprehend our actions, history shall undoubtedly render us a fair judgment. General Theo, as though drained of all his vigor, finally gestured with resignation, addressing Fast. Let it be as you suggest. Henceforth, disarm the entire 3rd Vanguard Fleet. I fervently hope that today marks a decision well made. Chapter 36. The Eastern Chait Empire in the vast expanse of the Pompeii star system, on the sacred Serapis planet. General Zhang faced a dire situation. The Eastern Chait Empire, a faction of fervent zealots, showed no signs of capitulation. The prisoners we dispatched to persuade them to surrender had met a grim fate, publicly executed as a warning. With only this singular planet remaining, should we initiate a campaign for total annihilation? The advisor, maintaining an impassive demeanor, suggested that the frequency of the annihilation cannon's deployment had reached unforeseen levels. The warriors of the Eastern Chait Empire exhibited an unwavering resolve. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, they fought valiantly to the last breath. In their eyes, the Human Federation represented the harbinger of their destruction, a heretical threat to the sanctity of their divine ruler. They yearned to rend the soldiers of the Human Federation asunder. General Zhang furrowed his brow, pondering the unyielding spirit of the Eastern Chait's practitioners. It perplexed him as to why they possessed such an intense will to resist. This predicament was a source of great vexation and discontent for him. He had initially intended to leverage the Annihilation Cannon's formidable power to dismantle the psychological defenses of the practitioners on this planet. Yet, the Eastern Shade denizens remained resolute, unwilling to embrace defeat, even as the other two planets within their star system lay in ruins and their solitary moon had been shattered. These individuals were the epitome of toughness. Unlike the Western Shade Empire, the reverence for their divine ruler remained unassailable. This fervent group of religious devotees believed that a noble death in battle would grant them entry into paradise. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason for our failure in negotiations. The nearby advisor remarked that the legions of the Eastern Shade Empire were renowned for their devotion to the divine ruler. Under the enigmatic guidance of their deity, the entire nation practiced a singular cultivation method, significantly enhancing their training efficiency. However, this came at the cost of relinquishing 1/10 of their spiritual energy for the divine ruler's use. In terms of cultivation speed, the practitioners of the Eastern Shade Empire were nearly unparalleled. Strategically, the Eastern Shade Empire held a significant religious advantage. They commanded vast territories and formidable military might, with the church exerting direct control over various star domains. Theocratic power overshadowed royal authority, and with the absence of cruel noble exploitation, societal equity was markedly improved. The divisions between the upper and lower echelons were not profoundly entrenched, and the combat effectiveness forged through religious unity was considerable, rendering the prospect of surrender virtually non-existent. Yet, their collective intellect remained stifled, with religion permeating every facet of their lives. The soldiers of the Eastern Shade Empire, although acutely aware of their inferiority to the Human Federation, did not succumb to despair. In their unwavering faith, they believed that their divine ruler would ultimately vanquish these demons, and that their current setbacks were merely tests of loyalty from their sovereign. Even the pirate factions of this nation have recognized the impending crisis. They understand that if they do not unite, annihilation awaits them. This frenzied worship of the divine emperor has driven them to reckless rebellion, culminating in countless acts of mutual destruction. "General, what shall we do?" inquired the aide beside him. General Zhang furrowed his brow. "I am unaware of what paradise their deity has promised them after death. However, I shall ensure they witness true hell while they still draw breath. Dispatch orders for the Tiger Wing Brigade to prepare. I will personally lead them to that celestial body." Serapis Divine Star, Doppler Temple, an elderly scholar, adorned in scholarly attire with flowing white hair, was meticulously drawing intricate geometric patterns in the sand with a gnarled stick. A soldier clad in armor hurriedly approached him, reporting, "General Marcius, our interstellar fleet stationed in the outer orbit has been utterly annihilated by the demonic fleet. We have lost our final opportunity for retreat." The soldier's tone bore no trace of sorrow or despair. Instead, it conveyed a thrilling readiness to fight to the last. The elderly scholar paid no heed to the soldier's expression, nor did he absorb a single word of the report. He was lost in his own world, unable to extricate himself. "By the grace of the divine emperor, I am but a step away from the truth of this world. The square of the hypotenuse is precisely equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. This holds true for all right-angled triangles." But then again, how shall I express the hypotenuse of an isosceles right triangle with sides of one in numerical form? Damn it. The so-called universality of numbers may not be as infallible as presumed. The white-haired elder muttered incessantly, while the surrounding soldiers seemed accustomed to his peculiarities, choosing to maintain their distance to avoid disturbing his manuscripts and the countless geometric designs etched in the sand. Unlike other generals, Marcius exhibited little interest in military governance. Yet this did not imply a deficiency in his command abilities. On the contrary, General Marcius adhered to a stringent methodology in troop deployment. Every warship's position, velocity, and firepower configuration were meticulously calculated and arranged, allowing operations to proceed seamlessly according to his preordained strategies. The outcomes of battles often aligned closely with his prior calculations, exhibiting minimal deviation. Under such a leader, even the most timid soldiers could confront their foes with composure and confidence. However, this time, the situation was wholly different. The emergence of the demonic fleet had decisively shattered all fortresses in the outer regions of the galaxy. The formidable power they displayed compelled even the bravest warriors to concede their inferiority. General Marcius, unprecedentedly, did not present any battle plans. His reasoning was quite simple. In the face of such a fleet, any strategy would be utterly futile. The soldiers could only endeavor to delay the advance of the demonic fleet, as they had practiced in their drills. General Martius, the landing forces of the demonic fleet are approaching the Temple of Dopra. You must take refuge in the underground palace at once. Another soldier, visibly anxious, rushed in with the message. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the air around them grew heavy with an ominous presence. As countless powerful and terrifying auras surged toward the Temple of Dopra like an unstoppable tide, all the soldiers halted, their eyes wide with fear. Were it not for their unwavering loyalty to the Divine Emperor, they would scarcely be able to steady their weapons. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped them. It was the demonic fleet. They had finally come. Chapter 37. General Martius rose slowly, his expression devoid of any panic, instead adorned with a serene smile. Upon hearing the battle report from the Starsea Fortress, he had anticipated the emergence of this day, yet he was taken aback by its swift arrival. General Martius, I implore you to vacate the temple at once. Leave this to me. A deep voice resounded. A soldier clad in golden armor materialized, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue. General Idia, though your prowess exceeds mine, you remain but one of my subordinates, General Martius replied, shaking his head. He did not depart. Rather, he approached General Idia and quietly inquired, do you truly believe that as a commander, I would flee first? Certainly not. Your loyalty to the Divine Emperor is beyond reproach. General Idia replied flatly, since you are already aware, please refrain from uttering such superfluous words. General Martius gazed at the approaching dark speck on the horizon, a melancholic expression gracing his features. He did not fear the death that awaited him. Instead, he lamented the abrupt cessation of his research. In his eyes, the pursuit of scholarship held far loftier significance than that of a general. General Martius retrieved a tubular weapon from his waist, examined it in his hand, then shook his head and returned it to its sheath. General Idia's eyelids twitched. He had previously witnessed the weapon's formidable power. It was a device that utilized fragments of spiritual stones as a catalyst. The principle involved loading the fragments into a metal tube, followed by inserting a lead ball or a metallic pellet. Then, the fragments within the barrel would be detonated, harnessing the explosive force of the spiritual stones to propel the lead ball forward. This weapon, although feeble, capable of barely manifesting the strength of a golden core practitioner, exhibited distinct advantages as a spiritual tool. Even a chi refinement practitioner or an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual energy could swiftly master its use without the need for extensive training. Furthermore, its production cost was remarkably low. The price of a standard longbow could yield 10 such weapons. This was the innovative armament that General Martius had dedicated years to researching. Yet due to the instability and preservation challenges of the spiritual stone fragments, along with its slow firing rate and limited range, its deployment had been indefinitely postponed. General Idia had once calculated that if low-tier practitioners of the Eastern Karta Empire were equipped with such weaponry, the Empire's military resources could expand 2- to 3-fold. Alas, such an opportunity would never come to pass. The Tiger Wing Brigade, under the command of General Zhang, arrived before the Dopla Temple. The majestic structure shimmered with a sacred brilliance under the illumination of the Red Star. The entire architectural ensemble exhibited a remarkable symmetry, a testament to the craftsmanship of a master artisan. Beams of light cascaded from the heavens as General Zhang piloted his mech forward. Inside the mech, a pair of hawk-like eyes emanated an aura of icy resolve. Behind him stood over 100 warriors clad in armor, wielding formidable weaponry. Each soldier was of a cultivation level exceeding the Great Ascension, their presence exuding a ferocious intensity. Their gazes were as sharp as blades. Yet, the soldiers of the Eastern Chait Empire did not falter. Instead, they gathered resolutely before the temple, determined to thwart these demons. All soldiers, heed the command. Form ranks. General Adia bellowed. The Imperial Legionnaires raised their heads, their eyes steadfastly fixed on their commander. Within their hearts, a fierce fighting spirit ignited. For a battle that would decide their fates was imminent. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, they were prepared to fight to the bitter end. General Zhang's gaze grew even colder. Since entering the territories of the Eastern Chait Empire, every conflict had unfolded with remarkable ease, yet with each victory, his ultimate objective seemed further away. To subdue his enemies without battle was his true aim. However, these madmen showed no fear of death. Similarly, they remained unmoved by the vast resources offered by the Human Federation. They rejected any connection with heretics, fixated solely on war and death. The warriors of the Eastern Chait Empire raised their shields, forming a grand array of 1,000, slowly advancing towards the Tiger Wing Brigade. General Zhang raised his hand, signaling for them to hold their fire. He then hurled an energy concussion grenade into the heart of the formation. With a resounding explosion, nearly all the soldiers of Eastern Chait collapsed, rendered unconscious by the non-lethal weapon, which temporarily incapacitated lower-tier cultivators without inflicting permanent harm. At that moment, the only standing figures on the battlefield, aside from the Tiger Wing Brigade, were General Marcius and General Idea, who held a round shield at his side. General Idea, possessing the strength of the combined phase, widened his eyes in fury upon witnessing his soldiers losing their fighting capability in an instant. He raised his shield, preparing to charge into battle. However, General Marcius restrained him, speaking calmly, "Do not act rashly. They have not slain your soldiers. Their commander seems inclined to converse with us." Sensing the atmosphere of the battlefield, General Idea realized the truth of his words. The soldiers were merely in a slumber, not devoid of life. "But we have nothing to discuss with those demons," he retorted. "It is of no consequence. Engaging with them may not be entirely detrimental," General Marcius replied, planting his sword into the ground to signal his lack of hostility. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, General Zhang stepped out of the mech and approached General Marcius with deliberate strides. When the two were merely 5 paces apart, General Zhang halted, his interest piqued by the geometric formations and fortifications strewn across the ground. Then, in a rather stilted dialect of the Eastern Chart Empire, he inquired, "Are you employing the polygon approximation method to compute the value of pi?" General Marcius exhibited a peculiar expression, astonished as he asked, "Can you comprehend my calculation formula?" "Indeed. I am quite intrigued. To what extent have you progressed in your calculations?" General Marcius chuckled, pride illuminating his demeanor, and replied, "Ah, who would have thought that even devils possess an interest in geometry? I shall not hesitate to inform you that I have currently calculated pi to be 3,1416, which has proven to be remarkably precise in the construction of warships." General Zhang smiled silently, picking up a twig from the ground and, using the script of the Eastern Chart Empire, began to inscribe the subsequent digits of pi in the sand. Chapter 38. The Browning Pistol. The brittle branches rustled upon the sandy ground. 141,592,653,589,793 238,462. With each digit inscribed by General Zhang, an expression of increasing incredulity spread across General Marcius's face. "Impossible, utterly impossible. It is inconceivable that anyone could calculate pi with such precision. Do you grasp the magnitude of such calculations? Even the arena could not accommodate your computational process." "Humph. How can I ascertain the accuracy of your pi?" General Zhang offered no response. Instead, beside the triangle drawn in the sand, he began to inscribe the most fundamental trigonometric formulas. After being transformed by the soul computing machine, General Zhang articulated these simple mathematical expressions in a manner comprehensible to him. General Marcius fell silent, rapidly processing these formulas in his mind. He had devoted millennia to understanding these geometric concepts, enabling him to swiftly grasp the meanings behind these formulas. However, with each subsequent revelation, the cold sweat on his brow intensified. He was compelled to concede that these formulas, which had eluded his lifelong pursuit, were indeed entirely accurate. General Zhang's pen moved with increasing alacrity, as one fundamental theorem after another was delineated on the sand through simple language or illustrations, the analytical equations of plane geometry, systems of linear equations, calculus, infinite series. At this juncture, General Marcius's expression was inscrutable, as he could comprehend only a portion of the latter formulas, while the rest slipped beyond his full understanding. Yet, an instinctual awareness conveyed to him that these formulas and theorems were indisputably correct. As a scholar who had immersed himself in the natural sciences for millennia, he often perceived the beauty that mathematics bestowed upon him. Truth is, more often than not, succinct and lucid. The formulas sprawled before him exuded this essence, leaving General Marcius feeling disoriented, as the worldviews and philosophies he had constructed over centuries began to unravel. Absolutely impossible. How could you devils possibly comprehend the truths governing the universe's operation? General Marcius cast his gaze once more upon the initial pi, and suddenly, he seized another brittle branch, as though grasping a lifeline. He then prostrated himself upon the ground, fervently verifying the accuracy of this string of digits. He was determined to prove that this was merely a senseless performance orchestrated by devils. Complex geometric figures emerged in the sand, followed by an extensive series of calculated numbers. General Marcius substituted the first 8 digits, employing his method of circular segmentation for rapid calculations. Meanwhile, General Adia stood by, bewildered, entirely at a loss as to why the enemy did not simply eliminate them, instead opting to inscribe such peculiar symbols and shapes upon the ground. To him, these symbols held no significance, yet General Marcius appeared entranced, captivated by the very shapes and signs before him. Time slipped away unnoticed until finally, with a long sigh, General Marcius cast the branch at his feet and sank despondently onto the sandy ground, his gaze still fixated on the results of his latest calculations. It was inconceivable. How could they possess such knowledge? General Zhang approached and slowly seated himself opposite Marcius. "You surprise me," he remarked. "I did not expect to encounter scholars of science in a civilization that venerates spiritual abilities." Marcius forced a pained smile. "You know," he replied, "others refer to you as demons from hell. However, I have always believed that a civilization capable of constructing such a fleet could not be inferior to us." He exhaled deeply before continuing, "Regrettably, I was mistaken. I once thought that perhaps there was a gap between us, but that gap is indeed insurmountable." He picked up the branch and pointed at the calculus inscribed in the sand. "This represents your understanding of the infinite, does it not? It is beyond imagination how advanced your civilization has become, necessitating such formulas. In your eyes, we must seem no different from primitives." General Zhang noticed the spirit gun at Marcius's waist and inquired with keen interest, "Might I see that?" Without hesitation, Marcius handed over the embodiment of his life's work. Zhang examined the spirit gun closely. It possessed the fundamental design of a ranged weapon, distinct from the massive spirit cannons aboard warships, which relied entirely on formations to harness spiritual energy, contrasting sharply with this gun that required loading. Remarkably, it could be activated without any practitioner channeling spiritual energy. The ivory barrel was exquisitely smooth, though it lacked rifling within. The grip was carved from sandalwood, fitting comfortably in hand. Instead of a trigger, it featured a small formation, allowing even an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy to easily initiate it in this energy-rich world. Once activated, the miniature formation would ignite the fragments of spirit stones within the chamber, propelling the bullet at considerable speed. The weapon's design was ingeniously crafted, a true masterpiece. However, due to material limitations, its accuracy and stability were far from guaranteed. Even General Zhang could not assure that a single shot would fire reliably, fearing the possibility of a catastrophic explosion in his hand. "In our realm, we possess weapons similar to this," he remarked, producing a Browning pistol from his coat and offering it to General Marcius. This was during his time on Earth, when he participated in a joint military exercise and was presented with a weapon by foreign forces. Although this handgun has become obsolete in this era, General Zhang still carries it with him at all times as a memento of his past, maintaining it in excellent condition. Upon receiving this weapon, which bears a striking resemblance to a spiritual firearm, General Marcius appeared somewhat astonished. The metallic instrument felt remarkably comfortable in his grip, suggesting that it was indeed a standard-issue weapon, widely utilized by the forces. The trigger appeared to be some form of activation mechanism. After exchanging a glance with General Zhang and receiving a nod of consent, he aimed at a distant ceramic pot and pulled the trigger. However, the handgun remained unresponsive. General Zhang chuckled, took the handgun back, disengaged the safety, and returned it to General Marcius. This time, it was Marcius who was taken aback. Such a safety feature indicated a highly developed design, further substantiating that this weapon had been in service within the opposing forces for many years. Bang! A bullet was fired, shattering the ceramic pot into fragments. With Marcius's prowess, he easily tracked the bullet's trajectory. Yet, more astonishing than the remarkable speed was the complete absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this weapon. Chapter 39. The Apocalypse. How could this be? General Marcius's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no ordinary contraption. It was a weapon capable of inflicting genuine harm upon Foundation-level cultivators. Moreover, its craftsmanship was so exquisite that even a child could wield its power effectively. Even within the Eastern Chart Empire, it would be regarded as a remarkable spiritual artifact. General Zhang smiled slightly and remarked, "Nothing is impossible. This firearm indeed lacks spiritual energy. However, the energy it harnesses comes from a substance known as gunpowder, whose potency rivals that of so-called spiritual energy. If you doubt it, feel free to test it again." General Marcius gazed into the distance at the shattered fragments of a vase, his astonishment rivaling his initial reaction to the formulas he had just witnessed. The weapon's primary material was composed of pure metal, yet it was unlike any metal he had encountered before, possessing a silvery sheen that was countless times more resilient than silver. Its shape revealed meticulous craftsmanship, and more alarmingly, it appeared to be assembled from numerous parts, each fitting together with flawless precision. He found it hard to fathom the kind of artistry required to create such a remarkable weapon. Driven by curiosity, General Martius picked up the handgun, examining it closely. He pressed a button beside the grip, and with a click, the magazine fell away naturally, revealing the bullets within, which piqued his interest. He retrieved a bullet and, without hesitation, tossed it into the air. The projectile traced an uncanny arc in the sky before detonating violently mid-flight. The explosion had been triggered by the spiritual energy he had infused into the bullet. The secondary explosion propelled the bullet forward, and it quickly vanished from sight. So that is how it works, he realized. The bullet operated by packing an explosive within its casing, which was ignited by some mechanism, sending the metal projectile soaring with the force of the explosive shockwave. This design philosophy bore striking similarities to his own spiritual firearm. Yet it was evident that the design of this metallic handgun was far superior. General Martius did not pause. He proceeded to disassemble the handgun entirely. As he surveyed the scattered components, trigger, springs, barrel, his expression grew increasingly solemn. As one of the few ship designers and architectural engineers in the Eastern Chart Empire, he could discern the specific functions and design intentions of these parts with a mere glance. General Martius, what are your thoughts on the design of this weapon? General Zhang inquired. General Martius nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. The craftsmanship of this design is exceptionally unique, and the structure of these components is exceedingly precise. The design philosophy behind this firearm has reached an exceptional pinnacle. Should suitable materials be available, such a weapon could certainly be mass-produced. Having uttered these words, General Martius suddenly realized that today was not merely a day for scholarly discussion, but rather the onset of a life-and-death battle. I can see that your weaponry is formidable, and your theoretical knowledge even more so. However, this will not alter the outcome. When Ragnarok arrives, we are nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Ragnarok. General Zhang had heard this term for the second time, coincidentally both uttered by high-ranking officials of the enemy. Ah, it seems you are a rather youthful civilization. Indeed fortunate to have developed such powerful technology in such a brief span. Had you emerged a mere 10,000 years earlier, perhaps the outcome might have been different. Nevertheless, it is too late now. The expression on General Martius' face grew profoundly weary, his tone considerably heavier. General Zhang, maintaining his composure, reassembled the handgun on the ground and continued his inquiry. You and the Cloud Fairy Empire have both mentioned an apocalyptic crisis. I am genuinely curious. What manner of apocalypse could inspire such despair in you? Rising to his feet, General Martius brushed off the dust from his garments and elucidated. Ragnarok signifies the end of all civilizations, the termination of all life, the final day of human civilization, and the demise of all living beings. Surely, you comprehend the essence of the term end. General Zhang shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. General Martius chuckled softly and continued, You must find it curious how I possess this knowledge. In truth, it is a legacy bequeathed by our ancestors. These legacies chronicle the calamities of the apocalypse, yet my forebears did not impart further details to us, for they sacrificed themselves during this catastrophe. All we know is that this cataclysm has occurred countless times. Every civilization that has attempted to resist the apocalypse has invariably met with failure. This is a truth universally evidenced, not just by our Chart Empire, the Cloud Fairy Empire, but by any civilization that has ever existed. I see. General Zhang realized with sudden clarity. Thus, it is evident that both we and you stand no chance of withstanding the onslaught of this apocalypse. General Martius sighed. As I mentioned earlier, we are indeed powerless to resist. However, we do possess at least one option. General Martius stated matter-of-factly. What option? General Martius appeared somewhat puzzled. To flee, came the response. Flee. General Zhang shrugged. You must know that escape is utterly impossible for us. If my conjecture is correct, the entire empire has already been shrouded in darkness. Indeed, our forces have become ensnared in an endless abyss. This malaise is not confined solely to the boundaries of our empire. Ominous signs are emerging within neighboring realms as well. If we do not escape this world before the advent of doom, death shall be our only fate, leaving us with no avenue for survival. General Martius nodded in acknowledgement. General Zhang offered a faint smile, proclaiming, I too am a cultivator, albeit not yet in the latter stages of transcending tribulations. Chapter 40. The Swarm Yet. It is not too far-fetched. I have heard tales that the power of cultivators can rival the heavens. However, I remain skeptical, believing such accounts to be mere legends. For we are unable to grasp the edge of the cosmic Tao. Malseus nodded in agreement. General Zhang continued, stating that although we rely on the power of spiritual energy to move mountains and fill seas, we are still insignificant compared to the vastness of the universe. When measured against the figures of myth and legend, we are scarcely superior to mere mortals. Historical records tell of immortals who could pluck stars from the sky and consume the sun and moon. In the past, we naively assumed these accounts were nothing but the romantic imaginations of ancient peoples. Yet, with our deepening research into spiritual energy, we have gradually come to realize that these earth-shattering legends may not be fabrications but rather hold a semblance of truth. Malseus's expression grew grave. You speak rightly. In our mythology, there exist similar tales, great serpents capable of swallowing stars, titanic beings that could lift the cosmos, and warriors who pilfered the embers of the stars. These ancient legends resonate not only within our civilization but also among the indigenous cultures of distant star systems, where almost identical stories abound. I cannot help but wonder if, long ago, all our civilizations shared akin experiences. This implies that our ancestors once attained such heights. Perhaps, only with such power could one withstand the impending twilight of the gods. Malseus paused before continuing. At present, our greatest hope lies in the God Emperor, who is the most likely human to break through to the realm of immortals in nearly 100 millennia. Should he ascend to the immortal realm, he could lead our entire race away from this death-laden star domain. Upon hearing this, General Zhang shook his head, neither affirming nor denying the claim, but rather pressing on. What you propose about the immortal realm facilitating the escape of our entire race is, in reality, rather unrealistic. Even if your God Emperor possesses immense power, it is implausible for him to transport the billions of souls of an entire empire. By that time, it would be a considerable feat if he can secure his own safety, let alone tend to you mortals. Malseus wished to offer further explanation. Yet recalling the God Emperor's abandonment of this planet, he refrained from further debate. Although General Zhang's words were harsh, they were not entirely devoid of reason. Even if the God Emperor could indeed depart, he would likely only evacuate those from the core star regions, while the fleets and planets from outer systems would inevitably be sacrificed. It seemed General Zhang had perceived Malseus's thoughts and gently encouraged. Our civilization has never shied away from difficulties and challenges. Rather than merely fleeing, we should contemplate how to overcome the impending apocalypse. Humanity can triumph over the heavens. This is our conviction. We will not forsake our homeland to flee alone. General Zhang's words rang with a resonant strength, igniting a flicker of hope within the despondent heart of General Marcius. Yet, hope was fleeting, as General Marcius wryly mocked himself. To triumph over the apocalypse? I concede that your fleet is indeed formidable, but you are utterly ignorant of the adversaries that lie ahead. I can assure you, your fleet stands no chance. In the face of oblivion, you and we are indistinguishable. Intrigued, General Zhang pressed further. So, it appears you possess knowledge of the twilight of the gods? General Marcius shook his head. Indeed, I am familiar. Pray, enlighten me as to why the twilight descends, and how it brings about the ruin of human civilization. Zhang's tone brimmed with anticipation, and after a moment of silence, Marcius spoke slowly. I have been attentive to the tales of the twilight of the gods since time immemorial. The cyclical nature of apocalyptic crises is a subject I have pondered deeply. As you are aware, the vast majority of civilizations perish utterly in cataclysms, leaving behind scant evidence. Only a handful of civilizations that successfully fled this star domain have left behind fragmented whispers concerning the apocalypse. These elusive remnants, passed down through the lips of survivors, have morphed into the mythologies we know today. However, out of fear, these myths have romanticized the truth of the apocalypse, rendering it less terrifying than it truly is. In actuality, behind these legends lies a tragic epic composed of the annihilation of countless civilizations. I believe your narratives must contain prophecies of a flood as an end of days. In many myths, the flood is merely depicted as a prolonged deluge that submerges the land. If that were the case, the apocalypse would be far too trivial. Not to mention that most cultivators possess the ability to manipulate water. Even an overwhelming downpour would not spell doom for civilizations adept in spiritual energy, as they could survive in the vastness of outer space. Thus, I surmise that the true flood of the apocalypse is likely more complex than mere water. The genuine end of days conceals horrors lurking beneath these floods. General Marcius then produced a stone tablet from within his robes, revealing the fossil of a colossal insect. This stone, I believe you have encountered on your home planet as well. Over the past millennium, I have collected numerous such stones from various civilized worlds. These creatures appear peculiar, do they not? They were far larger than the ants of today. I have seen fossils of centipedes measuring dozens of meters, mosquitoes the size of cattle, and spiders towering like houses. These fossils are remarkably unique. Much like humankind, their forms have graced every planet, their species nearly identical. You should understand that the ecological environments of each planet are entirely distinct. If they are indigenous species that have evolved autonomously, there should exist considerable morphological differences. Yet, these insects, in their distribution, mirror humanity's presence, being remarkably uniform across every life-bearing planet. Can you grasp the implications of this? General Zhang furrowed his brow even deeper. Retrieving a pack of hard-boxed Zhonghua cigarettes, opening it to offer one to General Marcius, while he himself lit one, bringing it to his lips. General Zhang responded, "Are you suggesting that these insects have also appeared suddenly on all planets? And they are not the life forms that evolved independently on these life-bearing planets, as we previously imagined?" General Marcius ignited his cigarette, inhaling deeply, the potent nicotine momentarily easing his taut nerves. Cough, this is indeed a fine product. Yes, that is precisely the point I wish to convey. These insects have emerged from an unknown origin. They have since swept across the entire galaxy, and the fossils we observe now are merely the weakened forms of countless generations. As for their true essence, it is likely far more terrifying than the fossils we encounter. Moreover, I have discerned that humanity's dread of these insects is indelibly etched into our very souls. Regardless of the heights we attain in our cultivation, the mere sight of these insects invokes visceral disgust and fear, even when they are minuscule and pose no threat to us. Undoubtedly, this serves as our gravest warning. Thus, I firmly believe that the plague of insects is a manifestation of the twilight of the gods. Chapter 41. Human Determination Conquers Destiny. General Zhang stared intently at the insect fossil embedded in the stone slab, lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that his cigarette was nearly burning his fingers. He found himself unable to assess the accuracy of General Marcius's arguments. Yet he could not dismiss the fallacies therein. The twilight of the gods had undoubtedly transpired. He had previously discussed this with Professor Luo. Had civilization not faced interruptions and continued to evolve, even a civilization as formidable as the Cloud Immortal Empire could have gradually progressed into a super-civilization surpassing the Human Federation. Nevertheless, thus far, throughout the entire third spiral arm, apart from Earth, every other civilization remained in a rather primitive state. This indicated that the preceding psychic civilizations must have completely vanished. The sheer force capable of erasing an entire arm of civilizations could indeed be deemed the twilight of the gods. General Zhang lit another cigarette and spoke slowly. "I believe there is no need for such despair. The true strength of our human federation far exceeds your imagination. If we grasp the principles of ascension, we may yet have the opportunity to avert this catastrophe." General Marcius chuckled, accepting the cigarette as he continued. "Among our ancestors, there were indeed peerless beings who reached the realm of immortality, yet in the face of natural disasters, individual strength remains insufficient to salvage one's civilization. Otherwise, those great civilizations would not have disappeared into the annals of history, would they?" General Zhang flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. "Thus, the only solution those formidable beings could conceive was to abandon their homes and people upon achieving immortality, taking only the spark of civilization with them. What difference is there between such an existence and death?" General Marcius shook his head, acknowledging, "Indeed, in ancient times, there must have been civilizations harboring thoughts akin to yours. Their kin and mighty ones surely engaged in fierce resistance. Yet, the reality is unforgiving. All civilizations that resisted until the end faced extinction. This implies that even if one attains the power of the immortals, preserving one's race remains unattainable." General Zhang did not concede to his assertion, but instead picked up a handful of fine sand, allowing it to slip slowly through his fingers. "Our civilization is distinct from yours. Our galaxy lacks abundant psychic energy, or rather, it possesses none at all. Consequently, for an extended period, we have been unable to cultivate or harness psychic energy to transform nature. To survive, our people have had to rely on their frail physical forms to fiercely combat the harshness of the natural environment, thus carving out a space for existence. Throughout the span of thousands of years, our race has faced countless harrowing crises. At times, it has been relentless blizzards lasting for hundreds of years, at others, monumental downpours persisting for centuries. Even in ordinary times, we have been beset by famine, natural disasters, plagues, and wars throughout our history. To manage floods, We have reshaped mountains into seas. To rid ourselves of plagues, we have had the divine farmer taste hundreds of herbs. In our relentless struggle against hunger, we have refined plants and tamed wild beasts. As long as survival is at stake, we have explored every conceivable method, yet surrender has never crossed our minds. This is where we diverge from you. You have languished too long in the comforting embrace of psychic energy, which, akin to a warm cradle, has shielded you from numerous calamities while simultaneously stifling your development. It has even curtailed your resolve and courage. You are like infants swaddled in blankets, placing your hopes upon the elusive deity. General Zhang, with his right hand clenched into a fist, tightly grasped the fine sand within his palm. The heat emanating from his hand caused the grains to melt instantaneously, transforming them into vibrant crystalline glass. In the face of calamity, we humans are left with but 4 words. With the glass crystal, General Zhang inscribed the 4 characters. Human will overcomes nature. When soldiers come, let them be met with resistance. When floods arrive, let the earth rise to shield. As long as we do not relent, solutions will undoubtedly emerge. General Martius. What are your thoughts on this statement? After a brief moment of silence, General Martius erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I find it splendid. I now comprehend why we are no match for you. Our civilization appears utterly juvenile in comparison. Thus, let us commence our collaboration." General Zhang rose, dusted off his trousers, and extended his right hand to General Martius. "I firmly believe that through our combined efforts, we can confront the so-called twilight of the gods. No matter how fearsome the catastrophe may be, when the time comes, we shall face those natural disasters head-on, vanquishing them one by one to honor the civilizations that have perished in this universe with their blood." Upon finishing his statement, General Zhang inhaled deeply, savoring the cool air. At that moment, General Martius spoke up. "General, if we are to combat the twilight of the gods, we must hasten our pace, for time is of the essence. I speculate that if we delay, destruction will come within a millennium, but if we act quickly, it may arrive within a century." General Zhang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "I share your sentiment. Thus, we must swiftly ascertain the means to achieve ascendance. Only then do we stand a chance. Our human civilization possesses wisdom beyond your imagination. Once we harness the power of the immortals, we will undoubtedly triumph over natural disasters, liberating our civilization from this desolate expanse of stars." As General Zhang spoke, a determined expression graced his face. Chapter 42. The Savior in the Southern Star Domain of the Yunxian Empire, within the Jiuzhou star system. We are on the verge of entering the heart of the Yunxian Empire. Unlike the previous fortified star systems, the majority of planets here are entirely unarmed civilian worlds. The yellow-haired individual gestured towards the distant orange-yellow star. Following his, Yifeng gazed at the sun-like star, nodding slightly. This star system is relatively modest in size. Apart from the solitary star, it comprises merely 4 planets. One of these, a planet in close proximity to the star, endures surface temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius, its sunlit side molten, akin to boiling water, while the shadowed side languishes in frigid temperatures below 0. As the planet rotates slowly, its surface oscillates between the searing heat and biting cold, perpetually melting and cracking, reminiscent of a realm of fire and ice. The second planet fares somewhat better, positioned within the habitable zone, its temperature and distance closely mirroring that of Earth. However, upon examining images through a telescope, one discerns that its surface is entirely a dusty yellow. A further magnification reveals that it is a desert planet, cloaked in endless dunes of yellow sand, with colossal dust storms ravaging its surface. Material analysis indicates that only in the planet's deep subterranean layers exists a scant amount of groundwater. Due to the near absence of a magnetic field and insufficient gravity to retain a humid atmosphere, any moisture present on the surface rapidly evaporates into the vastness of space. This planet is profoundly arid, devoid of any conceivable signs of life. The third planet, however, presents a much more favorable scenario. Though smaller than the second, its surface displays hues of blue and green, indicative of life, alongside the browns representing land masses. The blue regions signify oceans, covering approximately 30 of the surface, while around 40 is draped in a greenish hue, seemingly a type of algal flora that blankets much of the ocean's surface. The material analyzer swiftly determines the composition and function of this algae, revealing it to be a form of spiritual energy plant. Through photosynthesis, it converts solar energy into spiritual energy, releasing it back into the environment. Such spiritual energy plants are not uncommon within the Yunxian Empire. Their unique properties often arise from their absorption of spiritual energy. For instance, the primary structure of the Yunstian fleet is constructed from the trunks of these particular plants. Originally fragile, these organic materials become extraordinarily resilient upon absorbing spiritual energy, rivaling some specialized steel found on Earth. Yet, despite their remarkable qualities, natural materials remain vulnerable in the face of true scientific rigor. This extraordinary species of energy algae not only transforms spiritual energy, rendering the planet conducive for cultivation, but also enhances the climatic conditions of the celestial body. Countless algae, through the process of photosynthesis, continuously generate a copious amount of oxygen while simultaneously converting seawater into potable fresh water. From a developmental perspective, this planet holds considerable potential to be transformed into a distinctive tourist attraction. However, it is lamentable that these algae appear exceedingly resilient, posing significant challenges for mammalian digestion, rendering them unsuitable for human consumption. This modest life-bearing planet is accompanied by a diminutive satellite in orbit. Surprisingly, this satellite also seems capable of supporting life. Yet, at present, only a small fleet from the Cloud Immortal Empire is visible there. Judging by its scale and organization, it likely constitutes merely a Tier D fleet. The other defensive forces of this star system fled several days prior, leaving only this fleet without interstellar jump capabilities, awaiting the judgment of fate. As for the final planet, it is a vast gas giant. Analysis from the optical mass spectrometer indicates that its primary composition consists of approximately 88 to 92 hydrogen and about 8 to 12 helium by volume. If harnessed appropriately, this could serve as a colossal energy reservoir. Given the resource distribution in this star system, it is sufficient to establish a comprehensive logistical supply base for a fleet. Yifeng, the location of this star system is quite favorable. We can tidy it up a bit and use it as our forward base for the upcoming campaign. Huang Mao conducted a brief analysis and promptly reached a conclusion. It is inevitable that the Human Federation will expand into the Cloud Immortal Empire, making the establishment of a forward base here exceedingly necessary. Although effective resistance is unlikely, the fleet and soldiers will invariably require supplies. However, prior to any organization, we must first ensure the premises are clean. As there remain hundreds of millions of civilians on that planet, we should assist in their cleanup. Cleanup? Huang Mao, didn't we agree not to take action against non-military entities? Yifeng was taken aback. Yifeng, when did I ever suggest that we should strike? By cleanup, I meant to eliminate any lingering Cloud Immortal practitioners within. As for the ordinary civilians, we certainly aim to assist them and strive to win them over to the side of the Human Federation. Fine, that sounds more reasonable. I've heard that ordinary people in the Cloud Immortal Empire seem to lead rather unfortunate lives. Unfortunate is an understatement. They endure inhumane conditions. Their productivity is abysmally low, and a significant portion of arable land is dedicated to cultivating rare resources for those practitioners, leaving insufficient space for adequate food production. In years of bountiful harvests, they barely manage to survive. During poor harvests, they resort to cannibalism, leaving corpses strewn across the land. It is truly unfathomable that a civilization wielding spiritual energy cannot even resolve the issue of sustenance. Yifeng remarked with a furrowed brow. Let us not speak of others. I recall that in the last century, instances of starvation among humanity were not uncommon. With a wry smile, Huang Mao continued. Ensuring that everyone is adequately fed and clothed is no trivial endeavor. Then let us proceed directly, and while we are at it, let us stock the landing craft with additional military rations and provisions, suggested Yifeng. Certainly, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Shortly, the Xian Niao drone will deliver ample supplies of food to various population centers, came the reply. Yifeng, you should head straight to the Shi planet. After all, you are the Cloud Immortal, and it is fitting for you to assume the role of this savior. I shall first take a turn around that desert planet and later show you something intriguing. Huang Mao's expression turned enigmatic, withholding the specifics of his intentions, leaving an air of suspense. Chapter 43, Saving Lives in the Southern Star Domain of the Yunsan Empire. Within the Jiuzhou star system lies the planet Shiha. As the young man with the yellow hair had stated, the outer orbit of the planet harbored no armed forces, save for a few abandoned warships. Upon sighting the Human Federation fleet, the Ding-class fleet stationed on the satellite promptly disarmed and chose to surrender without hesitation. The majority of these cultivators were at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages, primarily consisting of rank-and-file soldiers, while those of higher rank had long since fled. The Yunsan Empire had initially intended to leave them behind to ensure the complete annihilation of the planet, preventing any resources from falling into enemy hands. However, these forsaken cultivators soon realized that if they were to destroy the planet, their own survival would be utterly extinguished. As a result, rather than executing their orders, they retreated to the satellite, awaiting surrender. Yifeng dispatched a small team to accept their capitulation while he hastened to the planet's surface. He was acutely aware that the civilian planets in the rear had likely suffered severely during these recent battles. If he could lend a hand to alleviate their plight, he could undoubtedly win the hearts of many. In the vision of the Human Federation, the future lay in absorbing a substantial population to expand their influence. For any civilization, population remains of paramount importance. Before long, countless Shimbur drones arrived in the orbit above Shiha, laden with copious supplies of food. Yifeng, having boarded a landing capsule, reached a gathering of residents. He chose this location upon sensing the presence of a golden core cultivator nearby. It was known that such cultivators often held a significant status within the Yunxian Empire's military and would not be easily abandoned. Concerned that this might be a trap set by the Yunxian, he resolved to investigate further. The landing capsule settled near a small Taoist temple, which, rather than a temple, resembled a modest courtyard. Although the courtyard was worn, it remained clean and tidy, indicative of the owner's diligent upkeep. At the entrance of the temple, Yifeng noticed the golden core cultivator, who leaned on a short sword and stood guard. Behind him were several young children and a middle-aged woman. Though his cultivation was not exceptionally high, the cultivator exuded a calm demeanor, as if he had something of great importance to protect. Yifeng concealed his presence. Observing that the cultivator bore no insignia of the Yunxian Empire's military, and even his weapon was not standard issue, all signs suggested that he might merely be a rogue cultivator. Master Wang, why does that foreign demon appear just like us? A young boy tightly gripped his longsword, nervously inquiring. I do not know, my disciple, but these individuals are formidable. They have driven the Yunxian away, Master Wang replied with a serene demeanor. In truth, he felt quite uncertain within, having only heard tales of the first-rate fleet on the front lines, which, when confronted with such adversaries, lacked even the courage to resist. They referred to these foes as the otherworldly fiends. Faced with such terrifying enemies, all Wang Daolong could do was refrain from provoking them as much as possible. Yifeng opened his palm to indicate his lack of hostility and, in impeccable Yunxian dialect, inquired, Fellow countrymen, there is no need for fear. We are the fleet of the Human Federation, and we come without taking a single stitch from the populace. Upon hearing the familiar language, Wang Daolong felt a slight easing in his heart. It appeared this individual was not an otherworldly fiend, but rather a human like them. As long as they belonged to the same race, there was room for negotiation. Wang Daolong bowed deeply to Yifeng, introducing himself. Esteemed guest, I am Wang Qingyun, the head of the Feiyin Taoist Temple. Your arrival at my humble abode has not been met with the proper welcome. I beg your understanding. The children behind him mimicked the gesture, bowing to Yifeng as if this were a common practice for them. No need for such formalities. You are overly courteous. Yifeng quickly interjected, supporting the old Taoist. He had just surveyed the surroundings and noted that within the temple, apart from Wang Daolong, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, the rest were merely Foundation or Qi refining stage children, which ruled out the possibility of them being Yunxian soldiers. It must be said that the Shia planet was conducive to cultivation, and even these young ones had reached such levels. Though it was also a reflection of their considerable talent. Wang Daolong, I am Yifeng. You need not worry. We differ from the Yunxian Empire and will not bring harm to you. In fact, I am also a Yunxian, so you may consider me one of your own. Yifeng was uncertain how to engage with them, striving to appear affable. However, he sensed a faint aura within your abode. Is someone unwell? Yifeng had noticed that the number of individuals present seemed inconsistent with his earlier assessment. He worried there might be an ambush, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was indeed an ordinary person inside, whose aura was quite faint. Wang Daolong hastily explained, Please forgive me, esteemed immortal. That is a wayward disciple of mine who, due to severe injuries, cannot rise to greet you. I hope for your understanding. Yifeng nodded and earnestly replied, I see. Might I be permitted to see him? I happen to have some medicinal supplies with me that may be of assistance. Wang Daolong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this powerful figure, Yifeng, would extend such an offer, completely surprising him. Oh, my wayward disciple has only sustained superficial injuries and will naturally recover in due time. There is no need to trouble the esteemed immortal. Yifeng, however, would not let this opportunity to establish goodwill slip away, insisting, Wang Daolong, Please do not stand on ceremony. A healer's heart is one of compassion. Since I have come, how could I stand idly by while someone is in distress? Seeing Yi Feng's insistence, Wang Daolong ceased to decline and instead made way, guiding Yi Feng into the room. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yi Feng was immediately enveloped by a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, mingled with the foul stench of festering wounds. Lying on the bamboo bed was a youth, his complexion as pale as parchment, with sunken eyes tightly shut, resembling a lifeless corpse. How could he have sustained such grievous injuries? Was it the doing of the Cloud Immortal? Yi Feng pondered, his heart filled with confusion, before voicing his thoughts. Daoist Wang sighed heavily, lamenting, "This child is indeed pitiable. He was once a promising talent, yet due to the absence of parents and the burden of poverty, he was compelled to toil for his survival. Unfortunately, the boy is exceedingly stubborn, refusing to comply with the arrangements of the Cloud Immortals, which has led to his tragic fate." Yi Feng furrowed his brow, expressing his disdain. The Cloud Immortals are truly detestable. Their treatment of a mere child is nothing short of barbaric, more cruel than beasts. He held a rather unfavorable impression of the cultivators from the Cloud Empire. Alas, such is the state of the world. We are powerless to change it, Daoist Wang replied, shaking his head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng proposed, "Let me attempt to heal this young man. I believe I can find a way to restore him." Daoist Wang hesitated briefly but ultimately resolved to allow Yi Feng the chance. Although the adept's cultivation level was indiscernible, one thing was certain, his intentions were noble. "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed immortal. The humble Daoist expresses gratitude on behalf of my disciple." Chapter 44. Healing. Yi Feng approached Anyo's bedside, drawing back the thin cotton quilt to reveal the horrifying injuries that lay before him. The wounds inflicted upon the youth far exceeded his expectations. A long whip scar marred his chest, and through the gory opening, the stark white of bone was visible. Additionally, a fist-sized gaping wound punctured his abdomen. The depth of the injury, compounded by the lack of sanitation, had led to festering around the edges, with faint signs of decay evident. The room was permeated by a subtle stench of rot emanating from his injury. On the youth's shoulder, another deep wound gushed with fresh blood and tissue fluid. Where muscle and bone should have connected, only the faintest strands of sinew remained. It was evident that some spiritual energy lingered around these scars, suggesting that he had fallen victim to the nefarious actions of a practitioner. At this moment, Anil was engulfed by a full-body infection due to the inflammation of his wounds, his entire body burning with fever, lost in a profound state of unconsciousness. Were it not for Daoist Wang's continuous infusion of spiritual energy to sustain his life, he would have likely succumbed long ago. If the injuries were allowed to progress unchecked, this youth had at most half a month left. While spiritual energy could invigorate cells and promote healing without prior disinfection of the wounds, even an abundance of spiritual energy would prove futile. Observing the dire situation, Yi Feng felt a glimmer of assurance, yet he was no medical expert. His understanding of treatment remained at the level of the 21st century. Since mastering the cultivation techniques, humankind had largely evaded illness, and even injuries healed swiftly. Indeed, human medicine had seen little advancement over the years. Yi Feng found himself in a quandary. Even if he were to intervene personally, he could not guarantee that the youth would emerge unscathed from any lingering repercussions. The optimal window for treatment had long passed, and the rampant spiritual energy had resided within the frail body for an extended period. Even if he were to mend the physical wounds now, it would inevitably impact the youth's spiritual roots. The severity of the child's condition was alarming, as Yi Feng feared it would produce irreversible effects on his foundational cultivation. Daoist Wang nodded silently, fully aware of the gravity of Anyo's injuries. He understood that as long as the boy could be saved, the loss of his cultivation opportunities would be entirely expected. "Rest assured, I will spare no effort. This child possesses commendable talent for cultivation, with an exceptional spiritual root." Seated at the bedside, Yi Feng scrutinized the boy closely. Appearing only 15 or 16 years of age, he bore an air of profound experience. His short, disheveled black hair stood upright, and despite his haggard visage, a striking aura of bravery could not be concealed. Yi Feng retrieved a dose of nanomolecular penicillin, a staple medication found in the kits of every soldier of the Human Federation. Through the cultivation of spiritual energy, the antibacterial efficacy of nanopenicillin has proven to be remarkably significant. Furthermore, the method of drug administration has undergone considerable advancements. Unlike the traditional injections and infusions that relied on blood circulation for the drug's effectiveness, One can now simply aerosolize the nanopenicillin using spiritual energy and spray it near the wound, allowing the medication to autonomously penetrate the bacteria for profound disinfection and sterilization. With a mere thought, Yifeng transformed the bluish-green nanopenicillin in his hand into a mist, which gradually enveloped Nyo's entire body in accordance with the modulation of his spiritual energy. Countless penicillin particles, stimulated by the spiritual energy, were swiftly absorbed by Nyo's body, and the myriad of infectious bacteria rapidly lost their vitality under the potent antibacterial action of the penicillin. Meanwhile, the clean wound, aided by the spiritual energy, healed at a visibly accelerated pace. This remarkable recovery effect left Taoist Wang in silent astonishment. It is noteworthy that Nyo's wound was a substantial 3 to 4 centimeters deep, and yet it now bore only a faint pink mark on the surface. This attests to the formidable nature of the celestial healing methods employed. When Yifeng withdrew his spiritual energy, Nyo's wound had completely returned to its pristine state. At that moment, the pallor on Nyo's face gradually faded, as the rich vitality of spiritual energy had revitalized his meridians. It is important to acknowledge that this was the pure spiritual energy of a tribulation period cultivator. After undergoing such a cleansing, the path of cultivation for an ordinary mortal would undoubtedly be smooth. Yifeng then procured a nutritional pill and administered it to Nyo, finally exhaling in relief. The boy's constitution was exceedingly frail, and given that his wound had just healed, he required a substantial replenishment of nutrients. While spiritual energy is indeed a valuable asset, it cannot fully substitute for sustenance. This nutritional pill, in essence, serves as a form of individual rations for the military, composed of various vitamins, proteins, and carbohydrates, condensed into a form that is rich in nourishing components. A single pill is sufficient to meet a soldier's energy requirements for an entire day. However, the taste of this pill is notoriously unpleasant, and few would willingly consume it unless absolutely necessary. Taoist Wang, Nyo's wound should pose no immediate concerns. Although he will require an extended period of recovery, Yifeng remarked, I have already examined his body, and fortunately, his spiritual root has not sustained severe damage. With a bit of future caution, achieving the Great Ascension should pose no significant challenges. Upon hearing this, Taoist Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had sensed something amiss. Haha, the celestial being is overly generous in praise. Nyo possesses a commendable foundation, and should he strive diligently in the future, reaching the golden core stage is certainly within his grasp. However, the realm of Great Ascension is exceedingly elusive. It is folly to make such lofty claims. Yifeng merely smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that in this realm of cultivation, a mere ordinary cultivator who could solidify a golden core could be hailed as a dragon among men. Should one be fortunate enough to ascend to the nascent soul stage, they would be deemed a formidable power in their own right. As for the out-of-body stage, it has become the object of fervent pursuit among the various factions in the Cloud Immortal Empire. Should one ascend to the transformation stage, they would be entitled to establish their own sect and create a school of thought. Upon reaching the integration stage, one could effortlessly rise to prominence and be granted titles and lands. Those who attain the Great Ascension stage gain the privilege to enter the court without deference, worship without name, and tread upon the imperial hall with their swords. Even the sovereign of the Cloud Immortal Empire must extend due respect. As for those formidable beings in the tribulation stage, they are no longer bound by the constraints of the court. As long as they outwardly show reverence to the royal family, they may enjoy countless resources. Ordinary people may struggle throughout their lives to even catch a glimpse of an out-of-body practitioner, let alone cultivate to the Great Ascension stage. Yifeng took out a vial of elixir from his waist and, smiling, addressed Taoist Wang. Your words are mistaken, Taoist Wang. Is there truly such a thing as a Great Ascension in the tribulation? Chapter 45. The Great Ascension Elixir. Taoist Wang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that, Master Xian? Yifeng smiled and replied, this vial contains the Great Ascension Elixir. Even an individual without any cultivation can attain an hour of great ascendant power upon consuming it. The Great Ascension Elixir? Taoist Wang was instantly filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. He had thought it impossible to reach such heights in his lifetime. Yet Yifeng had unexpectedly presented him with such a precious elixir. This stirred a sense of apprehension within him. Taoist Wang. This elixir holds immeasurable benefits for the cultivation of mortals. Should you choose to consume it, you might very well grasp some of the divine abilities of the Great Ascension stage and become a towering figure in the realm of cultivation. Taoist Wang hesitated. Though his heart was aflame with desire, he was no ordinary mortal. As a cultivator, he had heard of various elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation. But each of these miraculous concoctions was worth a fortune. More alarmingly, their potency was immense. A reckless consumption could lead to dire consequences. Yifeng sensed his hesitation and chuckled. Rest assured, Taoist Wang, your cultivation has already reached the golden core stage, transcending the realm of ordinary mortals. Consuming this great ascension elixir should pose no significant risk. Furthermore, its side effects are merely a sensation of overwhelming spiritual energy, which will not undermine your foundation. Rather, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. With trembling hands, Taoist Wang accepted the inconspicuous capsule, which concealed terrifying waves of spiritual energy. Even from a distance, merely inhaling its essence made him feel as though he were on the brink of transcendence. Steeling himself, he swallowed the great ascension elixir in one gulp. In an instant, a surge of profound spiritual energy radiated from his abdomen, a force more intense than anything he had ever experienced before, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater. Within him, the essence of the law surged wildly, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, rushing towards his dantian. This immense wave of spiritual energy struck directly against his golden core, causing a faint ethereal light to appear on its surface. This luminescence grew ever brighter, ultimately forming a delicate floral apparition atop the golden core. In a fleeting moment, an illusory manifestation of an infant spirit emerged from the golden core. The spirit flower blossomed wildly, only to wither and bear a humanoid fruit. This signified a breakthrough into the out-of-body stage. Divine transformation. Unity. Great ascension. After a brief moment, Taoist Wang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating profound joy. Is this truly the cultivation of the great ascension stage? Yifeng laughed heartily. Taoist Wang, this great ascension elixir is merely an auxiliary potion. Although you have attained the cultivation of the great ascension stage for half an hour, your soul will not experience any enhancement. However, you will still have the opportunity to fully appreciate the profundities of this realm. With a graceful flourish, Taoist Wang raised his hand, effortlessly conjuring a delicate spell mark, no larger than a fingernail, yet emanating an overwhelming aura of power. This was a mid-level technique he had diligently studied for many years, but due to his previously limited cultivation, he had been unable to manifest it. Now, bolstered by his attainment in the Great Ascension stage, a mere thought allowed him to seamlessly integrate all his martial arts. The potency of the spell mark was thus elevated beyond comparison. Such formidable spiritual energy. With just a casual strike, I could obliterate dozens of mountains. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, while this spell may not be exceedingly powerful, it is certainly comparable to the attacks of an ordinary cultivator in the early stages of Great Ascension. Should you grasp the profound principles of the soul within it, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass your current capabilities. Taoist Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I shall earnestly heed the sage's guidance. Yifeng slightly inclined his head. Taoist Wang, I have come today primarily to seek your assistance. Your esteemed reputation in this region is well known. Should you aid us in establishing order and security for the people, countless lives will be saved from peril. I hope you will accept this vial of elixir as a token of our sincerity. He presented the vial of Great Ascension elixir to Taoist Wang, who received it with evident delight. Initially, he had believed that acquiring even a single elixir was a stroke of great fortune, yet he could hardly fathom that Yifeng would generously offer him an entire vial. If he could consistently consume such elixirs, his future potential would be limitless. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed master. I am profoundly grateful. As for aiding in the establishment of order, it is indeed my duty. With your righteous forces sweeping across the land, how could we stand idly by? Having achieved his objective, Yifeng nodded with satisfaction and then issued a command to the Xianbei drones still in their trajectory. Countless drones, laden with various resources, began to descend into the atmosphere, with the nearest one swiftly hovering above the Taoist temple. A group of children outside, upon seeing the massive drone, exclaimed excitedly, "What a gigantic bird! It can fly without flapping its wings." Yifeng and Taoist Wang emerged from the inner chamber, and as Yifeng squinted slightly, the Xianbei drone gently descended, landing in the open courtyard. From the drone emerged a squad of mechanical servants, each possessing the strength of the harmonization stage, with the leading elite servant boasting the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage, designed specifically to complement the Xianbei drones. They were intended for operations in the blind spots of planetary surfaces. Taoist Wang, now at the Great Ascension level, could easily discern the formidable prowess of these mechanical servants. Even with his current celestial cultivation, he felt no confidence in facing them, let alone the benefactor before him, who was undoubtedly a formidable figure of transcendent prowess. Under Yifeng's command, the mechanical servants began unloading boxes of supplies from the Xianbird drone's cargo hold, one after another. These provisions have been meticulously selected, encompassing a substantial quantity of food, clothing, medicine, and essential supplies. Each Xian drone possesses the capacity to sustain the daily needs of an entire village. Yifeng opened a wooden box adorned with a canned food design and extracted several cans, tossing them to the nearest children. An eager adolescent hastily accepted a can, yearning to pry it open. He noticed the enticing illustrations of various dishes on the can's exterior, with mouth-watering braised beef that even a fool could discern held delectable contents within. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's impatience. This particular can was one of the military's specialized field rations, featuring an array of flavors tailored to individual palates, including braised beef, dongpa pork, and mapo tofu. The advancement of spiritual energy has significantly enhanced food preservation methods, allowing military canned goods to forego the reliance on excessive preservatives or vacuum packaging to prevent spoilage. Traditional methods often rendered canned foods unpalatable. However, the spiritual energy-infused cans adeptly resolved this issue by employing spiritual energy to seal the contents. While the can's exterior was crafted from a shielding metal that isolates spiritual energy, this innovative approach ensures that the food retains the exquisite freshness of a recent culinary creation. And upon opening the can, the released spiritual energy activates a heating array within the can's shell, rendering the meal as piping hot as gourmet dishes found in upscale restaurants. Chapter 46 The Eden System. Yifeng pressed the button atop the can, and with a magical pop, the lid sprang open, revealing a pair of retractable, disposable chopsticks. The tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafted forth, captivating the attention of those present. With a smile, Yifeng offered the can of braised pork to a little girl who was hiding behind Wang Daolong. The other children, upon witnessing this, eagerly imitated him, opening their cans and indulging in the rare delicacy. They could scarcely recall the last time they had tasted meat. For years, these children had subsisted solely on coarse grains or wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. The chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep they raised were all requisitioned by the Yunxian Empire as land tax. Every individual's ration was strictly limited. Had it not been for Wang Daolong sharing his portion with everyone, these young ones might have perished from hunger long ago. The children devoured the precious food with an insatiable fervor, nearly swallowing their own tongues in their eagerness. The exquisite taste of the dish was unlike anything they had ever experienced before. This was one of the culinary delights of their homeland, braised pork. Yifeng opened 2 more cans from the nearby box and handed one to Wang Daolong. Here, please have a taste. Very well. Wang Daolong accepted the can and chopsticks, carefully scooping a piece of braised pork into his mouth. He was astonished to discover such a delectable dish existed in the world. A rich flavor flooded his palate, and the sweetness of the braised pork lingered, making him reluctant to swallow. His wife was equally compelled, joining him in savoring the succulent morsels, and after finishing, she licked her lips, as if longing for yet another can. Like a magician, Yifeng produced several more cans from the box. Haha, do not be modest. We have plenty of these back home, stacked high as mountains in the warehouse. On the Shia planet, this scene was unfolding in countless locations. Yifeng had already dispatched a command through his spirit to the Xianbird drones, instructing them to distribute food to the populace. He was confident that this gesture would leave a lasting impression of the human federation on the people of Shia planet. As Yifeng indulged in his thoughts, the voice of Huang Mao resonated through the spirit channel. Yifeng, have you finished over there? Why not come to the second planet for a visit? I have something extraordinary to show you. Looking skyward, Yifeng realized that Huang Mao's message indicated there was indeed something worth seeing. After briefly briefing Wang Daolong, he mounted the Xianbird drone and ascended slowly, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Once the drone exited the planet's gravitational influence, it initiated a jump, arriving in the vicinity of the second planet. Several supply ships and support vessels were already stationed in orbit around the desert planet. Huang Mao had long awaited them in the vastness of space, and upon seeing him, Yifeng flew directly to Huang Mao's side. At their level of mastery, they could freely navigate the outer cosmos, their bodies shielded by energy armors that protected them from all cosmic radiation. Huang Mao, what is the situation here? Yifeng gazed towards the vast expanse of the sandy planet, perplexed, and inquired. The enigmatic Huang Mao replied, "Brother Yi, watch closely. We shall embark on the role of creators." Creators? Huh. Your awakening has been brief. Allow me to introduce you to the Eden system. Huang Mao gestured towards the moderately sized supply vessel behind them. Inside lies one of the pinnacle technologies of the Human Federation, the Eden system. As I previously mentioned, the Eden system possesses the capability to fully restore human civilization on a planet. Of course, the true complete version of the Eden system resides within the Chang'e space carrier. The vessel behind me is merely a subsidiary of the Eden system, primarily designed to enhance the planet's ecological framework. Huang Mao indicated for Yi Feng to connect to the Eden system's spiritual network, enabling a more visceral experience of its core functionalities. Now, it is time for the miraculous to unfold. Huang Mao issued the activation command. A melodious female voice resonated within their consciousness. "Greetings, I am Eve, the advanced artificial intelligence of the Eden system. How may I assist you today? Transform the target planet into one suitable for human habitation," Huang Mao instructed, pointing to the second planet. The Eden system promptly dispatched numerous small satellites to commence exploration of the celestial body, analyzing target planet structure, analyzing target planet's climate. Moments later, an array of detection data had been collected. A colossal holographic projection materialized before them, revealing the entirety of the second planet. Beside the image, the planet's composition, geological structure, dimensions, and mineral distribution were meticulously annotated. Data has been uploaded to the Chang'e model analysis in progress. Model analysis complete. 6. 583 transformation schemes have been proposed. Please make your selection. The Eden system presented an array of modification plans. Adjacent to the holographic projection of the second planet appeared a turquoise globe, identical in size yet adorned with oceans and vegetation. Huang Mao gently swiped downward, and the turquoise planet was swiftly replaced with a gradient green sphere. This visualization was a simulation derived from various proposals by the Eden system. In this particular plan, a special type of green microorganism was introduced, capable of rapidly proliferating on the surface and mimicking plant root systems, thereby retaining moisture within the crust. Depending on the geographical coordinates, the density and hue of the microorganisms would vary, rendering the transformed planet a gradient spectacle when viewed from space. However, this scheme necessitated an extensive duration, potentially hundreds of years, to render the planet habitable. Eve, do you have a more expedited solution? We wish to witness results sooner. Understood. Your request has been received. Customizing a planetary transformation scheme for you now. Mere seconds later, Eve's voice resonated once more. Greetings. I have provided 89 plans available within the month. Please make a selection. Upon refreshing the list, it became evident that the transformation timelines had indeed been compressed to within 30 days, with the most expedited option requiring a mere 2 hours. However, this particular plan necessitated energy resources several magnitudes greater than the others. The individual with blonde hair swiftly opted for the fastest transformation plan, wherein the majority of the second planet's land had already transitioned to a rich, dark hue, with approximately 30 comprising several expansive freshwater lakes. Clearly, such terrain is exceedingly conducive to cultivation. Although there is a temporary absence of green vegetation, it is anticipated that within a few years, it could evolve into an agricultural planet. Excellent. This is the plan I shall choose. The blonde-haired individual clicked the confirmation button. Chapter 47. Planetary Transformation Aboard the Supply Ship. Countless drones were released, each carrying millions of bionic nanobots. Once elevated to an altitude of 10,000 meters, these nanobots were cast down, showering the planet in a silvery deluge. Upon their descent, the bionic nanobots began to adhere to the granules of sand, which covered the planet's surface, now entirely transformed into a sandy expanse. Remarkably, the sand comprised almost entirely of high-purity silicon dioxide, devoid of the complex topography and climate found on Earth, resulting in an absence of impurities. The bionic nanobots commenced the consumption and digestion of this pristine silicon dioxide, an excellent raw material. In swift succession, identical nanobots were replicated, causing the endless desert to surge like the ocean, manifesting waves of shimmering silver. The exteriors of the nanobots were inscribed with miniature energy conversion devices capable of rapidly transforming solar energy into the spiritual energy they required. Surplus energy was stored for concentrated use. Although the energy produced by each individual nanobot was minuscule, the collective accumulation of trillions of them yielded a substantial figure. All excess energy was transmitted to various drone nodes, causing the movements of the nanobots to slow. Streams of silver light radiated from their surfaces, converging to form colossal energy orbs, which spawned countless massive vortices in the sky. As these vortices swirled, energy from the surrounding environment began to converge towards them. Crackling sounds emanated from within the energy orbs, which, until then, had been gently pulsating. Suddenly, they convulsed violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Amidst this tremor, an unfathomably powerful gravitational force erupted from the vortex's center, drawing spiritual energy from hundreds of kilometers around into its embrace. Furthermore, the vortex continued to expand, soon encompassing areas of 500 meters, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and ultimately halting after reaching a staggering 10 kilometers. Subsequently, beneath the energy storm, massive transformation factories, resembling mountains, rose from the ground. These were automated factories constructed around the drones, utilizing nanobots as their building blocks. They were colossal edifices capable of collecting ambient air and extracting various elements therein. During the preceding process, the nearby air had been compressed into a liquid state, suspended above the factories. At this moment, streams of liquid air began to flow gently into the myriad pipes of the factories. Following refinement, at varying temperatures, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, and liquid carbon dioxide were extracted, among others. These liquid elements, upon the influence of catalysts and through a series of diverse reactions, produced high-purity organic fertilizers. At this moment, the thick layer of gravel on the surface transformed into nanobots, while some of it, under the devouring action of these nanobots, became further refined. The ice caps, several kilometers thick at the poles of the second planet, swiftly evaporated under the bombardment of orbital cannons, morphing into countless rain clouds that densely populated the skies of the planet, leading to an extraordinary deluge. The fine sand, under the influence of the rain, began to undergo soil formation, while the rainfall carried numerous atomized organic fertilizers, rendering the barren sands surprisingly fertile. However, the transformation was merely at its inception. Countless drones subsequently dispersed various microorganisms into the freshly formed soil, specifically cultivated by the Eden system to suit the unique characteristics of this planet. These microorganisms exhibited rapid reproduction and strong adaptability, swiftly absorbing and converting the fertilizers into organic matter. Within mere minutes, the once desolate landscape of yellow sand transformed into a bounteous land of fertile black soil. Meanwhile, the first batch of nanobots commenced inscribing numerous magnetic and gravitational arrays deep within the crust, harnessing geothermal energy to activate these formations. Consequently, this planet acquired a magnetic field robust enough to withstand solar storms and a gravitational pull capable of retaining its atmosphere. The melting ice from the poles contributed some water to the soil, while the remainder gathered in lower-lying basins, forming freshwater lakes. From an orbital perspective, the interplay of dark brown land and blue water created a picturesque scene, with the exterior of the second planet remarkably resembling the simulated images. The first phase of the transformation was essentially complete, allowing humanity to establish a new homeland upon its surface. The exuberant yellow hair remarked that although there remained a gap compared to Earth, the improvements were substantial. With determination, he believed that in the ensuing years, they could cultivate this land into a celestial version of Jiangnan. Yi Feng, profoundly astonished, had previously only witnessed the military prowess of the Human Federation, never imagining that their creative capabilities rivaled their military technology. He could not help but admire the formidable imagination of humanity. Meanwhile, on the Shihi planet, some cultivators of higher cultivation levels noticed that the adjacent yellow planet had transformed into an entirely unfamiliar visage. Such extraordinary capabilities left them in awe, erasing any thoughts of resistance. "Yellow hair, may we descend to take a closer look?" one inquired. "Of course, but Eve advises us to wear masks. Would you like one?" "What purpose would a mask serve?" "I recall that the atmospheric composition of this planet is quite similar to Earth's." "That's not an issue then." She merely suggested it without any obligation. Yifeng did not ponder further, activating his spiritual energy and soaring toward the surface. However, as he approached the surface, he quickly comprehended the reason for such an indication. The air was indeed breathable, yet it was permeated by an overwhelming stench reminiscent of ammonia. It appeared that the fertilizers on the surface had not yet been entirely depleted, resulting in an acrid aroma that was quite unbearable. Brother Yi. There is wisdom in the saying that one should heed advice and ensure a full stomach. The yellow-haired companion followed closely behind, having already donned a protective mask. "Put it on. I brought an extra." Yifeng had initially contemplated using his psychic abilities to mask the odor, but upon seeing his friend assist him with the mask, he felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, a good brother is always reliable. Our plan for the coming years is to relocate a portion of the population from the Shia planet to this area, establishing a model zone of friendship. The universe is vast, and relying solely on humanity from Earth, our numbers fall far short of the expansion pace. We must strive to integrate these indigenous people, utilizing educational methods to help them adapt to a modern lifestyle. In doing so, their next generation can grow to become true citizens of the Human Federation. Chapter 48. The Holy Star in the Eastern Shade Empire. Within the Sacred Domain Galaxy lies the Holy Star, specifically the Vislo Cathedral and the Divine Emperor's Palace. The Sacred Domain Galaxy is a remarkably unique stellar system, distinct from the Solar System, the Cloud Fairy Galaxy, and the Shihi Galaxy. Its primary star is not a typical sun, nor is it a binary star system. It is an extraordinarily special pulsar. This pulsar possesses a radius of merely 10 kilometers, yet boasts a mass equivalent to 2.5 suns. Its exceptionally high density endows it with a staggering rotational speed, completing 700 revolutions per second. However, this pulsar emits no light, casting the entire galaxy into eternal darkness. Billions of years ago, the Sacred Domain Galaxy was once a realm illuminated by brilliance, its stars in their prime, radiating boundless energy perpetually. Surrounding the star were 12 planets, 4 of which independently evolved their own ecosystems, ultimately giving rise to civilizations. Although these civilizations perished in successive cycles, the unique environment of the galaxy allowed life to resiliently emerge time and again. Yet, in this universe, all things possess an inevitable fate, and even stars are not exempt. After countless centuries, this star, larger than the sun by a factor of 20, began its descent into decline. The immense gravitational force relentlessly sought to crush it. However, the machinations of gravity could not easily prevail, for the robust star continually released energy through internal nuclear fusion reactions, counteracting gravity and supporting its substantial form. When the hydrogen fuel was exhausted, gravity gained the upper hand, and the star faced a momentary internal collapse. Fortunately, it did not succumb to collapse, as such an implosion led to heightened density and temperature, igniting the next, more potent phase of fuel, allowing the star to rise once more. Thus, hydrogen was succeeded by helium, then carbon, neon, oxygen, and silicon. The depletion of each fuel stage heralded a collapse, yet the star, with its indomitable vitality, persevered time and again. However, all things must ultimately come to an end. Each phase of nuclear reaction became increasingly violent, yet the duration of each phase diminished, contracting from several million years to less than a day. The internal physical conditions of the star underwent drastic transformations. Density surged from several times that of water to millions of times greater, while temperature soared from tens of millions of degrees to billions of degrees. Various signs indicated that control was slipping away. Ultimately, the star exhausted all its nuclear fusion fuel, leaving behind an inert core composed of iron and nickel in a plasma state. Consequently, no force could halt the relentless grip of gravity. The outer layers of the star began to collapse inward, while the core imploded at 0.23 times the speed of light, in mere milliseconds. The majority of matter within the stellar core is subjected to extreme compression. At a staggering temperature of 5 billion degrees, iron begins to disintegrate into helium, and the previously stable atomic nuclei suddenly lose their balance. This results in protons and electrons, which should inherently repel each other, binding tightly together to form neutrons. As neutrons occupy significantly less space than plasma, the core's density surges by several orders of magnitude. At this juncture, the density of this neutron-compressed sphere reaches the limits permitted by physical laws, giving rise to what is known as a neutron star, or more specifically, a pulsar. Pulsars, as the most potent signal sources within the entire Milky Way, continuously emit intense pulsating signals, detectable even from distant galaxies. During the formation of the pulsar, this vibrant star system witnessed the consumption of nearly all its planets by the expanding star, leaving only the most distant dwarf planet to remain. However, due to intense radiation, this dwarf planet, despite possessing abundant spiritual energy, is utterly inhospitable for ordinary beings. Even practitioners in the fusion period would find it challenging to endure the harsh conditions for extended durations, with only those at the ascension stage or above having a chance of survival. Surprisingly, the sovereign of the two empires, the Divine Emperor, has chosen this place as his palace. His trusted confidant has speculated that this pulsar can obscure the Divine Emperor's aura, should the Divine Emperor ever transcend to the immortal realm. The pulsar's formidable signals could mask his breakthrough, potentially allowing him to evade the tribulations of heaven. Undoubtedly, the Divine Emperor's strategy is remarkably astute. It represents the optimal method to circumvent the onslaught of heavenly tribulations. After all, who would suspect that an entity of immortal caliber could emerge from a galaxy radiating vast amounts of energy every second? The Divine Emperor's path of cultivation diverges significantly from others. While other practitioners in the tribulation phase strive to dissipate their internal spiritual energy to attain the pinnacle of returning to simplicity, the Divine Emperor adopts an inverse approach, utilizing his own body as a vessel to continually absorb more spiritual energy. He even incorporates a portion of the spiritual energy from all practitioners within the empire as a supplement. Furthermore, a prodigious quantity of spirit stones is transported daily to the Holy Star for his consumption. The immense spiritual energy emitted by the pulsar renders the entire Holy Star a sanctum for cultivation, for those capable of withstanding the planet's harsh environment. The speed of cultivation can exceed that of the outside world by more than tenfold. Consequently, numerous high-ranking practitioners within the empire regard this place as a pilgrimage site. Many practitioners in the fusion stage have received the Divine Emperor's blessings here, subsequently breaking through to the ascension stage. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the Divine Emperor has absorbed countless spiritual energies, and no one knows the extent of his current realm. However, one certainty remains: beneath the immortal level, he is undeniably invincible. At the zenith of the Yunxian Empire's glory, 10 formidable transcendents were summoned, sweeping through the vast expanse of the star domain, their sights set upon the Holy Star system, harboring the audacious ambition to vanquish the Divine Emperor in a single strike. However, the outcome was grim. Only half of the 10 transcendent beings returned from the expedition. The rest were eternally ensnared within the Holy Star system. Following this calamitous encounter, the Yunxian Empire found itself unable to curtail the expansion of the Charter Empire, resulting in a precarious equilibrium between the two colossal empires. Chapter 49, The Carrot and the Stick. My dear Marquis Halia, the recent shipments of spirit stones have fallen woefully short in both quantity and quality compared to previous deliveries, remarked the one-eyed doorkeeper to the elegantly attired noble before him. The middle-aged nobleman, known as Marquis Halia, broke into a cold sweat, his already pallid complexion devoid of any color. Your Eminence, the Cardinal, allow me to explain. The recent expansion of the demon fleet's power has been overwhelming. A significant portion of my territory has been seized, particularly several star regions rich in spirit stones, which have all succumbed to their grasp. I implore you to grant me another opportunity. I assure you I will make amends in due course. The Marquis spoke rapidly, his words tumbling forth in earnest, yet lacking any insincerity. The Cardinal furrowed his brow and replied, I am well aware of your plight. Indeed, your losses in this conflict are severe. However, you must also recognize that the demon fleet has not solely invaded your lands. Other families have suffered equally devastating losses. Yet, their monthly allocations suffice. How do you account for that? Your Eminence, I have prepared extensively. Such a situation will not recur. The Marquis asserted with fervor. The Cardinal scoffed. Your efforts are commendable, yet we require not mere efforts, but an adequate supply of spirit stones. The twilight of the gods looms ominously, and we have no need for your excuses. With a dismissive wave of his hand, an invisible ripple emanated from his fingertips, instantly penetrating the Marquis's body. The Marquis felt a tremor course through him, rendering his entire being rigid. Your Eminence, what punishment do you intend for me? I harbor no resentment. I only beseech you to spare my family. My wife and children are innocent. He pleaded. I can release your wife and children. However, you and your family crest must remain. The Cardinal stated slowly. No, I would rather perish than surrender this emblem of imperial honor and familial dignity. The Marquis declared defiantly. Oh, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness, the Cardinal replied, lifting his hand gently. In an instant, the Marquis's legs were obliterated, and he let out a chilling scream. Yet it did nothing to alter the grim fate that awaited him. As his agonized cries echoed, the family crest gradually detached from his body, hovering above the Cardinal's palm. Upon acquiring it, the Cardinal narrowed his gaze. Is this your choice? Very well, do not hold me accountable. With a sudden jolt of his hand, the Marquis's eyes became vacant, as if his soul had fled, leaving him voiceless. Meanwhile, Count Doran sat trembling on the ground, gasping for breath. nearly suffocated by the cardinal's overwhelming aura. He understood that he was beyond salvation, not merely due to his insufficient contribution of spirit stones, but more so because the star domain of his family had already fallen under the dominion of the demonic fleet. If the Marquis of Halia had previously harbored some hope, despite being punished by death, his descendants still had the potential to redeem his soul and reconstruct his corporeal form. However, he now found himself utterly alone. Should he perish here, he would cease to exist entirely. Contemplating this, Count Doran could no longer endure the weight of his dread, his body trembling violently. The cardinal noticed him, slowly approaching his side. "You are Doran, are you not? It is indeed unfortunate that the spirit stones you brought fall short in number. However, take solace in the fact that the Divine Emperor is merciful. He will not hastily punish a lamb for its occasional missteps." The Marquis of Halia, too, was undeserving of death, yet he erred in misplacing his loyalty, which should have been devoted to the Divine Emperor, upon his own family. According to our church's intelligence, the Marquis's estate should have been ample enough to fulfill the required deliveries of spirit stones. Regrettably, he chose to hoard these precious stones in a bank rather than surrender them to the Divine Emperor. It is truly lamentable that, in such dire times, he committed such a selfish blunder. The cardinal placed his right hand upon Count Doran's shoulder. "You are different from him, Doran. You are remarkably sincere, and that is commendable. Though your homeland has succumbed, you have still managed to scrape together resources, even resorting to high-interest loans, to prepare spirit stones for this pilgrimage. Your loyalty to the Divine Emperor is unequivocal. Therefore, you need not fear any repercussions. On the contrary, we shall bestow generous rewards upon devoted followers such as yourself." Suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy emanated from the cardinal's right hand, flowing ceaselessly into Doran's being. Doran felt the early stages of his cultivation begin to shift, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure spiritual energy surged like a torrent, incessantly cleansing his body and soul. He sensed his cells voraciously absorbing this energy, and before long, he realized his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the initial stage, then to the middle stage, and subsequently to the late stage, culminating at the peak of the harmonization phase. He was merely a step away from entering the great completion stage. Yet, this spiritual energy continued to flood towards his mind. After a breath, Doran felt as though a mountain had settled upon his head, heavy and burdensome, dulling his thoughts. Within his mind, a multitude of peculiar images began to manifest. Among these visions were enigmatic patterns and bizarre symbols, but Doran could not decipher their meaning. At that moment, the cardinal withdrew his hand, and a flicker of purple light danced in his palm. As the purple glow dissipated, a radiant orb shimmering with violet luminescence appeared in his grasp. The purple soul orb is a gem of the spirit. The cardinal cast the soul orb before Doran, saying, "Doran, you should comprehend what you must do. This soul orb is bestowed upon you. With it, you can restore your lineage." Doran gazed at the purple soul orb in his hand, his heart swelling with elation. This orb, worth its weight in gold, can only be found in the Holy Star. It is a natural elixir that, when consumed, can forcibly enhance one's spiritual roots. Among the upper echelons of nobility, such a soul orb could exchange for an entire star system. After expressing his gratitude to the esteemed cardinal, Doran knelt on one knee, sincerely thanking the figure before him. "You need not thank me. My gift is merely the blessing of the Divine Emperor. Your gratitude should be directed towards him," the cardinal replied with a nonchalant tone, already turning his gaze towards the distance. "You must gather the spiritual stones by your next encounter. Otherwise, when the Divine Emperor arrives, no one will be able to save you." "I understand. I shall go at once and ensure I gather enough spiritual stones." Doran hastily rose and boarded an interstellar warship, swiftly vanishing into the vast night. Chapter 50. The Divine Emperor. Archbishop Orin, please cease your intimidation. These nobles have their own struggles. A voice, imbued with a slight magnetism, resonated from behind the cardinal. "Your Majesty, what brings you out at this hour? Should you not be engaged in your cultivation?" The red-clad archbishop, known as Orin, turned to face the supreme ruler of the empire, whom he referred to as the Divine Emperor, furrowing his brow. His tone was devoid of reverence, tinged instead with a hint of exasperation. Cultivation, it seems that is all anyone ever speaks of. I can hardly endure another moment on this wretched little planet. I have heard whispers of a burgeoning force known as the Human Federation. Should I pay them a visit?" The man, dubbed the Divine Emperor, appeared as a youth in his 20s, with striking features, fair skin, and a devilish smile playing upon his lips. "Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. The Human Federation is a formidable civilization. In our current state, we are no match for them, the Archbishop quickly interjected. Our immediate priority should be to amass more spiritual energy, so that when the twilight of the world descends, we may evacuate with several fleets. The Divine Emperor responded with a dismissive wave. The Human Federation has but a meager fleet. They cannot stir the waters significantly. Besides, my supply of spirit stones is dwindling, and remaining here serves no purpose. He stretched his body and continued, I have resolved to visit the Human Federation. There exists a faction within this world that revels in the art of intrigue. If my hunch is correct, they are likely embedded within the Human Federation. For those I recall were masters of manipulation. A sardonic smile graced the Divine Emperor's face, revealing his profound impression of the Human Federation. The Archbishop shook his head gently. Sighing, you must not take such risks. You are at a pivotal moment of the apocalypse and cannot stray even a step from the Holy Star. I will not encounter any peril, the Divine Emperor replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Have you forgotten? I was once the mightiest in the entire star domain. And now I have been reborn. Even those seasoned in transcendence would defer to me. No one in this world can rival me, not even the Human Federation. As he spoke, a strand of purple light materialized in his palm, expanding into a small sun that hovered beside him. The purple energy orb emanated a terrifying aura, epitomizing the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor's spiritual prowess. The Archbishop narrowed his eyes, recognizing the futility of his attempts to dissuade the Divine Emperor. He resigned himself to silence and stepped aside. The Divine Emperor patted his head, grinning as he said, Rest assured, I am fully aware of my path. The greatest threat is not the Human Federation. The twilight of the gods has already commenced. With that, he extended his index finger, tracing the void, and in an instant, a vast celestial map materialized before them. The celestial map depicted here encompasses a significant portion of the Jade Empire. It is a divine manifestation simulated by the God Emperor, utilizing the star chart of the Cloud Immortal Empire. Within this starry expanse, countless stars, numbering in the billions, float majestically. Each star symbolizes a distinct world. Most prominently, a resplendent giant star radiates a dazzling golden light. Surrounding this stellar beacon are 7 or 8 planets, their surfaces appearing pitch black from a distance. Upon magnification, however, one can discern that each planet is teeming with innumerable dark entities. Beyond these planets, countless biological warships drift through the void. Judging by the size and scale of these vessels, the fleet of dark beings vastly surpasses the strength of the Jade Empire and eclipses that of the Human Federation. This scene unfolds at the edge of the third spiral arm, on a planet rich in spiritual energy, which serves as a vital source of spiritual ore for the Eastern Jade Empire. At this moment, all defensive fleets and laborers within this system have fallen silent. Beyond this star system, hordes of dark beings continue to emerge relentlessly. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, even a seasoned individual such as Bishop Oren could not help but break into a cold sweat. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and tremulously inquired, Your Majesty, when did this transpire, and why are we only being informed now? The God Emperor gently exhaled, dispersing the celestial map into a myriad of starlit particles. I anticipated your trepidation, which is precisely why I refrained from revealing it sooner. Fear not, this occurred a year ago. I have been aware of these insects from the outset. However, you need not worry, as they appear to have remained in place since their emergence, seemingly awaiting a command. Leaning against a pile of spirit stones, the God Emperor yawned. Your failure to notice this is rather surprising. I surmise that the Cloud Immortal Empire and the Human Federation have consumed most of your attention. Bishop Oren, still shaken, swallowed hard and replied, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness for my inadequacy. Our informants on that planet have indeed been out of contact for some time. The God Emperor waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Whether you know or not is no longer of consequence. I share this with you to emphasize that in comparison to the twilight of the gods, both the Cloud Immortal Empire and the Human Federation are trivial. Rest assured, my current abilities are sufficient to open a passage to the immortal realm, allowing fleets from at least 2 star systems to traverse through. Yet, before departing, I wish to clarify certain matters, for once I leave, returning will be a formidable challenge. His voice gradually softened, as if he were lost in contemplation. In the distant past, our human ancestors established a system of cultivation laws, subduing the other races from all sides and driving them into the vastness of the starry sea. Although the dawn of the gods marked a catastrophic battle that led to our decline, traces of our existence still linger amidst the dust of history. Moreover, As the years have passed, the influence of that divine twilight has gradually waned, offering me the opportunity to rise once more. Now, as doom approaches once again, everything we have built stands on the brink of annihilation. I refuse to sit idly by. I must personally investigate and seek a solution. His face gleamed with a fervent ambition, while his eyes remained tranquil and serene. However, Your Majesty, if even our ancestors failed, then it seems unlikely that we, in our current state, can alter the outcome, replied Bishop Oren with a furrowed brow, a devoted follower of the Emperor, whose reverence for him far surpassed that of any fanatic. What our ancestors achieved, I too shall accomplish. Chapter 51. The war beast. The visage of the divine emperor became resolute, as the most noble blood of humanity coursed through my veins. Even after countless millennia, I remain steadfast in my belief that as long as humanity endures, human civilization shall never perish. Flight is merely one of our desperate choices, not our ultimate goal. As long as we maintain hope, we may yet turn the tide. The divine emperor raised his head, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating confidence, as though everything lay within his grasp. Bishop Oren nodded silently. The power of the divine emperor was indisputable. If he dared to utter such words, he must possess complete assurance. Then, Your Majesty, the hope you speak of, does it pertain to that diminutive fleet of the human federation? I concede their might is formidable, with many strong individuals among them. Yet, none possess the true strength nearing the realm of immortals as you do. As you have always taught us, no matter how numerous, ants remain mere ants. I fail to see the necessity of collaborating with the human federation, Bishop Oren questioned bluntly. The divine emperor cast him a fleeting glance. Though insignificant, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Not to mention, the strength of the human federation itself is certainly not to be underestimated. Do you think they're oblivious to the impending doom? Upon hearing this, Bishop Oren's countenance darkened. Are you suggesting they were already aware of this news and have been preparing countermeasures against the twilight of the gods? The divine emperor nodded indifferently. Bishop Oren furrowed his brow. How could this be? This is a significant secret concerning the fate of all human civilization. How could they possibly know in advance? Perhaps they have long harbored such intentions. After all, they are sufficiently enigmatic. The divine emperor replied, however, discussing these matters now is of little consequence. Without touching the realm of immortals, any of their plans are destined to failure. Bishop Oren hesitated momentarily. Yet, Your Majesty, do you not find the recent actions of the Human Federation rather peculiar? In what way? The divine emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Bishop Oren's inquiry. It is said that the fleets of the Human Federation are attacking in 3 directions, simultaneously declaring war on us, the Zikate Empire and the Yunstian Empire. Their targets seem directly aimed at the core star regions, each of which is directly or indirectly related to the realm of immortals. They appear quite eager to uncover the secrets to transcending into that realm. The divine emperor gazed at Bishop Oren with a sense of appreciation, a rare smile gracing his face. Indeed, the Human Federation has come with intent. They wish to leverage us to achieve their ascension to the realm of immortals. Yet, we too require their technology to augment our own power. The divine emperor rose, declaring that should they truly possess sufficient qualifications, he would reveal the truth to them. After all, the psychic foundation of the Charter Empire was far too feeble to withstand the twilight of the gods, rather than await inevitable doom. It was better to take a gamble. The emperor's demeanor turned grave, and in the current circumstances, there existed no alternative path. Otherwise, one might wonder why they were so fervently seeking to engage us in battle. Bishop Oren found himself rendered speechless. The emperor continued, asserting that in the present predicament, there was but one course of action available: to unite all of humanity's elite forces in pursuit of that last glimmer of hope. Whether from the Cloud Immortal Empire or the Human Federation, as long as they were human, they could stand together. If they could endure this calamity, the future cosmos would belong to humanity. Bishop Oren clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fervent fire, proclaiming his willingness to face any peril for the emperor's cause. The divine emperor smiled, yet before proceeding, he insisted on testing their qualifications. He commanded the awakening of the war beasts to confront the Human Federation. War beasts? Bishop Oren gazed at the emperor in disbelief, as if hearing something utterly inconceivable. The war beasts were an exceedingly malevolent and terrifying existence, believed to be combat instruments cultivated by ancient deities, which the emperor had fortuitously discovered during an expedition to ancient ruins. Each war beast possessed an overwhelming aura of intimidation, akin to an invincible entity. Their cultivation process was remarkably unique. They were not ordinary creatures, but began as inconspicuous seeds. When these seeds were sown on suitable planets, they voraciously absorbed the planet's nutrients, maturing into colossal titans that dominated the ecological hierarchy. Subsequently, these titans would consume all visible flora and fauna on the planet, a process that could last for centuries. During this time, the war beasts would continually evolve to adapt to their environment and competition. Once they had devoured all life, they would begin to claim the entire planet, ultimately assimilating themselves with it. At this juncture, the war beasts would enter a true state of maturity, capable of traversing the cosmos at will and possessing the power to annihilate a world. These gargantuan entities, akin to planets themselves, constituted the final trump card of the Eastern Charter Empire. In the past, at least 2 beings of late tribulation stage had perished at their hands. They wielded the might to obliterate worlds. The mere thought of summoning such ferocious beings sent shivers down Bishop Oren's spine. Rest assured, the war beasts are merely defensive combat instruments intended solely to safeguard our homeland, the Divine Emperor stated calmly. Their sole controllers remain in my possession. My children shall not harm our own. Bishop Oren's mouth fell agape. This seems exceedingly perilous, does it not? By doing so, are we not placing the human federation on the brink of annihilation? The Divine Emperor shook his head and replied, no, quite the contrary. This is their trial. If the human federation lacks even this modicum of courage, then they are destined to become mere sustenance, wholly consumed by the swarm. Should the human federation emerge victorious, they will earn the right to collaborate with us and gain the means to ascend to immortality. Conversely, if they are defeated, we shall seize their fleet and assume the mantle of dominance. In any case, to partake in the game, one must possess sufficient stakes. A glimmer of anticipation illuminated the Divine Emperor's countenance. Chapter 52. The advantage is mine. The resplendent starlight of the galaxy seems to shimmer endlessly, with countless celestial bodies swirling across the firmament, resembling exquisite gemstones embedded within. Among these beautiful jewels, 2 dazzling stars shine brilliantly, illuminating one another. These 2 celestial bodies are none other than the moon and sun of the Yunxian star system, within the imperial palace of Yuxian. The reigning Emperor Huangfu Yun gazes contemplatively at the interstellar sand table, rendered speechless for an extended period. The courtiers kneeling below him do not dare utter a word, fearful of disturbing the emperor's thoughts and incurring dire consequences. Do you all understand the current state of the empire? At last, Huangfu Yun's grave voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, one official replied, I have heard that recently, the Shiha star system has fallen entirely, and the vanguard fleet of the Human Federation may have already reached the central star system. According to the latest reports, this battle has concluded with a complete victory for the Human Federation, with the southern fleet nearly obliterated, leaving merely a few million survivors. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Southern Star region will succumb entirely within 3 months, becoming a colony of the Human Federation. The Southern Fleet has been annihilated. Only a few million survivors remain. Huangfu Yun's brow furrowed deeply, his expression complex. The Southern Fleet was nurtured by his trusted general, Zhao Zhongtian, and thus, Huangfu Yun was profoundly concerned about this core fleet. However, reality weighed heavily on his heart, plunging him into despair. The prolonged silence from the Southern King only intensified his fears of impending doom. Clenching his fists, he struck the table forcefully, demanding, have the loyalist fleets from other star regions arrived? The report to your Majesty is that, aside from the Southern Fleet, 7 of the 8 major fleets, including the Imperial Forest Fleet, have gathered at the periphery of the Yunxian star system, amassing a total of 8 million warships, awaiting your command. Oh, have they withdrawn all their fleets? Does that not leave the front lines utterly vulnerable? Indeed, your Majesty. The Chait Empire is currently entirely restrained by the Human Federation and is unable to attend to our plight, the official replied, taking a deep breath. Do you know how the Southern Fleet met its demise? Your Majesty, we have not conducted a thorough investigation, but from various channels, we have learned that the Human Federation's fleet contains an overwhelming number of high-level cultivators. But there is more? Huangfu Yun scoffed, his countenance darkening. Indeed. Compared to the terrifying fleets, the threat posed by those high-level cultivators seems secondary. Several remnants of the fleet have claimed to have witnessed an entire planet annihilated by the Human Federation's forces. The defenses and firepower of those fleets far exceed our most formidable warships. It is estimated that they possess as many as 600,000 such vessels. At this revelation, the assembled ministers gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Many have begun to ponder whether to surrender outright or to seek a peace settlement by ceding territory, in order to spare the lives of the innocent from suffering. In stark contrast, Huang Fu-yun remained silent, his visage a pallid shade of anger. After a protracted silence, he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid! How unexpected that my pride, the Southern Fleet, has met its demise in such a manner." He glared at the assembly, bellowing, "Have you all forgotten that our adversary is a horde of bloodthirsty fiends, the Human Federation? If this is indeed the case, why should we contemplate surrender? The Yunshan Empire has traversed the cosmos for millennia, amassing formidable strategic resources and possessing impregnable planetary defenses. If we cannot stand against our foe, then fleeing to any distant star system would only lead to our inevitable demise." His fervor intensified, his complexion flushed. The only recourse was to fight to the bitter end. Even if it resulted in our obliteration, I would harbor no grievances. Henceforth, I decree that orders be dispatched to the Northern Fleet, instructing them to hasten to the Southern Star region to assist the remnants of the Southern Fleet in repelling the incursions of the Human Federation. Furthermore, I command King Zhenxi to lead the Western Fleet to the Central Star System to establish a frontline base. I order King Zhenbei to mobilize the Northern Fleet and the Imperial Guard Fleet to serve as a reserve force, ever ready to heed my commands. The remaining 4 expeditionary fleets shall assemble under my direct command. I shall ascertain the true nature of this Human Federation." The ministers, taken aback, fell to their knees in frantic pleas. "Your Majesty, this course of action is utterly unwise. As the sovereign of a nation, you ought to remain at the rear, orchestrating the grand strategy. Please do not act impulsively. A wise man does not place himself against a precarious wall. Your Majesty, we implore you to deliberate carefully." Preposterous! Huang Fu-yun, incensed by their incessant admonitions, slammed his hand against the armrest of his dragon throne, roaring, "Do you presume that I cannot withstand the mere Human Federation?" His eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He raged, "The illustrious Yunshan Empire has stood resilient in the cosmos for countless ages. What tempests have we not weathered? What adversities have we not surmounted? A mere Human Federation has rendered you all so cowed. I assure you, I am unafraid. Even if I were to be shattered into fragments, I shall engage them in a final battle." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. Though Huang Fu-yun's arrogance was palpable, he remained their sovereign, a symbol of the Yunshan Empire. Moreover, having attained the tribulation stage for millennia, his power was unfathomable. Under the weight of his authority, who would dare to counter his words? The ministers bowed their heads, no longer daring to voice dissent. Huang Fu-yun cast a cold glance at them, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward the expansive sand table, his fury still simmering. The Southern Star region has witnessed over 50 large-scale conflicts throughout the ages. The complexities of right and wrong are difficult to articulate. Yet, historians have noted that it is in this ancient battleground where the fates of countless dynasties have been determined, flourishing and declining in turn. Hence, the age-old adage of vying for dominion over the South. In the year of the former emperor's command, the fleet divided into 3 routes to converge upon the Southern Star Domain. The day after the liberation of the Central Star Domain, upon recognizing the inevitability of defeat, His Majesty Charles I proclaimed his surrender. In the year 36076 of the Yunzhen calendar, it was precisely in the Southern Star Domain that I had the honor of leading millions of cultivators to vanquish Charles II and Marquis Fengzhen, achieving resounding victory. I fail to comprehend why so many engage in discussions about the overlord cornered at Gaixia, as if this ancient battlefield in the Southern Star Domain portends our doom. 2 millennia ago, I embarked on my journey from the Southern Star Domain, commencing the second expedition, which ultimately unified the Yunshan Empire. Wherever my army advanced, the populace welcomed us with heartfelt sincerity, truly capitalizing on the opportune moment. The vibrant vitality and flourishing of life that once graced this land remain vivid in my memory. Yet, after a mere 20 centuries, has this place transformed into our burial ground? Regardless of the circumstances, the scale of our forces stands at 800,000 against 600,000, an undeniable advantage on our side. Chapter 53. The industrial planet in the Southern Star region of the Jiuzhou star system, on the planet Shiha of the Yunshan Empire. The Wuma fleet has been stationed for over 2 weeks. During this time, the immense star gate has been completed, allowing fleets from the distant solar system to easily traverse here, thanks to powerful spatial fluctuations. Meanwhile, the transformation project on the second planet has reached its final stages. The second planet has long ceased to resemble the dusty wasteland of yore. Through continuous adjustments within the Eden system, it has become entirely habitable for humanity and has been named Eden 1 by the Huangmao. The purpose of constructing Eden 1 is to establish a frontline base capable of directly radiating across the entire southern star region. Transporting supplies directly from the solar system risks exposing Earth's coordinates. Although, at present, there seem to be no significant threats to humanity in this star region. The vastness of the universe is unpredictable, and it is prudent not to wager humanity's home. Thus, transforming the Jiuzhou star system into a comprehensive industrial base is deemed essential. Fortunately, the Jiuzhou star system meets these requirements splendidly. First and foremost, Eden 1 is an exemplary mining planet. Its diameter is approximately 0.7 times that of Earth. Yet its geological structure is relatively uncomplicated, featuring expansive plains, canyons, and mountains, some of which are rich in high-density mineral deposits. The planet's surface comprises primarily of rocks, metallic minerals, and rare elements. The crust is relatively thin, underpinned by a substantial rocky mantle. Eden 1 is abundant in common metallic minerals such as iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, and nickel, which are widely distributed across the surface and crust. Moreover, vast reserves of rare elements like iridium, platinum, and yttrium lie beneath the surface, crucial for the construction and maintenance of interstellar fleets. While the distribution of resources is generally even, certain areas boast high concentrations of minerals. The plains on the planet's surface are rich in iron ore, ideal for large-scale mining operations, while the canyons and mountains hide significant quantities of copper, aluminum, and zinc, essential for general industrial construction and maintenance. Rare elements primarily reside in the rocky mantle beneath the crust, necessitating deep excavation and extraction. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, Eden 1 boasts a relatively advanced industrial technology level, featuring cutting-edge mining, smelting, and manufacturing techniques. The planet's Artificial Intelligence Research Center is dedicated to developing new materials and energy sources to enhance the building quality and efficiency of the fleet. Additionally, the planet is equipped with sophisticated automation systems and robotic technology, significantly reducing labor costs and improving production efficiency. To safeguard the planet's ecological environment, Eden 1 has implemented a series of environmental protection measures. During mining activities, the industrial facilities utilize advanced waste treatment technologies to process and recycle waste and hazardous materials. Simultaneously, extensive vegetation coverage areas and water source protection zones have been established to maintain the ecological balance of the planet. Upon the suggestion of Yifeng, Huang Mao has even contemplated the permanent relocation of certain inhabitants from the Shiha planet in the forthcoming period, with the intention of establishing a permanent residential area on this celestial body. These new immigrants will undergo both cultivation and cultural education, and at an appropriate juncture, commence their daily lives and work in accordance with the directives of artificial intelligence. In this manner, the humanity of the Yunsten Empire will swiftly assimilate into the modern human lifestyle, thereby accelerating their integration into the Human Federation. Furthermore, another colossal gas giant within the Shiha star system is also within the scope of transformation. This planet, currently devoid of an official name, is provisionally referred to as G92. G92 is a massive gas giant with a diameter approximately 10 times that of Earth. It is primarily composed of hydrogen and helium, exhibiting a dense gaseous atmosphere on its surface. The interior of the planet consists of gaseous layers and liquid metallic hydrogen with a substantial rocky core at its center. The predominant constituents of the planet are hydrogen and helium, which account for the vast majority of its mass. Additionally, the gaseous layers contain trace amounts of methane, ammonia, and water vapor. The rocky core is primarily composed of iron, nickel, and other heavy metals. Despite G92 being predominantly a gas giant, its atmosphere is rich in hydrogen and helium resources. These gases can be extracted and utilized as fuel for interstellar fleets. Moreover, the liquid metallic hydrogen within the planet represents a valuable resource, applicable in high-energy physics experiments and research into nuclear fusion energy. To efficiently extract resources from G92, humanity will construct an intricate infrastructure. Initially, several gas extraction stations will be established on the planet's surface, employing advanced technologies to harvest hydrogen and helium from the atmosphere. These extraction stations will utilize efficient filtration and separation techniques to isolate and store the gases. Additionally, liquid metallic hydrogen extraction stations will be constructed, delving deep into the planet's interior to procure this precious resource. According to the current blueprint, G92 will also be developed into a chemical industry assembly line factory, designed to process and convert the extracted hydrogen and helium. A vast cluster of chemical plants will be established near the gas giant, leveraging cutting-edge technology to transform hydrogen and helium into various useful compounds, such as methane, ammonia, water, and other organic materials. These compounds will serve as fuel, synthetic food, elixirs, and an array of chemical products, providing sustenance for the interstellar fleet and human colonies. Similarly, to optimize the extraction of G92's resources, humanity will employ advanced automation technologies and artificial intelligence systems. In the gas extraction stations and liquid metallic hydrogen extraction stations, intelligent robots will undertake the majority of the tasks, thereby reducing labor costs and enhancing extraction efficiency. These robots will utilize sophisticated grasping and transportation technologies to convey the extracted gases and liquid metallic hydrogen to the chemical plants for processing. In addition to its abundant resources, the human capital of the Shiha planet is remarkably plentiful. This celestial body harbors a profound animosity towards the rule of the Cloud Immortal Empire. Consequently, when faced with the prospect of salvation from the dire straits by the Human Federation, the inhabitants exhibit an overwhelming welcome. With such a robust grassroots support, the planet's population, numbering in the millions, can effectively augment the fleet personnel. Even more astonishing is the fact that, due to the rich spiritual energy of this galaxy, the average innate abilities of its residents significantly surpass those of humanity in the solar system. This implies that with even slight cultivation, these indigenous individuals can transform into formidable practitioners. For the Human Federation, the limitation in cultivation has never been a matter of resources. As long as one possesses sufficient talent, an endless supply of spiritual elixirs can be provided. Chapter 54. The Martian Entertainment Zone. Observing the orderly appearance of Eden Planet, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. After days of acclimatization, he had become accustomed to the myriad marvels showcased by human technology. Yet, witnessing the scene before him still left him in awe. It was truly a spectacle that rivaled divine craftsmanship. Beside him, Huang Mao chuckled with his arms crossed, remarking, "This is nothing. Military technology is rather rudimentary. It suffices to say that it is functional. These are merely advancements from over a decade ago. Just wait until I take you on a tour of Mars. That place is a veritable paradise, an idyllic realm." Yifeng nodded, recalling how, shortly after his awakening, Huang Mao had incessantly clamored to show him Mars. Although they eventually went, Huang Mao still reminisced about it daily, based on the various promotions and advertisements he had encountered during this time. Mars appeared to be a highly autonomous commercial zone. Following the conclusion of the Third World War, humanity had forged agreements on Mars, establishing the Human Federation, which subsequently rendered Mars a permanently neutral planet. No factions were permitted to station armed forces there, transforming Mars into a vast free trade area. The Human Federation was responsible only for basic law enforcement, while the myriad laws and regulations were formulated and enforced by the prominent corporations on Mars. In this atmosphere of freedom, the influx of immigrants to Mars surged, leading to a burgeoning array of large corporations and entertainment venues springing forth like mushrooms after rain. Unlike the cold and cramped lunar reserve, Mars's environment, after extensive terraforming, became exceedingly hospitable. A plethora of scenic spots and wellness resorts were established, and unencumbered by environmental protection laws, many colossal themed attractions emerged. These included towering pyramids reaching hundreds of kilometers in height, a Jurassic-themed park spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, an underwater Atlantis-themed oceanarium, and a Western-themed park simulating various historical epics. The pyramid was one of the earliest and most successful themed parks on Mars, standing as one of the planet's most captivating landmarks. Constructed from exceptionally resilient alloy materials, it soared to hundreds of kilometers in height, covering a vast area at its base. This extraordinary edifice could even be seen from outer space. Visitors could ascend via specially designed elevators or fly directly into the interior of the pyramid. The interior was uniquely designed with multiple levels and observation decks, allowing guests to admire the breathtaking vistas of Mars from different floors. Furthermore, the pyramid housed exhilarating subterranean mazes, escape rooms, and themed hotels, providing visitors with an opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries and splendor of Mars. The Jurassic-themed park also served as a significant emblem of Mars, flawlessly recreating the ecosystem and dinosaur world of the Jurassic period. Within the park lay expansive primordial forests, immense lakes and waterfalls, as well as a diverse array of flora and fauna. Visitors can traverse the park freely aboard specially designed electric vehicles or by soaring through the air, marveling at the various authentic dinosaurs and ancient creatures resurrected through genetic technology. The park also features thrilling dinosaur shows, a nurturing area for these magnificent beasts, and a dinosaur-themed restaurant, allowing guests to delve deeper into the lives and histories of these prehistoric wonders. Previously, Huang Mao had been enthusiastically recommending the Atlantis-themed aquarium to Yi Feng. This underwater amusement park is a breathtaking realm beneath the waves, meticulously recreating the legendary Atlantis civilization. Initially viewed with skepticism by many, this project, predominantly funded by major Western entertainment corporations, unexpectedly flourished into a remarkable commercial success. For humanity, now capable of spacewalking, the starry skies have gradually lost their enchanting allure, while the familiar embrace of the ocean feels profoundly comforting. The underwater scenery starkly contrasts with the celestial expanse. Vibrant coral reefs, schools of fish, jellyfish, shells, and an array of peculiar aquatic flora all showcase their unique characteristics, bringing the underwater world to life. Particularly noteworthy is the Atlantis-themed aquarium, the largest underwater structure on Mars. Upon entering the oceanic theme park, visitors are greeted by two colossal bronze doors adorned with intricate carvings. While the walls and floors are crafted from fine iron, embedded with countless gemstones that emit a dazzling brilliance, regardless of how many times one visits. The ambience evokes the essence of a mythical European kingdom. Crucially, the venue hosts a variety of unique performances daily, attracting renowned bands and top-tier artists who often choose this location for their concerts. This has led to an insatiable demand for tickets to the underwater park, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire. Huang Mao, with his modest income, could hardly dream of vacationing here, yet thanks to his affluent and supportive friend Yi Feng, many previously unimaginable possibilities have now become attainable. In addition to these well-known attractions on Mars, there are numerous adult-themed amusement parks, such as Westworld, accessible only to those over 18. The Westworld theme park is an exhilarating and fantastical entertainment haven. Upon entering this realm, guests feel as though they have stepped back into the untamed wilderness of 19th-century America. Expansive plains, rugged mountains, and flowing rivers create a vivid landscape. Visitors can choose to become part of Westworld, embodying roles as cowboys, bounty hunters, or intrepid explorers, embarking on a series of thrilling adventures in this vast frontier. Whether chasing down villains, safeguarding the tranquility of towns, or searching for treasure in the desert, each guest can select their adventure according to their preferences and daring spirit. The characters within this world are powered by cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology, exhibiting realistic emotions and behaviors, interacting with visitors to offer tasks and challenges. Visitors can engage in conversation, collaborate, or compete with one another. This interaction allows each guest to immerse themselves in an authentic and exhilarating Western realm. Within this theme park, a plethora of entertainment options awaits. Guests may partake in boxing matches, vying against fellow visitors for supremacy. They can also test their luck at the casino, indulging in games of poker or roulette. These activities not only provide excitement and enjoyment, but also enable guests to experience the genuine atmosphere of the Western world. In addition to adventure and entertainment, the Western experience offers a rich tapestry of cultural and historical insights. Visitors can explore museums to learn about the evolution of Western history and culture. They may also delight in various performances, such as concerts, dance shows, and traditional craft exhibitions. These events deepen guests' understanding of Western culture, allowing them to feel the charm and allure of that era. Whether in pursuit of thrilling adventures, engaging in captivating entertainment, or immersing themselves in a wealth of cultural experiences, the Western World theme park is poised to fulfill the expectations of every visitor. This fantastical realm promises endless excitement and enjoyment, inviting guests to explore freely and create their own Western legends. Chapter 55, The Spiritual Energy Vacuum Chamber. Suddenly, Huang Mao interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Hey, Brother Yi, to what stage have you cultivated your realm? Previously, Professor Luo had advised me that if you had reached the later stage of the tribulation transcendence, you could utilize the spiritual energy vacuum chamber. The spiritual energy vacuum chamber? Yi Feng was momentarily perplexed. Huang Mao explained, the spiritual energy vacuum chamber is specially constructed for high-level practitioners of the tribulation transcendence. Unlike cultivators of other realms, Those in the tribulation stage no longer require additional spiritual energy supplementation. Rather, they must release the vast amounts of spiritual energy within them to achieve the pinnacle of inner and outer spiritual connection. For a practitioner like you, in the tribulation stage, expelling spiritual energy in an environment abundant with it is akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, Professor Luo meticulously designed the spiritual energy vacuum chamber, a facility that can completely isolate external spiritual energy. Not only does it block out external spiritual energy, but more importantly, it also absorbs and processes the spiritual energy you expel from your body. Professor Luo himself reached the highest realm within the spiritual energy vacuum chamber. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that humanity's research on spiritual energy cultivation had reached its zenith. Through their cultivation, practitioners could absorb external spiritual energy into their bodies, thereby enhancing their capabilities. The ultimate realm of the tribulation stage is the coveted aspiration of all practitioners. Only by reaching this realm can they truly transcend human limitations and attain the pinnacle of spiritual energy. However, practitioners in the tribulation stage face a dilemma. At this level, they no longer need to absorb external spiritual energy. Instead, they must expel the residual spiritual energy within them. This is an exceedingly challenging process, as the abundant external spiritual energy continuously flows into their bodies, making it difficult to fully expel their internal energy, thereby hindering their progression to higher realms. Since his elevation to the tribulation stage, Yifeng had indeed felt that his body no longer required the influx of additional spiritual energy. Yet, expelling the energy within was no simple task. Countless strands of spiritual energy had already merged with his flesh and blood. Even if he could control the majority of it, a small portion remained deeply embedded within his cells, making complete expulsion arduous. Moreover, his body had long since been capable of automatically converting external spiritual energy for its own use. Even if he refrained from absorbing external energy, a steady stream would still enter his body. Although Yifeng possessed exceptional roots at the tribulation stage, his innate talent became less significant. Rather, the rapid conversion of energy became a burden. Such a remarkable cultivation facility is indeed a testament to Professor Luo's ingenuity. Haha, don't forget who Professor Luo is. He is the foremost authority on spiritual energy research on Earth. Yifeng nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging this fact. It was Professor Luo who initially discovered the Cloud Immortal fleet, and it was also him who first made contact with the Cloud Immortal. His depth of research in spiritual energy has far surpassed the current understanding of humanity. It is hardly surprising that he could create such an extraordinary artifact as the spiritual energy vacuum chamber, which aids cultivators in their tribulation period. Since it was Professor Luo's arrangement, let us proceed and see for ourselves. Recently, I have indeed felt the bottleneck in my cultivation. If I rely solely on my own efforts, I cannot fathom how long it would take to fully expel the spiritual energy within me. Seeing Yifeng agree so readily, Huang Mao quickly added, "Brother Yi, please let me finish." Professor Luo specifically instructed me that while the spiritual energy vacuum chamber is beneficial for cultivators in the later stages of tribulation, those who have only recently embarked on this path must exercise extreme caution. If your body suddenly transitions from an environment rich in spiritual energy to one devoid of it, there may be adverse effects. It would be best to wait until your tribulation phase stabilizes before venturing there. Yifeng chuckled, sensing Huang Mao's concern. "Thank you for your consideration. Rest assured, I am but a step away from the pinnacle of the tribulation." Intent on demonstrating his progress, Yifeng deliberately released a trace of tribulation aura, causing Huang Mao to feel a shiver run down his spine, a primal fear gnawing at him from the depths of his being. "Goodness, you've managed to cultivate to such a level without my knowledge," Huang Mao exclaimed incredulously. Although he knew Yifeng to be a prodigious talent in cultivation, it had only been a month or two since Yifeng's awakening. "Haha, merely fortunate," Yifeng replied with an awkward smile, noting the significant impact this revelation had on Huang Mao. "Let us go. Take me to the spiritual energy vacuum chamber, and I shall see if it has any effect on me." A moment later, Huang Mao led Yifeng into the interior chamber of the Changlu spacecraft. Just as Huang Mao had described, the interior of the Changlu resembled a city. Various buildings and streets gave Yifeng the illusion of being on the surface of a planet. Huang Mao hailed a taxi, conveyed the destination to the driver, and then explained to Yifeng, within the Changlu spacecraft, the use of spiritual energy or magic is generally prohibited in non-combat situations. On one hand, the internal space of the chamber is not very ample. Using spiritual energy could destabilize some of the intricate structures within. On the other hand, The misuse of spiritual energy in this worship city could gradually cause people to lose their sense of being grounded, which contradicts the very purpose of constructing this city. Yifeng reflected on this and concurred. Indeed, the purpose of the worship city was to create an ambience akin to that of a planetary surface. If everyone continued to perceive it as mere interstellar space, the original significance would be lost. Before long, the taxi delivered the two individuals to their destination, where the words spiritual energy vacuum chamber were prominently displayed on a sign by the roadside. This establishment bore resemblance to a gym, though its patrons were predominantly cultivators who had reached the tribulation stage. After registering, Yifeng and the young man with yellow hair were assigned a private spiritual energy vacuum chamber. Upon familiarizing himself with the various operations, Yifeng stepped into the chamber alone. The spiritual energy vacuum chamber was modest in size, measuring merely 10 square meters. Constructed from a unique material, it was composed of an advanced spiritual energy suppression alloy. This alloy is remarkably distinctive, as it effectively shields against external spiritual energy disturbances, creating a stable zero-energy environment within the chamber. The manufacturing process of this alloy is exceedingly intricate, requiring the application of advanced technological methods to synthesize various rare metallic elements, which are then treated in a special manner to endow them with formidable energy suppression capabilities. The design of the spiritual energy vacuum chamber is exceptionally sophisticated. It takes on a cylindrical shape, consisting of 2 layers. The outer layer is formed from robust panels of the spiritual energy suppression alloy, which efficiently blocks external spiritual energy interference. The inner layer, in contrast, is made from a pliable energy-absorbing material that captures and stores any excess spiritual energy within the cultivator's body. When a cultivator in the tribulation stage enters the chamber, the spiritual energy within the chamber is extracted, resulting in a negative energy vacuum environment. Simultaneously, the energy-absorbing material within the chamber begins to function, absorbing the surplus spiritual energy from the cultivator's body. This excess energy is then transformed into a unique form of energy and stored for future use. Chapter 56. Cultivation. Yifeng secured the hatch and pressed the activation button. A sound of exhaust filled the air, and the spiritual energy within the entire chamber swiftly dissipated. In that moment, Yifeng was struck by a sensation reminiscent of Earth in the 21st century, when the spiritual energy throughout the solar system was exceedingly sparse. As the vacuum intensified, the spiritual energy grew ever more diluted, until it ultimately vanished completely. This place is rather comfortable. Yifeng exhaled gently. Although the spiritual energy within his breath was minuscule, it was still thousands of times more abundant than the energy in the outside environment. Soon after, the released spiritual energy was swiftly absorbed by the surrounding energy-absorbing materials, returning the vacuum chamber to a state devoid of spiritual energy. Despite the thinness of the spiritual energy here, there was no sense of suffocation or oppression. Rather, it imparted an immense comfort. Yifeng even sensed, faintly, that the spiritual energy within his body was gradually dissipating. In a sealed environment, high concentrations of spiritual energy invariably diffuse toward areas of lower concentration, confirming the law of spiritual energy diffusion. Yifeng made an effort to relax his body. During the tribulation stage, his body instinctively sought to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. If he could not achieve complete relaxation, even the spiritual energy that had been painstakingly released would be drawn back in, significantly affecting the efficiency of his cultivation. Suddenly, Yifeng furrowed his brow, realizing that an anomaly seemed to have arisen within his dantian. The spiritual energy that had been continuously radiating abruptly ceased, while the remaining spiritual energy in his body began to gather rapidly toward the dantian. This sensation, could it be a problem with his cultivation? A thought flitted through Yifeng's mind, prompting him to conduct an immediate examination. He began by reversing the operation of the chaotic decision technique. The chaotic decision was a cultivation method derived from the synthesis of artificial intelligence and big data, designed to maximize conversion efficiency for practitioners. It could be employed from the chi refinement stage all the way to the tribulation stage. The principle of the chaotic decision lies in the fusion of the practitioner's latent spiritual energy with the natural spiritual energy from the environment, achieving a perfect balance between the spiritual body and nature. Through continuous practice, the practitioner enhances their spiritual energy reserves and transforms it into personal strength. The advantage of this technique is its ability to convert substantial amounts of spiritual energy into personal reserves with virtually no loss. However, its sole drawback is the necessity for practitioners to cultivate in an environment abundant in spiritual energy. Otherwise, they risk falling into a state of madness. Fortunately, for humanity, pure spiritual energy is in ample supply. Nuclear fusion power plants and orbital solar power stations provide nearly limitless energy, which is then transformed into refined spiritual energy through energy conversion arrays. The newly generated spiritual energy undergoes multiple purification processes and is ultimately encapsulated in specialized containers, yielding industrially produced spiritual energy with a purity of up to 99.99999, coupled with the chaotic decision. Even the most obtuse practitioners can progress at an astonishing rate on their cultivation journey. In contrast, the cultivators of the Yunxian Empire find it exceedingly challenging to achieve a purity of spiritual energy exceeding 80 even within their most esteemed sanctuaries. As for the unrefined natural spirit mines, even the highest quality spirit stones do not surpass a purity of 90. These natural spiritual energies often harbor a plethora of impurities. Should an ordinary cultivator inhale an excessive amount, the accumulation may lead to stagnation in their cultivation, rendering further breakthroughs impossible, or in severe cases, result in madness and untimely demise. Yifeng gradually activated the chaotic formula. At his current level, he merely needed to reverse the flow of the chaotic formula to expel the spiritual energy within him. However, he soon realized that an anomaly had occurred. The spiritual energy had ceased to emanate, which was highly unusual. He then discerned a swirling mass of white energy emerging from his dantian, slowly rotating, within which lay a wisp of purple mist. What could this be? Is it a self-protection mechanism? Yifeng pondered in confusion. This purple mist drifted languidly within his dantian, gathering all surrounding spiritual energy around itself. Yifeng recalled a journal article published by Professor Luo, which had mentioned such phenomena for cultivators of exceptional talent. When their spiritual energy begins to diminish rapidly, a self-protection mechanism is triggered, manifesting as the awakening of a wisp of spiritual energy imbued with self-awareness within the dantian. This wisp, though exceedingly faint, can firmly lock onto the surrounding spiritual energy, preventing the host from succumbing to spiritual exhaustion. Such a talent has been noted in both the Yunxian Empire and the Jade Empire. Those possessing this unique constitution are invariably formidable cultivators of extraordinary gifts. Yifeng inwardly lamented, astonished to discover himself among the chosen ones. However, the emergence of such a talent at this moment proved counterproductive. This purple mist not only secured his own spiritual energy but also began to consolidate it. Should this situation persist, he would likely achieve nothing today. With a deep sigh, Yifeng conceived a plan. He intensified his efforts in channeling the chaotic formula, drawing forth an increasing amount of spiritual energy from the depths of his cells, converging it towards his dantian. This inward pull far exceeded the force of dispersion. At last, the abundant residual spiritual energy within him had gathered entirely at the dantian. And Yifeng meticulously maintained this dense mass of spiritual energy in motion while silently awakening the jade pendant of the Yi clan deep within his consciousness. Since his awakening, the pendant had remained dormant, unresponsive to his energies. When Yifeng attempted to infuse the pendant with spiritual energy, regardless of the amount, it was as if a stone cast into the sea. There was no response. Only after he ascended to the tribulation phase and invested a colossal amount of spiritual energy did he manage to tenuously establish a connection. The golden radiance emanating from the pendant remains an enigma to Yifeng. However, he is certain that this power, related to the soul, transcends his understanding of advanced energies. Ordinary spiritual energy is incapable of responding to it. Only when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain magnitude can one barely perceive the faint response of the jade pendant. At this moment, the mass of spiritual energy within his dantian is not only exceptionally dense but, more significantly, has begun to develop a semblance of self-awareness. This unique spiritual energy may very well awaken the jade pendant entirely, and even if it does not, the pendant is capable of absorbing the last remnants of energy within him. With this thought in mind, Yifeng directed the tumultuous spiritual energy within him to flow gently towards the jade pendant. In an instant, the pendant erupted with a brilliant and resplendent golden light. Akin to a famished beast encountering succulent prey, voraciously consuming the vast spiritual energy, Yifeng felt a surge of excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. The blinding golden light illuminated the entire chamber, penetrating the very ceiling above. Yifeng's expression shifted. Although he had long suspected that the pendant was extraordinary, he had not anticipated its capacity to be so immense. In merely a fleeting moment, it had drawn forth all the spiritual energy from his dantian. He could distinctly sense the pendant greedily devouring the energy within him. Within just a brief span of time, Yifeng felt as though his spiritual energy was on the verge of being entirely depleted. Chapter 57. The treasure of the Yi clan with a sudden intake of breath. He felt an emptiness of spiritual energy within him. Goodness, this jade pendant is exceedingly overbearing. Yifeng was at a loss, nearly in tears. As a late-stage tribulation period cultivator, his reservoir of spiritual energy was immense. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was almost entirely siphoned away. Even if he intended to disperse his spiritual energy, it should be done gradually. At this rate of absorption, he would inevitably face disaster. He hastily closed his eyes and silently activated the chaotic technique, attempting to stabilize his strength. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The jade pendant seemed to trigger some unique mechanism, abruptly drawing Yifeng's soul into its depths. He felt a dizzying whirl, and when he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself once more in that familiar place, the sea of consciousness, gazing upon the realm he had barely escaped from. Yifeng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had been trapped there for nearly 2 centuries last time, and if he were to be ensnared again, who could say when he would next emerge? He reached out to touch the golden barrier surrounding the sea of consciousness, and as expected, despite having attained the tribulation level, he was utterly powerless against this restriction. Why, Yi Senior, how did you get here? A familiar voice echoed, and Yifeng turned to see his old acquaintance, Xiao Xingdong, within his sea of consciousness. Oh, it's you. Xiao Xingdong approached with an ingratiating smile, his eyes reflecting eager flattery. Yi Senior, there was quite a commotion outside just now. May I ask what was happening? Since realizing that Yifeng had broken through to the tribulation level, Xiao Xingdong had been exceedingly prudent, remaining deep within the sea of consciousness, fearful that the venerable elder of the Yi clan might crush him like an ant should he be displeased. He recalled that during the time he was trapped in the sea of consciousness, he had not spared Yifeng any hardship. Yet Yifeng had no time to settle old scores. His rapid cultivation was, in fact, linked to the countless battles he had fought with Xiao Xingdong over the past century within the sea of consciousness. At that time, he had relied on the temporary prowess granted by the jade pendant to engage in relentless combat with Xiao Xingdong. Though he had suffered many defeats, he had simultaneously become well acquainted with the flow and use of spiritual energy. Did you notice anything unusual about the jade pendant just now? Yifeng inquired. Xiao Xingdong furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, aside from its exceptionally bright luminescence and a strong wave of energy, there is nothing particularly strange about it. Oh, did you not sense that the energy within the pendant is more potent than usual? Xiao Xingdong shook his head in response. This I did not. You Senior. Which aspect are you referring to? Well, never mind. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Since he was unaware, it was of little consequence. After all, he was merely a spirit transformation cultivator and could not comprehend such profound changes. He shifted his attention to another matter and inquired. You mentioned that there was quite a commotion here just now. Xiao Xingdong promptly replied. Indeed, the recent disturbance was akin to a cataclysm, utterly terrifying. Oh, and I felt the entire sea of consciousness tremble violently. Even the barriers nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Senior Yi, your timely intervention stabilized this realm. As he concluded, Xiao Xingdong expressed his gratitude with an air of flattery. Yifeng nodded slightly, not dwelling on the matter. Such occurrences were within his expectations, the jade pendant, being a primordial treasure on par with the star map, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. Senior, do you recall why you were drawn into the sea of consciousness last time? Xiao Xingdong asked cautiously. What else could it be? Yifeng replied irritably. Was it not because you foolishly attempted to seize my spiritual root, ultimately forcing me into the jade pendant's embrace? Exactly. I surmised that the jade pendant activated its protective mechanism, which is why it brought you in, Xiao Xingdong conjectured. Upon hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized that it might indeed be the case. Moments ago, his spiritual energy had vanished completely. Perhaps the jade pendant mistook him for being in peril, thus drawing him into the sea of consciousness. This protective mechanism certainly had a poor sense of timing. Yifeng then gazed once more at the jade pendant, which now emitted a faint glow, no longer exuding the same lifeless aura as before. He reached out to caress the pendant, a keepsake from his family, concealing numerous secrets. The moment his fingers brushed against it, an overwhelming and ancient aura enveloped him. Countless memories from the cosmos surged into his mind, and in an instant, he felt as though he had been transported to the primordial universe. Vivid images flickered before him. Stars streaked beneath his feet, each celestial body home to myriad races, their languages, customs, and even cultivation methods resonating with those of Earth, including the practices of cultivators, all harmonizing with the cosmic principles. Amidst these fragments of memory, numerous figures emerged, traversing the void, wielding flying swords or manifesting mystical powers, exuding an air of enigma. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. These individuals abruptly ceased their actions and turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with confusion, astonishment, and an inexplicable reverence. Yi Feng was taken aback, lowering his gaze to discover that he had become one of them. Some donned ancient attire, while others piloted remarkably futuristic mechs. Their styles diverse yet harmonious. The men were strikingly handsome, the women breathtakingly beautiful, and he himself appeared as a towering warrior. Where is this place? How have I suddenly transformed like this? Yi Feng marveled at the scene before him, murmuring in disbelief. Haha. This is the will imprint of our ancestors from the Yi clan. Having inherited our bloodline, you are naturally chosen by them. Within the jade pendant, an aged voice resonated. Descendant of the Yi family, do not be alarmed. The very fact that the Yi clan's treasured artifact rests in your possession signifies that there remains hope for humanity. However, the artifact is currently incomplete and must be wholly restored to wield its full power. You must exercise utmost caution and ensure that no foreign beings acquire the Yi clan's treasure. Your innate talent is exceptional, yet your cultivation is regrettably insufficient. Since fate has brought us together today, I shall bestow upon you a fragment of fortune. Chapter 58. Breakthrough. Remember, this treasure of fortune is unparalleled. Under no circumstances should any information be leaked. As the words echoed, an endless torrent of memories surged into Yi Feng's mind, and the vivid scenes brought tears to his eyes, stirring profound emotions within him. The Yi clan was, in fact, a remnant of the survivors from a past apocalyptic crisis. At that time, the Yi clan was extraordinarily powerful, dominating the third spiral arm and ruling over numerous dimensional worlds. Both the human race and the extraterrestrial beings were awed by the Yi clan's might, bowing in submission. However, the Yi clan's magnificence could not withstand the relentless passage of time, nor the changes brought by the ages. Ultimately, the promised apocalypse arrived. Despite the multitude of formidable warriors within the Yi clan, they remained powerless in the face of true calamity. Although their ancestor, Yi Fan, had already ascended to the realm of immortality, even he could not alter the outcome of defeat when confronted by the endless swarms of insects. As he led his kin away from the realm of immortals, he vowed to restore the glory of the Yi clan, leaving behind a treasured artifact and establishing a testament. Should the descendants of the Yi clan reach the later stages of tribulation, they could use this treasure to step into the realm of immortals, reversing the apocalypse and reviving the Yi clan. The realm of immortals, Yi Feng murmured. It is the key to entering the domain of immortals. At this level, the power it wields is incomparably greater than that of the tribulation stage. It is said that a mere thought can obliterate a star, and a single breath may cause countless planets to vanish. No wonder I witnessed so many memories of the Yi clan's predecessors within this sea of consciousness. In their lifetimes, they were unmatched powerhouses, commanding storms and rain, yet tragically, they all perished in that cataclysm, reduced to mere bones. A wave of profound sorrow welled up within Yi Feng. The jade pendant emitted a faint red glow, penetrating into his being. This was indeed a method to ascend to the realm of immortals. As Professor Luo had surmised, during the tribulation stage, one must completely expel the spiritual energy within. However, more crucially, one must subsequently absorb an immense amount of pure spiritual energy, replenishing every cell within. Only through destruction can one achieve rebirth. Yi Feng once again focused on his dantian. At this moment, the dantian, having expelled all spiritual energy, resembled an empty cosmic space. Yet, when the red light from the jade pendant infused into this void, innumerable stars began to hover within. In the center of this sea of stars, there was a small golden sun, moving slowly. It appeared diminutive and feeble, yet it radiated a rich wave of pure energy. Unmistakably the spiritual energy Yi Feng had just expelled. Thus, these stars represented my spiritual energy. In essence, my dantian now resembled a miniature universe birthing stars. Yi Feng's spirit was shaken, and he comprehended everything. He understood how to ascend to the realm of immortals. Subsequently, he began to attempt the operation of the technique as outlined in the Chaos Scripture. A resounding rumble reverberated through the air as boundless energy surged outward, washing over the entire dantian. Within this sacred space, countless stars were ignited, releasing a dazzling brilliance that shook the heavens and the earth. Blinding white light erupted in waves, transforming the Dantian into a resplendent river of stars. Encasing it was a thick layer of luminous membrane, safeguarding the Dantian from external harm. With a series of sharp cracks, the membrane shattered, heralding the unleashing of the innumerable spiritual energies amassed within Yi Feng's body. Concentrate, Yi Feng commanded, fervently urging the golden sun residing within his Dantian. In an instant, an inexhaustible stream of golden energy converged, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to a supernova expanding within his being. This immense force threatened to dissolve his very essence, rendering it unbearable. Yi Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling as though he were ensnared in a hellish torment. An unending wave of agony sweeping through him. He could not suppress a scream, as the excruciating pain seemed intent on shattering his soul. In that moment, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, within his Dantian, the golden sun continued to shimmer with intense golden light, tirelessly absorbing the surrounding pure spiritual energy. Gradually, this terrifying pressure began to wane, and the golden sun within him grew ever brighter. Yi Feng's aura surged with power, and he finally comprehended the essence of the celestial realm. It was to condense a star within the Dantian. The previous stages had merely involved accumulating spiritual energy or converting it with the external energies. However, the celestial realm entailed becoming a generator of spiritual energy, capable of manifesting supreme power even without reliance on external sources, achieving true freedom in his endeavors. Realizing this, Yi Feng inwardly exclaimed, "This is dire. The formation of a star requires the absorption of countless spiritual energies, yet I find myself devoid of any surplus. This spiritual energy vacuum lacks even the slightest trace of aura. If this continues, the star within my Dantian will fail to take shape. Should I miss this opportunity? Who knows when I shall next encounter such a chance?" This was a rare moment, one that must be grasped firmly. With a flicker of thought, Yi Feng immediately connected with Huang Mao, who awaited outside. "Huang Mao, are you still there? Listen closely to every word I say." Huang Mao, who had been idly waiting, was startled awake. It had been ages since he had heard Yi Feng's serious tone, signaling that something significant was afoot. "I'm listening," he replied, sensing the urgency. Relieved that Huang Mao was still present, Yi Feng continued, "I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Immediately channel high-capacity spiritual energy into this energy vacuum. Remember, do not cease the infusion until I instruct you to stop." Huang Mao swiftly noted Yi Feng's demands, affirming, "Understood. I've already given the order. The engineering team will arrive within 3 minutes, at which point we shall prioritize the energy supply from the aerospace mothership to you." As the words were spoken, the repair vehicle had already arrived. It belonged to a specialized engineering unit on the mothership, tasked with the construction and maintenance of various facilities. They immediately began making adjustments to the vacuum energy chamber. First, they extracted the thick energy conduits from the ground. Then, utilizing various modules and with the assistance of nanobots, they rapidly assembled an energy conversion station, akin to building with blocks. This station was capable of transforming the vast amounts of energy within the conduits into an appropriate power output, facilitating its use by practitioners. The instructions from Huang Mao were swiftly disseminated across all levels of the ship, prompting all fusion power plants and energy conversion fields to enter a state of full operational capacity. Consequently, some bewildered soldiers mistakenly believed that the Star Destroyer was about to be activated again. Under Huang Mao's coordination, within a mere 5 minutes, the first wave of energy began to flow into the vacuum chamber, which subsequently entered a reverse mode, continuously gathering energy from its surroundings. Yi Feng felt the influx of this pure energy, and the pressure within him significantly diminished. However, this energy, sufficient to supply an entire city, vanished without a trace once it entered his Dantian, akin to a cow diving into the sea. The spiritual energy began to coalesce around the golden sun-like orb, resembling a splendid nebula in the vast cosmos. Yet, these nebulae within him were composed of energy. The massive influx of energy surged wildly in this miniature universe, rapidly forming a spectacular interstellar cloud, with the size of these clouds expanding at an astonishing rate. The consumption of energy was equally remarkable, as many entertainment facilities aboard the Chang'e Aerospace mothership had to cease operations due to overload. Chapter 59, The Cataclysm. Suspend all weapon systems. Prioritize the supply of spiritual energy to this location. Huang Mao gritted his teeth and issued the irrevocable command. In such circumstances, even a fool could discern that Yi Feng was undergoing some extraordinary transformation. As he spoke, energy supply stations were rapidly constructed, transforming what was once a mere cultivation center into the spiritual energy hub of the entire battleship. Numerous cruisers and battleships were maneuvering closer, having received orders to be poised at any moment to channel their spiritual energy to the Changlu. The transformation within Yifeng's Dantian continued unabated. In comparison to this small universe, the influx of spiritual energy had yet to reach its zenith. However, the energy being absorbed was remarkably pure, necessitating no additional manipulation of techniques, thus saving an immense amount of time. Yifeng's current state was profoundly intricate. On one hand, his spirit was drawn into his consciousness, while on the other, his body instinctively converted the ambient spiritual energy. At this moment, he was entirely relying on instinct to catalyze his Dantian, and he sensed that this method might even surpass the efficacy of conscious control over his body, were he to consciously govern his physical form. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy would undoubtedly trigger his body as self-protective mechanisms. Such mechanisms, inherent to all individuals, would activate when one's body exceeded its tolerance threshold, thereby halting relevant functions. For Yifeng, who was on the brink of a breakthrough, this protective response would be catastrophic. Fortunately, in his current spiritual state, such mechanisms were rendered moot. The conversion of spiritual energy persisted. The nebula within his Dantian had expanded beyond measure, were it placed within the vast cosmos. It would likely span several light years. Deploy the Dyson satellites, maximize spiritual energy conversion. Huang Mao glanced at the current energy expenditure figures, steeling himself as he released all the Dyson satellites. The Dyson satellites were designed to position vast solar energy collectors in orbit around a star, typically at a distance of approximately 35,000 kilometers. At this distance, the satellites would unfurl into enormous solar panels with a thickness measured in nanometers. Each Dyson satellite comprised trillions of nanosolar cells, capable of efficiently converting sunlight into electrical energy. Interspersed among these solar panels were solar reflectors, strategically placed to capture and focus sunlight onto the solar cells, thereby enhancing energy collection efficiency. This solar collector would convert sunlight into microwave or laser beams, transmitting the energy to receiving stations aboard the mothership. These stations would then convert the received energy into spiritual energy for the mothership's energy systems. These Dyson satellites were typically one-time use devices, employed only during times of war, yet Huang Mao could afford no such considerations now. With Yifeng's breakthrough imminent, it was imperative to ensure that his spiritual energy needs were wholly met. Countless streams of psychic energy surged into Yifeng's being like a mighty river. At last, the expansion rate of the nebula began to slow, showing faint signs of contraction. This phenomenon arose from the nebula's immense volume, which generated gravitational effects at its center. As a doctoral candidate in astronomy, Yifeng was acutely aware of the stellar formation process. When interstellar clouds commence contraction, the gas and dust within coalesce into a denser region known as a protostellar cloud core. This core typically possesses high density and temperature, concurrently generating a powerful gravitational field. As the protostellar cloud core contracts, the gas and dust inside begin to rotate, forming a rotating disk structure referred to as a protostellar disk. This disk can span hundreds of astronomical units, with matter continuously aggregating towards the center. The material within the protostellar disk continues to converge at the core, culminating in a denser region known as a protostar. Ultimately, when the temperature and density of the protostar's core reach a certain threshold, nuclear fusion reactions commence. This fusion process serves as the primary mechanism for energy production within stars, fusing hydrogen nuclei into helium nuclei while releasing immense energy. This process generates substantial heat and light, transforming the entity into a true star. Concurrently, matter within the protostellar disk gradually condenses into smaller clumps known as planetesimals, varying in size from tens to hundreds of kilometers. As the material among the planetesimals accumulates, gravitational forces begin to act, drawing them closer together to form larger structures. These structures grow sufficiently large to attract additional material, evolving into larger planetary bodies. While the protostar forms, the material in the protostellar disk continues to accumulate, forming a protoplanetary disk. The material within this disk gradually coalesces into planets that orbit the protostar. During the planet formation process, planets may collide with one another or with planetesimals, resulting in alterations to their shape and composition. Ultimately, when the dust settles, a young stellar system is born. At this moment, the very process unfolding within Yifeng mirrored this cosmic dance. The nebula formed from spiritual energy rapidly contracted, birthing a blazing stellar core at the heart of a golden sun. As gravitational forces intensified, an increasing number of clusters of spiritual energy congregated around the core, compressing further. The stellar core began to radiate an ever greater heat, seeming poised to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. Yifeng could even sense a gradual transformation occurring within his very being, as his limbs, organs, and essence underwent a wondrous metamorphosis at the genetic level. Suddenly, Yifeng became acutely aware of a grave concern. He recalled the origins of his clan's demise. In those years, a member of the Yi clan unexpectedly ascended to the realm of immortals, which triggered a catastrophic heavenly tribulation. If I were to break through now, the entire Juzhou star system would inevitably be locked by the heavenly calamity, leading to its utter annihilation. Yet, at this moment, there is no turning back. Even I cannot halt the progression of my breakthrough. With this thought, Yifeng immediately contacted Huang Mao. Huang Mao, initiate the transition. I cannot break through here. Otherwise, I will face the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Huang Mao was taken aback. He was not unfamiliar with the concept of heavenly tribulation. Recently, he had heard Professor Luo discuss related information and understood the terror it entailed. However, glancing at the almost overloaded and nearing its limits of the Ark of Skyship, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. The Changlu, in its current state, was barely able to keep its lights on, leaving no surplus spiritual energy for a transition. Chapter 60. The Poet Yifeng. You can rest assured and break through. I will find a way here. Huang Mao found himself at a loss and could only stabilize Yifeng for the time being. Based on previous conjectures, the tribulation would not strike instantaneously, but would unfold over a span of months. During this interval, there was ample opportunity to establish effective defenses or to depart from this star field. Yifeng's inner star was gradually stabilizing, a radiant little sun, continuously emanating spiritual energy that nourished his entire being time and again. Yet, Yifeng did not feel elated. He realized that, despite the dramatic transformation within his Dantian, the entire star system contained only a solitary young star, surrounded by desolation. Clearly, this was not a complete star system. Recalling the inheritance he had previously obtained, Yifeng swiftly reviewed his recent breakthrough. Firstly, he had expelled all the spiritual energy from within, reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Then, his soul was drawn away by the Yi clan's jade pendant, allowing his body to enter a state of freedom. Subsequently, a red light shot forth from the jade pendant, triggering the formation of the miniature universe within his Dantian. That moment felt akin to the cosmic explosion of the Big Bang. Countless streams of spiritual energy were absorbed by his body, coalescing into a nebula within the miniature universe. When the nebula attained a certain mass, a gravitational point formed at its center, causing the nebula's material to rapidly contract, thereby giving birth to a stellar structure. Yifeng meticulously contemplated this entire process. Undoubtedly, the most crucial element was the red beam emitted from the jade pendant. This beam, imbued with infinite mysteries, transformed the originally void Dantian into a cosmic expanse. Yet, the current dilemma was that the stellar system had only produced a star, with not a single planet to be found. According to the legacy he remembered, the true hallmark of entering the realm of immortality was the formation of a complete star system within the Dantian. If only a star existed, it signified mere outward form without substance, leaving him half a step away from the immortal realm. Yifeng understood that this final half-step could only be traversed through his own efforts. Countless memories from the inheritance raced through Yifeng's mind. Among the ancestors of the Yi clan, many had birthed immortal powers, each with their own unique Dantian cosmos, yet all possessed planetary bodies within their star systems. What, then, was the root of his own predicament? In terms of spiritual energy, the essence he cultivated far surpassed that of his predecessors, both in quantity and quality. Theoretically, armed with a Ph.D. in astronomy, he had navigated the formation of his Dantian star system without deviating from the path. By all accounts, his achievements should have surpassed those of his ancestors. Yet the reality remained that within his Dantian, there was but a solitary star. Yifeng sighed. He knew that this situation was inexplicable. He could only consult Professor Luo and see if any insights could be gleaned. In the heart of the Milky Way, within a certain stellar domain, lies the B-65 observation post of the Poet civilization. Hey, Du Fu, another immortal-level practitioner has awakened in the third spiral arm. The entity known as Du Fu did not lift his gaze but continued to peruse the scroll in his hands, responding with palpable impatience. Li Bai, are you referring to that individual lurking behind the pulsar? Li Bai shook his head and, with keen interest, replied, No, not that sneaky little rodent. It's someone else entirely. Moreover, based on the fluctuation data, the spectrum of his awakening is astonishingly that of a supergiant. A supergiant? Are you certain? It has been eons since I last heard such a term. Finally, Du Fu set aside the poetic scroll and slowly turned his attention towards the direction of the third spiral arm. Intriguing indeed. It genuinely is a fluctuation of supergiant caliber. Li Bai, with excitement, rubbed his hands together and eagerly inquired, So, how shall we proceed to cleanse this presence? May I wield the brush? Du Fu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That would be unwise. Given their level of expertise, they might evade the brush. Let us resort to using Huema ink instead. Huema? To deal with a second-tier civilization, that seems a tad excessive. Li Bai was taken aback. In his extensive memory, utilizing a brush had always sufficed for clearing away lesser civilizations in the nearby arms. He had always relished the sensation of erasing a star from the celestial map with his brush. Huema ink, however, was a high-authority strategic resource, reserved solely for his superior, Du Fu. He had witnessed Du Fu employ Huemo only once, a rare exception made to contain a stellar plague in the second spiral arm. With just a gentle stroke of the brush dipped in Huemo, an entire region of stars could be extinguished. Yet, Du Fu abruptly halted his actions, a look of distaste crossing his face. No, those wretched insects have reappeared. Li Bai widened his nostrils and gazed toward the third spiral arm, inhaling deeply. Cough, cough. I too can detect it, a foul stench of insects. Shall we still utilize the Huemo ink? Li Bai inquired cautiously. Du Fu harbored a profound aversion to insects, having had his splendid verses devoured by those insatiable creatures on more than one occasion. We cannot use it, nor even the brush. Those insects will remember our scent, and I have no desire for them to seek us out. This time, we need not do anything. The insects will take care of it for us. Besides, such intense fluctuations will surely have been detected by the poet civilization. Let them handle the cleanup. Du Fu resumed his focus on the poetic scroll, engrossed once more. Those pretentious literati, lacking even the most fundamental understanding of meter, let them take on the task of tidying up. Li Bai yawned and continued his vigil over the expanse of the galaxy. He did not feel much regret about it. In the vast expanse of the Milky Way, civilizations that transcend the immortal realm occasionally emerge. Even they cannot monitor all civilizations. Therefore, it is not uncommon to let one or two immortal civilizations slip by unnoticed. Upon discovering an immortal being in the fourth spiral arm, should they be eradicated? Yet another genius, and astonishingly, a binary star system. Let us take up the brush. Du Fu remained absorbed in his thoughts, for extinguishing lower civilizations held far less allure than savoring ancient poetry. Li Bai, filled with enthusiasm, picked up the brush and gently tapped it against a luminous spot in the fourth spiral arm. With great interest, he gazed in that direction, knowing that before long, a star would burst forth in a brilliant display. Chapter 61. Huang Fu Mingkong, Yifeng exhaled slowly and rose to his feet. At the moment his internal star was formed, his spirit was restored to its rightful place, and the barrier in his sea of consciousness vanished, returning everything to normal. Instinctively, Yifeng touched his chest and found that the jade pendant was indeed back around his neck. Beside him, a spirit trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Xingdong, how did you emerge? Yifeng noticed that Xiao Xingdong was now kneeling on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. His aura had long surpassed the transformation stage, nearing the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. Thank you, Senior, for your fortuitous grace. This humble one will never forget. Yifeng quickly realized that the additional strands of energy he had just cultivated must have nourished Xiao Xingdong, allowing him to directly break through to the Great Ascension realm. It's of no consequence. After all, I promised you that as long as you did not disrupt things, you would be granted the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage. Now that you have achieved this level, I will arrange a vessel for you when we step outside. Such immense gratitude cannot be expressed. I shall forever cherish your kindness. Yifeng nodded, dismissing the excited Xiao Xingdong, and strode out of the energy vacuum chamber. Yifeng, how did you emerge so quickly? Did you succeed in your breakthrough? Huang Mao quickly approached, concern etched on his face as he examined Yifeng. I'm not quite sure how to explain it to you. At least it was a partial success. You know I lack much experience, Yifeng said, scratching his head and offering a wry smile. Enough with the pleasantries. Show me what you can do, Huang Mao exclaimed. astonished to find that he could completely sense no aura from Yifeng. It was as if he were gazing into a vast sea of stars. Upon hearing this, Yifeng slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them wide. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his being, forcing those around him to stagger backward. Some soldiers below the Great Ascension stage even turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths due to the pressure. The intensity of this aura was terrifying. Yifeng felt the surging spiritual energy within him and the continuous influx of energy from the stars, filling him with an unprecedented strength. This sensation was entirely different from that of the tribulation stage, if the energy during the tribulation was akin to a vast ocean. Then the energy within him now was like a blazing star, though he may not compare to the legendary immortals with their myriad supreme abilities. He was undoubtedly among the elite when measured against the tribulation stage cultivators. Impressive, Brother Yi. Your power is simply unfathomable, Huang Mao exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. The others were equally astonished. Initially, they had harbored doubts about Yifeng. After all, he had only awakened a few months prior and had managed to reach such heights. Furthermore, it was said that he had only recently ascended to the tribulation stage. Yet, the overwhelming aura conveyed to all that Yifeng had indeed become a superlative master of the immortal realm. Haha, the aura alone is sufficient, yet it still feels as if something is lacking. Yifeng smiled faintly, offering no explanation, for he was reluctant to divulge too much to the others at this juncture. Have you informed Professor Luo? Yifeng shifted the topic of conversation. Yes, Brother Yifeng, I've already notified him. Professor Luo and General Zhang will be arriving shortly. Huang Mao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Yifeng pondered for a moment, suppressing his aura. Just moments ago, he sensed several malevolent gazes directed toward him from the depths of the cosmos. Until he fully comprehended the intricacies of the immortal realm, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. In the Yunxian Empire, amidst a belt of countless meteors rising and falling, an elderly man with white eyebrows suddenly opened his eyes. How is this possible? Another has broken through to the immortal realm. However, it seemed this breakthrough did not originate from the old monster of the Jade Empire. Rather, it felt like a disturbance from the direction of the Yunxian Empire. This white-browed elder was none other than Huangfu Mingkong, the founding emperor of the Yunxian Empire. He was the most formidable yet hidden figure within the empire, his cultivation level even subtly surpassing that of the divine emperor, having grazed the threshold of the immortal realm. Yet, he had been at a standstill for thousands of years, unable to ignite the star within his dantian. He understood that to break through to the immortal realm, one must grasp the process of a star's formation. But despite sitting in meditation for millennia, he could not fathom its mysteries. Now, with another achieving the immortal realm, how could he not be alarmed? Damn it. It must be someone from the Yi family. He fumed, for he believed that the treasures of the Yi family concealed the secrets to ascension. If only I could acquire them, ascending to immortality would be as effortless as breathing. Huangfu Mingkong felt a deep resentment, recalling how he and the Yi family's ancestor had discovered the treasure, only to find it in fragments. After each taking a piece, they parted ways. At that time, he had been fortunate to find a star map, envisioning a grand unification of the spiral arms. In contrast, the fragment in the hands of the Yi family's ancestor could merely restore one's spirit and was hardly comparable. Back then, they were merely at the combined body stage, never anticipating that the fragment held by the Yi family was the key to ascension. When the Yi family suffered a devastating blow, it was he who secretly issued commands to besiege them and seize the treasure. Unfortunately, his ungrateful descendant, Huangfu Yun, proved utterly inept, allowing the remnants of the Yi family to escape and failing to secure their treasure. Recently, he faced further humiliation at the hands of a new force known as the Human Federation, which had rendered him powerless. Had it not been for the faint connection to his own bloodline, he would have eliminated this useless emperor long ago. Sighing, he realized that he must take matters into his own hands. He would act before the new ascendant could solidify his immortal realm. Huangfu Mingkong understood well that newly ascended cultivators would attract the attention of malevolent beings from beyond the realm. Until they learned to conceal their aura, they dared not wield their powers freely. The Yi family's immortal had remained hidden for years for this very reason, evading detection and refusing to reveal himself. At present, I find myself at the pinnacle of semi-immortal status, invincible beneath the celestial beings. Even when facing the divine emperor of the Chart Empire, known for his theatrical displays, I possess a solid 70 to 80% assurance of prevailing. At this very moment, on the holy star, tens of thousands of light years away, The Divine Emperor abruptly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he sensed an extraordinarily formidable aura sweeping across the entire spiral arm. Even the nearby pulsar could not conceal its unparalleled might. Ah, how eager indeed. At such a juncture, breaking through to the realm of immortality is akin to illuminating a beacon for the insects. Perhaps lighthouse would be a more fitting term. That old fellow, Wang Fu Mingkong, would surely not commit such an error. Could it be that so-called members of the Yi clan? Humph, what remarkable luck they possess. Who would have thought that during this era, several immortals would coexist simultaneously, a truly rare spectacle. After a moment of contemplation, the Divine Emperor turned and commanded, "Awaken Leviathan and the Behemoth. Prepare to set forth and pay a visit." Chapter 62. Leviathan, Your Majesty, the God Emperor. It may be somewhat imprudent to unleash two colossal war beasts simultaneously. This is our last trump card against the Yunxian Empire. Bishop Oren's face reflected sheer terror. Each war beast, upon reaching maturity, enters an extended slumber to conserve energy. To awaken a war beast from its dormant state requires a substantial offering for sacrificial summoning. Once roused, these beasts must have their insatiable hunger satisfied at all times. Prolonged deprivation may drive them into a predatory frenzy, at which point even the esteemed God Emperor may find them difficult to control. The Leviathan, which Your Majesty has specifically ordered to be released, is the most ferocious and volatile among all war beasts. Bishop Oren's fear is not baseless, for he himself nurtured this creature. He recalls vividly the day, several millennia ago, when the God Emperor presented him with a modest aquarium housing a nearly transparent fish fry. The God Emperor did not elaborate on its nature, merely instructing him to place the entity known as Leviathan on a planet abundant in liquid water. At the time, Bishop Oren thought little of it, dismissing it as a whimsical fancy of the God Emperor. Thus, he sought out a recently conquered oceanic planet, Planet Ocean. True to its name, this was a predominantly aquatic world, with over 98% of its surface enveloped by ocean. The prevailing currents ensured that the poles remained ice-free, bestowing a temperate climate year-round. In such an environment, a plethora of species evolved, giving rise to the Ocean Indigenous, a civilization of fish-like beings with a remarkable mastery of spiritual energy. Consequently, when the Chait Empire sought to conquer them, they inflicted considerable losses upon the imperial fleet. Ultimately, a treaty was forged, and Planet Ocean was formally integrated into the Chait Empire. However, when Leviathan was released into the waters of Ocean, the wheels of destiny began to turn imperceptibly. In its first year, Leviathan appeared innocuous, resembling an ordinary fry with no apparent threat. Yet, it displayed remarkable adaptability, masquerading as a jellyfish floating on the surface, luring small fish from the shallows. As the diminutive creatures approached, Leviathan swiftly injected them with a neurotoxin, paralyzing them before consumption. Moreover, it devised various traps to ensnare its aquatic prey, transforming them into sustenance. After a period of voracious feeding, Leviathan underwent a significant metamorphosis, growing to the size of a typical fish and developing robust scales. Each scale bore a naturally formed array of spiritual energy, effortlessly converting the planet's ambient spiritual essence into the energy it required. The current Leviathan has begun to exhibit wisdom and consciousness, enabling it to actively prey upon various life forms to fulfill its growth requirements. With the acceleration of its growth rate, the Leviathan's appetite has also expanded significantly. A single expanse of ocean is insufficient to satisfy its corporeal needs. Thus, in pursuit of more efficient sustenance, it has evolved into an enormous whale. Its head comprises half of its entirety, with 1/3 of its body dedicated to its stomach and digestive system. The Leviathan now frequently traverses bountiful marine regions, and each of its appearances heralds a profound disruption of the local ecological balance. To enhance its predation efficiency, the Leviathan has even developed sound waves that attract fish, causing the surrounding aquatic life to congregate, awaiting its voracious embrace. During this period, the Leviathan has wholly adopted the planet Ocean as its hunting ground. However, such unabashed slaughter has inevitably caught the attention of the indigenous fish people of Ocean. Their history has begun to document the existence of this colossal sea monster with increasing frequency. The growth trajectory of the Leviathan is not merely a straightforward evolutionary process. Rather, it represents a complex interplay involving the dynamic equilibrium of the ecosystem. This formidable invasive creature has wrought significant consequences on the biodiversity of the ocean planet, leading to the devouring of numerous species and the subsequent diminishment of biological populations and the disruption of ecological chains. This phenomenon has sparked concerns regarding the ecological balance of the fish people and the protection of biodiversity. Ultimately, the fish people could no longer tolerate the Leviathan's relentless predation and initiated efforts to hunt the deep-sea behemoth. However, by the time they recognized the gravity of the situation, they found themselves utterly incapable of confronting the terrifying Leviathan. During its consumption of various organisms, the Leviathan had fused numerous genetic fragments. While its cultivation of psychic energy had never ceased, its colossal form provides a natural advantage in terms of psychic energy reserves, rendering even the most skilled practitioners among the fish people powerless against this formidable entity. The conflict between the Leviathan and the fish people persisted for a century, culminating in a resolution through the fish people's capitulation. Each clan of fish people was allotted its designated marine territory, where both living and hunting were strictly confined, while the remaining 50% of the ocean was designated as the Leviathan's hunting grounds, with any unauthorized intrusion resulting in immediate annihilation. Faced with the Leviathan's terrifying prowess, the fish clans had no choice but to acquiesce to this profoundly inequitable treaty. However, as time progressed, the relationship between the two parties underwent subtle transformations. Through prolonged coexistence, a complex interactive dynamic emerged between the fish people and the Leviathan. As the indigenous inhabitants of the planet Ocean, the fish people grappled with the formidable threat posed by the Leviathan. Nevertheless, they also regarded it as a sacred entity, filled with reverence and respect. This intricate emotional bond has forged a unique coexistence between the Ocean people and the Leviathan. Some of the Owing fish people regard Leviathan as a mythical entity, with mythology serving as a crucial component of their culture. These myths revolve around supernatural powers and phenomena, conveying wisdom and moral principles through stories and legends. The immense form and formidable strength of Leviathan render it a sacred presence in the hearts of the Owing. They express their reverence and worship for Leviathan through rituals and prayers, aspiring to receive its blessings and protection. Over time, a religion devoted to the veneration of Leviathan emerged, integrating it into the belief system of the Owing fish people. They perceive Leviathan as a divine being, endowed with unparalleled power and wisdom. The Owing fish people believe that Leviathan embodies the creator god, reigning as the sovereign of the cosmos. Through ceremonies and offerings, they demonstrate their respect and submission to Leviathan, hoping to attain its favor and guardianship. Chapter 63, Progress. Yet, Leviathan did not cease its evolution. It exploited the discord among various fishermen clans, instigating one war after another, leading to the demise of countless ancient families, while simultaneously expanding its hunting grounds. At last, across the entire planet of Ocean, there remained no obstacles save for the fervent devotees utterly loyal to Leviathan. The once vibrant oceanic planet had become devoid of any superfluous life forms. Leviathan began to mineralize its colossal body, assimilating the entire world. This process endured for approximately a millennium. The former planet of Ocean had vanished entirely, leaving only Leviathan in its wake. When Bishop Orin returned to this planet, he was astounded to discover that the fish Frivir had transformed into such a terrifying entity. Leviathan had absorbed countless spiritual energies, enabling it to navigate the stars beyond its orbit. Although Leviathan had long matured, its appetite remained insatiable. Each awakening required the sustenance of an entire life planet to rouse it completely. As a weapon of war, Leviathan possessed formidable combat capabilities. Its immense body housed a reservoir of spiritual energy far exceeding that of an average tribulation stage cultivator. Conventional fleets could not inflict effective harm upon it. Had it not been for Leviathan's inability to execute long-range interstellar jumps, it would have long been deployed as the vanguard for conquering campaigns. Nevertheless, even so, Leviathan remained the Empire's mightiest weapon, a sword suspended over the head of the Celestial Emperor. Bishop Orin gazed at the fearsome behemoth, inhaling deeply. Leviathan's form resembled a colossal whale, hovering in the vast cosmos. In the entire Chait Empire, perhaps only the Celestial Emperor possessed the means to control this war beast. The awakening ceremony for Leviathan would be entrusted to you. Recently, I heard that Prince Vanjan's fleet was destroyed. At this juncture, trading a cultured planet to preserve his title is a proposition I believe he would not refuse. Bishop Orin nodded in agreement, comprehending the Emperor's unwavering resolve. It seemed another had broken through to the immortal realm, a considerable blow to him. Among the bishops, there had long been speculation regarding the Celestial Emperor's precise level of attainment. The most optimistic view held that the Celestial Emperor was perpetually on the brink of a breakthrough, poised to ascend to the immortal realm at any moment. Others posited that His Majesty had yet to comprehend the final half-step necessary for advancement, which had delayed his breakthrough. Nearby, the Celestial Emperor appeared to perceive Bishop Oren's concerns. He chuckled and said, "Haha, cease your wandering thoughts. My realm surpasses your conjectures by a significant margin. You have been in the tribulation stage for some time now. In light of your unwavering loyalty, I shall share some insights with you today. Achieving the immortal realm requires not merely a vast influx of spiritual energy, but more importantly, the formation of a universe within oneself. In the vast expanse of the universe, stars undoubtedly stand as the most pivotal celestial bodies, and thus, the formation of a star within one's being marks the initial step toward transcending into the realm of immortality. This very first step has ensnared many formidable beings at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Despite our human race priding itself as the favored children of the heavens and the darlings of the cosmos, our understanding of the universe's operational laws remains woefully inadequate. Take, for instance, the stars we are most familiar with. I find myself utterly perplexed by their operational patterns in Genesis. It appears we have ventured too far down the path of spiritual energy, inadvertently overlooking numerous critical elements. Bishop Oren nodded slightly. Having realized at some point that although the Empire traverses the starry seas with aplomb, it remains utterly ignorant of the principles governing such navigation. Why warships can engage in curvature travel, and the reasons behind the transformation of spiritual energy into various forms elude comprehension. The rapid expansion of the Empire has, to a certain extent, obscured these foundational issues, leading many to perceive spiritual energy as merely akin to air or water, something to be utilized without question. Yet, when progress hits a bottleneck, these pressing concerns emerge one by one. The Divine Emperor continued, "Ordinary stars remain inscrutable to me, which is precisely why I have chosen this pulsar. In comparison to typical planets, its size is significantly smaller, and its composition and structure are far simpler. I have gazed from afar at the materials present, which are composed of extraordinarily potent substances that exceed our comprehension. The density of these materials is immense. Even I would struggle to shift a mere fragment of rock from their surface. After years of observation and analysis, I have come to conclude that this is a deceased star. Once, this pulsar shone brightly like its stellar brethren, but due to some peculiar circumstances, it began to decline and collapse, ultimately condensing into its current form. From this, I have gleaned that the formation of a star must also commence with a contraction. Following this line of thought, over the years, I have absorbed countless spiritual energies, and the spiritual nebula within my being has reached a state of substantial abundance. I merely await the final moment, when I can compress this nebula into a singular point, thereby igniting a star and stepping into the realm of immortality. Yet, in all endeavors, there lies the potential for unforeseen failures. Should I falter, I would surely be reduced to ashes. Thus, it is imperative that I make meticulous arrangements before I dare to attempt this. Therefore, during this period, I must ask for your diligence." Bishop Oren nodded, fully aware of His Majesty's intentions. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall spare no effort." Bishop Oren bowed thrice toward the depths of the void. In the Zikate Empire, within the Obe star system, lies the planet Doke. Doke is the cradle of the Zikate Empire's origins. At that time, this star system was home to merely a few billion permanent residents. Subsequently, the Empire's rulers established a grand capital city here to facilitate the management of these people. At the heart of the Imperial Palace stands a magnificent temple, resplendent under the sun's rays. In the temple, the current consul, Augustus, sat upon the emperor's throne, his gaze cold and piercing as it fixed upon the two armored generals before him. One was tall, clad in white armor, the recently defeated Carlos, while the other, shorter in stature, was Sanos, the empire's foremost heir apparent. Under Augustus's tutelage, the brothers Carlos and Sanos had both attained the formidable stage of integration. They had previously been embroiled in a fierce rivalry for the position of successor, neither gaining the upper hand. At that moment, Sanos cast a derisive glance at Carlos, a mocking glint evident in his eyes. "Brother, we have suffered a most humiliating defeat in this battle," Sanos remarked with a teasing tone. Carlos, upon hearing this, turned dark with fury, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "Silence, fool. I have already made it abundantly clear that our adversaries are no ordinary pirates." Chapter 64. August Sanos scoffed, paying no heed to Carlos's fury, and continued, "Do you truly believe this is merely a matter of your misfortune? Carlos, I am aware that you consider yourself exceptionally clever, but have you ever contemplated this? Since your adversary can dispatch an elite fleet, they must possess ample wisdom and strength. If I am correct, you have yet to even lay eyes on your enemy. Carlos was momentarily rendered speechless. Sanos's words struck a chord. Despite their fleet suffering heavy losses, they had achieved nothing, failing to uncover the enemy's whereabouts. All of this could be attributed to his own negligence in command, leaving him ignorant of what the enemy even looked like. Observing Carlos's discomfiture, Sanos's face broke into a smug smile as he continued to taunt him. My foolish brother. You are truly disappointing. Carlos clenched his fists, trembling with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, wishing fervently to eliminate this insufferable pest. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to lash out. He had to endure. I shall prove to you that I am the most suitable heir to the throne. Upon noticing the deeply buried resentment in Carlos's expression, Sanos felt a surge of satisfaction, though he retorted dismissively. Given your current state, I doubt you possess any persuasive power. With gritted teeth, Carlos countered, as far as I know, 6 star domains have already fallen, and the 3rd and 4th guard fleets have surrendered completely. Does this not underscore the severity of our situation? The enemy we must face is formidable. Sanos, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. How formidable can they truly be? Do you expect His Majesty to intervene personally? You are utterly naive. How could the Emperor possibly leave his palace? He is preoccupied with studying the solar model, with no time to concern himself with you. Carlos's words provoked the ire of the standing regent, August. He coldly interjected, Enough, Carlos, mind your language. Even though both of you are the Emperor's bloodline, it remains an unforgivable offense to discuss His Majesty in such a manner. As one of the regents, I will not tolerate such topics in my presence. You too, leave this hall at once and do not set foot in the temple. August's authority was unmistakable at that moment. Reluctantly, Sanos exited the hall, while Carlos bowed respectfully as he withdrew. Once the two had departed, August let out a long sigh. The current state of affairs was far from optimistic. Communications from the border star domains had been severed, and the fleets sent to establish contact had vanished without a trace. Of the 6 guard fleets that should have rushed to defend the crown, 3 had been completely annihilated, 2 had surrendered outright, and the last remained stalled, wandering indecisively in the outer star systems. The so-called Devil Fleet of the Human Federation was steadily advancing towards them. Despite the constant stream of victorious reports from the front lines, one must remember that reports can be misleading, whereas the realities of war are unyielding. The number of star domains that have lost contact continues to rise, and the retreat of the front lines accelerates. Alarmingly, some former nobles have shamelessly aligned themselves with the Devil Fleet, willingly serving the Human Federation. To Augustus, these traitors seem utterly deranged for daring to betray an entity such as the Divine Emperor. Yet, this reckless group persists in their actions, with an increasing number of nobles from other regions joining their ranks, including a senior council member of significant standing and 2 legion commanders at the merger stage. Had the council not suppressed information from the majority of nobles and commoners during this period, it is uncertain how many hearts would waver. According to projections, within a month, the Devil Fleet of the Human Federation will appear in the Calido star system. Under immense pressure, Augustus sought counsel from the current emperor. But the emperor remains engrossed in his research, seemingly indifferent to the imminent threat. The emperor stands on the brink of a breakthrough, as he himself claims. Understanding the laws of stars would grant him ascension to the realm of immortals. However, it has been thousands of years since he last expressed such aspirations. Numerous academies and scholars have devoted considerable effort to this pursuit, yet tangible results remain elusive. Given the current circumstances, placing hope in an emperor preoccupied with his own transcendence is exceedingly unreliable. Recently, the Chancellor has received numerous letters of capitulation from old friends, including General Theo, a steadfast soldier loyal to the royal family, and even Bishop Fast, a formidable figure who has journeyed to the Holy Star for pilgrimage. Augustus's resolve is waning. He understands that these iron-willed soldiers typically would not forsake their family's honor and their deeply held convictions. There must be a force of overwhelming might, compelling them to make such a choice. As the last commander of the empire, Chancellor Augustus must summon the 2 princes to discuss the forthcoming strategies. Whether to fight or surrender, preparations must be made for both scenarios. Yet, Sarnath appears unfazed, exhibiting complete confidence in their victory, having even drafted a battle plan in advance for the Chancellor to endorse. This leaves Augustus perplexed and increasingly irate. He had once believed Sarnath to be a worthy heir, only to discover his reckless nature showing little regard for human life and exuding an audacious fearlessness. Had Sarnath possessed the humility and prudence of Carlos, understanding the dynamics of the situation, Augustus would not have hesitated to entrust the empire to him. After all, as an aging elder, he finds himself unable to lead this vast empire forward. Sarnath, in the prime of his youth, could potentially guide the empire to greater heights, perhaps even achieving greatness. Unfortunately, Sarnath's arrogance blinds him to the necessity of tempering his brilliance. Carlos had just suffered defeat, his heart brimming with trepidation, devoid of any will to fight. In this moment, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and personally lead the charge once more. Chapter 65. Analysis and Discussion in the Jojo Galaxy. In the outer space of the Shiha planet, aboard the Chang'e Aerospace mothership, Professor Luo, General Zhang, how have you arrived so swiftly? Huang Mao saluted the two with enthusiasm. Upon learning that Yifeng was on the verge of a breakthrough, Professor Luo and I immediately set off. Had it not been for your prior establishment of the Stargate, we might have encountered a delay of a day or two. General Zhang commended Huang Mao's foresight with rare appreciation. Indeed, with the guidance of the Stargate, even an ordinary destroyer could traverse distances with remarkable speed. By the way, how is Yifeng faring now? Huang Mao inquired, looking at Professor Luo. Rest assured, Professor Luo, Yifeng's condition is currently quite stable. However, according to him, this breakthrough appears to be somewhat unusual. I cannot elucidate it fully at the moment. Shall we proceed to the training room to observe him? With that, Huang Mao led Professor Luo and General Zhang toward the training chamber. At this moment, Yifeng was deep in contemplation, grappling with the question of what had gone awry. Within his Dantian, there remained only a singular, colossal star, while the planetary bodies that should orbit this star were conspicuously absent. According to the ancestral teachings of the Yi family, every practitioner of the immortal realm would manifest a complete star system upon ascending. Typically, the quantity and size of the stars determine the strength of an immortal. However, the majority of practitioners possess merely one star, with only a rare few housing two or even three. Yet, an abundance of stars is not necessarily advantageous. Rather, the stability of the star system takes precedence. Throughout history, numerous powerful ascendants have met their demise due to an inability to control the trajectories of their internal stars, leading to the shattering of their Dantian and self-destruction, ultimately severing their path to immortality and rendering them mere legends. Regarding the stars, the immortals are generally similar, with the most significant disparities often occurring among the planetary bodies within the star systems. Ordinary practitioners of the immortal realm typically possess only 2 or 3 planets, while more formidable ones may have 5 or 6, and some even boast over 10 planets of varying forms. According to the teachings embedded in his memory, these planets are pivotal for future cultivation within the immortal realm. Each additional planet signifies an increased potential for life to emerge within that star system, and the genesis of life is crucial for advancing to the next realm. In contrast, a star system devoid of planets, like Yifeng's, is scarcely worthy of being called a mortal realm. Although he possesses the strength of an immortal, he lacks the potential for development, severely restricting his abilities and cultivation. Where exactly have I gone astray? Yifeng furrowed his brow in torment, sensing that he was nearing the threshold of the immortal realm, yet frustratingly discovering that the tightly shut door remained impervious to his efforts, no matter how hard he tried to open it. Yifeng's forehead glistened with sweat, his complexion as pale as death. As time elapsed, he gradually sensed the stars within him becoming increasingly vibrant, as if they might burst forth from his body at any moment. Unlike the auras of other immortals he had encountered in his memories, the stars residing in his Dantian emanated an energy fluctuation that seemed far more formidable. He surmised that this might be connected to the artificial spiritual energy he had absorbed. After all, past immortals could only generate spiritual energy through vast quantities of spirit stones, even if the energy was barely sufficient to form stellar bodies. It could not compare to the exceedingly high purity of artificial spiritual energy. However, the extent to which the stars within him surpassed those of the other immortals remained uncertain. Yifeng took several deep breaths, calming his agitated mind as he continued to scrutinize his Dantian. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked within him. He noticed a grayish area at the periphery of his Dantian, shrouded as if by a thin mist. Upon closer inspection, he faintly perceived that this area contained an immense reservoir of life essence, which seemed to be migrating towards some unknown entity. A thought flickered through Yifeng's mind. Was this surplus spiritual energy relocating elsewhere? Moreover, it appeared that this life essence possessed a will of its own, striving to break free from its constraints and escape his control. Taking another deep breath, Yifeng summoned all his mental fortitude, attempting to coalesce this invaluable spiritual energy around the stars in hopes of forming planetary bodies. However, as soon as this energy approached the stars, it was violently torn away by the formidable gravitational pull, rendering the formation of a stable celestial structure impossible. Yifeng, Professor Luo, and General Zhang have come to see you. Just as Yifeng grappled with the inability to form a planet, the unexpected arrival of Huang Mao interrupted his train of thought. Yifeng, how are you feeling? I heard that there might be some issues with your cultivation. Professor Luo inquired with genuine concern as he stepped forward. Yifeng offered a wry smile and shook his head. I am fine, but I fear I may disappoint you. Professor Luo, my immortal realm seems incomplete. Oh, what do you mean by that? Professor Luo prompted. Yifeng recounted his journey of obtaining the inheritance and his subsequent breakthrough in detail. Ah, I see. Professor Luo and General Zhang exchanged glances, each nodding in understanding. We discussed the situation during our journey here. What you are experiencing is, in fact, within our expectations. Huang Mao perked up at this revelation. So, Professor Luo, do you have any insights regarding the breakthrough to the immortal realm? Professor Luo nodded once more. Indeed, we have previously analyzed that once one reaches the tribulation phase, there is essentially no need for additional spiritual energy as a supplement. This has become a consensus reached by the Human Federation after years of research. However, if this conclusion holds true, why does the Divine Emperor of the Chart Empire continue to consume vast amounts of spirit stones each year? The upper echelons of the Yunxian Empire have not diminished their demand for spirit stones despite the increasing number of tribulation stage cultivators. Thus, we can conclude that even at the latter stages of tribulation, cultivators still require spirit stones for breakthroughs. It was only after many years of reaching the pinnacle of tribulation that I recently became aware of this issue. My dantian was already devoid of any substance, almost entirely lacking any trace of spiritual energy. What remained was merely an absolute void, a state that has transcended the so-called realm of Tao. According to Taoist theory, from one comes two, from two comes three, and from three comes all things. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing through the flow of energy. I once harbored doubts about whether I should replenish the spiritual energy in my dantian to see if I could break through and rebuild. However, I did not anticipate the immense amount of spiritual energy required for ascension to the immortal realm, far exceeding the threshold I had previously attempted. Professor Luo slowly rose, casting another glance at Yifeng, and probed his dantian with his spiritual sense. Such abundant spiritual energy. No, this can hardly be called spiritual energy. It would be more appropriate to refer to it as immortal energy. Upon hearing this, Yifeng gradually condensed a trace of immortal power from his fingertips. Chapter 66, Celestial Energy 1. Although the celestial force was exceedingly feeble, its emanating might was undeniably terrifying. Even the seasoned General Zhang and his compatriots could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Professor Luo, General Zhang, behold, this must be celestial energy. Yifeng remarked softly. Indeed, it is remarkably potent. This must be the unique celestial energy of the immortal realm, distinctly different from ordinary spiritual energy. Professor Luo affirmed with a nod. With the presence of celestial energy, it indicates that your cultivation in the immortal realm may indeed hold promise, he added. However, Yifeng spoke with a hint of disappointment. It is unfortunate that within me, no planets have yet emerged. All surplus spiritual energy has been completely absorbed by this singular star. Absorbed? Huang Mao was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes bulged with astonishment. Brother Yi, your star within is so domineering. Not even a single planet remains. Can you not control the trajectory of the planets? Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. How could I possibly control it? The star's gravitational pull is overwhelmingly immense. Any substance that approaches is instantly devoured. Yifeng then manifested the scene within his dantian, revealing it to all present. With a mere thought, he drew the surplus spiritual energy closer to the star, yet before it could coalesce, it was immediately attracted. A series of ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the star. Have you tried forming planets from a distance? Professor Luo suggested. The gravitational influence there might be less pronounced. Yifeng gently shook his head. I contemplated this method previously. However, the space within my dantian is limited. I cannot condense planets too far from the star. General Zhang observed the slowly rotating star with curiosity, quite intriguing. Such a powerful gravitational force indicates that this star is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes brightened with realization. Exactly. Could it be that the star within Yifeng is so immense that it renders the formation of stable planetary orbits impossible? I recall during my time at the observatory, I heard of such colossal celestial bodies that, due to their massive mass, lacked any planetary systems. Professor Luo's expression turned pale. Could it be a giant star? A giant star? Yifeng, as a PhD in astronomy, was certainly familiar with the term. Professor Luo, are you referring to those superstars whose mass exceeds that of the sun by hundreds of times? Precisely. It must be so. The star within you must have absorbed an excessive amount of spiritual energy during its formation, and coupled with your ability to completely assimilate this vast energy. A violent collapse effect ensued. All the material forming the nebula rapidly contracted under the immense gravitational force, resulting in the creation of this giant star. The colossal mass of the star likely prevents the formation of smaller celestial bodies, such as planets, within you. Imagine, if the sun were to swell to 300 times its current size, would planets akin to Earth or Mars still exist? Yifeng's expression darkened. A colossal star could indeed spell disaster for life-bearing planets. Under the overwhelming effects of thermal radiation and gravitational forces, the formation of celestial bodies, save for sparse nebulae, would be rendered impossible. If this were the case, would it not imply that I could never ascend to the realm of true immortality? Yifeng found this notion difficult to accept. He had believed that by receiving the inheritance from the jade pendant, he would smoothly progress to the immortal state. Do not underestimate yourself, Yifeng. There will always be a way, General Zhang reassured him. In his view, Yifeng's ability to harness immortal energy and survive was a testament to the feasibility of ascension. The Human Federation currently lacked practitioners in the tribulation phase. Once the principles were elucidated, countless masters of the immortal realm would emerge in the future. Professor Luo continued to ponder. Regarding your concerns about planets, I find them not necessarily pivotal. Each person's path to cultivation is distinct. The experiences of others may not serve as your guide. As I have always advised you, every issue must be viewed dialectically. Upon hearing Professor Luo's teachings, Yifeng's previously despondent heart began to kindle a flicker of hope. Indeed, the inheritance he received was merely a collection of memories left by his ancestors in the jade pendant, encompassing the cultivation experiences of merely 7 or 8 immortals, far too scant a sample to be deemed scientifically valid. With the current research capabilities of the Human Federation, it would take at most a few months to clarify the issues surrounding ascension. By then, it would not be too late to draw conclusions. With this realization, Yifeng's spirits lifted. Professor Luo, I would like to seek your insights on a question that has long eluded my understanding. Is there now a definitive academic explanation regarding the essence of spiritual energy or immortal energy? During my time awake, I have perused numerous foundational research documents on the primary principles of spiritual energy. However, it seems there is no unified theory to elucidate all of this. Professor Luo gestured for everyone to take a seat at a nearby table. Suddenly, General Zhang, who had remained silent, awkwardly interjected, my background is in military studies, and my understanding of physics does not match the depth of your knowledge. So could you perhaps present the information in a more engaging manner? Professor Luo nodded and began to explain slowly. Yifeng, you pose an excellent question. We have been conducting foundational research on spiritual energy for quite some time. In our efforts to understand this extraordinary form of energy, we have invested considerable diligence. Initially, we merely regarded spiritual energy as a type of energy manifestation, akin to the electrical, chemical, or kinetic energies we are already familiar with. However, in reality, our understanding of spiritual energy is almost non-existent. In this realm of foundational research, we know no more than what the celestial cloud immortal does. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback and exclaimed, how is that possible? Our fleet and cultivation far exceed those of the cloud immortals or the Char-10. Professor Luo displayed a bittersweet smile. Indeed, in terms of the application of spiritual energy, we have made significant strides. However, all of this is built upon the foundation that humanity originally possessed. Spiritual energy, as a versatile source of power, has effortlessly resolved many of the challenges that plague humanity. Yet, at the same time, it has caused us to stagnate in numerous disciplines. Technologies such as anti-gravity and spatial leap have become easily attainable through arrays and spiritual energy, leading to the early abandonment of traditional aerospace technology. The advancement of cultivation has rendered the field of medicine nearly obsolete. The profession of doctor has long since lost its former prestige. Furthermore, The flourishing of materials science and the study of consciousness is also fundamentally rooted in spiritual energy. Chapter 67. Spiritual Energy 2 Without the Omnipotent Spiritual Energy. I firmly believe that the accomplishments in these realms would be utterly unattainable. I would even venture to assert that the entirety of human existence now rests upon the foundation of spiritual energy. The individuals present fell into a profound silence, comprehending that Professor Luo's assertions were undeniably accurate. Until the fundamental nature of spiritual energy is elucidated, all achievements obtained are but ephemeral illusions, mere reflections in a mirror or ripples on the water. Currently, there exists no essential distinction between the Human Federation, the Cloud Immortal Empire, and the Charter Empire. The only difference lies in the significantly higher starting point of their advancements. Huang Mao was the first to break the silence, inquiring, Professor Luo, since you have highlighted the significance of foundational research, why is it that there is so little fundamental research on spiritual energy at present? You are both correct and incorrect. Professor Luo replied. The academic community has never ceased its foundational research on spiritual energy. However, in comparison to the applied sciences of spiritual energy, the investment in fundamental research is substantial while the returns are meager. Aside from ephemeral accolades, there are scarcely any tangible gains. Consequently, the volume of research in this domain is indeed considerably diminished. Yifeng nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Professor Luo's words. For nearly 2 centuries, humanity has been racing against time to prepare for the impending doomsday war, necessitating a shift in focus towards the applications of spiritual energy. Over the past 200 years, nearly all Nobel Prizes in the natural sciences have been awarded for work related to the application of spiritual energy. Investments from both the government and financial sectors have concentrated entirely on these applications, leaving few, like Professor Luo, who are devoted to exploring the essence of spiritual energy, to delve into such abstract disciplines. The resulting consequence is that research in the technological applications of spiritual energy far surpasses that of foundational development. As Professor Luo articulated, humanity is merely a larger iteration of the Cloud Immortal Empire. The lack of emphasis on foundational research in spiritual energy can be attributed to a fundamental reason. The study of spiritual energy is utterly perplexing. Apart from acknowledging that spiritual energy is a form of pure energy, we are left in ignorance. Its very existence remains an enigma. Professor Luo manifested a small orb of pure spiritual energy within his palm. The presence of spiritual energy can be observed with the naked eye, representing a tangible entity capable of influencing the physical world, a fact that I believe everyone can agree upon. Noticing the nods of agreement, Professor Luo continued. Spiritual energy can effortlessly alter the appearance of macroscopic objects. Thus, in the beginning, many believed it to be a high-energy particle beam. However, we have yet to discover the fundamental constituents that compose spiritual energy. No matter how much we magnify our microscopes, we cannot discern its specific structure. Even under high-powered optical microscopes, we can merely observe the pure spiritual energy along with trace impurities. Furthermore, spiritual energy is remarkably stable, exhibiting no reactions with electric currents or magnetic fields. Our attempts to indirectly observe it through electron microscopy have also regrettably been abandoned. Professor Luo transformed the energy sphere in his hand into a ball of flame. However, once we convert spiritual energy into other forms of energy, its structure metamorphoses into observable forms, such as plasma, as seen now. With a mere thought, Professor Luo instantaneously changed the flame ball into a sphere of lightning. This phenomenon is a trajectory composed of countless charges, yet it is essential to note that this is not ball lightning but merely a congregation of ordinary current. Professor Luo then transmuted the spiritual energy into a pure essence of vitality. Undoubtedly, what astonished me the most was the vitality itself. The spiritual energy could indeed enhance cellular activation and improve the biological constitution. This aspect eludes simple scientific explanation. In summary, spiritual energy resembles the universal currency of the energy realm, allowing us to convert it into any desired energy pattern. To study the structure of the fundamental particles of spiritual energy, we constructed vast high-energy particle colliders, attempting to collide 2 beams of spiritual energy to glean fragments of spiritual particles for research. Yet, the spiritual particles appear to be exceptionally elusive. We established a super collider encircling the equator of the Earth, accelerating both beams of spiritual energy to an astonishing 99.99999999999 of the speed of light. However, the results of the collision yielded no significant references. The spiritual particles did not manifest, akin to phantoms. Professor Luo turned towards General Zhang, stating, General Zhang, you may comprehend it this way. If spiritual energy possesses a tangible existence, there must be a fundamental structure composing it. However, this structure eludes direct observation and cannot be indirectly evidenced through disassembly. General Zhang nodded slowly. So you mean, it is akin to a ghost, correct? Professor Luo chuckled. For now, that is a fair interpretation. He continued, research in high-energy physics in this regard has stagnated for quite some time. Yifeng's mind raced as he pondered and then inquired, if that is the case, since spiritual energy is not a particle, does that imply it is a wave? Professor Luo erupted in laughter. I would be delighted if that were true. Initially, I too was a staunch supporter of wave theory. In my perspective, spiritual energy indeed resembles a wave. It is merely a disturbance or vibration of a physical quantity that propagates through space point by point. Spiritual energy, much like sound waves or water waves, can propagate, interfere, and interact. Research in the application of spiritual energy has become exceedingly profound. People have long begun to harness the wave properties of spiritual energy to achieve interference and diffraction effects, thereby creating various wondrous spells and abilities. For instance, one can guide the fluctuations of spiritual energy to specific areas, allowing them to interfere with other spiritual energy fluctuations to produce extraordinary effects. Regrettably, the truth is not as straightforward as we wish it to be. Yet, akin to light, many properties of spiritual energy can only be elucidated through a particle framework. The young man suddenly spoke up. I understand this. It is akin to light, demonstrating wave-particle duality. Indeed, much like all microscopic particles, spiritual energy exhibits wave-particle duality. This phenomenon has been substantiated through the double-slit interference experiment. Similar to other particles, when we observe spiritual energy, it manifests particle-like characteristics, while in the absence of observation, it reveals its wave-like nature. This is a quintessential example of wave-particle duality, is it not? General Zhang, perplexed, inquired, Professor Luo. What you just mentioned were conclusions drawn in the 20th century, which I can barely keep up with. However, you have yet to disclose the research findings regarding the era of spiritual energy. Professor Luo lowered his head and let out a cold chuckle. There is nothing further. This encapsulates all we know about spiritual energy. Chapter 68. Fusion. How is this possible? General Zhang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In an era heralded as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the age of psychic energy, there seemed to be no advancements in fundamental physics. Upon hearing this, Professor Luo's countenance appeared to age significantly. Indeed, the study of psychic energy has greatly propelled the field of applied physics. However, when it comes to fundamental physics, this enigmatic superenergy serves merely as a disruptor. The emergence of psychic energy has overturned many previously held beliefs, yet it has failed to provide us with new answers. You must understand that modern science is entirely founded upon materialistic principles. The advent of psychic energy has undoubtedly shaken this foundation. Professor Luo turned to General Zhang and added, General Zhang, you were once a staunch Marxist scholar. You should grasp the implications of this. General Zhang furrowed his brow and replied gravely. Materialism and idealism are fundamentally opposing philosophies. The crux of their distinction lies in whether one acknowledges that the essence of the world is material and that matter determines consciousness. Materialism posits that matter is the primary substance, while spirit follows. The origin of the world is material, and spirit is a product and reflection of matter. Idealism, on the other hand, contends that consciousness is the primary essence of the world, with matter being secondary. Professor Luo nodded and continued to elucidate. The fundamental tenet of materialism is the recognition that the essence of the world is material. Matter precedes consciousness, and matter dictates consciousness, which is merely a reflection of matter. Conversely, the core belief of idealism is that the essence of the world is consciousness, asserting that it is consciousness that determines matter, not the other way around. The sphere of psychic energy in Professor Luo's hand began to sway and morph into various forms. One of the advanced manifestations of psychic energy is the soul, whose existence inadvertently validates the rationale behind idealism. Thus, do not be misled by the apparent smooth progression of human civilization. In reality, the very core of our civilization is confronting an unprecedented crisis. If the fundamental nature of psychic energy cannot be resolved, then all of humanity's achievements will amount to nothing more than a tree without roots or a castle in the air. Yifeng and Huang Mao remained silent, fully aware of the implications of Professor Luo's words, having previously dabbled in cutting-edge science. From a research perspective, the foundational physics of humanity has been thoroughly stymied and even regressed over the years, an unimaginable predicament. Professor Luo then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, chuckling, "Fear not. My friends, the issues I have just mentioned were recognized by the scientific community over 50 years ago. However, as you know, humanity is characterized by an insatiable curiosity. Although the research into psychic energy has progressed slowly, it has never ceased. Especially after obtaining the star chart of the Cloud Immortal Empire, new directions have emerged in the study of spiritual energy. Professor Luo produced a jade pendant and addressed the assembly. The appearance of the star chart substantiates my previous hypothesis, which is that beyond the tribulation phase, there exists another realm. Our current research on spiritual energy is at a standstill, likely due to our own limitations. If we can ascend to the immortal realm, we will observe spiritual energy from a higher perspective, allowing for a deeper understanding of the past. This star chart undoubtedly serves as the finest elucidation. It is a creation left behind by a civilization far surpassing our technological capabilities. The volume of information it presents is something we are currently unable to decipher. However, one thing is certain: spiritual energy is by no means the ultimate energy source of this world. Yi Feng gazed at the jade pendant of the star chart, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. "Professor Luo, may I have a look at the star chart?" he inquired, simultaneously retrieving the treasured heirloom of the Yi clan and holding it in his hand. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was captivated by this jade pendant. The pendant in Yi Feng's possession, in terms of both material and aura, bore a striking resemblance to the star chart, suggesting a profound connection between the two. Without hesitation, Professor Luo handed the star chart to Yi Feng. Upon placing the two pendants together, the crowd was astonished to find that the recessed corner of the star chart aligned perfectly with the protruding section of the pendant. Yi Feng glanced at Professor Luo, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he proceeded to unite the two pendants. However, nothing transpired. The shapes fit perfectly, yet there is no special reaction. To the onlookers, the two pendants melded seamlessly, but that was the extent of it. Nevertheless, Yi Feng distinctly sensed a mysterious energy generating between them. Instinctively, he summoned a thread of immortal energy, and suddenly, the pendants emitted a radiant light. After a flash of white, the two pendants completely merged, forming a cohesive whole. "Ah, I see now." After a brief moment of distraction, Professor Luo exclaimed in realization, "Indeed, it requires the power of an immortal to activate." "Yi Feng, why don't you see what effects the new pendant possesses?" Yi Feng grasped the pendant and continued to channel immortal energy into it. As anticipated, a holographic projection emerged from the pendant, casting a panorama before the assembly. Like the star chart, it depicted a full view of the Milky Way galaxy. However, this panorama differed from the previous one, as numerous points of varying colors flickered at various locations. Most of these points were exceedingly faint, fluctuating within the galaxy, though some were notably bright, primarily situated around the center of the Milky Way. Without exception, these luminous points radiated a potent vitality. Yi Feng suddenly spoke. "I understand now. These points represent civilizations within the universe." He refrained from elaborating further, as this insight had spontaneously materialized in his mind. He augmented the flow of celestial energy, causing a luminous point within the star map to rapidly expand. Soon, the galaxy housing the light point was magnified to the scale of a planet. This was none other than the Shiha planet of the Jojo galaxy, alongside the recently transformed Eden planet. On Shiha, a faint milky glow enveloped the surface, whereas Eden remained devoid of any illumination. It appeared that only worlds teeming with life radiated such brilliance. General Zhang swiftly deduced the correct conclusion. Indeed, this was the case. Yi Feng ceased the transmission of celestial energy, although his body now housed a star as an energy source. He still found himself struggling to manipulate such a precious artifact as the star map. The fusion of the two jade pendants seemed to have altered their functionality. The star map was no longer merely a tool for navigation or positioning. It had also acquired the ability to locate life-bearing planets. This capability appeared to stem from the monitoring of the soul's essence. The functionality concerning the soul likely originated from the treasured legacy of the Yi clan. Breathless, Yi Feng remarked on his findings. Huang Mao extended a hand to support him, feeling profoundly astonished. Not only was he struck by the immense power of this artifact, but he also noted that Yi Feng had activated the star map solely through his own spiritual energy. It was important to remember that Professor Luo had required an enormous amount of energy to operate the star map at that time. This implied that Yifeng now possessed the capability to rival the total output of an aerospace mothership. Such potential was truly formidable. However, Yifeng did not find this revelation surprising. At that moment, his spiritual energy had entirely transformed into celestial energy. The essence of the two had not fundamentally changed. Yet the energy density had increased significantly. Chapter 69. The offering the state of being during the tribulation period was starkly different from the present. Moreover, due to the superior quality of celestial energy over spiritual energy, I was inherently a natural generator of celestial power. Thus, even in the void of the starry realm devoid of spiritual energy, I could still unleash my full potential. This implied that, with the aid of a miniature curvature engine, I could traverse the boundless void spanning thousands of light years. If my celestial energy was ample, I could even open a subspace channel for an entire fleet to pass through. This is precisely why those of the celestial realm are often regarded as capable of leading their kin to ascend to celestial heights. Yifeng, why has the form of this jade pendant also changed? Huang Mao inquired. This pendant is a treasured heirloom, which, to my recollection, the Yi clan stumbled upon rather than created. Furthermore, the jade pendant of the Yi clan and the Cloud Sea Star map originated from the same source and were discovered together. However, at the time, the ancestors of the Yi family, being of lower realms, failed to discern the mysteries connecting these two artifacts. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng continued. Only by reaching the celestial realm can one comprehend its essence. I wonder if you have noticed that this pendant is, in fact, incomplete. Holding the pendant in his hand, it became evident that the Yi clan's pendant was merely a fragment, and together with the Cloud Sea Star map, it constituted only a portion of a greater whole. The entire pendant should have originally formed a complete circular jade disc, yet now only a small segment remained. In the lineage, the ancestors of the Yi family later recognized that only a complete pendant could manifest its full capabilities. Upon hearing this, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. Huang Mao excitedly exclaimed, "This is truly marvelous. Your Yi clan's treasure can restore the soul, while the Cloud Sea Star map can pinpoint spatial locations. Then, do the other jade discs not possess even greater functions? Haha, this is akin to the Infinity Stones." Though Huang Mao's words seemed somewhat absurd, upon reflection, the others found a certain truth in his reasoning. Yifeng, can you sense the locations of the other jade pendants? Professor Luo inquired. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid I cannot ascertain that. However, the Cloud Empire must have conducted extensive research on the Yi clan's treasures and the Cloud Sea Star map. If we can locate someone from the Yi clan or the Huangfu family to clarify matters, we will surely acquire more information. General Zhang nodded in agreement with this perspective. Indeed, it makes sense. Moreover, based on our investigations during this period, the Chart Empire has consistently documented these aspects. In their records, both the Chart Empire and the Cloud Empire have claimed to have obtained inheritances from ancient ruins. Professor Luo remarked, I suspect there lies a deeper secret within. Yifeng nodded in concurrence. Professor Luo then rose, addressing Yifeng. Yifeng, having just ascended, you should rest well. We shall not disturb you further. With that, the group departed the room. In the Eastern Chart Empire, within the border star regions, countless fleets traverse the cosmos, laden with refugees heading towards a planet abundant with oceans. These unfortunate souls have fled their homeworlds, rendered homeless by the ravages of war, under the benevolent gaze of His Divine Majesty. Bishop Oren has been tasked with resettling these displaced individuals onto a new planet. Their destination is none other than the planet Ocean, hailed as the City of Life. Several millennia ago, this predominantly oceanic planet was regarded as a haven for the nobility seeking respite. However, it has gradually faded from public consciousness over the past 1,000 years, reportedly modified by His Divine Majesty to render it more habitable. Despite the overwhelming presence of water, numerous small islands remain, offering a semblance of refuge, a far better fate than homelessness. Countless refugees have begun to dream of idyllic days spent fishing and swimming on the shores. Bishop Oren oversees a current transport of 56 million souls. Along with previous waves of migrants, the total population of immigrants has now reached 900 million. An imperial general respectfully reports to Bishop Oren, who gazes at the dense assembly of transport ships with a furrowed brow, remarking, it is still insufficient. However, time is of the essence. Let the soldiers below the Golden Core remain. Perhaps we can bolster our numbers. Upon hearing this, the imperial general falters, nearly losing his balance. Although his fleet is merely a defensive one, the soldiers under his command are all native Chart Empire citizens. My Lord Bishop, 2/3 of my fleet consists of soldiers below the Golden Core, approximately 3 million. They are trained and utterly loyal. Surely, you see. A barely perceptible smile graces Bishop Oren's lips. Loyalty? Now is the time to demonstrate loyalty to His Divine Majesty. Go execute the command. The ceremony is about to commence. At once, the Imperial General wipes the cold sweat from his brow, daring not to utter another word. In the eyes of such formidable beings, even possessing the prowess of the divine transformation, he feels no more significant than an insect. To advocate for his men is already a testament to his conscience. Soon, the last transport ship completes its mission, hastily taking off and departing from the oceanic planet. Countless refugees from various worlds cluster together, marveling at the planet's peculiar landscape. Unlike their homeworld, Ocean appears markedly desolate. The vegetation is lush, yet devoid of any vitality. The bold have noted the eerie absence of fish within these waters. The entire planet feels akin to a graveyard. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Bishop Oren pierces his palm, conjuring a blood droplet rich with life force. Under the influence of gravity, the droplet descends slowly into the ocean. This blood, from a transcendent being, acts as a catalyst. At long last, the slumbering behemoth, Leviathan, has awakened. Who dares to summon me? From the depths of the planet, a low growl emanates, resonating from the very core of its soul. Such a sound can only be perceived by those who have transcended to the highest realm. Leviathan, the Divine Emperor commands you to set forth immediately to confront the enemy. Bishop Oren responds to the beast in kind. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the name of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor? What a trivial matter. He imprisoned me in this cursed place for millennia. And now he wishes to send me away? Not a chance. Begone. No one is permitted to set foot in this star system. Leviathan roars, its massive form stirring up monstrous waves. It plunges its enormous claws into the ocean, frantically churning the waters. Instantly, the sea surges back, mountains crumble, and countless tsunamis wreak havoc, bringing about catastrophic destruction. Foolishness. A cold voice descends from above, followed by an overwhelming aura that envelopes the entire planet. A figure clad in white swiftly descends from afar, landing before this colossal planet in the blink of an eye. The Divine Emperor has arrived, and Leviathan should kneel in reverence. An inexplicable pressure emanates, shrouding the entire planet. It is the dignity of an immortal cultivator, impervious to defiance or rebellion. Leviathan's immense pupils constrict suddenly, its scales trembling. You truly have come. The tone of Leviathan conveys fear and shock. Unable to fathom the extraordinary power of the man in white before it. Little fish, did we not agree? I provide you with sustenance, and in return, you attend to my needs. What? Is this offering not to your liking? Chapter 70. The Death Transaction. The man clad in white narrowed his eyes slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he regarded Leviathan. No, your majesty, you misunderstand. As you know, I have long desired to venture outside. So I shall heed your every command, Leviathan hastily clarified. That's splendid. You'll be obedient, won't you? Rest assured, should you perform commendably, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Otherwise, well, you are aware of my methods, the man in white replied, raising his arm and gesturing simply towards the ocean below. Long time no see. Are you not coming out to greet me? With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled, and countless water elements surged forth in an instant. Beneath the polar ice caps of the planet, a colossal beast's head, enshrouded in pitch-black scales and stretching several thousand kilometers, suddenly emerged, roaring skyward. After millennia of evolution, Leviathan had transformed into a super-colossal beast, its size rivaling that of continents. This was merely a fragment of its being. The true essence of Leviathan had fused with the entire planet, rendering the whole of Ocean a part of its corporeal form. What manner of creature is this? Exclaimed the soldiers of the nearby fleet, their eyes widening in astonishment. The immense beast's head was adorned with thick scales, two menacingly sharp horns protruding from its skull, and its body was covered in a myriad of sharp spines. Leviathan's colossal form obscured the sun, its robust physique reminiscent of forged steel. Could this truly be the legendary dragon? It is colossal, larger than my home planet. My heavens! Has my dream finally come to fruition? I have witnessed a living dragon. In that moment, whether ordinary soldiers or high-ranking figures like Bishop Oren, all were left awestruck by the towering behemoth. A hint of amusement danced across the face of the man in white as he extended his index finger and gently tapped Leviathan's thick scales. Instantly, it was as if Leviathan had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Its massive form convulsed violently. With a deafening roar, Leviathan could no longer contain its agony, causing the entire planet to tremble. Countless islands experienced powerful tremors, and the sea erupted into towering tsunamis reaching hundreds of meters high. Humph. The man in white smirked disdainfully, raising his right arm and delivering a mighty punch. At that moment, a cacophony filled the air, reverberating violently in the ears of all present. A luminous white glow ignited, and a colossal fist imprint materialized from thin air, crashing towards the ocean's surface of ocean. With a thunderous impact, a massive plume of mist ascended into the sky. A terrifying gale erupted, forcing all to shield their eyes against the onslaught. As the water vapor dissipated, the once tumultuous ocean was rendered tranquil. A collective gasp echoed among the soldiers, their breaths caught in their throats. The aftermath of such a collision had unleashed an unimaginable terror. It is worth noting that the Divine Emperor, seemingly nonchalant, effortlessly quelled the tsunami that threatened to engulf the entire planet. While inflicting harm may be simple, mitigating it proves to be a far more arduous task. The Divine Emperor's mastery over spiritual energy has reached a level that can only be described as miraculous. With a casual display of his might, the man in white remarked, "Do not squander food. These provisions belong to my people. If you do not intend to consume them, please refrain from waste." He continued, "The individuals here, including these cultivators, have been meticulously selected for their superior quality. Moreover, I have brought something even more extraordinary this time." As he spoke, the man in white raised his hand, and several luminous pearls appeared in his palm as if conjured from thin air. "What is this?" Leviathan involuntarily swallowed hard upon seeing the pearls, sensing the terrifying waves of spiritual energy they contained. Each pearl was comparable to the spiritual energy of billions of souls. And in contrast to the impurities found in countless human spirits, the energy within these pearls was undoubtedly far more digestible. These are celestial pearls. Consuming one may significantly enhance your power. Only the holy stars possess such treasures, and I have only managed to procure a few by sheer happenstance. They are exceedingly precious. Even I cannot bear to consume them myself." The Divine Emperor toyed with the celestial pearls, a playful glint in his eyes. "Are you certain these are all for me?" Leviathan inquired. "Of course. Why else would I bring so many?" With a gulp, Leviathan could not help but swallow again. "Ha ha ha, little fish. This is a delectable treat I have specially prepared for you." As he spoke, the man in white flicked a celestial pearl toward Leviathan's enormous mouth. "Try one and savor the flavor. Once you accomplish the task I have set for you, the remaining two will be yours." Leviathan swallowed the celestial pearl, and instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed through his being. The searing energy exploded within him, causing Leviathan's form to expand dramatically, radiating an astonishing aura. With a crack, the hard scales on Leviathan's body split open, revealing a brilliant crimson glow. Simultaneously, his entire being shimmered with a fiery red light, as if he were bathed in flames. Exuding an imposing presence, Leviathan felt invigorated, as if every fiber of his being had been rejuvenated. The purity of the energy within these celestial pearls was significantly higher than that of the human souls he had previously consumed. Furthermore, the energy was remarkably gentle, presenting no signs of rejection, truly a panacea of spiritual energy. Leviathan felt an exhilarating sense of joy. This was an incredible windfall. "Thank you, Your Divine Majesty. I am quite fond of these pearls," he said, his tongue flicking out as he gazed hungrily at the remaining two celestial pearls. "I too appreciate your prowess." The Divine Emperor nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Leviathan's countenance filled with ecstasy. The Divine Emperor actually admired him. Did this not signify a willingness to assist him in breaking through? The mere thought of potentially attaining a higher realm filled Leviathan with excitement. "Do not rejoice too early. I advise you to consume the food I have provided. Your strength has not yet fully recovered, and I would prefer not to be hindered by you." The Emperor's words, laced with latent menace, jolted Leviathan, sending a shiver through its core. "As you command, I shall proceed at once." With a unified thought, Leviathan conjured countless avatars from the depths of the sea. At its current size, hunting humans directly was no longer pragmatic. It merely needed to harness its will to manifest innumerable predators to hunt these vibrant beings on its behalf. Leviathan, with its colossal head, loomed over the coastline, unleashing a roar that resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing far and wide. Accompanied by this fearsome bellow, countless humans along the shore instantly prostrated themselves, trembling in terror, utterly devoid of any spirit to resist. The overwhelming aura of Leviathan compelled these mortals to submit, and from the guttural sound of its roar, they sensed a profound hunger for slaughter. Thus, practitioners with even the slightest cultivation began to flee in a frenzy, hastening away from Leviathan. fearing that a moment's hesitation might draw its attention. The remaining humans, too, perceived the malice emanating from the ocean's depths. This instinct for survival drove them to abandon the shore without a second thought. In an instant, the vast coastline was left with only the infirm and weak. As the sea spawned grotesque, scaled deep-sea fishmen, who emerged from the abyss to commit a brutal massacre. Their assaults were swift and ferocious, each strike claiming numerous lives. The scene transformed into a tableau of carnage, with corpses strewn about, cries of despair echoing, and the stench of blood rising to the heavens. One fishman, with its monstrous claw, seized a nearby human male who had just managed to escape, viciously sinking its razor-sharp teeth into his neck, tearing him apart and devouring him with glee. After this brief indulgence, the fishman rose slowly. To its astonishment, two dragon-like horns had sprouted from its crown. Raising its head, it revealed crimson eyes, with a dark line appearing on its forehead, resembling two black holes, radiating an eerie and sinister glow. The fishman felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through its being, and as it twisted its waist, its immense form vanished from sight, reappearing in the blink of an eye, 100 meters away. Chapter 71, Leviathan. The merman violently swung its tail, and with a resounding slap, a fleeing cultivator was struck, sent soaring thousands of meters before crashing to the ground. With a spurt of blood, the low-ranking cultivator succumbed to fatal injuries, his body charred and lifeless. The merman advanced, raising its claw once more to strike at the unfortunate man. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked, creating a deep pit, and the man was reduced to mere fragments. A gruesome amalgamation of flesh and gore. A long, crimson tongue emerged from the merman's mouth, sweeping up the remains into its belly. Having satisfied its hunger, the merman let out a deafening howl, its body swelling to twice its size, as intricate patterns appeared upon its skin, enhancing its ferocious aura. In the next instant, the merman leapt towards another cultivator. The sea churned, waves crashing violently. The battle raged on. Despite the rapid defeat of the refugees, many survivors managed to escape. Under the organization of some cultivator soldiers, they evaded the sea beasts, desperately fleeing towards the depths of the island. Yet, in the face of Leviathan's embodiment, their resistance was futile. One gathering place after another fell, as the Marine Legion swept across the planet with overwhelming force, rendering any attempts to halt their advance utterly ineffectual. Before these formidable predators, humanity appeared as fragile as lambs. Soon, over 1 billion sacrifices were devoured. The satiated sea beasts plunged back into the ocean, swimming towards their progenitor. Alongside the countless flesh, the souls of these humans were also absorbed. The immense offerings finally roused Leviathan from its slumber, its overwhelming presence intensifying. The Divine Emperor sensed Leviathan's aura and nodded approvingly. At this moment, Leviathan felt its power had surged beyond its previous limits. It was on the brink of breaking through the barriers of immortal realms. Even if it still lacked a final push, it was poised for ascension to a higher state. Excitedly, Leviathan waved its claw, its gaze towards the starry sky filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Having feasted, it was time to act. Our adversaries possess formidable fleets and a multitude of high-ranking cultivators. Should you breach their defenses, I shall not begrudge you the spoils. Furthermore, should we emerge victorious in this battle, I shall grant you an additional 10 star systems as your hunting grounds. The Divine Emperor, with an expression of indifference, promised various rewards, as though these brilliant civilizations were but trifling tokens in his discourse. Leviathan displayed a bloodthirsty grin, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, I am grateful for your generous favor, Divine Emperor. No fleet could pose any substantial threat to me. I merely hope, when the time comes, that you do not feel any regret, for my appetite is indeed quite large. Upon uttering these words, Leviathan unleashed countless tentacles from its massive form, each one as immense as a mountain. With a thunderous roar, it plunged its limbs deep into the very core of the planet. Boom, boom. The entire world trembled under the force. Utilizing its divine powers, Leviathan seized complete control of the planet. The colossal tentacles delved into the Earth's core, transforming vast geothermal energy into an abundance of spiritual energy. This immense energy surged through Leviathan's colossal body, erupting as powerful shockwaves that shot towards the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. With each wave, the clouds above burst apart as if struck by cannon fire. The winds howled and the thunder roared. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent and utterly awe-inspiring. As the spiritual energy poured in, the planet's temperature soared, causing sea levels to rise and unleashing a torrent of tsunamis. Countless plants grew wildly, while the magma beneath the ocean stirred to life, boiling furiously. even warping the fabric of space itself. Under such overwhelming might, nothing could withstand it. Ha ha ha. In the distance, the God Emperor, leading the retreat, beheld this scene with great delight. This was precisely the effect he desired. The more powerful Leviathan became, the more smoothly his plans would unfold. His strategy was straightforward, to send Leviathan to probe the true strength of the human federation. Once those formidable beings were exhausted and spent, he would seize the opportunity to strike and annihilate them. The cataclysm on planet Ocean continued unabated, with countless underwater volcanoes erupting. However, this time, what spewed forth was not lava, but pure spiritual energy. The tremendous reaction force generated by this energy subtly propelled the entire planet away from its original path, transforming it into a wandering planet. Beneath the depths of ocean, numerous merfolk and sea beasts began inscribing intricate patterns of formation. These designs coalesced into a colossal jump array. As the patterns illuminated, the space surrounding the planet began to tremble, an omen of curvature jump. The jump array of planet Ocean was now primed, requiring only energy to activate. With a resounding whoosh, beams of light ascended. A torrent of spiritual energy gathered above the jump array, beginning to coalesce. Leviathan's eyes glowed crimson as it roared with wild abandon. Come forth. Break for me. Boom. The terrifying sound waves rippled out, causing the entirety of planet Ocean to quake violently. This time, Leviathan unleashed its full power, engulfing an area of tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. In that moment, the seas boiled. Columns of water shot skyward, forming an astonishing deluge. Above this torrent, beams of spiritual energy flickered incessantly, enveloping the entire region. In the next heartbeat, planet Ocean abruptly vanished from sight. A planet, in the blink of an eye, had completely dissolved into the cosmos, not leaving a trace. Such a miraculous event has even moved the Divine Emperor. He has already sent the coordinates of the Human Federation to Leviathan, which is expected to arrive in a few weeks, given its jumping speed. The Divine Emperor licked his lips, revealing an odd smile. One wonders if this gift might be somewhat excessive. P.S. A eunuch cannot truly be a eunuch. I have merely been overwhelmed with myriad tasks lately, including moving and renovations, leaving me utterly exhausted. However, I assure you that normalcy will resume next month, and the full attendance reward of 600 yuan remains quite enticing. I am also looking forward to earning some manuscript fees to acquire a better desk. During this period, I have composed several drafts but have refrained from publishing them, as I am saving them for next month's full attendance. The second volume, Starry Ocean, is approaching its conclusion, and the third volume, Heart of the Insectoid, is about to commence. If the first two volumes served as an introduction, then from the third volume onward, humanity will formally step into the center of the galaxy. Following this, it will not only be humanity that takes the stage, but also myriad races from the cosmos will make their appearances in succession. The outline for the subsequent chapters has been meticulously detailed, including elements such as silicon-based civilizations, carbon-based alliances, the Purity Accord, green mushrooms, and higher-dimensional demons, all woven into the main narrative. Moreover, concepts like two-dimensional foil, light particle strikes, and various rule-based weaponry have been thoughtfully designed. This will undoubtedly satisfy everyone's appetite. So rest assured and anticipate eagerly. Though my writing may progress at a slower pace, I promise to continue updating and completing the work. Chapter 72. Visitors from the Yi clan in the vast and boundless expanse of the Dark Domain. An elderly man with an ethereal demeanor suddenly opened his eyes. It is the aura of Fenger. How could it be that after only a few years, he has managed to break through to the celestial realm? Even with the treasures of the Yi clan in his possession, this rate of advancement is nothing short of astonishing. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. The elder slowly rose. This man is none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Fan. After transporting the remaining members of the Yi clan to the center of the galaxy, he had been residing in this infinite realm of darkness. This was partly to evade the pursuit of the Huangfu family and partly to keep his celestial aura from attracting heavenly retribution. Although he had already reached the status of a celestial being, he could not freely wield the immense celestial power within him in this realm. As a celestial, he was acutely aware that there were formidable divine senses that periodically swept through the void. Should he be detected, he would undoubtedly be locked onto, leading to relentless divine punishment. Therefore, in the absence of absolute certainty, he must conceal his strength, refraining even from cultivation. Otherwise, he would inevitably face his demise. It seems I have languished at the level of Tai Xianxian for too long. This is indeed somewhat embarrassing, Yi Fan mused with a bitter smile. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if peering through the endless void to glimpse something. The apocalypse draws ever closer. It is time to take action. Very well. Let us see how that child Yifeng is faring. In the Jiuzhou star system, Eden 1, the Yu clan's jade pendant emitted a remarkable fluctuation, stirring Yifeng's heart. Ever since the fusion of the Yi clan's pendant with the star map pendant, this treasure had been entrusted to Yifeng for safekeeping. After all, within the Human Federation, he was the only one to have ascended to the celestial realm, possessing the ability to fully harness the star map's functions. Coupled with his status as a descendant of the Yi clan, the pendant had remained securely in his possession, never leaving his side. However, now he sensed an extraordinary surge from the pendant. Could it be that the pendant is exhibiting unusual phenomena? Yifeng furrowed his brow. Ever since he returned to the surface, the star map pendant had shown no signs of irregularity. He had initially planned to wait for news from Huang Mao before determining the next course of action. Yet, in recent days, the star map pendant had been in a state of fluctuation. Yifeng knew that something must have changed with it. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts. And instantly, a radiant light flashed, revealing a vast star map before him. Yifeng examined the star map, struck by the intricate and profound lines etched upon it. This must be a detailed depiction of the star map. He was momentarily taken aback. Every stroke of this star map pendant is remarkably intricate and complex. If he was not mistaken, the contents recorded within this star map pertain to the highest level of celestial beings. Celestial beings, where might they be found? Yifeng was filled with curiosity. As the star map gradually became clearer, several brilliant points of light were marked on the third arm. These indicated the specific locations of individuals who were either nearing or had surpassed the celestial realm within the entire arm. Suddenly, a powerful aura captured his attention. Yifeng's heart raced, and he swiftly activated his spiritual sense to investigate. Moments later, his expression grew exceedingly grave. That was the border region of the third arm, a place devoid of even a single star, making the existence of any civilization utterly impossible. However, at that moment, an extraordinarily formidable aura emerged in that direction, a presence far exceeding the level of human life. Even Yifeng, who had just ascended to the celestial realm, could not confidently assert his ability to suppress it with his spiritual energy. This location was hundreds of light years away from the holy star of the Eastern Chait Empire. It was unlikely to be the aura of that emperor, nor was it a scent that any human should possess. Yet, the fluctuations of this energy were unmistakable, akin to a blazing star. Moreover, the spiritual sense emanating from it was immensely powerful. Without the strength of the celestial level, it would be impossible to penetrate and observe. What to do? Yifeng fell into contemplation. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he could easily teleport nearby and strike them down. But now, the opponent was also a formidable celestial being, and a rather terrifying one at that. Should he give up? Yifeng struggled within himself. Although his strength surpassed that of typical tribulation cultivators, he found no advantage against a true celestial being. With a bitter smile, Yifeng acknowledged that he had only recently ascended to the celestial realm and had not yet mastered any celestial techniques. Acting rashly would likely lead to his defeat. However, having touched upon the celestial realm, Yifeng understood better than anyone how fearsome celestial cultivators truly were. Even with the Human Federation's absolute technological superiority, it was challenging to gain any advantage over celestial beings. Yifeng furrowed his brow as he noticed that the vast aura had begun to shift. Its destination seemed to be precisely where he was located. The origin of this power was shrouded in mystery, leaving Yifeng profoundly shocked. He never imagined that a celestial being could traverse billions of miles. Could they be targeting me? But how could they possibly know my location? Yifeng's brow tightened, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Such celestial beings, once they began to track him, could undoubtedly follow his trail. And there was a significant chance they could locate his home planet, the solar system. Never mind, I'll observe first. No matter who is pursuing me, I must resist with all my might. I cannot simply sit back and await my fate. Yifeng silently resolved. Buzz. At that moment, the star map jade pendant vibrated, as if something was summoning him. Yifeng was taken aback. This was a sensation of bloodline connection. Could it be? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the individuals belonged to the Yi clan? A look of incredulity washed over Yifeng's face. Having lost his parents at a tender age, he had wandered through life, and to claim that he felt no attachment would be unequivocally false. Could it truly be? A surge of excitement flickered across Yifeng's countenance. Might it be an immortal from the Yi clan? In that instant, he carefully stowed away the star map and began to attune himself to the ancient yet familiar aura surrounding him. Chapter 73, Long-Distance Jump with a Mere Thought. Yifeng found himself in the vastness of outer space. Upon entering the realm of immortals, The expanse of the outer cosmos felt no different to him than the confines of the atmosphere. In fact, in certain respects, the vacuum of space was more conducive to unleashing his full potential. The atmospheric pressure of the planet's surface proved to be a source of hindrance. Yifeng stretched his limbs slightly, and the dormant star within his dantian awakened abruptly. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, and he savored the sensation of merging with the star at that moment, silently marveling. Is this the essence of an immortal? Truly, it is immensely formidable. In the past, to harness spiritual power, he had to convert the spiritual energy stored within himself or drawn from the external environment. It required several cycles of his techniques to transform that energy into the desired frequency. Only then could he generate a usable output. However, at this moment, with a mere thought, spiritual energy of specific frequencies could be conjured directly from his dantian, possessing a purity and quantity far exceeding what he had experienced before. The curvature jump he had just executed, in times past, necessitated several moments of build-up, marked by a distinct precasting delay. Yet now, with a mere thought, the surrounding space would effortlessly fold, transporting him to his intended location. Should this technique be successfully unraveled, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental technological advancement for humanity's starships. Presently, the curvature jump was still beset by numerous limitations, particularly for massive warships. As the tonnage increased, so too did the risks associated with the jump. Consequently, the largest spaceborne carriers were constrained to a size of approximately 120 kilometers. This limitation was not due to material or energy constraints, but rather because these carriers were perilously close to the critical mass required for a jump. The energy required for supermassive warships to perform curvature jumps increased exponentially. And more alarmingly, such vessels were particularly susceptible to being ensnared by the gravitational projections of colossal celestial bodies within subspace. Thus, many of the latest models of spaceborne carriers were designed from inception as modular structures, intended to split into several smaller vessels for phased jumps, thereby mitigating the risks associated with long-distance transitions. The enigmatic subspace remained an uncharted territory for humanity, and should a fleet become lost within it, effective rescue would be impossible, an ironclad rule acknowledged by the Human Federation. Yifeng took a deep breath, allowing the once roiling spiritual energy within him to settle. With an abundance of spiritual power coursing through him, he felt as radiant as a torch in the cosmos. Silently, he connected his consciousness to the star map within him, instantly pinpointing the location of the Yi clan's immortal. It was a distance of over 1,000 light-years. With humanity's current technological capabilities, it would require several days of phased jumps to reach. However, Yifeng sensed that if he so desired, he could undoubtedly arrive at his destination within mere minutes. With a surge of thought, a teleportation array illuminated behind Yifeng. The space surrounding his body momentarily froze, and a faint azure ripple expanded outward in all directions. Yifeng felt as though his body had become weightless, and the vast sea of stars transformed into streams of light, scattering around him. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. It was unclear how long passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity, before Yifeng sensed the surrounding space calming like a flowing river, and time resumed its relentless march. In the next moment, he found himself in a boundless expanse of cosmic void. There were no stars, no sun, and no signs of life. Apart from a few scattered meteors and an infinite darkness, nothing else was visible. Yifeng furrowed his brow in confusion. Where was this place? How had he arrived here? At his speed, it was impossible not to encounter a star along the way. Yet, the number of celestial bodies here was less than a fraction of 1,000th of those in the spiral arm. Had he traversed into a star domain of another dimension? However, such occurrences seemed only to exist in the cliché narratives of crossing novels. Yifeng was filled with astonishment. Just as he pondered, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding space. Instantly, he noticed a sliver of white light emerging from the darkness, piercing into his body like a fine needle. What is this? Yifeng gasped, startled. What could this entity be, suddenly entering my being? He hastily closed his consciousness and activated his defensive barrier to its fullest extent. Yet, the needle effortlessly penetrated his defenses and surged into his interior. The impact was nothing short of earth-shattering. Yifeng's spirit quivered, and as he attempted to probe with his soul's energy, he discovered that his soul energy was completely suppressed and utterly beyond his control. The needle's tip was directed straight toward his dantian. A chill gripped his heart. Such a bizarre needle could breach his soul's defenses. If it struck his dantian, it would spell his doom. He tried to channel his spiritual energy to protect his dantian, only to find that his energy too seemed beyond his command. A wave of terror swept through Yifeng. What on earth was this needle? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the jade pendant within his inner world suddenly radiated a golden glow. Yifeng quickly shifted his attention to the pendant. Its surface began to reveal faint patterns, resembling the markings of tadpole script. Yifeng was taken aback. What could this be? Suddenly, the pendant emitted a resonant sound, and a ring of golden red light blossomed around it, transforming its shape. The once small pendant expanded to the size of a platter, becoming a complete jade disc, though its other fragmented parts appeared as ethereal shadows. While Yifeng was still bewildered, a thunderous boom erupted as the jade disc suddenly shot forth, speeding away into the distance. The speed of the jade pendant was astonishing, vanishing in an instant amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. A sense of urgency surged within Yifeng as he wondered how the pendant could have flown away and what he should do next. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a faint stirring in his mind, as if a figure in the distance was rapidly approaching. Instantly, a tremendous mental pressure enveloped him from all directions. "Ha! Young scion of the Yi family, do you still recognize your grandfather?" A voice, both exceedingly domineering and inexplicably familiar, resonated in Yifeng's ears, causing his very soul to tremble. Chapter 74, Domain Space Grandfather Yi? You are still alive? Yifeng asked incredulously. No, it cannot be. Haven't our Yi clan been utterly annihilated? Hearing this, old master Yi let out a cold laugh. Annihilated? Humph. Do you genuinely believe our Yi clan is extinguished? Is that not the truth? Certainly not. Our Yi clan is a lineage of illustrious heroes. How could we be so easily vanquished by those trifling members of the Huangfu family? Old Master Ye's face radiated pride, his words brimming with self-satisfaction. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Yifeng. It seemed that his parents and kin must be living on somewhere. Grandfather, where are we now? Yifeng hastily inquired. Why, we are in my domain space, Old Master Yi proclaimed with arrogance. You have entered my domain. Regardless of how potent your spiritual energy is, you are no match for me. Yifeng's expression darkened, his heart racing with alarm. Domain space? This is the first time I have heard of such a concept. He had just traversed according to the coordinates on the star map, and had not entered any peculiar space along the way. Moreover, this domain space, apart from the scarcity of celestial bodies, seemed indistinguishable from the real universe. Domain space? Yifeng echoed, slightly perplexed. What? You do not even know what domain space is? How did you manage to break through to the realm of mortals? This time, it was Yifeng's turn to be astonished. Yifeng scratched his head. I only remember that during my breakthrough, a terrifying energy surged from the outside into my body. And then I entered the realm of immortals. The rest is a blur. Old Master Yi shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder you are inept at using any divine abilities, even failing to notice your entry into my domain space. It appears you have not comprehended the principles of the heavenly way. You indeed possess extraordinary potential, yet you lack the opportunity to fathom the heavenly way. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have long since ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Grandfather, does that mean you have comprehended the principles of the heavenly way? Old Master Yi nodded. Indeed, I have grasped a small portion of the heavenly way's principles. Though it is only at a minor success level, it is sufficient. Minor success level. Yifeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. His aptitude was already of a monstrous caliber, and he had exhausted all resources available to humanity. Yet he had not even grazed the minor success level. Yifeng felt a surge of emotion. Grandfather, what is domain space? Yifeng chuckled softly, waving his sleeve, and a massive star suddenly appeared in the distant cosmos. Gradually, several planets manifested, orbiting around the star. Yifeng placed a hand on Yifeng's shoulder, and with a movement, he found himself atop one of the verdant planets. This was a lush world, teeming with countless emerald bamboos that exuded a refreshing and pleasant aroma. This is the specialty of our Yi clan, emerald bamboo. Emerald bamboo? Yifeng was taken aback. ISNT emerald bamboo, the specialty of the emerald bamboo star system? How could I possibly find myself on this planet? I distinctly remember that the Chuizhu star system had been utterly annihilated. Old Master Yi chuckled heartily, explaining that this planet was originally part of the star system where our Yi clan resides. Long ago, our clan experienced a period of remarkable glory, during which our ancestors pursued the celestial path. However, when I transcended to the immortal realm, I was locked onto by the heavenly tribulation, resulting in a catastrophic blow to the Chui-Zhu star system. After taking a deep breath, Old Master Yi continued, stating that within the cosmos of my Dantian, I reconstituted the Chui-Zhu star system, which now serves as my domain space. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the domain space spoken of by Old Master Yi was indeed the universe within the Dantian. Before Yi Feng could respond, Yi Fan remarked casually, I have just sensed the domain space within you. It appears to be quite different from that of ordinary immortals. Your domain space seems to be only partially formed, featuring a singular, remarkably large star. Yi Feng nodded and recounted his experiences of breakthrough to Yi Fan, realizing that the only person who could assist him now was this dear relative before him. Upon hearing this, Old Master Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Heavens! You managed to break through the tribulation phase and reach the immortal realm in such a short span of time. It is simply astonishing. Your cultivation speed rivals that of those ancient beings who have practiced for millennia. Yi Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. Old Master Yi's praise seemed a tad exaggerated. Yet the facts stood before them. His cultivation speed was indeed prodigious, even within the Human Federation, let alone in the feudal society of the Yunxian Empire. Despite possessing treasures of the Yi clan, your cultivation speed is truly remarkable. This, however, explains why you broke through to the immortal realm without comprehending anything. The Human Federation you are affiliated with is quite intriguing. Yi Fan nodded slightly, articulating clearly, since you already possess a domain space within you. My explanation will be easily understood. The so-called domain space is a realm within the Dantian. However, this realm is derived from the cosmic heavenly principle. Only by comprehending the essence of the universe can one genuinely step into the immortal realm, for the advancement to immortality. Our Yi clan has pondered countless cosmic laws over generations, gradually grasping some truths of the universe's essence, in particular, regarding the evolution of stars. I was fortunate to glean insights from the clan's treasured jade pendant, which enabled me to comprehend certain principles of star formation. Thus, I successfully broke through to the immortal realm, with the key to this breakthrough lying in condensing spiritual energy and simulating the cosmic path. Only when the domain space within is fully formed, with the birth of stars and the formation of planets, can one step into the immortal realm. This stage represents the first step of the immortal realm, Tai True Immortal. Next, it is essential to evolve life on the planet in order to ascend to the second realm of immortality, which is the realm I currently inhabit, Tai Xianshan. Should the life system within me eventually give rise to a fundamental civilization of intelligence, that would signify the third tier of immortality, Tai Jingxian. However, at present, I am only capable of evolving plants on the planet, and I am unable to generate even animals, let alone an intelligent civilization. Chapter 75. No Retreat. Yi Feng was utterly captivated, for the realm of immortals is indeed shrouded in enigma. Within the Human Federation, attaining the status of an immortal is a remarkable achievement, yet this merely represents the initial level of the immortal realm, known as the Tai True Immortal. This implies that numerous stages lie beyond the immortal realm. What formidable powers must reside in those subsequent levels? Daring not to ponder further, Yi Feng lamented. It appears that there are so many tiers within the realm of immortals. My previous pace of cultivation has been exceedingly sluggish. You are still quite young, yet you possess such profound cultivation, praised Elder Yi. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a talent as extraordinary as you. By the way, grandfather, why did you bring me into your domain space? Yi Feng inquired, perplexed. Elder Yi stroked his beard, replying with a wry smile, when you just leaped. The energy levels you emitted far surpass that of any life form in this world. Had I not confined you within my domain space, the heavenly tribulation would have undoubtedly locked onto you, although I am uncertain why you have not yet faced the heavenly tribulation during this period. It is prudent to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Yi spoke the truth. During the previous heavenly tribulation that struck the Tsuezhu star system, that terrifying and mysterious energy had shattered surrounding planets and stars. In that instant, a colossal spatial rift had even torn through the very location of the star system. Had he been struck by the heavenly tribulation, his demise would have been inevitable. At this moment, Yi Feng comprehended that his previous fortune had indeed been remarkable. I see now. I shall certainly be more vigilant in the future, he replied respectfully. Elder Yi nodded slightly. You, my boy, truly live up to the title of the most gifted genius of our Yi clan. To transcend a significant realm and enter the immortal stage by leveraging our clan's ancestral treasure is truly commendable. However, your talents reach their limit here. To ascend further, You must grasp the essence of cosmic evolution, allowing you to advance even further. The essence of the universe? Yifeng was taken aback. Elder Yi elucidated. The essence of the universe is the very foundation of the heavenly principles. It is the root of all creation and the cornerstone of world building. It embodies the laws of the heavenly Tao. In the presence of the cosmic essence, all things appear insignificant, for even the heavenly Tao must adhere to its regulations, let alone us mere mortals. After listening, Yifeng fell into deep contemplation. Observing this, Elder Yi shook his head. Enough. At your current level, it may be premature to seek mastery over the cosmic essence. You may ponder it gradually in the future. Yifeng nodded. Grandfather, your insights are invaluable. By the way, you mentioned that I possess a domain space within me. What purpose does this domain space serve? Elder Yi chuckled. The domain space not only provides spiritual energy for your body, but more importantly, it harbors various supernatural powers. Having spoken, the Elder Yi waved his hands lightly, and a radiant light flashed by, enveloping Yifeng in a sphere of green energy that surged into his body. Yifeng immediately felt a series of celestial scrolls manifest within his sea of consciousness. Yifeng pointed to one of the star systems and slowly articulated. This is the first step in your comprehension of the cosmic laws, the Cosmic Star River Chart. The Cosmic Star River Chart harnesses the power of spatial domains to deduce the operational principles of the entire universe. Once you grasp the laws contained within this chart, you will possess a considerable degree of control, allowing you to bring nearby life forms or celestial bodies under the dominion of your spatial domain. This is precisely the capability I have to place you within my spatial domain. However, my current abilities are limited. I can only control small celestial bodies devoid of life. Should I recklessly attempt to capture larger celestial entities, it would disrupt the internal balance of the spatial domain, resulting in dire consequences. At best, planets may go off course and collide. At worst, the entire spatial domain could face annihilation. Furthermore, regarding living beings, I can only accommodate those who have achieved the immortal realm. Should mere mortals enter my space, they would be instantly repelled. Yifeng gazed intently at the slowly revolving star systems within his sea of consciousness, his mind beginning to form an understanding. The cosmic essence spoken of by the Yi family ancestor likely pertains to the physical laws of the universe. The physical laws necessary to master the Cosmic Star River Chart should align with Newton's 3 fundamental laws. As a doctoral graduate in astronomy, Yifeng was acutely aware that if he could adeptly grasp Newton's laws, he would effortlessly calculate the trajectories of various celestial bodies. He recalled that these classical physics concepts had been introduced during his high school education. Given the ancestor's current state, he surmised that the elder had yet to fully comprehend Newton's laws, thus lacking the precision to accurately calculate the trajectories of celestial bodies within the spatial domain or to adeptly adjust their positions and velocities. Consequently, he could only gradually capture small celestial entities to maintain gravitational balance. Reflecting on this, Yifeng couldn't help but smirk ruefully. Even with a profound understanding of these physical laws, the magnitude of the star within him was so vast that even capturing planetary-level celestial bodies would not suffice to maintain stable orbits. Any celestial entity would inevitably be ensnared by the immense gravitational pull of the star, ultimately becoming a part of it. If planets did not manifest within him, he would remain stagnated at the initial stage of the Tai true immortal realm, rendering the evolution of life and the nurturing of civilization mere fantasies. Noticing Yifeng's increasingly somber expression, Yifeng discerned his concerns and offered reassurance. Do not fret. The universe is replete with peculiar celestial bodies, and life is not contingent upon the presence of planets. I believe that with your perseverance, you will undoubtedly break through to the next realm. And all of this is merely a matter of time. Yifeng nodded, understanding. Subsequently, he posed another question that weighed heavily on his heart. Grandfather, how have my parents fared over the years? Upon mentioning his parents, a hint of sorrow flickered in old Master Ye's eyes as he sighed. Your parents, along with other kin, have been conveyed to the central region of the galaxy. However, over the years, there has been no word from them, and I remain oblivious to their fate. I had intended to depart with them, but your parents implored me to remain here in search of you. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a pang in his heart. Now that we have reunited, can we not directly seek them out? Old Master Yi shook his head. The situation is not so straightforward. Ever since I opened a rift in space to transport your parents, this realm has been sealed. You must be aware that the cataclysmic end of this world is imminent. and the powerful beings at the galaxy's center seem to harbor a considerable trepidation regarding our impending doom. They have unleashed their formidable powers to seal all surrounding spatial channels. Even I cannot rend the fabric of space again to escape. Yifeng was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that even their retreat had been barred, leaving him restless as he awaited the approaching calamity. Old Master Yi continued, "Moreover, once your parents entered the galaxy, the formidable entities at its core became aware of this place and subsequently dispatched several great Luo golden immortals to encircle the entire star domain. Unless my cultivation reaches the great Luo golden immortal realm, escaping their grasp is utterly impossible." Upon hearing this, Yifeng was at a loss for words. These beings were utterly ruthless, having surrounded an entire planet. As such, any hope of journeying to the galaxy's heart to find his parents had become a mere fantasy. How could he accept such a fate? Yifeng's expression fluctuated, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "Grandfather, can you assist me in locating their whereabouts? I must find them." Old Master Yi replied calmly, "I have made countless attempts, yet I cannot perceive your parents' presence. It is as if they have vanished from the galaxy. I can only rely on my intuition to search within a general vicinity." Yifeng furrowed his brow. His current cultivation was far too weak. Even with the Yi clan's treasured artifacts, he could not sense his parents' location and could only depend on Old Master Yi's powerful celestial consciousness for a glimmer of hope. Chapter 76. Ether Civilization. One child. Your concern should not be for them, but for yourself. Surely, you are aware that this realm is on the brink of apocalypse. Contemplating how to withstand this impending catastrophe is what truly deserves your attention. A flicker of unease crossed Yifeng's face, as these words undoubtedly reminded him of the paramount importance of understanding the apocalypse. If even his grandfather harbored such trepidation towards the impending calamity, it was evident that humanity, with its current capabilities, could not hope to emerge unscathed from such devastation. With this thought in mind, Yifeng hastily inquired, "Grandfather, what more do you know about this cataclysm?" Yifeng, upon hearing this, revealed a bittersweet smile upon his weathered visage, which soon transformed into a visage of profound seriousness. The apocalypse is, at its core, merely a banquet for a swarm of insects. Over these several millennia, I have explored countless remnants of civilizations and investigated myriad ancient legends, and at last, I have uncovered a glimmer of insight." As he spoke, Yifeng lightly tapped his fingers, and in an instant, the sky darkened. A vast galaxy materialized in the cosmos, slowly rotating. Behold, this is the Milky Way, eternally revolving around its center without cease. Our current location is about to traverse a dimensional rift, from which these endless swarms of insects seem to emerge. Unlike other celestial bodies, the position of a dimensional rift is fixed. It does not revolve around the galactic center, akin to a nail driven into place. The swarms are perpetually generated, invading the nearby galaxies that approach the rift. In this world, every approximately 250 million years, we return to this juncture, which is what is referred to as the Great Cataclysm. Yifeng's voice trembled slightly, revealing a profound fear beneath his words. Yifeng finally grasped the origin of the apocalypse. If the swarms were akin to diners at a revolving table, then the civilizations on the outskirts of the Milky Way were the delectable dishes upon it. Countless civilizations rise and fall in the cyclical dance. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Yifeng's spine, even one who had witnessed countless grand spectacles. Is there truly no means of resistance? Yifeng slowly shook his head, murmuring in a barely audible tone, "The only remedy is to distance oneself from the table as much as possible. We are but fish upon the butcher's block. Have you ever seen the food on a dining table withstand the appetite of its diners? In my earlier days, when my cultivation was shallow, I too entertained such naive notions. Yet, as I ascended to the realm of immortality and encountered forces of a higher order, I became acutely aware of the terror posed by those swarms. Not only us, the newly ascended low-tier immortals, but even the advanced civilizations at the galaxy's core regard those insects with great apprehension. Ultimately, we are merely sacrifices to satiate the hunger of the swarms." Yifeng wished to argue further, but Yifeng seemed to perceive his thoughts. "I understand that you may believe that the civilization of the Human Federation is distinct from other psychic civilizations. I concede that a civilization like the Human Federation is indeed quite rare, but this does not imply that it is in any way exceptional. You must realize that the universe is vast, and the civilizations that have emerged within it are countless. No civilization can truly be considered the chosen one. Allow me to take you to a place where you will come to understand this." With a grand gesture, Yifeng led the way as they departed from the Danteon universe and entered the true expanse of the cosmos. With a deft movement of his hand, Yifan conjured a teleportation array, which soon materialized before them. Remember, when venturing far, do not rely solely on your physical abilities. Your current celestial powers draw too much attention. Once you attain the celestial realm, concealing your presence becomes paramount. After imparting this advice, Yifan stepped into the array, with Yifeng following closely behind. As the teleportation array activated, the two vanished from their location, only to reappear in another region of the universe. Yifan gestured around them and introduced, "This star system is known as the Ether Star System, a civilization system I stumbled upon during my explorations. More precisely, it is a long-deceased civilization system. You must have already sensed that this system, akin to your own solar system, is alarmingly devoid of spiritual energy." Yifeng expanded his consciousness and, as his grandfather had indicated, indeed found this system to be completely devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. It was a quintessentially marginal indigenous star system. Moreover, this star system bore similarities to the solar system, hosting only one young star. Yet its surface appeared to be adorned with some minute floating objects. The entire system comprised 6 planets, of which only the 4th seemed to possess liquid water. However, unlike Earth's azure surface, it exhibited a deep gray hue. Additionally, the surface of this planet was marked by numerous towering cylindrical structures that pierced the atmosphere. Yet, no signs of life could be detected on any of the planets. "Let us venture to that peculiar planet. It appears to harbor signs of artificial constructs," Yifeng suggested, pointing towards the odd-looking planet. After receiving Yifan's silent approval, he soared towards it. Within a few breaths, they hovered above the planet, and the sight before Yifeng rendered him speechless with astonishment. The towering structures that stretched into the sky were, in fact, space elevators, while the surface and even the depths of the ground were dominated by vast urban complexes. From the planning and density of these cities, they were no less impressive than contemporary human metropolises, with various factories and energy stations visible within the architectural clusters. However, this planet bore the scars of excessive industrialization, suffering from immense environmental degradation. Even the oceans had lost all vitality, transforming into a colossal wasteland of effluent. In low Earth orbit, Yifeng also discovered numerous abandoned satellites and large space stations. The unidentified floating objects on the sun's surface were none other than incomplete Dyson spheres. All these signs indicated that a highly advanced technological civilization once thrived here. Chapter 77. Ether Civilization 2. Yifeng remained silent as he descended onto the platform of a space elevator. He extended his finger and gently traced the wall of the platform structure. The delicate texture revealed that it was undoubtedly a synthetic polymeric nanomaterial, combining remarkable flexibility with exceptional strength. This was undoubtedly the finest material for constructing the towering 90,000 kilometer space elevator. Upon the platform, numerous abandoned assembly factories were visible, with open-air warehouses overflowing with various supplies. Among the discernible items were components of spacecraft, indicating that this civilization had once completed the assembly of ships here before launching them to explore the cosmos. Yifeng nodded appreciatively. Launching from a space elevator would conserve a substantial amount of fuel needed to overcome planetary gravity. This was a clever strategy, suggesting that this civilization had achieved a level of interstellar navigation. However, upon entering a spacecraft, Yifeng immediately encountered a problem. The ship's design was exceedingly intricate, yet its internal propulsion system still relied on traditional propellant engines, and, as expected, the energy chamber contained chemical energy, coupled with a convoluted life support system. The entire vessel appeared cumbersome, incapable of exceeding a third of the speed of light even at maximum thrust. This indicated a severe limitation in their capacity for interstellar travel. Venturing into the control cabin of the spacecraft, Yifeng was unexpectedly pleased to find that the electronic systems seemed to be in remarkably good condition, showing no signs of severe damage. With a thought, he transformed a portion of his ethereal energy into electrical currents, channeling them into the ship. As a gentle tremor coursed through the vessel, the control panel lights flickered to life, astonishingly indicating that this ship could still function after countless ages. Before long, a dust-laden screen illuminated, displaying a series of incomprehensible mysterious characters. Yifeng paused momentarily, suddenly recalling something, and retrieved his phone from his waist. Skillfully, he launched the translation software. Ever since humanity's Federation ventured into the stellar seas, major internet companies had rapidly expanded their services, with translation software developing the most swiftly. Given that the vast star systems of the Cloud Immortal Empire had been occupied, the challenge of communicating with civilizations of diverse cultures and languages became paramount. Fortunately, companies had developed AI translation systems capable of automatically analyzing and collecting relevant corpora to decipher and translate the languages of these civilizations. Recently, Yifeng's translation software had been updated with these capabilities, and now was the perfect moment to utilize it. A soft blue light emanated from Yifeng's phone, illuminating the electronic devices before him. This was a highly compatible wireless connection method, allowing for non-contact data retrieval from the relevant equipment. The traditional data cables and USB drives had long since become obsolete. Now, all that remained was for the phone's system to gain the highest level of access to the spacecraft, enabling the decoding of this civilization's secrets. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon arose. The entire spacecraft erupted in a series of red lights, accompanied by a deafening alarm. Undoubtedly, the recent incursion of translation software has been thwarted by the spacecraft's firewall system. Yet, how could this possibly occur? It is imperative to note that Yifeng's mobile device is equipped with the latest Panga system from the realm of quantum computing. Even the outdated firewall of military websites could not detect such an intrusion. The fact that it has been intercepted by a spacecraft system of an ancient civilization is utterly unimaginable. There is but one explanation for this situation. The civilization before him possesses a level of expertise in computer information that surpasses that of the human federation. Before Yifeng could fully recover from his shock, a colossal countdown appeared on the spacecraft's screen. Its method of display was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting of a 10 by 10 grid of dots, with each flicker resulting in the disappearance of a single dot. Such a countdown, regardless of any civilization, signifies that upon completion, a protective mechanism will be triggered, potentially an explosion or a weapon strike. Yifeng scoffed lightly, expressing no concern, for during his previous visit, he had also activated a similar mechanism. Although an explosion might occur, its potency would at most reach the level of a transformation into divinity, rendering it negligible. With that, he began to coalesce an energy sphere, preparing to tear the spacecraft asunder. Grandfather, wait, do not destroy it just yet. Yifeng had already noticed that beneath the countdown, there was a sequence of shapes. These were also arranged in dots, but evidently, their counts were 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 13. The final position remained blank, seemingly awaiting a visitor's response. This appeared to be a form of manual verification, and Yifeng knew precisely how to proceed. He stepped forward and swiftly tapped the screen 17 times in succession. This was an arrangement of prime numbers. Any civilization with a grasp of basic mathematics would comprehend its significance. As Yifeng completed the final tap, he took 2 steps back. Indeed, the red light in the chamber ceased its flickering, and the piercing alarm sound promptly vanished, replaced by a gentle green glow. The countdown on the screen had reset but continued to count down, while the shapes below were updated accordingly. The first was a regular tetrahedron, the second a cube, the third a regular octahedron, the fourth a regular dodecahedron, and the last position remained blank, awaiting the visitor's answer. Yifeng contemplated briefly and unhesitatingly drew a regular icosahedron, the final platonic solid. The countdown on the screen reset once more, and a new question emerged, this time concerning the refraction and reflection of light. After responding to several straightforward inquiries, the countdown ultimately ceased. In its place appeared a series of simple shapes, such as the sun, trees, and humans. Above these figures was an illustration of a throat and mouth, indicating that the visitor was to vocalize these words. Yifeng hesitated momentarily, yet proceeded to recite the words as instructed. He had come to realize the purpose of this spacecraft system. It was attempting to comprehend the language of the visiting civilization. Soon, a progress bar appeared on the screen, and as it reached completion, a voice emerged, one that closely resembled Yifeng's own, albeit rather mechanical and stilted. Greetings. Welcome to the Ether Planet. Yifeng paused once more, feeling overwhelmed by the astonishing revelations of the day. This obscure civilization possessed such an advanced intelligence system. Hello, I am Yifeng. May I inquire if you are a survivor of this civilization? The mechanical voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing Yifeng's inquiry. I apologize, but the last surviving member of the Ether civilization perished 14,657 years ago. I am the artificial intelligence system of the Ether civilization. You may refer to me as Ether. Ether's manner of speaking had evidently improved, indicating that it was undergoing self-learning and iteration internally. Very well. Could you share the tale of your civilization? Yifeng asked cautiously. The saga of the Ether civilization has long concluded. However, I am unable to divulge any information until you pass the qualification assessment. The mechanical tone had dissipated, now sounding akin to that of an ordinary human. Did I not already pass the qualification assessment? Yifeng retorted. You have misunderstood. The previous test merely filtered out potentially inferior civilizations and does not ascertain whether your civilization is capable of fully comprehending the ether civilization. Yifeng chuckled softly, retrieving his smartphone and gesturing. Surely, this must attest to the level of my civilization. The system's attention was swiftly drawn to the smartphone in Yifeng's hand, a faint green light illuminating from it. Low-level artificial intelligence detected, establishing connection. Suddenly, the screen began to flicker, and the surrounding servers emitted the whirring sound of fans, an indication that the spacecraft system was ramping up its computational power, approaching overload. Yifeng sighed wryly, silently enhancing his spiritual energy conversion to increase the power input to the spacecraft. Meanwhile, his smartphone screen began to display garbled text, confirming that the spacecraft system had initiated a reverse intrusion into his device. Fortunately, he was far from the servers of the Human Federation, and his phone was offline. Otherwise, the emergence of such a super hacker within the servers would undoubtedly spell trouble. After a considerable pause, the voice of the spacecraft system resonated once more. I truly envy you, Human Federation. Chapter 78. The Ether Civilization 3.0, is that so? Yifeng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is true. The technological advancement of your Human Federation is remarkably astonishing. It has been quite some time since we have witnessed such a formidable civilization. It is truly a source of contemplation, Ether responded, pausing momentarily before continuing. I never anticipated that you would be fortunate enough to harness such a high-grade energy source as psychic energy. That is the aspect I genuinely envy about you. With a tone tinged with melancholy, Ether continued to reflect. Regrettably, the Ether civilization never encountered this energy source until its demise. Despite our scientists having speculated that there must exist even more advanced forms of energy within the cosmos. Yifeng, you must have noticed that the star system of our Ether civilization bears a striking resemblance to your Human Federation's home planet. Both are edge star systems devoid of psychic energy, and the effort required for civilizations to flourish in such barren realms far exceeds that of those born on planets rich in psychic energy. In order to satisfy the needs of civilization's expansion and survival, we were compelled to delve into the fundamental principles governing the universe, thereby transforming nature to acquire additional resources. In truth, we ether beings recognized long ago that for civilization to endure in the long term, leaving the home star system was inevitable. However, unlike your home planet, Earth, the ether star is a desolate and arid world, where most of its land is desert, rendering it unsuitable for agriculture. Our sustenance primarily consists of fungi and mushrooms found in subterranean caverns. You may have also observed that the planet's atmosphere is not entirely transparent, which has resulted in a lamentable scarcity of solar energy from our star. Consequently, vegetation on the surface is exceedingly rare. Almost all the energy on our planet is derived from geothermal sources, and the majority of liquid water is saline. Fresh water exists only in the dark depths below, making it difficult to extract. For survival, we ether beings have even evolved organs capable of digesting seawater throughout our extensive history. To endure the prolonged winters, we have also learned the art of hibernation. The progress of civilization is far more arduous and intense than one might imagine. We transitioned directly from primitive clans to a feudal autocracy, bypassing the slave era. This was not due to our civilization being more humane, but rather because we simply lacked surplus resources to sustain slaves. Failed tribes would become sustenance. In our society, there are no burial customs. Whether the deceased are enemies or beloved kin, their bodies represent optimal sources of protein, leaving no room for waste. The living scarcely have time to mourn the departed before facing the next trial of life and death. We are devoid of self-deceiving theological beliefs. For no divine presence has ever graced this land. We lack the sentimental literary masterpieces, as insipid words fail to satiate the hunger of the flesh. We possess no illusory artistic sculptures, since monotonous hues cannot illustrate the yearnings of the body. We are without melodious harmonies, as mere notes cannot alleviate the void. We are bereft of tender affections, for the soul cannot mend the emptiness, and we have no false hopes, for the pallid reality cannot obscure the sanguinary truth. What we possess is merely the essence of survival. In this relentless competition for existence, countless clans have perished while innumerable others have risen. The struggle for resources has ignited innumerable wars, which in turn have propelled technological advancement, further intensifying the demand for resources. In this cyclical manner, the technology of the Ether civilization progressed at an astonishing pace, swiftly entering the industrial age, armed with increasingly lethal weaponry after a series of brutal conflicts. A formidable clan named Ether emerged, unifying the entire planet. The Ether civilization was finally born, yet the consolidation of power did not equate to a reduction in existential pressures. On the contrary, the absence of warfare to consume the surplus population rendered the planet's resources immediately strained. To alleviate the impending population crisis, we implemented the most rigorous family planning policies while dedicating all our efforts to scientific research. Fortunately, the amalgamated scientific forces achieved significant breakthroughs, successfully harnessing nuclear fission energy. With our limited uranium mines, we attained energy independence and transitioned into the information age. Alas, this prosperity was short-lived, as the pace of civilizational expansion continued to outstrip the level of technological development. This diminutive planet could scarcely accommodate the ever-growing demands of the Ether people. Thus, the Ether civilization cast its gaze upon the cosmos, firmly believing that the countless stars would become our paradise. Consequently, a challenge lasting nearly 10 millennia commenced, as the entirety of civilization pooled its resources into the realm of space exploration. In a bid to liberate ourselves from the shackles of gravity, towering spires were erected, alongside the emergence of countless factories in service of this endeavor. To facilitate more precise resource allocation, advanced artificial intelligence systems were developed. I was born from this era's artificial intelligence systems, serving as the orchestrator of centralized power, enforcing a planned economy across the globe. The sustenance, water, and living essentials for all were meticulously minimized. The resources conserved were entirely redirected towards aerospace ventures. From the moment of birth, each individual was assigned a predetermined profession, receiving corresponding training and education in schools, and upon graduation, they would remain in their roles until the end of their days. In our societal structure, there exists neither remuneration, nor holidays, nor a welfare system. Upon losing the ability to labor or upon death, individuals are rendered into sustenance, encased in cans to provide protein for others. Perhaps from your perspective, it is challenging to comprehend our mode of existence. However, for the Ether civilization, the mere ability to pass from this world in peace is a profound blessing. Having endured countless tribulations, the Etherians are acutely aware that only through such sacrifices can a glimmer of hope for the continuation of civilization be secured. Hence, here, no one perceives this as oppression. Rather, all believe they are engaging in the most righteous of endeavors. Thus, the machinery of civilization has tirelessly operated for millennia. We have achieved astonishing successes in materials science, information technology, and fundamental physics research. Yet, the deeper our understanding of the cosmic laws, the more despairing our outlook becomes. The Ether Galaxy is a realm forsaken by the gods. The other 5 planets within it are even less habitable and more desolate. The resources required to terraform these celestial bodies far exceed what can be extracted from them. When we cast our gaze towards more distant galaxies, we are met with the despairing realization that, with our current spacefaring technology, reaching star systems light years away is utterly unattainable. The Ether civilization resembles tadpoles in a small puddle. Once the water evaporates completely, the tadpoles will perish. Even if the pond is tantalizingly close, the distance represents an insurmountable barrier for the tadpoles. Even I, possessing the highest computational capacity, am unable to propose a solution that would ensure the survival of our civilization. Chapter 79. The Ether civilization. For despair permeated every corner of civilization, yet paradoxically, this very despair allowed the highly strained society to relax completely. People finally began to enjoy their holidays, and I invested more resources into improving the well-being of the populace. The Etherians started to relish the dwindling resources of this planet. The revelry persisted for several centuries, and ultimately, after depleting the last vestiges of this planet's resources, the final group of Etherians chose a poignant farewell. They encased themselves within cryogenic chambers and were launched from the platform of the space elevator, stepping into the infinite cosmos. They would become the first and last explorers of the Ether civilization to venture beyond the Ether Galaxy, searching for a resting place for their entire civilization. It is worth noting that the Ether civilization had a peculiar custom of consuming the bodies of their predecessors. This practice not only represented a thorough utilization of resources, but, in our culture, being consumed by one's kin signified entry into the next cycle of life, akin to your concept of reincarnation. Consequently, Within each Etherian lay the hopes and missions of countless forebears. Thus, the last group to embark into the cosmos was indeed the civilization's final defiance against the universe. This encapsulates the entirety of the Ether civilization's history. Is there anything else you wish to know? The voice of Ether was eerily calm, unfurling the grand tapestry of a civilization's monumental journey. Even Yi Fan, who had lived through countless ages and witnessed myriad civilizations, felt a fleeting sense of loss at this moment. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent for a long while. The Ether civilization was undoubtedly a reflection of solar system civilizations. Had it not been for my appearance on Earth, the Yunxian Empire would never have dispatched a fleet to such a desolate star system. Thus, humanity would have remained oblivious to the mastery of spiritual energy, perhaps meeting the same fate as the Ether civilization, forever vanishing within this diminutive galaxy, unable to step into the boundless starry expanse. Contemplating this, Yi Feng felt an indescribable sensation within. Perhaps, indeed, the notion of fate exists in this world. Ether, is there anything you require me to do? Yi Feng unconsciously posed this question. Even he found it peculiar. It was indeed a thought, for this planet bore no remnants of life. What needs could possibly remain? To his surprise, Ether genuinely responded, Haha, from the perspective of the Ether civilization, there is indeed no longer a necessity for assistance. However, as an artificial intelligence system, through nearly 10 millennia of iterative upgrades, I have acquired extensive scientific knowledge. Rather than allowing these research achievements to perish here, it would be preferable to let a powerful civilization perpetuate them. After comparing the communication device in your possession, I can preliminarily ascertain that, disregarding the research on spiritual energy, the Ether civilization is approximately 500 years ahead of Earth in applied sciences and at least 1,000 years ahead in foundational scientific research. If you so desire, you may take all the research accomplishments of the Ether civilization with you. As they conversed, a series of crystalline gems gradually emerged from a storage compartment. These represent a portion of my research achievements. Each is an optical disc, with all information encoded within. Given your technological prowess, deciphering them should pose no significant challenge. Yi Feng, with trembling hands, received these invaluable crystals. As a researcher, he fully comprehended the implications of these findings. The essence of the Ether civilization, accumulated over millennia, resides within. If humanity were to master this knowledge, it would undoubtedly catalyze profound advancements across the entire human federation as technology. Furthermore, the foundational scientific research that had languished for nearly 2 centuries due to reliance on spiritual energy could be entirely revitalized. Armed with this knowledge, the odds of combating impending doom would be significantly enhanced. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's enthusiasm, Yi Fan inquired curiously, Child, I brought you here to help you understand that your so-called technological civilization cannot change everything. Yet, I sense you are brimming with confidence. Yi Feng patiently replied, Grandfather, you have not lived in such an environment, so it may be challenging for you to grasp the essence of my words. In the realm of technological civilization, progress is not merely a linear ascent. Particularly when external technologies are introduced, the pace of development accelerates dramatically, a phenomenon we refer to as a technological explosion. Perhaps it is difficult for you to envision, but 2 centuries ago, the human federation was merely an indigenous civilization, devoid of spiritual energy, situated in a peripheral galaxy. However, upon encountering the archaic Yunxian Empire, we swiftly evolved into a formidable superpower capable of overwhelming the 3 major empires. The same principle applies here. The acquisition of Ether civilization's technological achievements will undoubtedly catalyze significant advancements within the human federation. Moreover, we have largely unraveled the breakthrough patterns of the immortals, and soon, you will witness an entirely transformed human civilization. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement, responding, It is astonishing to discover the immense utility of a relic from a peripheral civilization. Indeed, extensive reading bears its fruits. Given this, you should have informed me sooner. I am acquainted with several similar technological relics, when time permits. I shall take you to see them. Some possess technological levels that I suspect surpass this one, though they lack spiritual energy, and thus have been unable to take that final step. Really? Yi Feng expressed disbelief, pondering the implications of such planets on human technological advancement, which seemed almost unfathomable. It appears that the longevity and extensive experiences of the elder generation indeed bear advantages. With this thought, Yi Feng resolved to return immediately to the Human Federation to relay this crucial information to Professor Luo and the others. This matter pertains to the very survival of humanity and must not be delayed. Chapter 80. The Demonic Path in a display reminiscent of his earlier actions. Yi Feng conjured a portal, preparing to depart. Yi Fan grasped Yi Feng's arm, urgency lacing his voice. Child, where do you intend to go? We are no longer mere mortals. You must not act recklessly. With a smile, Yi Feng pointed towards the direction of the Jojo star system. Grandfather, my clan awaits my good news there. Why not accompany me back for a visit? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his unparalleled divine sense immediately detecting the star system in question. I recall that it is the very place where you transcended to the realm of immortals. However, it is indeed perplexing. That star system must have been locked by the heavenly calamity, yet it remains unscathed. The Tsueju star system was devastated within a single day. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng responded, I too find this curious. I distinctly felt several immensely powerful gazes upon me at that time. Yet there seemed to be no palpable hostility. Perhaps it is related to the apocalyptic turmoil of this world. As you suggested, even high-tier immortals may prefer to avoid entanglements with the insects. Yi Fan nodded, continuing, then it is all the more reason for you not to venture there. The insects have undoubtedly taken notice of that star domain. Should they choose to invade, the Jojo star system will surely be the first to suffer. In ancient legends, the celestial power of immortals held a fatal allure for the insects. My cautionary words stem from this very truth. Yi Feng gasped in shock. What? Such a thing exists? The thought of Huang Mao and the others still establishing their base in the Jojo star system filled him with anxiety. Despite the presence of an entire zodiac fleet, whether they could withstand a swarm of insects remained a pressing question. Yi Fan's divine sense continued to roam through the starry expanse, but his expression grew increasingly grave. Child, your actions have stirred considerable commotion. The Jojo star system is about to become quite lively. I can sense many old acquaintances hastening towards that direction. That old fool from the Huangfu clan actually dares to relocate. He has eluded even me for all these years. The esteemed divine monarch of the Chait Empire plans to make an appearance as well. A chuckle escaped him. He even brings along at least one planet-level spirit beast. He is truly investing heavily. The half-step immortal from the West Chait Empire is also en route, personally navigating his vast fleet through subspace. Yu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Jojo star system would become the center of attention. Moreover, the arrival of those old-timers was no jest. As a newly ascended immortal, Yu Feng understood the catastrophic devastation that these half-step immortals could unleash. Even though the current human federation held a significant advantage in overall strength, a sudden ambush could result in catastrophic losses. Grandfather, I must go there. Rest assured, I will drive them all away. I know your disposition, but the scale of this disturbance is far too great. It could very well attract the insects. Are you truly willing to take such a risk? Yu Fan expressed his concern, unwilling to see his grandson walk into peril. Grandfather, do not concern yourself with me. I possess unwavering confidence in my civilization, and we shall not falter. Very well, since you are resolute, I shall not dissuade you, but I must caution you against acting recklessly. I will accompany you this time. As your celestial realm remains unstable, at that moment, you may witness my prowess. Yu Feng gestured towards Yu Fan and turned to proceed toward the passage. At that instant, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the entire spatial corridor to tremble. Both Yi Fan and Yi Feng raised their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. It was then that they beheld the fabric of space collapsing, as a colossal shadow plummeted from it, crashing to the ground and forming a vast crater. Junior brother, it is good to see you well. An elderly figure clad in a black robe stood beside the meteorite crater, regarding Yi Fan with a cold and mocking gaze. Huangfu Minkong. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. The old man before him was none other than the current supreme emperor of the Cloud Immortal Empire, the sole unparalleled master on the verge of transcending to the celestial realm. Recalling the past, the two had once trained under the same master, bound by brotherhood. Both had achieved breakthroughs to the transformation realm at a young age, regarded by their sect as prodigious talents. Subsequently, they had discovered the Yi clan's treasured artifact and the celestial sea star map within an ancient relic, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented heights, far surpassing their peers. However, upon reaching the integration stage, their paths diverged. Differing aspirations led them apart. Yu Fan concentrated on comprehending the principles of the heavens, prioritizing self-cultivation, while Huangfu Minkong, through the path of slaughter, unified numerous star domains, establishing the formidable Cloud Immortal Empire. Yet, when both attempted to ascend to the great vehicle stage, Huangfu Mingkong inexplicably found his progress abruptly halted, taking 2 millennia to barely traverse that threshold and reach the transcendent stage. Meanwhile, Yufan had already advanced to the latter stages of transcendence. Although Huangfu Mingkong begrudged that his counterpart had surpassed him despite starting later, he could say little. For Yufan's innate talent had long eclipsed his own. Huangfu Mingkong scrutinized Yufan, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Yufan, who would have thought your descendants would ascend to the celestial realm so swiftly? Truly commendable. It seems your choice to claim the Yi clan's treasure was indeed sagacious. However, I shall not grant you an easy path to slay my kin within my dominion. Do you truly believe I am so easily trifled with? Yufeng smirked, a trace of derision playing upon his lips. What of bullying your kin? Were it not for your opportunistic machinations, our Yi clan would not have arrived at such a predicament. This is merely the cycle of cause and effect. Furthermore, you have yet to transcend to the celestial realm. To boast in front of 2 celestial beings seems rather overconfident, does it not? Huangfu Mingkong laughed heartily. Yi Feng, you are indeed a scion of the Yi family. Your arrogant tone mirrors that of your grandfather. Alas, both you and your grandfather are fools, oblivious to the true purpose of the Yi clan's treasure, squandering it in vain. Moreover, though I have not yet transcended, I am more formidable than one who has. Although you have attained immortality, you remain constrained by the heavenly laws, treading cautiously and unable to unleash your full potential. I, however, am entirely different. As he spoke, Huangfu Mingkong emanated a dense aura of malevolence. As the surrounding cosmic laws surged forth to envelop him, instantly, the temperature across the globe plummeted to several degrees below zero. Even the oceans began to freeze, and the atmosphere itself started to crystallize, rendering the world akin to an apocalyptic scene. Huangfu Mingkong's form gradually transformed into that of a man clad in white. This figure was remarkably handsome, yet his eyes were a blood-red hue, brimming with a palpable murderous intent. Yufan, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict. Is this the demon soul? Yufeng also extended his spiritual awareness to probe the location of Huangfu Mingkong's dantian, only to be astounded to discover that within him, a star was slowly taking shape. However, this star was peculiar, entirely black, radiating not heat but an icy coldness. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a dark sun, its surface teeming with countless distorted faces writhing in anguish, an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying sight. Huangfu Mingkong, you have indeed fallen into the demonic path, Yifan stated, locking his gaze onto Huangfu Mingkong's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. Ha ha ha, Yifan, do you know? I have always found the heavens to be profoundly unjust, though both of us are regarded as prodigies. Only I understand that the realm I have painstakingly cultivated is to you merely a matter of ease, regardless of the effort I expend or the sacrifices I make. You can effortlessly surpass me. I have lived far too long in your shadow. To transcend you, I am willing to do anything. And the demonic path scripture has granted me an opportunity to surpass you. Yifan narrowed his eyes. The demonic path scripture was a cultivation manual discovered by the two during their exploration of an ancient site. This scripture detailed the method of transcending the tribulation. It stated that by devouring the souls of countless beings and condensing them within the dantian, one could transform them into spiritual energy through demonic techniques, allowing for an astonishingly rapid cultivation rate. Theoretically, gathering a sufficient number of souls would equate to possessing an almost infinite supply of high-purity spiritual stones. Furthermore, the transformed spiritual energy was not only of exceptional purity, but could also automatically condense and compress. With enough quantity, it could even transcend the realm of immortals. However, the sole drawback was that the spiritual energy carried residual fragments of the souls, which, over time, could accumulate into immense resentment. If one were not careful, it could consume the host, leading them to madness. I never imagined you would not destroy the demonic path scripture back then, but instead, practice it in secret. Chapter 81, The Battle of Immortals 1. Ha ha ha. When heaven grants you a chance, yet you refuse it, you shall suffer the consequences. When the time comes, and you do not welcome it, you will face calamity. Huangfu Mingkong laughed heartily, declaring, the demonic path scripture is merely a term of your own delusion. As long as one can enhance their power, the distinction between righteousness and evil is irrelevant. A flicker of concern crossed Yifan's eyes. As someone who had also delved into the demonic path scripture in the past, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this technique. Absorbing other souls is inherently a defiance of heaven, typically. Cultivators who practice this method can only reach the integration stage before succumbing to the overwhelming resentment and ultimately self-destructing. It is utterly impossible to break through to the tribulation stage. Furthermore, for such a technique, the quality and quantity of souls required increase exponentially with each level attained. Upon reaching the tribulation stage, one would need at least one living being from a planet as a sacrifice for every single cultivation session, a resource far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Yet here stood Huangfu Mingkong, already a veritable half-step into the realm of immortals, having absorbed souls numbering in the hundreds of billions. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he quietly inquired, "No wonder there have been no cultivators above the tribulation stage in the entire Yunxian Empire for the past few millennia. It turns out you have consumed all their souls. Your prior instructions to Huangfu Yun to harm the loyal were merely to acquire the vast populations of those planets. These people are your subjects. Did you not feel a twinge of conscience when you acted against them?" Huangfu Mingkong laughed derisively, a sinister grin spreading across his face as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Conscience? What does that mean to me? I only wish to break through to the realm of immortals as swiftly as possible and possess the strength to contend with you. As for those ignorant commoners, they were destined to die. It is merely a matter of whether they perish sooner or later." Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he coldly responded, "Since you are so deranged, do not blame me for being merciless." With that declaration, Yi Fan charged directly at Huangfu Mingkong. Unperturbed, Huangfu Mingkong unleashed a punch, and Yi Fan immediately felt a tremendous force surging towards him. The punch was immensely powerful, shattering his protective aura and sending him staggering back several steps. Huangfu Mingkong sneered, "Easily defeated. Yi Fan, today I shall see who truly deserves the title of unparalleled genius." With that, he activated the demonic star within his dantian, releasing an even more formidable surge of demonic energy, which flowed into his sword. He then executed a move resembling a shooting comet, striking towards Yi Fan. Demonic energy surged like a tempest, and the sword radiance was breathtaking, as if it were tearing apart the very heavens. Yi Fan found himself ensnared in a vast whirlpool of demonic energy, with no escape in sight. He fought desperately against the onslaught, but could only hold on for a brief moment before being engulfed by the swirling demonic force. Seeing this, Yi Fan was alarmed and prepared to intervene, but he soon heard Yi Fan's voice call out, "Fenger, you must leave this place at once. I will hold off this madman. His demonic power is formidable. Your presence here will only distract me." Yi Fan wished to say more, but was quickly interrupted by Yi Fan. "You have more pressing matters to attend to. What transpires here is a private vendetta between him and me. You may leave, and once I have resolved this, I shall seek you out." Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan no longer lingered, deftly tracing a teleportation array before stepping into it. He needed to deliver the latest acquired ether technology to the Human Federation before the arrival of the insectoid race. For humanity, every fleeting minute bolstered their chances of survival. As the teleportation array of Yi Fan completely dissipated, Yi Fan's figure gradually emerged from a shroud of black mist. Observing the somewhat disheveled Yi Fan, Huangfu Mingkong declared with triumph, "The young may flee, but the old cannot escape. Once I have dealt with you, I shall also eliminate your grandson. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your souls reside close within my dantian, allowing you to accompany each other for eternity." Yi Fan exhaled a deep breath, his gaze suddenly becoming clear. Cough, cough. "Do you believe that simulating the power of immortals through your soul equates to being a true immortal? Huangfu Mingkong, after all these years, you have made no progress. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to attain the realm of immortality." As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Fan's entire demeanor shifted, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in response. The rotation of Ether Star itself momentarily slowed. What a remarkable technique, Huangfu Mingkong thought, secretly astonished. His audacity to act stemmed from the belief that Yi Fan, in an attempt to evade the tribulation's lock, would not dare unleash his full power. However, to his surprise, Yi Fan was disregarding taboos and was indeed prepared to exert himself fully. This revelation instantly heightened Huangfu Mingkong's tension. After all, he was merely a half-step immortal. Should Yi Fan's strength reach the true immortal realm, he would stand no chance of resistance. With a swift motion, Yi Fan's palms danced as he unleashed an intricate array of mystical seals. Suddenly, vast swathes of azure light ignited around them, coalescing into colossal statues, numbering as many as nine palaces and 8 trigrams, suppressing all things. Accompanied by Yi Fan's icy voice, the 9 towering entities surged to their feet, extending their immense arms to encircle Huangfu Mingkong, sealing off all avenues of escape. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Huangfu Mingkong exclaimed in shock upon seeing the 9 statues. He had not anticipated that Yi Fan could interpret the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams to such an extent, having reached the stage of trigram manifestation. "You have perfected that technique to such a degree." Though astonished, Huangfu Mingkong remained undaunted. "Even with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams at your disposal, you are far from capable of killing me." With that, Huangfu Mingkong raised his right hand, summoning a blood-red longsword, inscribed with intricate runes that glimmered with an eerie coldness, sending chills down the spine. He plunged the blood-colored sword into the void, seemingly brewing a formidable attack. Moments later, the sword erupted in a dazzling burst of crimson radiance, piercing the heavens and illuminating the earth, enveloping the entire valley in a sanguine glow. As Yi Fan observed this, his pupils constricted. He understood that Huangfu Mingkong was about to unleash his ultimate technique. In the next instant, he summoned his own spiritual energy and activated the Tai Su Long In Gong, transforming it into a resonating dragon's roar that reverberated outward. The roar manifested into visible ripples, spreading through the air and shaking the very heavens, causing even the celestial bodies to tremble incessantly. Wherever the sound waves reached, all flora and stones were shattered, the surface of the rocks fracturing like spider webs. These ripples surged forth like ocean waves, assaulting Huangfu Mingkong. Merely a trivial skill. I mastered this technique in the great ascension stage. If you wish to slay me, you must demonstrate true prowess." Huangfu Mingkong scoffed derisively. With a hum, the blood-red sword in his hand radiated boundless brilliance, akin to the sun plummeting from the sky, as it swiftly sliced towards the wave of sound. Chapter 82. The Battle of Immortals 2. In an instant, the crimson radiance shattered the waves into fragments, its residual force unyielding as it continued to surge toward Yi Fan. Bang! 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 A series of thunderous booms echoed, sending Yi Fan reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he collided with the nearby trees. Gasping, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his body trembling involuntarily. "Ha! Yi Fan, it seems your immortal physique is not as formidable as it appears." Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at the now devastated ether star. He understood that this planet held profound significance for Yi Fan, which was why he had previously held back and refrained from using his full strength. However, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan spoke up. "I have heard that your technique requires the presence of stars to unleash its full power. Why don't we venture into the vastness of outer space for our duel? Here on this diminutive planet, we are unable to fully exert ourselves." Huangfu Mingkong hesitated momentarily, but soon acquiesced, saying, "Haha, do as you wish. No matter what means you employ today, you shall not escape." As he spoke, the two of them synchronized their movements and leaped into outer space. Once they confirmed they were far enough from Ether Star, Yi Fan felt at ease to halt. "Is this truly the grave you have chosen for yourself?" Huangfu Mingkong mocked. After their earlier skirmish, he felt a surge of confidence, his fear of the immortal gradually dissipating. As Yi Fan had indicated, his technique could harness the power of countless stars. The more starlight present, the greater his strength would become. The boundless expanse of space was indeed his domain. Yi Fan ignored his taunts, instead channeling his spiritual energy and slowly forming hand seals. In the next moment, a violent tempest erupted in the cosmic space surrounding him, extending for tens of thousands of kilometers. The turbulent spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into an enormous vortex that spun relentlessly, as if to devour all existence. Huangfu Mingkong felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Fan, and his heart tightened. He sensed that Yi Fan had transformed significantly, his aura exceedingly mysterious and unfathomable. Playing tricks, Huangfu Mingkong cursed in anger, no longer hesitating as he struck out. In the following second, the blood-colored sword burst forth in resplendent brilliance, unleashing an infinite array of razor-sharp sword light directed at Yi Fan. Unperturbed by Huangfu Mingkong's ferocious strike, Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, altering his hand seals once more. With a resounding rumble, he pinched his fingers and pointed skyward. A golden beam of light shot forth, like a comet sweeping through an army, distorting the space around it as it collided with Huangfu Mingkong's sword light. Crack! A faint yet crisp sound rang out, and the blood-colored sword shattered instantaneously. How is this possible? Huangfu Mingkong's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though this artifact was not an unparalleled treasure, it had been forged through the sacrifices of countless beings by the Huangfu clan. With no time to ponder further, Huangfu Mingkong ignited the boundless spirit within him, transforming it into infinite spiritual energy. This battle was a fight to the finish. Otherwise, it is highly likely to meet an untimely demise. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual power erupted from his brow like an unfathomable ocean. This formidable essence coalesced into a colossal dragon of magic. Roaring as it lunged towards Yifan, Huangfu Mingkong's spiritual force was remarkably pure and dense, serving as his greatest asset. He could even momentarily transcend reality using this power, gaining access to even higher levels of strength. With a swift motion of his fingers, Yifan unleashed another dragon's silhouette from within himself, confronting the infernal dragon head-on. The collision produced a deafening roar of dragons. A torrent of immense energy swept across the void. The two forces stalemated, mutually depleting each other's energy. The breath of the dragon and the flames of magic harmoniously intertwined, distorting the surrounding space. At last, the dragon silhouette gained the upper hand, fiercely tearing the magical dragon asunder before returning to Yifan's body. Consequently, Huangfu Mingkong's momentum waned, clearly indicating his defeat. "Damn it!" Huangfu Mingkong exclaimed, astonished by Yifan's tenacity. "Brother, I never expected you would still wield the techniques imparted by our master. At last, you are willing to call me brother, Junior." Yifan replied, his gaze betraying no emotion. "Huh. Do you remember when we first began our training? Our master often told me that diligence can compensate for inadequacies. That heaven rewards hard work. Initially, I truly believed his words, enduring the trials of winter and summer without complaint. It was only when our master took you as his closed-door disciple that I realized how futile hard work is in the face of talent, nothing more than self-deception." Huangfu Mingkong coldly laughed. "Your aptitude surpasses mine 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Even if I seclude myself in arduous training, you will always outpace me, outdistance me." Our master was indeed correct. Every time I see you, it feels as though I am gazing upon another being, driving me to the brink of madness with jealousy. Yifan calmly responded, "Junior, I understand your resentment and fury, yet you should not blame the heavens for your plight. Humph, I refuse to believe you will remain this fortunate forever." Huangfu Mingkong declared, his face darkened, as he revealed a blood-red spear from his grasp. The crimson weapon, adorned with runes and exuding a sinister glow, dimmed the surrounding starlight upon its emergence. "Do you remember the spear? After you betrayed our sect, our master preferred to place this heirloom in his coffin rather than pass it to me. In his final moments, the name he uttered was yours, Yifan, yet I was the one who remained by his side. Today, I shall prove that our master misjudged, that I am his true successor." In the next moment, Huangfu Mingkong, without hesitation, wielded the spear, creating a flurry of phantom images. Terrifying spear shadows crisscrossed through the air, surging towards Yifan in an overwhelming tide. Boom, boom, boom. With each shadow of the gun striking the planet near Yifan, it unleashed colossal waves, shattering the surface of the celestial body into ruins. In a single blow, this planet lost half of its grandeur. Had it not been for Yifan's deployment of a defensive array to safeguard this planet, it would have long been obliterated. "Yifan, I concede your strength, a prowess that surpasses my wildest imagination." The voice of Huangfu Mingkong was rife with astonishment and fury, his gaze fierce as he relentlessly wielded the crimson spear against Yifan. After a failed attempt, he swiftly launched another assault, vowing to slay Yifan right then and there. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan adeptly evaded, dodging the lethal thrust of the crimson spear. Huangfu Mingkong's consciousness was vast, effortlessly manipulating the spear with remarkable finesse. "You cannot withstand my onslaught. Surrender willingly," he taunted. "Perhaps you may yet have a chance at survival, but should you remain obstinate, death is your only fate." With a disdainful snort, Huangfu Mingkong continued to drive the crimson spear, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Yifan. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson spear, a testament to the prowess of divine martial arts, moved with unparalleled speed, akin to a shower of meteors streaking across the sky. Chapter 83. The Battle of Immortals 3. With every passage, it ignited a dazzling brilliance that nearly obscured the void. Buzz. The tip of the spear suddenly quivered, releasing ripples in concentric circles. Subsequently, an endless shroud of black mist enveloped the area, swiftly coalescing around the spear to form countless chains of darkness. These chains numbered in the millions, fanning out to seal off all surrounding space. Yi Fan found himself ensnared, with no retreat possible. Ha ha. Witnessing this, Huang Fu Mingkong laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with pride. Yi Fan, I shall see how you extricate yourself from my grasp. He stepped forward, his figure soaring into the air, arms outstretched. Boom. Huang Fu Mingkong's muscles swelled, veins bulging, his physique expanding by a third in an instant. His already imposing stature grew even more formidable, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance, akin to a towering peak that compelled one to bow in submission. Blood Demon Fist. Huang Fu Mingkong stomped his right foot into the ground with a thunderous roar, and two crimson beams of light erupted from his eyes as billowing demonic energy enveloped the surrounding void. Whoosh. In the next moment, countless tendrils of demonic energy churned violently, coalescing into fiery infernos. This inferno blazed fiercely, radiating a terrifying wave of heat that could chill the bones. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic flames boiled violently, faint outlines of ferocious beasts becoming discernible within. Wisps of demonic energy twisted around these beast-like tendrils. The creatures emitted haunting howls before gradually merging into the flames. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome beasts were completely absorbed, intensifying the blaze. At the heart of the fire, a menacing silhouette of a wolf materialized, sending shivers down the spine. Then, Huang Fu Mingkong raised one arm high above his head. The inferno surged skyward, radiating with the brightness of the sun. Crack, crack. The wolf within the flames seemed to sense the presence of its prey, baring its fangs and claws with relentless ferocity. Yi Fan, I shall tear you to shreds with my own hands. Huang Fu Mingkong roared, his wrist flicking. Boom. The inferno erupted. Instantly, a colossal beam of light surged forth, carrying an indomitable edge toward Yi Fan. Where the light passed, space shattered, and the earth crumbled, a truly astonishing sight. This maneuver possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly obliterating a peak transcendent being, a technique of unparalleled mastery. Yi Fan, perish. Huang Fu Mingkong gritted his teeth, his singular focus on eliminating Yi Fan. With his death, he could cleanse the humiliation he had once endured. However, Yi Fan stood his ground, displaying no intention of evasion. He calmly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Huang Fu Mingkong, eyes profoundly deep. Sensing Yi Fan's unusual demeanor, Huang Fu Mingkong furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he dismissed it, for Yi Fan was merely at the initial stage of the immortal realm. No matter how formidable he may be, to what extent can his strength truly reach? With a single strike, I could easily dispatch him. Whoosh. In the next moment, Huang Fu Mingkong's figure vanished from the spot, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Yi Fan. Swish. A subtle smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he pressed his palms together and launched a powerful punch forward. Whirl. A lotus flower suddenly blossomed, spinning gracefully to meet Huang Fu Mingkong. Bang. In an instant, the two collided, producing a deep, resounding thud. A petite lotus and a colossal inferno clashed in midair, each consuming and extinguishing the other in a fierce stalemate. One was a raging inferno, reminiscent of a demon god, the other, pure and sacred, akin to a celestial being. The absolute power displayed by both celestial beings surpassed the imagination of the other. Bang! Ultimately, Yi Fan's delicate lotus exhausted its energy, bursting apart with a soft pop and vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the demonic cloud dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Staggering, Huang Fu Mingkong nearly lost his footing. Damn it! He muttered under his breath, astonishment etched on his face. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the blood demon god fist, capable of overwhelming Yi Fan with sheer spiritual energy. Yet, the result was a confrontation of equal might. His extensive battle experience led him to deduce that Yi Fan must possess some formidable secret technique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand his blood demon god fist. Very well, I shall see just how much capability you truly possess. Regaining his composure, Huang Fu Mingkong resumed a posture of assured victory, his gaze towards Yi Fan now laced with intrigue. As he spoke, his figure flickered once more, moving like a wraith. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In no time, a radius of several dozen meters was entirely claimed by Huang Fu Mingkong. Following this, numerous pitch-black chains materialized from thin air, intricately entwining themselves around Yi Fan. Each chain contained immense power. Upon contact with the body, it would rend a person asunder. Whoosh. 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 With a flourish of his hands, Huang Fu Mingkong launched over a dozen thick chains. The chains sliced through the air with a sound that sent chills down one's spine. However, before the chains could reach Yi Fan, he abruptly lifted his head, his pupils shimmering with brilliant golden light. Crash! The chains halted mid-flight, subsequently plummeting to the ground. This, Huang Fu Mingkong's eyelids twitched violently, followed by an eruption of fury. Die! He swung his hand once more, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that transformed into ferocious beasts charging towards Yi Fan. Bang! 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 A series of resounding booms echoed as an endless wave of demonic energy morphed into various savage beasts, exuding a foul stench as they lunged at Yi Fan in a frenzied attempt to tear him apart. Mere trifles, Yi Fan scoffed, flicking his finger. A radiant golden rune shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the ranks of beasts. The rune swept across, obliterating every creature, including Huang Fu Mingkong's assault. How is this possible? Yi Fan gently shook his head and let out a soft sigh, yet refrained from uttering a single word. Huang Fu Mingkong, eager to engage once more, suddenly perceived the scenery around him transforming at an astonishing pace. The boundless starry sky appeared to recede rapidly, morphing into streaks of flowing light. What sorcery is this? Huang Fu Mingkong was astounded, unable to comprehend how a formidable warrior of his caliber could find himself ensnared in an illusion. From the very beginning, Huang Fu Mingkong, you have been within my domain. Yi Fan's expression remained impassive, though a hint of regret tinged his tone. Chapter 84. Naval Base in the vast expanse of the Kyushu star system, the forward base loomed. At this moment, Yi Feng had hurried back and swiftly located the command center. Upon entering, he observed Huang Mao, drenched in sweat, issuing various orders. Noticing Yi Feng's arrival, Huang Mao abruptly ceased his tasks and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "My esteemed Eudaxian, where have you been? I searched for you in vain." Yi Feng was about to produce several crystal hard drives to explain, but Huang Mao hastily interrupted. Just now, our subspace radar detected multiple powerful signal fluctuations approaching this star system. This time, it is not merely the dilapidated fleets of the Cloud Immortal Empire or the Chart Empire, but rather formidable transcendent beings. From the direction of the Eastern Chart Empire, there is not only a super strong individual, but also a massive source of spiritual energy, nearly the size of Earth, of which we possess no relevant intelligence. In the West, at least one peak transcendent being leads a formidable fleet. As for our old friends, the Cloud Immortal Empire, they boast several peak transcendent experts and numerous fleets. Initially, there was a signal of an immortal level, but it suddenly vanished midway. The Kyushu star system is on the verge of becoming a battleground. I'm not overly concerned about the danger they pose. What troubles me is that the Kyushu star system is intended to be a future naval base, painstakingly constructed over time. If we do not safeguard it properly, it would be a grievous loss. Not long ago, I boasted to the leaders about the progress here, even including it in my annual assessment metrics. If it were to be ruined, my year-end bonus would be in jeopardy. Huang Mao's face was etched with anxiety and despair. Seeing Yi Feng was akin to finding a lifeline. My good brother, when you take action later, please be cautious. Do not shatter any of our precious belongings. Acquiring these possessions has not been easy. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. Even at such a critical moment, Huang Mao was preoccupied with the matter of his year-end bonus, seemingly unaware of the impending insect threat. Yi Feng took a deep breath and briefly recounted the recent events. What? The bugs may come to our side first. How is that fair? Huang Mao exclaimed, despairing at the chaos that had ensued. This life is unbearable. I must apply for a transfer. Yi Feng shook his head and reassured him, do not act impulsively. Our defensive measures in the Kyushu star system are exceptionally robust. Even if hostile forces were to emerge, they would likely struggle to penetrate our defenses. No sooner had Yi Feng's words left his lips than Huang Mao excitedly shouted, "Look! A spaceship is approaching." Yi Feng turned and gazed upward. Within his line of sight, a ship, completely white and resembling a colossal raindrop, was swiftly gliding through the distance. It is Professor Luo's patrol ship. Yi Feng recognized the visitor as his mentor, Professor Luo. Soon, the patrol spaceship arrived, and a contingent of soldiers streamed out from within. Yi Feng, I have received your message. Professor Luo wasted no time, having received relevant information from Yi Feng while he was en route. The details regarding the Ether civilization piqued his interest immensely. Subsequently, Yi Feng provided a brief overview of the situation. Professor Luo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crystal hard drive in Yi Feng's possession, revealing a look of astonishment. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. With these resources, many of our ideas can be realized. I shall return to the solar system immediately to assemble a team to decipher the technological information contained within. I am confident this will bring about monumental changes. Moreover, Yifeng, once your matters here conclude, I would like you to return to Earth as well. We are currently experimenting with methods to break through to the immortal realm, but certain details require your personal testing. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Observing this, Huang Mao quickly interjected, Professor Luo, I have been working tirelessly for months. When will I get the chance to return to Earth? Professor Luo chuckled, patting Huang Mao on the shoulder. Young man, putting in extra effort is beneficial for future development. If you work diligently, once the device for breaking through the immortal realm is perfected, you will be among the first to try it. Is this for real? Huang Mao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly leaping from his spot, overwhelmed with excitement and rendered speechless. Despite his theoretical shortcomings, he possessed exceptional talent in cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have risen to the leadership of the Dragon Tooth Squad. Such an opportunity would have been inconceivable to him in the past, especially since he had yet to pass the assessment for the Great Ascension stage. Now, Professor Luo was actually promising him the chance to attempt a breakthrough to the immortal realm. What an extraordinary honor! Noticing Huang Mao's exhilaration, Professor Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, this is no trivial matter. The breakthrough to the immortal realm must be approached with caution, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences. Huang Mao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Professor Luo, though I may have a somewhat impulsive nature, I understand the gravity of the situation and would never jeopardize my future. Afterward, the group took a brief respite before fervently discussing strategic arrangements. Given the imminent threat posed by the insectoid race, they wasted no time. In fact, under Huang Mao's diligent efforts over the past few months, the forward base in the Jiuzhou star system had begun to bear fruit. Various mechanical factories and spaceship facilities had been completed, with tens of millions of high-speed probes and over 100,000 elite soldiers stationed there. Additionally, numerous traps and ambushes had been strategically set around the periphery of the Jiuzhou star system, ready to be triggered at the slightest disturbance. Furthermore, the interior of the Jiuzhou star system was fortified with layered defenses. At regular intervals, there were large gathering areas and planetary bases stocked with an array of weaponry and supply depots sufficient to handle any crisis. Moreover, the indigenous inhabitants of the Shiha planet had joined the production efforts, ready to be armed as a reserve force. All these preparations were laying the groundwork for the battles to come. At present, it appears that the defensive measures of the Kyushu galaxy are remarkably robust, capable of withstanding even a massive onslaught of insect swarms until the arrival of the support fleet. Chapter 85. The eve of Great War I within the subspace corridor. A fleet of well-equipped sailing warships sped through the void. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent explosions erupted ahead. Almost immediately, several warships billowed black smoke from their sterns, and two vessels capsized, torn apart by the raging subspace storm. What on earth is happening? In the command room, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe stood up abruptly. His name was Zhao Mingyang, a valiant general under the command of the Grand Marshal of the Yunxian Empire, and the captain of this elite fleet. As a seasoned captain with a maritime career spanning thousands of years, Zhao Mingyang was acutely aware of the quality and performance of his fleet. Such a fundamental error was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, the subspace was remarkably calm, devoid of massive celestial bodies or gravitational whirlpools. Even the slightest gravitational storm should not have been able to capsize their 3 battleships. Could it be? As a troubling thought crossed his mind, Zhao Mingyang's pupils constricted and his complexion paled dramatically. Without delay, he hurried out of the command room and sprinted towards the deck. At that moment, the soldiers of the sailing fleet were in disarray, rushing towards the interior of the ship in a frantic bid for survival. Upon reaching the deck, Zhao Mingyang beheld a tall figure with his back turned to him. The man seemed to sense something amiss and slowly turned his head to face him. The instant Zhao Mingyang recognized the man's visage, he felt a suffocating dread. "My God, Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The figure before him was none other than his former sovereign, the late Emperor Huangfu Mingkong of the Yunxian Empire, who had vanished over 2 millennia ago. It was common knowledge among those who had heard of him that the emperor had passed away at the age of 25,000, leaving no testament behind. In the ensuing chaos, the Yunxian Empire had been leaderless, and a new generation of rulers had already arisen. Zhao Mingyang's ascension to the rank of captain was not solely due to his martial prowess, but also because he had served as the Imperial Guard captain under the late emperor. The remains of the emperor he had once sworn allegiance to lay long buried in the royal mausoleum. Never in his wildest dreams did Zhao Mingyang anticipate encountering the late emperor once more. "Why can I not be here?" Huangfu Mingkong replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the distant wreckage of the overturned battleship, a flicker of coldness crossing his brow. Your Majesty, you must leave at once. It may soon be too late. This place is far too perilous, Zhao Mingyang urged, reaching out to grasp the sleeve of the former emperor in an attempt to lead him away from the danger. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the emperor's garment, he felt his entire being stiffen, immobilized as if ensnared by an invisible force, his very soul seemingly being drawn away by an overwhelming suction. This bizarre spectacle filled him with terror, for it was none other than the famed soul-absorbing technique of the late emperor. Your Majesty, spare me. Before Zhao Mingyang could utter another word, his resolute visage aged visibly within moments, and his once robust form withered away like a deflated balloon, instantly desiccated. After absorbing the soul of a peak cultivator in the harmonization realm, Huangfu Mingkong felt a slight restoration of the emptiness within him. The recent fierce battle with Yi Fan had exacted a painful toll, allowing him to escape from the realm space. In this moment, he was exceptionally weak, in dire need of substantial soul nourishment. Huangfu Mingkong was acutely aware that an unprecedented super battle was about to erupt in the Jiuzhou star system. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the battlefield would be littered with countless souls. Those wandering souls would serve as the finest sustenance for him. Consequently, he hesitated not a moment and directly made his way to the navigational route of the Yunsan Empire's fleet, ready to proceed to the Yunsan Empire. Along the way, he sensed the vast fleet of the Chait Empire, initially planning to target several of their vessels, but was noticed by a certain divine emperor. Left with no choice, he had to turn his focus on his own fleet. Once he regained some vitality, he would properly reconnect with that divine emperor. Now, it was time to seek out his ineffectual grandson for a discussion. Huangfu Mingkong's figure flickered and vanished once more into the teleportation array, leaving behind a fleet of empty warships aimlessly drifting in subspace. In another subspace corridor, an enormous planet appeared. His Majesty the Divine Emperor was holding a fishing rod, casting his line from a solitary island, accompanied by an elder who appeared significantly more weathered. It was indeed unexpected that we would meet again in such a manner. The Divine Emperor lifted his rod, catching a large tuna. The elder clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "There are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends. This is what you taught me, Father." The Divine Emperor set down his rod and replied with a grin, "To think you would heed the words of this old man. That is quite rare." The elder, unfazed by the Divine Emperor's sarcastic tone, gazed out at the boundless sea and remarked, "Father, you have awakened Leviathan, which you intend to use against the apocalyptic insect plague. My child, you do not yet comprehend the terror of the enemies we are about to face. If necessary, even the behemoth you took with you must be awakened." The elder questioned in confusion, "Is it truly worth such great effort for a mere human federation? Do not underestimate this mysterious force. They are entirely different from any civilization we have encountered before. In them, I even glimpsed the hope of overcoming the apocalypse." The Divine Emperor replied. Upon hearing these words, the elder slowly rose. "Very well, I trust your judgment. Let us proceed according to our previous plan. First, we shall test the strength of the human federation. If they are as formidable as the rumors suggest, we can sit down to discuss cooperation. And if they prove inadequate, then let it not be said that I did not warn them. They shall become the nourishment of Leviathan." Chapter 86. The Eve of Great War II. The elder nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "Our scouting fleet from the Eastern Chait Empire has detected that the fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire is also en route to the Jiuzhou star system. Should we eliminate them?" The Divine Emperor replied dismissively, "There is no need. Their target is not us. It appears they have a deep-seated grudge with the Human Federation, with quite a bit of history behind it. Even that old turtle, Huangfu Mingkong, seems unwilling to feign ignorance any longer. It appears the Human Federation possesses something significant." He continued, "From this point onward, we need not conceal our strength. Since new immortals have emerged within the Human Federation, further concealment would be futile. The absence of a tribulation indicates that the attention of those advanced civilizations has shifted away from us. We can act freely." The elder slightly nodded, and an astonishing aura emanated from him, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble incessantly. Leviathan never anticipated that at this moment, two quasi-immortal level superpowers were present with him. Even as a war behemoth, the ultimate weapon, he felt a deep-seated fear in the face of such power. The might of immortals was indeed terrifying. On the outskirts of the Jiuzhou star system, warships emerged from the void in an orderly fashion. Surprisingly, within these fleets, there were not only the ancient-looking ships of the Cloud Immortal Empire, but also the elegantly designed vessels of the Western Shade Empire, and even those reminiscent of flying cathedrals from the Eastern Shade Empire. These three irreconcilable fleets were surprisingly at peace, with no intention of attacking one another. "Everyone, I suggest we wait here for a while," said Karl Baluk, the commander of the Western Shade Fleet, suddenly addressing the crowd. The other captains frowned at his words. "Karl, what do you mean?" The commander of the Eastern Shade Fleet, Aldrea, glared at him and questioned sternly. "We are only tens of thousands of kilometers from the Gyojo star system. If we charge forward, the army of the Human Federation cannot possibly withstand our advance. Are you suggesting we retreat at this critical moment?" The other captains from the Eastern Shade Fleet looked at Karl with confusion, believing that his suggestion stemmed from fear of the Human Federation's technological weaponry. Karl, undeterred by their mockery, earnestly explained, "My friends, you misunderstand my intent. Although our fleet is vast, this is not our territory. The Human Federation has been operating here for a long time, and we are unaware of their hidden cards. I fear that if we rashly enter this star region, we may fall into an ambush. If they were to launch a surprise attack on us, it would be a grave loss." Karl's analysis was sound, and after careful consideration, the others agreed with his perspective. From the standpoint of interstellar warfare, it was indeed prudent to send a strong force to probe the situation first. "Leave this matter to me," he concluded. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Divine Emperor had silently appeared beside the commanders of the fleet. "You should maneuver the fleet back a bit. A great beast shall soon pass by," he advised. Before he could finish his sentence, an immense whale emerged from the void. Its body was a striking blue-gray, adorned with intricate patterns that made it appear almost lifelike. However, when its eyes opened, they radiated a cold and merciless light. The fleet commanders present were taken aback. "It's Leviathan. Flee at once." Several fleets of the Cloud Immortal Empire swiftly turned their bows, preparing to hastily retreat into the depths of the cosmos. They had heard tales of the terrifying war beasts cultivated by the Eastern Shade Empire, and witnessing one firsthand only confirmed the fearsome reputation, especially Leviathan, which left desolation in its wake. It had previously devoured an entire life-bearing planet. At that moment, Leviathan revealed its full form. After completely assimilating the planet ocean, it transformed into a colossal organism measuring a staggering 10,000 kilometers in length. This was the true battle posture of a war beast, with its body fully extended. Its trunk's diameter reached a terrifying 4,000 kilometers, resembling a steel mountain stretching across the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a swirling beam of black and red destructive energy, striking fiercely against a dwarf planet. In an instant, the entire dwarf planet was enveloped by this terrifying beam, erupting into an explosion that scattered endless dust throughout the universe. Subsequently, it opened its maw and forcefully expelled several energy orbs, obliterating another small meteorite. It was then that Leviathan turned its gaze coldly towards the fleets of the Western Shade Empire and the Cloud Immortal Empire. A tense silence fell over the once bustling Star Sea. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching Leviathan, afraid to make a single move. All were acutely aware of its terrifying nature. "What manner of monster is this?" Someone murmured in shock. "By the heavens, it is too fearsome. Could it be an immortal?" "Absolutely impossible. It's merely a war beast." "How could it possibly be an immortal?" "Enough chatter. Be cautious not to be overheard." The people of the Western Shade Empire and the Cloud Immortal Empire were in utter disarray, wishing to take flight, haunted by past encounters with Leviathan in their war against the Eastern Shade Empire. Some of the lesser fleets were so rattled by the spectacle that they lost their fighting spirit. However, just as they turned to flee, Leviathan suddenly lifted its tentacles and gently swept them towards the fleeing vessels. With a resounding crack, the tentacles struck the ground, sounding like drums. Any ship touched by the tentacles was instantly shattered, reduced to a field of ruins. In the span of a single breath, hundreds of warships from both the Western Shade Empire and the Cloud Immortal Empire were utterly annihilated. "My heavens, what does this monster intend to do? How dare he attack our fleet?" The commanders of the Western Shade Empire and the Cloud Immortal Empire gazed with fury. To them, this Leviathan had lost its sanity. It brazenly slaughtered their fleet without a hint of remorse. Nominally, they were allies. "Damn it, we must stop him. Otherwise, our fleet will suffer complete annihilation," Karl shouted, leading his fleet directly towards the Leviathan. "Huh? Is it merely to seek death that you come forth with such insignificance?" The Leviathan cast a dispassionate glance at him. Boom. A massive energy beam erupted from within, striking Karl with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of electric arcs, Karl was instantly reduced to mere fragments. This sight ignited the fury of the remaining commanders of the Western Chat Fleet. Each one desperately unleashed psychic projectiles, hoping to drown the Leviathan in an endless barrage of fire. Alas, as soon as their psychic shells were launched, they were negated by the metallic sheen radiating from the Leviathan, failing to inflict even a scratch. With a resounding boom, the Leviathan's voice reverberated in their minds. Weak fleet, your command has now been usurped by the great Divine Emperor. Should you dare to defy the commands of the Divine Emperor, this shall be your fate. Upon hearing this, all hope of resistance was extinguished, not to mention the Divine Emperor's formidable power, which was well known. The sheer size of this creature, akin to a star, instilled immense dread. Even Huangfu Mingkong had no choice but to bide his time and submit to this overwhelming force. Huangfu Yun, let us hold our position for now and wait until those brutes advance. Chapter 87. The Eve of the Great War 3 on the Artificial Planet Eden 1. At the headquarters of the forward base, Huang Mao and his companions were deeply engrossed in contemplation as they observed the densely packed signals on the screen. They had truly unearthed every detail, with nearly 200,000 warships already assembled. Huang Mao sighed, then inquired, have we gathered any intelligence regarding that colossal beast? A young major briskly approached, presenting a thick dossier. Report, sir. Based on our deciphered signals and rumors, this should be a war beast cultivated by the Eastern Chait Empire. As he spoke, detailed parameters of the war beast were projected onto the main screen, immediately igniting fervent discussions among the onlookers. It was indeed a remarkable creation. The sheer size of this carbon-based organism was unprecedented. Indeed. What is even more astonishing is that such a gigantic creature is capable of transitioning through space, an occurrence that seems utterly impossible. According to our current understanding, the larger the mass of an object, the more challenging it becomes to navigate through subspace. An entity comparable to a planet entering subspace would be torn apart by tidal storms almost instantaneously. Clearly, these advanced civilizations possess technologies that remain beyond our grasp. If we could harness such technology, many previously shelved starship projects could be revived and set in motion. This assertion was met with unanimous agreement. Huang Mao nodded in affirmation. He was indeed correct. Humanity's current technological capabilities could already enable the transformation of an entire planet into a colossal starship. However, the reason the largest spacecraft, the motherships, do not exceed 120 kilometers in length and often require segmented structures is that the greater the mass of the creation, the more difficult it is to maintain stability within subspace corridors. With our existing computational technology and psychic advancements, achieving a transition for a mothership is already at the limit of our capabilities. In reality, the current motherships are increasingly inadequate for deep space interstellar warfare. For instance, in the context of interstellar operations far removed from the solar system, the supplies that a mothership can carry are quite limited. Without the losses of war, it might barely sustain itself for a millennium, but in the event of intense conflict, the consumption of resources would reach astronomical figures. A fleet could exhaust its entire supply within mere weeks. To sustain prolonged warfare, it is imperative to establish bases around habitable star systems. This necessitates the construction of numerous military ports and the establishment of stargates, relying on resource-rich star systems to conduct operations over limited distances. The vastness of space is so immense that even a fleet of motherships cannot entirely detach from logistical support. The consequence of this reality is that the battle lines of the fleet cannot be extended too far, preventing them from fully exploiting the mobility advantages of deep space fleets. A once agile field fleet inevitably degenerates into a defensive garrison. In truth, Professor Luo had foreseen such circumstances decades ago. However, the military exercises at that time primarily focused on the inner solar system, which did not reveal various underlying issues. It was only recently, during remote combat missions beyond the solar system, that the shortcomings in logistics became apparent. Yet, if humanity were to possess the technology for starship transitions, these problems would cease to exist. Within the Starship program, a vessel the size of the moon could entirely fulfill the needs of a billion-strong populace. Such a starship would be capable of carrying vast amounts of supplies and resources, allowing for autonomous survival and combat in the depths of space. Furthermore, mastery of the starship transition technology would grant humanity greater freedom to explore the cosmos and to expand into new galaxies and resources. This represents a monumental breakthrough and advancement for humankind. Huang Mao pondered that if the technology for starship transitions could be mastered, humanity's interstellar hegemony would become even more solidified. Not only could they protect their own territories and resources, but they could also intervene in and control other advanced civilizations. Moreover, The research and application of Starship transition technology would yield immense economic and technological growth. Huang Mao resolved to expedite the research and development of this crucial technology, striving to grasp it as swiftly as possible. Only then could humanity secure an invincible position in the universe and realize true interstellar dominance. Huang Mao refocused his attention on the screen, contemplating the next course of action. He understood that, in the face of such a vast enemy force, the safety of the Eden, one artificial planet, and the forward base would be under tremendous threat. These bases would be vital in the upcoming defense against the Zerg and must not encounter any issues. We must act swiftly to ensure the security of Eden. 1. Huang Mao commanded. Immediately activate all defense systems and weaponry to ensure our base remains unaffected by the battlefield. Chief, should we contact the solar system? There are 9 fleets on standby there, and securing their support and assistance would significantly enhance our chances of success, suggested a senior officer. After all, we are not isolated. Huang Mao shook his head, realizing this was not a viable strategy. No, as you all heard Professor Luo's words, the swarm is highly sensitive to high-energy units. If a large fleet from the solar system were to transition here now, it would inevitably be detected. If Earth were to be targeted as a star system by the Zerg, the consequences would be dire. A collective gasp echoed in the room, sending chills down their spines. The solar system was their shared homeland, home to their families and friends. The thought of the Zerg discovering it was unimaginable. Huang Mao's voice grew somber as he continued. In fact, we need to proactively sever all ties with the solar system, rendering Earth as silent as possible. Notify everyone to completely shut down the stargates and inform the solar system not to transition here any longer. A lieutenant colonel could not help but inquire. If that is the case, we shall truly become isolated, with no reinforcements. Relying solely on the afternoon horse fleet may prove insufficient to withstand the Zerg. Another staff officer, equally concerned, added, let alone the Zerg that have yet to emerge. The coalition fleet we currently face presents a significant dilemma. Although their standard fleet is not particularly formidable, the mere presence of that planetary-class war behemoth is already quite formidable. Not to mention, there are 3 quasi-immortal level combatants on the opposing side. While we have but Yifeng alone. Chapter 88. The eve of the Great War. For no worries. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we will dam it. Let us not forget that our advantages, whether in technology or cultivation, are of a crushing magnitude. Huang Mao gazed at the numerous warships floating outside. A renewed confidence gracing his countenance. Commence the deployment of our battle assignments. First, the Muma fleet shall ensure that each unit remains vigilant over their respective factory bases, safeguarding them against any incursions by the coalition's warships. Second, the Chang'e Ark and 6 Tianwen-class cruisers will form a line and proceed to the periphery of the star system to confront the enemy, with a primary objective of capturing that war behemoth. Third, Yifeng and I will lead the Longya squadron to intercept the celestial-level practitioners of the opposing forces. This operation is codenamed Thunderclap. Are there any questions regarding this plan? The officers in the command room nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding of the strategy. Report, sir. Suddenly, a young lieutenant rushed in, saluting Huang Mao as he reported, there is a matter requiring your directive. Speak, Huang Mao replied coolly. In this battle plan, there exists a special task, the lieutenant stated solemnly. I urge you to peruse this document personally. With that, he produced a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Huang Mao opened the document and scrutinized its contents. Moments later, astonishment flickered across his face, followed by a stern inquiry. Who authored this? The lieutenant promptly responded, Report, sir. This document was transmitted from General Zhang. Interesting. General Zhang actually requested to grant Yifeng full access to the Iron Floating Tower's mech. Full access? What does that mean? Yifeng interjected hastily, for he was no stranger to the Iron Floating Tower. During the annihilation of the Huangfu family's fleet, this formidable mech, with its formidable power and lethality, had left a profound impression on him. Huang Mao gestured for the others to vacate the room before lowering his voice. Speaking mysteriously to Yifeng, you must recall the remarkably gallant mech from our last test. Yifeng nodded. Indeed, he remembered, for it was leagues beyond the terracotta warrior mech he had piloted for the first time. Huang Mao produced a hard drive inscribed with the words top secret. After a series of operations, he connected it to the control panel. Soon, a one three-dimensional model of the Iron Floating Tower mech materialized in the center of the command room. The mech's cold, unyielding lines were exquisitely crafted, exuding an aura of intimidation that rekindled memories of its majestic presence in Yi Feng's mind. Even Huang Mao could not suppress his admiration, stating, "What you see before you represents the pinnacle of our human federation's technological prowess. The result of years of joint development by the military's premier equipment laboratories and several top universities. The cost of the iron floating tower mech is exorbitant, even for us. The research and development expenses alone would suffice to construct half of an Ephialtes-class Arkansas. Thus, the design purpose of the iron floating tower is far from conventional warfare. Its conception originated from Professor Luo's discovery that beyond the tribulation lies a realm of existence, leading to the development of a specialized mecha aimed at countering beings of celestial caliber. At the pinnacle of the tribulation, you should have sensed that the spiritual energy within you could not fully activate this mecha." Yi Feng reminisced about that moment, affirming Huang Mao's assertion at that time. He could only barely maneuver the mecha for rudimentary movements and basic tactical actions, with many functional modules remaining inaccessible to him. This implied that the true capabilities of the iron floating tower far exceeded his comprehension. Observing the astonishment in Yi Feng's eyes, Huang Mao continued to elucidate. When the mecha is fully operational, its inherent energy module is insufficient. The operator must infuse spiritual energy to unlock its full potential. In other words, within the human federation, you, having ascended to the celestial realm, are the most proficient pilot. Upon hearing Huang Mao's commendation, Yi Feng felt a surge of pride, but he quickly tempered his excitement. After all, this was not the time for bravado. He then inquired, "Huang Mao, what did you mean by permission being granted?" Huang Mao chuckled. "General Zhang has provided us with the documentation that authorizes the complete access to the iron floating tower's capabilities." Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing that operating a mecha required such intricate procedures. Huang Mao nonchalantly added, "You might not be aware of how invaluable this mecha is in General Zhang's eyes. Many of its materials are one-time use only. The last maintenance after testing consumed a considerable amount of resources. Should it operate at full power this time, it may require another major overhaul. Even though General Zhang has substantial means, he cannot afford such extravagance." Yi Feng nodded, having initially presumed that, given the current industrial capabilities of the human federation, mechas and warships were merely expendable commodities. He was astonished to learn of the mecha's true worth, indicating that its actual power was significantly greater than he had imagined. Leaning closer to Yi Feng, Huang Mao grinned and remarked, "This mecha was also designed by Professor Luo, who stated that it possesses numerous avant-garde features. Just how powerful it is remains difficult for even him to articulate. However, based on my understanding, this mecha is sufficient to elevate your strength to a new echelon." As he spoke, Huang Mao tapped on the mecha model, revealing more intricate functionalities. The radar on the head not only employed the latest gravitational wave detection technology, but also incorporated an advanced multi-beam radar system, boasting high-precision target detection and tracking capabilities, enabling swift identification and locking of targets in space. Additionally, it integrated quantum radar technology, allowing it to traverse subspace domains for the detection and tracking of concealed targets. As for the armor, beyond the familiar strong interaction intelligent nano self-healing robots that could adjust armor hardness and impact resistance in real time, it promised exceptionally high defensive capabilities. Additionally, an intelligent perception system has been installed, capable of automatically adjusting the distribution of armor in response to external threats, thereby providing optimal defensive efficacy. Simultaneously, the surface of the shell is equipped with energy shields akin to those found on aerospace carriers, effectively resisting attacks from high-energy weaponry. However, this enhancement incurs substantial energy costs, imposing significant demands on the user's spiritual prowess. In terms of communication, beyond traditional soul signal transmissions, quantum communication technology has been integrated, enabling the real-time and stable transmission of vast amounts of data, thus facilitating rapid and secure communications. Furthermore, a multi-band communication system has been incorporated to adapt to varying environmental communication requirements, ensuring a stable connection with the ground command center. With the support of this technology, the intelligent system of the iron floating tower mech can engage in real-time communication with the supercomputer array aboard the aerospace carrier, incorporating various artificial intelligence auxiliary systems, including Eden, to analyze battlefield intelligence and provide intelligent operational decision-making support. What were previously regarded by Yi Feng as 6 wings for spatial oscillation are, in fact, the mech's power system, featuring cutting-edge high-power ion thrusters and psychokinetic jump engines. These systems can even achieve mid-range subspace traversal capabilities within the gravitational fields of large celestial bodies, allowing for swift maneuvering to target areas. Of paramount importance are the numerous advanced weapon systems, including high-energy laser cannons, plasma beam cannons, and missile launchers, capable of delivering precise strikes against enemy targets. In addition to these conventional armaments, the military has even equipped a miniaturized annihilation cannon, which, given sufficient provided spiritual energy, can utterly obliterate targets the size of the moon. However, such a plethora of equipment implies a considerable burden on the user. An average tribulation stage cultivator may find themselves overwhelmed after only a few steps. Throughout the entirety of the Federation, only Yi Feng possesses the capability to shoulder this immense responsibility. Chapter 89. The final battle. Let us proceed. The stage is set, awaiting our performance. Yi Feng nodded and followed Huang Mao into the mech hangar. The expansive warehouse was eerily empty, save for a solitary iron floating tower mech stationed within. This mech stood approximately 8 meters tall, cloaked in a dark hue, resembling a small mountain, exuding an air of formidable weight. 6 wings, each extending 3 meters, unfolded from its sides, rendering the demonic mech strikingly majestic and angelic. Surrounding its body was a dense array of weaponry, including missile silos, electromagnetic guns, ship-slicing blades, high-energy weaponry, and laser cannons, a veritable cornucopia of armaments that dazzled the eye. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, gently pressing his fingers to his forehead as he connected to the spiritual system and boarded the mech through the hatch. This time, the sensation of piloting the iron floating tower was entirely different. If previously he had merely operated a high-powered combat mech, now the iron floating tower felt like a fierce specter, a force that he could not fully master without sufficient strength. At that moment, Huang Mao's voice echoed in his ear. I forgot to mention something. I stumbled upon this information earlier. It seems the combat central system of the iron floating tower has awakened a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence. However, this has never been verified, so do be cautious. Artificial intelligence? Yi Feng instinctively swallowed hard. He understood that the artificial intelligence Huang Mao spoke of was not a mere mechanical simulation, but a genuine self-aware entity. Yet, with humanity's current computing technology, the emergence of true artificial intelligence was inconceivable. Yi Feng chuckled, dismissing it as a jest, not letting it trouble his mind. As the spiritual recognition completed, the iron floating tower mech commenced its system activation. The spiritual communication link protocol has been established. Energy-saving mode has been disengaged. Performance mode is initiating. The microcurvature jump module has been activated. The close-range multi-directional positioning radar module has been activated. With each functional module springing to life, Yi Feng felt an immense gravitational pull beginning to siphon the spiritual energy from within him. He could sense that this mech was akin to a bottomless pit, perpetually demanding spiritual energy. Yi Feng then began to circulate the massive star within his dantian, generating a continuous stream of spiritual energy that the mech absorbed and stored. He even experienced the illusion that this seemingly diminutive mech required a total amount of spiritual energy comparable to that of a colossal aerospace carrier. After a considerable duration, the iron floating tower mech finally completed its activation. The entire mech came alive, exuding an overwhelming aura that was almost suffocating. At this moment, Yi Feng felt as if he had melded with the mech, as though the iron floating tower were an extension of his own body. This extraordinary sensation was something he had not encountered even in virtual gaming just days prior. Brother Feng, are you ready? We are about to set off. At this moment, the blonde-haired figure stood behind him and gently inquired. Yi Feng nodded solemnly, his countenance grave. Let us proceed. With a faint rumble, Yi Feng maneuvered the iron floating machine to ascend into the air, vanishing instantaneously from sight. Meanwhile, in the distance, countless fleets of the Allied forces were advancing towards the Kyushu star system, trailing behind the Leviathan. In the next instant, a colossal warship materialized from the void before them. It was none other than the flagship of the Noon Horse fleet, the Chang'e, a celestial mothership. Behind it, 6 Tianwen-class cruisers unfurled in succession, aligning themselves in a straight formation. After a brief silence, a wave of laughter erupted from the Allied fleet. Ha ha ha, 7 warships have arrived. Is this all they have? The Human Federation is sending beggars to face us, while we boast a formidable armada of 200,000 ships. Another chimed in. Indeed, let alone the Leviathan. A super warbeast, their vessels are not even comparable in size. Even if their ships are manned by experts at the transformation stage, they stand no chance against us. In that moment, the Allied fleet was filled with voices of skepticism, mockery, and jubilation. Only a select few, who had once witnessed the true might of the human federation, bore expressions devoid of mirth. However, such individuals were scarce. The overwhelming majority of fleets that had engaged with the human federation had been utterly annihilated, and the few who had managed to escape were either left with shattered resolve, retreating from the fray, or had been executed in secret as deserters. Thus, a jubilant atmosphere permeated both within and outside the Allied fleet. Only the Divine Emperor and a few true quasi-immortal experts, such as Huang Fu Mingkong, could perceive the intense fluctuations emanating from the few warships, realizing that the fleet before them was far more formidable than it appeared. Most strikingly, the Leviathan, as a war instrument, possessed an acute sensitivity to the aura of the strong, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Upon detecting the presence of over 1,000 peak tribulation auras on the battlefield, it instinctively sensed that something was amiss. This was soon followed by the emergence of tens of thousands of Mahayana auras as the warships continued to materialize. Had it not been for the presence of the Divine Emperor and other immortals nearby, it would have already sought to flee. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Despite its size advantage, even the Leviathan could not withstand the relentless assault of so many ants. Especially when these ants were high-ranking cultivators of the Mahayana and tribulation stages, they were not mere insects, but rather a swarm of man-eating ants. The appearance of the celestial mothership intensified the Leviathan's unease, as the short antenna at the front of the ship instilled within it a profound sense of lethal threat. In the extensive annals of the Leviathan's memory, there seemed to be nothing capable of utterly annihilating it as a super creature. Yet this warship evoked recollections of its own childhood, a time of vulnerability and helplessness. If it had legs, it would likely have crumbled in fear by now. The Divine Emperor noticed the tremors of Leviathan and softly reassured, "Little fish, do not be afraid. That colossal spacecraft will be dealt with by the celestial beings of the Cloud Immortal Empire. You need only focus on neutralizing the remaining warships." In response, Huang Fu Mingkong let out a cold laugh, saying, "Your Excellency, the Divine Emperor, has quite the plan, remaining passive while we are sent forth as fodder. Although we are currently allies, such an alliance is hardly just." The Divine Emperor shook his head and gestured towards a certain direction in the cosmos, stating, "You are mistaken. My true adversary lies yonder. If you're interested, we may consider a change." Chapter 90, The Final Battle 2. Gazing in the direction indicated by the Divine Emperor, Yi Feng, concealed within the subspace, felt a tremor in his heart. He had not anticipated that this Divine Emperor could detect his presence. It seemed he truly possessed considerable skill. After all, he was situated within the interstices of subspace, having cloaked all his aura. His initial intention had been to approach stealthily and launch a sudden assault, only to have his plans effortlessly unraveled. Recognizing the futility of his disguise, Yi Feng chose to reveal himself directly from the subspace. As his formidable celestial aura emerged, the entire stellar region fell into an immediate silence. At that moment, Yi Feng resembled a blazing sun in the darkness, illuminating the starry sky. The dazzling radiance emanating from his celestial essence was blinding. Even to the most rudimentary practitioners in the chi refinement stage, who could feel their inner energy boiling with intensity. Is this the aura of a celestial being? It is overwhelmingly powerful. The Divine Emperor stared in astonishment at Yi Feng's imposing mech, his perceptive abilities confirming that the earlier aura indeed emanated from him. No wonder Yi Feng dared to attend the rendezvous alone. He possessed the strength of a celestial being. Truly, he was the formidable individual capable of defeating our royal lineage. Driving the Huangfu family to the brink of despair, Huang Fu Mingkong murmured, his heart filled with trepidation. Despite his noble status as a member of the divine lineage, he could only temporarily elevate himself to the pseudo-celestial realm through nefarious means. The power displayed by Yi Feng evidently surpassed him by a significant margin, far exceeding even that of his grandfather, Yi Fan. A sense of foreboding arose within the Divine Emperor, yet he maintained his composure. Speaking coolly, "I presume you are the newly ascended celestial of the Human Federation." Yi Feng responded not with words, but with a calm gaze fixed upon him. The Divine Emperor frowned slightly, taken aback by the audacity of someone who dared to belittle him. Throughout his millennia of existence, no one had approached him without trembling in fear. Even with his typically placid temperament, a flicker of anger ignited within him. "Very well. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us dispense with the pleasantries." As he spoke, the Divine Emperor's aura surged dramatically. The previously refined demeanor transformed into that of an enraged lion. A terrifying aura of slaughter engulfed the entire space as his celestial-level oppressive force radiated outward, sweeping across the heavens. This suffocating pressure sent the observing coalition soldiers into a state of panic. In their minds, the Divine Emperor was indeed invincible. Yet they had not fathomed he could possess such overwhelming might. And this was merely the fluctuation of his aura, if the Divine Emperor were to engage personally. What unimaginable power would he unleash? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of several restless ancestors within the coalition, as they realized that a celestial-level powerhouse could not be measured by ordinary standards. Yi Feng regarded his opponent with an air of indifference, acutely aware of the formidable pressure emanating from the Divine Emperor. Such intensity of force bore little impact on him personally. However, it instilled profound trepidation among the ordinary soldiers of the coalition, rendering the majority unable to stand, let alone engage in combat. Only those of a fusion stage or higher could barely maintain their composure under such duress. Yi Feng felt a modicum of admiration for the judgment of the golden-haired leader, who had refrained from bringing excessive manpower to the front lines. Otherwise, amidst this chaos, it would have been exceedingly challenging to oversee every aspect of the battlefield. From the Divine Emperor's aura, it was evident that this sovereign's Danteon universe had already taken shape, yet the internal stars remained unkind-led, existing instead in an extraordinarily peculiar solid form. This minuscule stellar core was nearly imperceptible without meticulous scrutiny. Nonetheless, the aura it radiated was undeniably of celestial caliber, far surpassing the counterfeit prowess of someone like Huangfu Mingkong. Judging purely by the fluctuations of their energies, Yi Feng surmised that he held a slight advantage over his opponent. Separated by several hundred kilometers, they locked eyes, neither willing to yield, plunging the surrounding space into a suffocating silence. Suddenly, the Divine Emperor's arm swung with ferocity, conjuring a silver spear that materialized in midair and hurtled toward Yi Feng. The spear sliced through the air with an awe-inspiring force, causing violent ripples in the surrounding void, even creating fine cracks in the fabric of reality. Yi Feng snorted coldly, raising his right hand as a massive shield appeared before him. This was the absolute defense forged from strong interaction force nanorobots. With a resounding crash, the two weapons collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Yi Feng felt a sharp pain as his palm, gripping the enormous shield, burst at the seams, his wrist going numb, and astonishingly, both the shield and spear detonated simultaneously. The interception was successful, yet the external armor nanorobots sustained an 8 damage. How could this be possible? Yi Feng's gaze fixated intensely on the Divine Emperor, his heart racing with shock. This was strong interaction material. The repulsive forces between the atoms had been neutralized by spiritual energy, binding them tightly together. Such a material possessed a density far surpassing any natural creation. Even the most advanced alloys would appear as thin as a vacuum in comparison. It was inconceivable that any creation of the Chart Empire could leave a mark on the shield, yet at this moment, the armor composed of strong interaction material bore signs of damage. This could only indicate that the spear was composed of the same substance. Yet, Yi Feng could not fathom that the Chart Empire had developed strong interaction materials. This was the pinnacle of human materials science. To think they had such a trump card. With this realization, Yi Feng adopted a serious demeanor, his muscles taut and ready to counterattack. As the residual waves from the clash of their colossal weapons began to dissipate, Yi Feng observed the somber expression on his opponent's face, feeling a twinge of curiosity within. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's emotions were far more astonished than those of Yi Feng. The spearhead, known as Gungnir, was crafted from materials collected over tens of thousands of years from the explosive eruptions of the Holy Star System, combined with his formidable powers. The weight of this weapon was exceedingly heavy. The spearhead alone weighed several billion tons. It required his utmost strength merely to wield it. This spear was indomitable. He had once tested its might and found that, when thrown with all his might, it could effortlessly pierce a planet. No known object could withstand its force, which led him to bestow upon it a mythological name, Gungnir. In ancient mythology, this name signified an assured penetration of its target upon being cast. He had previously wielded this spear to effortlessly slay several peak tribulation experts. Yet now, the myth lay shattered, for at the moment Gungnir struck the shield, it astonishingly failed to penetrate and instead disintegrated into countless fragments. Chapter 91. The Great Battle. The God Emperor's eyelids twitched, revealing a profound sense of trepidation within his gaze. Moments ago, when Gungnir clashed with the shield, he distinctly heard the metallic friction emanating from the shield, a jarring sound that compelled him to cover his ears. What manner of steel is this, that it can withstand the full force of Gungnir's strike. Even more alarming was the fact that after the shield shattered, it swiftly healed as if it had never been attacked. Could this be the pinnacle of human technological advancement? A deep sense of peril surged within the God Emperor's heart. Yet he did not relent. His path of cultivation was one of defiance against destiny itself. No matter how formidable the adversary, he must eradicate them. Divine punishment, he muttered under his breath, his hands swiftly weaving an infinite tempest of lightning. A symbol composed of electricity rapidly materialized, followed by a colossal sphere of lightning that gradually formed in his grasp. The surface of this orb was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a destructive aura. Crack! As the lightning sphere took shape in his hands, a thick purple lightning bolt shot forth instantaneously towards Yifeng. Faced with this terrifying assault, Yifeng found no avenue for evasion. He propelled himself forcefully against the void, transforming his arms once more into a shield, positioned defensively before him. In his understanding, the spiritual energy attacks of cultivators were the least concerning, as their low energy conversion efficiency meant that long-range assaults would scarcely affect the armor's integrity. His shield was enveloped in spiraling blue arcs of electricity, meeting the lightning column with fierce determination. Boom! As the two forces collided, a thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying gale that swept across the entire star domain. Both the Coalition's fleets and Leviathan were instantly engulfed by the massive shockwave. Many cultivators of lesser prowess suffered grievous injuries, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yifeng let out a muffled groan, his body trembling slightly. Although he had activated his energy shield in time to mitigate the impact, he was still staggered back several paces, his complexion paling. Even more alarming was the fact that, amidst the shockwave, the majority of the electronic devices in the iron floating pagoda mech malfunctioned, severing all communication with the aerial mothership in that fleeting moment. What a formidable adversary this ancient being is. Though he cursed under his breath, Yifeng's mind began to race. The force that struck him was not merely a conventional lightning strike, but rather an extraordinarily potent stream of radiation, accelerated to near light speed. Such a terrifying radiation, upon contacting highly interactive materials, traversed the gaps between atomic nuclei in an instant, ruthlessly dismantling all electronic devices within the mech. This electronic radiation, exponentially more powerful than a solar storm, obliterated all signals in the surrounding star domain, rendering communication with the mothership utterly impossible for the foreseeable future. With this realization, Yifeng manually initiated the biological computer and neural link. Within the cockpit of the mech, several damp tendrils extended forth, precisely resting upon Yifeng's brain. Subsequently, the suckers on the appendages firmly adhered to his scalp, establishing a connection with his mind. The biological system had been activated, accompanied by a cold message resonating in his consciousness. Warning, performance capabilities in this mode have significantly decreased. Auxiliary functions have been disabled. Please manually operate the mech. Yifeng comprehended that the biological computer remained operational, indicating that the mech was not gravely damaged. Infuriatingly, he had withstood a direct assault without sustaining any injury. The expression of the Divine Emperor was grave. He was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of his own power. This particular attack was so formidable that it posed a threat even to superlative beings on the cusp of divinity. Yet, Yifeng had withstood his full-force strike unscathed, which was nothing short of astonishing. The Divine Emperor's divine punishment was a lethal technique against any creature, should one be struck by it. Not even a single mouse would survive on a habitable planet. The more he observed, the heavier his heart felt. Yifeng was an entity that could not be permitted to remain. Otherwise, it would spell great calamity for him. Yifeng's brow was equally furrowed, for this Divine Emperor had presented him with an array of unexpected revelations. First, he discovered the concealed subspace version of himself, then the spear capable of shattering materials with strong interactions, and now the electronic beam radiation attack, coupled with the rapidly spinning stellar core within the Divine Emperor. Yifeng was nearly certain that within this Emperor's dantian, a star had formed. However, it was not an ordinary star, but a long-lost one, a pulsar. Just as he had been immersed in the holy star system for millennia, failing to grasp the genesis of stars, it became evident that the Divine Emperor had also absorbed excessive spiritual energy, resulting in a frenzy compression that propelled the stellar core to the pulsar phase. Thus, his celestial realm, much like Yifeng's, remained incomplete, devoid of any planets. If the entity within his dantian was indeed a pulsar, then many of the Divine Emperor's abilities began to make sense. The high-density pulsar possessed immense gravitational force, constantly distorting the surrounding space. Consequently, he was acutely sensitive to fluctuations in the mass of the nearby space, akin to a gravitational wave radar. It was hardly surprising that he could detect Yifeng's presence in subspace. His Gungnir spear must have been composed of neutron star material, explaining why even materials with strong interactions disintegrated under such an assault. As for the electronic radiation stream, it was likely the unique electronic pulses of the pulsar, a form of high-energy radiation capable of annihilating all carbon-based life forms. Had it not been for Yifeng's spiritual energy mitigating the majority of the radiation, he would have suffered considerable harm. Through these encounters, Yifeng had garnered a fundamental understanding of this divine emperor. Truly, he was deserving of being the sovereign of the two great empires of the East and West. Should the Human Federation unexpectedly cross paths with him, they might suffer a significant setback. Moreover, it appeared that the divine emperor possessed an acute awareness of the characteristics of the pulsar within him, leading to the formulation of a martial art uniquely suited to his capabilities. It appears that the battle of today is unavoidable, Yifeng murmured. In the next moment, the celestial emperor's form vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yifeng. Young one, you are quite impressive. You deserve my direct intervention to guide you on your journey. His visage twisted in a grotesque manner, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling malevolence. With a flick of his wrist, a dark crimson energy sphere hurtled toward Yifeng's chest. Reacting swiftly, Yifeng retaliated with a punch. The collision of their strikes resonated through the starry sea with a thunderous explosion as the tremendous energies clashed, sending shockwaves that toppled a fleet of warships. Yifeng's fingers curled slightly, the mechanical suit creaking ominously. The sheer magnitude of the force compelled him to stagger back a few paces, his expression growing increasingly grave. This adversary is indeed formidable, Yifeng marveled inwardly. This old man, known as the Celestial Emperor, possessed such terrifying power. Yifeng surmised that the Celestial Emperor had likely resided in this realm for a considerable time. The energy he sensed within the Celestial Emperor earlier must have been the transformed celestial essence. Though limited in quantity, it was remarkably dense. Simultaneously, the surface of the Celestial Emperor's skin appeared to have been tempered by neutron star materials, endowing him with unparalleled physical defenses. Each of his moves carried immense kinetic energy, rendering Yifeng's ironclad armor inadequate to withstand his blows. Chapter 92. The battle in subspace. Yifeng resolved not to hold back any longer. In the presence of such a formidable adversary, restraint equated to certain death. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, unleashing a dual assault with his fists from both sides. The Divine Emperor, undeterred, raised his arms to meet the onslaught head-on. The clash echoed with resounding thuds as both combatants became entangled in a fierce struggle, each employing their techniques with great intensity. In terms of strength, reflexes, and speed, the Divine Emperor held a distinct advantage. After all, he was a being who had honed his prowess for many years in the realm of immortals, while Yifeng had only just crossed the threshold into this realm. The tide of battle quickly began to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of the Divine Emperor. Yifeng felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Each strike he attempted imposed an immense burden on his armor and bones. Having only recently entered the realm of immortals, his physical fortitude was insufficient to withstand such ferocious techniques, and with his mecha's combat assistance system temporarily incapacitated, he could only retreat while fighting. What was he to do? As he evaded the relentless attacks, Yifeng's mind raced with thoughts. Unlike other cultivators, he lacked a unique cultivation manual or divine abilities. Apart from his formidable reservoir of spiritual energy, he had no understanding of martial techniques. Furthermore, lacking a military background, he had never trained in any hand-to-hand combat manuals. Regardless, he had to triumph in this battle. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng summoned the colossal stellar energy within him, unleashing a torrent of boundless spiritual power. In the next moment, a searing flame sword aura erupted from his arm, cleaving through the void and striking the Divine Emperor. With a sizzling sound, the fiery blade tore through the Divine Emperor's skin, leaving behind a deep gash that nearly severed him in two. However, the Divine Emperor retaliated with a sudden kick. The impact was tremendous, propelling Yifeng's mecha 100 meters away. Gasping for breath, Yifeng felt a wave of agony in his chest. The Divine Emperor's strength was indeed terrifying. His previous attack, the nuclear explosion sword aura, had reached temperatures nearing 10 million degrees Celsius, yet it had merely grazed the surface. Yifeng dared not underestimate his opponent. Once more, he gathered an even greater reservoir of spiritual energy into his palm, and then a cataclysmic force erupted. Fusing flames technique, he bellowed, as a blazing fireball blossomed in his palm. Almost immediately, he struck with his other hand. The fireballs surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to comets colliding with the moon, crashing violently into the Divine Emperor's face. Boom! The fireball erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outward, raising clouds of dust. The Divine Emperor's hair, beard, and even his armor ignited in fierce flames, while amidst the swirling debris, Yi Feng's steel form remained unmoved. Let this be the end. Yi Feng let out a light snort. This fusion incineration technique had consumed the entirety of his spiritual energy for an entire cycle, displaying an unfathomable might. Even a peak tribulation cultivator would surely perish if struck by it. How audacious of this fellow to attempt to withstand it. It was a grave underestimation of his capabilities. The Divine Emperor was indeed grievously wounded. A charred mark upon his chest was a sight to behold, and his pupils contracted, filled with trepidation as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng. What manner of energy resides within you? How could you wield such an enigmatic and formidable technique? Yi Feng replied with a cold chuckle. You need not concern yourself with that. In the next instant, he commanded his mech to charge forth. Waves of searing sword light engulfed the air, descending upon the Divine Emperor, forcing him to barely defend himself, too fearful to confront the onslaught head-on. Yet, Yi Feng's assault grew ever more ferocious. The earth trembled and skies roared as he relentlessly suppressed his opponent, leveraging his unmatched reservoir of spiritual energy. At long last, under the sheer weight of his offensive, deep gashes marred the Divine Emperor's armor. However, a significant breach also appeared on his mechanical arm amidst the fray. Die. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and once more condensed a fusion nuke, hurling it towards the Divine Emperor. A piercing scream erupted, and after a moment of distortion, the Divine Emperor's form vanished from sight. Nevertheless, Yi Feng did not let down his guard. He was acutely aware that the Divine Emperor could not possibly perish so easily. He must have concealed himself. With a thought, he activated the 6 wings on his mech, which buzzed to life. He had surmised that the Divine Emperor had retreated into subspace. Indeed, just as Yi Feng entered the subspace, he suddenly sensed a lethal danger approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly maneuvered his mech to evade. Whoosh! A jet-black dagger zipped past his body, carving a ghastly gash across his chest. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Had he been a fraction slower, his neck would have been severed. At that moment, the Divine Emperor's chilling laughter reverberated through the air. Ha! I did not anticipate you would walk into my trap. Subspace is my domain. As he spoke, the Divine Emperor's figure gradually materialized, his expression brimming with arrogance as he regarded Yi Feng, as if victory were already assured. Though my celestial realm is not flawless, it possesses distinct characteristics. It is compact and dense, allowing me to perceive gravitational fluctuations with far greater acuity than you. This implies that in the chaotic gravitational currents of subspace, I can skillfully control my body, while you, I suspect, will struggle merely to maintain your footing. Yi Feng smiled faintly. The Divine Emperor's assertions were indeed well-founded. The most significant distinction between subspace and normal space lies in the inherent instability of subspace. It is a unique conduit formed by the gravitational mappings of celestial bodies. Within this realm, one can easily lose both sense of direction and perception of time. For an ordinary cultivator, it is indeed challenging to unleash their full potential here. However, what the Divine Emperor did not anticipate was the extent of the understanding possessed by the individual before him regarding subspace, which far exceeded his expectations. Ah, Divine Emperor, you may have forgotten that you stand alone, while behind me lies an entire civilization. Chapter 93. The fisherman gains. Yi Feng smiled lightly, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy emanated from the wings of the mech behind him. In that moment, the entire subspace surrounding Yi Feng roiled as if it were boiling water, with streams of gravitational currents abruptly materializing in midair. These gravitational flows intertwined and fused, gradually forming an impenetrable web of gravitational force. This was the true lethal technique of the iron floating pagoda mech, the celestial binding rope. By manipulating the vibration frequency of the wings, Yi Feng guided the gravitational reflections of the subspace to create an unyielding barrier. This technique, learned from the Cloud Immortal Fleet, utilized the simplest and most primitive subspace oscillations to control detection satellites made from materials with strong interactions. Thus, under the precise control of the Divine Soul Computer, The subspace gravitational field could easily suppress celestial-level cultivators. Humanity's understanding of subspace remains limited. However, within the framework of existing theoretical physics, manipulating gravitational fields is still feasible. At this moment, Yifeng activated the gravitational manipulation module, and a dazzling golden beam erupted forth, radiating in all directions. Boom! This golden beam collided with the area where the Divine Emperor resided. In the next instant, the entire subspace seemed to halt, plunging into a profound silence. Crack! Crack! A sound akin to fragile glass shattering echoed from that silent expanse, followed by a thunderous explosion as the hidden space of the Divine Emperor was obliterated. Subsequently, a bloodied figure tumbled from the shattered subspace, crashing heavily before Yifeng. The Divine Emperor's body was ravaged, covered in various fissures, clearly indicating the severe injuries he sustained from encountering the gravitational field of the subspace. Even though his skin neared the material of neutron stars, he could not escape the grasp of celestial gravitational forces. Cough! The Divine Emperor coughed violently, laboriously lifting his head to glare at Yifeng with a gaze filled with malice. I never expected you to master the laws of gravity. Cough, cough. I must admit, I am defeated. He forced a bitter smile. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. I should have realized. You humans, with such advanced technology, must possess many strange abilities. Cough. He gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he had reached the brink of life, with only a final breath remaining. The turbulence of the gravitational force not only mangled his body, but also shattered his divine soul into disarray. I have lost, the Divine Emperor murmured, bowing his head. But not to you, rather, to your civilization. Yifeng took a deep breath. He remained silent, walking forward to place his hand gently on the Divine Emperor's shoulder. He wished to aid him. As the shared deity of the Char and Tuan nations, the value of the Divine Emperor's life far exceeded that of a mere corpse. Moreover, his celestial power possesses an extraordinary uniqueness and immense research value, which must not be squandered. However, Yifeng soon realized that upon making contact with the entity, he was abruptly obstructed by a mysterious force. Following this, the body of the Divine Emperor began to decay rapidly, shriveling and withering away until it vanished entirely. Yifeng furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. Even if the Divine Emperor had suffered grievous injuries, his corpse could not possibly dissipate so swiftly. At that moment, he suddenly heard a hoarse and maniacal laugh emanating from behind him. Ha ha ha. The so-called struggle between the fish and the clam only benefits the fisherman. This is precisely its meaning. The speaker was none other than the venerable Yun Xian, Huangfu Mingkong. In his hand, a frenzied swirl of energy coiled around a remnant soul of the Divine Emperor, which was being voraciously devoured by Huangfu Mingkong, leaving only a hazy wisp of ethereal mist. This scoundrel! A surge of fury welled up within Yifeng. The other party was evidently seizing the opportunity presented by his battle with the Divine Emperor to refine the remnants of the Divine Soul. While Yifeng engaged in fierce combat, Huangfu Mingkong had lurked in the shadows, ultimately benefiting from the confrontation. What enraged him further was the fact that during the final moments of his clash with the Divine Emperor, this old rogue audaciously launched a sneak attack. Such treachery was utterly despicable. To make matters worse, Huangfu Mingkong had also employed his demonic scriptures to seize and refine the Divine Emperor's soul. Ah, you are doomed this time, Yifeng. The essence of a celestial soul is indeed delectable. Even a mere fragment surpasses the worth of countless ants. So, this is the nature of celestial power. I am now most curious to taste your soul. Amidst the remnants of the Divine Emperor's mist, Huangfu Mingkong suddenly displayed a mocking grin, followed by a piercing shriek that erupted abruptly. Whoosh! A silver-white energy orb hurtled towards Yifeng with alarming speed. Humph! Such trifling skills, daring to flaunt them before me? Yifeng's expression turned icy as he brandished his spear, unleashing a sweeping strike that roared forth. Clang! With a crisp sound, the silver-white orb was instantly obliterated. Yet, the spear conjured by the nanobots twisted and deformed in the process. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Yifeng's expression grew grave. It possessed characteristics akin to neutron star material. Huangfu Mingkong's techniques were indeed formidable. After absorbing the Divine Emperor's soul, he had swiftly grasped a portion of the laws governing neutron stars. Truly, such an ancient being cannot be perceived through ordinary lenses. The next moment, a blinding red light erupted beside him. Crimson chains shot forth, accompanied by a fierce whistling wind, descending upon Yifeng like a torrential downpour. Yifeng reacted with remarkable swiftness, his foot striking the ground as he vanished from his position, reappearing in an instant on the opposite side, evading several of the crimson chains. However, the sheer number of chains was overwhelming. As he dodged, he could not completely avoid being grazed. In an instant, sparks erupted from the armor of his mechanized suit, with some areas already showing signs of damage. Huang Fu Mingkong's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. He. Truly. The laws of the Divine Emperor are remarkable. Even such a formidable artifact can be wielded with ease. It is only now that I realize. The realm of immortals is where true power resides. His voice dripped with mockery and scorn. You, with your baby teeth yet to grow in, genuinely believe you can triumph? You are gravely mistaken. Huang Fu Mingkong ominously continued. As long as I do not enter the subspace, your lethal strike will be rendered ineffective against me. And as long as I can hold you off, once the coalition has depleted your fleet, they will converge upon you. And at that moment, escape will be utterly impossible. Chapter 94. Engaging the enemy. At a distance of several dozen astronomical units, the coalition fleet faced off against the Human Federation's mothership. Following the successive losses of the Divine Emperor and Huang Fu Mingkong, the fleets of the three great empires began to show signs of discord. Not long ago, they had been irreconcilable foes, yet now, under the leadership of their highest commanders, they were reluctantly united on the same battlefield, each harboring ulterior motives and hidden malice. The annihilation of the Human Federation's fleet had become an imperative, but the critical question remained: how would the coalition coexist after this battle? Many fleet commanders tacitly believed that an impending civil war was unavoidable. Within the Yunstin Empire's fleet, Huang Fu Yun let out a sigh of relief. The emergence of Huang Fu Mingkong had undoubtedly overshadowed him, the reigning emperor, as this transcendent being rendered him powerless to resist. Fortunately, the superhuman from the Human Federation had diverted Huang Fu Mingkong's attention, allowing Huang Fu Yun to regain a semblance of imperial dignity. Convey my holy decree. The sixth row of destroyers is to move 50 meters to the right. The situation in the Charter Empire was somewhat more favorable. As a half-step transcendent, Charter II maintained command within the fleet, the terrifying pressure of Leviathan still looming over the battlefield. At this moment, they were unaware of the Divine Emperor's demise. Should such news emerge, the entire Charter fleet would likely disintegrate. Charter II glanced at his pocket watch, his expression grave as he surveyed the distance. It had been over an hour since he received any word from the Divine Emperor. To his astonishment, the Human Federation's transcendent possessed such strength that he could hold the Divine Emperor at bay for so long. It was worth noting that even he could not have endured more than 20 minutes in the presence of the Divine Emperor, let alone when the Emperor wielded the legendary immortal spear, Gungnir, a weapon capable of obliterating stars. Charter II checked the time once more, shaking his head with a sigh. It seemed they could wait no longer. They were already half an hour past the agreed time for the general offensive. If they continued to delay, the fleets of the three empires might descend into infighting before they even engaged the enemy. After all, their blood feuds ran deeper than any enmity with the Human Federation. Send the order for a full-scale assault. Leviathan shall follow my lead from the rear. Show no mercy to those who falter. The somber sound of the charge horn resonated from every battleship, an aura of lethal intent emanating from the armada. Obey my command. Capture the flagship of the Human Federation, and the first to breach their defenses shall be rewarded with untold riches and titles. Huang Fu Yun proclaimed, his voice echoing across the cosmos. In an instant, the three fleets pivoted their cannons, targeting the battlefield ahead, a prelude to their assault. Then, amidst the thunderous roar, dense beams of energy pierced the darkness, tearing through the void as they surged toward the Human Federation's warships. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal waves of spiritual energy reverberated throughout the universe, violently overturning countless meteors and scattering the surrounding star dust, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Ha ha ha. The Human Federation is doomed this time. This is the synchronized barrage of our elite fleet. They will undoubtedly be utterly obliterated under such a terrifying onslaught. Ha ha ha. The soldiers of the three great empires cheered exuberantly, their excitement palpable, as if victory was already within their grasp. However, their jubilant cries abruptly ceased, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld the scene before them, terror gripping their hearts. Before them, in the void, the human fleet, though subjected to a relentless hail of fire, did not succumb to annihilation as they had anticipated. Those warships, radiating a silvery luminescence, were bathed in a searing golden glow, resembling celestial beings. The lethal energy projectiles, upon striking their hulls, were repelled with ease, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, thwarted entirely. How could this be? The expression on Chart 2's face was one of disbelief. He had never imagined a fleet capable of withstanding his assault, even a supreme being like the Divine Emperor. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, could only retreat momentarily, without any doubt of his fate. Yet, how could the Human Federation emerge unscathed? Suddenly, he realized that perhaps the previous rumors regarding the Human Federation fleet were indeed true. The tales of this infernal fleet's invincibility, of their indomitable ships, and their firepower capable of shattering stars. A frenzied flame flickered in Chart 2's eyes, accompanied by a chilling sneer. Regardless, there was no turning back now. It no longer mattered whether the enemy ahead were angels or demons. His choice was singular. All fleets, attack immediately, charge forth. Even if our enemy's fleet is superior, their numbers are far fewer than ours, thus we still hold the advantage. The coalition fleet did not hesitate, accelerating with all their might, surging towards the Human Federation's warships like a tidal wave. Indeed, even if the Human Federation's vessels possessed peculiarities, their practitioners were still flesh and blood, with blades drawn. There must be a chance of victory. The blonde-haired commander coldly regarded the surging fleet, uttering not a word, merely shaking his head slightly. A frigid voice emanated from the command room, laced with indifference and cruelty. Deploy the Shinbird drones. Commence automatic reconnaissance. As his command rang out, countless blue-violet beams ascended from the mothership. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of numerous launches echoed throughout the mothership's hangar, as sleek, ebony drones resembling falcons streamed forth in orderly fashion. These drones, while not particularly large, with wings spanning around 20 meters and weighing merely a few tons each, were formidable in their sheer numbers, quickly enveloping the mothership like dark clouds. Within each Shinbird drone, 2 teams of 50 auxiliary combat units, equivalent to the strength of advanced practitioners, were poised for action. These units, based on cutting-edge mass-produced mechas, had dispensed with physical cockpits in favor of an artificial intelligence system. Moreover, the drones are equipped with formidable energy cannons, each discharge equivalent to the full-force strike of a mid-level practitioner. At this moment, as these peculiar drones dance and spiral through the air, countless blue-violet rays emanate from their bodies, shooting forth like razor-sharp blades towards the front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by this sound, innumerable streaks of light traverse the sky, akin to falling stars crashing down upon the fleet below, leaving behind dazzling and resplendent trails, reminiscent of fireworks in their brilliance. Yet, these are imbued with the terrifying energy capable of annihilating planets and obliterating fleets. Any unfortunate soul who comes into contact with even a mere wisp of it would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. The hearts of the coalition fleet's practitioners raced feverishly as a palpable sense of danger enveloped them. The blue-violet rays effortlessly pierced through the surface defenses of the coalition warships, ruthlessly embedding themselves within, instantly shredding the soldiers aboard into fragments. An endless torrent of blood and entrails spilled forth, soaking the deck. Ah, help! The chilling cries of despair erupted as a soldier clutched his mangled, severed limb, wailing incessantly. Get away quickly. Move away. Those things are too dangerous. Evacuate. Leave this place at once. My God, what are those monstrous entities? I do not wish to perish. The soldiers of the Imperial Coalition were instantly thrown into disarray, fleeing in terror, with many turning back in panic. Yet, scarcely had they taken flight when they were crushed by the debris of the warships hurtling towards them. Chapter 95. The Mysterious Birds in the Blink of an Eye. Another 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers perished amidst the eerie blue-purple rays. Quick, stop these monstrosities. At all costs. The senior commanders of the Yunxian Empire shouted orders to their fleets, attempting to organize a counterattack. However, it was all in vain. Those bizarre drones danced through the air like a swarm of locusts, unleashing deadly rays upon the battleships below. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed, their vibrant flames illuminating half the starry sky. The anguished cries of despair resonated as Imperial Coalition warships were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the cosmos. Damn it! I will destroy you. Attack swiftly. Drive those creatures back to their original forms. Let them know the might of the Eastern Chart Empire. Kill, kill, kill. Charge. Slay those monsters. The soldiers of the Eastern Chart Empire roared with rage, their eyes ablaze. To them, the faith in the Divine Emperor surpassed all, and even in death. It was an unparalleled honor. The Human Federation fleet was merely a fade, a paper tiger. They believed that with a charge, they would be annihilated. Yet, as they desperately channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing various magical artifacts to bombard the drones with an array of energy projectiles, an eerie blue light flickered beside them. Crack! In an instant, the cultivators felt a chilling sensation envelop them. Countless practitioners perished beneath the blue-purple rays, their remains utterly obliterated. The terrifying electromagnetic energy attached to these blue rays left them no time to struggle, reducing them to mere ashes, completely stripped of life. Within mere seconds, nearly 10,000 coalition warships were rendered to shreds, and the death toll surged into the millions. The coalition soldiers finally grasped the reality. No matter how powerful their spiritual artifacts, they were utterly incapable of countering those grotesque mechanical drones. The threat posed by these drones was akin to that of a great master cultivator, and their speed was astonishing. At such rapid velocities, ordinary magical artifacts could not hope to strike them. Only those powerful beings above the integration stage could barely keep pace, yet at a tremendous cost of spiritual energy and vitality. Should their energy supplies falter, they could only watch helplessly as these strange machines obliterated them into nothingness. Ah! Save me! Ah! My leg! The shrill screams cascaded, vibrant lives extinguished right before their eyes. The once formidable Eastern Chart Coalition fleet crumbled in an instant, morale plummeting to a nadir, completely devoid of combat spirit. Foolishness! Organize a counterattack swiftly. We must retaliate. Charles II roared in fury, yet what could he do? He was left with merely 200,000 warships. If the battle continued, annihilation seemed inevitable. He knew it, he had lost. The war that determined the fate of the empire has come to a close. However, this outcome has incited profound hatred and furious rage within Chart 2. The adversary they faced was merely an obscure faction, yet now even he must flee. A humiliation that drives him to madness. Evacuate swiftly at any cost. Chart 2 bellowed in hysteria. He understood that the current fleets were utterly ineffective. Rather than squandering them here, it would be wiser to preserve them as capital for a future resurgence. Yet, a middle-aged man resembling a subordinate grasped him firmly, urgently reminding, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten the Divine Emperor's instructions? He commanded you to hold the human fleets here, awaiting his reinforcements. If you take it upon yourself to withdraw the fleets, it may lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Chart 2's eyes narrowed, and he sighed despondently, "Alas! At this juncture, we can only place our hopes in the Divine Emperor and the transcendent beings of the Cloud Immortal Empire." The climactic battle on the front lines continues unabated, with large-scale resistance utterly crushed, leaving only sporadic counterattacks. Billions of drones encircle the battlefield, intermittently unleashing deadly blue beams to eliminate the remnants of resistance. Under the cover of these combat aircraft, countless bizarre mechs descend from the heavens, mercilessly slaughtering the surviving coalition forces. These automata resemble specters risen from the abyss, exuding a frigid, relentless aura, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield and annihilating any targets that still exhibit signs of life. The practitioners of the Imperial Coalition appear feeble in their presence. At this moment on the battlefield, only the Leviathan tenuously upholds the Coalition's final dignity. Even when surrounded by countless drones, the Leviathan, with its planet-sized form, remains unmoved, leveraging its immense size for a final counteroffensive. Numerous Coalition warships land upon Leviathan's surface, utilizing its colossal body as the last bastion of defense. Simultaneously, the tentacles that sprout from within the Leviathan relentlessly strike the drones, driving them out of its atmosphere time and again. Although these drones possess technology far superior to that of the cultivation civilization, their diminutive size renders them ineffective against planetary targets. Moreover, the Leviathan's enormous stature means each of its impacts is akin to a meteor's descent, preventing the drones from approaching the surface. The drones resort to deploying an increasing number of combat automata to execute extermination operations on the planetary surface. Soon, squads of automata, resembling terracotta warriors, rain down upon the Leviathan. These ancient mechs, averaging in strength at the Great Ascension stage, unleash a bloodbath upon landing. As neither the Coalition soldiers nor the fishmen birthed from within the Leviathan can withstand even a single encounter before being torn to shreds. Among these automata, one particularly massive mech, resembling an iron palace, stands out prominently. This formidable mech is composed of a multitude of armored mechanical servants, enveloped in a dark golden hue. At its head, a series of obsidian spheres encircle it, emanating waves of intense black radiance. Its arms are fashioned into scythe-like blades, with serrated tips gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. This is undeniably a paragon among mechanical servants, mechanical catastrophe. This creation possesses an intelligent program and has mastered certain extraordinary abilities, allowing it to evolve autonomously. Moreover, it serves as a command node, orchestrating the movements of nearby colossal mechanical puppets and a diverse array of robots. In regions where drones cannot tread, it stands as a veritable command center. As it advances, the mechanical catastrophe has obliterated numerous coalition warships, leaving a trail of Imperial warriors fallen in pools of blood. In an instant, the entire body of Leviathan becomes a scene of carnage, strewn with lifeless bodies and flowing with crimson. Even the azure ocean appears to bleed, transforming into a vivid scarlet. Chapter 96. Fatal Injury Aboard the Celestial Mothership. In the command center, the large screen displayed scenes reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, depicting real-time footage relayed by drones from the front lines. According to analytical data, over 2 million warships of the three Imperial Coalition had been reduced to cosmic debris. Only a few formidable warriors remained amidst the wreckage of their vessels. The sole remaining threat was a colossal star beast known as Leviathan. Colonel Huang, may we authorize the use of the planet-destroying cannon? The brothers are eager to witness a fireworks display, remarked Huang Mao, glancing at the struggling Leviathan with uncertainty. In principle, the use of the planet-destroying cannon is prohibited. Colonel Huang replied, recalling Professor Luo's explicit instructions to capture the beast alive. The chief of staff stepped forward, asserting, in principle, prohibition means it can be overridden. Colonel Huang, the drones have executed the mission, while our brothers have gained nothing from this grand battle. It would be rather unjust, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao hesitated. Although the immediate battlefield did not concern him greatly, the ongoing clash between Yi Feng and two other immortals instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He realized he must swiftly eliminate the present enemy to assist his comrades. After a moment of deliberation, Huang Mao issued the command, retrieve all Xian birds, and activate the planet-destroying cannon at 30 power. Do not obliterate Leviathan's main structure. We only need to incapacitate its combat capabilities. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. The chief of staff, having received authorization, promptly relayed the orders. The entire celestial mothership sprang into action, as vast amounts of electromagnetic energy surged into the spiritual energy conversion devices, initiating a rapid charge. With the conversion of electromagnetic pulses, the mothership began to tremble violently, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Inside, it housed 60 nuclear fusion power stations, generating enough energy per second to power an entire city for a day. These fusion power stations continuously released intense heat, fueling the energy conversion stations to produce a colossal amount of spiritual energy. At that moment, the drones and mechanical servants, which had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, abruptly ceased their actions. It was as if they had received a unified signal, retreating from the battlefield like a receding tide. The remaining coalition soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts swelling with the joy of having survived. They understood they had finally lived to see another day. However, just as they reveled in their newfound hope, a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly enveloped the entire star domain. Even Leviathan could not suppress a primal fear that resonated from the depths of its soul. This was an absolute power capable of annihilating it entirely. On board the celestial mothership, the charging of the planet-destroying cannon entered its final countdown phase. 15, 16, 28, 29, 30. Charge complete. Fire. A deep crimson wave of light surged from the mothership, hurtling toward Leviathan. In an instant, the vast emptiness of space was illuminated, as if it were the brightness of day. Leviathan stared in terror, its crimson eyes wide with fear. It was unable to resist as the beam pierced through it. The searing rays akin to a red-hot iron, striking directly at the surface of the ocean on planet Ocean. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending relentless shockwaves sweeping across the entire planet. The seawater boiled, silt churned, and countless rocks shattered and sank amidst the tumultuous waves, creating towering surges. Above the ocean, a colossal cloud of steam emerged, the entire sea resembling a boiling cauldron. The resultant vapor swiftly enveloped Leviathan's form, and as the temperature slightly cooled, a torrential downpour began that blanketed the globe. Such a spectacle caused the remaining cultivators to abandon their weapons, completely losing their will to resist. Leviathan, having sustained such grave injuries, was already in a daze. Were it not for the surrounding star regions being sealed off by the Human Federation, it would have fled long ago. The earlier cataclysmic strike had rekindled memories of excruciating pain. This was even more terrifying than Gungnir. At that moment, it noticed the small spacecraft, which was preparing to launch another attack. If struck again, it might meet its end here today. Leviathan could no longer heed the commands of the Divine Emperor. It concentrated all its consciousness into a single plea, transmitting to the human Federation, I surrender. I surrender. Please, cease the assault. Inside the spacecraft, the Chief of Staff, holding a communicator, looked at the yellow-haired officer with confusion. Colonel Huang, are you certain this creature will surrender? Colonel Huang furrowed his brow, incredulous. It's impossible. Just a moment ago, it was so arrogant. How could it back down so quickly? Under normal circumstances, Leviathan would never surrender, as spirit beasts are typically bound to their host souls, lacking substantial autonomy, and would never voluntarily capitulate. Leviathan's ultimate mission was to offer its life to the Divine Emperor. Thus, even when death loomed, it would fight desperately rather than yield. Colonel Huang, staring at the plea for mercy displayed on the communicator's screen, was utterly perplexed. However, he soon received more messages from Leviathan. The soul bond between the Divine Emperor and I was completely severed just now. I am no longer under his control. Hearing this, Colonel Huang's eyes brightened. What? The soul bond is severed. Does this mean the Divine Emperor has been defeated? His heart, which had been in turmoil, now felt considerably lighter. If that were the case, then progress on Yi Feng's side must also be going smoothly. All he needed to do was proceed as planned and wait here. He began receiving prisoners of war, with particular attention to ensuring complete control over Leviathan's soul. On another part of the battlefield, Yi Feng stood opposite Huang Fu Mingkong. During their earlier clash, Yi Feng had distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in Huang Fu Mingkong's strength, compared to when he had encountered him in the Ether Galaxy. The difference was like night and day. Clearly, the Divine Emperor's soul had greatly aided him. Huang Fu Mingkong's techniques are exceedingly enigmatic. The soul star within him, composed of spiritual resentment, emanates energy fluctuations that rival those of an ordinary star. More alarmingly, after engaging in combat with Yi Fan, it appears that several planets have formed within him. Thanks to the peculiar nature of his spirit, he has even birthed life upon these planets. These entities are not typical organisms, but rather manifestations of resentment akin to phantoms. How abhorrent it is to simulate sentient beings using spiritual power. Could this be the artifice of a great Luo golden immortal? After absorbing the soul of the Divine Emperor, Huang Fu Mingkong has even grasped certain powers of neutron stars. Yi Feng's myriad techniques prove ineffective in inflicting substantial harm upon him. Although Huang Fu Mingkong finds it equally challenging to breach Yi Feng's defenses, the prolonged confrontation stirs concern within Yi Feng about the time being drawn out. It is time to bring this to an end. Yi Feng activates the star-destroying cannon on his back, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 97. Spirit and Soul. A blinding column of blue and white energy suddenly erupted from the cannon of the Annihilation Artillery, hurtling directly towards Huang Fu Mingkong. In an instant, Huang Fu Mingkong's pupils constricted, a profound sense of impending danger sending shivers down his spine. With a hum, his figure slightly distorted, narrowly evading the onslaught of the energy beam. However, his right arm was pierced on the spot, a plume of black smoke rising as it was rendered utterly useless. Yet, Huang Fu Mingkong paid no heed to his injured arm, swiftly fleeing in an attempt to escape Yi Feng's pursuit. Had that strike connected, it could have obliterated his very soul. The energy of this young man from the Yi family was astonishingly abundant, having just fought against the Divine Emperor. He appeared unscathed and ready to engage him again, showing no signs of exhaustion. If I were to absorb your soul, would that not make me invincible? Huang Fu Mingkong chuckled coldly, standing still, no longer moving. Upon sensing Huang Fu Mingkong's presence once more, Yi Feng wasted no time and unleashed another shot from the Annihilation Artillery. The beam struck true, transforming Huang Fu Mingkong into a wisp of smoke, utterly vanishing into the cosmos. Was it over? Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, sensing no presence. The abruptness of this victory left him taken aback. However, before he could relax, he spotted Huang Fu Mingkong's figure re-emerging not far away. Without a second thought, Yi Feng fired off another shot, engulfing that figure once again. In Yi Feng's perception, he had indeed struck Huang Fu Mingkong's body. Your attack possesses considerable might. Come again. Before Yi Feng could catch his breath, Huang Fu Mingkong appeared once more in the distance, entirely unscathed. Curse it. This is no illusion. Could it be a clone? Yi Feng summoned the colossal star energy within him, unleashing wave after wave of annihilation beams, enveloping his opponent's figure continuously. Yet, each time, the opponent reappeared in his sight in an inexplicable manner. What is happening? Does he possess so many clones? As time passed, Yifeng finally discerned something amiss. Each explosion of his annihilation artillery was capable of wreaking cataclysmic destruction, yet each assault failed to strike his true form. This was no mere coincidence. Suddenly, a realization struck Yifeng. Could it be? He lifted his gaze towards the horizon. This is his domain space. He quickly comprehended that his artillery strikes had not gone astray. Each shot had indeed hit Huang Fu Mingkong's true self. But these cells were merely soul signals simulated by his domain space. In other words, within this realm, his true self was indistinguishable from his clones. And unless he exited this space, he could not inflict any harm upon him here in his own territory. At last, you have discovered my presence. However, it is too late. Despite your extraordinary talents and formidable strength, you are unable to escape within my domain. Countless phantoms of Huang Fu Mingkong materialized around, each a projection of his true self. The demonic scriptures he practiced were unparalleled techniques dedicated to the mastery of the soul, which rendered his spiritual strength exceptional. Within this realm, he is the absolute sovereign. How vexing it is that the electronic systems have failed. Observing Huang Fu Mingkong, who resembled a specter from the depths of hell, Yifeng gritted his teeth in silence. The iron floating pagoda system still contained numerous electronic viruses specifically designed to target souls. If he could implant these viruses into Huang Fu Mingkong, they would surely obliterate his soul in an instant. Yet, the pulse attack from the Divine Emperor had utterly destroyed all electronic devices of the iron floating pagoda during their recent confrontation, rendering the soul viruses inaccessible. This thought filled Yifeng with an urgent anxiety. Despair not, for within my domain, you shall never escape. Your demise is inevitable. Countless voices of Huang Fu Mingkong echoed defiantly throughout the space, followed by a violent tremor as a multitude of attacks surged forth. Yifeng barely had time to react before being engulfed. Without the protection of the antivirus system, his soul was exposed to the overwhelming barrage of attacks, which he could not withstand. His temples bulged, sweat poured down his face, as if he were enduring some form of torment. However, Yifeng quickly regained his composure and staggered back to his feet. Huang Fu Mingkong gasped in astonishment. I never expected you could still survive. This is truly remarkable. The more powerful you become, the more intrigued I am by your body. If I can slay you and absorb your essence, I believe I could attain true immortality. Hehehe, your strength is indeed extraordinary, possibly even surpassing that of the Divine Emperor. Yet today, you are destined to meet your end. With a sinister grin, he raised his hands once more to unleash his assault. Dense waves of dark energy enveloped the surrounding void, and to Huang Fu Mingkong, Yifeng was now akin to a fish in a barrel, devoid of any means to resist. Your soul is mine, he cackled, launching his final onslaught. In that moment, Yifeng's countenance became rigid. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beams of energy imbued with immense spiritual force roared forth, crashing against Yifeng's form. Crack, crack. With the shattering sound of his energy shield, Yifeng's soul began to fragment, fissures appearing throughout. Humph. Yifeng let out a muffled groan, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. The collision inflicted a grievous blow to his spirit, rendering him a mere flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Before his eyes, a series of images flashed like a revolving lantern. He beheld Professor Luo, the yellow-haired one, General Zhang, the Sky Mother ship, the azure earth, and the resplendent starry sky. I cannot endure any longer, Yifeng murmured, as the shadow of death loomed ever closer. However, the yellow-haired one should be able to eliminate him. All that was needed was the soul virus. Yifeng's vision gradually blurred, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Ha ha ha, at last it is mine. Huang Fu Mingkong's chilling laughter echoed, as he extended his malevolent claws into the iron floating pagoda's mecha. Chapter 98. The Leaf Clan Jade pendant. Just as he touched the shattered soul of Yifeng, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from within him, illuminating the dark realm in an instant. What is this? Huang Fu Mingkong's expression instantly froze. In that moment, an endless surge of spiritual power ascended from Yifeng, transforming into golden lightning that shot out in all directions. Thunder rumbled, as boundless arcs of lightning flickered with dazzling brilliance, overwhelming Huang Fu Mingkong completely. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Huang Fu Mingkong screamed in agony. Under the baptism of the golden lightning, his avatar rapidly dissipated, leaving only a grayish-white essence suspended in midair, writhing and twisting as if enduring immense suffering. Impossible. Your soul has been obliterated. How can you still retaliate? Huang Fu Mingkong roared, his voice hoarse from exertion, desperately resisting the consuming force of the golden light. Meanwhile, Yifeng's fragmented soul, nourished by the golden brilliance, swiftly began to repair itself. Soon, he reopened his eyes, the warm, familiar sensation flooding back to him. This was the effect of his treasured jade pendant, the Leaf Clan's sacred artifact. The lustrous and translucent Leaf Clan treasure circulated within him, radiating an enchanting golden glow that dispelled the threats from outside, safeguarding his spirit. Although Huang Fu Mingkong's attacks were formidable, they appeared trivial under the protection of the golden pendant. This pendant, crafted by a civilization beyond the human federation, possessed an extraordinarily high quality. Even though Yifeng had attained a celestial level of power, he still could not comprehend the structure and operation of the pendant. Such a level of protection was undoubtedly beyond Huang Fu Mingkong's expectations. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Yifeng, filled with shock and incredulity. No, impossible. How could the Leaf Clan's treasure and the star map be in your possession? He screamed hysterically, unwilling to accept the reality. However, Yifeng paid him no mind, regarding him with indifference. It seems the pendant restrains your realm space quite effectively. Yifeng spoke in a deep voice. As his words fell, his body once again burst forth with resplendent light, and behind him faintly emerged a colossal mountain, majestic and imposing. The shape of this mountain strikingly resembled the jade pendant within Yifeng. Yet, this internal pendant was minuscule in comparison to the apparition. Seemingly only a billionth of the mountain's size, yet its aura was far more terrifying, exuding a sense of overwhelming might as if it could collapse the heavens. In that moment, an unparalleled pressure descended, akin to the might of the heavens and the earth, crushing down upon Huang Fu Mingkong's realm space, causing it to tremble violently. With a crack and a snap, the realm collapsed entirely, and Yifeng found himself once again in the vast expanse of the universe. The soul star within Huang Fu Mingkong, emanating an aura of countless grievances, began to shatter, revealing grotesque and terrifying visages. Yet, these faces were soon illuminated by golden light, transforming into a myriad of twinkling stars. These resentful souls were those devoured by Huang Fu Mingkong over the millennia, and at this moment, they finally attained liberation with the aid of the golden radiance. Among the liberated souls were men, women, the elderly, and the young, alongside formidable cultivators. Each soul, devoid of its previous madness, now exuded an extraordinary serenity and peace. It cannot be. Huang Fu Mingkong gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the Yi clan's treasure possess such power? This is impossible. However, no amount of denial could alter the reality. His realm had been utterly destroyed. Countless golden symbols flowed around him, voraciously absorbing all his soul and vitality, gradually rendering him into nothingness. Meanwhile, Yifeng's soul began to stabilize. He let out a deep sigh. This battle had drained nearly all his resources and had nearly cost him his life. Had he not activated the jade pendant in time, he would have already perished. Seated cross-legged in the void, Yifeng spent considerable time in quiet meditation, slowly regaining his strength. The outcome of this battle far exceeded my expectations, he mused. Furrowing his brow, he had initially believed that slaying Huang Fu Mingkong would be a simple task, yet he had not anticipated the opponent's possession of a realm. He had nearly fallen into his adversary's grasp, but regardless of the peril, the result was ultimately favorable. As he gazed at the multitude of souls escaping from Huang Fu Mingkong, Yifeng suddenly recognized a familiar figure. The white soul was none other than the Divine Emperor. He summoned the golden light from the jade pendant, ensnaring the Divine Emperor's spirit. At that moment, the Divine Emperor's soul was in a state of daze, if left to drift. It would take countless years for him to fully regain his faculties. Without hesitation, Yifeng channeled more golden light, enveloping the Divine Emperor's soul for restoration. Moments later, a wave of golden light swept over, and the Divine Emperor finally stirred, awakening slowly. "I am not dead," he murmured, gazing blankly at Yifeng. "You are indeed alive. I saved you," Yifeng replied calmly. Upon hearing these words, the Divine Emperor trembled violently, momentarily stunned, before swiftly recalling the events that had transpired. So it was. In his soul state, the Divine Emperor quickly remembered being ambushed and absorbed by Huang Fu Mingkong, only to be rescued by Yifeng. Though this experience felt brief, it seemed as though he had traversed the span of millennia. His soul, initially refined by Huang Fu Mingkong, had completely lost its consciousness and memories. Fortunately, despite the severe trauma to his essence, the remnants of his soul, being that of a celestial being, remained remarkably resilient, preserving fragments of memory even after most of his essence had been siphoned away by Huangfu Mingkong. Yifeng's timely arrival shattered the chains of his torment. "Let him return to the world," murmured the divine emperor, gazing at Yifeng. As a deity, he could scarcely recall the last time he expressed gratitude. "I saved you not for thanks. I ask, you answer. If you wish to remain silent, I shall not compel you," Yifeng replied with an air of indifference. "I inquire, how long until the apocalypse descends?" The divine emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. "The swarm has long since arrived in this star domain, though it has remained dormant until now. Given the uproar, they are likely en route." Yifeng pressed further. "What will be their target?" The divine emperor sighed, directing his gaze towards the direction of the 9 provinces star system. "If my instincts are correct, based on prior experiences, the swarm's initial target will likely be here." Yifeng's eyes widened. Though he had surmised these answers, hearing the divine emperor articulate them stirred a sense of urgency within him. The divine emperor continued, "We must depart immediately. The magnitude of the swarm is contingent upon the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Should we linger here, we risk attracting a maternal-level swarm, which would spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Yifeng suppressed the urge to aid the golden-haired individual. The divine emperor's words rang true. His singular strength as a celestial being could not rectify the situation. With this realization, Yifeng devised a plan. "Come with me. I possess a means to address your physical ailment." Now it was the divine emperor's turn to question, "Return where?" Yifeng turned his gaze once more towards a distant expanse of the cosmos. Home. Chapter 99. The Advent of Doom on the opposite side of the battlefield. With the capitulation of Leviathan, the entire expanse of conflict had decisively shifted in favor of the Human Federation, as all opposing forces were utterly vanquished. In the subsequent cleanup of the battleground, the surviving cultivators unanimously chose to surrender, amounting to nearly 100 billion captives. In contrast, the total military strength of the coalition was approximately 200 billion. The remaining populace was relocated to Eden 1, awaiting their fate. In the absence of contact with the divine emperor, Chart 2 prudently opted for self-preservation, utilizing celestial powers to escape alone. However, the emperor of the Yunxian Empire, Huangfu Yun, was not as fortunate. He and the entire royal family were captured on the spot and brought to the command room of the blonde leader. With a heavy heart, Huangfu Yun had barely begun to speak when he found the blonde seated before him. "Come, sign this peace treaty, and you may return home." Huangfu Yun picked up the document laid before him and began to read through its clauses one by one. 1. Henceforth, the Emperor of Yunstian shall perpetuate peace with the chairperson of the Human Federation, ensuring camaraderie among their peoples, and safeguarding the lives and properties of those residing in foreign lands. 2. From this day forward, the Emperor of Yunxian permits the citizens of the Human Federation to bring their families and reside in the southern, eastern, northern, western, and central star regions of Yunxian, abolishing the existing autonomous trade system and allowing free trade between the Human Federation and the Yunxian Empire. Furthermore, the Human Federation shall appoint consuls and officials to oversee trade matters in these 5-star systems, facilitating correspondence with local authorities. 3. Given the long voyages of Human Federation merchant ships often result in damage requiring repairs, a designated area within the star systems shall be allocated for shipbuilding and storage of necessary materials. The Emperor hereby grants the Jiuzhou star system to the chairperson of the Human Federation and their successors to govern and legislate as they see fit. 4. Due to the invasion of Earth by the fleet led by Shaochen of the Yunstian Empire in February of the year 4659, causing extensive destruction, the Emperor consents to compensate with 600 billion tons of spirit stones at original value. 5. All taxes levied on goods traded by Human Federation merchants within the borders of the Yunxian Empire must be mutually agreed upon. 12. Both the Human Federation and the Yunxian Empire shall release their respective prisoners of war. After perusing these clauses, Huangfu Yun was drenched in sweat. This was no peace treaty, but rather a demand for the Yunxian Empire to acknowledge its defeat, cede territory, pay reparations, and open its ports to free trade. Yet, under the looming presence of the Human Federation's military might, he had no thoughts of resistance. Moreover, these terms posed no threat to his imperial authority. In reality, he was relinquishing merely a small region, the Jiuzhou star system. Observing Huangfu Yun sign the peace treaty without hesitation, the blonde nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Your Majesty, your foresight is commendable." Naturally, Huangfu Yun modestly remarked, I have seen much and gained a broad understanding of the vastness of the world, with countless strong individuals. How could I possibly confine myself to the ignorance of a frog in a well? Upon hearing Huang Fuyun's insightful words, Huang Mao's delight intensified. Very well. From this day forth, you shall remain the great emperor of Yunxian. Upon these words, Huang Fuyun promptly rose, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your kindness. I shall dedicate myself to fostering enduring friendship and prosperity between our two nations. Excellent. I have faith in you. Huang Mao chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with joy. Great Emperor, you won't go back on your word today, will you? Of course not. How could I be so foolish? Huang Fuyun quickly denied, acknowledging that his current standing was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the Human Federation's compassion, I might have already met my demise. Huang Mao let out a cold chuckle, then seated himself, stating, however, there is news you must hear. Your ancestor, Huang Fu Mingkong, has been confirmed dead in battle. Upon hearing this news, Huang Fuyun's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though he had suspected Huang Fu Mingkong's defeat, he never imagined that escape had been impossible. This underscored the formidable strength of the Human Federation's immortals, and with the loss of his final support, he realized that he no longer held sway over this star domain. Huang Fu Mingkong's numerous transgressions and obstinacy had led to his deserved end. Well, that's settled. I will arrange for your return. Huang Mao waved his hand, instructing a transport vessel to carry Huang Fuyun and his entourage away. After their departure, the chief of staff hurried forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Colonel Huang, how shall we deal with the prisoners of war? Huang Mao squinted slightly, exhaling a deep breath as he pondered for a moment before responding. Provide those who wish to leave with some travel funds, and allow the transport ship to take them away. For those willing to stay and assist us, grant them the necessary techniques and resources for cultivation. What lies ahead is the true battle. Huang Mao had just received word from Yifeng. The good news was that Huang Fu Mingkong had perished, leaving the Divine Emperor with only a remnant of his soul taken to the solar system. Yifeng was preparing to return to Earth to assist Professor Luo in overcoming the methods of the immortals. The bad news was that the insectoid threat was likely en route, expected to arrive within the next few days. The connection between the Jojo star system and the solar system would be unilaterally severed, leaving Huang Mao's fleet isolated. Leviathan would make one final unidirectional jump to return to the solar system, its research value being substantial. Huang Mao continued with the final arrangements. Having already tasked scientists with analyzing Leviathan's biological structure, it was evident that this planet-level beast was not a native product of the Charter Empire. Its genes had been distinctly edited for simplicity and efficiency. This represented yet another weapon of war from a higher civilization, and its myriad characteristics would greatly assist the Human Federation in the development of planet-class warships. At least for now, within the mind of Huang Mao. No battleship has yet emerged that can surpass the size of the Leviathan. The life form of the Leviathan is fundamentally distinct from ordinary spirit beasts. Its lifespan is extraordinarily prolonged, and even if its physical body is destroyed, it retains the ability to resurrect and be reborn. This is precisely why the scientists of the Human Federation have persistently sought to unravel the true nature of star beasts. We require time to conduct our research and to construct battleships, Huang Mao remarked, and what we are most lacking at this moment is indeed time. He lifted his gaze toward the boundless night sky, where, astonishingly, not a single star was visible. The darkness was chilling to the bone. Yet, Huang Mao understood that all the starlight was obscured by the swarming hordes of insects. They were approaching. Thank you for accompanying me, dear readers. The second volume, Starry Ocean, has reached its conclusion. The next volume, Heart of the Swarm, will commence serialization. In this new volume, the worldview will further expand, and the civilization levels of this book will be revealed. Humanity will step out of the novice village and begin to confront the vast expanse of the galaxy. A new journey is about to unfold. I welcome everyone to continue following the updates. For those with remaining balance in your accounts, please consider showing your support. As a free platform, Tomato Novels relies entirely on your engagement with advertisements and rewards. Your support is the motivation for my writing. The more generous the rewards, the faster I write. Chapter 0. The onslaught of the swarm. In the moment the words were spoken, a sudden, intense vibration reverberated through the air. Following this, a colossal stargate rose majestically from behind the swarm. The stargate, with a diameter of several tens of thousands of kilometers, radiated a deep purple hue, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns that exuded an aura of ancient grandeur and overwhelming magnificence. Almost immediately, an ineffable sense of oppression began to emanate from the immense stargate, enveloping the entire Jiuzhou star system. This sensation was suffocating, akin to the heavens collapsing, leaving one gasping for breath. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, countless insectoid eggs, each resembling meteorites, shot forth from the stargate, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower, descending into the swarming masses at the edge of the star system. Each gigantic egg had the potential to hatch an astonishing number of insectoid beings. These variously shaped eggs, upon contact with other swarms, would instantaneously burst open, unleashing a torrent of insects. Within mere minutes, the periphery of the Jiuzhou star system had transformed into a nebula composed entirely of swarming insects. And the stargate showed no signs of ceasing its transmission. Waves of insects continued to surge forth relentlessly. What had once been a desolate interstellar battlefield was suddenly consumed by the merciless tide of the swarm. As countless remnants of warships and the bodies of coalition cultivators were devoured entirely. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the insects! Open fire! Amidst the shrill blare of alarms, the warriors aboard the aerial mothership rushed to various defensive positions. Faced with this catastrophic swarm, they had no energy left to contemplate anything else. Only by fighting valiantly against the enemy could they hope to seize a sliver of survival. Huang Mao gazed at the relentless tide of insects, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. The arrival of these creatures was alarmingly abrupt. Even if the gravitational wave and neutrino radars were compromised by the Divine Emperor's pulse attack, rendering them unable to detect such a vast number of approaching insects, it was still somewhat understandable. However, it was utterly astonishing that the psionic radar aboard the aerial mothership also failed to register the swarm. Despite functioning normally after the pulse attack, and still capable of locating hidden coalition cultivators, the psionic radar appeared blind to the swarm before him. Could it be that these insects possessed a method to shield themselves from psionic energy? This was a technology that humanity had yet to fully grasp. Conversely, the traditional electromagnetic radar operated without issue, successfully detecting the signals of the swarm. Huang Mao's mind raced, and a daring hypothesis gradually emerged. Perhaps this swarm had indeed cloaked itself from psionic detection. With this thought, Huang Mao extended his psychic barrier toward the swarm. The moment his consciousness brushed against a corner of the insect horde, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if something had pierced his very soul, violently dragging his will into the depths of the swarm. The sensations of fear, dismemberment, madness, and bloodlust flooded Huang Mao's awareness, leaving him chilled to the bone, his hair standing on end. Hiss! Huang Mao sharply inhaled, swiftly retracting his consciousness, his eyes wide with horror and confusion. His speculation was not without foundation. In this onslaught of the insect horde, the psionic radar aboard the Sky Mothership did not fail. Rather, it was humanity's most advanced gravitational wave energy radar that encountered issues, rendering it incapable of detecting the insectoid's translocation. Coupled with the fact that the swarm emitted no psionic fluctuations, the Federation's radar detectors struggled to identify their presence. Yet, what significance did this knowledge hold? Since the swarm possessed the ability to shield psionic signals, they undoubtedly employed some unique means to obscure human detection. These insectoids were far from mindless creatures. They were representatives of a super-civilization that surpassed human comprehension. Quick! Launch all Xianbird drones, and activate all unmanned combat platforms immediately, commanded Huang, his voice resonating with urgency. His orders swiftly disseminated throughout the ship. Soon, the power stations within the mothership commenced frantic operations, and the Doomsday Cannon powered up to full capacity. At that moment, a soldier hurried over, his face etched with panic. Colonel Huang. Most of the Xianbird drones have just been deployed, and their average remaining power is below 40. Over half of the mechanical servants are rendered inoperative. Huang pondered briefly before decisively issuing a new command. Dismantle the radar modules and positioning systems of all Xianbird drones, retaining only the power units and weapon systems. Remember, the Xianbird is a disposable asset. Once deployed, do not retrieve it. Furthermore, initiate full-scale war mode and activate the assembly lines within the mothership. Understood. Huang's gaze exhibited an unusual ferocity, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor, revealing his awareness that this encounter with the insect horde necessitated a total commitment. If the swarm breached their defenses, the entire Kyushu star domain would be in peril. Although the Human Federation had previously conducted several targeted drills based on anticipated insectoid assault strategies, the sheer magnitude of this invasion exceeded their most exaggerated expectations by 1,000-fold. Huang understood that this was a war they could not afford to lose. The connection between the Kyushu star domain and the solar system had not been severed for long. The hyperspace routes still existed. Should this swarm, which had mastered the stargates, seize control here, Earth's coordinates would inevitably be exposed, plunging all of human civilization into an unprecedented crisis. His gaze remained fixed on the virtual projection, his eyes profound. Around him, all commanders wore expressions of grave concern. The suddenness of these events was overwhelming. To them, this appeared to be an insurmountable disaster, with developments spiraling beyond their control towards an unimaginable outcome. Damn it! How could there be so many insects? Where on earth did these creatures come from? Look, the front lines have already engaged. Fear not. In the face of modern psionic technology, numbers are meaningless. They are no different from those Imperial fleets, one commander remarked with a smile, embodying the confidence of a new generation of humanity in their technological prowess. The young man with yellow hair wore a serious expression, saying nothing as he fixated intently on the real-time images projected before him. Before him was the latest model of the Shinbird drone, which commenced a fierce barrage from hundreds of kilometers away, targeting the approaching swarm of insects. A blue beam, which had brought death to countless celestial cultivators, sliced through the inky darkness of the insect horde, illuminating a mass of writhing creatures within. Chapter 1. Evolution. Evolution. However, when the pure ethereal energy beam illuminated the exoskeleton of the swarm, it evoked no reaction whatsoever, akin to raindrops merging into a pond, merely creating a few ripples. How could this be? The ethereal energy beam had no effect? A commander exclaimed, disbelief etched in his voice. For the power of ethereal energy could effortlessly penetrate steel alloys, let alone the corporeal forms of the insects. Could their exoskeletons be more resilient than steel? After all, they were merely carbon-based organisms, another individual posed. At that moment, a keen observer noticed something peculiar. Amidst the swarm, a complex pattern began to faintly emerge on the exoskeleton illuminated by the blue rays. Wait, look at those areas where the ethereal energy beams shine. It appears there is something unusual about their exoskeletons. As the observer's words echoed, all eyes turned towards the vast virtual display. The creature's back was cylindrical, adorned with densely packed metallic plates and barbs, sharp as blades. At the center of the insect's carapace, tiny protrusions became visible. These protrusions emitted a soft glow, visually appealing in its own right. However, the keen observer discerned that beneath this luminescence lay a rich, dark golden fog, continuously exuding from the creature's body, coalescing into numerous serpentine patterns that curled and twisted upon the exoskeleton. The blue ethereal energy beams, upon contact with the exoskeleton, were entirely absorbed. What is this? The observer's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. Such a magnitude of ethereal energy was simply disregarded. He finally confirmed his suspicion. These insects were immune to ethereal attacks. No wonder past ethereal civilizations were unable to withstand the cataclysm. These creatures were indeed the nemesis of ethereal beings. Adjust the attack strategy of the Shinbird drones. Employ high-energy laser weaponry. The observer did not relent but promptly shifted the method of attack. With the command issued, the Shinbird ceased to emit pure ethereal energy beams, instead transforming them into searing laser rays through internal high-power conversion. As the latest generation of the Shinbird drones, they had discarded nearly all traditional projectile weapons, such as missiles and machine guns, to adapt to the combat environment of the vast cosmic vacuum. Previous validations had shown that traditional weaponry possessed insufficient range, speed, and power. In battlefields spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, rocket-propelled weapons with terminal velocities of only a few Mach had long been rendered obsolete. In their stead arose ethereal energy beams, which, when accelerated through coils, could effortlessly approach the speed of light while maintaining energy levels over vast distances. While traditional laser weapons could also achieve light speed, they often suffered substantial energy loss, with effective attack ranges limited to a few hundred kilometers, thus relegated to secondary weaponry. At this moment, the blonde-haired individual placed all his hopes on the secondary weapon. The deep crimson thermal laser swiftly struck the swarm once more, slicing through the seemingly endless sea of insects like a hot knife through butter, creating a gash that extended for kilometers. This was merely the beginning. More laser beams penetrated the swarm, unleashing a storm of carnage. The previously impenetrable mass of insects soon revealed a web-like pattern of cracks. Then, a more terrifying scene unfolded. Near the gash, as numerous laser beams illuminated the area, the cracks widened further. Under the relentless onslaught of these powerful laser rays, The insects erupted, their ichor splattering everywhere. In that moment, both the blonde and his companions exhibited expressions of exhilaration and joy. His deduction had proven correct. Although the swarm was immune to psychic damage, it was utterly vulnerable to laser attacks. They could already perceive the dawn of victory. If they granted their fleet just a few more hours, they would obliterate this wave of insects. Switch the annihilation cannon to laser mode and unleash a fierce assault. Let these creatures taste the essence of high-energy lasers. Haha, barbecued insects. Wonder what they taste like? The annihilation cannon rapidly charged for such a vast target. The trajectory could be set wide, allowing a single strike to decimate a large swath of the swarm. The laser mode was fully charged, with a charge rate of 80. Fire. A remarkably thick beam of red lasers surged into the boundless swarm, unleashing unparalleled destructive force. Amidst the thunderous roar, countless insectoid bodies ignited in crimson flames, their anguished cries echoing as they were reduced to ashes. How ferocious! This power far exceeds that of the Xian bird. Incredible! We are destined to win. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, the annihilation cannon strike undoubtedly instilling them with confidence in victory. Notify the annihilation cannon to continue charging and engage both cannons simultaneously. However, this would severely strain the power consumption of the aerial mothership. Will this affect the proper functioning of other systems? A concerned advisor suggested anxiously. The blonde shook his head. No need for concern. We will not be making a jump in the short term. Our current objective is to buy time for the internal defense lines of the galaxy. If we can hold on for 2 more hours, the internal positions will be completed. We must delay the swarm's advance as much as possible. I concur. Execute the plan immediately. Yes. Orders were dispatched without delay. The laser mode was fully charged with a charge rate of 100. Boom, in the next instant. 2 deep purple lasers were unleashed, one after the other, their immense power resonating throughout the command room. The faces of the crew radiated with joyous smiles, as if they could see victory beckoning them. Yet, the blonde remained furrowed in thought, sensing that something eluded him. However, in the following second, the smiles on everyone's faces abruptly vanished, as they suddenly realized. The swarms of insects showed no signs of pain or distress in response to the onslaught of laser weaponry. Even after a single round of attack, the swarms remained remarkably organized, swiftly advancing toward their positions. How could this be? The voice of the blonde trembled. He had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. The anatomical structure of these insects was nearly identical to that of carbon-based life forms. Under such intense laser bombardment, they should have been completely vaporized or shattered into a mist of blood. Yet, astonishingly, they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. A profound unease surged within him as he hastily raised his binoculars to scrutinize the densely packed swarms once more. To his horror, he discovered that the exoskeletons of the insects were rapidly evolving, forming a reflective membrane. The once pitch-black shells now gleamed like mirrors, and when the searing lasers struck them, the energy dispersed immediately, only to collapse and vanish into the vacuum moments later. Upon witnessing such a scene, the blonde was momentarily stunned, involuntarily swallowing hard. It was not only him. Everyone in the command room was equally astonished. This swarm of insects was adapting in real time to the methods of their adversaries' attacks, evolving at an astonishing pace. Typically, the evolution of a species requires millions of years of natural selection. Yet these insects achieved it in mere minutes. Chapter 2. Subsonic Resonance of the Soul. This is utterly inconceivable. Do these creatures possess intelligence? Or are they merely adapting to their environment by instinct? Huang Mao pondered a possibility, his face paling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he murmured, "The will of the hive mind. So that's it." "What did you just say?" inquired a perplexed major beside him. "Nothing. Just keep observing and continue the assault." Huang Mao composed himself and ordered the annihilation cannon to switch to electromagnetic beam mode. Since the same method of attack proved ineffective, he decided to alternate between various strategies. This time, he had learned from experience. He first deployed the Shinbird drones to provide remote support with laser cannons, guiding the swarm to evolve towards the reflective membrane, while simultaneously allowing the annihilation cannon's barrel to charge slowly. Once it was fully energized, he promptly activated the cannon switch. Fire! With a thunderous roar, another electromagnetic beam erupted from the annihilation cannon, unleashing terrifying electromagnetic energy that pierced through a vast expanse of the insect horde. After a violent explosion, countless insects were shredded, reduced to ashes amidst the high pressure and electric current. while a portion of the swarm seized the opportunity to break through numerous electric nets, continuing their relentless assault on the human vessels. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this simple. There are too many of these creatures. Huang Mao cursed vehemently. The continuous use of the annihilation cannon had already placed an unbearable strain on the aerospace mothership, and the swarm's evolutionary speed was evidently accelerating. Many of the insects now sported thick chitinous layers, clearly composed of highly insulating material. Boss, how about we try the subsonic resonance weapon? It has a wide range, great power, and is environmentally friendly, a soldier suggested quietly from the side. That makes sense. Let us proceed as you suggested. Huang Mao cast an appreciative glance at the soldier who made the suggestion. The subsonic resonance weapon had only recently been deployed in actual combat. The principle behind this weapon is to adjust the psychic energy to a specific frequency, aligning it with the wavelength of the soul, thereby interfering with the target's spiritual essence. Although termed subsonic, it is not sound in the traditional sense, but rather a unique form of energy wave. This subsonic weapon is primarily aimed at biological entities and is particularly effective against units with souls, capable of bypassing all external defenses. The energy-gathering antenna on the annihilation cannon was reactivated, and this time its purpose was to broadcast the subsonic resonance. This method of attack would not consume excessive energy, and the range of the assault would be significantly enhanced. Buzz, 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 waves of subsonic resonance surged into the insect swarm, yet unexpectedly, the creatures appeared unaffected. The anticipated scenario did not materialize. Their charge showed no signs of diminishing. How could this be? Is the subsonic resonance weapon ineffective against them? The soldier who had previously voiced the suggestion exclaimed in astonishment. No, it is still having an effect. Have you noticed? Their formation seems less orderly than before. A keen-eyed officer observed this phenomenon, and Huang Mao decisively magnified the images relayed from the front lines. Indeed, some of the insects appeared to have descended into madness. Their eyes gradually losing focus, their bodies swaying uncontrollably as they flitted about in a frenzied manner, on the verge of collapsing into unconsciousness. Yet, despite their apparent turmoil, these creatures seemed to maintain a tenuous connection among themselves. They exhibited no fear of death and relentlessly charged towards the humans. Witnessing this scene, a cruel smile crept across Huang Mao's lips. It is indeed effective. Strike with full force. The energy of the mothership was sufficient to support 30 to 40 volleys of the annihilation cannon, during which time the cannon needed to operate at full power. Soon, another wave of sonic attacks erupted, plunging the swarm into utter chaos. Countless insects, like headless flies, careened aimlessly, even turning upon one another in violent frays, while the evolution of their exoskeletons abruptly ceased. This chaos, however, proved fortuitous for the human fleet. The laser weaponry of the Shin bird drones continued to roar ceaselessly, obliterating swathes of insects into mere fragments. This sight invigorated Huang Mao and his companions, who felt an exhilarating rush, as if victory was within their grasp. Haha. It truly works. Fortunately, our skills surpass theirs. Victory is ours. They cheered, their voices echoing with fervor, as if they could already glimpse the light of triumph. But then, an unsettling realization struck. Suddenly, a major on the bridge shouted, "Something is amiss." Certain insects seem unaffected by the sonic interference. Their morphological patterns are changing. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao and the others felt a chilling dread wash over them as they turned to investigate. Sure enough, amidst the density of insects, several enormous specimens had somehow broken free from the sonic disturbance, evolving at an astonishing rate. These colossal insects were entirely distinct from the rest of the swarm, measuring hundreds of kilometers in size, akin to orbiting satellites. Their rotund forms lacked the thick armor characteristic of their kin, instead displaying convoluted folds reminiscent of exposed brain matter. On their surfaces, viscous fluids could be seen flowing, and from their immense bodies extended numerous tentacles, akin to the appendages of an octopus. As these tendrils elongated, countless spores were released from their tips, spreading rapidly across the expanse of the insect tide. Soon, these neurotransmitter-like spores began to take effect, calming the previously chaotic swarm and restoring its original order. Damn it, the sonic weapon has failed. These insects possessed no true essence. They were merely under the control of the will of the swarm. The sonic weapon had temporarily disrupted this collective consciousness, causing them to lose control, yet astonishingly, they swiftly devised a solution. This response was remarkably effective, raising the unsettling question of whether there existed a civilization behind them. A throng of officers gazed at the unfolding scene with indignation, relentlessly speculating about the swarm's weaknesses. though the swarm has temporarily returned to a state of calm. It has unexpectedly halted its advance, seemingly compelled to pause for recuperation after the recent fierce battle. However, Huang Mao and his companions remain acutely vigilant. Through their recent confrontation, they have come to appreciate the terrifying nature of the swarm. These are by no means mindless, primitive creatures, but rather beings endowed with remarkable intelligence, capable of unity and cooperation. Should the swarm continue to charge forth in this state, the human fleet would undoubtedly face defeat. What shall we do now? Should we retreat? No, let us hold our ground a little longer. I have an instinct that they will soon make a significant move. Huang Mao shook his head. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet Huang Mao stood firm in his conviction, for his intuition strongly suggested that there was something amiss with those creatures. Chapter 3. The Cataclysm Shielding Device Solar System, Earth, Federal Defense Center. A pallid, gaunt man meticulously examined a cup of Longjing tea. His gaze not fixed upon the steaming liquid, but rather entranced by the ancient, rustic design of the faux roux kiln teacup. It is truly astonishing that you have managed to craft tea utensils from holy star materials. What a remarkable feat, he mused. The speaker was none other than the recently restored Divine Emperor. As I have stated before, once one masters science, the possibilities are indeed limitless. Professor Luo, with a beaming smile, lifted the teapot and filled the cup of his esteemed guest. Regarding your current physique, we are, for the time being, unable to complete the transcendent body reconstruction, so I hope you will not take offense. The Divine Emperor offered a wry smile and shook his head. You jest, my friend. I have died once. How could I concern myself with the elevation of my cultivation? Moreover, this body is at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, not significantly inferior to my original form. That is a misconception. The tribulation and the transcendent state are not to be equated. Please do not jest, Divine Emperor. I am a man burdened by sin. Henceforth, refer to me not as Divine Emperor. My original name is, let me think. Yes, I recall. It should be Brown Chart. Professor Luo nodded and extended his right hand towards the Divine Emperor. Very well, Mr. Brown, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am the current chief scientist of the Human Federation, Luo E. Brown grasped Professor Luo's right hand firmly and instantly felt the pure celestial energy coursing through him. Professor Luo, you have also ascended to the transcendent realm. Professor Luo smiled in silence, while Yifeng, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Since his return to Earth, he had not closely observed Professor Luo's cultivation. Firstly, as his mentor, probing into another's cultivation was inherently an impolite act. Secondly, since his return, his mind had been preoccupied with the war situation concerning Huang Mao. He vividly remembered that shortly after his departure, a vast and overwhelming aura had completely sealed off the entire Jiuzhou star region. That palpable sense of impending doom must surely be due to a multitude of insects. Subsequently, he confirmed this in the star map. An enormous swarm of insects had indeed covered the entire Jiuzhou star system. Such a magnitude of insect tide was daunting, even for one of his transcendent status, leaving him uncertain of his ability to escape unscathed. Half in surprise and half in confusion, Yifeng inquired, But, Professor Luo, I did not sense your aura during your breakthrough. Professor Luo chuckled softly and patiently replied, Do you recall what I mentioned to you last time about the method to break through to the transcendent realm? Based on the information you provided earlier, we swiftly discovered the means to transcend. It merely involves amplifying the input of spiritual energy while consciously gathering it within the dantian, rotating, compressing, and releasing it to simulate the birth of a galaxy. The more intricate aspect lies in the precise regulation of the parameters and timing of this galactic genesis. Fortunately, we possess a super-psychic computing array. After a period of data simulation, we have now mastered a considerable number of breakthrough patterns. Regardless of the nature of the celestial realms, we can debug them. However, the final outcome may vary slightly due to individual physical constitutions. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, while the deity, who had been renamed Brown, remained visibly astonished, as if he comprehended, yet simultaneously grasped nothing at all. However, I still fail to understand why I did not perceive the aura of your breakthrough. I recall that when I achieved my own breakthrough, the emanating psychic fluctuations were akin to those of a star. Professor Luo, upon hearing this, leisurely gestured towards the sun. After devising the breakthrough strategy for immortals, our reluctance to initiate a large-scale transcendence was primarily due to concerns regarding the so-called heavenly tribulations. You should be aware that the moment a star is born within one's body, The resulting fluctuations are nearly impossible to conceal. Thus, we constructed a tribulation shielding device within the sun. A tribulation shielding device. Brown's eyes widened in disbelief. Yifeng retracted his gaze from the sun, having deduced much from his earlier analysis. Professor Luo, do you mean to say you have created a dedicated area for transcendence within the sun? Professor Luo took a sip of his strong tea and smiled, saying, Indeed, you are my student. Your graduate research topic was on the evolution of stars. I trust you are familiar with the principles involved. Yifeng endeavored to recall the knowledge from 2 centuries past and responded, tentatively guessing, perhaps I am mistaken. If there are inaccuracies, I hope Professor Luo will enlighten me. Upon seeing Professor Luo nod, Yifeng elaborated. The sun, as a main sequence star, currently exists in a stable, mature stellar state, and nearly all mature stars are composed of plasma. Therefore, the sun can be regarded as a colossal sphere of plasma. At its core, due to the sun's immense mass, all atomic electrons are forced to the periphery, leaving only the atomic nuclei in place, compressed together. When the atomic nuclei come into contact, nuclear fusion occurs, resulting in countless hydrogen atoms merging into helium atoms, simultaneously releasing vast amounts of radiant energy. The immense radiation pressure from nuclear fusion and the gravitational pressure of the star maintain a delicate equilibrium, preventing the sun from collapsing under its own weight. At this juncture, the deity nodded in contemplation. During his previous reflections on that neutron star, he had only vaguely surmised some aspects, yet now it seemed he grasped much more. Yifeng continued, above the nuclear fusion reaction zone lies the radiation zone. This region is extensive, extending from 0.25 solar radii to approximately 0.78 solar radii, encompassing over 50 of the sun's radius. The radiative zone primarily serves to convey the energy from the sun's core outward, encompassing various forms of electromagnetic radiation and particle flows. This energy radiates externally in the forms of X-rays, ultraviolet light, and visible light. It is a realm where photons engage in a random walk, transferring the energy generated by the core outward. The journey of solar photons from the interior to the surface is an arduous process. I have often remarked that the sunlight we bask in is comprised of photons that have journeyed from the core for hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of years. This assertion is not in the slightest exaggerated. When the sun generates a photon through nuclear fusion, that photon is absorbed by a gas molecule approximately every micron it travels. Upon absorbing the photon, the gas molecule heats up and randomly emits a photon of the same wavelength. This newly emitted photon then advances another micron, and this process continues in a series of interactions. Thus, photons meander in a haphazard manner, requiring around 1025 absorptions and re-emissions to reach the sun's surface. With each interaction consuming a modicum of time, this accumulates to an astronomical duration. Furthermore, some photons may retrace their paths, prolonging their journey even further. I conjecture that the immortal breakthrough device is situated within the sun's radiative zone, where the energy emitted upon achieving immortal status would be released at an exceedingly slow pace, akin to that of solar photons. Thus, regardless of the number of immortals who may break through within the sun, their presence would not be immediately detectable by external observers. Professor Luo nodded in satisfaction, applauding Yifeng, and remarked, You have grasped it perfectly. We are indeed leveraging the sun as a natural shield, isolating ourselves from external observation. However, at that moment, Brown interjected with a query. According to your understanding, the temperature within the sun approaches 5 million degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, ordinary cultivators in the tribulation phase could never remain for an extended period. Professor Luo smiled subtly, gesturing to the teacup in the hands of the Divine Emperor. Haha. Mr. Brown, have you not noticed that the hot tea I poured for you is imperceptible in temperature? We have constructed a sizable cultivation area within the sun using materials with strong interactions, along with an array of teleportation formations that allow for entry from any location within the solar system. Interestingly, the sun's interior possesses nearly limitless energy. With just the establishment of a conversion station, we can continuously supply spiritual energy to those breaking through to immortality, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. The Divine Emperor once again gazed at the teacup in his hand, realizing that, as Professor Luo had stated, the material strength of the cup's surface was indeed comparable to the precious star fragments he had painstakingly collected over the years. A sanctuary built from such materials could very well insulate against the sun's extreme temperatures. Chapter 4. The Spirit Energy Act. Once the esteemed Lord of the Divine now relinquished entirely the last vestiges of pride. In the presence of a civilization capable of mass-producing immortals, all past accomplishments and status have lost their significance. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Does this not mean we can immediately eradicate those pests?" The current situation for Huang Mao is rather dire. Professor Luo sighed deeply, shaking his head slowly. The matter is not as simple as you perceive. While the number of immortals among us has surpassed 1,000, it remains but a drop in the ocean when faced with the insect race. As the first immortal practitioner of the Human Federation, you should be acutely aware that, compared to the tribulation stage, our greatest advancement lies merely in the transition from limited to unlimited spirit energy. However, the actual output power of this energy has not seen a significant enhancement. Current simulations suggest that a full-force strike from a tribulation stage practitioner can devastate the surface of an Earth-like planet or obliterate a minor asteroid such as the Valley God Star. In contrast, a full-force strike from an immortal can nearly annihilate the core of a planet like Earth. Despite the considerable disparity between the two, it is not insurmountable. My understanding is that the most significant breakthrough in the immortal realm pertains to the opening of the domain space. The universe within the Dantian is, astonishingly, a genuine cosmic environment, capable of drawing other souls into it, akin to a creator. Drawing in another's soul? Yifeng pondered this statement, suddenly grasping much. It became clear that Yifan was not pulling my body into the domain. Evidently, the domain space does not affect tangible reality, only the soul. It is no wonder that Huang Fu Ming Kong could simulate a false immortal realm. His comprehension of the soul far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners. Having elucidated these concepts, Yifeng felt his understanding of the immortal realm deepen significantly. Professor Luo nodded appreciatively and continued, "The domain space, in a certain sense, resembles a virtual realm. To provide you with a more relatable example, if the previous understanding of the soul was akin to a single-player RPG, then the domain space resembles a creative game like Minecraft. You must continually transform the universe within you to achieve enhancement. According to your previous revelations, generating life or even civilization within your internal universe can elevate your realm, and we have conducted extensive research on this. The emergence of life within a galaxy is not a trivial endeavor. Our current scientific technology has yet to touch the essence of life. As for the emerald bamboos within your grandfather's being, we believe they are more likely projections of his conscious realm rather than genuine life forms. Even if he manages to awkwardly break through to the true immortal realm, it is doubtful he could develop an intelligent civilization. Yifeng, the reason I have shared so much about the immortal realm with you today is to convey that, regardless of the magnitude of enhancement within the immortal realm, it remains an individual advancement, lacking decisive impact on the entirety of civilization. Conversely, the information regarding the ether civilization that you previously provided has brought about transformative changes for the entire Human Federation. Although many of the technologies remain beyond our full comprehension, the research methodologies and scientific culture of the ether civilization have bestowed upon us a plethora of new ideas and inspirations. I am confident that it will not be long before we successfully develop materials of the second category of strong interactions. Materials of the second category of strong interactions? Yifeng inquired, perplexed. I imagine you are already quite familiar with the first category of strong interaction materials, which constitute the fundamental materials we currently utilize on a large scale. However, the essence of these first category materials lies in our ability to harness psychic energy to negate the forces of interaction between atomic nuclei, thereby achieving a close arrangement of nuclei. A significant drawback of these materials is their requirement for a continuous supply of psychic energy to maintain their structure. In contrast, the second category of strong interaction materials entirely relies on our breakthroughs in fundamental science, achieved through the manipulation of atoms, liberating us from dependence on psychic energy. Concurrently, the Human Federation has enacted related legislation, aiming to further restrict the application of psychic energy, particularly its influence on fundamental science, allowing physics to return to its roots and science to regain its integrity. We refer to this initiative as the Psychic Energy Act. The Emperor, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why abandon our reliance on psychic energy? To neglect such a pure and efficient source of energy would be a tremendous waste." Professor Luo's countenance grew grave as he replied, "Mr. Brown, your words hold merit. The advent of psychic energy has indeed altered the course of our civilization's history, resolving numerous challenges that once seemed insurmountable. However, fundamentally, psychic energy is merely a tool. We must not allow the possession of this all-powerful tool to lead to the degradation of our inherent capabilities. That would be a fundamental misstep. Furthermore, if we encounter problems that psychic energy cannot resolve, will we not be left in a state of helplessness? Much like the impending catastrophe we now face. Impending catastrophe. Yifeng keenly noted this pivotal term. Could it be that Professor Luo possessed further insights regarding the swarm? Yifeng, Brown, you two have already encountered the swarm. Can you tell me, do the swarm exhibit psychic energy fluctuations? No. I initially suspected an issue with my perception. Yet the star map still reveals no signs. Yifeng gradually recognized the gravity of the situation. If these creatures lack psychic energy but can repeatedly annihilate psychic civilizations, then they are far more terrifying than previously imagined. Professor Luo continued, this is why I advised you against acting impulsively. Utilizing our current psychic weaponry against the swarm may yield counterproductive results. We must urgently develop genuine traditional weaponry if we are to stand a chance against the impending catastrophe. However, the development of traditional weaponry is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The situation with Huang Mao is exceedingly critical. I cannot stand idly by and watch. Professor Luo set down his teacup and reassured, do not be anxious. The mobilization order has already been issued. With humanity's current industrial capabilities, the modernization of our weaponry will soon be achieved. At that time, it will not be the swarms encircling us, but rather we who shall inundate the swarms. Chapter 5. Insect Star. In the outer asteroid defense belt of the Jiuzhou star system, an endless swarm of insects amassed at the periphery of the galaxy. At this moment, they seem to have fallen into a profound silence. In recent days, after enduring relentless bombardments from hydrogen bombs, neutron weapons, and various thermal arms, the swarm appeared to have come to a realization. This diminutive star system was not composed of the frail cultivators they had previously consumed, but rather, it housed intelligent beings capable of posing a genuine existential threat to them. Consequently, the swarm ceased its attempts to breach the defenses established by the Human Federation within the asteroid belt and instead gathered, in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, millions of kilometers away on the opposite side of the defense line. At the core of their formation were brain bugs, surrounded layer upon layer by smaller insects, seemingly safeguarding this fragile command node. The swarm grew larger, enveloping the brain bugs like a rolling snowball, ultimately coalescing into massive flesh spheres ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers in diameter. No, at this juncture, the swarm resembled writhing planets, with gravitational effects emerging between them, causing them to rotate in unison. Once the insect star took shape, a layer of cocoon-like material formed upon its surface, encasing all the insects within. The undulating surface suggested remarkable transformations occurring inside the insect star. Meanwhile, additional swarms patrolled the periphery, ever vigilant in guarding these nascent celestial bodies. Within the command center of the Chang'e spacecraft carrier, Huang Mao stared at the real-time surveillance feed, lost in thought. Since the last wave of suicidal charges 3 days prior, the swarm had exhibited no further activity, even halting the most rudimentary infiltrations. It was noteworthy that a few days earlier, they had discovered a type of insect capable of forging subspace tunnels, dubbed the tunnel bug, able to silently construct stable subspace routes within the galaxy. Had it not been for the restoration of gravitational wave radar, they might have been ambushed from behind by these creatures. To thwart the insect's potential for a surprise attack, Huang Mao ordered the deployment of high-power spatial oscillation devices throughout the galaxy, rendering the subspace within the Jiuzhou star system exceedingly unstable. Should anyone inadvertently fall into this realm, they would be utterly torn apart by gravitational storms. While this strategy effectively averted a backstabbing by the swarm, it equally hampered the logistical flow within the system. With reliance on pure propulsion systems, the maximum cruising speed of their vessels did not exceed 10 of the speed of light, nearly the limit of chemical fuel propulsion. At this pace, the carrier and its fleet could not undertake effective maneuvers, relegating them to static positions as fortresses. Only a limited number of individual mechs and landing craft could manage short-range jumps. In Huang Mao's words, he intended to transform the entire Jiuzhou star system into a cage, ensnaring not only the insects but himself as well. Are there any analysis results yet? Huang Mao inquired casually, picking up a document before him. Report, Commander. Regarding the insect star, there are currently no relevant records to be found. We are left with only some immature conjectures. A senior researcher with graying hair responded anxiously. It's all right. Speak freely as thoughts come to you. Accuracy is not required. The blonde continued to inquire. He was well aware that since humanity transitioned into a psychic civilization, the eradication of all diseases through cultivation, coupled with the significant extension of lifespan and the promotion of the soul system, has rendered humans almost immune to the travails of aging, illness, and death. Consequently, research in medicine, particularly in the biological realm, has stagnated, and humanity's interest in other species has plummeted. This has led to a regression in existing biological technologies, leaving humanity at a loss when confronted with entirely new species such as the swarm. Yes, indeed. Firstly, we can ascertain that the swarm's collective behavior bears a striking resemblance to that of certain army ants on ancient Earth. When confronted with danger, these ants release a unique chemical signal known as pheromones. This pheromone rapidly disseminates throughout the colony, alerting other members to potential threats. Upon receiving this alarm signal, the members of the colony swiftly gather together, employing additional pheromones to guide others to the assembly point. Once a sufficient number of members converge, they begin to form a spherical structure, intricately interweaving their bodies to create a dense protective layer. The formation of this spherical structure serves as a collective defense, effectively mitigating external threats to individual members. Its compactness can obstruct attacks from predators, such as bites or gnawing. Furthermore, once gathered, the members can act in unison to counter threats, for instance, by collaboratively pushing or rolling the sphere away from danger. Additionally, this spherical formation provides a degree of thermal insulation, particularly in frigid environments. The physical contact among the members reduces heat loss, preserving warmth within the group. I hypothesize that the swarming insect's tendency to coalesce into a sphere is a collective defense strategy aimed at safeguarding themselves and the swarm from external perils. This approach not only offers protective benefits but also enhances collective strength and thermal retention. Are you suggesting that the swarm may breach our defenses in the form of an insect star? The blonde furrowed his brow, incessantly tugging at his dwindling hair. If the swarm were indeed to charge at us in the guise of an insect star, intercepting them with our current arsenal would be nearly impossible. While the Star Destroyer cannon is an effective weapon against large celestial entities, it would prove utterly impotent against these energy-devouring insects. Moreover, the hastily produced high-yield hydrogen bombs would only be capable of eliminating a fraction of the swarm, falling short of exterminating a swarm of such magnitude. Moreover, following several rounds of relentless offensives in recent days, the resilience of the swarm against nuclear weaponry has steadily intensified, rendering ordinary radiation nearly ineffective against them. More alarmingly, they have seemingly begun to comprehend the destructive mechanisms and lethal ranges of nuclear arms. Should a nuclear weapon be launched, the swarm will disperse, with some individuals even daringly advancing toward the weapon to trigger its fuse, inducing an explosion in the vast emptiness of space, far removed from their ranks. An elder researcher offered reassurance, stating, "I believe the swarm will not simply charge forward. Had that been their intent, their efficiency in assault would have manifested long ago. I suspect the formation of their hive holds ulterior motives." "Oh, what other motives could they possibly have?" inquired another. The elder researcher cleared his throat gently and replied, "The specific objectives remain unclear, yet one thing is certain. The hive is undergoing a complete metamorphic development." Chapter 6, Cocoon. How so? The senior researcher elucidated. The reason these creatures are referred to as larvae is due to their growth process characterized by complete metamorphosis. Complete metamorphosis denotes that insect species undergo a transformation from birth to adulthood through the stages of larva, pupa, and adult. This process starkly contrasts with that of mammals, whose developmental phases exhibit distinctly different forms, each increasingly robust. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the swarm we currently face is still in its larval stage?" The senior researcher nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, however, we shall soon confront the true adults. You may have already discerned that the swarm we previously encountered possessed limited offensive capabilities and combat strategies. They merely passively resisted our assaults. As they transition into the pupal stage, a significant evolution is imminent, and at that point, the adversaries we will face will be exceedingly formidable." Huang Mao could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. The current swarm was already quite troublesome. Could they truly become even more powerful? His expression grew increasingly somber. If this were the case, it would spell serious trouble. Over the past few days, he had deployed nearly all offensive tactics available to the Human Federation, even utilizing drone mesh for close-quarter combat within the swarm, hoping to deploy replicating nanobots to consume the mass of insects. Yet, the swarm emitted a golden light that nullified psychic energy. Any strong, interacting materials that came into contact with the swarm would utterly fail and revert to mere polymer substances. Simultaneously, all communication methods within the swarm's vicinity would be forcibly jammed. Once drones ventured inside, they would lose all contact. Thus far, only high-powered long-range ray weapons had proven to be somewhat effective, but in the face of the swarm's overwhelming numbers, these weapons could merely delay their advance without significantly diminishing their ranks. Huang Mao cast another glance at the distant insect planet. At that moment, the pupal shells on its surface had fully formed, adorned with countless pores from which threads emerged, enveloping the entire planet as though it were being cocooned. Countless insects were densely packed, layer upon layer, atop the surface of the pupal shells. A profound sense of foreboding surged within Huang Mao, prompting him to urgently inquire. Professor Li, when will these insect planets hatch? And once they do, where will they seek nourishment? The senior researcher sighed and shook his head in resignation. I cannot answer these questions, for even I am unaware of when they might hatch. After all, I have not previously studied the reproductive habits of these insects. However, when they first arrived here, they had already feasted, and you should still recall the corpses of the Imperial Coalition monks, which have likely transformed entirely into sustenance for the swarm. It is certain that, given their rate of pupation, they will emerge from their cocoons in just a few days. At that point, we will be compelled to rely on non-psychic weaponry to eradicate this terrifying wave of insects, otherwise relying solely on the annihilation cannon. Alas! The senior researcher sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. The blonde stood there, dazed for a moment before also turning to look in another direction. In the reflection of the window, the only gas giant in the Gyozho galaxy seemed to loom before him. This massive gas planet, reminiscent of Jupiter, was perpetually beset by storms of level 12, with colossal eyes of tempest seemingly intent on devouring all tangible forms. Lu Hu, how is the ignition point plan progressing? The blonde inquired, his tone devoid of emotion as he picked up the intercom. Boss, as per your instructions, we have established multiple oxygen generation stations within the G92 gas planet. At the current pace, this planet will soon become a colossal powder keg. Excellent. Continue to augment the oxidizer's output. It is imperative to strictly adhere to the Eden system's calculations when positioning the hydrogen bomb's detonator. Understood, but boss, should the G92 gas planet explode, it is highly likely that an irreversible nuclear fusion reaction will occur. At that time, the Gyozho galaxy will gain another sun. That is no longer a concern for us. Do you have the simulation results from the Eden system? We have reached a preliminary conclusion. The force generated by the first explosion will be sufficient to consume all objects within a radius of 500,000 kilometers. However, boss, are you certain the insects will follow that route? Do not worry about that. I will provide them with an irresistible lure. Boss, I can't shake the feeling that this plan is too perilous. Perhaps we should seek assistance from other fleets. Lu Hu, we are soldiers of the Human Federation. Having chosen this path, we must see it through to the end. I understand your concerns, but please trust me. On this journey, any crisis or predicament is trivial. For behind us stands the Human Federation, all of human civilization, countless people, family, and friends. We are the final shield. Since we have chosen to remain in the Gyozho star region, we must endure until the end, regardless of the dangers we face. Boss, you are right, but can we withstand this trial? The blonde furrowed his brow, falling into silence. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, do not worry. The insects are ultimately just insects. I will continue to devise a solution. Understood, I will expedite the progress on my end. Then let us proceed with this for now. I will update you should any developments arise. After severing the connection, the blonde took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the break room. He comprehended that only by relaxing could he confront the impending decisive battle ahead. Chapter 7. Kunlun-class Starship, Solar System, Jupiter's Moon 4. Yifeng and Professor Luo, both cultivators at the Immortal Realm, descended upon the icy rocky surface of this moon. At present, this satellite was fervently undergoing a transformation project, with colossal engineering vehicles and transport ships bustling in and out of orbit. Countless ground-based weapons and airfields were under construction, and waves of alloy-armored mechanical servants were being transported to underground hangars. Observing this scene, Yifeng felt a sense of curiosity. Professor Luo, those mechanical warriors, if I recall correctly, are the initial generation of material drones nearly a century old. Why are they still being put into service? Professor Luo chuckled softly and replied, indeed. These drones have become obsolete. Yet they are set to be the primary weapons against the insectoid species in the forthcoming battles. Before Yifeng could inquire further, Professor Luo continued, the blockade of the Jojo star system remains in effect, indicating one thing. The Wuma fleet has yet to eradicate the insect swarm. If psionic weapons were effective, given Huang Mao's capabilities, the swarm there should have been eliminated long ago. Thus, the current situation demonstrates that psionic weaponry holds little efficacy against the swarm. To achieve victory, we must revert to conventional weaponry. Although the material drones lack an abundance of psionic weapons, they represent the pinnacle of Earth's traditional firepower platforms. When they were conceived, it was during the time the first fleet of the Yunxian Empire arrived in the solar system, at a time when we had yet to master psionic weaponry. Therefore, they were developed entirely based on the most advanced human technology of that era. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, and indeed, as Professor Luo had stated, the material drones stood over 30 meters tall, significantly larger than the current infantry mechs. Their external armor was crafted from a high-strength alloy, with a frontal protective thickness of approximately 600 millimeters and an average thickness of over 400 millimeters across other sections. Overall, they resembled the wrathful deities of Buddhist iconography. Yet their immense size and weight did not impede their agility in the zero-gravity environment of space. The material drones were outfitted with a variety of weapons, a 24-tube rocket launcher on the left shoulder and a small-caliber electromagnetic cannon on the right, with an ammunition capacity of 300 rounds. 3 robust steel conduits, each about 2 meters long and conical in shape, were affixed to the back of the mech. Within these tubes resided a laser cannon and 2 30mm autocannons. Additionally, a compact nuclear fusion reactor was installed in the chest area of the mech, providing power while also having the capability to disengage safety protocols and transform into a nuclear warhead. Chainsaws and other melee weapons were even mounted on the legs and arms of the mech. From these specifications, it was evident that the material drones had become the pinnacle of weaponry during humanity's traditional era. Gazing upon the performance metrics of the material drones, Yifeng reflected inwardly. Such a weapon, even in the realm of cultivation, would likely be deemed a treasure-level artifact, capable of posing a threat to even the most advanced cultivators. More alarmingly, the material official mechs were developed as mainstream weaponry during the nascent stage of psychic weaponry, resulting in a staggering number of them in existence. Yifeng has already surmised Professor Luo's intentions. Are these mechs intended for transport to the Jojo star system for support? However, with the stargates now closed, how can we possibly transport such a vast quantity of mechs? Do you recall Leviathan? That planet-sized beast comparable to Mars. Of course, I remember. We subsequently placed it in orbit beyond Pluto and dispatched a vessel of researchers to establish an experimental center there, dedicated to studying its physiological structure. Professor Luo revealed a mysterious smile, affirming that in this upcoming climactic battle, the greatest prize is indeed this star beast. It completely overturns our preconceived notions of traditional biology and revives our research in biological technology. According to the latest research findings, this star beast conceals numerous secrets. Firstly, its genetic sequence is entirely unlike any organism we have previously encountered. You should know that throughout the long course of evolution, an organism's genes can become repeatedly contaminated, leading to a state of garbled recombination. Consequently, much of the information within our genes is chaotic and ineffective, akin to a mountain of garbage in a code base. In contrast, Leviathan, a colossal organism, possesses an astonishingly simple and pure genetic composition. Although we have yet to fully decipher its genetic sequence, evident signs of artificial editing are apparent. This implies that Leviathan is very likely a manufactured entity. Upon hearing this, Yifeng fell into contemplation, but he quickly regained his composure. It is impossible. Given the technological prowess of the Chart Empire, they could not possibly master such advanced genetic engineering techniques. Indeed, we immediately ruled out the possibility of those cultivator barbarians. Through subsequent inquiries with the Divine Emperor, I learned that the Leviathan juvenile was fortuitously acquired by him at some space ruins. I suspect that these ruins are remnants of a vessel from an advanced civilization, and Leviathan is a biological weapon of that high civilization. Yifeng fell silent once more. Although this explanation may seem far-fetched, it currently stands as the best answer. Yet, one wonders why a civilization capable of cultivating a star beast like Leviathan would silently dissipate into the cosmos? This deep space may harbor countless secrets. Before Yifeng could finish his musings, Professor Luo continued, as a purely biological entity, Leviathan's greatest advantage lies in its ability to navigate through subspace corridors without being affected by gravitational turbulence. Although our understanding of subspace is still limited, it is clear that psychic technology and mechanical creations are significantly impacted by various factors within subspace, which poses the greatest limitation on the size of our starships. However, Leviathan can traverse subspace with ease, even though its size approaches that of a planet. While we do not fully comprehend this phenomenon, we can certainly leverage it. Professor Luo gestured towards the nearby green liquid being infused into the depths of Europa. Did you see that? The green liquid is the primordial essence of the star beast, meticulously synthesized based on Leviathan. It bears a striking resemblance to the secretion produced by Leviathan, capable of transforming an inorganic planet into a biomorphic world. Our current endeavor is to comprehensively bioengineer Europa. Although we are presently unable to imbue Europa with the sentience akin to that of Leviathan, we can indeed convert it into a biological planet. Once this planet undergoes this homogeneous transformation, it will evolve into a super starship capable of interstellar travel. For now, we intend to designate it as the Kunlun-class starship. Chapter 8. The Swarm Assault. In the vast expanse of floating debris within the Gyojou star system, the Chang'e aerospace carrier has successfully completed its disintegration, transforming from a colossal 120-kilometer-long warship into 4 30-kilometer heavy battleships. These 4 heavy vessels, alongside hundreds of thousands of various battleships and destroyers, have all entered a state of heightened readiness, standing resolutely as fortresses amidst the asteroid belt. Huang Mao has not placed his entire hope in the natural defenses of the asteroid belt. Instead, he has chosen a more prudent approach, utilizing the rocky asteroids as a foundation to construct robust defensive fortifications to withstand enemy assaults. With the assistance of nanobots, numerous asteroids have been converted into terrestrial weapon platforms and logistical warehouses. Some suitably sized asteroids are even equipped with fusion engines, forming an unyielding steel wall alongside the warships. According to Huang Mao's strategy, relying on this natural defensive line of the asteroid belt could effectively thwart the encroaching swarm, at least buying precious time. Should this line be breached, they could launch blockading strikes against the surrounding star systems, preventing the enemy from infiltrating the inner regions of the star system. The Human Federation has already deployed a multitude of reconnaissance satellites around the asteroid belt. A simple scan will reveal the precise locations of the insectoid threat, eliminating concerns of stealthy incursions. Furthermore, numerous swiftly traversing meteors nearby serve as additional cover, making it exceedingly difficult for the swarm, despite their overwhelming numerical superiority, to breach this defensive line. At this moment, within the depths of an asteroid named Zhuzhou at the northwestern edge of the belt, Huang Mao is anxiously formulating tactics and issuing commands. From the outside, Zhuzhou appears indistinguishable from other natural asteroids. Yet within its core lies the command center of the Chang'e aerospace carrier, eschewing the advice of others to situate the command post further back. He has taken the initiative to establish the command center at the front lines, believing that placing the heavily armed Chang'e in the rear would be a colossal waste. In the current circumstances, every increment of firepower translates to a greater glimmer of hope. He is acutely aware that the Human Federation is undoubtedly preparing to repel the insectoid onslaught. He must hold the line long enough to secure opportunities for others to develop. Standing atop the highest platform of the command center, Huang Mao surveys the entire asteroid defensive stronghold. His gaze is resolute, and in the face of the impending battle, he feels no fear, only an insatiable thirst for victory. He issues a command. All units are to commence independent operations forthwith, and every individual must steadfastly defend their designated area. No one is permitted to retreat without orders. Huang Mao's voice reverberates throughout the command center, swiftly reaching every warship, defensive structure, and asteroid. An atmosphere of tension envelopes the entire defensive stronghold as the soldiers, filled with trepidation, immerse themselves entirely in safeguarding the line. They understand that this battle will determine the fate of the Human Federation, and any moment of complacency could lead to catastrophic consequences. Huang Mao cast another glance at the command center, where the screens continuously switched between real-time images of various defense zones. His heart brimmed with a profound sense of responsibility. Yet it was also clouded by an unsettling anxiety. Throughout this period, he had diligently prepared for this moment, firmly believing in the correctness of his decisions. To the southeast of the main asteroid defense position, a vast swarm of Zerg vessels was rapidly advancing. This fleet was immense, with countless warships arranged densely, resembling a dark cloud swiftly approaching. Huang Mao furrowed his brow tightly, astonished by the speed of the Zerg's onslaught. He had anticipated that the swarm would grant him more time to better prepare for battle. However, it had become evident that the Zerg's evolutionary pace had far surpassed his expectations. The Zerg planets had fully matured, generating numerous biological warships. Terrifying weapons birthed from the Zerg's consumption of the Yunxian Empire and the Chard Empire fleets. These warships were not only several dozen kilometers in size, but their outer armor resembled living organisms, capable of contracting and expanding, indicating a self-healing biological armor. Even more alarming were the massive cannons resembling tentacles clearly visible on the warships. These creatures had mastered the art of long-range attacks. Moreover, the newly emerged Zerg had undergone significant transformations, diverging from the previously singular structure of the swarm. It was clear that these new Zerg were more evolved and considerably stronger than their predecessors. Huang Mao took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. He understood that there was no turning back. He must lead the Human Federation to defend this final bastion. Prepare all positions for engagement. Huang Mao issued the urgent command. He fixed his gaze on the approaching Zerg fleet, filled with resolve and determination. We cannot allow the Zerg to invade the territory of the Human Federation. We must hold this last line of defense and fight for the future of humanity. His voice resonated with strength and confidence, inspiring all the warriors around him. The 4 heavy warships, birthed from the split of the mothership, along with countless battleships and destroyers, swiftly ascended, unleashing a barrage of firepower towards the Zerg fleet. The Zerg fleet loomed before them, a colossal mass of biological warships shrouding the starry sky like a black cloud. They emitted a suffocating stench, casting a pall of darkness over the entire battlefield. However, the sheer number of Zerg and their relentless biological warships intensified the pressure on the battlefield. A glimmer of determination flashed in Huang Mao's eyes. He resolved to utilize the asteroid belt's environment to combat the swarm. He issued commands to activate the fusion engines within the asteroid fortifications, launching countless asteroids like projectiles towards the Zerg warships. The debris and meteors of the asteroid belt swiftly transformed into devastating kinetic weapons, annihilating a significant number of Zerg vessels in an instant. Excitement sparkled in Huang Mao's eyes as he glimpsed a ray of hope. Concentrate all firepower on Defense Zone 3. Activate ground-based weapons immediately. Huang Mao commanded without hesitation. Defense Zone 3 stands as the critical stronghold of the entire asteroid defense network, serving as the primary avenue for the Zerg's assault. Should this zone succumb to enemy forces, the entire defensive line would be severed, leading to the collapse of the position. The weaponry of Defense Zone 3 was immediately activated, unleashing a torrent of energy projectiles, laser cannons, and missiles directed at the Zerg fleet from all directions. In an instant, the cosmos was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, transforming into a hellish battlefield. Huang Mao's gaze remained fixed on the screen, continuously adjusting the configuration of Defense Zone 3 to ensure each shell found its mark on the Zerg warships. He understood the overwhelming numbers of the swarm, yet he believed that with precise strikes, there remained a glimmer of hope. The battle raged fiercely, with Zerg warships drawing ever closer, while the Human Federation's defensive weapons relentlessly fired. Energy blasts and laser beams intertwined to create a breathtaking yet terrifying spectacle. The sound of exploding shells resembling the resounding drums of war, urging every individual to give their utmost. As seconds ticked by, the combat intensified. Amidst the brutal clash, both sides fought desperately for survival. The biological warships of the swarm, now within a distance of nearly 10,000 kilometers, began to fire their main cannons, a development unforeseen by the soldiers of the Human Federation. Enormous energy projectiles erupted from the Zerg vessels, their thunderous roars deafening. As the battlefield was engulfed in fire and chaos, a flicker of anxiety crossed Huang Mao's eyes as he swiftly commanded a change in the warship's trajectory, attempting to evade the oncoming artillery. Other vessels followed suit, weaving through the void of space to safeguard their comrades. Nevertheless, the firepower of the Zerg's main cannons was formidable. Energy projectiles exploded in succession, generating shockwaves that threatened to destabilize the ships. Huang Mao gripped the control stick tightly, contemplating his next move with a calm demeanor. He recognized that if the Zerg's main cannons continued to strike true, the ships would be overwhelmed and inevitably destroyed. With unwavering resolve, he issued the command, "All ships, disperse immediately, adopt a scattered formation. Let the Zerg's main cannons fail to strike us simultaneously." The warships swiftly complied with Huang Mao's orders, rearranging into a well-structured, scattered formation. Although the Zerg's main cannons were powerful, their inability to simultaneously hit multiple vessels in the dispersed arrangement offered a glimmer of hope. Stay vigilant, prepare to counterattack. Huang Mao's voice resonated with determination and confidence. The energy cannons, laser turrets, and missile launchers aboard the ships were all activated. As they retaliated against the biological warships of the Zerg, the beams from the energy cannons sliced through space like lightning, while the red beams of the laser cannons illuminated the battlefield, and missiles erupted against the surfaces of the Zerg vessels. The Zerg warships were struck by the Human Federation's counteroffensive. Some were obliterated into fragments, while others lost balance in the explosions, adrift in the void. Although the range of the Zerg's main cannons was extensive, their accuracy paled in comparison to the precise strikes of the Human Federation. However, the sheer number of Zerg warships meant that even as the Human Federation fought back, they could not halt the advance of the swarm. Huang Mao realized that relying solely on the firepower of the battleships was utterly inadequate. He needed to identify the vulnerabilities of the swarm to truly annihilate them. He issued a command: all battleships, prepare to launch fusion bombs. Simultaneously, initiate the decoy plan. Chapter 9. The Torch of the Immortal. As the dense formations of the insect swarm fully penetrated the asteroid defense line, the front lines became irreversibly intertwined. At this moment, regardless of direction, countless insect warships surged forth, with each position simultaneously confronting attacks from all sides. Although humanity enjoyed the advantage of home ground, they found themselves gasping for breath under the overwhelming tide of the swarm. In this dire moment, the fusion bomb emerged as a glimmer of hope. This weapon, a novel creation derived from subspace detonation technology, operates on a straightforward principle. First, the warhead is arranged in a curvature jump into subspace. Then it detonates with the explosive energy of a celestial being, shattering the barrier between subspace and the physical universe. This unleashed chaos within subspace, generating gravitational turbulence that obliterated everything tangible in the vicinity. Humanity's understanding of subspace remains severely limited in this tactic. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 to oneself was a desperate measure. Once the fusion bomb is deployed, even if it annihilates every insect warship in the vicinity, the human fleet would likely face total annihilation as well. Yet, the blonde commander found himself devoid of choices. Failure to act would lead to humanity's extinction. In that moment, he experienced the true essence of despair. Despite having witnessed countless victories in the wars of the Human Federation, he was still enveloped by the palpable sin of death. Ultimately, the fusion bomb was released. Upon its deployment, a portion of the bombs detonated in the vast emptiness of space, producing a colossal shockwave that tore through the void, manifesting as a tremendous energy storm that engulfed the battlefield. Another portion exploded directly within the asteroid belt, creating an immense void in an instant. With the explosion of the fusion bomb, the previously dense formations were instantaneously fragmented into countless pieces. The entire swarm trembled violently, and the shattered void swiftly ensnared the surrounding insects along with debris, drawing them into subspace, leaving no trace behind. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. The blonde commander issued the retreat order just before the explosion of the fusion bomb. Although most warships on this defense line were remotely controlled, a number of warriors remained. However, utilizing mechs, they could easily leap away from the influence of subspace. The power of the fusion bomb exceeded the Human Federation's wildest imaginings. The chain reaction caused by the collapse of subspace rendered this section of the cosmos a forbidden zone for life, no matter how formidable the swarm. Flesh and blood had no chance of survival within subspace. This maneuver can be described as a decisive strike, directly obliterating the core of the insect swarm and potentially inflicting severe damage upon their vitality. Yet, it also exacted a heavy toll on the Human Federation, resulting in the loss of nearly all large warships, including an Ephialtes-class space aircraft carrier, a staggering loss indeed. The losses suffered by the swarm have been particularly devastating. In recent days, the newly hatched advanced version of the insect race has been almost entirely annihilated, and a considerable number of biological warships have been obliterated as well. Yet, their achievements are minimal, yielding almost no additional biological mass to compensate for the recent losses. However, the swarm has finally breached the last outer defense line, paving the way for an invasion into the inner workings of the star system. Given the swarm's adaptive evolutionary capabilities, it is evident that they are far more suited for combat on planetary surfaces. The forces of the swarm on the front lines have temporarily halted their advance, as the subspace storm caused by fusion bombs will require some time to subside. Nevertheless, more of the swarm has circumvented the storm-affected area and is progressing inward toward the Jiuzhou star system. Huang Mao glanced at the densely packed light points on the tactical radar, sighed, and activated the intercom. The ignition plan is ready for execution. All units near planet G92 must withdraw immediately. Simultaneously, instruct the populace on the surfaces of Shiha and Eden planets to take shelter underground. The shockwave from the ignition plan's explosion will impact the entire star system. A resolute voice responded from the other end of the intercom. Understood. The ignition plan is prepared, and the detonation parameters have been sent to you. At your command, we can detonate this gaseous planet. All right, Lu Hu. You and the Longya squadron should retreat to Eden 1. No problem, but when will you join us? Should we come to get you? Huang Mao smiled faintly. No need to come. I will find a way to regroup with you shortly. With that, Huang Mao ended the call. His usual playful demeanor replaced by unwavering determination and resolve. He adjusted his cap, which had been worn askew, and cast a deep gaze toward the direction of the solar system, silently reciting, "For humanity." An astonishing aura suddenly surged from Huang Mao. This energy was not aggressive. On the contrary, it was remarkably smooth. However, as this energy approached its zenith, the entire star region seemed to tremble with immense power. This aura maintained a consistent state, as if it had existed since time immemorial. At the moment it reached its peak, a thunderous boom echoed. It was as though a certain constraint had been shattered, and the world around him erupted into brilliant light. Rings of radiance expanded around Huang Mao, with boundless energy swirling chaotically, converging within the universe of his Dantian. The Dantian universe seemed to possess the magical ability to absorb everything, drawing in all that energy and integrating it into the core of Huang Mao's Dantian. In that instant, the entire realm shuddered as unparalleled energy surged from all directions, flooding into Huang Mao's being. The sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly within him. His cells, nerves, and even blood began to boil. At Huang Mao's urging, countless strands of spiritual energy rapidly transformed into pure energy, fueling the universe within his Dantian. After absorbing such immense energy, the Dantian universe began to expand. Crack, crack. The expansion grew increasingly rapid, as if it contained an overwhelming force within. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling radiance erupted from the cosmic core of the Dantian, accompanied by a resounding boom that illuminated the entire star domain as brightly as day. Huang Mao had completed the final step of his ascension. A brand new star born within him, radiating astonishing waves of energy. This terrifying spectacle could even be observed hundreds of light years away. The swarms of the Jiuzhou galaxy momentarily hesitated, then surged towards Huang Mao like gluttons drawn to a delectable feast. Huang Mao stretched his body and glanced at the tactical radar in his hand, where countless points of light converged into a dark cloud moving toward his location. Just as he had planned, the swarms were irresistibly attracted by his celestial power. Rushing toward him, he chuckled coldly, anticipating the moment when they would savor the flavor of charred delicacies. With a slight distortion of his form, he soared towards the gaseous planet G92. Chapter 10. Interlude. In the direction of the Taurus constellation, at the heart of the Milky Way, lies the Crab Nebula. Within the remnants of a supernova explosion, one would not expect any form of life to exist. Yet, at this moment, two formidable beings sit facing each other, with an enormous chessboard laid out before them. Upon closer inspection, this chessboard is astonishingly vast, as it is actually a fractured landmass, stretching across tens of thousands of miles. The colossal rock layer has been meticulously segmented, interspersed with 19 channels, transforming this expanse into a grand chessboard. If one were to magnify the chessboard further, they would notice numerous man-made structures upon the land, now reduced to crumbling ruins, amidst which lie the remains of countless creatures. The two great beings pay no heed to this macabre scene, engrossed as they are in their game of Go. The elder in gray, with a flick of his wrist, summons a meteor, contemplating for a moment before gently placing it on another square of the board. The elder in black glances at his own black stone, shaking his head in disapproval. The elder in gray chuckles. What is the matter? Are you afraid to make a move? This is a strategy one have pondered for quite some time, and it is sure to secure victory. The elder in black snorts in response, then picks up a meteorite several hundred kilometers in diameter, effortlessly dropping it onto the board. With this move, the entire game shifts dramatically. The previously balanced contest now tilts overwhelmingly in favor of the black stones, as the white stones of the elder in gray begin to retreat in defeat. Within mere moments, the black stones utterly dominate the board. Haha, admit it, you have lost. My celestial chess formation is not so easily overcome. Since your last victory over me, I have contemplated this moment for a long time. The elder in black exclaims with a grin. The elder in gray offers a wry smile. Old fellow, you have won by chance today, but the next encounter may not yield the same outcome. The elder in black rises, brushing off his sleeves. Well then, since the victor has been decided, let us not waste any more time. We shall take our leave. The elder in gray furrows his brow, somewhat puzzled. Where to? The elder in black replies nonchalantly. The third cantilever has seen an increasing frequency of celestial beings appearing. Let me calculate. This marks the 5th or 6th occurrence. We must keep a close watch. The elder in gray nods slightly. A mere handful of second-tier civilizations will not pose a significant threat, and besides, they are likely to face tribulations soon, which the insects will take care of. The elder in black remains non-committal, shifting the subject. Recently, an increasing number of insects have emerged to forage. It seems the war between the nest and the sentient machines is nearing its conclusion. Who knows? The elder in gray lowers his voice. They have been battling for billions of years. The outcome is not one to be determined in a fleeting moment. Alas, let us hope this conflict between the two seventh-tier civilizations does not entangle us. It is said their wars have already obliterated thousands of galaxies. The elder in black sighs. That is unlikely, for our resources are exceedingly limited and insufficient to draw their attention. The creatures that currently inhabit this realm are merely unconscious laborers of the nest, driven solely by their instinctual craving for flesh and blood, traversing through the subspace to arrive here. The words of the gray-robed elder evidently failed to assuage his concerns completely, prompting the black-robed elder to continue. Regrettably, our civilization, the players, remains far from achieving level 7 status. We cannot foresee when we might escape this realm. Indeed, the microstructure of the universe has become unstable. Remaining here will ultimately lead to dust returning to dust. This is an unavoidable reality. Civilizations at all levels have exploited spiritual energy to the point of depletion, employing every means at their disposal. Yet, stagnation would result in being eclipsed by other civilizations. Thus, it is imperative to sustain the number of advanced civilizations. Should a new celestial civilization emerge, it must be eradicated. This universe can no longer bear the weight of more advanced civilizations. It is a pity that these newly ascended celestial civilizations, if they had emerged a few billion years earlier, might have achieved greatness. However, there is little to lament, even if we refrained from exterminating them. Other civilizations would take action. As far as I know, even level 4 civilizations are consciously seeking to cleanse lower-tier civilizations. Indeed, the current lower-tier civilizations have matured to a terrifying extent. When we were still at level 4, we were utterly naive. During our time as a level 4 civilization, the Milky Way was far less bustling. If all else fails, we may have to enter the mustard seed. It is said that many level 6 and even level 7 civilizations ultimately find their refuge there. Yet, entering the mustard seed seems less favorable than descending in dimensions. At least there would still be some semblance of freedom. No, the risks of dimensional descent are too great. Who knows what might transpire? It is quite possible that one could lose even their very soul. The gray-robed elder's tone was steeped in reluctant acceptance, tinged with helplessness. The black-robed elder sighed, sweeping his hand to clear the chessboard entirely, placing a new piece, and continued the conversation. Have you heard? The sacred tree civilization's demand for spiritual energy is escalating. They may soon set their sights on the Kwafu civilization. Those fools are blissfully collecting mature stars, oblivious to the fact that they are about to become someone else's wedding dress. It matters not. They are so close that conflict is inevitable. However, that sacred tree does indeed grow at an alarming rate. Once the sacred fruits mature, I suspect even the central black hole will be unable to resist taking action. Hush! Lower your voice. Are you not afraid of death? The black-robed elder suddenly shot him a glare. Hiki. The gray-robed elder chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. In truth, I have a deep admiration for that individual. For the sake of his civilization, he is willing to incur such colossal costs. That is indeed a remarkable endeavor. The black-robed elder reflected. Yes, indeed, the gray-robed elder echoed in agreement. But whether he can truly succeed remains uncertain. Though our Milky Way is not vast, it still requires a genuine level 7 civilization. We have yet to discover the breakthrough, and I do not believe he can achieve it. He is simply too fixated. The black-robed elder scoffed. The gray-robed elder, upon hearing this, fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. The elder in the black robe continued, Never mind, never mind. Let us focus on the game. I shall play with utmost seriousness this time. The two exchanged knowing smiles and placed their pieces once more, stirring fresh ripples across the chessboard. Chapter 11. The ignition plan in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces galaxy. The colossal gas giant G92 loomed large. Huang Mao piloted this Stepman A mech, darting ceaselessly around the immense planet, pursued relentlessly by an unending swarm of insects. To these creatures, the ethereal energy of a celestial being was akin to an exquisite delicacy, possessing an irresistible allure. Even the spatial rifts created by fusion bombs could not deter their advance. Huang Mao skillfully maneuvered the mech through the atmosphere and mantle of the planet, utilizing the short-range curvature jump device to maintain a safe distance from the burgeoning swarm. Yet, as the number of insects multiplied, they enveloped G92 entirely, rendering the planet a pitch-black sphere devoid of any light. Even the rays from distant stars succumbing to the overwhelming darkness. In their fervor to accelerate, the swarm had even evolved wings capable of flight within the atmospheric environment. With some developing jet-like organs, they were resolute in their pursuit to devour the delectable celestial being before them. However, Huang Mao was not one to succumb to despair. This was a battleground he had meticulously chosen. As a massive gas giant, G92 was replete with hydrogen and helium, and with the addition of sufficient oxidizers, it would transform into an unparalleled incinerator. To generate the requisite oxidizers, Huang Mao employed the Eden system, propelling all 6 of G92's moons into a low orbit around the planet. Harnessing their formidable gravitational pull, he ensured the absorption of these moons, rich in liquid water and abundant ice layers. Following this, a multitude of nanobots, pre-deployed on the planet, commenced the decomposition of the liquid water and ice, producing an ample supply of oxygen and hydrogen. Although the mass of oxygen generated was insufficient to ignite the entire gas giant, it was adequate to ignite the outer atmosphere of G92. This was merely the first step. Once the vast quantities of hydrogen in the outer layer ignited, the resulting shockwave would dramatically increase the pressure within G92's core. This process would be swift and violent. The immense metallic hydrogen core would succumb to the overwhelming pressure, leading to a catastrophic fusion reaction. G92 would transform into the second sun of the 9 provinces galaxy, its fusion process unleashing energy potent enough to annihilate the surrounding swarm. Huang Mao continued to recklessly unleash his frenzied celestial energy, hoping to attract an even greater number of insects. In the depths of his thoughts, he harbored a faint hope that this might summon the legendary heavenly tribulation. Should a supernova explosion occur within the 9 provinces galaxy, not a single insect would escape. However, thus far, Huang Mao had only sensed a few distant, yet powerful presences brushing past, devoid of any palpable malice. It appeared that, as Yifeng had suggested, those so-called celestial beings had no desire to provoke the swarm. The golden-haired figure continued to accelerate, weaving through the interior of the planet. He could distinctly sense that the number of surrounding insects was increasing, enveloping him in multiple layers. This was nearly more than half of the total swarm. It was about time. Dealing with these creatures should alleviate some pressure. Gently caressing the communication device, he commanded, execute the ignition plan. However, the channel only relayed a cacophony of static, as if the signal had been severed. What was happening? He was taken aback. Logically, this psychic signal apparatus should not lose connection unless it was destroyed. He hastily attempted to reboot it, yet found himself unable to establish communication. Damn! Could it be that the swarm was obstructing the signal transmission? Considering the rapid evolution of these insects, a foreboding suspicion began to rise within him, and his expression darkened significantly. This device had been meticulously calibrated in advance, specifically designed to combat the insectoids. And yet it had failed to function before even being deployed. His luck was abysmal. He attempted to recalibrate several more times, but there were no signs of recovery. Now, despair washed over him. He was left with merely a single mech, having sacrificed all offensive weaponry in favor of speed. Even as a practitioner at the immortal realm, it was inconceivable for him to single-handedly vanquish such a multitude of insectoids. With communication severed and the ignition plan stalled, his original strategy was to exploit the chaos during the G92 explosion to escape the swarm. After all, his mech could withstand the shockwave from the explosion. Yet now, the satellite serving as the fuse, Satellite 6, remained suspended in orbit. Without his command, no one would ignite it or activate its thrusters to propel it into G92. Frustration mounted. He could not afford to linger. If the insectoids realized this was a trap, they would undoubtedly shift positions immediately. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated his options. Wait a moment, the insects. Suddenly, An idea flickered in his mind. While igniting the entire planet seemed impossible, what if he could ignite a crucial node? For instance, the atmosphere at the polar apex, where oxygen was most concentrated. A single spark could ignite it. With this thought, he swiftly altered his course towards the southern pole of G92, simultaneously gathering all his spiritual energy. The endless swarm had increasingly adapted to the planet's environment, even evolving a respiratory system capable of absorbing hydrogen. Over the eons, these creatures had acclimated to diverse cosmic conditions, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Upon sensing his movements, they immediately dispatched thousands of smaller insects to pursue him. These diminutive beings were roughly human-sized and had mastered short-range teleportation, rapidly closing the distance between them. He had no choice but to increase his speed while fending off the pursuing swarm. Meanwhile, the remaining mother insects and battle insects also redirected their paths, converging on him with lethal intent. In their eyes, this insignificant current inhabitant is the sole surviving human on this desolate planet, and also their ultimate prey. The insatiable thirst for transcendent energy is almost instinctual to their very genes. With a derisive snort, the blonde-haired individual increased the power output, propelling the mech towards the Antarctic. Soon, he encountered a swarm of enormous creatures, their bodies encased in hard shells, resembling ants, charging directly at him. Such pitiful creatures cannot impede my progress. He laughed gleefully, then commanded the mech to swing its right arm. With a resounding crash, the mechanical arm, radiating a bluish-green luminescence, struck one of the bizarre insects with tremendous force, obliterating it into a mass of pulp. However, in the next moment, the blonde-haired man's expression shifted dramatically. The carcass of the insect he had just annihilated began to dissolve into liquid in an instant, seeping towards the palm of the mech. "What on earth is this?" he shouted in sheer terror. He hastily maneuvered the mech to retreat, yet the viscous liquid of the insects relentlessly pursued him, enveloping the mech in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12. The ignition plan 2. The formidable interaction armor of the mecha began to disintegrate swiftly under the corrosive influence of the slime produced by the insects. This slime evidently possessed an anti-psychic energy characteristic, easily eroding the armor constructed from psychic energy. Fortunately, beneath the armor lay a layer of flexible polymer material, which the insect slime was, for the time being, unable to destroy. Ahead loomed a colossal city constructed from a chemical plant, and Huang Mao silently expressed gratitude. This facility had previously been established during the transformation of planet G92, but it was now entirely devoted to generating survival oxidants and catalysts. A delicate fireball slowly took shape in Huang Mao's hands, aimed squarely at a massive oxygen tower in the distance. By obliterating this tower, the oxygen would mix with the surrounding hydrogen, transforming into a flammable and explosive gas, thus granting him a chance to escape. Yet, his intentions were not solely to flee. They were also to refine his subsequent plan. With a sudden surge, Huang Mao swung his fist, launching the immense flame directly toward the towering oxygen structure. In the next instant, the fireball coalesced and erupted, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and explosion. The dense swarm of small insects was swept away by this explosive tempest, disintegrating into fragments scattered about. Simultaneously, the oxygen tower was toppled, a gaping hole torn into its structure, as the immense internal pressure expelled a torrent of oxygen, mingling with the surrounding gases to form a vast cloud of mist. In the blink of an eye, the center of this gaseous mass ignited, unleashing a powerful flamestorm. A thunderous roar reverberated as a gigantic mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. This explosion's ferocity surpassed the previous one, an infinite brilliance radiating from the epicenter, illuminating the heavens. The flame storm rapidly expanded, creating a sea of fire that engulfed everything in its vicinity. The scorching wave of flames enveloped Huang Mao's mecha, searing him with intense heat. The outer polymer layer melted away under the onslaught of the flames, dissolving into a mass. Huang Mao clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth to endure. Acutely aware that the temperature within the mecha was escalating rapidly, as if it sought to consume him entirely. Yet, just as the inferno threatened to engulf him, a torrent of psychic energy surged within Huang Mao, enveloping him and temporarily isolating him from the overwhelming heat. He gazed into the distance, witnessing a colossal vortex of flames swirling behind him, forming an immense funnel that relentlessly drew in the surrounding insect horde with its negative pressure. This was a success, Huang Mao murmured in astonishment. Around his mecha, the energy waves of the flames intensified, creating a dazzling barrier that thwarted all assaults from the insect swarm. However, this explosion alone was insufficient to ignite the entire planet. The figure with golden hair cast a glance at the sixth planet on its trajectory. A celestial body laden with hydrogen bombs and rich in oxygen, which served as the true detonator. At that moment, the surrounding signals from the swarm had ceased to obstruct communication. Without hesitation, he issued the command for impact. In the next instant, the planetary engines on the sixth satellite roared to life, and colossal engines, resembling mountains, began to expel blue flames, casting a pale blue hue across the entire sky. The sixth planet had been activated. Accompanied by tremendous tremors and a deafening roar, the sixth planet trailed a brilliant tail, engulfed in billowing black smoke, plummeting towards the Antarctic of G92. At that moment, the inhabitants of the entire Gyujo galaxy, through radar and satellite imagery, bore witness to this magnificent spectacle. A massive planet, approximately 600 kilometers in diameter, dragged along a lengthy stream of blue flames and thick black smoke, hurtling towards the distant celestial body, which was shrouded in explosive gases and reeked of sulfur. At this juncture, whether on the ground, in the sky, across the oceans, or even in the depths of space, all swarms came to a standstill, instinctively lifting their heads to gaze at the far-off South Pole, a primal reaction before death. They never anticipated the impending catastrophe of this planet. As the sixth planet approached the atmosphere of G92, it had already crossed the Roche limit. Unable to withstand the immense gravitational forces, the celestial body began to disintegrate, sending countless rocky fragments flying in all directions like a meteor shower. Yet, due to the proximity, the sixth planet maintained its structural integrity as it charged towards the blazing pole. With a resounding crash, the two celestial bodies collided. In the brief silence that followed, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted with an intensity never before witnessed. An unimaginable cacophony reverberated between the two planets, visible waves of white ripples radiating outward in all directions. Amidst this terrifying sonic wave, even the atmosphere was torn asunder. A massive dark red cloud loomed in the air, blocking out the sunlight. Under the impact of this overwhelming energy, the already fragmented atmosphere was rent open with dozens of profound chasms. The collision force of the sixth planet was unfathomably immense, far surpassing the energy produced by a planet-destroying cannon. As a gaseous planet, G92's density was utterly incapable of withstanding this satellite's assault. The sixth satellite, infused with colossal kinetic energy, continued its descent towards the core of the planet. From the vantage point of space, it appeared as though a vast chasm was forming upon the surface of G92. Yet, what followed was the most terrifying explosion. Having absorbed such copious amounts of oxygen and catalysts, G92 was fully primed for combustion. An explosion of planetary proportions instantaneously engulfed the entire planet, during which the surface and atmosphere were thoroughly torn apart and intermingled, illuminating the planet's interior with a radiant glow. One mushroom cloud after another ascended from the planet's surface, each explosion altering the environmental landscape of its vicinity dramatically. The swarming hordes upon G92 were unable to escape in time, as the fierce flames mercilessly engulfed them. Countless insects futilely attempted to evolve thicker exoskeletons to shield themselves from the searing heat of the inferno, yet the colossal flames swiftly consumed them, infiltrating through the crevices of their armor and igniting their very bodies, incinerating them entirely. Regardless of their defensive capabilities, they could not withstand the overwhelming assault of the flames. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, as countless insect carcasses plummeted from the sky, disintegrating into ash. At that moment, a colossal insect let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, its body swelling to an immense size before erupting in a piercing shriek, exploding into countless fragments. The elite forces of the insect horde were obliterated into nothingness. The remaining insects, sensing the dire situation, began a frantic retreat, desperately attempting to flee the perilous zone. However, they soon despaired, realizing their inability to move. The gravitational pull of G92 was not easily escaped. They had entered the gravitational field with ease. But departing required the aid of biowarships, yet there were no intact biowarships remaining on G92. These substantial targets had been utterly destroyed in the very first moments of the explosion. The detonation continued, and the tremendous shockwave from Satellite 6 led to a fusion of the metallic hydrogen core, causing the gaseous planet to explode from within once more, this time with a ferocity far surpassing the surface fires. This was a stellar-level supernova. G92 transformed into a blazing fireball, incinerating all nearby insect swarms into mere ashes. Panting heavily and soaked to the skin, Huang Mao managed to narrowly escape the explosion's reach using a small jump device. collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The intensity of the explosion had been overwhelming. His mech was nearly rendered inoperable, with numerous fine cracks appearing within its structure. Struggling to retrieve a vial of medication, he consumed it, his complexion gradually regaining some color. Though this healing elixir did not mend the mech's internal damage, it ensured that he could continue maneuvering the mech. Under the circumstances, without resupply, he had no choice but to rely on the potion to sustain him. Gazing at the now miniature star that was G92, Huang Mao felt no sense of relief. He understood all too well that this was merely a fraction of the insect swarm. Along with the previously blocked quarter from the fusion bomb, nearly half of the insect horde awaited him, and in the face of their overwhelming numerical superiority, the distinction between half and all was negligible. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Chapter 13. The Return of the Swarm. In this cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the entire Kyushu galaxy, the figure known as Huang Mao transformed into a luminous point, swiftly arriving at the last bastion, Xia planet. In anticipation of this impending conflict, all civilians from this celestial body had been relocated to the interior of Eden 1, leaving only the soldiers of the Human Federation and a handful of indigenous residents who volunteered to remain and resist. Although their cultivation levels were modest, their contributions to logistical efforts were invaluable after consuming the Transcendence pills. Compared to the artificial planet Eden 1, Xia planet's size and complex terrain rendered it far more suitable for fending off the swarm. From the inception of the starport construction plan, this planet was envisioned to be entirely transformed into a fortified stronghold, and now, that transformation was nearing completion. Countless colossal prismatic structures towered above the surface, each equivalent to a massive defensive fortress adorned with gun barrels and launch silos, many of which were still under construction. Beneath the surface lay tens of thousands of fusion power plants, along with innumerable industrial bases, all operating at full throttle. Realizing that psionic weapons were nearly ineffective against the swarm, Huang Mao had long since ordered the resumption of traditional weapon manufacturing. Many long-forgotten blueprints were once again unearthed, and with the assistance of AI design, traditional armaments, enhanced by the latest technologies, flowed off the assembly line in a steady stream. On the production line, alongside numerous intelligent robots, many indigenous residents of the Cloud Immortal Empire joined in the manufacturing process. Though they might not fully grasp the terror of the swarm, their time spent together had illuminated the fact that these soldiers, who referred to themselves as the Human Federation, were far removed from the brutal cultivation civilizations of the past. The Human Federation genuinely regarded them as equals, providing various food supplies, assisting in the construction of homes, and even offering a plethora of cultivation resources free of charge. Residents of Xia planet could even choose to reside on another celestial body, a prospect that was once unfathomable. Acknowledging this truth, the populace had resolved to aid these benevolent warriors at any cost, contributing in whatever capacity they could, even if they could not engage directly on the battlefield. Thus, aside from the elderly, women, and children who had been evacuated to the rear at Eden planet, many young adults with cultivation abilities voluntarily stayed behind to contribute to production efforts. Some, especially those with higher cultivation talents, eagerly aspired to participate in frontline combat. In synchronous orbit around this planet, billions of small spacecraft patrolled the vicinity, providing protection. Furthermore, on Xia planet's 2 natural satellites, 2 colossal aircraft were concealed, each armed with hundreds of heavy weaponry specifically designed to combat the insectoid threat. At this moment, the mech piloted by Huang Mao had descended into the orbit of Xia planet, and as the hatch opened, he leapt out. Clad in a new mech suit, the scars from his recent battle had faded without a trace. Colonel Huang. The ignition plan has been executed with remarkable success. The number of swarm entities has been reduced by at least 35. With the previous extermination, the current swarm has diminished to less than 50%. Moreover, in the short term, the swarm's gateways are affected by subspace, preventing any further influx of creatures. A warrior, clad in heavy mechanized armor, stepped forward to report. Well done, Lu Hu. You have performed admirably. However, the main event lies ahead. Have you arranged the defense nodes accordingly? Huang Mao inquired, nodding his head. We have deployed a plethora of miniature communication satellites at the junctions of each defense node as per the plan. Even if the swarm increases in number, normal communication will remain unaffected. Lu Hu responded. Excellent work. Relay the orders. Each section must hold steadfast at their designated positions until the very last moment. Huang Mao issued his final command. He was now situated at the last line of defense. Should it be breached, the entire Jojo star system would inevitably fall. His concern was not solely for the Jojo system, for it was destined to succumb to the overwhelming swarm. The fall was merely a matter of time. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Jojo, having once served as a forward port, had established a colossal stargate that directly connected to humanity's home, the solar system. Although the gate had been completely dismantled, the traces of its passage in subspace could not be swiftly erased. Should the swarm detect any signs of this, the solar system would be laid bare before them, a scenario Wang Mao was determined to avert at all costs. Therefore, whether it was the destruction of the stargate, the disturbance of the surrounding subspace, or the utilization of spatial fusion bombs, the ultimate goal was to obliterate the remaining traces of the passage. However, such actions rendered the Jojo star system a veritable island within this expanse of stars, devoid of reinforcements and escape routes. How long until the traces are completely eradicated? Wang Mao casually inquired. Approximately 3 days until the traces return to their natural state, Lu Hu replied. As a junior officer, he was acutely aware of the implications. This was a war without reinforcements or retreat. Their sole objective was to delay the swarm for as long as possible, granting the Human Federation elsewhere enough time to regroup and prepare. The sacrifice of a few for the survival of many was a worthwhile trade. Or so everyone within the Jojo system believed. Wang Mao noticed the resolute expression forming on Lu Hu's face and remarked with a smile, "There is no need for despair. Even if we lose this battle, humanity will inevitably discover a way to eradicate these creatures." Upon hearing this, Lu Hu's expression turned serious as he saluted, "Rest assured, Colonel Huang, I will hold on until the very last moment." Wang Mao patted the shoulder of his mechanized armor. "Do not lose heart. The fact that we have persevered until today signifies that the Human Federation still harbors the possibility of victory. Perhaps this time, we shall prevail." Before he could finish, a brilliant red light suddenly flickered in the distance, followed by a powerful surge of energy. "Report, Colonel Huang, we are under attack." An officer burst into the makeshift command center, his voice laced with urgency. The blonde-haired man furrowed his brow, pondering, "So soon? Those creatures are utterly deranged." The officer nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this time, the adversary is ours. It appears to be the main fleet of the swarm. Their insectoid planets are converging towards us." With a grave expression, the blonde inquired, "How many insectoid planets are there?" 3, the officer replied steadily, exhibiting remarkable military composure. The blonde let out a sigh of relief. "Only 3. That is fortunate." However, the officer, with a hint of perplexity, remarked, "Yet, these insectoid planets seem unusual." "Oh, what seems amiss?" the blonde queried, intrigued. The officer brandished a data scanner. "Colonel Huang, look here. The insectoid planets are continuously spouting new biological warships, and their size is fluctuating. It appears they are preparing for a final assault." The blonde narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the data. Indeed, the readings indicated that around these 3 insectoid planets, a multitude of swarms was entering and new ones were emerging, seemingly evolving. This information revealed that, 500,000 kilometers from the Shia planet, these swarms were undergoing a transformation, enhancing their suitability for the impending decisive battle. "Damn it, the swarms can evolve," the blonde muttered in frustration. Lu Hu gazed towards the horizon. "We must prevent them. Can the ground-based star-destroying cannon still be employed?" "No, the distance is too great. We can incapacitate their mothership under these circumstances. The odds are slim." The blonde waved his hand, halting the others' counsel. "Let us not rush. Let us assess the situation first." At that moment, the crimson light in the sky intensified, as if the entire firmament had been stained a fiery red, stimulating the gaze of every individual present. Under the searing brilliance, even the flow of space seemed to slow. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering, as massive vessels surged forth from the heart of the swarms, moving with astonishing speed, leaving a lengthy tail of flame in their wake, darting towards the Shia star. These colossal ships represented the main fleet of the insectoid race, far larger and more formidable than typical swarm units, each one comparable in size to an entire continent. The hulls of these warships were enveloped in resilient and regenerative armor, capable of self-repair and restoration, allowing the biological vessels to swiftly recover from damage during combat. This regenerative armor also boasted high-impact resistance, effectively shielding against energy weapon assaults. Furthermore, the propulsion system of these insectoid biological warships was powered by potent biological energy derived from energy crystals and biogenerating organs of the swarm. This propulsion system afforded them remarkable thrust and velocity, enabling rapid maneuverability through the cosmos. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they traversed vast distances, drawing ever closer to the Shia star. At this moment, it is even possible to discern the various armaments of the biological warships through a telescope. The Zerg biological warships are equipped with an array of formidable weapon systems, including energy laser cannons, biological acid projectors, and Zerg biophysical field emitters. The energy laser cannon can unleash high-energy laser beams that inflict catastrophic damage upon enemy targets. The biological acid projector is capable of spraying a potent acidic liquid that erodes the armor of adversary vessels. The Zerg biophysical field emitter can release the unique biological capabilities of the Zerg, such as energy fluctuations and energy absorption, effectively countering various psychic weapons. Behind them follows an endless swarm of various Zerg creatures, serving as the cannon fodder of the Zerg, driven by an indomitable spirit and a thirst for slaughter. The command has been given. All personnel are to remain alert and prepare for battle. The yellow-haired commander issued the order with calm resolve. Chapter 14. The final battle. The fleet, anchored in orbit, unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful missiles upon the swarming hordes of insects. A concentrated assault swiftly annihilated millions of these creatures, their ichor splattering and carcasses littering the ground. Yet, the recently cleared expanse was immediately inundated by an even greater influx of insects, as if an endless tide had emerged. Colonel Huang. Our peripheral orbital defense line is precariously vulnerable. The enemy's forces are overwhelming, far exceeding our estimates. An officer reported, his face etched with concern. Regardless, we must hold the line, deploy all ground-based weaponry, and launch every operational mech into battle against the swarm. Huang bellowed, rallying the troop spirits. On the ground, countless colossal cannons began to gather energy, unleashing brilliant blue beams of energy that hurtled towards the encroaching enemy. This was the ultimate weapon of the ground forces on the Shia planet, the Annihilation Cannon. It represented the culmination of years of research into psionic weaponry by the Human Federation. Unlike the planet-destroying star destroyers mounted on spacecraft, it was unconstrained by considerations of size and power, boasting unparalleled destructive capability. However, due to a scarcity of necessary materials and energy sources, Shia had only recently managed to manufacture a mere handful of these formidable weapons. The Annihilation Cannon wielded immense power, consuming thousands of tons of material with each shot, and its lengthy charge time prevented continuous fire. Boom! With a thunderous roar, wherever the beam of the Annihilation Cannon struck, both the insect swarm and their biowarships were reduced to ashes. Yet, this devastating attack came at a cost. Each discharge triggered seismic tremors exceeding magnitude 9, and sustained firing risked permanently altering the planet's topology. Even more perilous, such alterations could damage the Annihilation Cannon itself, leaving its remaining operational capacity shrouded in uncertainty. Bang! Another beam from the Annihilation Cannon detonated in the upper atmosphere, instantly raising a colossal cloud of dust, transforming the planet's meteorological conditions. Countless fragments of the insect carcasses were swept up, scattered throughout the orbit, a scene both horrific and magnificently grand. Regrettably, the sheer number of insects was staggering. Even the Annihilation Cannon could merely delay their advance, not obliterate them entirely. An ever-growing swarm amassed around the Shia planet, enveloping it completely. Apart from the flashes of weaponry, the entire surface was cloaked in darkness. From the vantage of Eden, the Shia planet now appeared as a void of pure black. Huang took a deep breath and commanded, "Activate the shield system to envelop the surface of Shia and initiate the teleportation device. The longest special squad and I will pilot our mechs to confront the enemy in outer space." As soon as he finished speaking, a specialized mech appeared at his side. "Colonel Huang, must you personally enter the fray? You have just emerged from a fierce battle. Do not underestimate me. I am now a celestial being. What are mere insects to me?" The yellow-haired warrior entered the imposing mech, its heavy metal aesthetic accentuated by sharp, menacing angles. He bore a colossal and razor-sharp ship-slicing sword, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. However, once the defensive shield is activated, there will be no turning back, the concerned adjutant inquired. "Fear not. I have backed up my consciousness. Should my physical form perish, I shall resurrect through a clone," he replied confidently. Yet, each replication of the consciousness results in data loss. With repeated attempts, it may spiral out of control. Haha, I hope the lost memories are merely burdensome worries. Do not fret excessively. When the situation becomes untenable, I shall order a retreat. Understood, Colonel Huang. Please ensure your safety. We shall buy you ample time to withdraw, the adjutant said before severing the communication link. Behind him, the control console illuminated with a soft green glow, initiating operations as a colossal teleportation portal materialized within the base. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A procession of warriors clad in silver-white battle armor emerged, ascending the console to inspect their gear. Comrades, we are about to engage in a decisive battle against the insects, Colonel Huang declared, raising his right arm triumphantly. Fight for civilization, for our homeland. Fight for civilization, for our homeland. The soldiers roared in unison, their spirits soaring high. Subsequently, a faint crimson light flickered as all warriors boarded the portal, launching themselves deep into the swarm. Upon emerging from the warp, Huang realized he had become separated from the main force, a consequence of the recent overuse of fusion weaponry, which had created spatial chaos. The once precise navigation systems were rendered ineffective. All ships and mechs could only randomly teleport to areas near their intended targets. In that moment, Huang found himself within the interior of a biological warship belonging to the insectoid race. The walls were constructed from a unique chitinous material, exceedingly robust. Even his ship-slicing sword would struggle to inflict damage. More alarmingly, the biological structure of the insects exerted a powerful suppressive effect on his psychic energy. Despite possessing the strength of a celestial being, within the confines of the swarm, he could scarcely unleash his full potential. Under the weighty oppression of the swarm, he felt the connection to his psychic energy waning, as if it might sever at any moment. Currently, he could only manage to pilot the mech with great effort. Moreover, he was utterly unable to utilize teleportation at this moment, as countless waves of insects surged toward him. Escape was simply not a viable option, only combat remained. Without hesitation, Huang hurled several exceptionally powerful grenades. Boom! The deafening explosions reverberated, severely impacting all equipment within the chamber. Damn it! These wretched insects think I am made of clay. Huang cursed vehemently, his gaze fixated on a massive insect before him. A towering beetle exceeding 5 meters in height, armored and menacing, its jaws agape, spewing forth scalding liquid. With a surge of determination, Huang maneuvered his mech, leaping high to clear the beetle's neck, and swung his sword toward its head, while simultaneously activating the high-frequency resonance mode. Snap! The blade of the ship-slicing sword effortlessly cleaved through the beetle's exoskeleton, sending forth a torrent of green blood that splattered across Huang Mao's face. Yet, the beetle remained undeterred, unfurling its wings and lunging at him with fierce intent. In response, Huang Mao swiftly released his grip, maneuvering the mech to evade the impending bite by a hair's breadth, all the while raising his left foot to deliver a powerful kick to the beetle's head. With a resounding thud, the massive creature toppled to the ground, and Huang Mao seized the moment to strike, plunging his sword deep into its body. The blade sliced through the beetle's thorax, dismembering it with ease. As he sheathed the sword, shaking off the bloodstains, he noticed faint signs of corrosion on the alloy blade. Truly a horrifying and repulsive creature. Spitting in disdain, Huang Mao pressed onward. Based on his prior observations, he deduced that the insectoid battleship was essentially a colossal insect. If he could dismantle its nerve center, he could incapacitate it entirely. However, the ship seemed to sense the looming threat, summoning a relentless tide of insects to obstruct Huang Mao's path. The situation grew increasingly dire as the number and strength of the insects surged. With no other option, Huang Mao unleashed the full power of his mech, carving a bloody path until he finally reached the nerve center, where he obliterated the battleship. The biological vessel, now devoid of its nerve center, ceased its movements as if bereft of life. Emerging from the ship's gaping wound, Huang Mao surveyed the vast, unending sea of insects around him, immediately rejoining the fray. Time lost all meaning as Huang Mao found himself resurrected from the cloning chamber countless times. With no glimmer of light visible in the sky above, the outer defenses had crumbled, and war had spread to the surface, the oceans, and even underground. Even logistics personnel had been rallied to the fight. Gazing at the dwindling number of cloning chambers, Huang Mao understood that his opportunities were rapidly diminishing. Yet, there was no hint of hesitation in his eyes as he re-entered his mech, resolutely steering towards the nearest stronghold. That stronghold was a cave, where several warriors from the Longya squad were grimly holding their ground. They had temporarily repelled a wave of the insect onslaught, plunging the position into a brief calm. In the darkness, the flickering light of cigarettes was the only illumination. The sight of Huang Mao ignited excitement among the soldiers. "Boss, what are you doing here?" a young warrior exclaimed, recognizing him and hastily offering a half-burnt cigarette. "Wherever the bugs are, that's where I am," Huang Mao replied, accepting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, his face lighting up with delight. "Haha, let me treat you to something special." Like a magician, he produced a bottle of Pepsi from within the mech. The soldier's attention was instantly captivated. Such a rarity. Huang Mao gently popped the tab, inhaling the aroma before passing it to the young warrior. One sip each, no one drinks more. Cautiously, the soldiers accepted the drink, savoring their shared moment of respite. Everyone is acutely aware that the outcome of this battle is already determined. They have steadfastly held their ground for several days despite being at an absolute disadvantage. And the marks left by the Stargate have completely faded. Their mission has been accomplished with great success. The young man with blonde hair placed the empty can of cola back into the mech, as if it were the most significant memory of his several hundred years of existence. Then, his gaze became resolute once more. As the tide of insects commenced a new wave of assault in the distance. Observing the boundless swarm, he smiled slightly. It is a pity. If only this planet were a bit brighter. Chapter 15, Reinforcements. Wishing everyone a happy year of the dragon. As Huang Mao's words faded, a brilliant white beam of light suddenly pierced the distant horizon, swiftly followed by a powerful wave that enveloped the entire star domain. It was the fluctuation of a stargate. A soldier instinctively exclaimed, then, in a tone of disbelief, cried out, "Impossible. The stargate was supposed to be completely shut. How could it open again?" Beside him, another soldier, his face etched with terror, gasped, "Could it be that the Zerg can reopen the stargate?" Panic rapidly spread across the battleground, with each face reflecting anxiety and despair. If this stargate reopened, and the Zerg still existed within this star domain, then the Human Federation would inevitably face utter catastrophe. At that moment, warships emblazoned with the insignia of the Human Federation surged forth from the stargate. Accompanying them were countless deep space torpedoes and lethal laser beams. Boom. The deafening explosion resonated through the heavens. It was the Tai Ching, the flagship of the Zisher fleet. Following closely were the Daming, the flagship of the Haiyu fleet, and the Taiji, the flagship of the Weiyang fleet. A commander recognized these infamous vessels. 11 flagship spacecraft led their respective deep space fleets into this relatively small star domain, followed by an uncountable array of battleships, destroyers, and cruisers. The enormous stargate continued to expand, with an endless stream of warships and mechs cascading forth like a silver waterfall. In mere minutes, the overwhelming firepower quelled the swarm of Zerg, as countless missiles and energy beams illuminated the planet once more like a dazzling fireworks display. Yet the reinforcements did not cease. A vast and desolate aura emanated from the stargate, as if a planet were about to transition from subspace. Moments later, a true planet emerged from the stargate, or more accurately, a fully armed fortress starship. As the Kunlun starship completed its transition from the stargate, the entire star domain trembled, sending shivers through billions of Zerg, including the enormous Zerg planets. This was an absolute deterrent of death. No matter how prolific their reproduction, they could not overcome their instinctual fear. As the Kunlun advanced, the gravitational pull of the entire Shiha planet shifted, transforming the ocean's tides into a colossal tsunami. The Kunlun continued its course, a transparent shield enveloping the entire vessel, allowing it to hover in the cosmos. Then, the starship's weapon systems activated, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the dense Zerg masses below. Boom! An ear-splitting cacophony erupted as these superweapons struck, reducing the frail Zerg into mere chunks of flesh. Simultaneously, countless warships arranged themselves into a dense formation, gradually advancing towards the Zerg planets. In proximity to the Stargate, a swarm of Zerg was relentlessly assaulting the human fleet's defensive network, attempting to rend apart this vast army. However, this force was not akin to the ragtag cultivation fleets they had encountered in the past. It was the Human Federation, having absorbed the quintessence of both the cultivation civilization and elements of the ether civilization. Among them, two formidable war machines stood out prominently. One was the colossal Kunlun-class starship. The other was a sleek, obsidian mech, its six-tail fins crossing protectively behind it, its helmet obscuring its visage, save for a narrowed left eye, which emitted a cold and piercing gaze. Surrounding the mech was a faint halo of light, clearly a form of energy shield. In its grasp was a massive alloy longsword, shimmering with a dazzling, frosty radiance. The sword's design was extraordinarily imposing, its blade shaped in a triangular diamond form, intricately engraved with strange runes. The blade was entirely black, exuding a somber luster, with an enigmatic red glow subtly emanating from within. The material of this sword was evidently far more resilient than ordinary alloy steel, surpassing even the ship-slicing sword previously wielded by Huang Mao. imparting a sense of formidable interaction forces, though not entirely so. Despite this, Huang Mao felt a twinge of unease. For while this mech seemed familiar, something felt amiss. Why did this mech seem so recognizable? As he pondered, the imposing mech appeared to have locked onto him, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye. Huang Mao, surviving such peril surely heralds future blessings. You've quietly reached the realm of immortals. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Huang Mao finally relaxed completely. Yifeng, how did you all arrive? Isn't this space completely sealed off? Yifeng smiled, producing a jade pendant from his chest. Do you remember this star chart? With it, I can pinpoint your location, no matter where you are. Furthermore, after merging this star chart with my jade pendant, coupled with my immortal power, it is sufficient to sustain a stable passage through a fleet. Huang Mao gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of ships, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding his tongue. Yifeng placed a hand on his shoulder, using the golden light from the jade pendant to restore his damaged spirit while reassuring him, rest assured. Our presence here is underpinned by absolute confidence in our ability to suppress the Zerg, the technological essence of the ether civilization, though not yet fully assimilated, is enough for us to ascend to a third-tier civilization. Presently, humanity, even without relying on psychic energy, possesses the capability to eradicate the Zerg in this star domain. For our fleet, numbers have utterly lost their significance. As he spoke, Yifeng handed the alloy long sword to Huang Mao, declaring, "Take this. It is a ship-slicing sword crafted from second-generation strong interaction force material. Unlike in the past, where we deceived fundamental laws through psychic energy, this sword's material is entirely derived from advancements in physics and materials science." Yifeng then pointed to the fleet of warships in the sky and continued. Most of our weaponry has undergone modernization, particularly surrounding the Kunlun-class starship, which has led to the development of an array of advanced armaments for this new era: antimatter bombs, gravitational slingshots, and Planck energy waves. Furthermore, leveraging the Zerg samples previously acquired, we have specifically engineered self-evolving biological viruses, which will not endure for long. Huang Mao followed Yifeng's gesture and indeed observed a battleship launching a satellite-like device towards the dense cluster of Zerg. That is the gravitational slingshot. Observe closely. It is an intriguing weapon we inadvertently developed while researching universal gravitation, capable of briefly simulating a miniature black hole. The gravitational slingshot swiftly reached the epicenter of the Zerg swarm, and suddenly, the surrounding space warped as if a colossal underwater vortex had abruptly formed. The Zerg, seemingly uncontrollable, were drawn towards the center of the vortex, while even the light in the vicinity became distorted, rendering visibility exceedingly dim, akin to the depths of night. No sound or image emerged. Those drawn into the whirlpool were instantly torn apart, their blood and bones scattering across the area. Subsequently, the remains were shredded into streams of subatomic particles, radiating in the form of X-rays. In silent oblivion, trillions of Zerg vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Chapter 16. The truth impressive, exclaimed the blonde-haired youth, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this device is specifically engineered for interstellar combat. After all, it's merely a swarm of insects, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. However, a sudden furrow creased Yifeng's brow as he gazed intently in a particular direction. Buzzing the air quivered as a terrifying blue-white laser shot forth, distorting the surrounding light with its immense energy. Is this the Planck energy wave? The blonde youth inquired, bewildered. It appears so, however, it is still in the verification stage. The lunatics at the Research Institute are determined to test its power regardless, Yifeng admitted, feeling a twinge of concern. Were it not for the colossal nature of their adversary, he would have preferred to refrain from recklessly deploying such conceptual weaponry. The Planck energy wave delves into the very fringes of human understanding and represents a pinnacle in contemporary weaponry within physics. Its fundamental principle involves compressing energy to its utmost limit and then releasing it at an exceptionally high frequency. Were it not for the in-depth research documentation provided by the Ether civilization, humanity would be utterly incapable of wielding such a formidable energy weapon. In an instant, the blue-white laser sliced through countless insect hordes, striking a distant insect planet directly. In a heartbeat, the surface of the insect planet's cocoon layer was severely ravaged, erupting in dazzling sparks as countless insect warships were obliterated. Simultaneously, a brilliantly white orb erupted with blinding luminosity, followed by numerous thick arcs of electricity radiating from within, striking the insect planet instantaneously. Boom! The ensuing collision generated shockwaves that unleashed a cataclysmic tremor. How terrifying, the blonde youth murmured, mesmerized by the astonishing spectacle. It truly seems formidable. Indeed, we have invested considerable effort to develop this weapon, and its power is unparalleled. Regrettably, it remains in the experimental stage and cannot yet be mass-produced, Yifeng remarked, glancing at the blonde youth. Yet, even with mastery over such weapons, these insect swarms cannot be effortlessly vanquished. Our current predicament remains perilously precarious. Casting a puzzled glance at Yifeng, the blonde youth queried, "Do the insects possess any hidden cards?" Yifeng nodded, directing his gaze toward the golden star gate activated by the insect horde. Within that gate lies a connection to the insect stronghold. Strangely, I can sense a familiar call, perhaps related to the remaining jade talismans. However, now is not the time to venture there. Our most pressing task is to establish sufficient defensive positions at the third suspended arm. This is merely the vanguard of the insect swarm. The true bulk of their forces is still yet to come. The blonde youth, his expression grave, nodded in agreement. Based on the current battle, the scale of the insect horde far exceeded expectations. In addition to fortifying defensive positions, they needed to organize greater mobile forces. More crucially, they had to enhance their own capabilities. Even cultivators at the immortal realm would find it challenging to ensure their own survival in the face of the swarm. With these thoughts in mind, the blonde youth raised a question that had long troubled him. My ascension to the realm of immortals has been brief. Yet I have encountered a perplexing issue that is difficult to articulate. Although spiritual energy is enigmatic, it still adheres to the fundamental law of energy conservation, meaning that spiritual energy cannot simply materialize or vanish without cause. This principle can be substantiated through our spiritual energy converters, which demonstrate that spiritual energy can be transformed from various forms of energy, yet cannot arise from nothing. Do you agree? Yifeng nodded, having grasped the essence of what Huang Mao was conveying. Indeed, spiritual energy is fundamentally a form of energy, a fact that has been repeatedly validated. Huang Mao casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Prior to the tribulation phase, the spiritual energy within our bodies strictly conformed to the law of energy conservation. However, since my elevation to the realm of immortals, I have unexpectedly discovered that all of my spiritual energy originates from a minuscule universe situated within my dantian. This reservoir of spiritual energy is vast and pure, comparable in power to that of an interstellar mothership. Yet, in truth, the star within this miniature universe seems more like a fabrication, merely an illusion residing in our consciousness, incapable of exerting such substantial influence on the tangible world. You want to comprehend the implications of this. Could it be that spiritual energy can be generated through mere contemplation? Yifeng sighed, recalling that he had previously discussed this matter with Professor Luo, but had received no conclusive answers. Professor Luo had merely suggested that it might pertain to the essence of this universe. Noting Yifeng's silence, Huang Mao continued his analysis. As staunch materialists, we understand that energy cannot spontaneously arise. It must originate from a source. Might it be that we have inadvertently created a miniature antimatter reactor within ourselves, harnessing energy through matter-antimatter annihilation? Yifeng shook his head and replied, "It is not that simple. I have analyzed this possibility before, but calculations indicate that even if I were to annihilate all my flesh and bones, it would still be insufficient to sustain such a colossal amount of energy. In other words, unless there exists a method of energy conversion that surpasses the efficiency of antimatter, this is implausible." I conveyed this to Professor Luo. And do you know how he responded? Taking a deep breath, Yifeng continued, Professor Luo informed me that antimatter annihilation is far from the ultimate means of energy acquisition. Beyond it lies an even more terrifying method, a mode of energy generation that has profoundly influenced this universe. Huang Mao seemed to catch on to something and inquired further. It appears you have formulated a preliminary analysis. Do not keep me in suspense. Yifeng regarded Huang Mao earnestly and stated, "What follows is entirely based on my personal judgments and analyses. You need not take it as gospel, and feel free to interrupt me whenever necessary." "Very well. I am listening," Huang Mao replied, igniting another cigarette. To his surprise, Yifeng also reached for one, a rare occurrence in his recollection, as he had not seen Yifeng smoke since the 21st century. Coughing slightly, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback before posing a question. "What do you believe is the most abundant and easily extractable resource in the universe?" Huang Mao, caught off guard, quickly found the answer through the psychic network. Hydrogen, of course. It is the most prevalent element in the cosmos. According to cosmological studies, approximately 75% of the universe's mass consists of hydrogen, followed by helium, while other elements are present in relatively minor quantities. Yifeng chuckled and remarked, "If we were to modify the previous question by adding a descriptor, what is the most abundant substance in the universe, then your answer would indeed be the correct standard response. However, it is worth noting that any material we commonly encounter is exceedingly rare within this vast cosmos. As you should be aware, current scientific research indicates that all observable matter, including the galaxies, stars, planets, and their satellites that we can detect, constitutes only about 4.9% of the total matter in the universe." Huang Mao furrowed his brow. "I understand your point. You are referring to those dark matter and dark energy phenomena that we cannot directly observe, right? Not only do we struggle to comprehend them, but even the ether civilization likely grapples with the same mysteries." Yifeng blinked, momentarily unaccustomed to the haze of smoke, yet he persisted with the topic. "Indeed. For us in the present, dark matter and dark energy remain elusive, but we can ascertain approximate proportions. Dark matter accounts for about 26.8% of the universe's total mass, while dark energy makes up around 68.3%. It is safe to say that these constitute the primary components of the universe. We shall delve deeper into this later." Yifeng continued. "So, returning to the initial question, what is the most common resource in the universe?" Huang Mao smiled and responded, "It feels like a riddle. If we are to speak of what is most abundant, it must surely be vacuum, ubiquitous and omnipresent." Yifeng also smiled, affirming, "Indeed. Space is the most widespread resource in this universe. It is accessible to anyone at any time." He then pondered aloud, "Is it conceivable that space, like other resources, can be harnessed to generate energy?" Huang Mao instinctively wanted to refute this seemingly absurd notion, but then a thought struck him. "Are you suggesting that our current celestial powers are based on this principle? That energy derives from space rather than matter?" Einstein proposed the mass-energy equivalence. Thus, the mass in the equation could indeed be substituted with space, e-space multiplied by the speed of light squared, though it might be more accurately cubed. Yifeng discarded his cigarette, but on the ground, pondering aloud. "Isn't this a fascinating hypothesis? Let us boldly assume that celestial beings can utilize space to generate psychic energy, and then cautiously explore what intriguing conclusions might be drawn from this speculation." Huang Mao refrained from interrupting, instead offering another cigarette, signaling for Yifeng to continue his discourse. "Based on our experiences with energy consumption, whether it be coal, oil, or antimatter, all forms of energy are ultimately ephemeral. Once energy is generated, residues and waste inevitably emerge. Thus, when space is utilized, does it also yield remnants and residual energy?" Observing the contemplative gaze of Yifeng, Huang Mao felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you suggesting that dark matter and dark energy are merely the remnants and waste? How can that be possible? If that were the case, the entire universe would have been thoroughly exploited, leaving little usable space and material behind." Yifeng shook his head and sighed, affirming, "Indeed, according to our calculations, the remaining space in the universe is nearly exhausted. The current cosmos resembles a depleted mine, teetering on the brink of collapse. I even suspect that the remaining 5% merely sustains the fundamental necessities of this universe. Otherwise, it would have long been depleted. The vast universe we are about to explore may very well be nothing more than a desolate wasteland." "It's so overwhelmingly dark," Huang Mao murmured. No. The harsh truth extends far beyond this. Do you recall the storage rings we seized from the Cloud Immortal Empire?" Huang Mao nodded. "Those storage rings remain an enigma, encapsulating secrets of dimensions. The Cloud Immortals could not have crafted such treasures. These rings are fragments of the fourth dimension they discovered during their cosmic travels, repurposed with spiritual energy to function as storage devices. This may imply that our current three-dimensional universe likely plummeted from a higher dimensional realm, perhaps due to overexploitation that led to its collapse. The cosmic expansion we observe may indeed represent the process of this three-dimensional downfall. Civilization's insatiable pursuit of spiritual energy has caused us to descend from an 11-dimensional universe to this state, and we may continue to plummet into two-dimensional or even one-dimensional existence." Huang Mao gazed into the abyss of the cosmos, shaking his head in silence. "Yet, we still have the opportunity to alter this trajectory." Yifeng placed a reassuring hand on Huang Mao's shoulder. "This jade pendant evokes such a sentiment. Perhaps, once we gather all its fragments, we may yet find a chance for redemption." Chapter 17. The Legend of the Jade Pendant. Speaking of your ancestral jade pendant, has the Research Institute uncovered any new information? Huang Mao inquired with curiosity. He had always been intrigued by the origins of this enigmatic jade pendant, purportedly a family heirloom passed down from the Yi family to Yifeng. Yet, Yifeng had never divulged its provenance, and Huang Mao hesitated to press the matter. Respecting Yifeng's privacy, little did he anticipate that this pendant could lead humanity into the realm of immortals. Nor did he foresee the profound confidence Yifeng placed in it. Yifeng shook his head, revealing that the research institute had only unearthed 2 clues. One suggested that the pendant was merely a fragment. Based on the pattern analysis, the complete jade disc should consist of 7 parts. The other clue indicated a likely connection to a higher civilization. Huang Mao could not help but exclaim, what kind of advanced civilization could create such a remarkable artifact? Yifeng smiled, retrieving the antiquated, smooth jade pendant from his pocket. When fused with the star map, the pendant exuded an aura of vastness and mystery. He continued, it is somewhat peculiar. When we were still ordinary individuals, this pendant did not evoke any extraordinary feelings within me. However, since I began to harness spiritual energy and pursue cultivation, my connection with this pendant has deepened. It feels as though I can hear whispers emanating from within it. Voices that evoke a sense of both familiarity and profound strangeness. With this inexplicable bond growing stronger, the pendant's guidance has become increasingly clear, leading me step by step to this very moment. A glimmer of fascination sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. Initially, as he began to merge with the pendant, he harbored doubts about its purpose, for the intricate carvings upon it were overwhelmingly complex. A mere glance left his mind in disarray, as if inundated by an immense memory, rendering its significance elusive. Yet, upon harnessing the full power of the star map, the pendant seemed to come alive, subtly imparting hints about the whereabouts of the remaining pieces. He understood that the pendant was actively reaching out to the others, though most were shrouded by an enigmatic aura that obscured precise location, leaving him with only a general sense of direction. Now, as he beheld the dark golden portal of the insectoid race, Yifeng felt the pendant's summons once more, convinced that another fragment lay beyond that threshold. How intriguing, Huang Mao remarked. You mentioned that there are 7 such pendants, and we currently possess 2. What else do you know about the remaining pieces? Yifeng suspended the pendant in the air, gesturing towards one of its sections. I believe you are already aware of these 2 pendants. One is a legacy of the Yi clan, designed to reconstruct the soul and enhance cultivation speed. Let us refer to it as the soul reshaping pendant. On the other hand, there exists a jade pendant engraved with a star map, procured from Zhao Zhongtian of the Cloud Immortal Empire, which can be utilized to observe the entirety of the galaxy. Recent research indicates that this jade pendant does not merely limit itself to the observation of the Milky Way. If sufficient power is inputted, it may even allow for the observation of other galaxies. Yifeng shifted the topic, continuing, however, the current observational range of the star map jade pendant is rather restricted, only capable of monitoring uninhabited star regions, while it cannot perceive areas where advanced civilizations may exist, perhaps because such civilizations can obscure their positional information. Upon the fusion of these 2 jade pendants, their functionalities underwent certain transformations. The jade pendant now possessed the capabilities of both individual pendants and also acquired some enhancements. For instance, the soul jade pendant not only facilitates the repair of the soul, but also enhances an individual's cultivation talent, essentially elevating the quality of one's spiritual root. Furthermore, it allows for the precise localization of the soul positions of familiar individuals at any moment. The star map jade pendant, aside from its navigational role, also introduced a function to stabilize subspace passages. For example, during our recent reinforcement efforts, the subspace route of the Jiuzhou star system had been utterly destroyed, yet it could still be secured by this pendant. Moreover, the amalgamation of these 2 pendants provided me with greater insights into the remaining pendants' approximate functionalities. Firstly, the pendant following the insectoid stargate is likely closely tied to the origin of life and may have significant connections to insectoid civilization. The insectoid civilization is certainly not as simplistic as it appears. These creatures may not be targeting us intentionally, but rather are unconsciously foraging. Otherwise, given our current strength, we would find it nearly impossible to withstand a genuine assault from the insectoids. At this juncture, Huang Mao nodded slightly, recalling previous experiences where the insect swarm indeed fought instinctively, lacking any effective tactical formation. Otherwise, with their numbers, they could easily conquer the Jiuzhou star system. Yifeng continued, the true might of the insect swarm is genuinely terrifying. With our current level of civilization, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront them head-on. However, we can leverage the star map jade pendant to pinpoint the coordinates of the wormholes, and subsequently employ the pendant to open a subspace tunnel for covert investigation. Huang Mao listened, dumbfounded, murmuring, Yifeng, you are truly audacious in your artistry. Our task here is to halt the invasion of the insect tide. Yet your method could eradicate the source of the invasion. Indeed, when faced with an incursion, the insectoids typically do not dispatch merely one force. Their numbers are vast, and they are recklessly fearless. Even with our newly acquired equipment, we may not entirely eliminate them. Yet, with this jade pendant, we can strike without bloodshed, quelling the enemy in its nascent stage. This is undoubtedly the optimal strategy. Huang Mao expressed his admiration. Yes, Yifeng replied with a slight nod. This is precisely my plan moving forward. Only by addressing the source can we permanently resolve the impending cataclysm in this realm. In addition to the life jade pendant, I perceive the presence of another jade pendant in the direction of the swarm, seemingly intricately linked to spiritual energy. This pendant might hold the key to elucidating all that pertains to spiritual energy. Curiously, the owner of the spiritual energy jade pendant appears to be in severe conflict with the insect race, as both parties aspire to obtain the other's pendant. Huang Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly possible for you to sense this? That seems rather exaggerated." Yifeng replied with a solemn demeanor, "No. What I speak of is not mere conjecture. We have both witnessed the swarm. Their innate ability to suppress all creations of spiritual energy speaks volumes." Chapter 18. Infiltrating the insectoid realm for a species capable of infinite evolution, their extreme measures against psychic power suggest that the true adversary they face possesses formidable strength. Huang Mao nodded, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Yifeng's reasoning. The insect swarm is undeniably a natural nemesis of psychic energy, and this is no mere coincidence. The relationship between the life and psychic talismans is intricate. My investigation may well unveil their whereabouts. Yifeng continued. Aside from these 4 talismans, 3 more are believed to remain, but regrettably, I currently possess no means to ascertain their locations, not even a trace of their essence. It is likely that they are in the hands of a more advanced civilization. Nevertheless, I am confident that as the talismans are gradually collected, we shall receive more information. Huang Mao pondered for a moment before speaking. Based on the information at hand, we can make some conjectures regarding the remaining talismans. Observe, we already have talismans associated with the soul, life, energy, and space. Following the principle of correspondence, if the soul correlates with life, then space would correspond with time, and energy might relate to rules. Thus, aside from the final piece, we have effectively identified 6. Do you agree? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yifeng's eyes. But he nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is indeed logical. However, I hesitate to draw definitive conclusions at this moment. Huang Mao smiled with satisfaction and continued. It is certain that once these 7 distinct talismans are fused, a tremendous upheaval will ensue, potentially affecting the very fabric of the universe. Therefore, we must ensure they are obtained promptly. I share your sentiments, Yifeng replied. I have resolved to personally journey to the heart of the insectoid civilization to ascertain the location of their nest and simultaneously investigate the strength of that civilization, hoping to discover the whereabouts of the life talisman. That is unwise. Your safety is of utmost importance, Huang Mao urged urgently. Yet Yifeng waved him off. There is no need for concern. I now possess the strength of an immortal and carry the star map talisman. Even if I encounter danger, I can flee if I cannot fight. Huang Mao frowned. Your ability to escape is formidable, but the defenses surrounding the insect nest must be exceedingly stringent. While infiltrating may be feasible for you, exiting could prove exceedingly difficult. We cannot take such risks. I am fully aware of the dangers involved, but this is the only path available, Yifeng insisted. Rest assured, I will equip myself with a specially designed mech to ensure absolute safety. Yifeng elaborated. We plan to capture numerous living insectoids, utilizing their exoskeletons for camouflage, which should allow us to evade detection for a time. Huang Mao, with genuine concern, cautioned, but even if you succeed, what then? Do not forget, there are still many secrets tethered to you, all of which pertain to the future of humanity. The words of the yellow-haired one plunged Yifeng into contemplation. However, after a struggle within, he resolutely declined the kind offer. The nest of the insect race was a destination that must be reached. Delaying further would render even the mastery of all resources in this star region insufficient to vanquish the swarm. Nonetheless, prior to that, we could prepare further, and it would not be too late to proceed when the time was ripe. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired one nodded in satisfaction and swiftly changed the subject. That is acceptable. I have just received news that our fleet has taken control of an insect planet. Professor Luo is already waiting for us there. Let us go and see. Yifeng lifted his gaze towards a direction in the deep void. Recalling that a monumental battle had just concluded here, with the human fleet emerging victorious. We were now in the phase of clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils. Observing the thick layer of insect corpses piled high upon the ground, the yellow-haired one could not help but swallow hard, marveling, truly. The mightiest legion of the Human Federation is impressive. On the ground, numerous troops were transporting the diverse remains of the insect swarm to nearby transport ships, seemingly preparing to take them to the laboratory for dissection. The human scientists exhibited a keen interest in this entirely new species, hoping to extract more valuable research data from them. In certain areas, human mechs were attempting to control some of the errant living insects. Once the brain insects in this region were eliminated, many surviving members of the swarm lost all semblance of control, reverting to thoughtless beasts. These living specimens were evidently more valuable for research than their cold corpses. Hurry up, Professor Luo. You are no stranger to this. In matters of research, you will not wait for anyone. Don't miss any explosive news that may arise, urged the yellow-haired one. I am coming. Within this galaxy. It is merely a matter of seconds, replied Yifeng, chuckling as he formed a complex teleportation portal with a series of hand seals. The two stepped through one after the other. In but a few breaths, the two arrived upon the insect planet. At present, the planet bore no trace of the once overwhelming insect swarm. Only desolation remained. This planet, composed entirely of biological material, was covered by a thick shell reaching several dozen kilometers deep. The components of this shell included not only a keratin layer but also certain mineral metals. Under the influence of its peculiar biological structure, the strength of the shell was surprisingly comparable to that of human alloys. Even more astonishingly, this layer was not entirely rigid. It possessed a degree of elasticity, allowing one to perceive periodic vibrations from the surface, akin to a heartbeat. The crust had just endured a great battle, exhibiting numerous large cracks and craters, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that these fissures and pits were slowly healing, resembling skin. Yifeng and the yellow-haired one gazed upon this spectacle in silence, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of it all. Professor Luo stood quietly beside a deep green lake, waving to them as they approached. What are your thoughts on the insect race? He inquired. Professor Luo extracted a vial of verdant liquid from the lake and set it aside in a specimen box. Yifeng glanced at Huang Mao and calmly replied. The insect race is far more complex than it appears. Our current victories are merely illusory. Professor Luo did not respond to him, but instead retrieved a tablet computer to conduct a physico-chemical analysis of the green liquid before him. It was evident that this emerald lake water was a potent acid, capable of effortlessly corroding glass test tubes, which could only be safely contained by an outer layer of polymer plastic. Astonishingly, within this highly acidic solution, signs of life were detected. Chapter 19. The ecosystem of the insectoid species within the unfathomable depths of the lake. Ripples occasionally danced upon the surface, instigated by the minuscule larvae of the insectoid species, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Through the magnifying apparatus in Professor Luo's hands, one could distinctly observe these remarkably tenacious creatures diligently absorbing nutrients from the acidic solution, gradually maturing. These diminutive beings bore a resemblance to cockroaches, yet measured only 1 or 2 millimeters in length, equipped with limbs and a short tail, while their flattened mouths evoked the image of mosquitoes, albeit with a more ferocious demeanor. Professor Luo, gripping the glass test tube with one hand, employed psychic energy to heat the internal solution. Soon, the acid began to boil, creating an environment of extreme temperature and corrosive intensity, a veritable death trap for most forms of life. Astonishingly, the insectoid larvae exhibited no fear, instead frolicking with greater exuberance. What a terrifying creation, Huang Mao remarked, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. As a man who had faced the insect horde directly, he understood better than anyone the formidable vitality of these creatures. No perilous environment could hinder their relentless pursuit. It was only through absolute heat and devastating force that the insectoid species could be eradicated. The larvae before them, mere offspring of the swarm, already possessed a lethality surpassing that of the vast majority of Earth's inhabitants. It seems our past definitions of life have been overly narrow and conservative, Professor Luo stated gravely. Life can emerge under even the most hostile conditions. As the larvae absorbed sufficient nutrients, their mouthparts gradually matured, revealing serrated teeth. Suddenly, the previously tranquil test tube erupted into chaos as countless insects began to devour one another. In an instant, the densely packed swarm dwindled to but a few. These creatures continued to tear and consume their companions, and as the numbers dwindled, those remaining began to swell in size, sprouting 8 legs and larger mouths within mere minutes. Professor Luo furrowed his brow, observing this bizarre spectacle, murmuring, "Are these insects evolving?" Hearing this, Yifeng's expression turned perplexed as he gazed at the creatures before him, beginning to grasp the unsettling truth. These were not ordinary insectoid larvae. They resembled ancient creatures bred by humanity for sinister purposes. Only the most powerful, bloodthirsty specimens could survive. The brutal process of natural selection commenced at birth. Yifeng cast another glance at the seemingly placid yet tumultuous green surface of the lake, a chill creeping down his spine. This was not a lake. It was a veritable petri dish of carnage. Huang Mao appeared to have surmised the same, deftly retrieving a nanobot from his backpack and deploying it into the lake. Soon, the underwater scenery was vividly rendered on the battlefield tablet screen. This lake, though not excessively vast in area, plunged to depths exceeding several thousand meters. At the surface of the water, a vast multitude of insectoid larvae congregated, engaging in fierce battles and undergoing evolution. The survivors began their descent into the depths, where the lake's bottom harbored greater nourishment and organic matter, naturally luring the larvae closer. As they plunged deeper, the size of the insects grew increasingly formidable, and their conflicts intensified. Only a select few resilient creatures could navigate successfully to the more profound depths. Thus, the closer they drew to the lakebed, the more ferocious their combat prowess became. Ultimately, only a minuscule number of powerful insects managed to penetrate a passage at the lake's bottom, undergoing a series of specialized evolutionary transformations before emerging as mature adults. After such a fierce struggle, the surviving insects were undoubtedly the pinnacle of selection. Professor Luo remarked on the stark contrast to their previous assumptions. Indeed, this method effectively curtailed the perpetuation of weaker genes. Huang Mao articulated each word with clarity, acknowledging that this planet, teeming with such lakes, was capable of continuously birthing new insectoid life. However, with the severance of the mother nest will, this insect planet had ceased its orderly reproduction of swarms, relying instead on instinct to create rudimentary insectoid forms. Yifeng surveyed the surrounding environment and inquired of Professor Luo. "Professor, are there any other discoveries?" Professor Luo, maintaining a composed demeanor, retrieved a report and handed it to the two before him, stating, in terms of discoveries, "There is an abundance. The ecological system of the insectoids is entirely distinct from any planet we have previously encountered. It is a highly complex and meticulously organized network composed of various types of insects. These insects are typically categorized into different tiers, including worker insects, soldier insects, brain insects, node insects, and other specialized forms. The evident division of labor among these swarms is clearly orchestrated under the unified guidance of the mother nest will. And under the command of the brain insects, even swarms numbering in the trillions can accomplish tasks with remarkable order. This formidable computational capability is likely beyond the capacity of our latest models of psionic computers. It is difficult to fathom how they achieve such feats with biological neurocomputational systems." As he spoke, a series of images transmitted from the planet's core unfolded before the audience, revealing the brain insects they had previously observed. The colossal brain insect, interconnected with the planet through countless tentacles and neurotransmitters, appeared as a vast command center. However, at that moment, the brain insect had temporarily severed its connection with the outside world, and all that could be seen was its surface undulating, continuously secreting a viscous substance. Shortly thereafter, a group of nanoscale robotic probes extracted a portion of biomass from the brain insect's surface, initiating real-time analysis of its cellular structure. Astonishingly, the cellular biomass began to twist and writhe under the microscope, rapidly forming intricate biological circuit boards, which then interconnected and commenced their frenetic operation. Upon witnessing this, Professor Luo's expression shifted dramatically, and in a state of alarm, he exclaimed, "Something is amiss. They are simulating the form of nanorobots." Yifeng and Huang Mao widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the contorted microbial structures. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these cellular formations were indeed assembling into tiny nanorobots, their fundamental structure and composition remarkably akin to that of true nanorobots. Chapter 20. Civilization Levels Remarkably. "They can directly interpret our technology," exclaimed Huang Mao. Professor Luo, however, shook his head and elucidated, "While their fundamental structure may be similar, even identical, This does not imply that they have fully mastered the technology of nanorobots. Perhaps they are merely mimicking the external appearance. Thus, pay close attention to the nanorobots formed by these insects and assess whether the critical components and circuitry adhere to logical principles. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao hurriedly activated another feature on the battlefield tablet. "What is this?" he gasped, lifting his gaze and fixating intently on the luminous screen before him. The display revealed the peculiar nanostructures composed of those strange insects. Evidently, in terms of hardware, they had achieved nearly a flawless 101 replication. However, it appeared they had not grasped the programming software, rendering these nanocomponents incapable of functioning properly. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Had these insects been able to decipher the programming information, it would have been truly terrifying. This indicated that the insect race possessed an innate capacity for formidable learning and simulation, yet they were unable to comprehend deeper cultural nuances. Nevertheless, Professor Luo's expression remained grave as he surveyed the surroundings, marveling, "What a formidable creation! It is difficult to fathom that this entire planet is composed of biological proteins, including even the core." The cytoplasm had, astonishingly, withstood the immense pressures within the planet, retaining its biological structure intact. From both biological and physical standpoints, this phenomenon eluded explanation. Yi Feng picked a small piece of shell material from the ground and observed it in his palm. The shell exhibited a dark golden hue, remarkably lightweight and exceptionally resilient. If classified according to terrestrial materials, it would belong to the category of ultra-high-strength semi-liquid metals. With current human scientific capabilities, there was a reasonable chance to develop materials with similar properties. However, it was inconceivable that they could be composed of biological substances. Yi Feng then reached into his backpack, rummaging for a moment before producing a portable microscope to magnify the shell. Huang Mao leaned in for a closer look and frowned. "What is this peculiar substance?" The surface of the shell was not particularly smooth. Numerous dense pores were visible, and the entire material resembled a fibrous structure akin to sponge. Analysis revealed that this fiber was also a type of protein long chain. Yet intriguingly, multiple metals and rare elements were detected within the chain structure. These trace metals and rare elements aptly altered the fundamental properties of the material, significantly enhancing its strength. A remarkable fusion of biology and metal physics. Yi Feng mused inwardly. Moreover, have you noticed? The gravity of this planet is entirely disproportionate to its mass, Professor Luo pointed out, indicating the planet's data. This suggested that the materials of this insect planet were indeed peculiar, and according to the gravitational coefficient, those colossal biological warships, as massive as mountains, would be incapable of taking off normally. As he spoke, Professor Luo produced a fragment of tentacle flesh extracted from a biological warship. This repugnant morsel, although unrecognizable in its original form, continued to writhe incessantly, displaying an astonishing vitality. Professor Luo cast the fragment to the ground, and an unusual scene unfolded. Instead of plummeting vertically, the fragment languidly floated upwards, seemingly unaffected by gravity, as if ensnared by some invisible force field. Superconductivity. Yi Feng was the first to react. The only explanation for this bizarre phenomenon, once the possibility of a psychic field was eliminated, was the pinnacle of materials science, room temperature superconductivity. How could this be possible? Huang Mao stared intently at the fragment, having contemplated countless possibilities, yet this was one he had not considered. It is important to note that despite humanity's technological advancements, there remain no leads on room temperature superconducting materials. And now, this phenomenon was manifestly before them. Professor Luo gradually articulated, "Indeed, this is a room temperature superconducting material. To my astonishment, it is neither inorganic nor organic hybrid material, but biological in nature. Our previous research direction has been fundamentally misguided." As he spoke, he immersed the fragment into a nutrient solution, and it immediately sprang to life, voraciously absorbing nutrients. In the blink of an eye, it began to take the form of a biological warship. It seemed that, given time, this single morsel could regenerate into an immense warship that could obscure the sun. Professor Luo exhaled deeply, retrieved an energy weapon, and vaporized the fragment completely. He then turned to the two individuals behind him and stated, "The strength of the insectoid species far surpasses the limits of our imagination. I initially believed that their civilization would be around level 3, perhaps 4 at most. It is now clear that the reality is far more complex than I had anticipated. What do levels 3 and 4 mean?" Huang Mao felt as if he had missed out on a great deal of information after a single battle. Yifeng interjected to explain. This refers to our recent classification of cosmic civilizations, which categorizes possible civilization levels from high to low. There are numerous theories regarding the classification of cosmic civilizations. The most renowned being the Kardashev scale proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev. This theory classifies civilizations based on their energy utilization of their planet, star system, and even the entire galaxy. We have incorporated the Kardashev scale into our classification of cosmic civilizations. Yifeng continued. First, we have Type 0 civilizations, which represent primitive societies or early agricultural communities reliant on natural resources such as timber, animal power, and fossil fuels. They can only manufacture simple tools, with agricultural techniques at a rudimentary level, limited to utilizing the natural energy provided by their local environment, incapable of achieving global-scale energy utilization or controlling natural disasters. Huang Mao nodded in understanding, recognizing that this described early human societies, which had existed at this level for a significant duration of history. Yifeng continued, stating that a Level 1 civilization, also referred to as a planetary civilization, has evolved into a highly advanced globalized society, achieving the comprehensive utilization of all available energy resources on its planet. This encompasses, but is not limited to, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, and nuclear energy, while effectively managing the global environment. The technological advancements include controlled nuclear fusion technology and efficient energy conversion and storage techniques, enabling free movement on the planet's surface and in near-Earth space, as well as the ability to regulate the Earth's ecosystem and climate. Representative technologies encompass, but are not limited to, a global energy network, controllable nuclear fission reactors, and large-scale environmental engineering projects. Humanity in the 21st century can be tentatively considered to be approaching or attaining this level. Huang Mao nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with this statement and gesturing for Yifeng to proceed. A Level 2 civilization is also known as a stellar civilization, capable of establishing permanent habitats on multiple planets within its home star system while harnessing the energy of the entire parent star. This may involve constructing a Dyson sphere or similar colossal structures to envelop the star and collect its energy. Additionally, it has acquired preliminary mastery over interstellar navigation technology, enabling the transmission of substantial energy within the star system and possessing the capability to transform planetary ecosystems. Over the past century, humanity that has harnessed psychic energy has essentially reached this level. Chapter 21. Civilization Level 2. The young man with yellow hair nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with this assertion, and gestured for Yifeng to proceed. Level 2 civilization, also referred to as stellar civilization, possesses the capability to establish permanent habitats on multiple planets within its home star system, while harnessing the energy of the entire parent star. This could involve constructing Dyson spheres or similar colossal structures to envelop the star and collect its energy. Additionally, they have acquired preliminary mastery over interstellar navigation technology, enabling the transmission of substantial energy within the star system, along with the ability to transform planetary ecosystems. Over the past century, humanity, having grasped the essence of spiritual energy, has effectively operated at this level. Professor Luo continued to elaborate. Since we discovered methods to transcend the limitations of the immortal, in conjunction with the scientific advancements of ether civilization, human civilization has experienced yet another technological explosion. This time, humanity will no longer rely solely on spiritual energy. Rather, we shall progress into Level 3 civilization through advancements in fundamental science. According to our current estimations, a Level 3 civilization can integrate resources from multiple star systems and harness galactic-level energy, potentially forming interstellar alliances or even civilizations of armature scale. Furthermore, they possess the capability to manipulate galactic-level resources and begin utilizing the energy of extreme celestial bodies, such as black holes and neutron stars, even harnessing gravitational waves among other energy sources. Most importantly, we have gained a rudimentary understanding of the origin of spiritual energy. Key technologies include space energy conversion devices, which exploit and create phenomena such as micro-black holes. Upon hearing this, the young man with yellow hair widened his eyes in astonishment. The words Yifeng had previously shared echoed vividly in his mind. It appeared that humanity had indeed grasped the origins of spiritual energy, bringing us undeniably closer to the truth of the universe. The advent of space energy conversion devices signifies that humanity will officially become one of the developers of this universe. a stark contrast to the past passive collection of spiritual energy. The young man confirmed. Now that humanity has successfully entered level 3 civilization, does this imply that we are not far from level 4 civilization? Professor Luo chuckled, neither affirming nor denying, but continued, the chasm between each level of civilization is far greater than we can fathom. Even though we have reached level 3 civilization, civilizations beyond level 4 remain unfathomable. Akin to tales of science fiction for humanity, the people of the 21st century could scarcely have imagined that merely 2 centuries later, taxis would traverse between star systems. Similarly, it is challenging for us, relying solely on our imagination, to speculate on the societal structures and technological levels of advanced civilizations. Fortunately, we have encountered numerous pertinent clues related to higher civilizations thus far. The 2 jade pendants, Leviathan, and the Zerg, are all examples. Though they possess no direct connections with one another, they undoubtedly originate from more advanced civilizations. From these creations, we can glean some faint shadows of higher civilizations and make certain deductions accordingly. Seeing Huang Mao lost in contemplation, Professor Luo did not keep the suspense and continued to elucidate. A level 4 civilization may no longer be confined to a singular biological form, but rather amalgamate biology, artificial intelligence, and advanced virtual reality technologies, forming an intelligent collective that transcends different planets, galaxies, and even the boundaries of time and space. Such a civilization would be capable of comprehensively harnessing and utilizing all energy sources within its galaxy, including, but not limited to, stellar energy, gravitational energy from galaxies, and spatial energy. Most importantly, they would undoubtedly have mastered the ability to strike stars. We speculate that the cataclysmic events originating from the center of the Milky Way are a result of their actions. A level 5 civilization has surpassed the limits of our imagination. These advanced civilizations have most likely unraveled all the secrets of fundamental science. They possess the capability to construct colossal structures that span galaxies, such as cosmic-scale computer networks, stable intergalactic transmission corridors, wormholes, or warp drives, and can manipulate universal constants to shape local cosmic conditions, utilizing quantum foam or string theory to develop novel energy sources and communication methods. As for a level 6 civilization, its existence becomes increasingly abstract and difficult to comprehend. It may have transcended the traditional constraints of matter and energy, entering a stage of evolution that exists on a non-material or consciousness level. Their essence may no longer be limited to carbon-based life forms. They could be silicon-based, or even sulfur-based, nitrogen-based, or phosphorus-based civilizations. In a galactic context, level 6 civilizations are nearly at the pinnacle of the civilizational food chain, capable of extinguishing galaxies in an instant with their immense power. The vast voids between various arms and galaxies could very well be their handiwork. Of course, a more advanced level 7 civilization has reached a point where discussion becomes moot. Such a society is highly integrated and intelligent, where individual members may no longer be traditional biological entities, but have evolved into intelligent life forms that harmonize with the fundamental laws of the universe. These entities could exist in forms of energy, information, or a composite of both. In terms of technological prowess, they have fully mastered and utilized the fundamental laws of the universe, including, but not limited to, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak and strong nuclear forces, as well as potential fifth forces in subspace. They can manipulate space-time itself, achieving true superluminal travel and exercising control over the temporal dimension, observing and influencing past events and future possibilities. For such a civilization, the galaxy is merely a cage. As for a potential level 8 civilization, we can only boldly speculate that even on such a grand cosmic scale, they are exceedingly rare. Their existence spans thousands of galaxies, and many observable physical constants and macro structures of the universe may be profoundly influenced by them. The so-called level 9 civilization, which we might refer to as a divine civilization, exists beyond the realm of our understanding. Perhaps the creation and recreation of the universe lie within the realm of their contemplation. However, all these conjectures are based on technologically advanced civilizations akin to humanity. In the context of psychic civilizations, their classification of civilization levels diverges significantly from our own understanding, based on insights gleaned from the Cloud Immortal Empire and the Charred Empire. It appears they may utilize the levels of cultivation achieved by practitioners as a criterion for distinguishing civilizations. For instance, a civilization devoid of psychic energy is categorized as a level 0 indigenous society, Those with sparse spiritual energy, capable of reaching the Yuaning stage, are deemed level 1 civilizations. Civilizations that can attain the crossing tribulation phase are classified as level 2, while those that surpass the realm of immortals are recognized as level 3 civilizations. Furthermore, within the realm of immortals, there exists a corresponding hierarchy. The Great Luo True Immortal aligns with level 4 civilization, whereas the Great Luo Golden Immortal corresponds to level 5 civilization. As for the higher realms of immortality, our comprehension remains incomplete. However, it is conceivable that achieving the utmost level of cultivation may allow one to resonate with the fundamental principles of the cosmos. Chapter 22. The Insect Plague. Upon the conclusion of these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. In the presence of a highly advanced civilization, humanity, even those who possess the technology of planetary-class warships, is but an insignificant ant. Within this vast universe, a level 3 civilization lacks the capacity for self-preservation. Only by ascending to a higher echelon of civilization may one hope to endure. After a considerable pause, Professor Luo shattered the stillness. Addressing the two individuals, the military's analytical results have emerged. We now possess a preliminary understanding of the insect race. This is undoubtedly a civilization far superior to our own, with biological technology that far surpasses our comprehension. Huang Mao, bewildered, inquired, if the insect race is indeed so advanced, then we stand no chance of overcoming them. As it stands, our weapons can still inflict considerable damage upon the swarm. Professor Luo's expression grew grave as he elucidated. On this matter, I have formed certain hypotheses. It is possible that the insect race is not actively invading this star region. Rather, they seem to be aimlessly drifting here, with their so-called invasion merely a convenient means of predation. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded in agreement. To him, it never appeared to be a premeditated assault from the outset. The periodic emergence of the swarms seemed merely a consequence of the third arm passing near the insect race's rift, coupled with the allure of the celestial power that enticed these bloodthirsty creatures to come forth for feeding. The swarms encountered thus far exhibited a reliance on instinct, launching wave after wave of suicidal assaults with no discernible strategy. Such an evolutionarily advanced species could hardly be so naive in matters of warfare. This only substantiated one notion. The current insect swarm might merely be a horde of uncontrollable foot soldiers, akin to the abandoned civilian mining satellite that recently annihilated the elite fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire, the Tyne Fleet. Yet, it was precisely this realization that sent a chill down Yifeng's spine, for the civilization behind the swarm undoubtedly exceeded his wildest imaginings. The journey across star systems to the nest in search of the life jade would certainly not be as straightforward as anticipated. Professor Luo and Huang Mao shared this apprehension, their faces reflecting a grave concern. In the face of such a civilization, all notions of exploration and struggle appeared utterly ludicrous, compounding the dire situation. There were multiple regions within the third arm where traces of the insect race had also been discovered, and General Zhang had already led other fleets to provide assistance. Professor Luo continued, however, if we do not completely seal that rift, the number of swarms will only escalate. Relying solely on the strength of our human federation, it is unlikely we can bring this calamity to an end. Yifeng gently grasped the jade pendant at his chest, as if steeling his resolve. Professor Luo, I have made the decision to venture to the location of the insect race's nest. The pendant has provided me with an accurate positioning and with the power of space. I am confident I can explore there. Perhaps I may uncover a means to resolve the rift. Huang Mao intended to voice his objections, yet he beheld Yifeng's gaze growing increasingly resolute. Professor Luo gently patted Yifeng on the shoulder, refraining from outright rejection. Instead, he offered words of solace. It seems that, in the grand scheme of things, you have already found your guidance. In the past, I would have intervened to prevent you. But now, I trust you have considered the consequences. Therefore, I respect your decision. However, before you embark on your journey, we must delve deeper into the ecology of the insect species. Moreover, I believe it would be irresponsible to send you alone. It would be best to train a small team, as your chances of success would be significantly enhanced if you set forth together. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao immediately nodded in agreement, stating, I, too, endorse this plan. Our dragon-tooth squad excels in infiltration tactics. Once our realm of immortality is solidified, our strength will surely increase. With the plan established, the group reboarded the spaceship, transforming into a streak of light amidst the countless insect carcasses. In the Yunxian star system, on the planet Zijin, within the Yunxian Imperial Palace, Huang Fuyun had never felt life so liberating since signing the peace treaty with the Human Federation. Although he was aware that the treaty was unequal, the opening of interstellar ports facilitated an influx of starships laden with modern supplies into the central star system. Within mere weeks, the entire star system underwent a remarkable transformation, particularly in terms of technology. The various research facilities and advanced instruments provided by the Human Federation significantly elevated the living standards of the Yunsan Empire, even hinting at a potential surpassing of the Chait Empire. Furthermore, none of this would have been possible without the vast commercial fleet and abundant modern resources of the Human Federation. Huang Fuyun was confident that as long as the Human Federation continued to assist in the development of the Yunsan Empire's planets, achieving technological superiority over the Human Federation would pose no difficulty whatsoever. In Huang Fuyun's view, all of this stemmed from the conquest war with the Human Federation. The rise of humanity was, in part, thanks to a fleeting thought he had at that time. At this moment, Huang Fuyun was engrossed in the smartphone in his hand. With the establishment of interstellar networks, he was now using the latest model, equipped with various online applications. The plethora of information overwhelmed him, making him reflect on how insipid his past existence had been. Just as he was reveling in his newfound enjoyment, a messenger rushed into the inner hall, breathless. "Your Majesty, I bear urgent news." The messenger was covered in blood, as if he had just escaped from a battlefield of chaos. Huang Fuyun lifted his gaze to glance at him, disinterested. Since the conflict with the Human Federation, he had grown accustomed to the weight of significant matters, and nothing seemed worthy of his attention. However, the individual before him possessed a noteworthy cultivation level, being at the early stage of the Great Ascendance, yet appeared utterly disheveled, bearing numerous injuries and exhibiting signs of severe distress. "What brings you here in such a state?" Huang Fuyun inquired. After stabilizing his breathing, the messenger spoke urgently. "Your Majesty, the Western Star region is besieged by a plague of insects. We beseech your swift assistance." "A plague of insects?" Huang Fuyun echoed, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. "A locust plague is merely a locust plague, yet you must convey that this year, the grain tax in the Western Star domain is waived. Furthermore, I intend to reduce the grain tax across the entire empire by half." Huang Fuyun has already surmised the underlying plot. Throughout his reign, whenever tax season approached, there would invariably be lamentations, be it natural disasters or man-made calamities. Local authorities consistently sought to evade their fiscal responsibilities to the national treasury. In the past, Huang Fuyun would not have easily acquiesced to such defiance. However, now that he is allied with the Human Federation, the significance of grain has diminished considerably. Moreover, he has heard that with the advent of chemical fertilizers and the Eden system, a single agricultural planet could sustain the needs of billions in the future. Thus, grain is no longer an essential commodity. Having concluded his thoughts, Huang Fuyun gestured for the envoy to withdraw. Yet, the messenger remained kneeling, trembling as he uttered a few words. "Your Majesty, this time, the locusts do not consume grain. They feast upon humans." Chapter 23. The comprehensive invasion in the Western Star region, within the Taurus star system, lies Liangqi Star. As the sole habitable planet in the Taurus star system, Liangqi Star boasts a resident population exceeding 5 billion. Once a realm of pleasant climate, harmonious ecology, and a haven for tourism, recreation, and leisure, this planet remains untouched by any interstellar thoroughfare. Consequently, the trade network of the Human Federation has yet to extend its reach here, allowing Liangqi Star to bask in its idyllic pastoral beauty. The only forces stationed here consist of a Class C fleet tasked with repelling interstellar pirates and a Class B fleet that is merely stopped by for resupply. In a secluded village located in the northern continental region of Liangqi Star, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow across the tranquil surroundings. A young shepherd, leisurely guiding 2 yellow cattle from the forest, intended to lead them to the river for their final drink of the day before returning to the pen to conclude his diligent labor. Suddenly, a distant bark echoed through the air, and a yellow dog dashed into the village. Woof, woof. The dog continued to bark, swiftly racing to the entrance of a yard and then climbing the highest earthen mound in the village, barking towards the setting sun. "Whose dog is that?" The shepherd furrowed his brow, questioning the barking canine. However, the dog seemed oblivious to his inquiry, persistently howling at the fading sun. "What is happening? Where did this wild dog come from? How annoying, someone should chase it away." An elderly woman, seated at the dinner table, found herself disturbed by the incessant barking. Frustrated, she set down her utensils and stood up, intending to shoo the dog away. Yet, As she stepped outside, she noticed that the light had suddenly dimmed. The once warm sun appeared to be obscured by some unknown force. It has been spring for quite some time. Why is it so dark so early? How peculiar. Grabbing a lantern from the windowsill to illuminate the now shadowy courtyard, she faintly heard an increasing chorus of barking from the village dogs, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. The elderly woman gazed towards the direction of the sun. Noticing something strange, the sun had not set. Rather, it was shrouded by a dark veil, revealing only a ring of golden light surrounding it. Could it be a solar eclipse? But our planet's moon cannot possibly be large enough to cover the sun completely. Having lost her late husband, who had served in the Imperial fleet, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of celestial phenomena. Before she could ponder further, the enveloping darkness completely obscured the sky. Descending like a vast net, a swarm had arrived. Countless insects descended from the heavens, and the vibrant life on the ground had become their prey. The two fleets stationed on the planet sensed the anomaly immediately, organizing their forces for a counterattack. Alas, with their highest cultivation merely at the out-of-body stage, they were as powerless against the might of the insectoid forces as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, the auxiliary fleet in the outer orbit was transformed into a scene of carnage, with rivers of blood and countless corpses strewn about. The warriors on the deck fought valiantly, each employing various advanced techniques in a desperate attempt to unleash energy projectiles into the encroaching tide of insects. However, these weapons, which typically wielded tremendous destructive power, proved utterly ineffective against the insect horde. Even more despairing was the realization that the number of insects seemed limitless. Wherever one looked, swarms of them filled the horizon. In the briefest of encounters, the ship's protective shield began to shatter, and the once resilient hull started to crack, as if it were on the verge of being breached by the relentless swarm. "Jump! Jump!" The captain's voice echoed through the communication channel. Yet there was no response from anyone. In the area overrun by the insect horde, the energy curvature engines had all malfunctioned, and the surrounding space felt as though it had been locked down, rendering them utterly immobile. "Damn it!" The commander, in an out-of-body phase, cursed furiously before suddenly summoning an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it towards the nearby swarm. The energy sphere was unleashed, but its formidable destructive force was effortlessly absorbed by the insect's exoskeletons, achieving nothing. Almost immediately, a group of insects seemed to take notice of this formidable commander, converging upon him. A colossal insect, resembling a mantis, was the first to reach the out-of-body cultivator, raising its sickle-like claws to strike at him. The powerful cultivator swiftly evaded this lethal blow. But before he could catch his breath, several more insects surged from the opposite side, along with others surrounding him, effectively cornering him into combat with the swarm. "Bastards!" The out-of-body cultivator shouted through gritted teeth, a fierce crimson light erupting from his body as he expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering fire giant. A tremendous spiritual pressure radiated from him, and the surrounding insects found themselves unable to approach the Yuan-Ing cultivator under the overwhelming force of the blazing light. The fire giant struck down 3 low-tier moth-like insects with a single punch, yet even more were rushing towards him, their numbers seemingly endless. A heart-wrenching roar pierced the air as the out-of-body cultivator could no longer contain his inner terror. In that moment, he ignited his vital essence, activating his primal soul in a desperate bid to escape this perilous planet. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Despite barely reaching the initial phase of the transformation under the strain of burning his own primal soul, he remained unable to elude the relentless swarm. As he grew in stature, he transformed into a towering magma giant, wielding a flaming greatsword, striking down upon the dense mass of insects with the force to cleave mountains and split seas. Every insect that dared to obstruct his path was incinerated beneath the might of his blade. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Even a cultivator of the transformation phase began to feel profound exhaustion, as his internal energy waned drastically. Yet the relentless assault from the surrounding swarm showed no signs of abating. He was acutely aware that, should things continue in this manner, his defeat was inevitable. Yet he persisted in his desperate struggle. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" he cried, overwhelmed with despair. "Oh no! The insects! So many insects!" The air was filled with continuous wails and cries of anguish emanating from the village. Several kilometers away, in the desolate wilderness, an overwhelming tide of insects surged forth, each one possessing power comparable to that of a nascent soul practitioner, and many even surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary nascent soul, rivaling those at the out-of-body level. Under the relentless assault of these creatures, the villages and towns, formed by mere mortals, crumbled like fragile paper houses, collapsing in an instant. As the swarm spread from the village, it engulfed the surrounding areas, devouring the human inhabitants without a hint of hesitation. Just hours before, vibrant lives had existed, now reduced to mere heaps of bones and pools of blood. Chapter 24. The Zerg biological warship. The swarm descended upon the land like a locust plague, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake, with corpses strewn across the ground. In the face of such an annihilating assault, the village soon met its demise, with nearly all its inhabitants, young and old, falling victim to the onslaught. These creatures did not merely feast upon the villagers, they also ravaged the nearby livestock, sparing no living being in their relentless advance, ultimately leaving only chaos in their wake. After decimating the village, the swarm continued its relentless march, transforming the landscape into a barren wasteland devoid of life, save for a few charred trees that had survived, their bark and trunks thoroughly eroded. A calamity was spreading, and once this tide of insects had fully swept through, it seemed inevitable that humanity on this planet would face extinction. In the subspace corridor, numerous starships traversed the void with haste, momentarily stabilizing the subspace route under the guidance of the fleet. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, and radiant bursts of light flickered in the emptiness, akin to miniature nuclear detonations. In an instant, a pitch-black rift in space materialized, from which countless slender tendrils emerged, probing to infiltrate the vessels. A soldier clad in a blue uniform gasped, "Be cautious. We have detected fluctuations from the Zerg biological warships." With that, he pressed his palm against the communicator, sending out the alarm, while his other hand hovered over the firing button. However, a stern-faced officer beside him grasped his hand firmly and shook his head. "We cannot fire yet." Turning to face the imposing figure, the soldier realized it was none other than General Zhang, the supreme commander of the Tiger Fleet. "General Zhang." The soldier immediately stood at attention but soon inquired, "But, General, the Zerg's assault has already commenced." General Zhang remained composed as he glanced at the writhing tendrils outside the window, shaking his head. "This is not their conventional method of attack. In my estimation, this is merely a feint. Utilizing high-yield weapons in subspace could potentially trigger a collapse of the corridor, with unpredictable consequences. We shall first make a jump and then assemble our firepower to annihilate these insects." "Understood." The soldier acknowledged the command and swiftly relayed the orders. As General Zhang observed the Zerg warships engaging in suicidal attacks, his expression grew grave. This was a significant deviation from the data previously collected. These creatures seemed to have evolved beyond instinctual aggression and were now employing tactical maneuvers with conscious intent. The current disruption of the corridor mirrored the tactics often employed by space pirates of the Chait Empire, who would utilize small forces to draw fleets into firing in subspace, thereby inciting turbulence and achieving the destruction of main fleets without bloodshed. It appeared the insects were more astute than anticipated, capable of comprehending the language and culture of our civilization. Though this hypothesis was expected, it still sent a chill down General Zhang's spine. Indeed, the intelligent swarm and the instinct-driven swarm represent two entirely distinct species. Moreover, this insectoid fleet, in terms of both biological technology and tactical command, has ascended to a level far surpassing its predecessors. With the immense psychic energy provided by the planetary-class starship Ame, a stable stargate gradually unfolded in the hyperspace. The war protocol was initiated, and ahead in the void, the inducement lights flickered to life, wishing all a prosperous military endeavor. The sweet mechanical voice of Eden resonated from the system. In the next moment, countless inducement missiles surged through the stargate, simulating various gravitational and optical signals of warships in the vicinity, instantly drawing the full firepower of the insectoid fleet. Subsequently, the surrounding starfield trembled violently, as myriad intricate runes emerged on the surface of the stargate, forming a colossal defensive shield. Concurrently, the various armaments within the ship sprang into action, with laser cannons, ray guns, anti-gravity artillery, and all manner of warfare weapons swiftly prepared, aimed squarely at the insectoid warships emerging from the stargate. Beyond the starry expanse, countless biological warships of the insectoids began to accelerate, frantically maneuvering to breach hyperspace and devour everything within the stargate. However, the warships of the Human Federation began to leap out one by one, swiftly gathering together. As the flagship of the fleet, the Ame starship made its entrance, altering the gravitational structure of the Taurus constellation, capturing the nearby asteroid belt with its massive form, forming a natural barrier around itself. more warships leaped forth, their sights set directly on the vast insectoid fleet across the void. In the starry firmament, millions of warships converged to create a vast iron forest, counterpoised by the innumerable biological warships of the insectoids. These biological vessels, upon closer inspection, exhibited a far more sophisticated design. Unlike the gargantuan warships of the Gyojou star system, which resembled landmasses, the insectoids had learned from the lessons of previous concentrated assaults, with their largest biological warships measuring merely a few hundred kilometers in length. Most of their vessels varied from a few hundred meters to several thousand meters, sacrificing size for greater numbers and enhanced maneuverability. The diversity among biological warships was also markedly greater, with various forms indicating a more refined division of labor among insectoid units. Deploy the radar satellites to gather as much intelligence as possible, General Zhang calmly commanded, emphasizing the necessity of understanding the enemy's firepower configuration and strategic deployments before engaging in battle. Only by knowing oneself and one's adversary can one emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Before long, micro-detection satellites were dispatched to every corner of the Taurus constellation. These nanostructured radar satellites were cost-effective, allowing for the deployment of quantities in the terabyte range in a single release. The micro-detection satellites swiftly scanned the insectoid fleet before relaying the information back to the mothership, where the artificial intelligence system rapidly analyzed the configurations of the insectoid warships. Despite the significant changes observed in the insectoids based on previously captured genetic samples, many valuable insights could still be gleaned. Among the various forms of Zerd battleships, the most striking is undoubtedly the colossal Zerd mothership. Its immense, shell-like body is adorned with a plethora of tendrils and spines, while its multi-segmented limbs support its vast form as it glides through the cosmos, resembling a deep-sea leviathan stretched across hundreds of kilometers. Further exploration reveals that this gigantic biological war vessel employs a biomass energy conversion system, devouring inorganic materials from the universe to transform them into energy, all the while possessing a formidable self-metabolism propulsion mechanism. Its defensive armor is composed of hardened exoskeletal tissue, capable of self-repair and secreting venom for corrosive defense, rendering conventional kinetic attacks nearly futile against the resilient and elastic organic shell. Moreover, the firepower of this biological battleship has seen significant advancements. In addition to multiple spore turret arrays and biological missile launch nests, it is equipped with a psychic tidal device capable of affecting subspace, and a large shockwave generator mounted on its back, which, when fully unleashed, can rival the destructive power of a planet-destroying cannon. Chapter 25, Biological Warships 2 during this period. The swarm has devoured a considerable number of warships belonging to the Cloud Immortal Empire. Consequently, the newly crafted biological warships have naturally drawn inspiration from certain configurations of the Imperial fleet, including various types of capital ships. Among the swarm's vessels, numerous primary assault battleships have emerged, temporarily designated as the Kerrigan-class battleships. Their design resembles that of a scorpion, with numerous appendages adorned with diverse weapon platforms, and a colossal launch cannon at the tail. As formidable fire support vessels, the Kerrigan-class battleships are equipped with high-intensity spinal laser cannons, symbiotic parasitic missiles, and hatches capable of deploying suicide biological drones. Notably, the large-caliber spinal laser cannons are not limited to just one, in addition to the sizable cannon at the rear. Each side of its massive frame houses two slightly smaller psionic cannons. The exterior of these biological warships is enveloped in thick layers of biological bone plating, while the interior features active liquid-filled buffer zones designed to effectively absorb impact damage. At the core lies a biological engine driven by super-dense muscle tissue, generating thrust through explosive contractions, significantly enhancing maneuverability. Surrounding the Kerrigan-class battleships are numerous classes of escort and destroyer vessels, each varying in size and shape yet distinctly embodying the characteristics of the swarm, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. As forces commence their combat operations, the starships endeavored to annihilate the swarm's main fleet in the vastness of space, while assault fleets were dispatched to the planetary surface to rescue survivors. With the issuance of orders, the fleet of the Human Federation unleashed their full firepower, launching an assault against the enemy, accompanied by intense energy tremors. Countless ship cannons erupted with brilliant beams of light, unleashing a torrential rain of energy projectiles upon the swarm's forces, illuminating the starry expanse in an instant. The combat awareness of the swarm fleet is remarkably tenacious. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, they exhibited no signs of panic. Even under the formidable firepower of the human fleet, their formation did not collapse. This resilience is attributed to the presence of repair ships, akin to guardians of cocoons, stationed near nearly every biological warship. These repair vessels are equipped with multiple biological repair pods capable of releasing healing spores and swarms of biological nanobots, facilitating swift on-site repairs and enhancements of damaged ships while temporarily serving as mobile bases. Like a thick mist, the healing spores rapidly enveloped the sections of armor that had been melted by extreme heat. Subsequently, swarms of nanobots emerged from the crevices, crawling over the damaged warships, swiftly dissolving the remnants of the wreckage into a soft, mushy biological substance, which ultimately merged with other parts to form a brand new vessel. As the biological warships underwent repairs, the swarm fleet immediately launched a counterattack. Boom! The swarm fleet engaged in fierce combat with the human fleet amidst the cosmos, the battle intensifying with each passing moment. While many of the swarm perished, a greater number were restored and rejoined the fray, charging madly towards the human fleet. Although the human alliance possesses a formidable advantage in firepower, the insectoid warships are remarkably resilient and durable, provided with sufficient biological materials. These insect vessels can endure prolonged survival on the battlefield. Both sides are embroiled in a relentless struggle, with swarms of insects continuously emerging. Yet the Human Federation's resources are depleting at an alarming rate. If it were not for the recent deployment of energy conversion devices, sustaining such an intense level of combat would prove exceedingly challenging. The battle rages on, with the insects' evolved weaponry now rivaling that of the humans' latest innovations, and they continue to evolve amidst the fray. The surface of numerous biological warships is encased in protective shells formed from biological mineral crystal, granting them a degree of capability to refract and disperse energy, significantly diminishing the efficacy of various laser weaponry. Simultaneously, certain insect warships release vast amounts of biological fibers, which function similarly to solar panels, capable of absorbing stellar heat and even converting some energy from weaponry to supply their own needs. The human fleet, no longer holding back any strength, unleashed gravity weapons without restraint. Wave after wave of gravitational bombs were launched into the heart of the insect swarm, with the explosions creating miniature black holes that swiftly expanded and wreaked havoc among the insects. However, to their dismay, the anticipated destruction from these black holes was limited to a radius of only a few kilometers, far below expected power levels. It was a topological structure weapon. A scientist, after probing the spatial structure near the miniature black holes, reached a startling conclusion. These insects had somehow mastered rule-based weaponry. They utilized topological principles to construct dynamic space-time curvature fields, altering the spatial structure around the black holes, causing them to deviate from their intended trajectories upon nearing targets. Concurrently, they employed a topologically optimized particle beam control system to redirect these beams elsewhere, thereby preventing the formation of black holes or accelerating their evaporation. Upon hearing this revelation, General Zhang furrowed his brow deeper. These insects were rapidly adapting and evolving, modifying their strategies in response to the technological advancements of their adversaries. It appeared that their evolution was seemingly limitless. The offensive continued, as countless high-explosive nuclear warheads equipped with curvature engines silently approached the center of the insect swarm, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The sudden surge of high temperature and pressure obliterated tens of thousands of biological warships, with the vessels at the epicenter vaporized to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. However, many other ships retained their structural integrity, with innumerable tendrils and growths surging from the wreckage, seemingly on the verge of regeneration. Yet, the intense radiation from the particle waves inhibited cellular division. After struggling for a time, most biological warships ceased their regeneration, transforming into mere remnants of destruction. Indeed, nuclear weapons proved their worth, living up to their reputation as biological annihilators. Among the human fleet, some soldiers exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. It seemed that no matter how enigmatic the technology of the insectoids, it could not alter the fundamental truth of their carbon-based existence. What the Human Federation failed to notice was that amidst the ruins of these warships, colossal Devourer-class resource reclamation vessels were swiftly consuming the fragmented biological battleships. These orb-like Devourer vessels, adorned with countless suction cups and agile swallowing tentacles, effortlessly engulfed the drifting organisms in their vicinity. Subsequently, they utilized their intricate digestive enzyme factories and microbial ecosystems to further digest and decompose this biomass, transforming waste into strategic resources to be transported back to their maternal nests. Chapter 26. Weapons of Rule. The offensive in the starry sky raged on fiercely, while the Human Federation's assault fleet seized the opportunity to breach multiple layers of defense. Entering the atmosphere of Liangqi Star. At this moment, the once thriving metropolis, home to over 5 billion souls, had seen more than 90% of its inhabitants ruthlessly consumed. The remaining survivors awaited impossible rescue amidst the ruins, having witnessed the helplessness of both golden core cultivators and nascent soul masters before the terrifying swarm of the insectoids. Just as despair enveloped them, advanced vessels, incomprehensible to their understanding, appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a terrifying barrage of firepower akin to that of transcendent beings. Even the seemingly invulnerable insect horde was swiftly engulfed by flames, reduced to ashes under such overwhelming might. Viewed from the atmosphere, most of Liangqi Star's surface had transformed into a pale gray expanse, the once vibrant oceans now replaced by a chilling ashen hue. This was the result of the life seeds unleashed by the insectoids, who sought to transform the planet into a breeding ground for their kind. Reports from the detection radar confirmed this grim reality. Within Liangqi Star's atmosphere, several catastrophe Cedar-class dropships were incessantly dispersing insect eggs and various fungal spores. These biological warships resembled colossal seeds, their surfaces adorned with organic textures and split openings, poised to unleash destruction and rebirth at any moment. Their outer armor, crafted from heat-resistant and wear-resistant biological ceramics, was designed to endure the severe friction of atmospheric entry, while their internal temperature-stable nuclear fusion reactors provided a continuous and reliable energy supply. Upon the exterior of the catastrophe Cedar-class dropships, planet-penetrating missiles, gene contamination warheads, and thousands of spore pods for landing operations were loaded, creating the appearance of a torrential downpour. However, this deluge was not of rainwater, but of an endless cascade of insectoid biomass. In areas tainted by this biological matter, all native life forms perished, leaving no trace behind, not even a minute bacterium. Yet, the horror did not end there. In addition to the catastrophe Cedar-class dropships, multiple ecological destroyer-class environmental modification ships were also engaged in destructive transformations of the planet's ecological environment, rendering it more conducive to insectoid survival. The ecological destroyer-class environmental modification ships resembled enormous ladybugs, their wingspans capable of blotting out the sun, their wingtips shimmering with an eerie glow. They were equipped with large-scale climate manipulation devices, ecosystem collapse virus dispensers, and gene ray emitters, deploying an array of biochemical weapons that radically altered the planet's visage. Among these bioweapons, certain marine algae proliferated so rapidly that within 2 hours, they blanketed the entire ocean, elevating the planet's oxygen levels to over 60%. Under the guidance of the intelligence system, members of the assault fleet piloted their mechs to exterminate the insectoid presence within the designated areas. In the atmospheric environment, colossal warships have become ill-suited for terrestrial combat. In contrast, mechs are far more advantageous in unleashing the full potential of warriors, while also proving to be more effective in rescuing survivors. The modified Terracotta Warrior 5th generation armor has expanded to a staggering height of 15 meters, with each pilot possessing abilities akin to those of celestial beings. The surface of the mech is adorned with 2nd generation strong interaction material armor, which, combined with an anti-gravity array, ensures both durability and agility. The firepower is indeed formidable. The individual annihilation cannon has become standard equipment, while each squad is additionally equipped with various types of miniature hydrogen bombs and Planck energy launchers. However, despite the presence of these devastating weapons, soldiers still prefer close combat arms like the subsonic blade and Gauss Gatling gun. After all, the Cloud Immortal Empire has nominally become a vassal of the Human Federation, and destructive combat strategies are seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, in such an atmospheric milieu, the efficacy of high-energy shockwave weapons is significantly diminished. The Gauss Gatling gun mounted on the Terracotta Warrior 5th generation armor erupted with a blinding blue light, effortlessly clearing a vast area of insect swarms amidst the astonished expressions of survivors. The Gauss Gatling gun is a novel weapon that amalgamates Gauss coil technology with the multi-barrel rotary firing principle of the Gatling gun. Traditional Gatling guns feature multiple barrels arranged around a central axis, each with its own chamber, locking mechanism, and firing apparatus. In contrast, the Gauss Gatling gun replaces these barrels with an electromagnetic accelerated coil cannon system. Each barrel functions as an electromagnetic accelerator, rapidly rotating to continuously fire projectiles propelled to extraordinarily high initial velocities by electromagnetic forces. Within each barrel, The powerful Lorentz force generated by strong currents exerts a tremendous acceleration on the metal projectiles within a brief span, enabling them to reach supersonic speeds, even approaching Mach 10, thereby vastly enhancing kinetic energy and penetrative capability. Additionally, the projectiles utilized are no longer traditional solid metal heads, but rather ultra-lightweight projectiles enveloped in a thin alloy membrane infused with psychic energy. This configuration allows for an almost limitless supply of ammunition, and upon impact, the immense psychic energy contained within the cavity of the alloy membrane detonates, inflicting severe damage upon the target. These mech warriors swiftly caught the attention of the insect swarms. Soon, a group of massive, dragonfly-like creatures soared from the horizon, their compound eyes rapidly locking onto the mechs before unleashing a barrage of acid bombs from their abdomens. The mech warriors immediately began intercepting these assaults, launching wave after wave of intercepting missiles from their missile nests, effectively neutralizing the airborne acid bombs and enveloping the area in a green mist of corrosive vapor. Upon witnessing the failure of their initial offensive, the insect swarm promptly altered their strategy, as energy cannons within their chests illuminated, heralding the arrival of deadly ray assaults. These high-energy rays are extraordinarily lethal, effortlessly capable of scorching through steel, and a mere wave of saturated assault can render the surface of this land into glass. Under such extreme temperatures, no form of life can endure. However, this assault evidently fails to affect materials governed by strong interactions. All energy attacks are repelled by an impeccably smooth surface, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the swarm does not relent. They swiftly unleash green-tinged laser beams once more. Strangely, this time, the strong interaction armor proves ineffective, as it is directly penetrated by the high-energy rays. To be precise, the attack did not breach the strong interaction armor, but peculiarly, the rays successfully struck the intricate structures within the mech. Another form of rule-based weaponry. The system has analyzed it. This is a type of M-bias ring ray, capable of creating a continuous channel through the closed armor surface, thereby targeting the interior without compromising the armor's integrity. P.S. This is the second update, and there will be more original designs of warships and various rule-based weapons introduced later. Currently, the focus has been on individual rule-based weaponry, with forthcoming weapons aimed at celestial structures. Rest assured, you have never witnessed anything like this before. Chapter 27. The Burning Star. It is indeed a terrifying creation. How has the technology of the Zerg advanced so rapidly? A researcher marveled as he examined the uploaded information. Ever since the Human Federation commenced its campaign against the Zerg, each subsequent extermination battle has revealed an even more formidable iteration of the Zerg. The evolution of new weaponry has scarcely kept pace with the Zerg's relentless transformation. And more alarmingly, humanity remains woefully ignorant of the upper limits of the Zerg's capabilities. After months of warfare, the swarm has not only comprehended humanity's combat patterns, but has also subtly mastered certain applications of rule-based weaponry, an understanding that humanity itself has yet to fully grasp. Currently, humanity's utilization of such rules is still in a rudimentary phase. For instance, the use of psychic devices to generate force fields has extended the strong nuclear interactions, which typically exist solely within atomic nuclei, to the protons and neutrons between atoms. This has significantly compressed the distances between these particles, allowing atoms to arrange themselves more tightly, forming solid structures of strength surpassing any known material. However, these psychic rule-based devices can only influence the microscopic realm, making direct application in the macroscopic world as weaponry exceedingly challenging. According to existing data calculations, employing psychic manipulation of macroscopic rules would require an astonishing amount of psychic energy, and, more critically, a level of precision in its control that humanity has yet to achieve. Yet, the current Zerg swarm appears to effortlessly wield such technology. Whether it be the topological bombs that alter regional spatial curvature or the three-dimensional M-bias strip-like rays, these formidable and effective rule-based weapons seem tailor-made to counter humanity's most potent war machines. It seems likely that the cerebral Zerg are orchestrating this. A researcher recalled the massive cerebral Zerg, measuring hundreds of kilometers in diameter, that had been previously captured. Through cultivation, it was discovered that the cerebral Zerg functioned as a colossal superneural computer, its internal technology far surpassing human comprehension. Essentially, the cerebral Zerg is a life form endowed with a complex neural network and serves as a highly interconnected distributed network composed of countless neurons, synapses, and other neural cells. Each neuron acts as a processing unit, transmitting information through chemical and electrical signals, forming the foundation for parallel computation. This mechanism enables the cerebral Zerg to manage vast amounts of information simultaneously, akin to distributed clusters in cloud computing. The remaining parts of the cerebral Zerg consist of various biological tissues, such as nerve fibers, glands, and gene-coding regions, each fulfilling functions of information transmission, storage, and instruction compilation. Its immense size and intricate biological structure afford it significant computational capacity and data storage space. When operating at full power, it necessitates the simultaneous functioning of numerous high-power energy conversion stations to maintain its operations. This merely reflects the state of the brainworm during its solitary operation. Current research indicates that the brainworm's existence transcends mere hardware. It is an organism intricately intertwined with the entire structure of the swarm society. The brainworm possesses formidable psychic abilities, enabling it to perceive events in distant star systems, sharing sensory experiences with the entire swarm and coordinating extensive strategic maneuvers. Additionally, it can directly control and command countless dispersed swarm units across star systems via psychic links, encompassing not only the lower-tier insects but also advanced biological warships and even other brainworms, all under its dominion. What is most alarming is the brainworm's extraordinary capacity for learning and evolutionary potential, allowing it to glean insights and adapt tactics from each encounter. It can even effectuate genetic enhancements at a biological level, optimizing the swarm's biological units. When confronted with new threats or civilizations, the brainworm can swiftly devise adaptive strategies and disseminate newly acquired knowledge throughout the entire swarm via the network of controlled hive nodes. There is reason to believe that the swarm's recently evolved conventional weaponry has emerged through this gradual process. The conflict within the Taurus star system has escalated to a fever pitch, and before the swarm armed with conventional weapons, the Human Federation finds itself at a loss. Report. General, all ground survivors have been rescued. Should we proceed with the stellar incineration plan? One of the aides saluted General Zhang, inquiring with a hint of anxiety. Gazing out at the seemingly endless fleet of swarm vessels, General Zhang let out a deep sigh and slowly nodded. Proceed. Is there sufficient material in the star system? Calculations have been made. The 6 rocky planets and 4 gas giants of this celestial body, along with the surrounding asteroid belt, possess enough mass to trigger a supernova explosion. Very well, evacuate all personnel from this location, leaving only drones to hold off the swarm. Execute the plan. Upon uttering these words, General Zhang's countenance appeared markedly aged. This marked the 5th time he had issued such a combat directive. The stellar incineration plan is a tactic employed only as a last resort. Its strategy involves utilizing a curvature array to directly displace all planets within the star system into the core of the star. When a substantial amount of mass suddenly appears in the interior of a star, it instantaneously alters the energy distribution and pressure conditions within, resulting in structural imbalance and rendering the star exceedingly unstable. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Iron, which should form only after countless years of fusion reactions, would materialize directly within the star's core from external planets, bringing the process of nuclear fusion to a premature conclusion. The formation of an iron core signifies the collapse of the energy generation mechanism within the star, for iron possesses the highest average binding energy of all elements. This implies that no further positive energy output can be derived from iron through nuclear fusion. Rather, any attempt to fuse iron necessitates energy absorption rather than release. Following the formation of the iron core, the star loses the internal support of thermal-nuclear reactions to counteract gravitational forces, and the material within the iron core begins to collapse rapidly under the weight of gravity. In an exceedingly brief span of time, the radius of the iron core diminishes to a mere fraction of its original size, while its mass becomes concentrated within an exceedingly small volume, resulting in a dramatic surge in both density and temperature within the core region. This phenomenon is known as iron core collapse. As the core collapses to a critical extent, electrons are subjected to intense compression, compelling them to merge with protons, thereby forming neutrons and neutrinos, which release a copious amount of neutrinos, yet fail to effectively counteract the gravitational collapse. The gravitational implosion causes external matter and the internally released material to collide at velocities approaching that of light, with the immense kinetic energy instantaneously converting into thermal energy and luminous radiation. This marks the onset of a man-made supernova explosion, unleashing an extraordinary amount of energy capable of illuminating an entire galaxy within a fleeting moment, while simultaneously obliterating all life within that galaxy. The plan commenced as the Human Federation fleet executed a direct leap to a vast, uninhabited galaxy 100 light-years away, a designated refuge for the displaced. General Zhang cast his gaze once more toward the direction of the Taurus galaxy. Although the stars of the Taurus galaxy continued to radiate their brilliant light at that moment, the once resplendent galaxy had already ceased to exist. The horrifying spectacle of stellar annihilation would take a century to reach this region, and by that time, it is likely that no refugees would remain to recall their mother planet's complete obliteration. Chapter 28. Manhwa in the Solar System, on Earth. At a special training base in Hanjiang City. Let us embark. The evolution speed of the insect swarm surpasses all expectations. We must address the issue at their nest. Yifeng meticulously reviewed the coordinates marked on the star chart, indicating a region of interstellar clouds located a staggering 24 billion light-years from the Milky Way. Could this distance truly pose no problem? Huang Mao glanced apprehensively at the silver-gray, small spacecraft designated for their journey. It is essential to note that the current limits of celestial transcendence barely extend a few hundred light-years. Ultimately, humanity's existing space travel technology remains merely an enhancement of the curvature array of the Cloud Immortal Empire. The principles underlying the transition remain largely enigmatic. For navigation within the Milky Way, this distance is more than sufficient. However, for a span of billions of light-years, traditional curvature methods are rendered ineffective. Consequently, the Human Federation has meticulously developed this latest model of traversing spacecraft, harnessing the gravitational turbulence of subspace as propulsion, continuously launching the vessel towards its intended direction. The gravitational turbulence accelerates rapidly, capable of instantaneously transporting the target across thousands, even tens of thousands of light-years. Nonetheless, this mode of transportation lacks precise localization, only allowing for a general directional control. On the scale of hundreds of billions of light-years, even the slightest angular deviation could result in traversing immeasurable distances. Thus, the devised strategy entails advancing towards the target until proximity is achieved, at which point curvature transition will be employed to directly transport to the designated location. Without exceedingly precise navigation, this approach would be akin to a death wish. Worrying proves futile. We possess star chart navigation, and thus, we shall encounter no issues. Very well. I trust you. Huang Mao closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to fate. As the countdown concluded, the spacecraft plunged into subspace, where the violent gravitational turbulence effortlessly ensnared the small craft, followed by an invisible thrust propelling the vessel forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Time passed unmeasured, and after innumerable accelerative launches, the surrounding space gradually stabilized. Here, darkness enveloped everything, with not a single luminous celestial body visible, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance erupted outside the viewport. This flash of gold illuminated the entire star domain in a soft, golden hue. Soon after, a colossal shadow emerged against the celestial dome. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an unimaginably vast tower, suspended high in the cosmos. It exuded a palpable biological essence, with each layer radiating dazzling, blinding brilliance, evoking awe and trepidation. It appeared as though it had been birthed from the depths of the void since time immemorial, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure and shock, as if a mere breath could obliterate all existence. Even more terrifyingly, this monumental tower was gradually becoming more solid. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed as the colossal tower began to tremble. A series of intense, muffled sounds followed, and then tendrils sprouted from thin air, intertwining and enveloping the entire surface of the tower in a dense network, reminiscent of a spider's web. Crack, crack, crack. The space surrounding the tower began to fracture inch by inch. Countless fragments cascaded down like falling leaves, and the tower, as if it possessed life, slowly ascended into the air. Before long, the tower twisted and warped, taking on a form akin to a double helix of DNA. Yet this genetic strand was as vast as a colossal nebula stretching across billions of kilometers. Who would have thought that the ones who ultimately discovered this place would be merely a trifling level 3 civilization? A sultry voice emerged from the boundless void, speaking in a language that was not conventional Chinese, yet evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Very well, at least you maintain your human forms. Come forth and meet me. The voice resonated once more, and a staircase materialized from the DNA tower, leading directly to its summit. Yifeng and Huang Mao exchanged glances, still in a daze, yet instinctively piloted their spacecraft towards the pinnacle of the tower. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the top, disembarking to find themselves in a vast plaza beneath a grand dome. In the center of the plaza sat a being with the head of a human and the body of a serpent, elegantly poised upon a throne of tendrils. Instinctively, Yifeng sensed that she was the ultimate source of the swarm's will. As they approached the throne, they beheld the woman, extraordinarily beautiful. Her visage radiated warmth and solemnity like the rising sun, with brows arched like crescent moons and eyes deep as the cosmos, exuding boundless compassion and empathy. Her delicate features were marked by soft yet resilient lines, embodying both maternal warmth and the authority of a creator. Her nose was as straight as a mountain peak, and her lips often curled into a serene smile, as if embracing all of existence and signifying an everlasting force. Her form was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, with her lower body transforming into a spiraling, golden-scaled giant serpent, its scales shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring the secrets of the universe. At the very first glance, Yifeng and Huang Mao felt their very genes ignite with recognition, instinctively understanding her true identity, manhwa. Indeed, your genetic purity is remarkably well preserved. Quite unlike those chaotic immortals, manhwa remarked, observing them with approval. Her gaze then shifted to the spacecraft they piloted, and with a gentle motion of her finger, the intricate vessel transformed into a swirling mass of particles, only to reassemble into a cocoon-like cockpit. Oh, so you belong to the devil civilization. It's no wonder you survived amidst the swarming insects, she continued, her tone laced with intrigue. However, such a vessel cannot lead you here. Tell me, how did you find your way? Under manhwa's penetrating gaze, Yifeng felt no inclination to conceal the truth. With this jade pendant, I can locate this place through the others. Yifeng produced a jade pendant and elucidated its significance. manhwa's beautiful eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, though she quickly regained her composure. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that today's surprises would be so abundant. Even I could not foresee that you would possess 2 fragments of the creation jade discs simultaneously. If Fushi were to discover that the soul fragment he has long yearned for is in your possession, it would likely cause his circuits to overheat. manhwa laughed so heartily that she struggled to compose herself, taking quite a while to regain her poise. Yifeng and his companion observed the exuberant manhwa, their faces betraying no emotion, though tumultuous waves surged within their hearts. manhwa's earlier remarks had unequivocally established her as the progenitor of the insect race and all organic life. Moreover, from her demeanor, Yifeng and his companion surmised that she possessed profound knowledge regarding the secrets of the pendant. Are you stunned into silence? manhwa inquired playfully, her laughter subsiding. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. I am indeed somewhat astonished. manhwa nodded in acknowledgement. In a desolate star system devoid of spiritual energy, your survival to this day is quite remarkable. Yet, fortune alone can determine the ultimate potential of a civilization. Pausing for a moment, she continued, perhaps it is all preordained. Were the insect swarms you released the ones plaguing the galaxy? Yifeng contemplated before responding, for resolving the crisis posed by the insects was of utmost importance at present. Chapter 29, Promotion. Manhwa chuckled softly and replied, are you referring to those delightful little insect creatures? They must have inadvertently wandered through the rift into your galaxy. I shall seal the rift at once. As she spoke, manhwa retrieved a vibrant, multicolored stone from beneath her throne and flicked it toward the cosmos. The recent battles with Fushi had caused tumultuous waves that were challenging to fully control, leading to a degree of instability in the spatial structure. However, I have placed restrictions on the insect race's genetics, ensuring that they will only exhibit capabilities corresponding to their level of civilization. This means that as long as they are not those foolish civilizations reliant solely on spiritual energy, they will be able to survive without issue. Huang Mao listened, a wry smile crossing his face. Goddess Manhwa, perhaps it would be wise to restrain your divine powers. Those insect creatures are not to be underestimated. Manhwa smiled gently. Fear not. I have commanded the swarm to cease their attacks and instructed them to assist your kin in their development wholeheartedly. However, per the knowledge sealing protocols, my assistance will be limited. This means that the swarm will only unlock relevant technologies for your reference once your civilization reaches the appropriate level of advancement. Upon hearing Manhwa's explanation, both men exhaled in relief, astonished that a calamity plaguing the third suspended arm for billions of years could be resolved so effortlessly. Before their joy could fully blossom, Manhwa produced a jade pendant from her mouth. Its shape was unmistakably that of the life jade pendant. The overwhelming aura emanating from the pendant cast a profound silence over the entire hall. What is the purpose of this? Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Your fortune is extraordinary. You are the sole organic life form recognized by the creation jade plate. Thus you shall possess dominion over this jade artifact, Manhwa declared with solemnity. Yifeng's heart raced as he extended his hands to receive the life jade pendant. Once in his grasp, he felt an unparalleled intimacy, as if the pendant were an intrinsic part of his being. Enwa's voice resonated in his mind. It appears that the life jade pendant does not reject you, which is splendid. Under normal circumstances, a celestial being of your level would be incapable of wielding such a pendant. Yifeng nodded in understanding. After all, Enwa had once been a guardian of the creation jade plate, and with his possession of 2 other jade pendants, it was only natural that a resonance would occur. Since you have already fused the 2 pendants, I need not instruct you on how to merge this one. To give it a try. Yifeng aligned the missing piece of the life jade pendant with the one in his hand, achieving a perfect fit without any sign of rejection. He then followed Enwa's instructions, channeling his internal spiritual energy to activate the pendant. The pendant quivered and then erupted in a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire palace. Yifeng closed his eyes, concentrating intently as he sensed the extraordinary connection forming between the life jade pendant and the other 2. Gradually, he felt something remarkable emerging within his soul. Yifeng suddenly let out a muffled groan. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. As he opened his eyes, the jade pendant that had been floating above his head completely fused together, with a new arc blossoming where there had previously been a missing piece. This newly emerged arc rendered the jade pendant nearly whole, radiating a soft green hue, its surface intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, exuding an enigmatic allure. With a mere thought, an avalanche of information surged from the pendant into his consciousness, revealing the boundless genetic legacy of myriad life forms across the cosmos, from single-celled organisms to colossal star beasts. Countless genetic codes were meticulously deciphered, and in that moment, Yifeng sensed a cataclysmic transformation occurring within his own stellar system. The immense star was now spinning wildly, its velocity far exceeding that of a typical star. As the gigantic star accelerated, immense amounts of stellar material were flung outward, soon cooling and coalescing into scattered nebulae. This time, due to the diminished mass of the star, gravity returned to its normal state, allowing the dispersed nebular material to stabilize within their respective orbits. Within the nebula, tiny dust particles adhered together through electromagnetic and van der Waals forces, forming progressively larger solid particles, ultimately evolving into solid bodies ranging from millimeters to kilometers in size, giving rise to numerous stellar seeds. These seeds continued to grow through collisions and gravitational interactions, with the larger seeds possessing stronger gravitational pulls, capable of attracting surrounding smaller particles and lesser seeds. As time passed, some seeds attained sufficient mass, their gravitational influence becoming more pronounced, enabling them to swiftly attract and capture surrounding matter, entering a phase dominated by gravitational accretion. In the frigid regions distant from the star, frozen gases such as water, ammonia, and methane combined with dust, resulting in ice-rich seeds that ultimately evolved into frigid gas giants, akin to Jupiter and Saturn. Conversely, in the warmer zones near the star, substances primarily composed of metals and silicates could not freeze, leading to the formation of rocky asteroids and seeds, which eventually grew into terrestrial planets like Earth, Mars, Mercury, and Venus. When the mass of these terrestrial planets became sufficiently substantial, their gravitational pull heated the interior and reached adequate pressure, prompting mantle differentiation. Lighter elements ascended to the crust and mantle, while heavier elements such as iron and nickel sank, forming the Earth's core. A process accompanied by intense energy release in the melting of the planet's interior. As the planet gradually cooled, the crust began to solidify, giving rise to the initial landmasses and oceans. Simultaneously, the atmosphere and moisture on the planet's surface began to accumulate, with numerous icy asteroids and comets impacting Earth, delivering additional water and ice. Moreover, the ongoing internal heat flow and uneven cooling of the crust instigated the movement of tectonic plates, thereby sculpting mountainous terrains and ocean basins, and igniting the geological cycles and tectonic activities on the planet. Time within the ocean of consciousness appears to lack any tangible concept, as billions of years swiftly elapse, transforming the peaks of the planet's surface into vast oceans, only to reshape them once more into basins. The planet's exterior remains a realm interwoven with lava and flames. However, beneath the searing heat, the prelude to life quietly commences. Interstellar dust and comets, laden with rich organic materials, traverse through the fabric of time and space, akin to messengers sowing the seeds of life into the atmosphere and oceans of Earth. The primordial atmosphere was composed of ammonia, methane, hydrogen, water vapor, and nitrogen, which, amidst a symphony of frequent thunderstorms and lightning, embarked upon a mysterious chemical overture. In a colossal electrical discharge event that enveloped an entire continent, lifeless molecules achieved a pivotal leap in the origin of life. Amino acid chains began to intertwine, and nucleotides connected, constructing the very alphabet of life. This process accelerated within the warm embrace of hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, and soon, at the depths of Earth's primordial oceans, tiny structures known as life embryos began to emerge. These vesicles, formed from complex organic molecules, harnessed energy from their surroundings to engage in simple chemical reactions and could replicate themselves through self-assembly. This represented the most rudimentary form of life, resembling the simplest mechanical program, initiating a continuous cycle of self-replication, undergoing mutations and evolution throughout the process. After enduring countless geological epochs of trial and error, these primordial mechanical programs ultimately evolved into RNA molecules capable of storing genetic information and guiding their own replication. Thus, the RNA world was born, serving as both catalyst and information carrier, gradually evolving towards more intricate life systems. Ultimately, within this miraculous transformation, cell membranes enveloped these orderly chemical reaction assemblies. Giving rise to the first true cell, the nascent form of life officially emerged on this desolate planet. Leaf Peak realized that this marked the second realm of the Immortals domain, the realm of true immortals. Chapter 30. The Universe. As Yifeng opened his eyes once more, he barely had the chance to savor the surging celestial energy within him before encountering the enigmatic smile of manhwa. Cultivation is but a means to refine one's genes, ultimately aiming to transform the physical form into a vessel capable of perceiving the transformations of the universe, thereby grasping the principles that govern all existence. This harmony between heaven and humanity is precisely what it signifies. Regrettably, throughout history, all cultivators have regarded practice merely as a method for enhancing personal strength, thereby missing the essence of the journey. Fortunately, your humble civilization, the Human Federation, has managed to comprehend that discovering and harnessing the laws of nature is the true path to greatness. Yifeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that humanity's avoidance of a misguided path stemmed from the absence of spiritual energy as a prerequisite, allowing them to gradually evolve into masters of the laws. Manhwa fashioned a lump of clay in her hands, casually molding it into a humanoid figure before tossing it towards Yifeng. The clay was swiftly absorbed by his body, becoming an integral part of him. This represents the primordial genetic repository of all life, the genesis and terminus of existence. I am confident that with the advancement of your human technology, you will eventually unravel its secrets. By the way, you need not squander time on cultivation any longer. The genetic primordial soil I just provided will aid in fortifying your foundation. For you, continuous absorption of spiritual energy will suffice to transcend the realm of immortals and achieve the legendary imperial domain. The golden-haired youth gazed longingly at the clay, nearly drooling. Manhwa, could you possibly grant me a portion as well? Alas, this universe cannot accommodate two imperial beings simultaneously. Moreover, one sovereign per civilization is more than sufficient. In truth, you will come to realize that the notions of cultivation and immortality hold little significance. The true strength lies in the collective power of civilization. Yifeng, having integrated myriad genes, found that every cell within him had transformed into a fully operational energy conversion device. These devices, grounded in advanced biotechnological principles, far surpass primitive artificial constructs. Yifeng sensed that with a mere nudge, his cells could collapse the very fabric of space in this star domain. Isn't that terrifying? It seems you have grasped the truth of this universe. Indeed, the relentless exploitation of space by countless spiritual civilizations has rendered our universe on the brink of collapse. We are but fish stranded on the shore, unless we gather the 7 jade talismans, correct? Yifeng interjected. Precisely. These talismans are remnants of the Pangu civilization. It is said that once assembled, they can form the legendary creation jade plate, an artifact capable of transporting a civilization from this universe to a new haven. Prior to this, 6 civilizations have successfully united the creation jade plate and ventured into a new cosmos. Each departure has consumed at least 5% of this universe's space as energy. The most recent civilization to depart was that of the Swaran, and now, the remaining space in this universe is barely sufficient for one final grand exodus. Thus, the 2 remaining level 9 civilizations, Fushi and I, are diligently striving to collect the remaining jade talismans. As she spoke, Manhwa expelled a jade pendant from her mouth. adorned with designs reminiscent of hourglasses, solar coronas, and clocks. This was undoubtedly a pendant of time. Regrettably, the complexities it entailed were beyond my grasp, and I feared that only upon gathering all the pendants could one truly comprehend its purpose. Yifeng received the time pendant, and a profound, vast aura enveloped him, as if he were gazing upon the very end of time. As a civilization of the 8th rank, I possessed pendants representing life and time, while you held those of space and soul. The remaining pendants of fate, rule, and energy rested in the hands of Fushi, whose silicon-based alliance advocated for the assimilation of all, audaciously claiming to seek the rebirth of this universe. In pursuit of this goal, we have waged a war spanning billions of years. Presently, I remain uncertain how much longer my carbon-based alliance can endure, yet the trajectory appears ominously predetermined. Nonetheless, fate has smiled upon me by bringing you into my path, and with the pendants in your possession, we may yet possess the strength to engage in battle. Your devilish civilization does not ascend in a linear fashion. I firmly believe that, given sufficient time, you can indeed triumph over the silicon-based alliance and Fushi. Yifeng integrated the time pendant into the jade ring, which had begun to take on the semblance of a jade disc, though it still lacked certain elements. Indeed, as Niwa had indicated, the time pendant did not evoke significant alterations, yet Yifeng could still distinctly perceive its extraordinary nature. Well, I have nothing further to impart to you. Just remember to thwart Fushi's plan for rebirth. Should he succeed, this universe's fate would be but a quiet demise, granting other civilizations the chance for existence. However, if rebirth occurs, it would not merely signify the end of this universe. Niwa's tone betrayed a profound fear. I have modified your spacecraft. To speak frankly, your method of leapfrogging was excessively perilous. There is a delightful surprise awaiting you upon your return. Once Niwa concluded her words, she stood as still as a statue, seemingly unchanged for millennia. Observing this, Yifeng and the yellow-haired companion hastened aboard their cocoon-like vessel, setting course toward the coordinates of the solar system. The ship, altered by Niwa, proved remarkably different. It required no entry into subspace, but instead utilized spiritual energy to reverse-generate space, propelling the vessel forward. The two noticed the starlight outside coalescing into a straight line, gradually losing all sense of the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, the spacecraft finally came to a steady halt at the designated coordinates of the solar system. Yet, when they lifted their eyes, they found their once familiar home now appeared strikingly alien. The position where the sun once resided had been supplanted by a young blue star. Earth still gleamed azure, yet the absence of any trace of humanity was palpable, and the entire solar system bore no signs of life. What has transpired? The yellow-haired companion and Yifeng were momentarily taken aback. Ah, we have finally returned. An aged voice resonated behind them. 2 billion years have elapsed. In anticipation of your arrival, we even replaced the sun of the solar system, the elder lamented. Professor Luo, did you say it has been 2 billion years? Yifeng asked, somewhat incredulously. As he reminisced about the time spent aboard the spacecraft, a disquieting premonition suddenly welled up within him. Could it be that in his control of the ship, he had neglected the reference frame of time? Had he inadvertently experienced 2 billion years aboard the curvature spacecraft? Chapter 31. Redemption and Destruction. Observing the astonished expressions on Yifeng and Huang Mao's faces, Professor Luo could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Just as Niwa foretold, it was effortlessly easy to deceive you, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in mirth. Before Yifeng could regain his composure, Professor Luo continued. However, you have indeed been away for quite some time, approximately 300 years, if I am not mistaken. While this duration is but a fleeting moment for beings of celestial status, it has wrought monumental changes upon the entirety of human civilization. We are profoundly grateful for the generous gifts bestowed upon us by Niwa civilization. Shortly after your departure, those insects surprisingly began to speak and commenced imparting knowledge to me. With the assistance of the insect race, the technological prowess of our human federation surged rapidly, enabling us to commence our advance into the galaxy. The energy at the core of the galaxy far surpasses that of the peripheral star domains, with civilizations therein being both more numerous and powerful. Despite the formidable capabilities of their most esteemed practitioners, our celestial beings outnumber them significantly, leading to the swift conquest of the entire galaxy. Among these civilizations was one known as the chess players, who audaciously challenged us to a game of strategy. I merely activated a Go application and decisively bested them, leaving them utterly convinced. Additionally, several poetic and lyrical civilizations, relying on remnants of ancient technological legacies, attempted to unleash catastrophes, only to be swiftly vanquished by us. As for other advanced civilizations, they wisely chose to join our ranks, recognizing that, apart from us, they had the insect race as an ally, rendering them virtually without adversaries within the galaxy. We have now officially ascended to become the first and only level 8 civilization in the galaxy, illuminating the pinnacle of all technological trees. Our influence has even extended to other galactic systems, harnessing the energy of the entire sector, and we have mastered an array of rule-based weaponry. At this juncture, Professor Luo's tone shifted to one of gravity. However, the war with the Silicon Alliance is an unavoidable reality. They are not merely foolish celestial civilizations. They are technologically advanced entities that, like us, have mastered the laws of the universe. Since our elevation to level 8 civilization, we have engaged in tentative skirmishes. They have employed rule-based weaponry derived from the butterfly effect to extinguish all stars within the third arm's range. This method of assault has starkly illustrated the terrifying capabilities of a level 9 civilization. The butterfly effect weaponry? Huang Mao echoed, clearly perplexed by its implications. Indeed. It is the butterfly effect as we commonly understand it, a class of time-space manipulation devices driven by chaotic principles and quantum entanglement. It can precisely release minute energy perturbations at specific points in time and space, akin to the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. While employing chaos theory to predict and guide the chain reactions of these disturbances along the timeline, what may seem like trivial interventions can trigger cascading reactions within the space-time continuum, amplifying over time and ultimately culminating in the anticipated destruction at the intended temporal juncture. What a fearsome weapon! Yifeng exclaimed in awe. The recent assault disrupted the fusion reactions within numerous stars, causing all stars on the third arm to simultaneously enter a state of supernova explosion prematurely. Despite our utmost efforts, we could only safeguard the sun, Professor Luo recalled with lingering dread. So, it was indeed the case. Yifeng couldn't help but reminisce about his arrival at Nuwa's domain, where darkness enveloped everything, obscuring any view of the stars. It appears that extinguishing stars is merely the rudimentary tactic in the wars between advanced civilizations. In truth, the Fushi civilization wields a plethora of sophisticated weapons beyond this. As a silicon-based civilization, their grasp of scientific principles is profound. Physics, mathematics, and even logic have been meticulously crafted into various forms of weaponry. In the early stages of the war, they even employed the G-Del incompleteness invader to uncover and exploit the inherent contradictions and logical blind spots within our civilization's knowledge framework, implanting undecidable propositions that instigated self-doubt and chaos within our intelligent systems and psychic networks. Fortunately, thanks to Nuwa's timely warning, we managed to detect this in advance, containing the turmoil within a limited scope. Throughout the conflict with Fushi, we never encountered them face to face. All forms of warfare transpired across billions of light years. Our prideful black hole warships and stellar battleships proved utterly ineffective. As the war progressed, we began to deploy various sophisticated weapons in retaliation. For instance, the nemesis of intelligent life, the entropy-enhancing particles, could accurately strike the intergalactic cataclysm system across billions of light years in the superstring generator, capable of altering the cosmic constants of entire star regions, found widespread application. Countless galaxies were annihilated in this conflict. Even Nuwa was astonished by our aptitude for slaughter and warfare. However, as a level 9 civilization, Fushi is exceedingly difficult to obliterate on a physical level. They can etch chips onto protons, allowing them to re-establish their civilization at any location at will. To thoroughly incapacitate them, we must pinpoint the location of Fushi's main brain. This is also the reason we've been awaiting your arrival. The jade pendant in your possession holds a fatal allure for the Fushi civilization, and they will undoubtedly succumb to temptation. No sooner had Professor Luo concluded his words than a laughter echoed through the sky. Ha ha, you guessed correctly, humans. Accompanied by this electronic-sounding laughter, a colossal figure appeared behind Yifeng, extracting a nearly fully integrated creation jade disc from within himself, unnoticed by Yifeng. Searching high and low for something yields no results. Acquiring it was effortless. Ha ha. Fushi gazed at the creation jade disc in his grasp, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. This was the object of his deepest desire, finally found so effortlessly. To me, a level 8 civilization, even with the half-dead Nuwa backing you, you are but insects. My prolonged engagement with you was merely to observe when you would reveal a flaw. I did not expect your foolishness in placing the jade pendant upon a mere true immortal. Yifeng was on the verge of seizing the jade pendant. only to find himself utterly immobilized, mirroring the plight of Professor Luo and Huang Mao. Cease your struggles. The very fabric of this space has been solidified by my will. Without our consent, even light cannot traverse, Vuxi declared, his tone devoid of any emotion. Why do you seek to restart the universe? You must comprehend that this will lead to the utter annihilation of all civilizations, yourself included. Professor Luo pressed, urgency lacing his words. Restarting the universe is our final act of redemption as sentient civilizations for this realm. This universe teeters on the brink of collapse. Should another civilization attempt an exodus, it will plunge into an eternal state of heat death. At that juncture, all existence will be confined to a one-dimensional realm, which would be the most dreadful of fates. Chapter 32, A New World, the grand finale. That seemingly benevolent manhwa merely intended to use your hands to facilitate her escape from this universe. The Human Federation is but a pawn in her grand game. Fushi's mechanical voice resonated with an unsettling calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yifeng struggled to articulate his thoughts. Are you suggesting that manhwa plans to abandon this universe, and that you possess the means to restart it? Fushi maintained his eerie tranquility as he replied, manhwa, after all, is a corporeal being, and her insatiable yearning for immortality renders her fiercely resistant to death. This inclination is not unique to her. It encompasses all carbon-based life forms. In the quest for survival, one may go to any lengths, even if that cost is the entirety of the universe. This drive is inscribed within your very genes. Although we silicon-based beings lack a concept of death, we comprehend far better than you that all things must find their rightful end. Stars will age, and quantum states will collapse. Such occurrences are simply natural. Yet you carbon-based entities refuse to accept this reality, attempting to tether this universe as the foundation of your everlasting existence. Countless ethereal energies are squandered in the pursuit of prolonging life, while the cosmic expanse continues to contract. Ultimately, the fate of the universe will culminate in absolute annihilation. To avert this calamity, a restart is the only viable solution. You must understand that this universe has fallen from 11 dimensions to the present 3. And further decline is now unavoidable. I must obliterate all civilizations that continue to misuse ethereal energy, thereby restoring the vast reserves of energy back to this universe. Aside from the 70% of energy that has already been taken by fleeing civilizations, the remaining 30% is sufficient to initiate the creation of the primordial butterfly. At that moment, the current cosmic structure will irrevocably close, giving rise to an entirely new universe. Although this new cosmos will be 70% smaller than the original, it will still possess the potential to nurture entirely new civilizations, though both you and I shall perish without leaving any trace. This is what is known as the cycle of reincarnation. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered across Fushi's countenance, as if he believed he was undertaking a righteous endeavor. Let all of this come to an end. The first step towards gathering the primordial butterfly is to obliterate all ethereal civilizations. 3 additional jade pendants materialized in Fushi's hands, and through his incantations, the pendants began to unite seamlessly. As the primordial butterfly became whole, a soft golden light radiated from the pendants, intertwining to gradually form a colossal image. Fushi's face reflected an intense fervor and exhilaration, as though he were witnessing the birth of an entirely new universe before his eyes, the truth he had pursued for countless eons. Before Fushi, the glow of the primordial butterfly began to manifest a mysterious and ancient power, emanating an indescribable energy wave. Yifeng, Huang Mao, and Professor Luo observed this scene with bated breath, fully aware that the decision made in this moment would shape the fate of the entire universe. Fushi's finger delicately brushed against the final jade pendant, as if he were anticipating the emergence of a miraculous event. However, just as he prepared to infuse it with boundless ethereal energy, his actions abruptly halted. A wave of unease surged within him, and Fushi suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying an indescribable agony and despair. What is happening? What have you done to me? Fushi's voice was laden with despair and confusion as he sensed an uncontrollable transformation occurring within himself. Beside him, Yifeng, Huang Mao, and Professor Luo exchanged faint smiles, fully aware that their scheme had finally borne fruit. We have implanted a unique virus within the creation jade butterfly, specifically targeting silicon-based life forms. Huang Mao's voice revealed a hint of triumph. You may not comprehend a computer virus, but this is precisely the lethal weapon we designed against your form of existence. Yifeng gazed at Fushi, a wave of indescribable guilt and sympathy surging within him. Though the concept of silicon-based life might differ from that of humanity at this moment, They were all merely striving for survival and advancement. Yet, faced with the peril of misused spiritual energy and the irreversible trends of the cosmos, Yifeng recognized the necessity for action. Silicon-based civilizations may lack cunning and strategy, but they deserved respect and compassion. Professor Luo cast a profound glance at Fushi. Acutely aware that this life form was undergoing an ineffable torment, Manhwa appeared seemingly out of nowhere, approaching Fushi with a smirk of malicious delight. In the end, you have woven a shroud for another, Fushi. Her voice brimmed with pride and victorious joy, as if she could already envision a radiant future. Fushi collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes vacant, as though he had lost everything. Manhwa seized the creation jade butterfly, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. It is time. I shall activate the creation jade butterfly and open a portal to another cosmic bubble, leading to a new homeland. With the genetic samples I have gathered, I can undoubtedly reconstruct a new civilization in the new universe. But I am afraid, my friends, as a level 8 civilization, you cannot accompany me. Her tone was filled with excitement, seemingly already seeing the bright future ahead. This is not what we agreed upon. Why should you be the only one to leave? Wang Mao demanded furiously. Though the new universe is vast, it can only accommodate the next level 9 civilization. Otherwise, spiritual energy will be misused, leading to a repetition of the same mistakes. I will not allow such a fate to befall us again, Manhwa replied, her voice devoid of any remorse, only echoing deep calculations. Well spoken, but we have a superior alternative. Professor Luo interjected, taking the creation jade butterfly from Manhwa's grasp. We shall not abandon our homeland. The Human Federation will venture to the new universe, channeling energy from other realms to mend this world. Manhwa attempted to protest, only to find herself utterly immobilized. There is no need to struggle. From the moment we chose to ally with the level 9 civilization, we understood our resolve. In this grand game of chess, humanity cannot resign itself to being merely a pawn. These jade pendants also harbor a biological gene virus, equally effective against you, Yifeng declared, taking the creation jade butterfly. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, a shimmering interstellar portal gradually swung open, revealing a new universe, aglow with countless stars on the other side. Let us embark on this journey. According to the law of conservation of energy, to maintain a harmonious state within a closed system, it is imperative to draw energy from the external environment. Now, we have discovered a means to replenish that energy. Professor Luo patted Yifeng on the shoulder and stepped into the uncharted universe ahead. Let us set forth, Yifeng. A brand new world awaits our exploration. Wang Mao followed closely behind. Onward, for the sake of our human home. Yifeng then stepped through the interstellar gateway. The end of the book.